Welcome to the era of dungeons where terrifying portals packed with monsters spawn across the earth. Luckily, humanity was blessed with special powers to fight these beasts off. Yet some deep, dark abysses remain completely unconquered, pure despair. Specifically, 7 dungeons still completely defy human control, earning them the title of the 7 Mythic Dungeons. The most notorious among them is the Ancient Core. It features 3 entrances, each guarded by a formidable protector. The left red path is guarded by a tiny warrior named Ryan, while the middle blue road is protected by Patrick, a deaf knight. Then there is the black right path, known as the dirtiest and most treacherous road. Countless writhing tentacles watch over this lane. The ruler of this terrifying absolute fortress is an ancient monster that has survived for over 1,000 years. Mentioned on the very first page of the Empire's oldest myths, this beast goes by a rather grand name, Honsor. That is basically everything humanity currently knows about the Ancient Core through a book, but they have absolutely no idea that this guide was actually leaked by the dungeon master himself and his 2 loyal subordinates. Their ultimate plan is to bait eager adventurers into entering and dying here, fueling the dungeon with their life force. I mean, if a place is completely wrapped in mystery, nobody will dare get close. So they needed to drop a little bait. By feeding them false secrets, those fools confidently dive right in like moths to a flame, totally oblivious that it is a trap. Sure enough, since the fake guide leaked out, 74 brave adventurers have marched straight to their doom. Naturally, none of them survived. Sadly, most of their legendary gear got totally melted by the 116 tentacles on Path 3. Ryan complains that if she was the one handling those pests, she would have killed them without damaging any of the precious loot. She feels deeply disappointed. They went through all the trouble of baiting humans here only for those fools to choose the tentacle path. Honsor was lounging in his massive, monstrous, ancient form, but hearing his maid complain, his body begins to shift and change. After a brief flash of light, the giant beast shrinks down, finally taking the shape of a handsome young human. Honsor gently pats Ryan on the head to comfort her, saying that she could definitely do it if she tried. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but are we here for a serious meeting or are we just playing house? This sarcastic voice belongs to Patrick, the guardian of Gate 2. He groans that the cheesy atmosphere between them is giving him cavities. Heck, it is apparently rotting his skull too. But his joke falls completely flat and nobody even bothers to squeeze out a laugh. Ryan quickly steers the conversation back to the main topic, which is the heavily damaged state of the 116 tentacles. Honsor lets out a massive yawn, looking completely bored. He tells her not to worry because those things regenerate incredibly fast. If their condition remains terrible, they can simply guard the path themselves for a bit, then recruit a brand new guardian. Hey boss, can we find 2 instead? Patrick asks excitedly, hoping he can finally retire. But Honsor immediately shuts him down. Poor Patrick is pretty much destined to work as Honsor's slave forever. There is absolutely no way out of this contract. The real issue is that they must adjust their defense duties to cover all 3 roads while the tentacles are recovering. Word that the 3rd path is close to being conquered will spread like wildfire, and humans will soon send new raid teams. Honsor quietens down and ponders the situation for a moment before proposing a clever strategy to handle the upcoming waves. Ryan, who normally covers the left entrance, will switch to the right. Meanwhile, Patrick will take over Ryan's old spot. If the humans realize Ryan has switched positions, they will immediately redirect their focus there, allowing them to crush both attack waves. Honsor claps his hands in satisfaction. Pure genius. But wait, here's where the flaws start showing up. Patrick raises a hand, asking what they will do if the humans decide to march right down the middle path instead. All 3 of them instantly freeze in awkward silence. Honsor blushes with embarrassment over how easily his master plan just crumbled. He mutters that if that happens, they can just let them walk straight to his chamber. Patrick silently judges his boss's terrible plan. On the other hand, Ryan cheers, praising the strategy as absolute genius. Talk about a hopeless fangirl who's blindly in love. Well, with that issue settled, they just need to figure out what to do with the legendary sword left behind. What sword? Honsor asks, and Ryan explains it belonged to the leader of the human scouts they just wiped out. It is apparently one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, a highly prized sword. Patrick rummages through the pile of corpses and pulls it out. The weapon Ryan currently wields is also from that same collection. Honsor inspects the blade, admitting the humans brought some real loot. Still, Patrick is not sure what to do with it. If they give it to ordinary monsters, the humans will easily reclaim it, and letting humanity get their hands on such a devastating weapon is too dangerous. So Patrick cautiously hands the sword to Honsor. He insists the boss should take it. Honsor simply shrugs and tells Patrick to keep it, leaving him completely speechless. Patrick thought he was mishearing things. He asked twice just to be absolutely sure. Once he realized Devourer was gifting it, he laughed so hard the entire room brightened up. Haha, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces belongs to him now. Devourer just smirked, telling him to rip up the resignation letter he had been hiding in his rib cage. Ever since receiving that sword, even a dry skeleton like Patrick burst with vibrant life. Aside from that precious weapon, there was other loot. As usual, Devourer ordered Ryan to keep the valuables. Useless gear would bait the next humans. But one major issue was really starting to bother Ryan. Dungeon monsters had zero use for human magical items, so she suggested a clever alternative. They should extract the mana stones to sell. They could make a serious fortune doing that. Devourer wondered if he should visit the human village himself. Instantly, Ryan and Patrick both slammed the table and yelled out in absolute shock. The problem, Devourer was incredibly terrible at disguising himself as a human. His tail was literally hanging out, yet he always wanted to go. So the trading job fell to Ryan. But her trip started rough. Every single mana stone she brought was rejected by the shopkeeper. Demanding to know why, Ryan grit her teeth, her entire attitude, turning incredibly hostile as she stared him down. The merchant pulled out a small B-rank stone to show her. Compared to the massive gems Ryan had brought, his looked tiny. The massive quality gap was obvious. He explained her stones were far too advanced. Only high-ranking magic tower wizards or elite royal mages could actually draw out their power. After a pause, he suggested imperial jewelers or magic tower branches might be able to help. Ryan weighed her options. The capital was way too far, and she absolutely despised the magic tower. But for her master Devourer, she would dive straight into hell. She grabbed her stones to leave. The merchant called out a farewell, but then noticed a massive gem left on the counter. He yelled that she forgot some money. She just thanked him for the information and walked out. The merchant stared after her, muttering that she was one incredibly bizarre human being. Ryan marched to the nearest magic tower. Once guards saw her high-grade stones, they escorted her directly to the top floor. That was the personal office of the branch chief, Gromus Armor. The moment Ryan saw her, she felt an incredibly massive pool of mana radiating from her. After introducing herself as Ryan, Gromus admitted she almost dismissed her as a mere child. But since she brought rare gems, they expected something worthy of the tower's elite status. Gromus made it clear she had zero interest in buying cheap, low-grade trash from a kid. Ryan simply dumped her entire bag on the desk, telling her to look for herself. The glittering light left Gromus completely speechless. She instantly recognized they were all A rank or higher, and there was a massive pile of them. How could a child possess such incredible treasures? Looking closer, Gromus noticed her silver hair, a signature trait of the Empire's 8 noble families. She assumed Ryan was a runaway noble lady who had stolen these treasures from her family vaults. Instantly dropping her arrogant attitude, the mage offered to buy the entire collection. Her price: 50 gold pieces per stone and 80 for the special ones. But Ryan remembered the merchant's words. He said a commoner had to save for 10 whole years to buy just one. At 10 gold pieces saved annually, that meant 100 total. Gromus was clearly ripping her off. Now watch this. One cold glare from Ryan made the greedy mage's blood run completely cold. Apologizing quickly, Gromus admitted her branch lacked the cash to buy every single stone. Ryan coldly told her to buy as many as possible. The guard brought a chest containing 2,000 gold pieces. Still wanting the rest, Gromus offered to trade rare items instead. Ryan asked if she was absolutely certain those artifacts were worth the trade. The woman seemed incredibly crafty, and Ryan needed items she could easily flip for gold. Gromus assured her she would not be disappointed, leading her down to the private vault. Inside lay countless legendary weapons and armor, yet nothing caught Ryan's eye until Gromus finally stopped. She stops right in front of a glowing heart-shaped red gemstone. It immediately catches Ryan's eye. What is this thing? Well, it's called the Rose Love Stone. Legend says this magical jewel can actually make any love come true. And hearing those words makes Ryan's eyes light up instantly. Gromus goes on to explain that if she pours her mana into the stone in front of the person she loves, the spirit inside will grant them eternal love. Hearing this, Ryan does not even hesitate for a single second. She decides she must have it, but Gromus suddenly hesitates, cradling the Rose Love Stone in her hands like a priceless treasure. She warns that while other items are easy getting, this one is tough because it literally has the power to steal an emperor's heart. But Ryan is determined to get it no matter what. Gritting her teeth, she pulls out something from her bag that shocks Gromus way more than those A-rank mana stones, leaving her asking how she got it. Her shock makes total sense. What Ryan just pulled out is her precious personal sword, which happens to be one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. After Ryan departs, one of Gromus's guards rushes over, looking incredibly anxious, asking if the pursed guild leader actually traded the Rose Love Stone. Gromus scoffs, but the guard warns that if she lets the poor girl leave with it, she is going to die. That naive noble lady just traded her very life to get the item she wanted so badly. But Gromus tells him not to worry, saying the unlucky girl will die the moment the curse is lifted. Even the guy she likes will die, leaving absolutely no traces behind. Talk about ruthless, Gromus really is as cunning as they come. Meanwhile, Ryan happily hugs the Rose Love Stone as she walks away completely unaware of the deadly danger waiting for her. Her next stop is Jay Castle, one of the 7 legendary great dungeons, and she is actually there to get a haircut. She apologizes for showing up completely unannounced, thanking her host for always being there to help out when she needs it. Her host just laughs it off, saying neighbors should always look out for each other, especially when it means seeing Ryan's pretty face. The stunning woman styling her hair is none other than Ertzebet, the final boss of the notorious J Castle dungeon. She gently trims Ryan's hair, showering her with compliments and praising her natural, beautiful look. She admits she is incredibly jealous of dwarves and their youthful faces that never seem to age. Ertzebet looks young and gorgeous herself, but she had to bathe in human blood and drink it just to preserve her youth. Because of that, her mansion is a total house of horrors. Ryan asks Lady Ertzebet how her new haircut looks. Ertzebet calls her the most beautiful girl she has ever seen, guaranteeing that absolutely no one could reject her. She playfully asks if she is dressing up to confess to someone completely unaware she just hit the nail on the head. Holding the rose love stone tightly, Ryan beams with a bright smile that is warmer than the spring sun, admitting her plan. Ertzebet freezes completely in shock. Out of all the times Ryan came here to look pretty, this is the first time she has ever mentioned a crush. When asked who the lucky guy is, Ryan happily reveals it is Lord Devourer. Ertzebet freezes up a second time, literally shaking. Is this girl actually serious right now, or is she playing a massive joke? But Ryan is completely serious, which only leaves Ertzebet more confused than ever about her friend's terrible taste in men. See her impression of Devourer as a massive pitch-black monster with way too many eyes, and frankly, he is downright hideous. She cannot fathom what a cute girl like Ryan sees in him, but Ryan gushes about how strong and amazing he is. Ryan genuinely believes he is the strongest creature in the entire world, even if his sheer laziness gets in the way. She does not deny his flaws either. He is scary, big, eats like a pig, and snores all night. Plus, he has zero manners and has been putting on some weight lately, but she still loves him unconditionally. Realizing Ryan is completely lovesick and beyond help, Ertzebet decides to stop trying to talk some sense into her. She just hopes everything goes well, even though Ryan honestly deserves someone much better than that lazy monster. She tells Ryan to come back and complain if he rejects her, and Ryan happily hugs her magical stone. She is incredibly confident that she will succeed. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, a major meeting is underway regarding the Dungeon Subjugation Alliance. The main topic of discussion is the tragic fate of the legendary expedition team, led by the famous hero Bern Heisen, who originally owned one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue now held by Patrick. While some believe Bern Heisen and his squad are completely dead, others in the Alliance strongly refuse to believe it. They point out that the team was supposedly strong enough to crush the Guardians easily, and no bodies have been found. Without physical proof, they argue it is impossible to be sure, insisting that Lord Bern Heisen would never lose to monsters. But in reality, the ancient court dungeon is far more dangerous than any of them could ever comprehend. It could take just 1 or 2 days, or the adventurers who come to conquer it could be killed in that exact same time frame. It has been 2 days since they last heard from Bern Heisen. Though they hate to admit it, his death is basically a certainty now. With Bern gone, what happens to his legendary sword? It is one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. Communication magic cut out completely once they neared the ancient core. Unless they somehow return from there, retrieving that sword is impossible. Without that return, retrieving the sword is impossible. The entire room falls into a heavy, thoughtful silence. 2 opposing ideas emerge. One side wants to abandon the dungeon to save their remaining forces. The other refuses to give up, especially since Bern fought to his final breath. He pushed so deep into the center that the boss has to be wounded. That is right, he was the great hero Bern after all. The dungeon boss must be injured, and the layout has surely reset as discussed. Shouldn't we strike before it has time to heal? Reforming the raid party to conquer the dungeon right now seems obvious, but this situation is far from simple. This is far from simple. The Dungeon Conquest Alliance just lost one of the Empire's strongest royal heroes, along with that precious sword. Doing nothing means the royal family will turn their wrath on them. Yet sending a second team could lead to another total disaster. Another failure would cost the Alliance leaders their heads. Besides, there is zero proof Bern even managed to scratch that dungeon boss. If that elite squad could not damage the core at all, then what is the point of sending a second group to their deaths? What is the point of sending a second group? Facing total despair, the Alliance leader finally delivers his painful decision. Conquering the ancient core is simply impossible. But just as he speaks, a mocking laugh from a young noble echoes from behind him. A cocky young noble steps forward. I am curious, why do you think that? Personally, I think clearing this dungeon is incredibly easy. The newcomer belongs to the Royal Magic Research Association, which proves that the Crown has officially decided to interfere in this matter. As his retinue enters, the entire room turns tense. It is clear these guys did not come here to be friendly. The young man wastes no time pointing fingers harshly, blaming the Alliance for their sheer stupidity in losing a great hero. Their absolute foolishness cost the life of a great hero and handed the king's most precious masterpiece of virtue to the enemy. But of course, if they execute everyone in this room who is going to cooperate with the Empire's future dungeon conquest squads, So His Majesty has offered a proposal to spare your lives. You just have to go back and conquer that ancient core. It sounds simple, but their strength is nothing compared to Burn Hyson. If he failed, how could they possibly succeed? The young man casually drops a single acronym that leaves the entire room whispering in utter confusion. Nephraim. Wait, is that not that highly unstable failed potion? But the noble scoffs, it is not a failure, it is a massive success. Did Bernheisen and his squad perish because they were weak or because they were careless? Obviously neither. So why did they fail? Nobody has an answer. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the room. It was because Byrne and his squad lacked one vital thing, Nephraim. Keep your eyes wide open and watch how this raid succeeds. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Devourer suddenly sneezes his soul out. He gets this terrible sinking feeling in his gut, like a massive storm is about to crash down on his head. Devourer sneezes a second time, instantly forcing his body to revert from his human guise back into his original monster form. Damn it, did I catch a flu? He honestly just wants to lie down and rest, but the pesky humans could invade again at any moment. This means he has to patrol the entrance. If he slacks off, Patrick will absolutely lose his mind and give him a brutal earful. Even though Devourer is the actual dungeon master here, whenever Patrick throws a temper tantrum, he still gets completely terrified. First, Devourer decides to check on the massive tentacles that the previous raid team managed to beat up. Just as he thought, they are all severely damaged. But even as the master, Devourer cannot directly speed up their healing process. So he wanders over to another chamber. Inside rests the core body, which functions as the heart and brain of those tentacles. Even if they get beaten to a pulp, as long as the core is safe, they can regenerate once they get enough nutrition. Seeing the core in perfect shape let Devourer breathe a sigh of relief. Now, they just need some time to recover. The only remaining issue is entrance number 3. Because the tentacles there are heavily wounded, that area is currently completely unguarded. Devourer plans to quickly report this to Patrick, then grab some much-needed sleep to shake off this flu. He will probably get yelled at again, but Devourer is used to it by now. Suddenly, a sharp dagger flies right past him. It grazes his shoulder before slamming straight into the wall. A harsh voice calls out, "Filthy human, you will not leave here alive." Devourer flares his tail, instantly snapping into a combat stance. But then the owner of that menacing voice speaks up again. "Wait, is that you, my lord? I thought some sneaky human had survived and managed to crawl all the way in here." It turns out to be Ryan of all people. Realizing her mistake, she immediately starts apologizing and bowing in a frantic rush. But what actually catches Devourer's eye is her unusual look. He stares at Ryan in utter confusion. Is she dressed up today? She is absolutely thrilled that he noticed, eagerly asking her, "Lord, how she looks." It looks like a special occasion. Cold sweat pours down Devourer's face because she is always so simple. Usually, she just wears a basic maid outfit. He silently prays. She is not trying to retire before Patrick. Absolutely not. Running this entire dungeon alone would destroy him. But she happily confirms his fears. Ryan twirls a long lock of her hair, looking incredibly shy. Meanwhile, Devourer is getting more stressed by the second. She softly asks for a bit of his time. Inside, Devourer is screaming, "Do anything but quit." Ryan leads her lord to a quiet private spot where a small table is already set up. She serves hot tea. Devourer remains completely oblivious to her romantic feelings, consumed by a single frantic thought. Please just do not quit. Ryan then says this quiet spot was once her own private secret, but now it will be their shared secret. She notes it has been 80 years since he first took her in. Does he remember? Oh man, this is the classic resignation speech setup. The teacup freezes right before his lips. His mind drifts back 80 years to when thousands of ancient dungeons were being brutally raided by humans. Back then, endless crowds were desperately trying to reach the ancient core during that massive conquering craze. That was when Ryan earned her title and began climbing the ranks. He acknowledges her immense hardships. He asks if her right eye is doing any better. She is deeply touched that he still remembers. Ryan says she was incredibly happy to stand by his side and protect her dear lord all this time. Hearing this, Devourer completely freezes. What does she mean by was happy? That sounds exactly like a farewell speech. Is she unhappy now and planning to leave? Devourer frantically starts chanting his silent prayer once more. Just do not quit. But what Ryan actually says next completely shatters all of his wild assumptions. She confesses her love for him. When he reacts in shock, she firmly repeats it. 80 years of waiting. Devourer starts wagging his tail frantically. It is not because he is happy, but out of pure, unadulterated panic. He has never had anyone confess to him, let alone his loyal guardian of 80 years. Talk about a tricky spot. Devourer scratches his head awkwardly, struggling to speak. He gently thanks her for sharing her deep feelings. But they constantly teeter on the dangerous edge of life and death, never knowing when they might fall. Neither of them would want the survivor to live in absolute loneliness. It is a textbook soft rejection. Ryan tightly clutches the fabric of her dress. This painful answer was actually something she fully expected to hear. But 80 years of deeply cherished affection were just too heavy to keep buried in her heart forever. Still, hearing Devourer actually voice his rejection is almost too painful to bear. But today, she is fully determined. She must win her lord's love at all costs. Clenching a pink love stone, she kicks the table aside. Devourer panics as she declares she will not back down anymore. He desperately tells her to calm down. She claims this magical gem will grant her deepest wish if he pours his mana and their love becomes eternal. The stone glows with a beautiful pink light, but the moment Devourer sees it, his face drops completely. Almost instantly, the heavy atmosphere shifts. Devourer slowly reverts to his monstrous, terrifying original form. His pure rage completely suffocates the girl standing before him. Did she actually try to kill him just now? The pink stone slips from her hand, shattering just like her heart. By the time Devourer regains control, Patrick is already laughing directly in his face. The situation had been so chaotic that Devourer lost all reason. He only remembers Ryan snapping first, and that strange pink stone made him think she wanted to attack. His terrifying half-demon transformation completely scared Ryan into dropping the gem. Now she kneels in absolute despair. She stares blankly at the shattered remains of the stone she traded her own weapon to obtain. Patrick arrived just in time. With both of them out of control, he had to step in. He drew his sword and knocked her back to keep her safe from their delirious lord. Devourer roared, asking if Patrick was trying to kill him too. That is where the memory ends. Devourer clutches his head in deep agony. He has zero recollection of why he behaved so insanely back then. What is he supposed to do now? Rejecting her so brutally like that must have felt absolutely awful. Ryan is definitely going to be furious. Devourer guesses he has to go find her and apologize. Patrick asks what he's thinking, asking such an obvious question. There is no denying that Devourer is an incredibly powerful monster, but when it comes to basic communication and manners, he is completely hopeless. Even though he hurt Ryan deeply, the mere thought of showing his face to apologize makes the mighty Devourer completely hesitate. Patrick reminds him that she is vital to this dungeon. And he's not wrong. Every single chore falls on her shoulders. From preparing the boss's meals and managing diets, for all the monsters to cleaning and repairing the entire dungeon, she does it all. She sets up traps, restocks monsters, handles their endless complaints, sells supplies, and even manages the budget. Honestly, losing Ryan would be worse than the dungeon getting completely destroyed. Devourer quietly admits that he knows this already. So go find her before it is too late. Even if you have to beg on your knees or kiss her shoes, bring her back. Devourer has taken countless lives, yet he has never faced a challenge as terrifying as apologizing to a mad woman. But he cannot keep avoiding Ryan forever. Patrick hands him a magical bracelet called Demira, which can help stabilize his mana. Patrick warns him that he does not need the details, just that it is extremely expensive, so he better not break it. Devourer's mana is incredibly wild. Without this control, he could easily fly into another mindless rage like he did earlier. Patrick is not even sure if this bracelet will work on someone as strong as Devourer, but it is certainly better than nothing. Devourer finds it suspicious that Patrick prepared this so perfectly. It is almost like he knew this would happen from the start. When asked where he got it, Patrick claims he just found it on the floor. After some bickering, Patrick gets back to business. Devourer has exactly 5 days for the entire trip because humans will return soon. Without both bosses, defense will be nearly impossible. Patrick warns that he cannot stop all the intruders alone. If humans breach the core, everything they built is completely finished. Patrick can only guarantee safety for 5 days at most, so Devourer needs to make every single second count. Devourer promises to return with Ryan within 5 days and departs. Once he leaves, Patrick lets out a heavy, worried sigh. The situation is far more complicated than he let on. Patrick pulls a crumpled piece of newspaper from inside his skeletal ribs. It displays info on a circular sword called Decapitating Claw, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces currently up for auction. It seems Ryan sold it to buy that pink soul stone containing a demon, which is what caused Devourer to lose control. But they cannot let Devourer find out that Ryan was tricked. Patrick shudders just imagining what Devourer would do if he knew. It would literally be the end of the world. Then Patrick flips the newspaper over and sees an even more shocking headline. The Dungeon Expedition Alliance is highly confident that they will reach the ruined core in just 3 days during this raid. Oh crap, did he not just promise the boss to keep this place safe for at least 5 days? Patrick feels completely doomed. He feels like he was just struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Devourer is lying completely exhausted on the ground after his journey. This is the second time he randomly teleported, but he keeps landing in the absolute middle of nowhere. Time for another try. He focuses on the place where Ryan sold the Mana Stone, Hassan Town. The scenery around him shifts to a new location. A female demon mocks the lowly humans who manage to climb all the way to her castle, preparing to bestow a gift. How about a glorious death, she asks. The human mercenaries find her arrogance hilarious, refusing to show even a shred of fear. They brag about being the kingdom's 32nd ranked subjugation team, elite mercenaries of the fierce tiger god Legion. Soon they boast their names will echo across the continent, but watch how easily their pride gets crushed here. The master of this dark castle is a beautiful female demon. She is the 17th descendant of Demon King Asmodeus named Agria. Facing these arrogant humans who want to dethrone her, Agria has absolutely zero patience left. "You have the honor of knowing my name," she says. "Now go die." The leader of the mercenaries does not back down. Unfazed by her terrifying aura, he grips his massive weapon tightly and decisively charges straight toward his demonic opponent. Agria calmly spins her weapon, creating a magical barrier that blocks every single strike from the charging warrior effortlessly. Another mercenary leaps in to assist his leader, but their desperate struggle only serves to annoy Agria even more. "Foolish humans who do not know their place," she declares. She will reduce them all to mere ash and dust. A massive wave of dark purple mana erupts from Agria, flooding the entire chamber like a raging hellish fire. In the blink of an eye, the flames swallow the mercenaries, leaving only the horrified team captain alive amid agonizing screams. Agria raises her staff once more to cast a new spell, summoning a massive blizzard aimed straight at the leader. But the experienced fighter is surprisingly quick on his feet, managing to narrowly dodge the freezing blast at the last second. Calling her a witch, he rips up a heavy stone floor tile and hurls it directly at her with all his strength. This thing is no magic weapon, meaning it stands zero chance of hurting Agria. Calling them fools, she prepares her next move. She casts an ice bullet spell, firing it directly at the captain. Everyone assumes this is the end of the line, but right then a magical shield blocks her attack. Agria is utterly shocked. Didn't her own mana fire already incinerate their mage? As the captain charges ahead, it turns out the mercenary group's mage is actually still alive, defying all odds. Though to be fair, his condition looks incredibly rough. Agria gets highly annoyed, wanting to put an end to these pests quickly. Clenching her fist, she and the captain charge directly at each other, moving like two arrows shot at high speeds. Their head-on collision triggers a massive shockwave. The entire room begins to crumble, sending debris and shattered stone flying everywhere. Both the captain and the demoness get violently thrown backward, yet they both instantly realize something is incredibly off. The force that knocked them back did not come from each other. Agria immediately senses a third presence entering the fray. The captain is equally confused since his guild never mentioned sending another subjugation team to raid this castle. Agria struggles to her feet, genuinely starting to panic now. If these newcomers are powerful humans, she is in deep trouble. They could easily bypass the Demon King's stronghold. So who exactly just crashed through the ceiling out of nowhere? Through the thick swirling dust, a tall, slender figure slowly emerges, casually asking if anyone knows the way to Haston. Both Agria and the mercenaries stare blankly with the exact same expression on their faces, like what is actually happening. Some total stranger literally falls from the sky, blows them both away, and then asks for directions. Talk about bizarre. Devourer lazily scratches his head, thinking he was being perfectly polite with his request. Soon his eyes lock onto Agria. He thinks she can bring as many allies as she wants since they still cannot defeat him. Pretty girl, but way too hot-headed. He realizes the demoness in front of him is actually a demon king, though she feels completely different from others he met. Devourer sighs deeply, wondering if this is just a generation gap. Is he really starting to show his age? While lost in his thoughts, angry shouting breaks his focus. Agria screams that he will pay for ruining her home. She threatens to make him suffer, but first she wants to let him taste the wrath of these annoying pests. Just then, mercenary reinforcements arrive, fully buffed and highly motivated. The captain immediately orders an all-out attack. A bloodthirsty Agria eagerly leaps forward to clash with them. In an instant, both sides are tearing into each other again. Meanwhile, Devourer stands off to the side like an invisible ghost, completely ignored by everyone on the battlefield. He desperately tries to call out for them to wait, but absolutely nobody cares. Not a single soul pays attention. The mercenaries yell that her magic cannot scratch them, while Agria mocks them for talking big just because they got backup. They charge forward, shouting battle cries, completely focused on the fight. Yet Devourer still refuses to give up his hope. He politely asks if anyone can show him the way to Haston, but he is met with dead silence. Sitting amidst falling rubble, Devourer grows annoyed. He needs to find Rain quickly, otherwise Patrick is going to kill him. The issue is he has zero sense of direction. Even after multiple teleports, he still cannot find the town. And these fighting idiots certainly are not going to help him. Sighing, he stands up to leave when a mercenary barks at him. The guy rudely orders Devourer to stop standing around and get over there to help them fight. Already highly irritated, Devourer completely snaps, telling them to shut up. A terrifying, monstrous presence begins to wrap around him. He unleashes a massive wave of mana. The sheer pressure is absolutely suffocating, wrapping the entire room in deep darkness. It feels as if a living shadow is swallowing the mercenaries whole. Chaos erupts in an instant. Terrified screams echo through the dust, which is the only thing Agria can recall from those brief chaotic moments. Once the dust settles, dozens of mercenaries are completely gone, swallowed whole. Devourer even lets out a loud burp. Agria's eyes sparkle with absolute awe. Realizing he might actually be stronger than her, she immediately tries to act friendly. She claims she is incredibly interested in him and wants to know everything, firing off questions before he can even speak. She asks for his name, what that massive black shadow was, where he hid it, and his secret to obtaining power. Devourer can only stare back at her with sheer disgust, realizing the generation gap is as wide as ever. He absolutely detests dealing with noisy children, especially this pink-haired creature with butterfly wings standing right in front of him. Recognizing her own rudeness, Agria quickly calms herself down, clears her throat, and apologizes for her sudden outburst. Offering a dramatic apology, Agria strikes a highly theatrical pose to properly introduce her true identity to him. She proudly declares herself as the famous, beautiful, and great demon king, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus Melin. Agria's flashy appearance only makes Devourer dislike her more, but politeness dictates he should at least introduce himself. He reluctantly prepares to share his name, but quickly realizes doing so is actually a terrible idea. If his true identity gets out news that the ancient core master escaped, the dungeon will spread like wildfire. Patrick would never allow that. Fearing his boss might literally chew his head off, Devourer decides on a fake name. He tells her he is Devourer, imagining a cheerful young guy with a bright sunny smile, supposedly 32 and single. But honestly, the more he repeats that name, the more incredibly cringy it sounds. Still, with a totally blank mind, he can't think of anything better. Agria asks if she can call him Mr. Devourer. He tells her to do whatever she wants. She happily agrees, thanking her savior Mr. Devourer for rescuing her, even though, as she claims, his help was technically unneeded. This kid is polite but seriously dramatic, and she talks way too much. Devourer impatiently waves his hand, telling her to quiet down, but she keeps babbling. She admits with a bit of embarrassment that without his help, she might have actually lost to that enemy wave. So he saved her, but at the same time, she insists she did not absolutely need saving. Note her lengthy speech has been cut by 1,000 words. Devourer is getting dizzy just listening. Finally, she gets to the main point. To repay him for his help, she wants to return the favor. She asks if there is anything he needs. Yes. Devourer answers instantly, like a drowning man grabbing a rope. He eagerly asks if she knows the way to Hasten Town. Her bright reaction makes his hopes soar. If she can guide him, then Ryan can finally return home. But reality is rarely that kind. Agria immediately pours cold water on his dreams by asking what a Hasten even is. Devoreur's smile instantly vanishes. This kid has absolutely no clue, meaning his wasted time here got him 0 results. All that wasted effort for absolutely nothing. Devourer silently stares at her seriously, considering if he should just eat her. Deciding to spare the little demon child, he sighs and asks for the nearest human settlement instead. Luckily, Agria actually knows the answer to this one, telling him that Liege City is the closest place. Hearing this makes Devourer dizzy. Has he seriously teleported all the way near the royal capital? Even worse, traveling by a standard human horse carriage all the way from Haston to Liege would take about 2 months. Agria asks what is wrong. Too far, Devourer groans, completely collapsing in absolute defeat. Since he wants to go somewhere far, she suggests using a teleportation wheel. He asks what that is. Delighted to finally know something her savior does not, Agria happily explains this new concept. She explains that the teleportation wheel is a human invention created using a mix of magic and alchemy. This powerful device can instantly transport people across vast distances, and apparently one is in Liege. Agria kindly offers to guide him there. Even if Devourer is not sure, Ryan went to the capital, finding clues helps. Knowing he is searching for a silver-haired girl, Agria promises to assist him with everything she has. Wait, is she not a demon lord? What about her own palace and territory? She gives a mischievous grin, telling him not to worry because she was born to rule this world. The palace does not matter. Wherever she goes, that place becomes the demon realm. All surrounding beasts are her soldiers. Devourer realizes she can summon demons at will, a pretty terrifying power. She boasts that she can summon them anytime, though she admits she has never actually tried. Classic kid behavior, totally unreliable. Seeing his judgmental stare, she quickly yells in her defense. Since her father could do it, she definitely can too. Besides, Devourer completely wrecked her palace anyway. With her home destroyed, tagging along on his journey is actually her only real option left. Enough chit-chat. She shifts focus back to the main goal, helping Devourer find information on Ryan. Still, he gets a bad feeling that traveling with her will only lead to sheer chaos. The very first place she takes him is a tavern. Staring at his overflowing mug, his fears are confirmed. This kid is definitely the ultimate source of trouble. He asks why they are wasting time here. Agria responds by chugging her beer in one massive gulp, letting out a loud, satisfied sigh. Having a drink after so long feels absolutely amazing, she remarks, enjoying every single drop. Information. The tavern is actually the absolute best place to find useful rumors. Seeing Devourer look at her with doubt, in his eyes, Agria quickly tries to explain herself. Just look around and listen, because every story is valuable. Information that you cannot find anywhere else. Devourer looks around, but all he sees are drunkards. Agria, however, notices something completely different. It is a bulletin board packed with various notices. Devourer steps closer to take a look, and the first thing that catches his eye is a list of active raid groups. This register prevents multiple teams from entering the same dungeon at the exact same time, which would mess up how they split the loot. But regarding this rule, Agria utterly despises humans. She knows larger numbers guarantee success, but humans, driven by their sheer greed, keep choosing to go in small groups like moths rushing into a fire. She shrugs. Whatever, this works out for us. Anyway. Wait, us. Why us? Agria's sharp mind instantly catches the tiny accidental slip of the tongue inside Devor's words. Are you a dungeon demon too? Devourer breaks into a nervous sweat. Darn it, how did this little girl suddenly get so incredibly smart? Agria keeps drilling him with questions, but since Devourer does not want anyone knowing too much about him, he just makes up a quick excuse. Seeing him refuse to talk, she lets it go, without pushing. Devor's eyes quickly scan the bulletin board again, suddenly landing on a notice displaying the name of his dungeon. Fortunately, right now, the active raid list for his dungeon is completely empty, meaning they still have time to search for Rhine. What are you looking at? Let me see, she begs. Devourer hands over the paper, and she lets out a loud gasp, clearly fascinated by the ancient core. Do you know about this dungeon? Devourer asks, casually, never expecting that his question would turn on a non-stop chatterbox. Agria immediately starts rambling about the ancient core, saying it is one of the 7 legendary dungeons, the dream of all demons. Its ruler is basically the master of creation, a divine guardian who punishes those blinded by greed, and the supreme ruler of every single demon in existence. As she speaks, her eyes sparkle like brilliant stars, completely unaware that the legendary demon she worships is walking right beside her. You know, my absolute dream dungeon is that ancient core. I want to become strong enough to meet Master Devourer one day. Devourer really wants to tell her she is talking to that very guy, but that is totally impossible right now. He simply nods along, offering a few casual responses to humor her. Next, Agria starts bragging about her father, claiming he was incredibly powerful, a true demon king who earned his throne. Sadly, humanity had someone even stronger than Asmodeus who ended the great demon king's life. It was some young famous human hero named Bernheisen something or other. So that hero defeated her father. Devourer thinks, really hoping he never runs into him. He patiently nods along. Agria would probably lose her mind if she knew the man sitting right here swallowed that hero in a single, lazy yawn. As Agria continues, she grows unusually quiet. She does not want to spend her whole life managing a dungeon like her father did. Her real dream is to let demon citizens build their very own dungeons, and that ambition drives her to get stronger. Pretty cool, right? She asks, and for once, Devourer does not find her annoying. Youth really is great, filled with endless dreams. It actually makes him look back on his own younger days, when he was full of raw energy and belief. Devourer once led a massive invincible army that conquered the entire continent. He tried to master all knowledge, studied harder than anyone else, and even helped the unfortunate out of pure sympathy. He gave them everything again and again, only to realize in the end that it was all completely useless. Now Lord Devourer has only one goal left: to sleep all day long. Honestly, that sounds like an absolute dream. After preaching for so long, the alcohol finally hits Agria, causing her to faceplant onto the table. A split second later, she is snoring like a chainsaw. Left with no choice, Devourer rents a room and carries her upstairs. But because of his sudden departure, he completely misses someone updating the bulletin board with a brand new raid quest. It was supposed to be posted yesterday, but the tavern owner forgot. Unfortunately, the content of this new notice is the absolute last thing Devourer wants to see. The raid on the ancient core has been claimed by the Fior Duel group, featuring 31 members led by Nephrim with a 72-hour limit. The next morning, Agria wakes up dizzy with a pounding headache. Devourer is also yawning sleepily. But the very moment he looks at Agria, he gets startled so badly that he falls flat on his back. Master Devourer, why are you so surprised? She asks. Does she look like a kid? Now I am not a kid, she snaps. Annoyed and embarrassed, she starts hitting Devourer with tiny fists. He is too shocked to fight back. How did one night turn her into this? She shrunk into a tiny kid like this. Yet she kicks punches and pulls ears, insisting she did not shrink at all. The mature look Devourer saw yesterday was actually just a magic illusion. That way humans would not look down on Agria. Her current childlike state is her true form. She explains it is transformation magic, allowing her to temporarily assume her future appearance. In other words, once she grows up, she will be just as breathtakingly beautiful as yesterday. Agria throws her head back and laughs proudly. Devourer is left completely speechless. This girl is clearly narcissistic and highly dramatic. He sits flat on the ground to match Agria's eye level, seriously observing the little kid. She demands to know if Lord Devourer understands that she is not a child. He replies with a very half-hearted yes, but that does not matter right now. Devourer sighs, explaining they urgently need to get her some new clothes. Right now, Agria is practically drowning in her massive adult outfits. Meanwhile, over at the Hassan territory, the subjugation army, sent to conquer the ancient core, has finally arrived from League. They arrogantly demand that the Count open the gates immediately. This leaves Lord Isaac, the Count of Haston, absolutely furious and insulted. Normally, entering any Class B dungeon or higher requires the direct permission of the regional lord. Yet this, before even demanding the lord personally welcome them. This was a direct insult to his authority, but most of them belonged to the Three Eyes. This association was tied directly to the royals, and this expedition was sent on imperial orders, meaning no matter how furious Isaac got his hands were tied, he asked if she thought this expedition could actually reach the ancient core's center. Hearing this, the maid beside him simply remained silent and shook her head. Her quiet doubt mirrored exactly what Isaac was feeling. This expedition team had only 31 people, led by Nephraim, a completely unknown name. Isaac couldn't fathom what the Three Eyes or the royals were planning, but he worried that a half-hearted attempt to conquer the ancient core would only plunge Haston into a terrible crisis. He began wondering if he should request a much stronger, more capable force, and his maid immediately suggested the Twin Wings Magic Tower. This was the exact branch where Ryan had previously gone to sell those high-grade mana stones. Of course, an outsider like Isaac had no way of knowing that secret connection. He only knew that the tower had recently somehow acquired an absolutely massive supply of high-grade mana stones from an entirely unknown source. Isaac figured they were stockpiling resources to lay the groundwork for a major dungeon raid. After all, Twin Wings was a prestigious A-rank magic tower, and with so many high-quality mana stones, conquering that ancient core was completely within their reach. Upon thinking of this, Isaac quickly made his decision to send a formal commission to the Twin Wings Magic Tower, promising them that he would grant them massive amounts of wealth and fame, begging them to conquer the ancient core before those Three Eyes members could even set foot inside. But plans are easier made than kept. Right then, his office door was violently kicked open. A harsh voice demanded if he was Lord Isaac. When the startled lord asked who was there, the intruder introduced himself as Nephraim, explaining he had taken the liberty of entering since the gates remained closed. Without a shred of respect, Nephraim sat right down on a nearby sofa. When the lord demanded to know why they barged in without permission, Nephraim's expression instantly darkened into a terrifying scowl. He coldly asked if the lord had not already received the imperial decree, asking what could possibly prevent them from stepping foot here. Just then, a blue-haired companion chimed in, telling Nephraim to smile and relax since they were only visiting guests. The newcomer casually asked for some sweet chocolate, acting somewhat polite on the surface, but actually treating the lord like a personal servant. Although Isaac was absolutely boiling with rage, these men were directly dispatched by the royal family, making them completely untouchable. Isaac swallowed his anger, ordered the maid to prepare the food as requested, and sat down directly across from the two. He noted that the papers only arrived a day ago, praising their impressive speed and asking when they would depart since they originally planned to leave today. However, due to an emergency, they had to push it to tomorrow, asking if that was all right. Isaac wanted to buy some time to send a request. He intended to reach the Winged Magic Tower, so he tried to bargain with Nephraim and the subjugation team, urging them to stay for a while. He suggested staying until they felt completely ready, but Nephraim flatly refused, saying that if the lord did not care, it was perfectly fine. They would simply drop by the Winged Magic Tower for a moment and then make their departure immediately. The lord asked if he had acquaintances there, but Nephraim calmly replied that he was only going there to slaughter every last one of them. Nephraim's savage expression sent shivers straight down Isaac's spine once again, leaving him utterly baffled by such cold, ruthless thoughts. Sensing the lord's deep confusion, Nephraim quickly explained that Haston was a place where security was incredibly lax. In a town like this, using magic to eavesdrop was child's play. Because of that, their entire plan to involve the Winged Magic Tower to obstruct the Three Eyes subjugation team had been completely overheard by Nephraim and his crew from the very beginning. I received royal orders to conquer this border region, he sneers. Did you think we would just meekly back down? We will. We'll eliminate anyone who causes trouble. I apologize, Lord. Isaac stammers. I won't ask for another conquest team. Leave whenever you want. Under the intense pressure from Nephraim, Lord Isaac has no choice but to back down. This bastard is clearly a human, yet his threatening aura is no less terrifying than a demon's. Meanwhile, Patrick is in the dungeon working out with clay mannequins. With the razor-sharp intuition of a skeleton soldier, he can easily tell that the enemy's arrival is drawing very close. Meanwhile, following Agria's helpful guidance, Devourer finally manages to make his way all the way to the city gate. He tells the gate guard that he wants to use the teleportation gate, but the man replies with bad news. That gate is still very far away, located in the citadel right of the royal palace. To get there, Devourer must pass through 3 more defensive walls. How long will that take? Devourer asks, feeling that something is already going very wrong here. If you are walking, it will take at least a week, the guard replies. A whole week, Devourer almost shrieks, startling the guard. This is a disaster. At this rate, not only will he fail to find Ryan, but Patrick will probably end up abandoning their home entirely. Falling into a deep abyss of despair, Devourer listens as Agria suggests they use her flight spell. But that is highly unrealistic. Gathering enough mana to cast such magic would immediately alert all the humans nearby. Besides, Devourer's personal mana reserves are far too massive. Letting it loose uncontrollably would cause an absolute disaster. As Devourer and Agria scratch their heads in complete frustration, a savior suddenly appears asking if they are having trouble. Sorry for eavesdropping, but it seems you two want to reach the teleportation gate, right? Yes, Devourer confirms. But who are you, they ask. I am the flying carriage driver, the old man smiles, pointing to a vehicle pulled by a bizarre creature. It is a bizarre creature with wings. He introduces it as a failed fourth-generation homunculus, born from an imperial project. The Empire wanted to craft artificial angels. Though it looks quite grotesque, this beast is incredibly strong and obedient. Most importantly, it flies. Sadly, it was discarded because it failed its original mission of destroying holy churches. Has humanity actually stopped these twisted homunculus experiments? Agria inquires. Not a chance, the old man sighs. This greedy empire will never abandon that kind of dark power. But honestly, none of that matters right now. Agria inspects the carriage, finding it quite sturdy. The driver adds that if they choose to ride with him, it will only take 3 hours to reach the teleportation gate. With 1 hour for customs, the total trip is 4 hours. The price is 8 gold coins. Devourer's jaw completely drops in shock knowing that 8 gold equals 800 silver coins. Just yesterday, their entire tavern stay cost only 8 silver. This is total robbery. Sorry, sir, we do not have that much money. Agria stammers. Did you think I had that kind of cash? Devourer sighs, scratching his head in frustration. Suddenly, his hand brushes a pouch. Inside is a note from Patrick addressed to his clumsy boss, saying he will eventually be grateful. Along with the note are several gold coins. Thanks to Patrick's hidden treasure, their journey can finally begin. Sailing through the sky, Agria wonders who on earth gave Devourer so much money. It is my secret dungeon subordinate, he replies. Ah, right, you are a dungeon master. Then why are you wandering out here? I got kicked out, all right, Devourer snaps. He makes up a quick excuse to satisfy her curiosity. Agria then asks if his subordinates also got kicked out. Yes, they did. Devourer snaps, deeply annoyed by her endless questions. Agria sighs, admitting that she is incredibly jealous of him. Even in exile, he has subordinates who care for his every need. She wishes she had a companion like that too. To live a life where people care for you and you protect them in return. Nothing is more rewarding than that. Her sudden serious tone leaves Devourer deep in his own thoughts. A few hours later, they finally arrive at the gate. But as luck would have it, disaster strikes again. The warp gate is temporarily shut down to ensure safety. It will not reopen until 8 o'clock tonight. The receptionist suggests they check out the ongoing auction in the meantime. The staff hands Devourer a flyer detailing the event. And folks, this piece of paper contains something that completely breaks him. The legendary decapitation claw, one of the 36 lost masterpieces of virtue, was recently recovered and is up for sale. Devourer is completely frozen. That is Ryan's signature weapon. There is absolutely no mistaking it anywhere in this world. Why on earth is a unique artifact like this in human hands? Could Ryan have met a terrible end? It makes zero sense. Ryan is incredibly powerful. Even the other 7 dungeon lords tread lightly around her. She did not earn the title of the Sword Maid for nothing. How could mere humans ever overpower her? How could they take her life and steal her weapon? Devourer's mind races back to the last time they met. Back then, Ryan's outfit didn't seem to have any place left to hide her weapons. So when facing off against humans, was she really going to be okay? Unlike Patrick, who could handle himself even without a sword, Ryan was different. With a blade, Patrick was just on another level. But Ryan relied heavily on her gear. If a sword-wielding maid lost her weapon, what else would she have left? The thought kept swirling. Devourer's mind grew more tangled and Agria started panicking too. Her companion, Devourer, looked absolutely terrible right now. His fists clenched tight. His body began to warp as his mana fluctuated wildly, slowly spiraling out of control. Was it true then? Had Ryan, his loyal subordinate, actually been slaughtered by those lowly inferior humans? Devourer's terrifying transformation completely shocked the receptionist. The poor desk clerk tumbled backward in sheer terror. He couldn't hide his fright, screaming out, "Stay back, you monster." But Devourer paid him no mind. The tiny shred of sanity left in him wasn't enough to control his wild, raging mana. A single dark thought dominated his mind: if ordinary humans had indeed murdered Ryan, then taking everyone out was only fair. Slaughtering every single bastard in this place would be completely justified. Lord Devourer, Agria shrieked at the top of her lungs. She grabbed Devourer's arm with her tiny hands, pleading for him to calm down, snap out of it, and explain what was happening. Devourer slowly turned around, giving her a cold, unfriendly glare. "I will only say this once," he muttered flatly. The decapitator claws, one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. That item is absolutely one of a kind in this world, correct? From what I know, yes, she replied, but why ask out of nowhere? He answered that he had been searching for it. It belonged to a friend of mine and I must reclaim it. Our journey together ends here, so thank you for everything. He brushed her hand off his arm. His last bit of sanity kept him from hurting the girl, but he was done. Now that he knew the way to hasten, Devourer gave her one final sincere warning: stay as far away from him as possible. But Agria was not the type to just listen and walk away. Lord Devourer, is that friend you mentioned actually Rhine? The silver-haired demoness, the warrior who wields the decapitator claws, the famous sword maid. Is it Lady Rhine? He never expected the kid to connect the dots so fast, but he still did not want her meddling any further. His glaring eyes and terrifying voice no longer had any effect on her. Agria had finally figured out his real identity. After all, Rhine's reputation was massive. Since he admitted she was his friend, piecing together that he was the ancient core master was easy. She looked him in the eyes, waiting for confirmation. He finally let out a sigh and came clean about who he was. Fine, I am indeed Devourer, he admitted. But his words did not even register with Agria. She was lost in her own thoughts. You must be a subordinate of the great ancient core master Devourer, right? Lord Devourer, tell me. He was utterly speechless. Was this girl born clueless, or did she practice being this dense? Devourer sighed deeply, giving up on explaining any further. I do not know what dangerous plans you have, but I am going to help and you cannot refuse. Do not worry anymore. Devourer realized that despite being a bit dramatic and eccentric, she was actually quite reliable. Honestly, she was growing on him. The next day, at the auction house, Agria looked completely different. She had dressed up meticulously to look like a high society lady. Her elegant makeup and fancy gown made her look the part. Together, Agria and Devourer slipped toward the auction's back entrance. The area was completely deserted save for a single guard. Almost all of the high-class guests had entered through the main doors. Can we enter the auction from here? She asked politely. The guard nodded, ushering them in, but stopped them for a moment. I need to register your identities first, he said. Who might you be? I am Agria of the Mel's family, and this is my servant. The guard searched his guest list but found nothing. Of course her name was not there, but Agria remained completely calm. She casually turned, asking Devourer if he brought their invitation. While the guard stared in confusion, knowing no physical letters were sent, Devourer delivered a devastating punch right to his face. Here is your invitation straight to the afterlife, he muttered. Talk about brutal. Having dealt with the guard, Devourer turned back to Agria, frowning. Seeing her look so mature felt completely wrong to him. He had gotten used to her childish face, so this glammed-up adult look just did not suit her at all. You were just a kid. Stop dressing like this, he grumbled. For the last time, I am not a kid, she snapped back. Whatever, let's go, he replied. Meanwhile, the very maid Devourer had been desperately searching for was currently locked inside a dark dungeon. Hidden deep inside Jay Castle, she lay on a cold bed, tears streaming down her face. She could never return home. Her path back to the ancient core was blocked forever. Memories of 80 years ago flashed vividly before her eyes. It was the tragic day the human army burned the Grabia forest. This sacred land had been protected by an earth spirit named Grapinia. Known as the Earth Witch, she had let the ancient core dungeon use her forest as a natural defensive barrier. To win the spirit's favor, Devourer had unleashed a brutal slaughter upon those who set fire to the trees. He met Rhine, captured by humans and locked away in a dark cell. Though her captivity had nothing to do with the forest fires, he found himself drawn to her. The tiny creature locked in that pitch-black room fascinated him. Rhine looked so small and pitiful back then. Given Devourer's ruthless nature, he should have ended her. He needed to erase all witnesses of the massacre. Yet for some strange reason that afternoon, Devourer chose to do something entirely different. He shattered the dungeon walls with his bare hands. He told her she was free to go, but made it clear he would not guide her out. She had to choose between rot in that cell or fight to survive. Then he mentioned a name, Rhine. Rapinia was searching for a highly skilled maid by that name. Since Rhine was the only survivor left in the area, Devourer assumed she was the one. He simply took her for that maid. After busting the cell door open, he turned and left his brief burst of curious mercy already exhausted. Left alone in the smoking rubble, Rhine just sat there in a daze. Rhine was no ordinary maid serving the head of the house. It was a prestigious title reserved for the most elite servant. The legendary maid Devourer wanted was actually a high-ranking chief, but this tiny fragile girl had never held such a title. To her captors, she was just an object, and objects do not get names. Yet that single act of random mercy planted a seed in Rhine's heart. Over time, those quiet roots began to grow deep. Back in the present, Rhine hides away in the shadows of the castle, utterly lost. Ertzebet wants to comfort her, but it is useless. Rhine flatly refuses to return to the Abyss Core. Ertzebet has no desire to force her, but she knows the harsh truth. Devourer and Patrick are hunting for Rhine everywhere. If they discover humans tricked her into this pathetic state, blood will run in rivers. A brutal massacre is inevitable. Ertzebet warns her that if she plans on hiding like a ghost, she needs to erase her track completely. It does not have to be a flawless cover-up. Even a clumsy trail is fine because Patrick will understand what she wants and handle it. Sibit also mentions that the Nephrium Expeditionary Force is marching this way. The Ancient Corps will be incredibly busy dealing with them for days. Hearing those words, Rhine instinctively clenches her hand into a tight fist. She looks at Lady Sibet, her voice quiet but determined. She wants to travel somewhere far away to clear her head. Sibet hesitates to let her go, noticing that Rhine's right eye looks cloudy. Letting her wander alone in that condition feels far too dangerous. But Rhine insists she is perfectly fine, asking only for her sword back. She just needs her blade before she departs. Meanwhile, inside the busy auction house, Devourer is busy beating information out of a guard. He demands to know who supplied the decapitation claw. The terrified guard reveals it came straight from the winged magic tower in Hastin town. Having secured the location, Devourer lets the guard go and departs with Agria. The guard collapses, cursing his absolute rotten luck. That monster almost tore him apart for just doing his job. He spits on the ground quietly, wishing eternal hell on Devourer. He thinks the beast is long gone, but his whispers are a grave mistake. In a flash, Devourer looms right behind him like death itself. Devourer whispers that the guard is indeed innocent. His only true crime was being unlucky enough to irritate a monster. Devourer's body starts to warp, heavy waves of dark mana choking the air. The guard finally realizes what he is dealing with, a demon, but realization comes far too late. Devourer has always despised humans and their hypocrisy. They paint their gruesome slaughter with noble words. Calling it an expedition or a heroic conquest, they march into dungeons butchering innocent lives without a single shred of remorse. Did those creatures deserve death? No. And neither does this guard. But humans are the enemy, and that is reason enough. What happens next to the screaming guard does not need to be described. He paid the ultimate price for his loose tongue. Meanwhile, the bidding inside the main hall has already reached 35 billion gold rapidly, climbing to 70 billion within mere seconds. Managing the security are Gin and Gazo, the elite commanders of the Black Lake Corps. Seeing how smoothly everything is running, they relax. The two even discuss grabbing a quick bite once the event wraps up. But their peaceful evening is about to be shattered. Just as the auctioneer steps up to introduce the final item and conclude the night, dark tentacles erupt from the shadows behind him. They wrap tightly around his throat, cutting off his speech mid-sentence. A chilling voice echoes through the hall. Who said that? The mysterious voice declares that he will be the one ending the show. Both Gin and Gazo freeze, completely caught off guard. Up on the stage, Devourer reveals himself in a monstrous, terrifying half-demon form. He asks if everyone is here for the claw. Gin is celebrated as one of the Empire's 3 great heroes alongside Lady Sibet and another warrior. But after their first major raid, the heroic Burn fell in battle. Public backlash was intense because people believed the expedition was driven solely by selfish private greed. That heavy criticism put immense pressure on the surviving heroes. Yet, despite the public anger, Gin remained dedicated to protecting her people. So when she witnesses Devourer brutally murdering the defenseless auctioneer on stage, her instincts flare and she prepares to attack. She wants to engage him immediately, but her deputy Gazad is far more clear-headed. She grabs Gin, holding her back from danger. Gin might be too furious to assess the situation properly, but Gazo sees the truth. The threat standing before them is no joke. What stands on that stage goes far beyond a simple threat. It is pure, absolute destruction waiting to unleash hell on them all. Certain death. That is what awaits Gin if she charges now. Devourer steps closer, claw raised. He hates to admit it. No mistake. The item radiates far too much of its true master's aura. It is no fake. Devourer is absolutely certain now. Rhine was attacked. Stripped of his weapon, he murmurs a mock apology, claiming the blade already has a rightful owner. He plans to return it. He speaks with mock politeness, but there is not a single drop of sincerity in his voice. Pure bloodlust. The auction guests feel the heavy, suffocating pressure instantly. Panic begins to tear through the crowd. They scream. Terrified guests beg the guards to stop Devourer. He only growls back, promising to tear them all apart. He vows to bury their corpses right here, along with the blade. This is no idle threat. Devourer is entirely dead serious. A total slaughter to avenge Rhine. But a sudden shout cuts him off. Did he really think she would let him do that? Gin leaps out, charging straight at Devourer with blinding speed. She closes the distance. He tracks her movements calmly, evaluating her. She is incredibly fast, smooth movements, and high-quality combat gear. But unfortunately, her raw talent is severely lacking. Devourer stands completely still, yet Gin cannot even land her strike accurately enough to deal any real damage. In terms of weapons, she only has those heavy metal gauntlets. A dark, brutal thought flashes through Devourer's mind. Rip her arms off, crush them to dust. He smiles, though he actually respects her power just a little. Honestly, she is actually quite capable. Compared to other top-tier heroes, she does not seem lacking at all. Gin unleashes her ultimate move. A devastating, crushing punch. Devourer simply holds up a bare hand to block her strike. Direct impact. The moment her gauntlet collides with his palm, he is blasted backward. Debris and shattered stone explode everywhere. Gin waits anxiously, but the smoke clears and Devourer is still standing completely unharmed. He chuckles softly. So you are not an ordinary human. Hearing his quiet voice, a cold shiver runs down Gin's spine. That crushing punch was her absolute trump card. It once erased an entire dungeon boss without leaving a trace. Even the legendary Apocalypse clone designed to survive any 3 massive hits was completely obliterated by this single technique. Yet Devourer stands there perfectly fine. Gin stares in absolute horror at his twisted demonic expression. Look at him. Extra eyes grow from his cheeks. Heavy dark energy swirls around him. He looks nothing like a human. She suspected it before, but now she knows the terrifying truth. Devourer is far worse than any ordinary monster. What kind of insane entity is he? Gin stands completely frozen, tracking his every move with absolute paralyzing dread. Devourer stands. Grinding his teeth, the extra eyes on the left side of his face begin to glow fiercely. A savage grin spreads across his face. Overwhelming dark energy floods the room as he mutters that it is a pity. Gin stands paralyzed. She knows the danger, but the sheer weight of his oppressive aura locks her in place. She has no way to escape this pressure. Suddenly, Gazot rushes forward in a panic, desperately trying to intervene. Despair fills his eyes. He screams at her to stay back. Suddenly, total silence falls over the room. Agria's voice asking if he is okay pulls Devourer back to reality. The young girl was deeply worried. She feared the worst. Honestly, after surviving Gin's massive strike, even Devourer is surprised to be in one piece. That blast was simply too powerful. Her terrifying technique did not seem like anything a normal human could unleash. A direct blow to his core. It actually possessed enough raw force to make him reveal his true form. The absolute worst-case scenario. Just imagining Patrick's furious reaction to his cover being blown gives him a massive headache. Fortunately, it did not happen. Earlier, Devourer was so focused on killing Gin that he ignored everything else. He completely ignored Gazot. She had been busy evacuating all of the terrified guests from the collapsing auction hall. At the very last second, Gazot cast multiple protective barriers to shield Gin from Devourer's impending lethal strike. Devourer will not forget their faces. Chuckling mockingly, he whispers to himself that they are actually quite interesting. Gazot uses a quick teleportation spell to warp them outside. They land heavily in the middle of a busy street. Passers-by quickly recognize Gin. Crowding around and seeing her severe bloody injuries, they urgently call out for a healer. With the crowd's help, Gin painfully struggles to sit up. She has never felt this deeply humiliated in her life. A proud hero of the Empire. Getting totally crushed by an unknown monster in a single blow is a massive shock. If she only knew her opponent was the master of the Hell Core, she probably would not feel so bad. But she has no clue. She assumes he is just a nobody. As her head throbs with blinding pain, she worries. She desperately wonders if the innocent guests inside the auction hall are safe. And what became of Gazot? Gin frantically called out for Gazot as she scanned her surroundings. Gazot teased her, asking how she could hear such a quiet whisper. Gin thanked the heavens that Gazot was still alive and standing right before her. Without Gazot, Gin might have met her end today. However, Gin quickly noticed that something was terribly wrong, especially when she caught sight of her comrade's right arm. It was completely severed, wrapped in a hasty bandage that was still failing to stop the heavy flow of blood. Gazot assured her it was not life-threatening, but Gin could only hug her beloved comrade and burst into heavy tears. At that devastating moment, she felt like the Empire's most pathetic hero, completely failing to stop the beast while leaving her comrade permanently disabled. Gin sobbed uncontrollably, repeatedly choking out apologies to Gazot as the overwhelming guilt completely washed over her. But Gazot remained remarkably strong, calling out to her commander by her full name, Gin Historia, in a firm tone. She urged her to pull herself together, reminding her that an Empire's hero should not be crying like this. Gazot then softened her voice, gently comforting Gin like a sad child, while using her one remaining hand to wipe away the tears. Gin might have been completely oblivious to the truth, but Gazot knew exactly what monstrous entity they had just faced. It was Devourer, the lord of the ancient core dungeon. Gin gasped, asking if she was joking because such a beast could not be here. To her ears, it sounded like the absolute most ridiculous and unfunny joke in the entire world, a flat-out impossibility. Gazot insisted that despite not knowing why, she was absolutely certain that the Black Plague was indeed the terrifying Devourer. Her absolute certainty came from noticing a very specific mark left on the monster's leg during their brutal clash. It was the mark of the legendary hero Burn Hyson, and it looked barely a month old, fresh, and unmistakable. Since only Devourer could survive Burn Hyson, this situation was far worse than they imagined. If things continued down this path, the Empire would fall. Gin wondered if that meant they had an even greater duty to stop him. Since this was human territory, they held the home advantage, but Gazot firmly disagreed with that optimistic view. She explained that Devourer possessed a level of godlike power that went far beyond human comprehension, completely out of reach for them. It was not something Gin or Gazo could handle even if they pooled their strength together. Their previous clash proved they stood no chance, leaving them with only one viable option. They needed to return to the Demon Subjugation Alliance for urgent reinforcements and report the threat directly to the royal family. Gazo decided to act alone, explaining that her current state made it impossible to teleport both of them. She urged Gin to stay hidden quickly, using her remaining healing magic to soothe her commander's physical injuries. Though it could not heal her completely, she made sure to remind Gin to stay put before she dissolved into thin air. Meanwhile, Devourer was deeply torn between letting the two escapees go or heading straight toward Hin. His alternative was to hunt them down and eliminate all traces of his identity to prevent exposure. His pacing left Agria thoroughly confused, but after careful consideration, he finally reached his decision. He was safe, his primary weapon was retrieved, and wasting more precious time made absolutely no sense. The main goal of this dangerous journey remained finding Rhine regardless of whatever state she might be in. Even if Rhine had already been brutally killed, he was absolutely determined to retrieve her body, calmly telling Agria to prepare for their departure. Noticing her nervous demeanor, he asked if she was okay as she quietly brought up his Devourer persona. She confessed that his true power far exceeded what she had witnessed back at the Demon Lord's castle. You claim to be a friend of Lady Rhine, yet you seem far more powerful than her. Who exactly are you? There is indeed no cure for stupidity. Even Gazo figured out Devourer's identity. Yet Agria, who clings to him daily, remains completely in the dark. Talk about clueless. Devourer gives Agria a quick flick on the forehead because this brat is honestly such a handful. He promises her the whole truth later. But first, let's get to work and unleash the power of a demon king. Agria nods and transforms. She returns to her original majestic form, complete with butterfly wings and sharp demon horns. A glowing scepter materializes in her hand. She raises it high. A brilliant column of purple light surges into the sky, triggering a colossal explosion. The massive shockwave ripples across the entire city, filling the sky with smoke and leaving the citizens in a state of utter panic. The commotion immediately catches Gin's attention. An attack right in the heart of the capital. Do those monsters even care about civilian lives? Gin stumbles to her feet. She desperately wants to do something to help, but then she remembers Gazo's warning about wandering off without her guard. She had to win no matter what and wait for Gazo to return. Her mind raced with torment until a small hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Gin looked down to find a child crying out, "Please, sister, my dad is over there." Gin bit her lip. In that exact moment, her decision was final. She was the legendary hero Gin Historia, and she would never flee from such a monster, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Devourer struggled out from the smoldering debris, heavily bruised and cursing his wretched luck. He only asked Agria to cover their tracks at the auction house. Instead, she cast a massive restructuring spell. That high-tier magic triggered a massive explosion, causing the entire ground to cave in and bury absolutely everything. "Everything is clean now, right?" Agria asked with a bright smile. Devourer growled that she should never have used that spell here. She snapped back, telling him to stop micromanaging. As long as she got the job done, that was all that mattered. Everything was finished cleanly and thoroughly, so what else did he possibly want from her at this point? Devourer stood speechless. It was thorough, yes, but the massive scale ruined his plans for a quiet, low-profile escape. Instead, Agria made a scene loud enough to alert the entire area. Trusting her with this task was a mistake. Yet what was done, and a much bigger mess was already on the horizon. Did she even remember the way to the teleport gate? He asked. She nodded. Devourer grew increasingly desperate to reach Haston as soon as possible, immediately. But time was running out. Heroes and guards would be swarming the ruins at any moment now. In this critical moment, Agria chose to ask pointless questions. She knew he wanted to go to Haston, but she still had no idea where the place actually was. Devourer sighed, asking if she even knew the ancient core's location. Of course she did. It was one of her favorite dungeons. Devourer explained that the town was right near it. He ordered Agria to head to the teleport gate first and secure it while he dealt with the trouble here. A massive crowd of humans had already gathered to block his path. Honestly, this is about to get messy. It was the Blue Crane squad from one of the Empire's 9-pillar families, led by a one-eyed commander. The man declared his rank and demanded Devourer's name, but Devourer only stared back with his usual sleepy eyes. There were so many of them. Humans always relied on numbers, a concept he found tedious and deeply annoying. It got even worse when those humans were highly trained soldiers, specifically prepared for hunting down beasts like him. Fortunately, legendary heroes like Burn or Gin were nowhere to be found among this crowd of blocking soldiers. Devourer figured these small fry would not take much effort to sweep aside. He asked them if they really wanted to know his identity, slowly raising his right hand as blue mana began to overflow like a river. "I am your enemy," he whispered. Meanwhile, at the ancient core, the strike force, led by Nephrim, slowly moved in. Sylvia, Nephrim's trusted lieutenant, immediately noticed something very strange about the dungeon as they stepped into the opening area. The first chamber had been littered with filthy, rotting monster corpses, yet the second room they reached was completely spotless as if someone had swept it clean. She asked the others what they made of this bizarre sight. The rest of the squad murmured in confusion. There was no way Burns' vanguard would waste time cleaning up after a fight, and normal monsters definitely lacked the intelligence to keep their rooms so tidy. One soldier wondered if an intelligent beast had cleaned up, but another quickly pointed out a major flaw. On this path, Burn had already cleared up to the 5th room, leaving only the final boss chamber untouched. No monster would tidy up a dungeon. Besides, why leave the first room messy and clean only this one? Someone argued back. Sensing the growing panic among his troops, Nephraim grew irritated and ordered them to shut up. This was no trap, just a cheap mind game to shake their resolve. He slashed his hand through the air, screaming out for the beasts to stop hiding and face them, but his desperate shouts only brought back an endless hollow echo. A long silence followed until a dry, raspy voice suddenly cut through the dark. "You humans are far too loud, making my old bones ache. I am not trying to trick anyone here. I swept this place because it was messy, knowing more intruders would come, but you are noisier than expected. It is truly irritating." Suddenly, a pair of brilliant glowing eyes flared to life at the far end of the tunnel. Nephraim snapped to attention, urging Sylvia to cast her spell. Raising her hand, she fired a blazing fireball down the dark corridor, finally illuminating the creature. It complained about the blinding light, calling them complete fools for charging to their deaths. Nephraim gritted his teeth as he recognized the terrifying figure standing before him, Knight Patrick. He originally prepared a grand introduction for himself, but it seems his reputation on this continent was actually pretty good, making these humans recognize him instantly. Patrick adopts a relaxed yet sarcastic tone as he starts giving orders. He tells them to calm down, stop being so tense, and lower their weapons so they can talk. He tells the little mage girl to drop her guard and orders the soldiers to step back because he absolutely hates crowds. Before Patrick can even finish speaking, a sharp whistling wind cuts through the air as Nephraim charges at full speed, slicing the air with gauntlet daggers. Patrick casually raises his hand to block. What rude humans attacking without even introducing themselves first? "Shut up and die," Nephraim roars, unleashing a massive ice spell that summons a giant freezing wave crashing straight toward Patrick. The battle begins, and Patrick sighs. For hundreds of years he has fought countless intruders. It has all become too familiar, and he finds absolutely nothing interesting about it anymore. No matter who he faces, Patrick is bound to win anyway. The sound of clashing metal echoes through the chamber as Nephraim clashes with Patrick using two pointed short swords. After a brief struggle, his weapons are knocked away to the ground. Nephraim gasps for breath, completely exhausted by that intense flurry. Patrick just stares at his own weapon, getting knocked away casually, letting out a soft "oh." He notes that Nephraim possesses a power completely different from the others. Without a single second of rest, Nephraim immediately casts a series of skills to buff his own physical power. He chains Strength, Enhancement, Omen, Light, Feather, and Silent Steps. Patrick finally understands how the guy became so incredibly powerful. With such a massive stack of support magic, it would be strange if he was weak. But those buffs cannot last long. He estimates they will only last for about a minute. But just as Patrick is about to pick up his sword, his entire body completely freezes up, crashing heavily to the ground. This is a paralysis skill, causing the knight to curse. Why is it this damn skill again? A victorious smile spreads across Nephraim's face as he wonders who the winner really is. He calls the knight a bastard, admitting he never expected Patrick to push him this far. Meanwhile, Patrick looks at Sylvia. She looks like a shy little girl, but her magic is quite impressive to bind him with paralysis, even if only for a brief second. Patrick realizes he should have targeted her first. "Shut up," Nephraim barks, slamming his foot brutally onto Patrick's chest, screaming for him to die. Raising his short swords with both hands, he channels his power to drive the blade straight down into Patrick's skull. He thinks victory is finally his, but a split second later, what happens leaves Nephraim completely frozen with shock. Patrick catches the sharp blade with just 2 fingers, stopping it, barely an inch away from his skull. A mocking smile spreads across the knight's skeletal face as he asks if his acting was believable. Nephraim turns completely pale, unable to budge his weapon against the knight's iron grip. He explains that no adventurer has defeated him in ages, making him bored. He only played along to experience the feeling of defeat. He mockingly asks if cornering an opponent with victory so close felt absolutely amazing to them. Then Patrick's eyes turn dead cold. The mockery quickly vanishes, replaced by a sudden surge of pure, overwhelming bloodlust. He thanks them for the brief entertainment right before a horrified scream echoes. That terrified cry belongs to Nephraim, who just woke up from a brief blackout. Patrick remains sitting nearby like a quiet statue, asking if he is finally awake. He says he could explain what happened while Nephraim was unconscious, but it is much better to see it in person. Following Patrick's hand, Nephraim sees a literal mountain of corpses piled up behind him. The knight's fearsome reputation was No empty rumor, as absolutely nobody who faced him has ever survived. This encounter was certainly no exception to the rule. Patrick finds Nephirim incredibly foolish for ever believing he could win. He mentions that nobody ever survives meeting him. Yet it seems the only thing Nephirim actually knew about him was his legendary name without understanding the terror behind it. Patrick then bluntly tosses a cold corpse right in front of Nephirim. Seeing that familiar bright blue hair, he immediately knows who it is without even looking at the face. It is Sylvia, who dared to use holy magic against him. Just thinking about it makes his bones itch. He mockingly adds that the young mage desperately called out Nephrim's name until her very last breath. Nephrim stares down at Sylvia's lifeless body, completely speechless and showing zero emotion. This blank reaction disappointed Patrick, who was hoping for a much more emotional or desperate outburst from him. But Nephrim's face remains totally cold. Patrick calls him incredibly heartless, ready to move on to the next phase. He announces it is finally time for an interrogation, since Nephrim is the only survivor left. Patrick is not some mindless monster who just kills for fun. With his keen intelligence, he instantly sensed something highly unusual about this raid. Something is off. Even if Nephrim is an idiot, he would never send just 30 men, especially when an army of over 70 of Bern Hasten's troops got absolutely crushed. Besides, to be completely honest, Nephrim's current subordinates are just too weak, completely incompetent. Patrick shows zero mercy, pressing his blade directly against his opponent's throat. "Tell me what you are hiding." Seeing Nephrim remain silent, Patrick loses his patience and offers him two very simple choices. Option 1. Raise your right hand to cooperate. Option 2. Raise your left hand for a quick, painless death. It takes less than 3 seconds for Nephrim to throw his right hand up. Patrick smiles, clearly pleased. "Well, smart move. Now tell me everything you know, and then I will grant you." But before Patrick can even finish, Nephrim curls his fingers, leaving only his middle finger standing. This immediately ticks Patrick off. A Death Knight of his stature does not deserve such a cheap insult. How unbelievable! Patrick thinks getting disrespected like this. He raises his heavy sword high into the air. "Fine, I will respect your decision. Enjoy a slow death." The cold blade ruthlessly pierces straight through Nephrim's chest, causing him to instantly collapse. Warm blood drips onto Sylvia's face. Patrick walks away, already tired of having to clean up another pile of dead bodies. But once everything goes completely silent, Nephrim's eyes snap wide open. Normally, nobody could ever survive a wound like that, but Nephrim is no ordinary human. He looks down at Sylvia's face and his arms one last time. With mixed emotions swirling inside, he leans down and softly whispers his apologies to her. He tells her he has to survive. A second later, Nephrim opens his mouth wide and begins devouring his fallen ally. It is an incredibly gruesome sight, one that naturally catches Patrick's eye as he watches from the shadows. He always knew Nephrim was hiding something monstrous, but cannibalism definitely was not on the list. So eating corpses makes him stronger and heals his wounds. Does his power scale with every single meal? Patrick is not sure, but the sickening sound of tearing flesh makes his skin crawl. Countless questions run through his mind. What kind of creature is this guy? And where does his power come from? Is it alchemy or dark magic? The answer remains a complete mystery. With the dungeon now littered with bodies, Patrick plans to use them to closely observe and test Nephrim over time. That is the only way to get a clear answer. He sighs, realizing that besides the corpse-eating monster nearby, he still has one more headache to deal with. His idiot boss. He wonders what Devourer is up to out there in the world. Patrick just hopes his superior is not pulling any weird stunts in some strange place. Guarding this dungeon is stressful enough without added worry. Meanwhile, Devourer is currently drowning the Crane army in a massive sea of fire. Right on cue, Gin arrives at the scene. Devourer gives her an incredibly annoyed side-eye glare. "What is this? Did you come here to die too?" "No," she declares. She is Gin, Historia, a hero. Hearing the word hero instantly sparks Devourer's interest. He finally looks at her with some actual respect instead of his usual smug arrogance. "I did not ask who you were," he says. "I like your soul, but you still cannot beat me." Gin knows that too. The massive gap in their power was painfully obvious back at the auction house. Even so, she has to stop Devourer for one sole reason. She is a hero of this empire. Pushing past her limits, she channels all her speed and raw power into her gauntlet, throwing a heavy punch straight toward him. But unfortunately, Devourer casually catches the attack. "Sorry," he mocks, "but that trick only works on me once. You cannot step into the same river twice after all." With a brutal grin, Devourer firmly grabs Gin's arm and twists. A sickening crack echoes. Before she can even react to the pain, she is slammed violently into the dirt. The impact is so heavy she coughs up blood, feeling her internal organs shatter. She knows beating this monster is impossible, but at least she has bought a tiny bit of extra time. Devourer unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy punches and kicks. Gin screams in agonizing pain, but she refuses to forget her duty as a hero to protect humanity and her home. After enduring the brutal beating, Gin is left completely broken. Dever lifts her limp body with one hand, inspecting her like a piece of cheap meat. Is that all? He scoffs. He expects her to take her final breath, but this stubborn girl suddenly mumbles those same boring words. I am the hero, Gin Historia. She slowly forces her eyes open, her pale purple gaze losing focus, yet her fierce spirit refuses to break. I cannot fall here, she whispers, declaring that she will never let him harm her people. With her gauntleted arms still trapped by Devourer, she channels every ounce of remaining power into her other arm muscles, tensing up, ready to throw one final desperate blow. A heavy strike lands, but her will far outmatches her fading strength. Gin's hand barely brushes Devoreur's chest before going completely limp. Before her hand completely drops, she mechanically repeats that same annoying line. I am a hero. I must protect the innocent. Devourer lets go of his grip and lets her collapse to the ground. Gin Historia, I will remember. Your name, though, who knows for how long. Still, out of absolute respect for such a brave soul, I will grant you a quick, painless death. Devourer raises his hand to deliver the final blow, but right then, a surprise attack strikes from behind. By the time he reacts, Gin is gone, replaced by an entire army in the rear. The fallen hero now rests in the arms of their leader. Are these humans like links in a sausage, constantly popping up one after another? It is getting ridiculous. Their leader steps forward politely, asking for forgiveness for their incredibly rude intrusion as they were forced to use extreme measures to save Lady Gin. Honestly, Devourer is not in the mood to accept apologies from a pest who just threw a rock at the back of his head. The commander gently lays Gin down and stands tall, facing Devourer. Allow me to offer a late greeting, he says. I am Bas Guviston of the Black Lake Legion, honored to meet the Almighty Lord and core master of the Great Devourer. Devourer narrows his eyes. How did this human know his true identity? Bas claims he simply had a few clues to recognize him. That confident, smug grin immediately grates on Devoreur's nerves. He absolutely detests humans who try to play mind games and act mysterious in his presence. Pure mana begins to erupt from his body as his entire form twists and distorts, turning into a terrifying half-demon monstrosity. Yet the leader does not draw a weapon. Instead, he drops to one knee with deep respect, offering to strike a deal with the demon lord. To Devourer, this is the most hilarious joke he has ever heard. A lowly human wants to negotiate with an almighty lord, especially now that Rhine is dead, leaving him with absolutely nothing left. He warns Bas to watch his mouth, because if he dares insult him, he will face an agonizing death. Bas is terrified. Facing a legendary brutal monster of imperial myth, his nerves are stretched to the limit, but he cannot show even a hint of fear. This is a massive gamble with the fate of the entire empire on the line. One single misstep means total ruin. He takes a breath, wait for it, and says the original owner of the decapitation claw is still alive. That sentence does the trick. Devourer instantly freezes, his wild surging mana suddenly smoothing out into a quiet hum. Sensing his chance, Bas presses on. Surely you did not travel all this way just to retrieve one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. They want to offer their assistance. Devourer steps closer, and what if he has no need for their pathetic help? He gets right in Bas's face, cold and imposing. What if he reclaimed the decapitation claw simply out of sheer boredom? If his true intention is the total eradication of humanity, what could they possibly do to stop him? Bas breaks out in a cold sweat. At such a close distance, the demon lord's raw, suffocating bloodlust is overwhelming. This is definitely not an idle threat. Still, Bas refuses to back down. If Devourer truly wants to destroy everything, then his offer changes nothing anyway, right? Devourer is intrigued. Fine, he says, then locate the owner of this weapon immediately. Realizing they have a deal, Bas turns and calls for Gazat. She possesses a very unique brand of tracking magic that can locate anyone, using an item they once touched. To find the sword made, Gazat respectfully asks Devourer to borrow the decapitation claw. Devourer hands it over without hesitation, knowing these humans pose absolutely zero threat to him. He warns her that any foolish tricks will cost her far more than just an arm. She nervously nods, understanding his threat. Gazat channels her mana into the claw, focusing deeply before finally speaking. The target is too far to pinpoint exactly, but she is moving west in the opposite direction of the capital city of Lesche. Heading west means she is making her way towards Haston. If Rhine is on the move just as Devourer hoped, it means she is indeed still alive. Relief washes over him, instantly lifting his dark mood. With a soft sigh, he begins to draw back his suffocating monstrous mana. His terrifying form slowly reverts back to a normal human appearance. That information is enough, he says. He will remember their names. Giving Bas a firm pat on the shoulder, Devourer walks right past them. Bas bows, calling it an honor to be of service. And just like that, the capital city of Lys avoids complete destruction by a hair's breadth. Devourer makes his way toward the teleportation portal where Agria is currently struggling. she had been sent ahead to secure the area, but these humans really are like a never-ending chain of sausages, attacking in endless waves. She pouts, telling Devourer he is terribly late, but she kept her promise and successfully held the portal. Agria beams with a proud, mischievous smile, looking exactly like a kid waiting to be praised with a piece of candy. To her, this was more than enough to welcome him back. Her voice slowly faded into absolute silence. Agria was completely exhausted from the battle and fainted, shrinking back into her child form. Devourer quickly used his dark tentacles to catch her. The little kid had worked incredibly hard today. He walked over to the teleportation hub, studying how to activate it. It was actually pretty simple, just set the coordinates to Haston and channel his mana to activate it. But the unthinkable happened. The moment Devourer poured his mana in, the ancient device instantly began to crack. Right after that, it completely shattered into tiny pieces. Talk about bad luck, the gate could not even handle Devourer's raw energy. Above, Devourer had a giant question mark. He honestly thought he did a great job holding back his power, but now since the gate was completely ruined, his only choice left was to cast his own personal teleportation spell. However, Devourer feared doing that would force him to revert to his true form. That would be too flashy, and Patrick would chop his head off. He had truly stepped onto a path of no return, but since there was no other option left, Devourer could not just give up. He unclasped the bracelet Patrick gave him to stabilize his power. Instantly, an unbelievable torrent of mana burst out like a roaring waterfall. Sorry, Patrick, he thought I had no choice. As Devourer began to transform, the surrounding area turned into absolute chaos. The Dark Lord was back in his true form. Having locked onto his target coordinates, he headed straight for the Twin Magic Tower in Haston. Coincidentally, Ryan was already there at that very moment. The guard stopped her to demand her name and hometown. Obviously, Ryan was not in the mood to talk. Our Magic Tower gets countless visitors flocking here every single day, so you cannot just enter without proper identification. The clueless guard had no idea what kind of monstrous threat he was dealing with. Just a second later, right from Ryan's hands, 3 sharp blades materialized. Oh, she muttered, it looks like you guys cannot escape now. Ryan ended the guard with one clean strike. She dashed inside like a flash of lightning. Coming here for the first time, she thought that this place felt just like a dungeon. Now she was absolutely certain that magic towers were just dungeons, built by humans. After all, these humans were just another breed of weak monsters. Along her path, anyone who crossed paths with Ryan met a swift, brutal end. Within moments, every single guard on the first floor lay dead. She headed straight to the top floor where the person she loathed most resided. Well now, a voice called out. I was curious who had arrived. So you are not even human. Romus stood there, looking just as beautiful and wickedly cunning as their very first meeting. Where is my decapitator claw? Ryan demanded. Oh, Romus scoffed, it is my property now, so why should I tell you? But I am curious, how are you still alive? Ryan had no interest in wasting words on this treacherous woman. Tightening her grip on her 3 blades, Romus watched her completely unfazed, letting out a mocking laugh. My goodness, those weapons do not match your pretty little face at all. What makes you think you can take on the master of the tower? With just those tiny butter knives of yours, Romus casually waved her hand, generating a massive magical shield. She was incredibly smug, never expecting Ryan to shatter that massive barrier with a single effortless strike. Now look at her face. The magical shield shattered like glass. Terrified, yet Romus definitely was. This monstrous level of strength was completely beyond her wildest expectations. Yet Romus tried to keep her cool. After all, this magic tower was built right on top of an endless reservoir of mana. If she could tap into this infinite power source, she could definitely win. Where's my decapitator claw, you witch? Tell me now. Ryan fought with absolute fury, completely losing her composure. Her right eye grew cloudier with every passing second, while Romus fought back desperately. Too bad that item is no longer here, Romus sneered. I already sent it to the auction in Lay. Their clash grew so violent that the entire room was completely trashed. Romus realized Ryan was a genuine monster, so she unleashed every ounce of her magic to fight back. A massive flurry of high-tier spells cast simultaneously, all locking onto Ryan to tear her apart. With a massive boom, the top floor of the tower was nearly leveled by the blast. Romus's holy magic manifested as invisible blades piercing straight through Ryan's small body. As the young girl coughed up blood, the wicked mage laughed in absolute triumph. This is exactly what happens when a mere beast dares to challenge humanity, she sneered. You should have known better. Romus was extremely arrogant, knowing her high-tier spells were enough to obliterate almost any opponent. Only the strongest dungeon monsters could possibly survive them, but she had no idea who she was dealing with. Ryan was born from the most dangerous dungeon on Earth, the absolute core of hell. Suddenly, the entire situation flipped. Both of Romus's arms holding her staff were instantly sliced to ribbons with blood spraying everywhere. Pain surges like a river, making her roar in absolute agony. Why does it hurt this much? Those were only her two severed arms. Ryan stares down her opponent with a gaze as cold as a blade and an entirely expressionless face. Ryan tells her not to scream like she is already dying. Lowly human indeed. Now Gromus finally knows real fear desperately, begging for mercy. But actions have consequences, and Ryan is not merciful enough to forgive a liar who deceived her. This vile woman's fate is sealed. Ryan wants her to suffer slowly, dying from the agonizing pain. It is finally over. Ryan turns to leave the gruesome scene. She feels utterly exhausted, her entire body floating as if walking on clouds. Suddenly, a piercing shriek snaps her back to reality. A man calls out to his leader, appearing out of nowhere. This blue-haired stranger rushes over, cradling Gromus as she gasps for breath in a pool of blood. She uses her last strength to command him to finish Ryan immediately. The man stares at her for a moment, then hands her a mysterious stone. It is a magic stone containing a dark curse, looking identical to the fake gem Gromus once sold to Ryan. Seeing this triggers a wave of disgust in her, but Gromus has no idea what she's about to face. The man lies, telling her she is losing too much blood, and this stone will instantly teleport her to safety. Gromus believes him completely, taking the stone and channeling her mana. Instantly, the dark curse activates, wrapping around her body. The blue-haired man flashes a deeply sinister smile. It turns out he was actually a double agent this whole time. Gromus ran a terrible operation, angering way too many dangerous people who sent him to wipe her out for good. Ryan showing up for revenge today saved him a ton of effort. After successfully trapping Gromus in the curse, he slips away in the chaos. Meanwhile, Gromus mutates into a grotesque monster of terrifying power, completely losing her sanity. Ryan's vision starts to fade. She cannot even make out what the creature is, only sensing its overwhelming dark aura. Her own physical state is terrible, making it almost impossible to win this fight. But fear is not in her vocabulary. She wanted a quick, clean death anyway. If she can go out fighting here, leaving no trace, that would be perfect. But even if death is inevitable, Ryan wants to fight until her very last breath. She refuses to give up, especially because she cannot stand the thought of these filthy bastards ever laying a hand on her beloved Lord Devourer. With a sudden burst of energy, Ryan leaps forward, driving her blade straight into the monster's eye. Gromus howls. Thrown back by the beast's thrashing, Ryan falls completely drained of strength. She closes her eyes and awaits the end. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the magic tower. Through the smoke, Ryan senses an incredibly familiar and powerful mana. A strong, steady hand catches her just in time. This moment feels exactly like the day they first met. Devourer had saved her back then too, when she was utterly broken and had absolutely no hope left. Now he is here again. The great Lord Devourer. Is it really him? She can barely believe her eyes. Why would he show up here? Is this reality or just a beautiful hallucination of a dying girl? Gently placing her in a safe corner, Devourer whispers for her to wait just a moment. He turns around. Facing the monstrous Gromus, his broad, reliable back instantly brings a deep sense of peace to Ryan's heart. Devourer shows absolutely no mercy toward Gromus. Going into full slaughter mode, he unleashes a brutal barrage of attacks. The beast cannot even fight back. It looks like he is venting all his pent-up rage from the past few days. After all, Gromus is the root of everything. Without that cursed gem, Ryan would never have run away. He would not have spent days searching for her, dealing with all this absolute nonsense. He keeps striking. But Gromus is like a cockroach, refusing to die no matter what. Devourer is rapidly losing his patience. Touching the monster's filthy blood-soaked body deeply disgusted him. He realizes why she keeps clinging to life. She is drawing limitless mana from the source, deep beneath this tower. Standard cheat code for a boss. Since physical attacks are useless, it is time to switch things up. If he cannot beat her to death, if nothing else works, swallowing the enemy whole is always an option. Devourer reshapes his body, opening a massive mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. With one swift gulp, he swallows Gromus whole. Now she is locked in his digestive system with zero chance of reviving. Talk about a nasty meal. Disgusting taste, Devourer mutters with a scowl. He heads back to Ryan, who is sitting on the cold ground with her face buried in her hands. Devourer sits down, leaning his back against hers. He has so much to say, especially about his exhausting journey searching for her. He wants to tell her how hard it was to track her down, but he knows Ryan's mind is in complete disarray. So he decides to comfort her first. Ryan, I messed up this time, he says gently. I am so sorry. Devourer felt guilty. Ryan's eyes welled with tears, feeling incredibly hurt as she told him he had absolutely no reason to apologize. She insisted it was entirely her own fault. This was no act to gain sympathy. Ryan felt genuinely ashamed and regretful. Her own petty desires had led to humans tricking her, nearly getting both herself and Lord Devourer killed by that cursed spell. Devourer quickly stopped her. The ancient core would always need her, and she was incredibly important to him as well. His words deeply touched her heart. For days she had assumed Devourer must utterly despise her. But hearing him dismiss that fear allowed her incredibly tense and anxious nerves to finally relax. Really, she tearfully asked if he truly did not hate her, and he assured her he never could before pulling out a surprise. Standing up, Devourer presented her old guillotine claw. It was the weapon he had gone through hell to retrieve. Seeing her lost weapon, her emotions boiled over. Tears streamed down her face. Clinging to her claw, Ryan sobbed. She begged him never to abandon her. Devourer chose action over words. Reaching his hand out, he made a firm demand that silence all her lingering fears. "Let us go back." He asked her to return to the ancient core. 80 years ago, he had brought her there first. She was so tiny back then. Patrick had sized her up, subtly mocking her for being a mere dwarf. Devourer explained he found her during a forest fire, yawning lazily as he recalled the memory. Later, he spotted her in a laboratory and decided to bring her along. Patrick wondered if that small frame carried the dwarf's ancient knowledge, prompting a silent grunt of confirmation from Devourer. Devourer actually held Ryan in high regard. Despite entering the most dangerous dungeon in the world, she had remained perfectly composed. That obedience went far beyond mere stubbornness. This place was a demon lair thick with heavy, dark energy, yet she handled it. Her mental fortitude was impressive, prompting Patrick to ask what his boss planned to do next. Since Devourer brought her here, he obviously had no intention of doing anything cruel. Recognizing her immense potential, he wanted to keep her here and teach her how to fight. But if combat training proved too difficult, she could simply live a quiet life here instead. Cooking and laundry would do. But Patrick was completely stunned by the idea. He scoffed. Patrick hated dealing with sudden, tedious chores more than anything. Devourer pointed right at him. Patrick complained loudly, asking why he had to be the one to do it. Now watch, Devourer knew his subordinate was just acting tough, secretly thrilled to finally have some company. Patrick soon gave in and asked for her name. Devourer only recalled a blunt name like Rhine, which Patrick criticized immediately. He argued she deserved a brand new name to mark this beautiful milestone of her rebirth. Devourer agreed. After a brief pause, he decided on the name Rhine. Rhine. Her life had completely reset, and even Patrick was secretly thrilled. His very first lesson was teaching her how to smile. 80 years had flown by since then. Now they were back. Patrick greeted his lord with his usual complete lack of warmth. He sarcastically noted how relaxed Devourer looked, demanding to know what chaos he had caused in Haston to shake the earth. The tremors had reached the core, leaving Devourer speechless under the aggressive interrogation. Should he lie about a street dance or tell the truth? Confessing that his cover was blown and that he had destroyed a human magic tower felt way too risky. He nervously joked about life having exceptions, but Patrick pointed directly at the sleeping bundle. He gestured toward Agria, who was snoring loudly, looking even tinier than Ryan did 80 years ago. Devourer struggled to explain. Patrick gasped, wondering if his boss had actually kidnapped a child. Swearing to the heavens, Devourer dropped her, making it clear he never wanted this troublesome brat. He then asked about Ryan, causing Devourer to hesitate immediately. He admitted he found her in a human village, looking incredibly exhausted. He worried they had been holding her back from her own life. Patrick waved it off bluntly, telling him to just admit he got rejected. Why so cheesy, right? Devourer got called out and felt incredibly embarrassed. To cover up his shame, he ordered Patrick to take over Ryan's duties, specifically wearing a maid outfit to manage the entire dungeon. But Patrick instantly pulled out a resignation letter hidden right inside his ribcage. He complained that this was pure inhumane labor exploitation, asking what the boss planned to do now. Frankly, Devourer also had no idea. There was nothing left to do in the dungeon anyway. But he would still wait. He had already said everything he could. Now he could only wait for Ryan to change her mind and return on her own. Even if he had no idea how long that would take, Patrick felt pretty down too. He decided to leave first, figuring his boss probably wanted some quiet time to himself right now. But after just a few steps, Patrick spotted a very familiar figure standing at the cave entrance. Long silver hair, a small frame, and that signature maid outfit. He called out to his boss that she was back. When Devourer asked who, Patrick pointed to his long-awaited maid. Ryan had truly returned. She smiled brightly, just like before, asking Devourer what he wanted for dinner. But Patrick felt something was slightly off. Looking closely, Ryan's right eye had turned a brilliant gold. Patrick looked at Devourer in pure disbelief, wondering if his boss had actually given her that. Was he even in his right mind? You see, earlier, when they defeated Gromus, Ryan's right eye had been completely destroyed. Without a single second thought, Devourer had literally gouged out his own eye and handed it to her, along with a very special promise. He told her that if she still had feelings and kept that stone, she should take her time to think it over carefully first. Then she could give him the love stone next time. And that is exactly why Ryan returned with that new golden eye. She was even more devoted to her lord than ever before. Ryan swore that she would stay by his side forever, never leaving again. A good while later, Agria finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Patrick sitting right next to her. He was calmly sharpening his sword, scaring the absolute life out of her. She panicked, wondering if she was dead and facing the Grim Reaper. But Patrick assured her this was not the underworld, it was the ancient core. Hearing those words, Agria's eyes instantly lit up. She immediately realized that this intimidating figure was not some random Grim Reaper, but the legendary Death Knight Patrick himself. Patrick gave her a smug thumbs up to show his approval. Not bad, this kid was actually pretty sharp. Seeing Agria awake, Patrick casually kicked Devourer to wake him up from his deep nap. The giant lazily yawned and looked down. He asked if she was finally awake. Agria was completely overwhelmed by his massive towering figure, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She stammered out his grand titles, calling him the Master of the Ancient Core, the Guardian of Gods, and the Punisher of Cowards. Agria bowed flat on the ground, calling him the Supreme Ancient Monster Lord Devourer while chanting his titles like a rapid-fire machine. Devourer found this grand speech incredibly familiar. She had praised him with those exact same dramatic lines back in the capital. Before he could even say a word, Agria's endless talking machine was already revving back up to full speed. She introduced herself with high drama, claiming to be the 17th descendant of the great demon king Asmodeus Melon. It was word for word the exact same script. This kid was seriously like a walking, talking cassette tape player on repeat. When Devourer replied that he already knew, Agria was both shocked and honored, wondering how the legendary lord knew her name. She figured her traveling companion Devourer must have mentioned her. But wait, speaking of Devourer, where did he disappear to? She only remembered him thrashing those pesky humans in the capital. Seeing how completely clueless she was, Devourer decided to stop hiding. He casually revealed that he was actually Devourer. Hearing this, Agria's face went through a whole roller coaster of emotions. She went from pure confusion to absolute shock, her entire face turning incredibly pale. Oh man, Devourer was Devourer, meaning the guy she was casually traveling with this whole time was the great Lord Devourer himself. Her entire world crumbled. She realized she had been totally disrespectful to him. She was dead meat. Suddenly, Patrick chimed in to break the tension. He asked about that rumor of Devourer beating up the humans in the capital, wondering why he was kept in the dark. Well, the boss got caught completely red-handed. Meanwhile, in the Grappenia forest near the border of the Haston territory, two regular commoners were stealthily creeping through the forbidden woods to harvest wild medicinal herbs and mushrooms for some quick cash. Suddenly, one of them noticed a strange rustling nearby. A heavily injured blond man had collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing him in such a terrible state, the kind-hearted girl quickly rummaged through her bag to find some healing herbs. But out of nowhere, the injured man went wild like a rabid dog, lunging forward to bite her. That face belonged to none other than Nephraim. Blood splattered all over the girl's lantern, and we all know what kind of gruesome fate awaited her after that. The scene quickly shifts to a tall, thin figure wrapped in a tattered white cloak stumbling forward through the darkness. He was heading straight toward the defensive wall of the territory, muttering that he had to keep moving. At the same time, back at the ancient core dungeon, a massive battle was erupting. But it wasn't against the humans, it was between two. The two girls arguing are Rhine and Agria. Rhine keeps scolding her. She wants the self-proclaimed demon lord to act dignified during Devourer's quiet hour. Keeping quiet is the most absolute rule while Lord Devourer rests. But Agria fires back. She is a free spirit who obeys no rules. She only came to the ancient core to keep Lord Devourer company anyway. The tension between the two girls is rising fast. Neither of them is willing to back down. Rhine wants to guard Devourer's peaceful sleep out of pure loyalty and long-term devotion. Meanwhile, Agria just wants to cling to Devourer. She is driven completely by her own lifelong adoration for the powerful demon. Whether her feelings are a crush like Rhine's remains a mystery, but this clingy girl refuses to lose even an inch. Agria declares she'll cuddle Devourer to keep him warm until he falls asleep. She calls Rhine passive and completely old-fashioned. She claims Rhine's stuffy attitude is exactly why the Lord will never like her. That savage comment hits Rhine's absolute limit. The savage insult strikes a major nerve. Out of nowhere, this newly arrived rival has shattered Rhine's quiet dungeon life. She stole Rhine's spot as the only female in the ancient core dungeon. And now she is calling her a total loser. Furious, Rhine's eyes glow crimson as she draws her weapon. She swears to eliminate this brat. Agria knows she cannot win a fight. She runs off laughing. She taunts Rhine to chase her. Meanwhile, Patrick is desperately trying to contain his absolute rising rage. He wants to turn both of these loud pests into bird soup. Ever since Agria arrived, this dungeon has become pure hell. There is never a quiet moment here. Even Devourer, who usually sleeps 20 hours a day, is losing his mind. The endless shouting makes it impossible for him to sleep. But Patrick points out that Devourer brought this absolute chaos upon himself. He asks whose brilliant idea it was to invite this troublesome brat. It turned the entire dungeon into a complete mess. Besides, the outside world is falling into total chaos. Devourer asks if it is really that bad, confirming he never reads. Patrick knew his lazy master would ignore the human newspapers. Ever since Devourer wrecked the capital, the military has been mobilizing. They are redirecting forces to reinforce the capital city of Liege. Consequently, the border villages are completely defenseless against monsters. They are being utterly ravaged. To make matters worse, Lord Haston suddenly committed suicide, leaving his entire territory paralyzed. Patrick adds that he searched the news for 3 weeks. He found almost nothing about the tragic event. He asks what that means. Devourer simply says no. Patrick resists the urge to punch him. Aside from eating, sleeping, and causing headaches, this boss is useless. At this point, Patrick is ready to hand in his retirement papers. Devourer casually asks him for his actual theory. Patrick is not entirely sure, but he believes Haston has been completely cut off from the rest of the world. Not long ago, Devourer's monstrous rampage practically leveled the town of Haston, yet not a single newspaper mentioned it. The complete silence is extremely suspicious. Patrick is only keeping a close eye on this area because it borders their territory. It is the closest human settlement to the ancient core. Monitoring it allows them to track any incoming human subjugation squads. They could easily gauge the enemy's strength and predict exactly when an attack on the ancient core would happen. But if the town is completely isolated, any human army gathering there will go completely unnoticed by their scouts. Patrick suggests he should head over to Hain immediately to gather intel. Standing idle will only lead to disaster. Devourer lazily agrees, wishing him a safe trip. In his mind, he is begging the advisor to just leave already. After days of exhausting labor, all Devourer wants to do is eat and sleep in peace without any more nagging. Patrick promises to return as soon as possible. Devourer perks up, surprised that his advisor is actually leaving alone. He is thrilled that nobody else is being dragged into this. As long as he can sleep, nothing else matters. But after taking just 2 quick steps, Patrick stops and throws a deeply resentful look back at his boss. He asks if Devourer really expects him to suffer alone, suggesting a traveling companion instead. This instantly terrifies Devourer. He sits straight up. Why is he the boss, constantly getting bossed around by his own subordinate? His eyes land on the 2 bickering troublemakers. The 2 chaotic girls are currently fighting. Candidate number 1 is Agria, but he does not trust this little troublemaker. Even though she is a literal demon lord with highly impressive magic, she is also extremely volatile and dangerous. Her power is basically a walking explosion. If she tags along, she might level another town with her crazy spells. The entire region of Haston would go up in smoke. Devourer shakes his head immediately, crossing Agria off the list. Next is candidate number 2, Rhine. She knows Patrick well, but sending her might actually be a much worse idea. She is far more dangerous than Agria. If the demon lord is an explosion, Rhine is a nuclear disaster waiting to happen. Rhine's magic is on a completely different level of destruction. Plus, she currently hates humans with a burning passion. Sending her to a human town is like throwing a ticking time bomb into a crowd. Suddenly, Patrick flashes a mischievous smile. He lost himself in thought. Unsure how long this journey would last, Patrick suggested his lord tag along. But please, even if paid, Devourer would never step foot into a human village. No way. He was the most suitable choice, but unfortunately for them all, Devourer wanted to do was sleep. Just sleep. Suddenly, a brilliant excuse popped up. He claimed that while he was the best choice, there was a massive catch. He couldn't transform. He had accidentally shattered that special Demira bracelet of his. Devourer was thrilled. He felt incredibly genius. Patrick couldn't force him to tag along now, but Patrick just smiled, asking if that was so. He agreed. Without the bracelet, his lord couldn't go, but that meant if he had one, he would go. Wait, hold on. Why was nothing going according to plan? In the end, Devourer was still grabbed by his collar, dragged right out of his dungeon. He cursed Patrick endlessly on the road, wishing him a painful death, but the subordinate just laughed it off. He was already dead anyway. Hilarious. Somehow the man had even managed to secure another identical Demira bracelet. No more excuses. Devourer was dragged straight to Haston. His precious 20-hour sleep schedule was completely ruined. Absolutely shattered. Usually bosses force employees to work overtime, but an employee forcing his boss onto a business trip was definitely a first. They walked for ages. When they arrived, the scenery of Haston looked incredibly dark and gloomy. Right at the gates, it looked dead. Patrick sighed. His boss had truly caused some massive trouble this time. Normally, there are 4 ways to evaluate a town's growth. First, check the market. Is it crowded? But the night market was completely dead, emptier than a forgotten graveyard. As for the second method, look for smoke from chimneys. But dinner was long over, hard to tell. What was the third option then? Devourer asked, completely losing his patience. The third way was checking active teams listed on the bounty board. No bounty board in Haston, so skip that. What else is there to check? He complained, wanting to go home. There was still one last option, the local tavern. Soon they stood right before the town's largest pub. Without waiting, Devourer eagerly barged inside. Just mentioning alcohol always made his mood instantly improve. He went to ask for a room, but then he froze. The eerie silence caught him off guard. Patrick expected this. No one was inside, not a single living soul. This was their worst-case scenario. Haston was clearly no longer a normal town. Believe me, things are about to get incredibly dark. Right at the border, piles of bodies lay stacked high. A horrific sight. Under the cold night rain, it looked incredibly gruesome. A creepy voice declared their next target was the capital, LAZIEST, the central heartland of their enemy. Humans were extremely vulnerable to the Black Plague. Now was the perfect moment to crush the Empire. Look closely. This was the exact same creepy tall figure seen lingering outside the town walls yesterday. Even worse, his face was a bare skull. A total monster. No matter how you looked at him. Back inside, Patrick and Devourer investigated. The situation was severe, far worse than they had imagined. Haston was paralyzed after a devastating assault, completely ruined. Suddenly, a trembling voice called out asking who they were. From the dark attic, the terrified owner nervously demanded to know exactly what they wanted here. The man was absolutely terrified. To calm him down, Patrick quickly introduced them as traveling knights. He claimed they were from the Patarian Black Dog Squad, just passing through for food and shelter, paying customers. Hearing that the host relaxed slightly, he cautiously made his way down the squeaky stairs. But there was a problem. No food left. He apologized, admitting he had nothing to serve a proper knight. Absolutely nothing. Even if they searched every single corner of this desolate town, they would find zero supplies. Patrick wondered if the Black Calamity caused this. Surprised, the owner nodded. But he still had no vacant rooms. He asked for understanding. Patrick thought for a moment. Clearly, food was now far more expensive than any room. But that was fine. If a problem cannot be solved with money, it can be solved with more money. With a smug grin, Patrick tossed a glittering gold coin right into the man's hands. His attitude shifted instantly. Fast as a squirrel, he eagerly gestured for them to follow him upstairs. He guided them up. But mid-staircase, the owner noticed the small, silent figure trailing closely behind. Who was this? Patrick casually lied. He claimed the boy was just a servant who helped him out a lot, so they shared a room. Devourer was extremely displeased. Being called a servant by his subordinate was humiliating. But to be honest, looking at their current appearances, he genuinely looked like Patrick's servant anyway. When they reached the room, Devourer is quite surprised to find the quality way better than expected. At least it easily beats that cheap 8 silver room they rented back in the capital with Agria. Devourer lazily flops onto the bed and immediately complains to Patrick, asking why he could not have chosen a much better fake identity than a lowly servant. Patrick explains it was the only logical choice. He points out Devourer's casual clothes, which he considered so comfortable. If Devourer keeps walking around in such ragged garments, people out there will mistake him for a common street beggar. Patrick pauses after his long explanation and then adds that they might even treat him worse than a beggar. Calling Devourer a servant was actually a smart move. Even though slaves are considered low-class people, still respect their masters. Outsiders will hesitate to mess with them because of the master. With Patrick looking fierce as a knight, the innkeeper would never trouble Devourer. By the way, Patrick wonders why his boss is behaving like he is on a luxury vacation, but Devourer has his own ideas. Devourer simply sighs, grumbling that if there is a next life, he definitely wants to be reborn as a simple rock. Patrick tells him to rest up while he heads out to explore. This is only their very first day here. Devourer warns Patrick not to overexert himself, but the knight does not want to waste a single second of their time. Besides, since it is already late at night, no one will ever notice him roaming around doing whatever he pleases. Patrick has already gathered some basic rumors. The Black Calamity befell most of Haston, largely due to the anger of the royal family. They desperately needed a convenient scapegoat to take the blame after their troops suffered continuous failures while trying to conquer the ancient core. However, before the royal court could even intervene, the Lord of Haston, Lord Isaac, had already passed away. His sudden death remains a massive question mark in Patrick's mind, making him curious about who is ruling now. The imperial family keeps making mistakes by focusing too heavily on the ancient core, but they refuse to admit it. Instead of admitting their blunders, they blame the major noble families of the empire, leaving Patrick to wonder about his own bloodline. He wonders if he, as a direct descendant of Isaac, could actually claim that vacant lordly throne for himself. With that thought in mind, Patrick leaps across the rooftops like wind, heading straight toward the grand castle of Haston. But this infiltration is far more difficult than expected. Even though the town is completely deserted, the castle guards are everywhere. He seriously considers knocking all of them out, but that would only bring a mountain of trouble by tomorrow morning. Realizing haste makes waste, Patrick scales down the stone wall and decides to head back to the inn to sleep. But get this, on his way back, something completely changes his mind, sensing a dark detail that ordinary humans could never detect. He clearly senses the overwhelming stench of decaying corpses lingering deep within this territory, and the smell is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Devourer is sleeping peacefully at the inn, when a sudden aggressive knocking on the door jolts him awake. The voice outside calls out desperately for the knight, and fearing some serious trouble, Devourer quickly rushes to open the door. He quickly makes up a lie claiming that his noble master has merely gone out for a peaceful late-night stroll around the town. The innkeeper does not suspect a thing. He has actually prepared a late-night meal to show some gratitude for that gold coin. Even with food extremely scarce, Patrick's gold coin was incredibly generous. The friendly innkeeper introduces himself as Novan Hecker. He tells Devourer to just call him Novan, and in return, Devourer introduces himself using his fake name Devourer. Novan hopes the young man will not be too disappointed with the simple dishes he managed to whip up. Devourer had no idea the food shortage here was this severe, but Novan views it as far worse than a simple tragedy. Anyone who witnessed the Black Calamity with their own eyes went completely mad, and Lord Isaac committed suicide shortly after. Ever since that dark day, all communication between Haston and the outside world has been completely cut off, trapping everyone inside. If anyone dares to step outside the city walls, they will only find piles of starved corpses lining the roads. The kind-hearted innkeeper warmly advises both Devourer and Patrick to pack their things and leave this place as soon as they can. Although he does not know their goals, Novan admits that he is also preparing to abandon his home soon. He notes that when humans are pushed to their absolute limits, they are capable of doing some truly desperate things. Right at that moment, a pair of incredibly filthy feet suddenly appears on the windowsill of the empty bedroom. A young child with messy red hair and a face twisted by severe hunger slowly climbs inside through the open window. Taking advantage of Devourer heading downstairs with Novan, the sneaky kid quickly looks around the room and hops inside. A sly smile spreads across the kid's face, realizing these strangers must be wealthy travelers from the outside. The kid targets the expensive room looking for anything valuable to steal, even eyeing Devourer's ragged clothes to wrap the loot. The young child walks over to a chest in the corner of the room, but finding it completely empty, the kid's face immediately drops. Grimacing in frustration, the kids silently prays they didn't skip town. Still holding on to hope, the search continues. Rummaging through the mess, the child tears the room apart. Finally, a small drawer reveals a hidden prize. But the brief moment of joy instantly vanishes into a cold sweat. The child stares, having just uncovered something that should have stayed hidden. Meanwhile, midnight rolls around. Patrick finally returns from spying on the Lord's castle while Devourer is already resting after eating his fill. Patrick originally wanted to catch a glimpse of the new Lord. However, the heavy security forced him to return empty-handed. He asks his boss if he discovered anything during his outing. Honestly, he only asked out of politeness, expecting absolutely nothing. After all, his boss is incredibly lazy. True to form, the lazy Devourer has barely any useful information to share. The only thing he knows is that Haston is now completely isolated from the outside. Devourer tried prying info from the innkeeper earlier, but the innkeeper was clueless. Hearing this, Patrick looks completely stunned, shocked that his lazy boss actually managed to get useful information. True, it is just common knowledge that the town is cut off, but seeing Devourer do actual work is a miracle in itself. Patrick eagerly suggests they head out tomorrow to investigate this isolation further. He is practically begging like an excited puppy. If Patrick still had eyes, they would definitely be sparkling with hope right now. Too bad his master is not interested at all. Devourer refuses to leave the room. He is far too lazy. Patrick absolutely hates this annoying attitude of his lord. They were supposed to work as a team, yet he is doing everything. Suddenly, Patrick notices the two windows are wide open. He only cracked one open before leaving. Now both are thrown wide open, practically inviting thieves inside for a visit. Warning Devourer to keep the windows closed, Patrick points out that someone could easily sneak in and rob them. Devourer looks completely confused. Ever since they checked in, he has barely even nudged himself off the comfortable bed. Insisting he didn't touch anything, Devourer ignores the warning. Patrick laughs, claiming the wind couldn't unlatch the heavy wood. Though Patrick jokes about ghosts, Devourer remains dead serious. Ghost or thief, someone was definitely in this room. Talk about a sudden reality check. Devourer sits up instantly and starts frantically checking his remaining belongings, hoping for the best. Shoot, his cloak is gone. Ryan made that custom piece. If she finds out he lost it, he is dead meat. To make matters worse, Patrick's belongings have also vanished. The skeletal servant looks even more panicked than his master. Devourer asks what he lost, and Patrick turns around with a miserable expression. Well, someone stole his rib. Meanwhile, the culprit who stole the cloak and the rib is already long gone. Little Rosalina runs far away from the inn. Suddenly, a group of stern men blocks her path. They are clearly unhappy to see her wandering the dark streets so late. The young girl quickly defends herself, claiming she had a good reason. This dangerous mission was all for the group. Unimpressed by her excuse, the angry man yells back, asking if wasting her energy and starving herself is truly helping anyone in the group. Rosalina refuses to back down. She insists her efforts were not in vain and urges him to look at her loot. Before their argument can heat up further, another man speaks up. He tells Todd to stop being so incredibly harsh. Both Todd and Rosalina turn to see their leader walking up. He calmly advises his companion to go easy on the kid. A true thief cannot afford to fear the dark. But Rosalina's real mistake was sneaking out without warning any of them beforehand. The town of Haston is a chaotic mess right now. He warns that her reckless behavior could easily bring trouble to everyone. This dangerous town is not like their safe old home. People here will not welcome a thief with open arms, so caution is key. Rosalina hangs her head in shame and quietly apologizes. She promises the leader that she will be far more careful from now on. With the lecture over, the leader asks what she did all night. Excitingly, she drops her heavy bundle and spreads it open. Todd looks uneasy upon seeing the contents. Meanwhile, the girl eagerly boasts about sneaking into the most expensive room at the inn. She proudly explains how she stole these from wealthy guests. She is convinced the weird white object is a rare antique. The leader stares in silence for a few seconds. He finally decides to break the creepy reality to the clueless child. He calmly reveals that the precious antique is actually a human rib. Rosalina's face instantly drains of all color. She panics, having had no idea she brought back human remains. Todd even asks if she went grave robbing tonight, but Rosalina fiercely denies it. The leader picks up the bone to inspect it, guessing it belongs to someone with dark tastes. Instead, he suggests it is likely used for dark magic. After all, normal people do not carry around human bones. The group begins to worry. If the owner of this bone is a necromancer or a black mage, they are in serious trouble. And then there's the stolen cloak. At first glance, the fine fabric looks like something worn by high-class nobility. It looked like trash. But picking it up, the leader easily realized it was made from the highest quality fabric. As he lifted it, he heard something jingling inside the pocket. The items inside blinded them all with a fistful of gold coins. The eyes of Todd and Rosalina lit up instantly, but the leader grew incredibly tense. "You idiots, this is no time to celebrate," he thought. "But boss, I went through so much trouble to steal this." Rosalina's leader broke out in a cold sweat. Guests at a luxury inn in a ruined village, anyway he looked at it, this was bad news. And besides, the stolen items included actual human ribs, clothes made of ultra-premium fabric, and a pretty massive pile of gold coins. He knew that little troublemaker had messed with the wrong crowd. Sure enough, just as he thought, that Devourer and Patrick arrived. "Hello, thieves, we came to get our stuff back." Devourer looked at the items in the leader's hand, confirming his gear was safe. He let out a sigh of relief. If that coat was actually lost, Ryan would make him sleep outside. Patrick also felt a huge weight lift. If Ryan got mad again, he wasn't sure if she would blow up their entire dungeon. Rosalina's leader actually possessed some honor. Despite being completely terrified, he stepped forward to shield the little girl and Todd. "How did you find us?" he demanded. "Who knows?" Patrick shrugged. It seems those items really wanted to return to their owner. Devourer picked his nose and yawned sleepily. Now he just wanted to go back to sleep. Seeing his lord getting incredibly drowsy, Patrick wanted to wrap this up quickly. He told the leader to return the items to end this peacefully. But the leader was a cautious man. He feared that once they got their items back, Devourer and Patrick would kill them anyway. His instincts screamed that the two before him were incredibly dangerous, especially since they tracked Rosalina in the pitch black. It was too dark for normal people to find a target this fast. Unless these two were actual demons, it was impossible. That terrifying thought made him shudder. He was thoroughly spooked by his own logic. Meanwhile, standing right behind them, the oblivious Rosalina was still tightly hugging Patrick's rib bone. Her leader quickly reached out and grabbed those two bones. He held them out right in front of Patrick. "This rib must be really important to you, right?" "Oh, of course it is. It is literally a part of my body." Hearing Patrick confirm this, the leader suddenly threw both ribs high up into the air. While they were still airborne, he yelled for Todd to evacuate the others. Patrick scrambled forward, diving flat on the ground just to safely catch his bones. Right then, a thug hiding in the dark alley rushed out and slammed a heavy blow right onto his head. But Patrick was completely fine while the thug's weapon shattered. Devourer watched this without shifting his expression, letting out another lazy yawn. "What is this? Are they using rocks as weapons? Why do not they have any decent gear?" Just as Devourer thought this, another guy charged from behind, aiming a blade to stab him in the back. Talk about perfect timing, this guy actually brought a real proper weapon along. Devourer casually broke the blade barehanded, then generously gave the guy a free dental realignment with a swift kick. He lifted the guy up and turned to Patrick for input on what to do next with him. "Boss, stop acting, please. Calling me master will shorten my lifespan. Let us just knock them all out for now." "You want to let them live?" "I did not say that. I just mean we should wrap this up quickly." Devourer and Patrick split up, starting their absolute demolition of the bandit group. With their power, this was incredibly easy. Meanwhile, back home, Ryan felt extremely restless, her sharp intuition kicking in. She kept hoping Devourer and Patrick's work was going smoothly. Agria looked completely exhausted. Devourer had only been gone for half a day, yet Ryan had already asked 49 times. She tried her absolute best to reassure her, but Ryan kept worrying. Devourer was literally an epic legendary monster, the master of the ancient core, yet she kept fretting that he would go hungry or even get bullied by humans. Meanwhile, over on this side, Patrick and Devourer had easily finished dealing with the bandits. Devourer sighed in relief once more, seeing his coat was still completely intact. Frankly, that bandit leader had left a pretty strong impression on Patrick. He was just a normal human, yet he had actually managed to sneak attack him. Patrick initially wanted to wipe them all out, but Devourer, having retrieved his cloak, lazily laid right down on the ground, completely unwilling to move another inch. Lie down too, Patrick is way more comfortable here than you think. Patrick seriously wanted to smack his lord and submit his resignation again. Right at that moment, Rosalina stepped out of the alley with a terrified face. She hesitantly apologized for the theft. I stole those items, she pleaded. The others had absolutely nothing to do with this. Please spare their lives, she begged, even kneeling on the hard ground. Just then, Todd rushed over trying to pull her up. Get up, he snapped. Do you really think these bastards will let us off the hook? They never would. Devourer lies back with crossed legs, letting out a relaxed hum. Todd said it, so why not Patrick move out? Patrick moves in on the pair. Todd is absolutely terrified, but he still tries to stand tall. He draws a dagger. Behind him, Rosalina completely panics. The little girl does not know what to do. She can only clutch her crucifix tightly, desperately praying for safety. This immediately catches Patrick's attention right away. No punches, no kicks. He just bypasses Todd, staring straight at the item in her small hands. He demands to know where she got it. This is clearly no ordinary phoenix-shaped inverted cross. Even more concerning, Patrick can feel a very specific power flowing directly from it. It is surveillance mana. Why is surveillance mana radiating from a mere beggar? Patrick rushes back to Devourer. Someone is watching them closely. They are spying on Haston. The proof. The surveillance mana only flared up when she started praying. This means it only activates under specific conditions. Boss, if we can find those triggers, we can win. We can easily uncover their master's plot. Devourer, however, has absolutely zero interest in any of it. Haston is no longer a magical village, but Patrick wants answers. He quickly shifts his plans to human teamwork. Cooperating with humans might actually be much easier than trying to get Devourer to do any teamwork. Is that really necessary? How will you solve this? Patrick simply strikes an extremely arrogant, proud pose. He taps his shiny helmet, though his hollow skull does not even contain a brain to think with anymore. I have a brilliant solution, boss, he claims. Almost instantly, Patrick shifts his entire attitude with them. He politely apologizes to the terrified bandits. Then he calmly lies about being in the secret Dark Knight squad. They take secret orders directly from the Roanoke royal family. He claims they have a special royal decree now. They must completely eliminate all troublemakers. That beating earlier, it was not for stealing, but for stealing from him. And honestly, you can't blame them. His towering figure and shiny black armor make the lie highly convincing. Rosalina's group falls for it completely. He reassures them they have absolutely no intention of harming anyone here. They actually lower their guard. The bandits ask why a prestigious royal knight is here in Haston anyway. I am here to save Haston, he replies. Continuing his grand totally fake story, he goes on now. He supposedly spared them because he wants to rescue this village. He just needs their local information to start off. Patrick needs to analyze the situation so he can send proper backup and much-needed supply drops here soon. Aren't they all trying to restore peace to Haston? He tells them he needs everyone's help to make it happen. The bandits whisper in sheer excitement. A royal knight coming to save them seems like an absolute miracle. They truly believe the Emperor has not abandoned them. To escape this terrible life, they agree quite easily. They decide to work with Patrick. Negotiating with mortals is much easier than he had ever expected. Devourer remains totally indifferent to everything. His only concern is when they can finally return to the ancient core. We have only just begun, boss, Patrick protests. Devourer simply yawns, feeling completely bored by all this. Patrick certainly takes his job very seriously, but Devourer feels like things are getting way too complicated now. He wants no part in this mess. Grabbing his head, Devourer lies flat on the dirt road. Stop lying on the road and get up, Patrick nags. Devourer wishes his subordinate would just slack off with him. Patrick quickly assigns the tasks, deciding to keep a very close eye on that highly suspicious bandit leader. He is the most suspicious one. Devourer, on the other hand, is tasked with befriending the local villagers now. Hearing this, Devourer's face falls instantly. He is the master of the ancient core, yet he must play nice. Patrick actually wants him to make friends. This is a total nightmare for a semi-introverted, highly antisocial demon, but there is absolutely no other choice. Who looks more approachable, a fully armored knight or a total beggar like him? Devourer is extremely annoyed to be called a beggar by his own subordinate. Too bad, Patrick is absolutely right about it. He gives Devourer a very strict deadline to blend in with those humans before he returns. No excuses. He must do it the human way, leaving Devourer totally confused. How do humans even make friends anyway? He assumes they must be just like him, likely spending their entire day sleeping, lazy and completely unmotivated. The rest probably just daydream with zero motivation. Hearing this extremely lazy logic, Patrick is completely speechless. His lord is clearly projecting his own extreme laziness onto others. Patrick begs him to take this seriously, to gather information from those humans. The faster we finish up, the sooner we can go home and get some proper rest right. Devourer feels an immense amount of pressure, almost as if Patrick is the real master in this relationship. Patrick also reminds Devourer that getting close to humans is no easy task, so if they act rude, he has to keep his cool. Devourer is not thrilled about this setup, but with no other options, he has to just go along with it. But things do not go quite as Patrick expects. Instead of being rude, the humans are actually way too enthusiastic. They do not look down on Devourer for his ragged appearance, assuming he is simply wearing a clever disguise for an investigation. They keep calling him the noble Sir Knight while bombarding him with a million questions that start driving him absolutely crazy. The great demon lord literally wants to swallow these annoying humans whole right now, but he remembers Patrick's warning. He swallows his rage, muttering to himself that he needs to stay friendly and keep on smiling. Turning to a kid pulling on his cloak, he asks what the little guy wants to know, and the kid's eyes instantly light up. The boy asks if Devourer has ever seen Sir Gin in person. Gin is that prickly woman who previously fought against Devourer. Although the name sounds slightly familiar, Devourer has zero real memories, coldly replying that he has no clue who they are. Right then, Rosalina walks over extremely nervous, but she genuinely wants to apologize for stealing his belongings earlier. Devourer shrugs it off since he already got his stuff back anyway, refusing to waste his energy holding a grudge against a child. Once Todd finishes dispersing the curious crowd of onlookers, he steps forward to formally introduce himself to Devourer once again. The leader of the bandits actually ordered Todd to assist Devourer and do whatever the knight asks of him. However, Devourer does not expect Todd to be just as hyperactive as Patrick, suggesting they see the village firsthand. He says, seeing the village in person is much better than just hearing rumors, offering to show him around immediately. Devourer groans internally, wishing he could decline, completely baffled by where humans find this endless supply of energy. But sitting around here means enduring endless rounds of questions, so he realizes he has no choice. Making up his mind, he heads out with Todd, arriving soon after at their very first residential stop. The completely deserted streets raise questions for Devourer, but Todd simply guides him to a worn wooden door. Todd promises all answers lie beyond it, making Devourer secretly annoyed at how unnecessarily mysterious the guide is being. Still, he pushes the door open, and trust me, the scene inside is absolutely horrific. They have already stopped breathing, having starved to death in a village where even stealing food from neighbors is impossible. No one has anything left to take, forcing the residents to live in constant fear of who hunger will claim next. This tragic reality deeply confuses Devourer, who has a hard time understanding the passive behavior of these villagers. Normally, when starvation strikes a village, the people unleash their rage upon the local lord and start an uprising. Yet the citizens of Haston choose to silently endure this agonizing hunger instead of standing up to fight. Seemingly reading Devourer's thoughts, Todd pushes a window open wide and assumes a rather contemplative expression. The Black Disaster has plagued Haston for over a month now, yet everything remains strangely peaceful with zero rebellions. Todd asks if the knight is curious about this mystery. While back at the Hell Core, things are pretty dull. Agria finds life in the underworld incredibly boring, desperately wanting to head over to Haston to find her idol. Naturally, Ryan immediately shuts that idea down. An orderly person like her would never abandon their lord's assigned duties. Reminding Agria that Devourer placed his ultimate trust in them, Ryan tries her best to comfort the young girl. However, Ryan secretly laughs to herself, knowing full well that she is the only one the lord actually trusts. Being so young, Agria is easily fooled by Ryan's sweet words, instantly cheering up at the thought of her idol's faith. Meanwhile, Ryan leisurely sips a hot cup of tea, keeping her guard up since danger could strike at any moment. She knows they have to stay sharp, as there is no telling when the humans might launch an attack. Agria quickly activates her Eye of the Observer magic to scout the dungeon perimeter, which makes Ryan quite pleased. Ryan is glad to have a helpful assistant around, but just as she plans to clean, Agria's face turns pale. The spell detects a strange presence, confirming an intruder has breached the dungeon, though it seems to be just one person. Agria warns her to prepare as Ryan tensely stands up, drawing her weapon just as a blinding light appears. A bright red light floods the room, accompanied by the distinct clicking of high heels and a charming feminine laugh. The mysterious woman asks why they are acting so panicked, slowly emerging from the shadows with a confident smile. With that stunning face, pale skin, and gorgeous figure, there is no mistaking her. It is Lady Ertzsebet, the ruler of the Toy Castle dungeon. This sudden visit from Ertzsebet catches Ryan completely off guard and leaves her feeling quite awkward, especially since Devourer is away. Since he is gone, she has not prepared any gourmet treats to welcome her guest. Ertzsebet generously waves it off, claiming she does not mind. But then she suggests that if Ryan truly wants to offer a treat, a little taste of her blood would do nicely. She must be joking. Ryan can only laugh awkwardly, and Ertzsebet finally drops the tease. Her attention quickly shifts to Agria, looking highly intrigued about who this is. Before Ryan can even introduce her, Agria chimes in with her usual boastful attitude. It seems this little demon is incredibly proud of her bloodline. She proudly asks if they want to know about her greatness. She claims to be the demon king, ruler of all demons and a royal descendant. She is the 17th descendant of Asmodeus Melon. Ursabet simply watches this dramatic theatrical performance with deep amusement. The youth sure love to show off. But the moment Ryan introduces the prestigious lady standing right in front of her, Agria instantly shuts her mouth. She quickly drags Ryan to the side and whispers with sudden caution, asking if she can meet the bosses of all other dungeons here. Ryan is clearly not thrilled about Agria trying to move in permanently. After all, Devourer has not even agreed to make her official yet. The master has not given this brat permission to join the ancient core. Meanwhile, Ursabet casually summons a pet bat to pour some tea. The bat flutters its wings and instantly transforms into a handsome servant. Seeing this, Ryan mentions Devourer, which prompts Ursabet to ask about his whereabouts. She realizes both Devourer and Patrick have been missing since she arrived. Ryan honestly admits they left quite some time ago. This news immediately turns Ursabet's expression incredibly dark. It seems they chose the absolute worst possible moment to go completely off the grid. Seeing the powerful vampire so deeply troubled sends a wave of anxiety through Ryan. That is when she learns about the chaotic situation outside. Multiple villages near the toy castle have been completely obliterated. The human populations are entirely wiped out, but there is an eerie twist. Not a single corpse was left behind, leaving only a massive, terrifying sea of blood. Ursabet suspects this was no ordinary human slaughter. The spilled blood on the ground actually flowed in a single direction, almost as if it was intentionally creating a red pathway. And guess where that trail of blood leads straight to Haston? Agria is completely stunned hearing such a bizarre, creepy tale for the first time. If all those missing bodies are truly gone, there is a very high chance they have been turned into a massive undead horde. Ursabet agrees that it is highly likely, though very few individuals possess the necromancy skills required to pull off such a feat. Most undead are completely brainless, but those with actual intelligence hold the prestigious title of Elder. Controlling a coordinated army takes a true master. Such a coordinated force points to a single mastermind behind the scenes, and Ursabet already has one primary suspect in her mind. The prime suspect is none other than the dreaded king of the undead Erebos. That is exactly why the vampire lady sought out the core. She wants to coordinate with Devourer to face this massive threat, but the dungeon is completely empty and Ryan has no way to contact him. There is not a single summon left that can carry a message. Ursabet is absolutely speechless at how poorly prepared they are. She cannot believe Ryan blindly trusts an idiot like Devourer enough to let him wander off with absolutely no way to reach him. Agria has been quietly listening, but now she eagerly jumps in, declaring that it is finally time for her great self to shine. There is no other option. Meanwhile, back in Haston, Devourer is still completely engrossed in Todd's tragic explanation of their town's downfall. The young man explains that the Black Calamity was the root of all evil. Soon after it reached their lands, things grew far worse. An unknown arsonist torched the fertile fields, and the raging fire spread so quickly that the ready-to-harvest crops were completely turned to ash. Along with the destruction, a sinister rumor began spreading through the village, sealing their doom and turning neighbor against neighbor. The gossip claimed that any crops near the Black Calamity were poisonous, and eating them would bring slow, agonizing death to anyone. Haston quickly gained a reputation as a cursed wasteland. Despair peaked when news spread that even the Emperor had completely abandoned them. Yet amidst the crushing dark, a tiny glimmer of hope remained as a wealthy, compassionate merchant couple stepped up to help. Their private granaries survived the massive fire untouched. Generously, they opened their doors and distributed food to the starving population. Inspired by their charity, other villagers began working together to support one another. But just as hope was returning, tragedy struck again. The kind-hearted couple was found brutally murdered inside their own home. It was a horrific sight that shattered the community's fragile trust. Starving citizens assumed some greedy monster slaughtered them to hoard all the food. Instantly, all trust among neighbors completely vanished. Cooperation completely collapsed as desperate families began fighting tooth and nail over every scrap of food, ultimately leading to mass starvation. The only reason Todd and the slum dwellers managed to survive was by ignoring the terrifying rumors and eating the cursed crops anyway. Surprisingly, none of them got sick. Hearing this, Devourer easily deduces that the entire rumor was manufactured by someone with malicious intent. Todd then leads Devourer deeper into the slums, guiding him toward a hidden, mysterious destination to reveal the final piece of the puzzle. What secrets lie ahead in this ruined land? Only time will tell as they step deeper into the dark together. At the next location, a graveyard, a horrifying sight awaits. Piles of starved corpses are stacked on top of each other. If they did not bury them, pests would swarm the entire town. So the survivors dug a massive pit to stack the bodies. Devourer wondered if they did not miss their loved ones, knowing many who lost family still could not let go. Truth be told, it was more likely that absolutely no one wanted to take on such a grim and troublesome responsibility. Just then, Todd revealed yet another dark secret. The desperate couple he mentioned earlier actually had a little daughter together, and that child, Rosalina. Devourer sighed, realizing she had fallen from high luxury to a simple street orphan. Her fate was tragic, truly miserable. Devourer scanned the area and quickly spotted two suspicious guards nearby. Seeing guards at the gates during this crisis, Devourer immediately guessed they were acting directly on the Lord's orders. The Lord of this land seemed highly suspicious. Devourer knew he had to meet them face to face to make any progress. Normal methods would never expose the masterminds behind this. To achieve this goal, Patrick came up with a plan. He decided to steal a harpy egg. Just like that. If they chased it and Devourer defeated them all, then their excuse was ready. Perfect. But before they even saw the Lord, a massive swarm of harpies attacked. The sheer number was dizzying. Harpies everywhere. Just a second ago, Patrick was calling himself a total genius. Talk about immediate regret. Patrick panicked as the massive horde swarmed them. Meanwhile, at the castle, the young lord woke up. She was LAZIEST, the newly appointed lord. Disturbed by a nightmare, she stepped onto the balcony for fresh air. Though she had inherited this heavy title several weeks ago, LAZIEST still could not adapt to her new reality. The young lord still vividly remembered the day her brother died and how her family fled with their entire fortune. They left Haston in ruins, leaving LAZIEST in constant anxiety. She knew her only hope for survival was rebuilding the land. But with her options completely exhausted, the only thing she could do was trust a mysterious cloaked stranger. He promised to bring salvation to Haston. Yet, looking at the ruined state of her domain, LAZIEST could not stay calm. She demanded to know if this was his version of salvation, but the cloaked man merely remained calm under her questioning. He assured her that he would keep his promise. Soon he would clear every single hardship facing the people of Haston. He calmly told her there was no need to worry, but his words did little to soothe her growing unease. LAZIEST was extremely annoyed since he never revealed his actual plans, but she was just a young girl with no other options. She had absolutely no countermeasure for this crisis. Right now, believing his smooth words was her only real choice. He claimed his plan to save Haston was going smoothly, but that sinister smirk under his hood, highly suspicious. Having no other choice, the young lord had to compromise and agree to wait just a little longer. Right at that moment, her loyal butler entered the room to report on the urgent security situation of Haston. He repeated the reports from the guards, stating that the domain had been attacked by a fierce swarm of harpies. However, a mysterious knight had suddenly intervened, wiping out the entire swarm with a single devastating blow. LAZIEST was stunned. A single blow. Who was this strange knight, and which order did he belong to? The butler replied that the guards asked but got no answer. LAZIEST eagerly wanted to meet this mystery savior. She wanted to head straight to the guest parlor where he was waiting, but the strange cloaked man stopped her. He warned that this knight could easily be an assassin in disguise, but LAZIEST refused to ignore his aid. She firmly believed that rewarding such a heroic deed was her absolute duty as the Lord of Haston. In the end, LAZIEST decided to bypass the warning and grant the mysterious savior an official audience. Patrick was brought before her. He gracefully knelt on one knee to introduce himself to the young lord. LAZIEST felt deeply grateful, completely unaware that this was a carefully staged plan by Patrick and Devourer. Patrick observed her closely, immediately realizing she was unsuited to rule. Judging by her youthful age, he could easily tell that she was the younger sister of the previous lord. When asked which noble family he served, Patrick hesitated. Silence. Pure, heavy silence. She asked for his name, but he politely and calmly refused to answer. LAZIEST pointed out his many secrets and asked if he would also refuse to remove his helmet. Patrick claimed his face was heavily scarred and half-shattered from battle, but he would remove it if she insisted. This clever excuse worked. LAZIEST quickly relented and decided not to force him to remove the helmet. However, she still firmly insisted on rewarding his immense bravery and asked what he wanted in return. Patrick immediately replied, demanding food. The absolute most important thing in Haston right now was food. Through this simple request, he could easily gauge the castle's current situation. Lord LAZIEST shrugged. It was no big deal. She quickly ordered her servants to go prepare the food, answering her guests without a single second thought. From her casual reaction, Patrick easily saw that the castle did not lack food at all. But then why would this young lord let her people starve? Moreover, Patrick was highly suspicious of the mysterious cloaked man standing right next to her. Since Patrick himself was an undead himself, he could easily sense dark energy, and that cloaked figure gave off a highly familiar aura. Patrick felt an incredibly familiar vibe from him. And so he boldly asked LAZIEST a question. My lady, may I ask you a quick question? What is it? She asked. There's a small matter bothering me. Who exactly is that guy? That question could have gotten Patrick executed on the spot, but he quickly claimed he was only asking out of pure curiosity, so the young lord let him leave. Cut to now, Patrick is reporting the whole situation to his incredibly lazy master Devourer. But you just let him go like that, Devourer grumbles. If he felt familiar, is he not an undead? Did you want me to start a fight there? Or what? Besides, Patrick was not entirely sure if the guy was actually undead. An aura like that could also belong to a necromancer. Humans using dark magic can also emit the energy of an undead. Devourer snorts, asking who has the time to overthink things. If it were up to me, I would have killed him right on the spot. Devourer groans impatiently. We came here to clean up the massive mess you caused, not create even more trouble. Patrick growls each word, then brutally beats Devourer up. If their lord keeps acting this useless, he will be forced to resign. To save face, Devourer quickly changes the subject, sharing the intel he gathered today. The Black Disaster left a terrible curse on all local food, causing a deadly plague to spread around. The starving villagers would rather die than eat it. As for little Rosalina, Devourer could not even get close, because she bolted the second he got near. If only we had mind control magic, Patrick sighs. I should have brought Agria along. Devourer grinds his teeth in frustration. Why did you not say that earlier, instead of dragging someone who did not want to come? Well, because Patrick did not think his lord would be so utterly useless, though he obviously kept that thought to himself. Luckily, winning over Rosalina is still possible. Patrick pulls out the bag of food he received earlier from the young lord. Devourer's eyes instantly light up. I am starving. Do you want to eat first and talk later? Patrick is absolutely speechless. Obviously not. We are using this food to gain Rosalina's trust, he explains. Devourer reluctantly agrees to play along. He takes the bag of food to find Rosalina, but his naturally grumpy, highly terrifying Lord of Hell face instantly scares the little girl half to death. Rosalina presses herself against the wall, her frail, thin body shivering uncontrollably. What do you want with me? She stammers. Why are you so shocked, kid? Do I look like I will eat you? Yes, actually, you do. But just when Rosalina thinks she's about to get beaten, Devourer slowly pulls a fresh pastry from his bag. Take this, let's eat together. Her sheer terror instantly turns into surprise and then into pure joy. Is this not the holy bread from the priest? An excited Rosalina grabs Devourer's hand and shakes it back and forth, thanking him happily. Devourer is left completely baffled. Patrick gave him this bread, so where did a priest come from? To clear up his confusion, Rosalina eagerly leads him to a cave near the village. The little girl is glowing with happiness, finally finding someone who shares her exact faith, since nobody else in the village believed her. They soon stop before a massive pitch-black cave. Oddly bright torches light up automatically wherever they walk. Heading deep down inside, they find the mysterious man called the priest passionately preaching. The Black Disaster that hit Haston is a divine test meant for humans because of all the evil deeds they committed. But he claims a highly powerful being will help them overcome this current crisis. As true believers who have earned his trust, they should all be praised as the truly chosen ones. Rosalina finds a spot for them to sit. Listening to this, Devourer already feels highly skeptical of the speech, but the suspicious priest does not look special at all. Is this guy just some typical brainwashing cult leader or what? While he is deep in thought, the surrounding followers suddenly stand up together. Rosalina beams with pure joy, saying they arrive at the perfect time today. Now is the Holy Communion, where the priest hands out the sacred bread to his followers. Devourer watches with highly critical eyes. That bread looks identical to the piece Patrick got earlier from the Lord of Haston. Why would a cult's holy bread be in the Lord's castle? In other words, this priest is getting his bread directly from inside the castle. Before Devourer can solve this puzzle, Rosalina suddenly leans into his ear and whispers, Sir Knight, let me share a secret. When that savior comes to rescue Haston, I heard that true believers who trust in him will find eternal happiness. To Devourer, though this whole thing sounded like a massive joke, absolute nonsense, yet Rosalina clutched her crucifix tightly. She kept dreaming about receiving the sacred blessings bestowed by their savior. As they chatted, the priest suddenly appeared right in front of them. He smiled and welcomed Rosalina, noting she had come again today. Offering her today's blessing, he told Rosalina to hold it securely. She bowed repeatedly, thanking him profusely for the small bread loaf. The priest then turned toward Devourer and handed him an identical loaf. The moment Devourer reached out to take it, his gut feeling was instantly confirmed. He was absolutely right. He let the bread slip from his fingers, watching it shatter to pieces on the dirt. A dark, terrifying expression took over Devourer's face. Grabbing the priest by the shoulder, he pulled him close and whispered coldly into his ear. Did he really think he could run a scam right in front of him? Humans might miss that flow of mana, but it would never work on Devourer. He did not care what the priest did to mortals, but warned him not to pry. It was a massive mistake to cross that line. The priest's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He finally realized that the man standing before him was not human at all. Meanwhile, Rosalina stood there holding her bread, looking completely baffled. Knight Devourer let go of the priest, his face softening back to normal. He casually told Rosalina that he was just expressing his deepest gratitude to the priest for providing them with food. Rosalina bought the lie completely as they headed back to the village late at night. Once she left, Devourer's scowl returned. Things were getting suspicious. Way too suspicious to ignore. That cult leader had targeted the isolated Haston region. He was using some strange unknown mana to brainwash and spy on the local villagers. On top of that, there was that creepy guy. The one standing by the Lord who radiated undead energy whom Patrick met earlier. They were definitely working together without a doubt. Even worse, there had to be a mastermind pulling their strings. But wait, where did that voice praise come from? Agria popped up right beside him wearing a cheeky grin. It turned out Devourer had been thinking out loud this whole time. But seriously, why on earth was this annoying brat here in Haston? For a second, Devourer thought he was hallucinating. This just doubled his headache. She commented that since he claimed to have destroyed the place, she expected much worse. Perched casually on a high rooftop, Agria looked around, admitting the scenery actually did not look too terrible from up there. She surveyed the entire village. Devourer knew this annoying pest had not traveled all this way just to satisfy her curiosity. Agria honestly confessed that Lady Erdsebet had recently visited the ancient core and shared some highly suspicious details with her. This included finding strange, abnormal phenomena around Che Castle, with all the clues directly pointing right toward Haston. More importantly, Lady Erdsebet's prime suspect in all of this was Erebos, and let's be honest, he's the most logical culprit. But it was still just a theory, Devourer grumbled. Truth be told, Agria had been pondering over this during her journey. The current situation in Haston was far from good. Even though no zombies had shown up yet, something felt deeply wrong. Agria suspected the mastermind was actively manipulating the flow of mana. She slammed her magical scepter straight into the ground. She cast a low-level mana detection spell. Her suspicions were confirmed instantly, proving her theories completely right as she grinned. They had no clue. The faithful in Haston could never imagine that their trusted priest was actually an undead monster. Worse yet, he was the gatekeeper of the deadly land of the dead guarding the corpses. His full name was Simon Magus. On this day, Magus was preparing to deliver his routine status report on Haston to the Dark Master he faithfully served. Exactly as Lady Erdsebet had feared, the master orchestrating everything behind the scenes was Erebos, the supreme lord of all undead. Magus knelt humbly at the feet of Erebos. This would be his final report before Erebos personally marched on Haston. When asked for his report, Magus revealed there was an unexpected intruder. Erebos did not seem surprised by this news. Even before Magus spoke, a mysterious man named Omo who clung to the Lord had already delivered a very similar warning. He assumed the intruder wore white armor and reeked of death, but Magus quickly shook his head in disagreement. He had faced Devourer, who wore no armor and carried no stench of death. Magus did not know who he was, yet he was absolutely certain the stranger had deep ties to the abyss. Erebos remained silent for 5 seconds, pondering his identity. Regardless of whether Devourer or Patrick interfered, he was determined to lock down Haston. It was the crucial first step. This would kick off his grand plan to conquer the entire empire. Since Omo had requested reinforcements, Erebos made his move. He dispatched Massam to the underground dungeon. He then asked Magus if he required extra troops to deal with Devourer. Surprisingly, Magus declined the offer, stating he would send a request for aid later if the situation grew desperate. Telling him to decide for himself, Erebos vanished. Magus slowly stood up, watching a flock of crows fly away. They departed alongside his master. Soon he thought the undead would conquer this world and nobody could stop them. There is no stopping them now. Yet Magus still harbors one deep fear that the monster itself might show up here and ruin absolutely everything. Whether that dreaded beast in his nightmares is actually Devourer remains to be seen. Meanwhile, on this side, Devourer is lazily lounging on the rooftop, ordering Agria around. She just confirmed that someone is actively manipulating the mana flow, right here in Haston, but she has no way to identify who cast it. However, for a massive wide-scale spell like this, the caster usually has to remain close by to maintain a constant, steady stream of mana. Otherwise, they would need to utilize some sort of medium to stabilize and direct the flow. But any medium capable of supporting magic that covers the entirety of Haston would require an immense amount of mana. According to Agria, the absolute best hiding place for such an item would be right inside the local lord's castle. Devourer lets out a long, lazy yawn, finding Agria's theory completely logical. While their enemy's true goal remains a mystery, if Devourer and his crew wreck everything now, is bound to draw out some investigators immediately. Coincidentally, Patrick is already nearby, so Devourer decides to finally stop slacking off. Hey Agria, you are free, right? Then come to the castle with me. Devourer's eyes smile in expression right now, completely terrify Agria. She has absolutely no idea what he is planning, but based on Lord Devourer's cryptic words, it is time to replace one of the dark dungeons. At the same time, Patrick is searching the entire castle, and just as he predicted, the area underneath this castle is highly suspicious. Patrick's sharp nose immediately picks up the overwhelming stench of rotting flesh rising from below. Underneath the castle lies a seemingly useless dungeon, but Patrick suddenly hears a highly suspicious sound. Sure enough, when he heads down, he catches a giant monster actively chopping up human bones. The massive meat cleaver in its hand highly impresses Patrick. It has been ages since he saw such a crude weapon. Seeing the beast completely absorbed in its work, Patrick speaks up first, apologizing for interrupting its task and asking who its master is. Hearing his voice, the butcher panics and spins around, swinging that gigantic cleaver to slash Patrick in a single blow. Thanks to his massive build, this desperate swing carries incredible power, but to Patrick, the speed is just laughably slow. He easily catches the heavy blade with one hand. With this happening right inside the castle dungeon are that bastard and the female lord actually in cahoots. Patrick applies a bit of force and shatters the giant blade. Before the creature can even process what happened, his jaw is clamped shut by Patrick's grip. Since the connection is confirmed, it is time for him to perish. He is clearly no match for Patrick, who easily slices him in half with a single strike. But suddenly, the torches in the dungeon go out only to reignite with eerie magic flames. Patrick tenses up, yet a split second later his helmet gets sent flying. Patrick chuckles, finding it quite a surprise that even a Dullahan has shown up. What exactly are they planning here? For those who do not know, a Dullahan is basically a headless knight. Hey there, whose orders are you guarding this place under? Patrick asks politely, but the silent enemy refuses to answer. Instead, he aggressively lunges forward. While dodging the strikes, Patrick recognizes the weapon in his hand. That blade is known as the demonic sword, capable of corroding any weapon it touches. Dealing with it won't be easy. And even Patrick realizes this opponent is a tough nut to crack. He is no ordinary headless knight, since they are both undead. He asks if they can sit down and chat, trying to talk some sense into him. But obviously trying to reason with a monster is completely useless. The headless knight completely ignores the offer and charges at Patrick once more, forcing him to lean his massive body backward in order to dodge the blade. Evade the blade. The creature clearly possesses intelligence, yet stubbornly refuses to speak a single word. Patrick vows to uncover why he is here, and he is certain the female lord holds the answers to his questions. Since that is the case, Patrick decides not to waste another second here. He unleashes a barrage of powerful attacks to completely overwhelm his opponent. Strong as the Dullahan is, he cannot match Patrick, and even the demonic sword gets ripped right out of his hands. Under Patrick's relentless storm-like onslaught, the monster is sliced into multiple pieces. In the dead of night, Lord Law wakes up as the room temperature suddenly plummets. She opens her eyes to find a towering figure standing right before her bed, radiating a bone-chilling aura. The young lord immediately tenses up, demanding to know how he dares break in at midnight. Patrick replies that it is quite obvious. He has some urgent business to discuss. He casually asks if her name is indeed La, calmly drawing his sword. This sends the lord from mere tension into absolute panic. He gives her exactly 5 minutes to call Omo here. Of course she has nobody dared to go against Patrick. That cloaked man got summoned in the dead of night, apologizing for the late hour. While taking a midnight stroll, Patrick accidentally picked up a strange object. He casually tosses the heavy item onto the table. LAZIEST flinches in pure terror, but her eyes stay completely blank. She has absolutely no idea what she is looking at. It is a Dullahan helmet, the actual head of the monster Patrick just put down. He demands to know the truth. Patrick demands to know why she is working with the undead. LAZIEST stammers back, what undead is he even talking about? Patrick assumes she is playing dumb. Or worse, she genuinely has no clue about the dangerous monster she is dealing with. Honestly, that makes sense. Patrick already knows LAZIEST is just a useless leader who has lost complete control over her territory. She has no idea what happens on her own land. Suddenly, the cloaked man speaks up, telling her to ignore these wild rumors. The hooded figure wants to take charge, offering to mobilize their own troops to lock this arrogant intruder up immediately. But Patrick does not even let him finish. He coldly interrupts. He already killed that Dullahan down in the castle dungeons. Hearing the mention of those dark underground dungeons, LAZIEST whips around to stare directly at her mysterious hooded subordinate. This mysterious cloaked follower clearly feels the sudden pressure. He quickly shifts his gaze away, unable to meet her suspicious eyes. He should be nervous. That dungeon is currently packed with rotting corpses. Patrick slowly draws his blade once more. He points the sharp tip right at the cloaked man. Here's another hint: that guy standing next to you is undead too. The shocking revelation pushes the young lord over the edge. Her composure shatters completely, and she starts losing all self-control. LAZIEST refuses to trust Patrick, who is just a newcomer. Instead, she clings to the words of her shady masked advisor. This man promised to save Haston. She warns Patrick that accusing her ally is a direct threat to the entire territory. Patrick lets out a dry chuckle. This foolish young lord is honestly too blind to see the reality of her situation. Deep down, she probably already suspects who the real monster is, yet her pride won't let her accept the truth. Suddenly, the completely shameless Omo takes a few steps forward, acting as if he is trying to calm everyone down. He calmly walks up to Patrick, telling him that finding a legendary Dullahan helmet in a place like this is highly unlikely. The monster asks Patrick if he agrees, admitting that even he was shocked to hear of such an elite creature. He plays dumb, expressing utter shock that a high-ranking undead would show up in a peaceful territory like this. Patrick plays along with an amused smirk, though he secretly found that Dullahan's behavior during their fight highly suspicious. Patrick knows that as an elder among the undead, that beast should have possessed high intelligence and the ability to speak. Yet the massive monster never uttered a single word during the fight, and its battle movements were completely unnatural. After burning its dark soul to ashes, Patrick carefully inspected the armor and made a very shocking discovery. He found an active mind control magic circle carved deep inside the metal breastplate right next to its owner's name. The name carved on the armor was Masam, the deputy leader of a famous raid squad from 30 years ago. Masam and Hana had assembled a powerful force to eliminate a highly dangerous undead knight who subsequently vanished from history. Patrick turns back to the completely bewildered LAZIEST, asking her if she can guess who that dangerous undead knight was. The clueless lord naturally has absolutely no clue, staring blankly as Patrick prepares to drop the ultimate truth bomb. Predicting her silence, Patrick shifts his blade again, aiming it right at the throat of her hooded advisor. Patrick asks the sneaky traitor a direct question, hoping the man will finally speak the absolute truth this time around. He asks where the violent undead Aovos is hidden. Hearing that terrifying name, LAZIEST becomes even more confused and terrified. The clueless young lord has no idea how a notorious dungeon boss is connected to her trusted masked advisor. Meanwhile, Omo suddenly bursts into a maniacal laugh, completely ignoring the sharp steel blade pressed directly against his throat. That chilling laughter finally snaps the young lord out of it. She screams at him, desperate to preserve her final hope. She demands to know if his promise to save her and the entire territory of Haston was all a lie. Seeing his terrifying, twisted expression for the very first time, she instantly freezes up, unable to speak another word. Patrick completely ruined Omo's plans. Unmasking his true dark intentions, the villain unleashes an overwhelming wave of pure bloodlust. With no turning back, Omo lunges forward to grab the young lord, but before he can even touch her, a silver blade flashes. Patrick smoothly severs his arm with one lightning-fast strike, commanding both of them to stand completely still right there. The severed limb hits the floor, but absolutely not a single drop of blood flows from his open wound. LAZIEST collapses in shock, absolute proof that her trusted ally is indeed a monster. Omo finally pulls off his hood. Showing his true face, he freely reveals his identity and dark plans, completely shattering Lala's dreams. He tells her that he is about to send her straight to the grave, along with everyone else in this domain. He vows to turn this place into a wasteland of death, claiming that humans like her should feel absolutely honored to receive such salvation. With every word he speaks, Omo's appearance begins to warp. Finally, he sheds his disguise to reveal a hideous rotting corpse. It turns out this is just one piece of a grander plan, set by Erebos, the supreme immortal king of the undead. Watching him, Patrick stands silent, his mind racing with calculations. Ordinarily, the undead are mindless monsters who rely solely on overwhelming numbers to crush their enemies through sheer force. But listening to Omo, Patrick is now absolutely certain that they prepared a meticulous strategy before launching this massive invasion. On the other side, Omo had been keeping close tabs on Patrick since day one, reporting everything directly to Erebos. However, Patrick far surpassed all expectations by taking down Masam, which only makes Omo even more intensely curious about him. He cannot comprehend why such a powerful undead is not serving their supreme king, Erebos. Meanwhile, Lord Lala stands nearby, trembling in absolute terror. Learning that her protector Patrick is also an undead only doubles her panic. Patrick lets out a heavy sigh, annoyed that this bastard Omo had to go and blow his cover like this. He never wanted to scare Lala, since they still need her cooperation to run the territory. But now that is going to be difficult. This setback makes Patrick find this annoying undead minion even more of an eyesore. In response, Omo lunges forward with his long claws aimed straight at Patrick's throat, but their power levels are not even close. Patrick could dodge this with his eyes closed. He casually slices off Omo's arm. Pressing his cold blade straight against the creature's chest, he warns him to start listening. But Omo is a stubborn monster. He finds Patrick's threat utterly hilarious and completely useless against someone like him. Threats are useless against a zombie. Patrick knows this logic well. How do you threaten someone who is already dead? They do not fear dying twice. So Patrick shifts to a much more terrifying approach to make him talk. He mentions his companion, reminding Omo that if he did his research, he would know that person is monstrously strong. He is strong enough to easily wreck their entire operation. Omo finds this amusing, noting it would ruin the humans too. But Patrick quickly responds that they side with humanity. Even while trash-talking, he manages to score points with Lala. Rather than wasting time with all this useless banter, he demands that Omo start explaining their entire operation right now. Naturally, what Patrick wants to hear most is Erebos' grand plan. Omo pauses to think, weighing his options. He finally decides to share a few secrets, starting with how someone actually becomes an undead elder. For a human or zombie to become an elder, they need a rare supernatural event or a massive amount of hatred, so intense that it eclipses any natural phenomenon. They are called elders because each one holds enough power to fight off 1,000 zombies alone. Their revered master Erebos is a godlike entity who can manufacture these elders through magic. That explains why they isolated Haston and established a cult in the first place. Specifically, they need living bodies with beating hearts but fragile souls, the perfect breeding ground for new elders. On the floor, Lala shivers uncontrollably as she listens to Omo's horrific plot unfolding right before her eyes. She feels like the biggest fool on earth for ever trusting this monster. But their ambition goes far beyond that. They want to construct an army of elders from the sea of corpses deep within the dungeons to destroy the Empire. Hearing this, Patrick casually remarks that they are pretty wicked. He then asks what happens if the Empire actually falls, and everyone turns into zombies. Omo boasts that those who gain supreme power will probably govern the 7 dungeons. With a maniacal laugh, Omo starts chanting a dark spell. A massive, glowing magic circle begins to form under them. It is a high-level spell called the Expanding Dark Curse. Lala cowers in pure terror while Omo grows increasingly smug and arrogant. He mocks Patrick, asking if he really thought losing his arms would stop his magic. Patrick calmly commends his effort. Casting spells with just voice is impressive. As Patrick nods in approval, Omo cackles as dark invisible hands emerge. The curse's shadow hands tightly bind Patrick. Omo believes he has already won, convinced no one can resist Erebos' magic. He boasts that the only entity capable of defying their supreme leader is an ancient monster from legends. But Omo is certain that creature fell into a deep slumber after teleporting, leaving no one to stop them. Annoyed by the constant bragging, Patrick complains about the noise. He slowly unleashes his raw primal power to effortlessly shatter the dark curse's bindings, sending Omo right back into a state of absolute panic. How could someone be so monstrously strong that they can crush a high-level curse with pure physical power? Putting together all of Omo's desperate rambling led to one vital conclusion: no matter how grand Erebos' plan was, it would all turn to dust the moment an ancient monster appeared. Suddenly, the castle ceiling exploded, sending massive rocks crashing down. Patrick let out a heavy sigh. This person always brought so much trouble. Seriously, talk about perfect timing. As Lord Ra coughed weakly, Patrick panicked even more when 2 others suddenly materialized in the hall, and their entrance was way more destructive than even Patrick's had been. Devourer coldly scanned her for a brief second before turning to Patrick. Devourer asked how much he found out. Patrick replied that he basically knew everything by now. While Devourer scanned the hall, a blast of dark magic suddenly shot straight toward him. Without looking, Devourer casually flicked his hand and sent the spell flying straight back. That simple move amplified the spell's force several times, overturning it into countless sharp needles that instantly pierced through Omo's body. He was terrified. This power was far beyond his imagination. Patrick smirked, asking if she hadn't already warned him that her companion was on a whole different level, as if looking at a piece of absolute trash. What is this thing, he wondered. Omo tried his best to stop shaking. He was likely the last surviving ancient monster, the one being Erebos feared. But their classified plans should never have leaked. So how on earth did Devourer manage to track them down all the way here? Worse, Omo could no longer feel the magical stone's energy on the upper floors. At the same time, he sensed the incredible aura of the person standing right next to Devourer. He was absolutely certain that Agria was a demon king. In this current state, Omo knew he stood zero chance of winning. His only option was to stall for time and somehow report this back to Erebos. Forcing himself to calm down, Omo spoke up. "Why is an ancient monster here?" he asked. "Didn't you vanish?" He couldn't finish. A blinding flash of light slammed right into his face. An earth-shattering explosion followed, leaving the bastard pinned flat on the ground. Agria was sick of his babbling. She raised her staff and burned his body. Devourer simply watched, letting out a lazy yawn. Surprisingly, despite being absolutely pulverized, the bastard actually began to laugh. Perhaps because he was an undead, his sheer willpower was far more stubborn than any normal living creature. Kneel before him, Omo screamed with his last bit of strength. "Our great lord has finally set foot on this land," Patrick warned Devourer. He just clicked his tongue at the enemy's overly dramatic entrance. Meanwhile, the residents of Haston started noticing something strange happening to the sky. At that moment, Rosalina came running back from Jabbit Square, a place completely abandoned due to the plague. As usual, she got caught by Todd. She braced herself for a scolding, but Todd only let out a heavy sigh. The Thieves' Guild had just held a meeting. Their leader decided they would all be leaving the city tomorrow night. Rosalina stood there, completely stunned. It seemed their leader did not trust Devourer and Patrick, forcing them to run. "Follow me and I will explain on the way," Todd said, guiding her toward the graves. Her parents were buried deep at the very bottom of this mass pit. since they were leaving and might never return. Todd wanted her to say a final goodbye. They wouldn't force her to leave. The choice was entirely hers. Todd told her to do whatever she wanted. Rosalina stood in silence, unable to comprehend. "Uncle Todd, won't our city be saved?" she asked. "Can't we wait a bit longer?" "I won't try to change your mind," Rosalina, Todd replied, "because you chose to believe in that religious cult. But do you really want to wait for some unknown salvation while your parents are trapped in that dark, cold place?" Todd's words were incredibly blunt but painfully realistic. Rosalina had put all her faith into that cult, but Todd believed other paths to salvation existed. "Your actions," he suggested, "could actually bring true peace to those tragic wandering souls." Those words suddenly made Rosalina realize the truth. Clenching her fists, Rosalina's eyes filled with sudden clarity. Todd was right. If she stopped being stubborn, her own actions could bring salvation. Reaching out, Rosalina took the torch from Todd. Staring deeply at the pile of bodies one last time, she prepared to lower the fire to free their poor resting souls. Before she could, a hand grabbed her. "I wondered who would come here so late," a voice said. Todd gasped in sheer panic, instantly raising his guard to the maximum. "Is that you?" he breathed. Rosalina looks up. Standing right in front of her is the priest, the holy messenger she has trusted blindly for so long. She has no idea he is actually the evil lich, Simon Magus, the very puppet master behind the downfall of Haston. "Priest, what are you doing?" Rosalina panics as Magus grips her arm tighter and tighter, crushing her small wrist. Even as torchlight flames catch his own arm, the monster does not even flinch. With a sudden shove, he tosses her aside. Todd quickly catches her small body as the fire spreads rapidly, completely engulfing the corrupt priest's tattered robes. This forces Magus to reveal his true form, and the hideous face of a rotting undead is truly a horrific sight. Rosalina is frozen in shock. The priest she revered is actually an undead corpse. "Shut your mouths, you pathetic humans." Magus snarls, impatiently telling them to stay quiet and prepare to welcome the arrival of his master. He raises his hand. Instantly, the corpses in the massive grave pit begin to twitch. Rosalina watches in horror. Even her own parents have turned. "Damn it, kid, what are you standing there for? Run!" Todd's loud shout snaps her back to reality as they bolt. They run for their lives with a rabid horde of bloodthirsty ghouls hot on their heels. Ducking into a nearby building, Todd scrambles to barricade the heavy door with whatever furniture he can find. Hopefully, this will buy them some precious time. Rosalina is completely out of breath, her small legs totally giving out. Seeing this, Todd quickly tells her to climb onto his back. Exhausted himself, he carries the girl up to the second floor. Peering through the dusty window, they spot undead roaming the streets. Todd's heart sinks with worry. Deep down, he honestly has no idea if they will survive this living nightmare. The second floor smells absolutely putrid, and they quickly realize there is a rotting corpse sitting right inside the room. Todd gently sets Rosalina down in a corner. It is dangerous here, and he warns her to stay absolutely alert if she wants to live. With that, Todd cautiously approaches the dead body and pries a weapon from its stiff hands. Suddenly, his gaze turns sharp. Gripping the cold steel, Todd slowly turns and walks toward Rosalina. The trembling girl whimpers, asking Uncle Todd what he is doing. Without a word, Todd fiercely swings his weapon straight at her. Rosalina squeezes her eyes shut, expecting the absolute worst. But when she opens them, she is completely unharmed. He was actually destroying her religious symbol, which has annoyed him for ages. "At least warn me next time," she cries out in tears, still shaking from the terrifying scare he just gave her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from downstairs. Their hair stands on end as they realize the zombies have breached the door. Todd readies his weapon immediately. Rosalina, not wanting to be a helpless burden, looks around desperately for something to fight with. But Todd has other plans. He stops her, turning around to look at the young girl with a strange, bittersweet smile. He steps out of the room, shutting the heavy door, and locks her inside from the hallway. Todd has made up his mind. He smears blood on the floor to draw the monsters away from her hiding spot. He is going to sacrifice himself. Trapped inside, Rosalina pounds on the door in utter panic, begging him not to leave. "How long will you keep relying on others? You have been a burden for far too long." Todd says those harsh, hurtful words just to push her away. In a softer tone, he begs her to stay absolutely silent. She must not make a single sound or do anything reckless. The footsteps of the undead are already creeping up the stairs. Inside, Rosalina finally understands the grim sacrifice he is making. She tightly covers her mouth to muffle her sobs. Todd sighs in relief. "This is much better than both of them dying. I am sorry for being so hard on you all this time, Rosalina." Outside, Todd unleashes his fury against the arriving horde. And behind the locked door, Rosalina weeps, silently choked with grief but refusing to let out even a whisper of sound. Meanwhile, the blood-red sky has thrown the citizens of Haston into a blind panic, and their fear is turning into rage. They blame the newly appointed lord who has not shown her face once since taking the throne a few weeks ago. Convinced that this crimson sky is a sign of heavenly wrath, an angry mob arms themselves and marches toward the castle. Suddenly, a painful scream echoes behind them. The mob stops in their tracks and turns to see a heavily wounded young man. Covered in blood, he limps toward them while gasping out a warning that danger is coming. A rebel quickly rushes to help him. The helper happens to be an apprentice from the Wind Magic Tower, but as he inspects the youth's horrific wounds, he notices something. Despite the severe injuries, the young man is not actually bleeding. So where did all this splattered blood come from? The terrifying answer is revealed almost instantly. Right behind the limping youth, a massive pack of slavering undead comes into view. Hearing their horrific groans, the wounded boy descends into pure hysteria. The crowd tries their best to hold him steady. They urge him to stay calm while those who can fight step forward tightly, gripping their weapons to face the horde. Yet the grotesque appearance of these undead ghouls is enough to make even the bravest warriors hesitate. During this tense moment, a white-armored knight on horseback charges in, slicing through the undead while shouting out. He yells that these monsters are not as tough as they look, urging everyone to either flee and die or stand up and fight to the bitter end. The first to answer his call are the apprentices from the Magic Academy. When the dark disaster struck Hastin, they survived because they were out on a mission, and now they want to make up for lost time. They are ready to fight and save this land. Suddenly, another brave soul in the crowd raises their hand to join. This sparks a domino effect, and the remaining citizens quickly volunteer. Seeing this, the white-armored knight nods in approval. He immediately orders the strongest to grab weapons and guard the front lines while instructing the others to form a solid defensive line. They must protect Hastin to their very last breath, because the enemy is already closing in. The three magic apprentices lead the charge, unleashing a massive magical blast that obliterates the front ranks of the undead. This loud explosion instantly alerts the squad captain inside the city, who furiously curses and demands to know what is happening. But here is the crazy part: Todd and Rosalina are completely gone, throwing their urgent midnight escape plans into absolute chaos. Just when panic sets in, the captain spots Rosalina hiding nearby. She's completely worn out and slumped against a cold wall, her eyes instantly filling with tears the moment she recognizes him. Todd had warned her to stay put in their safe room, but terror drove her to run all this way. She sobbed, blaming herself for Todd's death, and though her words were broken, the tragic truth was painfully clear. Her captain feels utterly hollow inside, yet he forces himself to stand tall and comfort the grieving girl. He gently reassures Rosalina, telling her that everything will be fine and that Todd is not someone who dies easily. He insists that she is only alive because of Todd's ultimate sacrifice, but Rosalina remains consumed by guilt. She bitterly regrets her blind faith in Simon Magus. Those monsters were far from ordinary, mindless undead. Suddenly, she grows strangely calm, looking up to tell her captain that running is useless and they desperately need reinforcements. The captain is stunned by her bold words, but Rosalina is dead serious as she stares directly into his eyes. She demands reinforcements, knowing the only ones capable of saving them now are those two powerful, mysterious knights. Devourer and Patrick must still be resting inside the Lord's castle. Hearing this, her captain slowly stands up. He hands her a recovery potion, telling her to drink up and flee while he fulfills his duty as a leader. Even as a minor squad captain in Hastin, he refuses to abandon his brave comrades, fighting out in the cold. He refuses to let Rosalina put her life in danger again after Todd sacrificed everything to protect her, so he commands her to run straight to the castle for Patrick and Devourer, while he holds off the advancing undead swarm. Meanwhile, Patrick and Agria are watching the chaotic battle unfold from a safe vantage point high above. Devourer is lounging lazily right beside them as usual. Classic Devourer, always avoiding trouble at all costs. According to Patrick's keen observations, the humans currently hold a slight advantage and are putting up a good fight. But that defensive line will crumble soon enough, since human stamina is limited against a massive, tireless horde. Besides, Erebos warn that an elder lich is hiding among the undead, making victory completely impossible for ordinary humans. It seems Erebos has prepared quite a massive welcome for them. Should we go ahead and repay this favor, boss? Devourer wears a wicked grin. He definitely wants to pay Erebos back, but they have another task to complete first. With that, Devourer leaps down from his spot and walks directly toward the trembling female lord. He demands to know her name, and she stammers out Lainavi Wytak, her entire body shaking far too violently to speak properly. He teases if her name is Lainavi Utak before introducing himself as Devourer, crouching down to match her eye level. He lifts her chin with his finger, asking if she wants to live. Patrick watches them completely dumbfounded. He originally wanted her dead because she seemed totally useless, but Devourer has clearly changed his mind. Undead chaos ruined their control over Hastin, but if the horde disappears and the Lord obeys them, think of the possibilities. Then this territory does not have to be abandoned. However, Patrick is still highly skeptical about cooperating with humans. Both he and Agria firmly believe that humans are untrustworthy creatures who will never keep their mouths shut. Devourer indifferently stands up, arguing that not everyone is untrustworthy and that this girl has a solid reason to survive. He notices that despite her deep, paralyzing fear, she does not shrink away or avoid his intense gaze. Even though he just revealed his terrifying true form, LAZIEST remained steadfast, showing she might have some real use. As useless as they seemed, every hero Devourer met before possessed something pretty special. It was a quality you just cannot obtain through pure effort alone. And this woman had a remarkably strong spirit enough to stand tall right in front of Lord Devourer. So he chose to trust his gut and spare her life. Patrick let out a heavy sigh. If the boss was this set on it, there was no point in arguing. If everything goes sideways, you are dealing with the fallout yourself. Patrick turned away in frustration. Devourer turned back to La. Well, now you have a choice. Just say, please save us, and everything gets solved. Sounds like an incredibly sweet deal. But the Lady Lord had already been tricked by Omo once before. If I beg you, what happens next? It is simple. The undead will be driven away and, until Haston regains its peace, Patrick will do his absolute best to help. Patrick jumped high like a scalded cat. He immediately screamed, Boss, are you seriously exploiting me? This is too much. You came up with this plan yourself, yet you were still forcing me to do all the heavy lifting. Devourer quickly changed the subject. He was just too lazy anyway. Making plans was fine, but executing them, no way. As for La, she knew asking this man for help meant paying a price. What Devourer really wanted was simple. She had to hand over absolutely everything she owned, which obviously included her power. La felt incredibly stressed. The pressure from the three in front of her, especially that lord, was immense. She knew for sure she would die if she dared to refuse. Whether by the hands of this human monster or ripped apart by the undead, she was dead either way. But if she accepted Devourer's terms, she would survive even if she had to lose everything. Questions began racing through her head. If the dark disaster had never happened, would her brother have ended his own life? If he were still alive, would she even be the Lord of Haston right now? And if she was not the Lord, would she have to face this impossible choice? La wrestled with her thoughts, stammering without a single word coming out. Meanwhile, Patrick and Devourer were running out of patience. Man, boss, let us just finish her off. Where did I leave my sword? Before La could even think of an answer, Devourer caught the distinct sound of frantic rushing footsteps. Was someone actually coming? Agria asked how he wanted to handle this. If Devourer wished, she could easily seal the entrance shut using her magic. But Devourer was pretty curious to see who it was, so he told Agria to open up. The front door swung open, revealing a tiny figure rushing inside like an arrow. Devourer recognized Rosalina instantly. The moment the kid saw him, her eyes lit up. You are really here, Sir Knight, please help us. She came to a sudden halt in front of Devourer, breathing heavily. Even though she was completely out of breath, Rosalina frantically explained what had happened, including how the undead were invading the village. Everyone was fighting back, but they were totally overwhelmed. She also mentioned that Todd had been killed, and their leader had tasked her with finding Devourer to beg for reinforcements. Everyone is barely holding on out there, so please, help us. Did you not say you would save Haston? Seeing Devourer stay completely silent, Rosalina finally looked up, but what she saw absolutely terrified her. Standing right there next to Devourer was an actual living skeleton. Patrick did not mind teasing her a little bit. That is right, I am a skeleton, haha, though things right now depend entirely on the human over there. He pointed toward the Lord, who was still struggling to make a choice. Live and lose her status or die. Guessing the humans outside were reaching their limits, Patrick asked Agria for a favor. The girl was exceptionally sharp. Before Patrick could even explain, she got it. Agria immediately used her magic to summon a giant winged eyeball. Whoa, what is that? Devourer showed pure disgust looking at the creature. The massive eye flapped its wings and flew out of the castle. It headed straight toward the battlefield, letting everyone inside the castle watch the entire chaotic fight unfold in real time. Rosalina grew incredibly anxious, and the Lady Lord did not look any better. In stark contrast, Patrick and Devourer watched the whole battle with pure entertainment, almost like they were enjoying a movie. They even tossed in some casual commentary. Oh look, there are ghouls out there too. I hate them, they smell terrible. Yeah, looks like they are not going to last much longer. Tears started streaming down Rosalina's small face again. Those fighters were the wandering bandits who had taken her in. Seeing them crushed and torn apart broke her heart completely. She felt completely helpless. Rosalina frantically asked why Devourer was just standing there watching when he had the power to stop this horror. She begged him, pleading with everything she had to save Haston and all those innocent people out there. Before Devourer could even say a word, Rosalina suddenly whirled around and faced the Lady Lord directly. What on earth are you doing while your people are dying out there? I am just. La stammered, completely lost for words in this situation. I asked you what you were doing, being yelled at by a child like that. With a face like that, LAZIEST finally had to make her choice. She turned to Devourer, desperately begging him to save the survivors left alive in Haston. A deal without any contract was officially sealed. With that done, Devourer, Patrick, and Agria turned around and headed toward the door. How hard could this be anyway? Why overthink it? Hassan's sky was stained a bright crimson, and the battle was completely one-sided with the undead holding the absolute upper hand. Even the strongest fighters of the rebel army were starting to fall. They had pushed themselves to the absolute limit to fight against the enemy, but never expected to be crushed so quickly. This white-haired man was among the last ones standing, but facing the oncoming horde of ravenous undead, he had absolutely no strength left to fight back anymore. Just as he closed his eyes and accepted his grim fate, heavy boots suddenly stomped right onto the zombie's skull. "Gross, how disgusting," Agria muttered. The little demon queen landed awkwardly from above, having just completely flattened, an undead feeling totally repulsed by the filthy blood on her shoe. Seeing her, the remaining zombies instantly went wild. It was time to show off her true Demon King style. "You're too noisy," Agria muttered, waving her hand to release a swarm of purple butterflies. Wherever they fluttered, magic flames incinerated the undead. She looked pretty pleased with her performance. The white-haired man she had just saved could not help but express his deepest, most overwhelming gratitude to her. His eyes sparkled with hope as if he had just seen a holy light. "Oh, you're an angel." But that sweet title instantly ticked Agria off. She turned around, glaring at him with pure rage, gritting her teeth. "You useless human, what did you just call me?" she spat. And she did not stop there aggressively, giving him a harsh kick. "If you value your life, get lost," she snapped. The man had no idea what went wrong, but keeping his life was his absolute top priority, so he quickly scrambled away. Behind him, Agria kept loudly cursing. The foolish humans who dared to compare her to an angel. She never imagined she would be helping humanity. Out of the blazing fire, the gatekeeper Magus finally emerged. He could easily sense the terrifying power radiating from Agria, knowing for sure that she was a demon. With this much mana, she had to be a demon king or a dragon. He could not comprehend why she was helping humans. "I do whatever I want," she shot back. "Who are you to question me?" Agria replied bluntly, showing him zero respect. Her cold attitude absolutely infuriated Magus, who felt she was grossly overestimating her own strength. He vowed to tear her apart to get the answers he wanted, even dreaming of turning Agria into his strongest undead puppet ever. But Agria did not care about his threats at all, completely ignoring whatever status he claimed to have. To her, Magus was just the most talkative and annoying zombie around. "I am a loyal servant of the undead lord," Simon Magus declared. "How could I ever lose to a brat like you?" Even though nobody asked, he just kept bragging. Naturally, Agria was not impressed by his grand introduction. She simply stared right past him with a cold, indifferent look. "I have no idea what you're rambling about," she muttered, "but your opponent is not me." Suddenly, Magus's sharp instincts warned him of an approaching terror, and indeed Devourer was already looming right behind him. The moment Magus spun around, Devourer struck like a raging storm. "Found you, you bastard," he grinned. "I told you I'd remember your face." Magus widened his eyes in horror. Before his brain could even process who Devourer actually was, a massive fist slammed directly into his face. Lord Devoreur's punch was so ridiculously powerful that it sent Erebos' gatekeeper flying back at insane speed, smashing right through a brick wall and shattering it completely. Devourer chuckled thoroughly, enjoying the rush of that strike. He figured that if his guess was correct, the guy he just sent flying was the gatekeeper of this dungeon. That meant he was one of the keepers of the 7 evil dungeons. "One punch won't kill you, so get back up," Devourer ordered impatiently. Magus's remaining undead minions could only stand there and tremble in fear, while Agria excitedly watched the show. To think such a tough-looking enemy was sent flying with a single hit. What's more, it seemed Devourer had not even used his full power yet. The young demon dashed over eagerly, asking him, "Lord Devourer, do you have some personal beef with him? Do you know him?" Well, Devourer originally wanted to tell her about his last encounter with Rosalina when this bastard tried to probe him with mana through a holy wafer. But it was too long of a story, so Devourer lazily summarized that he simply disliked Magus and wanted to punch him more. However, it looked like the gatekeeper was not getting back up. Devourer decided they should not linger here. "Hey, Agria, do you think Erebos is actually inside this village?" Agria shook her head, pointing up at the glowing crimson sky. A massive barrier was raised to trap everyone inside. This meant the caster was lurking on the outside, though Agria had no idea what he was planning. On top of that, Agria was not strong enough to break it, but Devourer did not want to push her too hard. He preferred handling the heavy lifting himself, so the task he assigned to Agria was to clean up the minor monsters and minimize human casualties as much as possible. Although it was already late, Haston still needed a stable population to survive. It might not be a perfect solution, but Agria believed she could easily handle it. Being personally assigned by Devourer got her completely fired up. Devourer gently patted her head and praised her, making her eyes light up with pure joy. He told her she was doing great. Now it was time to tidy up the area before confronting Erebos directly. She happily promised to take care of everything, leaving Agria behind to handle the rest of the mess. Devourer walked straight towards Simon Magus. The dungeon gatekeeper of the dungeon had already guessed his true identity. Experiencing that sheer power, he knew Devourer was the ancient monster that Erebos feared the most. As Devourer stepped closer, the ground suddenly glowed, revealing a magic circle. Simon Magus let out a creepy laugh, mocking the ancient monster. He asked if Devourer thought he would just wait there unprepared. A massive explosion erupted from the glowing magic circle. Simon Magus was blown backward, but that was exactly what he planned. He was a loyal servant, a key pillar of the army under Erebos, and he had never failed his master before. Even if he was covered in wounds, he swore he would find a way to escape back to Erebos. To return to Erebos, however, the ancient monster proved to be far more dangerous than he imagined. Devourer's physical form began to transform, a clear sign of his overflowing wrath. He scoffed, calling the Lich a fool who loved to provoke him. Simon Magus stood there trembling with rage, quietly cursing his bad luck as things quickly went south. Staring straight into those terrifying golden eyes, Simon Magus felt the overwhelming pressure of the legendary dungeon boss. Realizing he stood absolutely no chance, the panicked Lich decided to flee and head straight back to Erebos. Desperate to escape, he urged himself to fly even faster, convinced that his safety was finally within reach. But out of nowhere, a massive pitch-black beast with razor-sharp teeth lunged forward, trying to bite him in half. Amazingly, Simon Magus managed to dodge the attack. The massive beast looked on, genuinely surprised by the Lich's agility. He was moving incredibly fast. Within seconds, Simon Magus had vanished into a completely different pocket dimension. Devourer watched the escape from below. Honestly, his ultimate bite actually missed, and the pest somehow got away. Scratching his head, he knew tracking the coward down would be a total pain, but he couldn't just let him go. Agria stood beside him and asked how long he would be gone. Devourer estimated around 15 or 20 minutes. He was certain he could handle it quickly. Agria cheered him on, telling him to be careful out there. Turning his gaze toward the house, Devourer felt a sudden wave of worry. He raised his hand, dripping with black fluid. He couldn't afford to waste another second. The black fluid quickly expanded, forming a massive circle on the ground. That coward had probably run straight back to Erebos, who was likely waiting just outside the borders of the village. Since Simon Magus had fled through the sky, Devourer guessed his escape route would take him along the outer castle walls. He was not entirely sure, but Simon Magus suddenly looked back in terror. Oh man, look at that massive light. The blinding energy threatened to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Devourer smirked, knowing a simple, widespread blast would catch the target. Firing in this direction would easily crush that annoying bug. He surveyed the freshly cracked ground with complete satisfaction. The village structure remained mostly intact. As Devourer casually strolled away, he could already hear Patrick complaining in his head. He shook off the imaginary voice and kept walking, only to stumble upon the broken body of Simon Magus. He stared down at the remains in absolute silence. Wait, if you destroy an undead, does it even count as a corpse? He dragged the filthy thing up, complaining about how gross it was. He blamed the Lich for ruining the village. Devourer demanded to know how the dead Lich would take responsibility. He dragged the body along, talking to himself. He scoffed, saying the dead Lich should have tried harder to survive if he thought life was so unfair. He could go explain things to Patrick. Looking ahead, Devourer finally reached the glowing barrier and stared at it indifferently. It was the very same wall that Agria's magic couldn't even scratch. Curiously, Devourer reached out to touch the surface. He admitted the barrier was decent but wanted to test its limits. He thrust his hand straight into the energy. The dense magic immediately warped and distorted his flesh, yet he felt no pain, only growing more amused. Devourer finds this pretty interesting. The thing is actually strong. He glances over at the corpse, thinking he can easily bypass it as long as this zombie can hold out if the body gets destroyed, which would ruin Patrick's transformation. Just thinking about it makes Devourer worry because he'll definitely get scolded. He quickly makes a decision. Fine, if anything goes wrong, I will just blame you. It is all on you now, corpse. Suddenly, Devourer stops moving forward and glances to his side. A crowd of zombies is starting to swarm in. Of course, there are no humans here. Devourer decides against crossing the barrier and quickly drags the corpse in the opposite direction. He stops. His gaze turns fiercely aggressive. Eerie red and white lights continuously flash into existence. Out of nowhere, a colorful beast with a long tongue appears. Surrounded by fluttering black shards, Devourer charges forward at high speed, then suddenly leaps high into the air. It is a spectacular move. A massive explosion erupts, sending dark gray shockwaves and sharp debris flying everywhere. The fragments rain down onto the ground, while the zombies outside watch the spectacle. They stare so hard. Their jaws literally drop. Devourer confidently steps outside. The undead immediately surround him. Well, there sure are a lot of you. They look absolutely terrifying, baring their teeth and making bizarre noises at him. They reach out with their hideous arms, trying to grab Devourer. But of course, he is not about to let that happen. He unleashes a burst of bright light, blasting the nearby zombies away from him. The other undead, standing further back, can only watch in shock. That is quite a way to welcome a guest, Devourer remarks. He stops talking and looks toward them once more. Pretty pathetic. One of the zombies is pointing right at Devour's face as if trying to make some kind of point. Suddenly, a sword plunges straight into the ground as if triggered by a mechanism. The undead quickly begin to march, all heading in the same direction. Devour readies himself for battle. Yeah, he thinks I should have just done this from the start. The undead come in all shapes and sizes. Some are wrapped in white cloth, while others burn with blue flames. Two glowing green circles shine down. Devour reaches his hand out, offering them a gift, but the mysterious lights do not seem to understand him. He continues, saying they clearly have a lot to talk about. Those glowing green eyes belong to the leader of these zombies, Erebos. Suddenly, images of crowded, snarling monsters flash on screen. Erebos sits arrogantly on his throne, whispering about an ancient monster. A visual of a chained mummy-like creature appears. He speaks up, asking if Devour means it is fine to abandon those races to human oppression. Devour does not feel like answering. He just stands there as the wind blows. Erebos continues calling humans arrogant, rude, and selfish creatures. Even with peaceful lives, they always crave more, invading the lands of other races. Devour is tired of listening. He tells Erebos to stop rambling and just get straight to the point. Angered, Erebos declares that humans must vanish and Devour has the power to easily wipe out the entire empire. His eyes burn with hatred. He says he once thought defeating the empire was impossible, but they could defeat Ras. That is until he heard about the black disaster that attacked Ras. Erebos looks directly at Devour. If Devour wants to wipe humanity off this continent, the entire demon race will gladly lay down their lives for him. Meanwhile, Devour just scratches his head indifferently. Why are you rambling so much? Just get to the core of it, okay? Erebos speaks plainly. If Devour had not stood by watching, so many demons would not have died. They could have completely wiped out that lowly humanity by now. Erebos stares intensely. Wait, is he really trying to pin this on him? So you are saying everything you are doing right now is actually my fault? Erebos agrees. Yes, you are the root of the problem. Before Erebos can even finish his sentence, Devour cuts him off. He looks at him casually, mocking his demands. I will wipe out humanity, so do not get in my way. Is that what you wanted me to say? Erebos looks highly displeased. How utterly disappointing. He glares to the side in sheer frustration. Suddenly, a magical circle appears directly above Devour, catching him off guard. That is what Erebos calls his creation. Devour looks up a bit curious about what this thing actually is. Erebos introduces his rotten tapir monster. It immediately fires intense bolts of lightning directly at Devour, forcing him to constantly dodge the strikes. Suddenly, the gem on Devour's bracelet begins to glow as the massive beast charges. It aggressively gains speed, throwing itself at him. The sky is suddenly filled with scattering pink lights. Mel notices the trouble. Good grief, they are completely outnumbered. She quickly prepares to use her power to suppress the oncoming horde. Mel lashes out against the zombies. A bright white flash erupts as her pink energy spreads across the battlefield, burning the undead in its glow. But if they just keep coming like this, things are going to get ugly fast. At this rate, she has no choice but to keep moving and dodging. She looks up slightly at the barrier. Covering the sky is near demigod-level magic. She recalls Devour's words, noting it is just as expected of Lord Honsor. The memory of Devour patting her head flashes back. He said he would talk to Erebos, and not even 3 minutes have passed since then. Yet so much has happened already. Heavy panting sounds from behind Mel force her to turn around and look. A tall man with pink hair clutching a wound on his waist slowly approaches. He asks if everyone is safe. Mel points toward the blazing barrier she created. She says if he means the others, they are already burning in there. The man looks at her dazedly and asks if she is an ally of the night. Hearing this makes Mel quite curious. He explains to make her understand, mentioning the giant armored figure and the guy in black who looks like a wanderer. Only then does Mel finally understand who he is talking about, repeating his words with a look of pure disbelief. Comrades, how could that be? Mel points out that she is merely a servant who cannot compare to their greatness. His eyes narrow further. The man thinks that if she knows those knights, she must have traveled with them. Thank goodness, Rosalina, you actually did it now. At least those lives will not have been lost in vain. Overcome with pain, the man collapses to his knees on the ground, whispering that Haston will finally be saved. Covered in blood, he warns Mel that he will soon turn into an undead, but she already knows this. She coldly replies that she already knows. The man then asks if he could beg one final favor of her. His expression turns completely pitiful. He realizes she is not human, but at this point it does not even matter. Looking down, he refuses to meet Mel's eyes. In his state, none of it really matters to him anyway. He asks if she can pass him any nearby weapon. Mel merely glances at him without saying a single word. As he sits there helplessly, a spear slams into the ground right before his eyes. Mel praises his courage. She calls him a true warrior. He grabs the spear she provided while nearby Devour is surrounded by ravenous undead. The monsters keep trying to attack, but Devour, with sharp spikes on his back, unleashes a terrifying wave of bloodlust. He grins with a mouthful of sharp, terrifying teeth. Erebos seems to realize something as he stares ahead. He vows to kill that ancient monster, his mind filled with dark plans to cover the entire land with undead. Erebos burns with a desperate desire to become a supreme entity ruling death, unleashing a massive volley of dark arrows. Erebos suddenly screams that the monster should feel lucky to die by his hands after thousands of years of wandering. Those deadly arrows rush directly toward Devor's back as a blinding, terrifying yellow light suddenly erupts from the sky. A sudden flash of pure white light detonates everything nearby so powerful that even the incoming arrows vaporize instantly. Erebos witnesses this and screams in absolute despair, crying out that the intense pain is becoming completely unbearable. Devourer hears him clearly and offers to keep hitting him instead, but a massive source of power is approaching fast. It is so immense that nearby trees begin to violently shake, leaving the confused undead wondering what is happening. Erebos uses his dark power to summon massive swirling waves. This sudden tantrum only makes Devourer curious. He wonders why the villain is suddenly taking his anger out on trees, but quickly asks if that is his strongest spell. Devourer looks up at the massive structures floating in the sky and mocks him, asking if he has anything stronger. Erebos is utterly baffled, wondering if his opponent took the hit just to test the strength of god-tier magic. Realizing he stands absolutely no chance of winning, Erebos decides to retreat instantly, regretting that he acted far too hastily. He detonates everything to buy himself some space to escape, but Devourer has no intention of letting him get away. Devourer quickly steps forward, telling Erebos that they are still talking and warning him not to try anything funny. Erebos glares at Devourer with pure hatred, but Devourer remains completely unfazed, telling him to show his true power. When he receives no answer from the terrified villain, Devourer is forced to speak up once again. He asks why he is so quiet, growing increasingly irritated that the villain really has nothing stronger left to offer. Right as he speaks, strange black bands begin to wrap around Erebos' body, though his actual thoughts remain a mystery. Another massive explosion erupts, but it clearly fails to impress Devourer, who merely lets out a disappointed sigh. As the blasts continue to hit him, Devourer wonders why all his enemies seem to follow the exact same script. The battle unfolds right in front of the mindless undead, with dark energy violently swirling all around the battlefield. Suddenly, a massive surge of power pierces through the standing undead and is directed right back toward Devourer, wrapping around Devourer's body. A massive chain wound around his body, catching him completely off guard because he had no time to react. Erebos quickly turned into a skeleton. Devourer grumbled that he really hated this kind of spell. But suddenly, the light in Erebos' eyes flared much brighter, and he shifted into a massive, slimy creature. Devourer stared at the beast in awe, wondering if it was another god-tier spell and why this thing had such an insanely sturdy defense. Suddenly, the chains around Devourer shifted just as Erebos' slimy body lunged forward. So Dirty Devourer grumbled, completely disgusted by the attack. He looked at the creature with utter annoyance as it kept secreting layers of slime. With a beast this size, he figured it was finally time to get a bit serious. Devourer's gaze turned cold and dangerous. Suddenly, Erebos fired a beam of green light straight down from his eye, causing a massive white explosion right on Devourer. The blinding light lit up the entire area, leaving Devourer absolutely furious. Erebos stared in total confusion, unable to understand what just happened as his own body now lay scattered among the zombies. Suddenly, Devourer slowly stood up right before Erebos' eyes. Devourer calmly faced him, knowing it was finally time to replace one of the 7 ancient dungeons. In another ruined building nearby, Rosalina looked back in absolute terror, wondering what their boss was thinking. She knew how excited he got, but he shouldn't forget that he was a literal disaster. Ryan chimed in, wondering if he even realized that or how he even managed to be the boss. Rosalina quickly argued back, saying it would be much better if the boss calmed down, especially since his opponent stood zero chance. Ryan sighed in defeat, complaining that the boss would definitely make her clean up his mess later on. She even wondered if she should write a resignation letter. That damn skeleton Erebos was a pain. Oh wait, she was made of bones too. Realizing this, Ryan hugged her own body in despair, looking outside at the chaos. Rosalina saw it too. Patrick sighed in pure defeat, shouting that the boss was causing a total mess again. Ryan suddenly realized something. Does this mean Haston is finally saved? She asked if that was what he meant. Patrick hesitated before telling her not to worry, assuring her that everything would work out. But since Ryan still looked deeply anxious, he had to speak up, asking if she could just talk normally because she gave him goosebumps. Luckily, it looked like every single undead in the village had been wiped out. But looking at the ruined state, covered in bright pink splatters, Patrick could only gasp, realizing this was definitely the work of Demon King Mel. Meanwhile, Mel was pulling a face, completely exhausted. Patrick spotted her and told the others she arrived in time. Mel collapsed flat onto the ground, muttering that she was finished and had not burned through this much mana in ages. Patrick looked at her with teary eyes, thanking Lady Mel and saying they would have been doomed without her help. But Mel refused to take all the credit, pointing out that Devourer had already done almost all the heavy lifting. Still, Patrick insisted she did an amazing job. Mel then remembered Dever wondering if he was still dealing with that other guy. Patrick nodded, confirming that the boss was indeed still fighting and that their clash was spectacular. Everyone turned their eyes toward the titanic struggle between Dever and Erebos. Patrick watched them closely, adding that it was even more terrifying when thinking about the collateral damage, staring at the gloomy ruins of the village. The truth was, every single time the boss went out to solve a problem, he ended up causing way more trouble. Rosalina stood there dazed while Patrick kept grumbling behind her about how much cleanup work he would have to do. Holding his head in agony, Patrick complained that the boss could have just crushed them instantly instead of dragging this out. It was clear the boss did not care about him at all, leaving him to constantly clean up after him. Rosalina quickly ran over to comfort him. Then Patrick called out her name, asking if she was Rosalina. Turning around, the young girl quietly confirmed her name. She looked back at Patrick as he continued speaking. He calmly noted that they only promised to spare the local lord, so he should clear out the others first. Slinging his massive sword over his shoulder, Patrick casually asked what use there was in letting anyone else survive anyway. Hearing his chilling words, Rosalina collapsed to the ground in sheer terror, her body trembling all over. Standing nearby, Lady Etak froze in shock. She quickly stepped forward to intervene, begging Patrick to spare her since she was her subject. Patrick fell silent for a moment, letting a heavy, suffocating tension fill the air. Then his cold expression suddenly shifted. He offered a friendly smile, saying there was no reason to kill a harmless little girl. Looking down at the shivering girl, Patrick silently realized she was far too weak to ever pose a threat to them. The bandits in the dark alley are all dead. Patrick looks into the little girl's hollow eyes, studying her shattered state of mind. Since she is already like this, there is no need to make another move. Silence falls over the three of them once more. Patrick silently watches Rosalina. He knows that executing her would only negatively impact the local lord who rules over this territory. Thinking it over, he realizes they stand to lose far more than they would gain. Best to consider things fully resolved on this side. Patrick turns back and calls out to Melg, who is resting behind him. Lady Melg looks up, acknowledging him with a quiet hum. Patrick carefully asks if she can put someone to sleep. Melg sits up quickly, looking back at him with curiosity. That is easy enough, she replies, but who exactly are we putting to sleep? He avoids a direct answer, hinting at his intentions. He wants to speak privately with the Lord. Gasping in understanding, Melg casts a spell on Rosalina, commanding her to sleep. Startled by the sudden magic, the little girl gasps before slumping over. Once Rosalina falls fast asleep, Patrick finally speaks. Now let us begin. He drops to one knee to face Lady Etak, saying they have kept their end of the bargain. They save Hasten as agreed, so now she must keep her word. The young lord hesitatingly asks what she needs to do. Patrick speaks in his coldest, most chilling tone. She is strictly forbidden from ever revealing a single thing she has witnessed. He notes that she already knows the dark consequences of speaking out. Hearing this, Lady Etak's face turns entirely pale as terror sets in. Cold sweat drips down her face as her fear intensifies. Patrick tells her to listen closely to a story he is about to tell. It is the emotional tale of a brave lord who endured endless insults and humiliation just to keep her beloved territory safe from harm. She realized the undead would overrun her lands, so she determinedly resolved to protect her territory and her people. But ironically, she was placed under the constant watch of the undead, and her lands lacked the warriors to fight back. Her only option was to seek outside help. But before that salvation could arrive, her desperate citizens turned on her. They blamed their lord, throwing insults as many of them perished at the hands of the undead during the long wait. Let's pause here. This is where the narrative shifts. She had no choice but to keep holding onto her faith. Eventually, reinforcements from the Empire arrived, driving the undead away and saving the land. Truly, a magnificent, inspiring story. Patrick finishes and claps his hands, snapping Lady Etak back to reality. He tells her she is not some cowardly lord. With open arms and a silver tongue, he masterfully manipulates her. He declares she is a hero who sacrificed her pride. Lady Etak speaks up hesitantly, asking if he is telling her to actively deceive and lie to her own citizens. Patrick does not reply directly, instead pointing behind her at the ruins of her city now covered in thick smoke. His question rings with deep meaning, asking if she did not say herself that she desperately wanted to survive. Lady Etak bites her lip in hesitation. Patrick calmly commands her to distribute the castle food to the survivors immediately. He assures her that aid from neighboring cities will arrive soon, leaving the young lord highly surprised by his confidence. Looking up, she asks how he can be so certain. Patrick patiently explains his absolute plan to the anxious girl. He says he will make it a reality because they will turn this young lord of Haston into a true hero. Deep unease washes over Lady Etak's face. Patrick quickly stops speaking with her and abruptly decides to change the subject. Sensing the quiet, he notes the boss must have finished up. He suggests to Mel that they head back immediately. He asks Mel if she can easily teleport them back, but she cheerfully admits she is completely out of mana right now. Patrick sighs in absolute disappointment. Lane Whitax suddenly speaks up hesitantly, asking why they would go to such lengths just to save Haston. To her, they are dungeon monsters who should have no reason to protect humans without demanding a heavy price. Patrick glares at her coldly, warning her that she wanted to survive, so she should stop asking dangerous questions. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Devourer's voice echoes out, noting that it is time to replace one of the 10 calamities. Holding Voss tightly with his tentacles, Devourer looks at him with pity, saying this could have been easily avoided. Annoyed, Devourer scratches his head, complaining about how everyone keeps bothering him when he just wants some quiet time. Voss stares at him in absolute awe, expressing his deep amazement at the sheer power of the ancient monster. Devourer merely dismisses the high praise, completely indifferent to it, as he prepares to ask his very next question. Devourer sighs deeply and scratches his head, grumbling about why nobody in this world will ever let him enjoy his precious peace and quiet. He complains that his back is actually itching from being stabbed so many times. Voss stares at him, stunned by his ancient power. Devourer continues, scratching his back, completely indifferent to the praise as he casually prepares to ask his next question. Devourer continues, scratching his back, answering with a sigh of disinterest. "Enough, I don't care," he says, shifting the subject. Devourer asked him why it had to be Haston. Voss stayed silent as Devourer continued, noting that if Voss hadn't attacked this place, he wouldn't have had to come. Voss pretended not to get his point, calmly replying that Haston had the perfect strategic location to invade the Empire. Devourer quickly cut him off, saying that wasn't what he meant. He smirked coldly, already figuring out Voss's true motives. So this guy knew this was his territory but came anyway. Voss mockingly asked him what he thought the reason was. With those words, a terrifying surge of energy erupted. Devourer's eyes glowed with a murderous golden light as his tentacles burst forward. The tentacles impaled Voss's body. Devourer narrowed his eyes, hearing a strange faint chuckle turn into a wave of bizarre wild laughter from the boss. The tentacles piercing through Voss began gathering mana, preparing to blow him to pieces without a shred of mercy. Voss was blown to pieces without mercy. His head fell from the explosion, landing right in front of Devourer, leaving him quite surprised. He gasped in confusion. Had Voss really not intended to use teleportation magic, Devourer picked up the monster's severed head completely unfazed. It didn't really matter anyway, since Voss was going to die regardless. Devourer tossed the head over his shoulder and looked around. He surveyed the area. Standing in the middle of the completely lifeless dungeon, Devourer couldn't help but sigh in distress. He gritted his teeth, looking around in utter confusion. Outside, the night sky was beautiful, contrasting his helpless tone as he spoke. He wondered what to do, realizing this place would be completely useless without major repairs. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. It was Patrick, calling him boss. He and Millie were running toward him, with Patrick shouting out in that overly affectionate tone of his. He kept calling out, but the sound of it sent shivers down Devourer's spine, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Patrick drew closer, his voice dripping with a terrifying fake cheerfulness that masked a look of absolute fury on his face. He told Devourer to stay right there and not move, claiming he missed his boss terribly and asking if Devourer felt the same. Devourer was too terrified to move. The severed head slipped from his hand as he muttered in pure, absolute despair. He felt completely doomed. Outside, the sky turned a gloomy gray as a heavy downpour began casting a dark mood over the town. Rainwater flooded the stone streets, reflecting the blurry shapes of people laughing and talking, unaware of the tragedy nearby. A single falling raindrop shattered the reflection. Nearby, young Rosalina huddled in a corner, shivering under the raging thunderstorm. She stared blankly into space, muttering that nothing was left before burying her face in her arms and cursing their so-called help. She was the sole survivor of the tragedy. She sat miserably under a makeshift shelter as the storm raged even wilder. The sound of falling rain filled the empty air, completely drowning out Rosalina's faint, youthful voice as she spoke. She muttered that she hated everything and everyone. Suddenly, Rosalina paused in a daze, asking herself a chilling question. She wondered whose fault this really was, looking up with eyes filled with pure hatred, demanding to know who killed everyone. Meanwhile, back in safety, a delicate cup of fragrant tea was served on a clean table. Agria was happily bouncing around. She sweetly welcomed her boss back, but the atmosphere between Devourer, Millie, and Patrick remained incredibly tense and gloomy. Devourer exhaustedly replied that he was back, while Agria kept jumping around, eager to brag about how good she had been. She proudly claimed she had waited quietly for him. Unbeknownst to them, a sharp piece of stone right above was loose. As it broke off, Millie and Patrick noticed it, but Agria quickly leaped up and shattered the falling rock first. She happily noted that she had also cleaned up the entire place, moving with incredibly smooth and fluid motions. Agria continued bouncing around to show off, so Devourer stepped forward, patting her head and giving her a half-hearted compliment. He walked right past her, showing very little enthusiasm, and slumped into a chair. Millie collapsed onto the floor, groaning in exhaustion. Patrick sat cross-legged on the ground, letting out a heavy sigh and complaining that he felt like he was about to die. Agria watched them in confusion. She shyly tapped her fingers together, asking Devourer if he was feeling exceptionally tired. Devourer let out a tired groan in response. Agria then gave him a quick playful wink to test the waters. She playfully asked if he wanted to eat dinner first or take a bath. Devourer, completely missing the hint, gave a blank response. He densely replied that drinking the bathwater would be fine. Patrick narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was incredibly wrong. Wondering what on earth was going on, Patrick turned to Erdzibet with a furious glare, demanding to know what she had taught the girl. Erdzibet flinched, coughing nervously as sweat poured down her face. She quickly tried to dodge the question and change the subject. She asked with a tense grin if everything had gone smoothly. Devourer glanced at her and immediately ordered her to leave. He bluntly told Erdzibet to get out. Patrick, looking completely drained of life, still didn't miss the chance to mock his boss. He casually pointed out that if they counted those who died of hunger and the undead, the toll would be around 3,000, and they definitely shouldn't forget that their beloved boss was the one who blew up the entire town. Things actually went pretty smoothly out there, but she can't believe what she just heard, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Erdzibet quickly pulls out her handkerchief to wipe her mouth, frowning as she questions Devourer. "Hey Devourer, what on earth did you even do over there?" He casually replies to her. "I just cleaned up the undead, what's wrong?" Erdzibet still looks highly skeptical, asking if he really just cleaned up the zombies. Meanwhile, Devourer rumbles through his pockets to find something. He firmly asserts that his cleanup was exceptionally thorough. She patiently tries to clarify, asking what exactly he cleaned up. That's when Devourer pulls out Erebos' severed head, says, "Look at this now, stop bugging me, I'm going to sleep." Erdzibet is absolutely shocked as she grabs the head to examine it suddenly, gasping out Erebos' name. Just as Devourer is about to stand up, he sees Ryan arriving with a full basin of bathwater. Erdzibet silently stares at the head in her hands. She suddenly speaks up, telling him to wait, while Devourer is busy chugging down basin after basin of water. He tries to reply while gulping it down, asking what she wants now. Erdzibet frowns, holding out the head, and asking him, "Isn't this just an empty shell?" Patrick looks over in complete shock, and Ryan also gasps in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Meanwhile, Devourer is too bloated from all that water to reply. Soon a bright moon shines in the night sky, where Devourer's sluggish voice echoes. "Yeah," he mutters, lying on his back and recounting how he used magic at the very end. Patrick sits beside him and seriously lectures him, saying, "No matter how you look at it, this isn't good at all. What a terrible cleanup." He gets more worked up as he continues, pointing out that leaving that female lord alive is already highly problematic, since she knows everything. Now even Erebos is still alive. So what on earth did we actually accomplish in Haston? Devourer scratches his chin and says, "Erdzibet said Erebos lost at least 70% of his life force." Patrick doesn't deny that, but remembering how Devourer was pummeling Erebos, he warns him that since conflict has already broken out between the dungeons, he needs to be much more careful now. Devourer throws his hands up in a shrug, saying, "Well, for now, they can't pull off anything big, so we should be fine." Patrick quickly warns him, telling him not to dare try slacking off. He continues matter-of-factly, "I've said this before, I can handle the aftermath in Haston, but if we want to recruit more monsters into the dungeon, you still have to be the one to do it." Hearing no response, Patrick turns back and asks if he's even listening. To his disbelief, Devourer has already fallen fast asleep. He stares at him in dead silence, muttering a bitter curse under his breath. Now watch as we cut to Rosalina standing beneath a massive tree, staring in silence at the corpses hanging from the branches. She turns her gaze toward a group of survivors, talking not far away. They argue that having food for 3 days means nothing. "My wife and children are all dead," one man laments, "so why should they thank the Lord? Is everything really fine just because their bellies are full?" The survivors speak to each other with brutal honesty. One declares he would rather follow them to hell than live like this, while another mutters they should at least eat first. Rosalina quietly approaches them. Seeing her, one of the men asks what is wrong, wondering if she plans on giving up too. He advises her to fill her stomach first. The young girl looks down, her voice cold and sharp, as she asks where she could even go. Of course she is hurting and wants to run, but why are they the ones who have to flee? What did they do wrong to deserve death? Rosalina softly urges everyone to think about who is truly at fault and who slaughtered everyone. Her words strike a chord, leaving the men in a heavy silence. Rosalina grits her teeth in hatred, thinking how deeply unfair this is. The crowd, once silent, now stands up, their eyes filled with vengeful fire as they look at her. Rosalina warns them not to take out their anger on the wrong target. Looking at the scattered water bottles lying messy on the ground, she calmly reminds them that dying in vain won't change a single thing. She continues in a measured tone, if they are going to die anyway, they should take revenge on those who pushed them into this desperate situation. Her words fuel their determination, their eyes turning bloodshot with deep burning hatred as they ask what they must do. Rosalina replies that they already know the answer. She slowly looks up with completely lifeless eyes. her tone laced with sheer cruelty, declaring they must slaughter all the demonic undead down below. Meanwhile, outside the palace hall, two guards stand watch while inside armed soldiers surround a single man kneeling before the throne. His Majesty sits on his throne and addresses him, calling out Ark. The warrior quickly speaks up, "I am here, Your Majesty." The Emperor continues, explaining he summoned him because despite the incredibly long speech, he never lost focus. Ark calmly replies, "How could I dare?" The Emperor stares at Ark, stating that the lives of the entire army rest on his shoulders. He adds, "I expect great things from you." Ark keeps his head bowed, promising he will not disappoint him. Later, under a clear blue sky, a carriage flies across the heavens. Gazo asks Ark, "So you have been given full authority to lead the dungeon raid squad?" Ark rests his chin on his hand, replying. He asks if that arrest warrant was actually meant for Puma. After a quick thought, he continues, admitting he is indeed on the run now. But as a former wealthy noble, the man surely has allies helping him out. That warrant probably won't accomplish much of anything. All that matters is he knows he is wanted. Gazet stares at Ark in silence without replying while Ark turns his gaze away. He looks down at the city, reflecting on the black disaster that struck Ross a month ago. It has caused utter chaos among the higher-ups. Accusations are being hurled everywhere within the Empire. Those too weak to defend themselves have likely been swallowed up entirely. Massive shifts are happening all around. Soon the carriage pulls up to a grand gold-trimmed building and Gazo follows closely behind Ark. She asks if he is aware of the meeting in 2 hours, wondering what she should do if he is late. Ark remains completely nonchalant. He nonchalantly tells her to just wait until he arrives. Suddenly, remembering something, he asks how she is doing and Gazet replies she is inside. The two halt before a massive black and gold door. Ark pushes it open, announcing his arrival as he steps inside. A green-haired girl turns around, her mouth stuffed full of cake. Ark smiles brightly, asking her if she got some good rest. She smiles warmly as he calls her Gin Historia. In return, she softly says his name, Ark. Meanwhile, a voice echoes inside a dark cave. The leader warns them to listen closely. They must retreat immediately if there is even the slightest movement from those beasts. He tells them to stay alert because this is the deepest area and they will soon reach the first room. Sweating, he mutters his hopes. Staring into the eerie cave, the leader silently prays that the intel they gathered is 100% accurate. He looks up and confirms it is correct. Remembering Bernheisen, the tip that the monsters have not appeared for a while must be true. They had not returned since the Hugh Eoten squad came here 2 months ago. Turning to his follower, he assures him of their success. There is bound to be something valuable left behind for them to take. His companion nods excitedly, muttering that they are about to get rich. They keep pushing into the depths. But the second room is empty and the third chamber yields absolutely nothing as they go deeper. Finding nothing at all, someone speaks up asking if this place is really stripped bare. The half-tied hair man turns to his leader. He asks the hooded man if he is absolutely sure the news did not leak, suggesting other guilds might have already swept the place clean. The hooded man stammers, insisting that is impossible. The leader falls silent for a long moment before raising a question. He wonders if this is even the ancient core at all, noting that finding nothing after coming this deep suggests the place is completely empty. Pointing to the next chamber, he explains that the fifth room is home to an ancient plant monster known as the Anthropogo. It is a wood attribute beast covered in razor-sharp leaves and deadly thorns. Legend has it that if they process its remains with a special method, and then mold it, the material becomes as hard as metal. Even a tiny piece of its sharp bark can fetch an astronomical price. His voice echoes flatly through the cave, claiming that securing just one of those would break them even. Another hunter quickly chimes in. But what if the fifth room is empty too? The half-tied hair man frowns, deeply worried about running into a high-level monster. As a mere C-rank squad, they would be wiped out in a single strike by even the weakest monster lurking in these depths. The leader snaps back, asking if they really want to go home empty-handed. Annoyed, he storms ahead, telling them to leave if they want. He will not stop them, but any valuable loot found beyond this point belongs strictly to those who keep moving forward. Only their tense whispers echo through the pitch-black cave. The three of them stand frozen, staring at a wall of thorns. The leader approaches the mass of sharp vines, squatting down and drawing his dagger, while the others watch in silent awe. One of them sighs in relief, glad they did not turn back. The leader urges them to harvest the materials quickly. As they grab the loot, the leader glances at his polished blade. Suddenly, his eyes widen in terror as sweat pours down his face. With a trembling voice, he tells them to run. Still harvesting the vines, the other two look up in confusion. Before they can even ask what is wrong, the leader screams at them to run as a colossus rises directly behind him. In an instant, the party is completely wiped out. All that remains on the blood-soaked floor are their gloves, daggers, and boots. Patrick tosses a discarded glove aside, muttering that there is nothing of value here. Ryan coldly remarks that they could have easily survived if they had just stopped in time. She notes that human greed is truly bottomless, her eyes flashing with absolute disgust. Her gold and blue eyes glow with deep hatred for humanity. Meanwhile, Pack is busy examining the boots left behind by the dead hunters. He thinks they might fetch a decent price, turning to Devourer to ask for the boss's opinion on the gear. Lying lazily on a pile of vines, Devourer replies that they taste much better than those filthy undead. Patrick is left utterly speechless. These intruders did not belong to the Empire. Judging by the crest on their gear, they hailed from the kingdom of West Grandel. Ryan picks up a shredded cloth bearing the crest with absolute disdain, mocking their long journey. Devourer taps his foot, speaking casually. He remarks how convenient it is to have foreign delicacies delivered right to their doorstep. The world really is becoming easier. Patrick is absolutely fuming, demanding to know how on earth he reached that conclusion. Then his tone suddenly shifts to dead serious. But it seems they can no longer afford to delay reinforcing the dungeon. Patrick silently notes that the rumors of this monster-free dungeon are spreading far too quickly. He looks up at Devourer, who's just standing there, yawning. They are talking about his very own dungeon, yet he acts like it has absolutely nothing to do with him. Even Patrick is starting to lose his patience. Patrick's glowing eyes flicker with irritation as he confronts Devourer. He asks if this is exactly what the master expected him to say, and questions if Devourer will finally get down here before he decides to hand in his resignation. Hearing this, Devourer quickly panics and promises he is coming down. As Devourer leaps down from above, Patrick turns to the girls standing behind him, saying they are incredibly lucky to have Meld visiting right now. Meld chuckles as Patrick mentions that thanks to her powerful magic, they were able to track down the intruder in no time. Devourer agrees, calling her incredibly reliable. Ryan stands nearby, puffing her cheeks out in a cute pouty display, reminding them that she knows magic too. Devourer pats her head, praising her as the absolute best, which immediately makes her beam with joy. Melg scratches her cheek, happy to assist the respected ancient core. Standing right next to her, Patrick instantly expresses his deep gratitude. He assures her that her help saved them a massive amount of effort. Meld holds her dress, hesitantly starting to speak. She looks up and asks how long she actually has to stay here as a guest. Meanwhile, inside a distant palace, a report echoes. The preparations are finally complete, announces a bizarre creature with a giant mouth and a mass of slithering tentacles. We must begin our march toward Judica now. He looks down at the figure in red shoes sitting before him, calling out to Her Majesty Queen Yuba. Late at night, under a high-hanging moon, Melg sits on a rocky cliff gazing up at the sky. She tightly clutches her staff. Her future seems incredibly bleak. A demon king with no wealth and no place to call home is truly a miserable situation. She sighs to herself, realizing she needs to make a decision quickly since the gathering of demon kings is just a few days away. Her eyes are heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, a voice interrupts, remarking on how fresh the night air is. Meld turns to Patrick, who just arrived. She asks if he came out for a breath of fresh air too. The undead skeleton casually replies that he was only joking, leaving her speechless. Wondering if that even counts as a joke, Patrick asks what she is doing out here. Mel gazes up, letting out a soft sigh. She tells him she is just enjoying the night breeze, then asks about him. Patrick explains that since he has no need for sleep, he spends all his time training. When she wonders why he still needs to practice, he reminds her that a swordsman's hands grow dull without a blade. A quiet silence settles between them. Patrick realizes this is actually the very first time they have ever spoken completely alone. He clears his throat to speak, assuring her it is nothing serious, but then turns to ask Meld if she has made a choice. Since Lord Tentacle is almost fully recovered and even Ryan is waiting, Patrick asks if she wants to join them. Inside, the massive tentacles twitch. Meld looks doubtful, noting it does not look recovered at all, but Patrick replies that this is already a miracle given the circumstances. Ryan stands up high, counting 68 before leaping down. She lands softly, noting they are still slightly short of a full recovery. The regeneration speed is painfully slow, and looking at the system stats, she doubts it will grow back 5 more tentacles. Meld reaches out, touching a tentacle wrapped around her arm. She asks if this beast truly fought against the Hutan Merchant Guild. Patrick chimes in, pointing out that Meld has a demon castle near Raz, so it would be incredibly strange if she did not know about it. Meld sadly lets the tentacle caress her face. She admits she knows them well, instantly recalling the terrifying majesty of that legendary raid team. After a brief pause, Meld whispers that they were the very ones who killed her father. She quietly stares at Lord Tentacle, lost in thought. She wonders just how powerful Lord Tentacle must be to have survived a clash with such monstrous enemies. Meld stands there feeling entirely isolated. If she were in its place, she likely would have followed her father to the grave. Bowing her head, she realizes her dream is fading. Patrick watches her silently. Seeing that Lord Tentacle is getting stronger, he suggests they convince the master to recruit some new dungeon monsters. Ryan immediately chips in, demanding they only hire handsome male monsters, just like Goom, the bulky protector of the 4th floor. She mimics his massive, clumsy frame, introducing himself as Goom. Patrick frowns and quickly shuts down her silly idea. Just as they argue, Melg interrupts them, calling out to Ryan and Patrick. They both turn to look at her in surprise. She beats her chest confidently, announcing she will head to Judeca. Meanwhile, inside a grand estate, someone asks Gin about her recovery. Gin Historia insists she is completely fine, but Gazet advises her that she should pretend to still be healing since recovering too fast looks suspicious. Showing off a rapid recovery will only draw unwanted attention. Gin pouts and mutters that she understands. As she wanders around, Ark suddenly opens a cabinet, offering her some afternoon tea. Gin replies that she is fully prepared for their upcoming meeting. Ark pauses mid-motion, remembering the gathering. Turning his back to Gin, he asks if the servant is coming by today. Gin thinks for a moment, admitting she has no idea since she was out buying snacks. Ark's voice suddenly drops low. He closes the cabinet door. Really, Ark asks Gazot and Gin if they can head to the meeting room first. Gin asks, what about him? Ark replies that he still has to handle some paperwork and will join them later. Gazad and Gin agree and head outside. Gin Historia waves goodbye, telling Ark to hurry up and not be late. As the door closes, Ark suddenly speaks up, asking, do you know who the tea servants in this room actually are? From the shadows, a red-eyed masked figure promises to find out. Ark nods, telling the spy there is no need to report the details. He knows his office holds thousands of confidential files. If servants cleared the tea table in his absence, they definitely saw those secrets. Ark's eyes turn sharp as he glances at his assassin. He gives the final command, find those servants and eliminate them within 4 days. Soon, another full moon rises in the night. Inside the meeting room, Ark welcomes the lords, thanking everyone for taking the time to gather on such short notice. He called them to address the Black Calamity, the ultimate destroyer threatening the Empire. Kate folds his arms, questioning the threat. The Imperial Council declared this entity is not a threat. Kate asks if Ark is openly defying the royal decree. Ark calmly explains that the council only issued that statement to prevent public panic. Kate demands proof of his claims. Ark meets his gaze, stating he witnessed the horror himself. The beast fought Gin and even cost another hero a limb. Gazet lost an entire arm in that clash. Kate yells out, calling Ark a liar since no reports mention the incident. Ark looks up, pointing to Gazet, standing right behind him. The proof of the disaster is literally standing in the room. Gin remains silent. Realizing the truth, Kate mutters that it must be real, shocked that even Gin was powerless against it. Ark explains that the monster strikes without any warning and they must draft a strategic countermeasure before it returns. The heavy silence stretches across the hall as the nobles digest the dark news. Finally, someone speaks up. Duke Rontos questions the strategy, wondering how they could possibly hope to block a force that defies mortal comprehension. Traditional defenses mean nothing to a god-tier calamity. Ark nods, acknowledging that Duke Rontos has raised a valid point. To answer that, Ark reminds the council of the legendary 36th masterpiece, the ancient weapon they have all been seeking. The room erupts in whispers, knowing the artifact is nearly impossible to track down. Some admit they have tried for months. Despite their efforts, even the recently discovered brachialic tooth was snatched away by the destroyer before they could secure it. Leaning back, Ark points out the brutal truth. None of them possess the raw power to wage war with him. Even with the Empire's greatest heroes assembled, they stand no chance. Ark glances at Gin, noting their fragile human limits. No amount of physical training can scratch the shell of that monster. The sheer despair of the gap makes them sweat. To bridge that overwhelming gap in pure strength, acquiring the 36th masterpiece is no longer optional, it is their only hope. After a tense pause, Ark shifts focus, bringing up the suspicious and highly unusual movements of the Pope lately. Ark leans forward, explaining that the Church is spreading rumors, calling the destroyer a form of divine punishment. An angry noble slams the table, cursing the religious propaganda. Ark remains completely unbothered by the dramatic outburst. He points out that the tension is natural since the Empire has suppressed the Church for generations. The noble sees. Gritting his teeth, the noble warns Ark to watch his mouth, claiming such reckless talk sounds like outright treason. Ark merely offers a smirk, pushing the noble over the edge. With a sudden surge of wind, the man lunges across. He grabs Ark by the collar, but the commander remains completely unfazed, calmly stating he is only speaking the truth. Out of nowhere, Ark's masked shadow assassin appears, pressing a razor-sharp blade directly against the noble's throat. Ark warns him that he has vastly overestimated his standing here. The terrified noble quickly releases his grip. Instantly, the masked guard vanishes back into the shadows. Ark waves his hand, assuring them he takes this matter seriously. Remembering the bitter history between the crown and the church, someone curses. The Pope currently holds 3 of the masterpieces. They claim these 3 pieces are holy relics. Ark quietly calculates the cost, knowing reclaiming them means launching a holy war. A crusade is inevitable. Meanwhile, deep inside a remote cavern, Patrick stands before his massive boss, raising his voice. Patrick screams, asking if that is really all his lazy master has to say after hearing that Melg has left. His voice echoes through the cavern, desperately yelling that Melg has packed up and left. Patrick is absolutely speechless. Staring at Devourer, he fires off a rapid-fire rant asking if those ears are just for decoration. Even with 2 extra pairs, does the boss hear a single word? Their prime companion has abandoned the dungeon completely. He rants that Ryan and Melg probably left simply because trying to communicate with such a lazy slacker was impossible. Devourer curls up, covering his ears to form an absolute shield of ignorance while muttering that his loyal crew would never leave. They went to Judeca. So what? Is there a problem? Some demon lords are hosting a ball, which is quite normal for them. Either way, Patrick reached out and grabbed Devourer's big squishy paw. Taking a deep breath, he prepared his super nagging mode. The issue is they might not be coming back. Devourer in pain yelped loudly. They never said they wouldn't come back. Patrick let go and rubbed his chin, admitting that made sense. Devourer glared at him. This guy always uses his strength terribly. In the background, Ryan was carrying a giant pot over, while Patrick remained completely lost in his own deep thoughts. To be honest, Melg acted weirdly even before mentioning Judeca. Patrick recalled her departure instead of saying she would return later. She told him she simply had to go. Then Patrick muttered to himself, well, maybe it was just his own overthinking. Ryan chimed in, saying she also thought it was very strange. Patrick added, perhaps Melg is planning to build her own army. Devourer turned his head to look at the pot Ryan had brought. Wait, what in the world is that anyway, Ryan? Smiling brightly, Ryan popped the lid open. Inside, a strange purple soup was bubbling and fizzing quite ominously. You looked a bit tired, so I made this stew for you. Devourer screamed, are you trying to kill me? Patrick smirked, you probably misheard, but either way the result is the same, so go ahead and think that. Right then, Ryan landed a massive punch straight on him. Devourer, sweating bullets, quickly changed the subject while hiding the soup away. Alright, I get that Melg left, but is there any reason we all had to gather like this? Do you guys have something to say? Patrick splayed out on the ground, groaned, boss, we cannot keep delaying the recruitment of more monsters. Ryan nodded in agreement. Devourer narrowed his eyes, asking why they always tried to dump all the work on him. Patrick frowned, who was dumping work on whom. Devourer decided to play dead, rolling over with his feet in the air. Muttering that he would not leave this spot, he paused. Wait, isn't this weird? Aren't you supposed to be a guardian? Shouldn't a guardian do these things for their master? Patrick agreed, saying that he actually had a point. Devourer eagerly turned his head. Really? Patrick nodded, of course. But a second later, Patrick added, however, absolutely not. He rolled his eyes. Did you forget? You dumped all the affairs of Haston on me? You must know how much resource that takes up. I have way too much on my plate. Devourer sighed deeply, realizing his plan failed. I was wondering why you agreed so easily. If you can't go, then who will? Patrick pointed a finger. Ryan, of course. Devourer's 4 eyes popped wide open like headlights. Ryan's mismatched eyes lit up with excitement. Leave everything to me, boss, do not worry. Devourer remembered Ryan's terrifying side and broke into a cold sweat. She still had not fixed her eyes, and wouldn't people easily suspect her? Patrick slowly nodded in agreement. True, but Patrick's eyes gleamed as he suggested it would be so easy to dump it all on her and rest. Devourer hesitated, looking troubled. Patrick turned his head, but boss, do you know what? Devourer groaned, what now? Well, Melg was currently elsewhere, where an old carriage driver chewing on straw looked down to speak. We're here, little girl. He talked to a small girl wrapped in a black cloak standing nearby. Traveling around at such a young age must be tough. Take care of yourself. The girl hesitated. Thank you, I will. Melg looked ahead, never expecting to be here. She stared at the ruined city gates of the mercenary city, Karnahit. Melg watched the sketchy crowds around her. Thinking about the stories, the place definitely lived up to its reputation. Everyone around here looked incredibly dangerous. Looking at the sword emblem on the flag, she knew this neutral territory sat right between the Empire and the Allied Kingdoms. It belonged to no faction at all. Beastmen walked in and out constantly. Here, 1 out of 4 people had dungeon-related work. They said this city holds the most dungeon information, yet there wasn't a single map or signpost to guide anyone. Melg stood there completely dazed. This was her very first time visiting such an incredibly unfriendly and chaotic place. She realized she would actually have to rely on the stars to reach Judeca. Standing alone, she sighed in awe. This place was huge, honestly not much different from the Demon Lord's castle. Melg sensed the heavy atmosphere. The air was thick with concentrated mana, and she felt at least 10 people with power matching those mages from Ras. It was definitely teeming with raid requests. But her gaze drifted to a nearby building where a guard stopped a passerby. Once that traveler showed a special token, the guard let them pass. Melg instantly recognized exactly what that was. A dungeon raid permit, perhaps. It seemed entry was impossible without one, making her information gathering quite a headache. Clicking her tongue, Melg suddenly caught a strange scent and spun toward the left where a gloomy green aura was drifting. Melg hesitated, then stepped inside alone. Low growls from monstrous beasts echoed from iron cages as she covered her nose. Melg looks around and finds rows of monsters locked in cages, some with claws still dripping blood. These creatures, she thinks, Standing right in the center, Melg faces hundreds of glowing red eyes. Were they captured and brought here, right at that moment? A strange man appears right in front of her. He wears revealing clothes, boasts long fingernails, and immediately strikes up a conversation. Who would expect a little girl to wander into a place like this? What brings you here? Melg looks up to see. A massive dog stands behind the man, staring eagerly at her. In this massive chamber filled with iron cages, he steps closer. "Oh dear," the man says with a theatrical bow, "I really do wonder what you are doing in a place like this." Then he corrects himself. "How foolish of me. Hello, I am Pun from the Albred Merchant Guild. Are you looking for something special?" Pun studies her thoughtfully. She looks young, but anyone who wanders into a place like this alone is definitely not to be underestimated. Staring at Melg, he decides she cannot be a normal noble child. The man in the flashy blue outfit flashily grins. There is absolutely no reason to make an enemy out of her. "I am Melg of the Agria family," she introduces herself. "What is this place?" To put it simply, Pun explains, "This is our storage facility for dungeon goods." He gestures toward the heavy iron bars. "These monsters are usually harvested as materials for equipment or high-end decor, but I also sell them as they are." Melg figures she might as well browse. She will need to recruit a new force once her castle is rebuilt anyway. The merchant smiles warmly. "We have all sorts of rare creatures here," he says, "so please take your time." Suddenly, Melg stops in her tracks. Locked inside one of the cages is a massive wolf, a powerful beastman. Seeing it brings back memories of her own loyal beast from her past life, a fierce warrior who fought by her side until the end. As a commander, she remembers the great wolf howling in triumph. Tears prick her eyes as she recalls those sweet victories. "We won again, my demon lord," determined to have him. Melg turns to Pun and demands to know the price. The merchant looks taken aback. "Oh, you want this one?" He warns her that these beasts are incredibly hostile. It took 4 B-rank subjugation teams to capture him. Melg merely glares at him. "Just name your price." Pun sighs, muttering that if she insists, he will sell. The merchant begins flipping through his registry to check the rate. This beastman goes for 250 gold coins. The absurd price hits Melg like a bolt of lightning. That is insanely expensive. Gripping her coin purse, Melg hesitates. She has the money, but spending that much right now is risky. She recalls when Lady Ryan handed her that money pouch as a small token of gratitude for saving Lord Devourer. All she has is 500 ons from Ryan. Spending half her budget before even starting on the castle repairs is out of the question. Melg turns away, saying she will look around some more. Pun nods eagerly, telling her to take all the time she needs. Suddenly, something else in the corner catches her attention. She asks what it is, but the merchant nervously covers his mouth. He claims they just salvaged it after an expedition. Peering through the bars, Melg sees a gray dog with bright purple eyes. Since the expedition team could not locate its mother, they brought it here. Strangely, it never even tries to attack anyone. They just treat it like an oversized, harmless puppy. Melg tilts her head in curiosity, and the beast eagerly stares back. Reaching her hand inside the cage, she asks if it is also a lost child. Pun nearly jumps out of his skin. "Valued customer, that is a dangerous monster," he warns, but to his utter shock, the beast happily accepts her touch. Petting the giant pup, Melg shoots him a reassuring look. "Do not worry, I won't hold you responsible if anything happens." Pun is still sweating, bullets warning she might get bitten, but this terrifying beast has basically melted into a goofy puppy. She asks for the price, and by the time she leaves, the moon is high. Melg sighs, realizing she actually bought him. The massive gray dog happily pants at her side. Melg rubs her chin, admitting he is much larger than she initially realized. His dark coat was completely hidden in the dim shop lights. Back there, she could really only see his head. Staring at the massive wolf dog, Melg decides it is time to give him a proper name. "From now on, you are Hans." Melg looks up at the moon. Rumor has it that nightfall arrives 30 minutes earlier in Canhit. It seems they were right. Melg and Hans look up at the starry sky together. The night sky over this ancient core is truly beautiful. She shakes her head to clear her thoughts. No time to get sentimental. They need to move fast and reach Judeca. "Let us go, Hans." The beast wags his tail and follows. High above, the moon shines down on the crumbling ruins. Suddenly, a massive horned deer appears out of the shadows. Melg smiles. It seems they have found the right place. She steps forward, declaring that her great presence has returned, and commands it to lead. Instantly, the deer begins to transform. Bowing deeply, the creature welcomes back the Demon King, gesturing toward the ancient monastery nestled deep within the mountain ranges. With the other Demon Kings already at the mountain, Melg nods. "Fine." The giant dog follows close behind as she turns to look. Melg pushes its chin up. "Why are you following me, kid? You are part of the demon army, so you should sit right here and wait during times like this. Honestly, you probably do not even understand." Helpless, Melg pats its head, telling it to wait. "Just stay put until I return and hide if humans show up." Grabbing the high hound fur, she knows she cannot bring it along. A highly restricted area is no place for a beast. Melg rubs her chin, staring at the high hound, hating its generic name. A better name would be, and then she pauses. The giant dog is staring up at her with the most excited face ever. Mel pouts as Devor's lazy image suddenly overlaps with the high hound. She pats the beast's head with a soft smile. From now on, your name will be Hans. Instantly, her dark wings sprout from her back, ready for takeoff. She gives the dog one final warning to wait quietly before taking off into the sky, leaving her newly named pet behind. She figures, since she will never see the real Devourer again, he surely won't mind her borrowing his name. Meanwhile, Devourer is absolutely exhausted and complaining. He repeatedly nags Patrick, warning him that he will never let this slide. He tells the skeleton he will never die in peace. Patrick just sighs, noting Devourer has cursed him for 100 years. Devourer shoves his hands in his pockets, wishing osteoporosis on him. Patrick actually seems impressed by the creative new curse. The skeleton pathetically pats his chest, pleading with the boss to view this journey as a fun vacation instead of a chore. Suddenly, Patrick tosses a small object toward his master. Devourer catches it out of the air, wondering what it is. Opening his hand, Devourer finds a teleportation bracelet. He asks Patrick just how many of these things he actually has. Patrick estimates he has about 30 left. Putting the bracelet on, Devourer looks thoughtful, making Patrick ask what is wrong. Devourer asks if he spent the entire dungeon budget on them. Patrick looks confused, asking what the boss is talking about. He claims he always said these bracelets were cheap. Devourer stares at Patrick in silence, accusing the skeleton of lying. Patrick defends himself, saying he only advised caution. Suddenly, a massive pile of luggage drops right in front of them. Ryan appears, asking if her beloved boss waited long. Her face turns bright red as she giggles about their honeymoon. The maid is incredibly excited, her hair literally curling into hearts at the thought of spending quality time with him. Just the two of them eating together. Devourer sighs in deep exhaustion and tries to flee, muttering they should go tomorrow. Before he can escape, Patrick snatches him. Devourer struggles and demands to be released, but the skeleton refuses to let go. He orders them to stop fooling around and get moving, reminding them of the true purpose behind this little journey. Patrick screams after them, begging them not to cause any trouble. As they walk away, Devourer asks Ryan about their destination. Ryan checks her map and mentions a place called Canhit, which is packed with rumors due to the high mercenary presence. Devourer nods, lazily repeating the name. Meanwhile, Patrick watches them fade into the distance, a cold sweat breaking out on him. He desperately wonders if letting them go was a massive mistake. Patrick rubs his head, hoping they will exercise some common sense. Surely nothing could possibly go wrong. Meanwhile, amidst a barren field of ruins, a single perfectly intact building stands tall. Melg steps inside, guided by an eerie red light. Looking around, her eyes fill with memories of her distant past. She observes the wild party hosted by Demon King Judeka. As she enters, the surrounding demon lords immediately turn their gazes. Whispers and judgmental stares follow her as she walks alone. Trying to keep her composure, she grabs a glass of wine. It has been such a long time since her last visit, and a sudden wave of anxiety washes over her. She remembers her childhood coming here with her father. Back then, she was always the absolute center of everyone's attention. But now she stands entirely alone. Fighting back a stray tear, Melg takes a sip, realizing she no longer matters here. Suddenly, a passerby bumps into her, spilling the wine right onto her face. Angry and humiliated, she turns to yell. But she freezes when she recognizes the offender. He's a rival demon king. Infuriated, Melg prepares her dark magic. She threatens to take his head for disrespecting her. Yet the rival king merely sneers at her weak display of anger. Melg stands dazed as he completely ignores her threat and walks away while the crowd erupts into mocking laughter. They mockingly ask if she is even a real demon lord. Gritting her teeth, Melg listens to the humiliating laughter. These bastards are deliberately looking down on her, fully aware that she lacks the power to fight back right now. Squeezing her glass tightly, she resolves to endure this insult. She will swallow her pride and build a mighty army. But as she plans her revenge, a heavy hand suddenly grips her shoulder. She whirls around, wondering if they want more. She angrily demands to know who dares touch her, only to find another imposing demon king standing right in front of her. Malmalia asks if she is indeed Melg, leaving Mel completely dazed. Before Mel can even finish her sentence, Malmalia rushes in to hug her tightly. Mel, you were actually alive and I was so worried about you, Malmalia cries out while snuggling. Mel can only stammer for her to wait. How much time has even passed? She sighs. It feels just like yesterday when we were still kids playing and learning together. Melg stutters out Mamulia's name, begging her to let go and stop being so rude. At this rate, becoming a proper demon king seems far off. Mamulia just laughs it off, teasingly asking since when they started treating each other with such cold and formal distance anyway. Suddenly, Mamulia's gaze shifts. Looking around the quiet area, she seriously suggests that they head somewhere else to talk in private. The scene shifts outside the mercenary city of Canhit. 2 gold coins are tossed down as they request the best room available. The innkeeper stands in silence, warily staring down at Devourer and Ryan, who are waiting right in front of his desk. Nearby patrons gossip, wondering why a dirty beggar is traveling with a maid. Ryan can only react in complete disbelief at the maid comment. The owner quickly steps in to guide them up. Exhausted, Devourer collapses straight onto the bed the moment they enter. Devourer groans that he just wants to rest. Ryan glances at the innkeeper, who nervously rubs his hands and wishes them a good night. With the door closed, Ryan grins happily at the exhausted Devourer, telling Lord Devourer that he cannot just sleep the day away. Devourer barely raises his head to complain, pointing out that they did not get a single break on their entire journey here. Ryan cheerfully mentions a dungeon shop nearby, explaining that they just need to pick out some monsters to get this over with. If he comes along, the task will be finished in no time, so she eagerly begs him to stand up and help. Devourer only groans in response, leaving Ryan to stroke her chin, realizing he is genuinely too exhausted to move right now. With no other choice, her eyes suddenly light up with a mischievous spark, realizing this is her perfect once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She fondly recalls Patrick asking her, while she was cooking soup, if she wanted to spend some quality alone time with the boss. She had immediately spun around in pure excitement, asking if it was a date, though Patrick just sighed in deadpan silence. He told her to just claim she was going alone, but Ryan's mind is already floating away in sweet pink bubbles. She had even asked about a honeymoon, leaving Patrick utterly speechless since she was taking this joke way too far. But who cares? She can call it whatever she wants, bringing her focus back to Devourer, who's dragging himself up. He groans about not even getting proper rest, while Ryan silently celebrates, following Patrick's advice to get him moving. She never expected Lord Devourer to actually agree, but now he is sitting up with completely lifeless, exhausted eyes. He sighs that they should just get this over with, making Ryan squeal internally about how much she must mean to him. A devious grin spreads across her face as she vows to finally make the handsome demon king hers on this trip. After quickly wrapping up their errands, a bell rings, but Ryan is already trapped in her own romantic fantasy. She imagines a gorgeous honeymoon, walking hand in hand with him toward a bright and perfectly happy future together. She considers herself an absolute genius, yet the harsh reality waiting for her is Devourer's completely blank and confused face. The scene cuts to a spacious room filled with quiet chatter as Mamulia mentions she heard about Melg's lost castle. Resting her chin on her hand, Mamulia explains that her scout monsters found the old castle territory completely overrun by humans. Mel rests her head on the table in deep despair, realizing her beloved home has truly been taken over by humanity. Mamulia gently points out that everyone assumes she was dead, asking where she has been hiding for the last 2 months. Mel stammers that she was just traveling around silently, resolving to keep her time in the ancient ruins a secret. Mamulia reaches out to grasp her hand with a warm smile, reassuring her that her survival is all that matters. Touched by the kindness, Melg admits she fully expected her old friend to despise her just like the other demon kings. Mamulia looks genuinely shocked by the assumption, while Melg recalls how their fathers never got along in the past. Mamulia quickly waves it off, insisting that old rivalry belonged to their parents and should stay buried in the past. Now they are both completely independent demon kings who are successfully forging their own separate paths in this world. Mel quietly agrees, prompting Mamulia to ask if she came to Judeca specifically looking for some much-needed help. Mel falls into an embarrassed silence, realizing her friend had already figured out her desperate situation from the start. Above them, a massive spider creeps toward its prey as Mamulia extends a generous olive branch to her struggling friend. She promises to offer her support strictly as a dear childhood friend rather than a powerful and calculating demon king. Deeply moved, Mel can only mutter her name in surprise as Mamulia stands up and reaches out a hand. Staring at her, Mel cannot help but admire how incredibly mature her friend has grown compared to herself. Reaching her hand out, Melgzelm thanked her dear sister Mamulia for her support, vowing with absolute certainty that she would rebuild her ruined castle one day. Mamulia smirked and grasped Melgzelm's small hand, assuring her that she would succeed. Meanwhile, the monster on the ceiling opened its eyes wide. A second later, it snapped up the prey trapped in its giant web. In a flashback, young Melgzelm cried out, claiming her father was much stronger and the only true descendant of Asmodeus. Young Mamulia cried back, screaming that her own father was far superior. His horns looked way cooler. Remembering their childhood, Melgzelm realized that even as kids, they were always at each other's throats. It wasn't because their personalities or views were drastically different, but for some reason, they just couldn't get along. Perhaps it was their father's influence. In her childhood memories, those two had always been at war with one another, yet they still shared a bed as children. Melgzelm mused that although they never got along, they weren't exactly strangers. Suddenly, something shattered, and a harsh truth finally hit Melgzelm. She remembered the day when their fathers were still alive. The gentle, warm hand patting her head had vanished, changing everything. From that exact moment, their bond fractured. Mamulia's gaze had completely shifted, suddenly filled with nothing but cold, bitter jealousy. Melgzelm sighed. At least that was what she once believed. Back in reality, Mamalia led her forward, directing her path. Go this way, she instructed. Melgzelm chuckled, admitting she was still childish. Malmolia turned back, asking what brought that on. Melgzelm shook her head, dismissing it, and asked where they were heading. Malmolia replied that she could not do this alone. Rebuilding an army required help. She mentioned other demon kings who shared the same goal, sparking surprise in Melgzelm. She asked if it was true. Malmolia nodded, pushing open a massive door. Instantly, Melgzelm's hopeful expression completely shattered right then. Standing before her was a crowd of powerful demon kings. Melgzelm quietly called out to her sister, but Malmolia ignored her. Malmolia simply bowed to the assembly, announcing she had brought her. Deep down, Melgzelm was not even that surprised by this. It was exactly as she feared. Laughing at her own naivety, she realized her cruel sister had not changed at all. She recalled Malmolia's bitter expression from childhood, but right now, Malmolia's face only held a deeply malicious mocking sneer on it. She mocked her as a complete loser. Wow, talk about a brutal betrayal. Melgzelm finally saw her sister's true rotten nature. Golden red candlelight flickered from the ceiling across the dark chamber. Melgzelm knelt right in the center, her heart racing with anxiety. A booming voice addressed her as Melgzelm Agria, a fourth-generation descendant of Satan. Demon King Yuba stared down from his massive throne, his grand throne flanked by two loyal attendants. He muttered how disappointing she was, while Malmolia stood nearby snickering. She whispered right into Melgzelm's ear, mockingly asking if she actually expected a warm welcome after losing all her power. Melgzelm's eyes widened in sheer panic. Clenching her fists, she realized she always knew they would not welcome her back. Hateful gazes locked onto her from every corner of the dark hall. She never anticipated such extreme hostility from her peers. Yuba spoke calmly from his throne, addressing her as the descendant of Asmodeus and offering her a single chance to explain. Kneeling before them, Melgzelm stammered out, asking what defense she could possibly offer, desperately pleading that it was all a misunderstanding. She insisted she had not suffered defeat at the hands of a mere human, nervously looking up to beg Yuba to believe her. Before she could finish, the surrounding demon kings erupted in anger, mockingly asking how she could claim she did not lose. They demanded to know if she truly believed surviving alone, while her entire army perished, could be called a victory. Another shouted to execute her immediately. They pressed her to look at herself and say with a straight face she did not lose. Melgzelm bowed her head, unable to find the words. In that heavy silence, she knew there was no way to defend herself. Her failure had led to the annihilation of her entire force, forcing her to bow and take full responsibility for the disaster. The other demon lords joined in, relentlessly mocking her. Honestly, you can just feel the sheer malice dripping from this crowd. They demanded she be stripped of her title immediately to prevent her from bringing further humiliation to the demon lords. The chamber erupted into a chaotic clamor with demands to execute her. Malmolia smiled as she listened to the growing anger. Harsh condemnations pelted Melgzelm from every angle, each word weighing down on her shoulders like a heavy lead anchor. They argued that Judecca should not suffer for her failures, declaring her ultimate fate would be decided on the final day. Yuba's piercing red eyes locked onto Melgzelm's kneeling form as another demon lord asked what they should do with her until then. With a heavy sigh, Yuba raised his hand and ordered her to be thrown into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the scene shifts directly to the mercenary city of Kennet, where a guard suddenly blocked the path, telling the travelers they could not enter. He held out his arm, stopping Devourer and Ryan, demanding to see their authorization badges before entering the restricted zone. Devourer muttered the word badge in confusion, while the guards silently judged them, seeing only a ragged beggar and a young maid. Looking like he could collapse, Ryan pulls out two sparkling badges. The gatekeeper gasps in shock. An A-rank member. Raid member. The gatekeeper stammers, quickly welcoming them inside. Welcome to our dungeon store. We hope that you will keep working hard for the safety of humanity. Devourer turns and asks Ryan when she prepared those badges. Seeing this, she smiles, replying that during cleanup she kept the clean ones. Devourer suddenly remembers, oh right, there must be plenty of things like this lying around the castle. Ryan beams, of course, there are tons. The two of them walk inside and look up at the sea of information posted on the wall. Ryan remarks that they have extensive files on every dungeon. Will they have enough time to read all of this? Staring at the documents, Devourer asks, what did you say? We were looking for again, Ryan answers Devourer. A monster so powerful that even with all humanity's efforts they still cannot defeat it. Devourer nods, sitting nearby, and replies, I get it. Then he winces, thinking he really should have just brought along a monster from the solitary dungeon. But it's too late for that. Devourer asks, Ryan, it just needs to be one rank lower than the solitary dungeon, right? What do you think? Ryan, organizing the papers in her hands, tells him to wait just a moment. Devourer frowns at the documents Ryan hands over. If they are just one rank below the solitary dungeon, these monsters should do the trick. Just then, a clerk walks over and interrupts them. Hey, I am about to start cleaning up. Could you two please come back? Tomorrow, Ryan looks at him and asks if they can stay a bit longer, begging for his help. The man gives a polite laugh, explaining that everyone else has already left and they cannot stay open just for the two of them. Ryan clenches her fists in frustration. thinking this cannot happen. If this drags on until tomorrow, what will happen to her grand dating plans? Meanwhile, when Devourer hears about coming back tomorrow, he feels utterly dizzy. He shudders, thinking, do we really have to come back tomorrow? Devourer wobbles, ready to leave. Seriously, he would rather commit murder than return here tomorrow. Watch out, he might actually do it. Right then, Ryan gets an idea. She pulls out a gold coin, hands it to the clerk, and asks if he still has any dungeon conquest requests available. The clerk stammers in surprise, asking what kind of request they are looking for. He wonders if they have already taken everything and still want more. Ryan points her finger up high, telling him to get that one. Outside, the night has fallen and the starry sky glistens. A pile of papers is scattered on the floor. These guys are all quite weak, Ryan sighs, shaking her head. There are barely any useful monsters. Devourer lies sprawled on the bed, reading the files and asks, what about this one, Ryan? I heard it is an ancient metal slime. Ryan replies that the monster looks decent, but the dungeon is way too far away. Devourer sighs, admitting she is right. He rolls onto his back, groaning in frustration. Damn it, should I just recruit Melg instead? Ryan thinks for a moment, replying that she thought of that too, but he already knows that if they leave room management to her, Devourer interrupts, she is simply too weak. Looking at the files, Ryan notes, if we consider the power level of the humans challenging the solitary dungeon, Melg will hit her limit within 3 short years. Besides, she wonders if she is the only one who thinks this way. Ryan recalls Melg's alluring demonic presence, muttering that she always looked coolest when acting like a true demon king. Devourer sighs, exhausted, admitting she has a point, but he really should have asked her anyway. She was actually quite helpful when bringing Ryan home, so maybe he let her go too easily. Ryan rubs her flushed cheeks, suddenly realizing she might have accidentally blown up Melg's castle. Talk about a completely disastrous mistake. Devourer suddenly sits up, asking how long the Judecca gathering will last. Ryan replies that she knows it is scheduled to run for 2 days. If he plans on attending, he should set off before it wraps up. Will he be fine? Devourer puts on his shoes, saying they can give it a shot. If it's too far, they'll just have to deal with it. Ryan cheers, pointing out that he needs to read the stars to pinpoint Judecca's location. Apparently, it is a secret technique known only to demon kings, but she has absolutely no idea how it works. Devourer scratches his face, remaining completely silent for a moment before speaking. He slowly mutters that he actually knows how to read them. Meanwhile, beneath the vast starry sky, the deer man gazes upward, hearing the heavy breathing of the massive beast Mel brought home. The deer man suddenly growls, how annoying someone is approaching. He snaps around and barks, who goes there, freeze. He glares, stating that the intruder is definitely not a demon king. At his side, the beast also turns its head toward the newcomer. The deer man warns them only the demon king can pass. Step back if you value your life. Yet the figure keeps marching forward without hesitation. Enraged, the deer man opens his third eye, his face twisting with fury. He growls, you still dare to take another step after that warning? Foolish human, know that I am a loyal servant of the great Bahamut. As his body begins to mutate and his voice roars like thunder, he bellows, as long as I stand guard here, intruders like you will never leave alive. Fully transforming into a colossal beast, the deer man screams, you stand no chance. Devourer watches him calmly. Black mist swirls around his neck as he coldly asks why they are being so incredibly loud. From inside the prison, a faint voice echoes. Someone chuckles and says she looks decent. Mamulia asks with a smug grin if she is comfortable, while Melg sits curled up in silence. Mamulia keeps talking, noting Melg looks much better than expected. She asks if Melg remembers their long friendship and needs some friendly advice. When the elders debated how to punish her, everyone originally wanted to execute her as an example to the entire demon clan. Melg remains completely silent. Mamulia coos that since they are dear friends, she simply could not let them kill her. She leans in close. Almost blending into the shadows, Mamulia stares deeply at Melg, claiming she worked incredibly hard to convince them. Her eyes glow a sinister red. She coldly asks Melg what she thinks her final punishment is, revealing they only decided to saw off her horns and break her fangs. Since Melg stays silent, Mamulia exaggerates her fake pity, sighing over how tragic it is that the once great Melg is losing everything. The entire demon race will look down on her now. Mamulia sits right by the iron bars, whispering that Melg probably has no idea. She has always wanted to see her in this state. Pausing, she flashes a vicious mocking sneer, enjoying every second of her downfall. She pours out all her twisted thoughts into the damp cell. Melg finally raises her eyes to look at her former friend, who keeps ranting. She rants that without horns and fangs, Melg can never be a demon lord. Then she pitches a sick idea. Melg should become her servant. If she submits, she might just spare her. Mamulia stands up, a twisted, sick grin spreading across her face as she makes an offer. Maybe she will grant her some status if Melg licks her boots clean. Melg remains silent, prompting Mamulia to ask why she is so quiet. Just then, 2 guards arrive to announce they have strict orders to escort the prisoner to the high court for her formal sentencing. Mammulia dismisses them with a nod. They unlock the heavy cell door and drag Melg out, complaining about how dull this assignment is. Mammulia whispers that the real fun is just beginning. Honestly, she is in for a rude awakening. Inside the hall, a voice booms. The official trial begins, though the judge delivers his speech in a completely flat, uninspired tone that commands absolutely zero respect from the crowd. Mammulia watches from the audience as they charge Melg with bringing utter disgrace to her title of Demon Lord. Melg kneels in the center. The court decrees that the disgraced criminal Melg Jim Agria will have her horns sawed off and her fangs broken. She is offered one final defense. They ask if she has anything to say. After a brief silence, Melg replies that during her short stay in jail, she did a lot of thinking. Raising her head, she confesses she still cannot understand their flawed logic. The surrounding demon lords look on, highly confused by her calm defiance. They only believe in survival of the fittest. Mel explains from the floor that her entire army was originally created to protect her, the master. If weak soldiers perish while their supreme commander survives, how is that a crime? The nearby lords immediately erupt into a furious uproar. They scream, demanding how she dares to treat her loyal troops like expendable garbage. Mel merely glares, telling them to stop twisting her words. She challenges them, asking if any of them have ever actually witnessed how she and her soldiers treated each other. Silence falls over the court. Suddenly, someone lets out a sharp laugh. It is Mammulia, mocking Melg for acting so proud when her entire unit is wiped out. She suggests Melg has simply lost her mind from grief. Melg calmly retorts that her eyes are wide open and this trial is utterly meaningless. They manufactured a fake crime out of thin air just to drag her down, staging a ridiculous show trial without any actual legal basis. Mammulia is left completely speechless. Ignoring her entirely, Melg continues her speech, shifting her focus directly to the absolute highest authority in the room. She addresses the supreme leader, calling his heart incredibly petty and his vision so narrow that even a blind demon could see much better. Looking him straight in the eyes, she asks if she is wrong. Her voice is chillingly calm as she insults Lord Yuba directly. The guard standing nearby flinches in pure terror. Mammulia covers her mouth, stunned by her sheer audacity. The surrounding lords explode into absolute chaos. They scream at her insolence towards Sovereign Yuba, demanding that the guards rip out the lawless criminal's tongue immediately. But surprisingly, Yuba remains quiet. Disregarding his angry subordinates, Yuba calmly tells them to drop it. There is no point in arguing with someone who has nothing left to lose. A few insults cannot hurt him anyway. Melg lowers her head, knowing her fate is sealed. She scoffs inwardly at the mention of a sovereign. These fools have absolutely no idea what a true ruler looks like. A bunch of blind lords leading a blind clan. It is hilarious. At least she can finally let out a sigh of relief. The announcer stands up again, declaring that her punishment for insolence begins now. This second penalty will be executed right after the main one. An ugly goblin steps forward, holding a rusted hand saw and cackling. The executioner raises the heavy blade over her head, sneering that this is going to hurt quite a bit, so she should enjoy it. He aligns the sharp blade with her horn. But watch what happens next. A loud, sudden dog bark completely derails the execution. The crowd murmurs in confusion. Mammulia clicks her tongue in frustration at the interruption, while even Sovereign Yuba scans the room in confusion. The announcer demands to know where the noise is coming from. Mel feels a familiar presence nearby, wondering if her savior has actually arrived. Could Lord Devil really have traveled all this way for her? A voice rings out, mocking how a sacred hall like Judecca allows wild dogs. Melg's eyes widen as the lords resume their whispers. It makes perfect sense, especially as heavy, confident footsteps echo from the dark entrance. It makes way more sense than listening to your useless babble. Melg still could not believe it. No way. There was absolutely no way he was actually standing here. It had to be a mere hallucination. MJ stared ahead with teary eyes, desperately biting her lip. Then she saw the majestic image of Devourer sitting right there. He sat on the chair behind her, calling out to Melja. His glowing eyes held a smug look as he noted she seemed to be struggling. Outside the ancient castle, the dark night sky made the atmosphere even more eerie. A broken-horned demon lay sprawled on the cold ground. Through hazy eyes, someone asked if they were all dead, wondering why they resisted. Even as demon kings, they were nothing special, just common demons with minor tricks. A massive figure turned around as the demon's vision cleared, noting that a survivor still remained. The figure stepped closer, tentacles writhing beneath him. He muttered that having horns must mean the boy was a demon king. Stopping right in front of the kid, the figure asked how old he was, finding it hard to tell compared to humans. Looking up, those bright yellow eyes shone. The figure ordered the kid to look at him. Good. Those two eyes suddenly split into four. He praised the nice-looking horn and asked for the kid's name. Trembling with fear, the little boy with red eyes and tiny horns sweated, answering that he did not have a name. With that, the memory ends, snapping back to reality. And get this, the majestic figure of Devourer sitting there took everyone by surprise. He called out to Yuba. Sitting on his throne, Yuba broke into a cold sweat as a dog paw suddenly appeared. Melg's massive hound pounced right onto her. Melg happily squealed, calling it her sweet baby as the dog kept licking her. She giggled, saying she told it to be patient, realizing the dog must have followed Lord Honsor. Mamia glared at them in fury. Clueless about the danger, Mamolia turned and barked at Devourer, demanding to know which demon kings they thought they were. She screeched at them for interrupting a sacred trial. Rhine glared back fiercely, questioning how she dared to speak like that. Rhine barked that she should know her place. Devourer lazily intervened, telling Rhine to let it go since they did interrupt them. Apologizing for getting sidetracked, Devourer explained they did not belong to any faction. They were simply travelers passing through, just resting along their journey. Devourer stood up and walked forward, admitting he was slightly curious as Melg sat frozen watching. Clutching her giant hound, she stared at Devourer. He asked the crowd if they found Melg's pride as a demon king shameful. Devourer glanced around at the other demon kings, asking if that was the sole reason they treated her so terribly, plotting all kinds of cruel punishments. Devourer kept walking forward, casually asking what would happen if he wiped out all their armies. He stopped. He doubted anyone would mind. A dark, chilling expression crossed Devourer's face as his glowing yellow eyes narrowed. Smiling, he wondered if they would mind having their horns cut off and fangs pulled out. The threat shocked the demon kings. Some of them grit their teeth in absolute fury. They muttered that this brainless fool had no idea who he was dealing with. Insulting the rulers of Judecca was bad enough, but threatening Lord Yuba was insane. Devourer just shrugged, claiming he only asked a question. Enraged, the executioner demon slammed his twin swords down, roaring at Devourer to shut up before he tore him to pieces. He lunged at Devourer, launching dozens of deadly blades. He screamed for Devourer to die in silence, yet the man stood still. The instant the demon got close, Devourer merely opened his mouth. Watch what happens. A massive magic circle flashed, sending the attacker crashing down. He was left pinned to the floor. Devourer stood there calmly, asking why everyone was staring when he had not done a thing. Looking up, Devourer casually pointed out that Yuba was the one who did it. The shocked demon kings turned to Yuba. Seeing Yuba holding the strike, they stammered, questioning why he did that. Yuba, sweating heavily, barked at the demon for defying the supreme being. The demon kings gasped as Yuba begged Devourer for forgiveness, promising to brutally punish anyone foolish enough to draw a blade. Mamia stood there utterly frozen, whispering Yuba's name. Devourer just stood there silently, hands in his pockets as Yuba spoke. Yuba announced his formal welcome to the Supreme Lord, Lord Honsor. Hearing that legendary name, the demon kings instantly went numb. They whispered about Lord Honsor of the primordial dungeons, completely terrified. Yuba bowed low at Devourer's feet while the executioner demon struggled up. He demanded to know why Yuba stopped him. Yuba glared back, wondering how the idiot could still be so oblivious. Devourer tilted his head, noting the executioner looked familiar and wondering where they met. Yuba cursed the fool under his breath. If Yuba had not stepped in, the maid standing behind Devourer would have taken his head. Yuba stole a glance at Rhine. Her eerie golden blue eyes glowed menacingly in the shadows. Terrified, Yuba knew this could easily end in a total massacre. Every single demon king in the room would be slaughtered. Prostrating himself, Yuba asked what brought the supreme being to this place. Devourer smiled casually, finally remembering Yuba as the tiny kid from back then, amazed by how much he had grown. He admitted he almost did not recognize him. Yuba stammered, crediting everything to the mercy granted to him 900 years ago. Devourer bent down and gently patted Yuba's head. "Stand up," he said, explaining he came for other reasons. Meanwhile, Yuba could only tremble. That terrifying memory was something Yuba could never forget. It played out exactly like before. He remembered when Devourer suddenly appeared 900 years ago. Back then, Devourer had asked Yuba if he wanted to know why he came. He was curious too. Yuba could only stare in dread. Looking up in terror, Devourer's current expression perfectly mirrored Devourer's from the past. "Why do you think I am here?" he asked Yuba. Devourer stood up straight, telling him not to be so frightened. While those old memories were terrifying, he had come for an entirely different matter today. Yuba nervously asked what it was. Devourer explained he came for Melg. She stood dazed as Rhine stepped closer and called out her name. Snuggled against her giant dog, Melg softly greeted Lady Rhine. Rhine then explained that after discussing things with Lord Devourer, they had reached a final decision. They concluded that the primordial core dungeon needed her presence. Rhine formally invited Melg to join them and officially become a member of their team. Hearing this, Melg froze in disbelief. Rhine pointed out that Melg had come to build an army, asking how she planned to do that alone. Smiling warmly, Rhine assured her that by accepting the offer, Melg would join the primordial core and manage one of the main sectors of the dungeon. She would run her own department. Naturally, demon subordinates would be assigned to her area, serving as the foundation of her own demon king army. These underlings would fully support her growth. Melg, with her giant dog playfully resting its head on her, stared at Rhine in complete and utter shock. Still unable to believe her ears, Melg asked if she would truly manage a whole sector. Ryan nodded, confirming that was exactly the plan. To ensure her army had the right forces, Ryan promised the core members would assist. However, one of those members quickly cut her off in annoyance. He warned them to leave him out of it. Ryan gave a quick thumbs up, adjusting her promise to say everyone except Lord Devourer would help. Devourer then stepped forward, explaining that was their main reason for visiting. He approached Melg and extended his hand, asking if they had a deal. Tears welled up in Melg's eyes as she gladly agreed and reached out. But just as she was about to take Lord Devour's hand, a voice shrieked. Mamulia shrieked that she would never accept this. She demanded how a foolish brat, unable to run her own castle, could manage a dungeon. Devourer watched her in confusion, wondering what her problem was. Mamulia kept screaming so loudly that even Melg's giant dog began to growl back. Mamulia ranted that this made absolutely no sense. She complained about being compared to Melg for ages, and now she finally had a chance to look superior. She was determined to put Melg in her place. Stepping closer to Devourer, Mamulia pleaded with the Supreme Being, claiming he must have been deceived. She argued that Melg was completely unworthy of such an incredible deal. Why would the Supreme Lord offer something so valuable to a weakling? Mamulia demanded to know why she was not chosen instead, boasting that she was a legitimate demon king carrying ancient and noble blood. Flashing a desperate, groveling smile, she promised to serve him perfectly if given the chance. She even offered her entire heart and body to him. Mamulia reached her hand toward Devourer. Watch closely, because in the next split second, Ryan flashed forward and cleanly severed her hand. Ryan's deep blue eyes locked onto Mamulia as she angrily demanded how she dared to touch Lord Devourer with such filthy hands. Mamulia's agonizing screams echoed throughout the entire hall as she clutched her bleeding wrist. From the ground, Mel watched her rival in shock. Yuba stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lord Devourer. He begged for forgiveness regarding Mamulia's offensive behavior, and Devourer simply nodded his head in agreement. Glancing back at Mamulia, Yuba assured Devourer that he would handle the matter, promising to deliver a fitting and severe punishment to her. The other demon kings quickly seized Mamulia, who shrieked and begged them to let her go. She desperately called out to Melg as they dragged her. Melg's giant beast let out a low growl while Devourer casually yawned. Holding her dog close, Melg listened as Ryan asked if she felt any regret. Seeing her confused look, Ryan clarified that if Melg had simply asked Devourer to punish the other demon kings, he would have eliminated them all. Melg looked down, realizing that destroying them wouldn't benefit the ancient core at all. She remembered how those demon kings had treated her. It wasn't out of pure kindness that she spared them. Since they would no longer look down on her, she wanted to keep them alive. That way, she could easily exploit them for her own gain later. Melg then asked Ryan how they had actually managed to find her in Judeca. Ryan crossed her arms, explaining that Lord Devourer possessed incredible observation skills. They didn't even need a map to locate her. Ryan pointed at Melg's massive dog. She added that while the gatekeeper here had stubbornly refused to guide them, they had still managed. It was a bit troublesome, but they eventually ran into a magical beast carrying Melg's distinct scent. Hearing this, the giant dog's eyes widened. Melg hugged her loyal pet, praising him as her absolute #1 warrior. She lovingly patted 20 Ons, thanking him for his great help. Caressing 20 Ons, Melg promised to do her absolute best in her new role. But Ryan suddenly asked if she was truly going to be okay. Melg shivered, remembering how incredibly powerful the previous managers of the core were compared to her. She felt completely outclassed by them. She promised to put in every ounce of effort, yet she couldn't help but feel deeply anxious. Watching her worry, Ryan just sighed. To be completely honest, Ryan delivered a brutal, heart-wrenching truth. She bluntly told Mel that she didn't even meet the basic qualifications. She doubted Mel would survive even 3 years, warning that her entire dungeon might get wiped out as early as tomorrow. Mel collapsed in despair. Crying on the floor, Melg admitted she already knew that, but hearing it said so directly still hurt deeply. Ryan just stared at the giant dog. Sniffing her clothes, Ryan continues. She pats 2 ounces on the head, explaining they only came to pick Melg up because Lord Devourer requested it, so you absolutely must not disappoint him. Melg cheers up a bit, turning around with a look of pure determination in her eyes. Melg promises to do her absolute best. Ryan nods in approval, saying it is good she thinks that way, but adds a quick heads up. Ryan smiles, revealing she already got permission to confess her feelings to Lord Devourer. Melg is completely clueless, so Ryan tells her to just remember that. Melg nods and agrees. She then asks where Lord Devourer has gone. Hearing his name, 2 ounces instantly stares, thinking he is being called. Ryan simply says he is busy. Inside the palace, Eubor sits in silence among the crowd as another demon king calls out to him. A ridiculously tall demon representing the north, Veerman, steps forward, announcing that as their delegate, he has a few things to say. Eubor nods, telling him to speak. Veerman continues, acknowledging that Devourer is an ancient monster and one of the strongest in the dungeon. However, even after considering all of those facts, he cannot help but question the recent actions of their supreme leader. Looking down on Eubor from his towering height, Veerman points out that as the king of demon kings, Eubor behaved a bit too rashly. Ubar slowly stands up stating that he heard those words clearly. He asks if Vierman is worried he disgraced the Demon King title. Hearing this intense confrontation, the other Demon Kings instantly panic and stammer that it is not what they meant at all. But the arrogant northern representative Vierman simply nods, declaring that is exactly the case if things continue this way. Before Vierman can even finish his sentence, Ubar interrupts him with a thunderous roar, calling him a complete fool. Ubar immediately summons a massive giant hand and crushes the arrogant demon in a brutal grip, leaving him gasping for air. As Vierman desperately begs for mercy, Ubar coldly asks if he seriously thought this insolence would be mistaken for brave courage. He accuses Vierman of using this situation as a cheap trick to dethrone him. The giant hand squeezes even tighter. Ubar mockingly suggests that if Vierman is so deeply concerned about leadership, he should just try taking the throne himself. The surrounding demon kings instantly fall to their knees, begging Ubar to calm his immense rage as the giant hand tightens. They scream in sheer panic that Vierman will literally be crushed to death. Fresh blood starts dripping through the giant fingers. Finally, Ubar releases his grip, letting Vierman crash to the floor. He warns them that if they think he is weak, they can step up. The terrified demon kings bow flat on the ground, desperately pleading for forgiveness for their absolute impudence and disrespect. After a tense silence, Ubar tells them to get out. His cold glare makes it clear that this warning was more than enough. As Ubar turns his back, he wonders how a mere child from the Agria family could possibly be acquainted with that ancient monster. Suddenly, Devourer pokes his head through the door casually, asking if Ubar is there. Ubar immediately panics, rushing out to greet him. He asks if the master needs anything. Devourer lazily scratches his head, admitting he really did not want to do this. Ubar breaks into a cold sweat, thinking the terrifying beast will not let things slide, but Devourer merely says he forgot something. Ubar thinks to himself that since he already bowed his head once, he has nothing left to lose for his demon's survival. Devourer pulls out a mysterious item from his coat and casually asks if they are indeed the ruling demon kings. Devourer stands there bewildered, looking at Ubar, kneeling right in front of him, and asks why he is acting so utterly terrified. Outside, under a beautiful starry night, Rhine admits she was curious why they called a sudden meeting in the first place. But Devourer notes how surprisingly friendly they were, admitting he never expected them to put in so much genuine effort. Rhine bursts into laughter, saying she never expected him to take the initiative like that, making her incredibly happy. Devourer tilts his head, remarking that if this simple gesture makes her this happy, her future happiness is easily secured. Secretly, Devourer congratulates himself on his absolute genius, thinking it is far better to let the demon kings do all the work. Suddenly, Melg and 2 ounces run out of the building, calling for Lord Devourer and Rhine. Rhine asks if Melg is finished. Melg nods eagerly, stating that as a new member of the ancient corps, she can easily help carry all their luggage. Rhine smiles and assures her she is fine before asking Melg if she really has nothing left to take from here. Standing by the descending stairs, Melg smiles brightly, declaring she already took everything she wanted from this place. She vows to dedicate herself to becoming a truly powerful demon king once they return to the safety of the ancient core. Rhine explains they just need to visit one last place, while a completely exhausted Devourer begs for a quick rest. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, a subordinate hesitantly asks his master if he is feeling any better, pointing at his hand. The wolf demon turns his head, noting that someone seems to have magically stitched his severed hand back onto his arm. Marmolia touches her sawed-off horn in utter disbelief, murmuring that this terrifying ordeal could not have been a mere dream. The dark-haired aide reports that she has been asleep for over a full day, anxiously asking if she is truly all right. The man asked how it went, reporting that she had left with that ancient monster. Marmolia clenched her fists as he continued, telling her not to worry about her broken horn because the other demon kings promised to make up a suitable excuse. Even though their numbers were small, some factions still supported her, promising to follow Lord Marmolia anywhere, begging her to leave those bad memories in the past. But Marmolia snapped, ordering him to shut his mouth about those old ties, since she never considered that creature a friend. Furiously biting her nails in mad frustration, she muttered that she had to slay that girl Mayo. She kept obsessing over it, realizing she couldn't rely on other demon kings and needed someone with way more power, someone capable of standing against the ancient core. Then it hit her, there was someone just like that. Her face twisted into a creepy smirk, someone who could defeat the ancient core. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone demanded to know why he had come. Ark coldly replied that he had questions for the third eye, his sharp gaze shifting toward Homunculus. Inside, the Kani and Rhine and Melg stared at the papers scattered before them, which the demon king had poured his heart into. It was incredibly detailed, resembling a raid request written by humans. Rhine smiled, explaining that, according to what Lord Devourer heard, they had filtered out monsters of a similar high caliber. Melg sighed, admiring his incredible aura. Melg then asked Rhine if monsters of this scale were still not enough for her. Rhine pondered this, looking down at the document featuring Queen Elizabeth of the Kill Brace. Based on her profile, wasn't she just a seductive flirt? Ryan ruthlessly ripped the page to shreds, leaving Mel totally speechless, and yeah, we can already feel his pain. It was the giant of Mount Lamia, but Ryan rejected her too, noting that the profile praised her beauty before ripping it. She sighed with her hands on her hips, complaining they were all totally useless and fell short of her expectations. Mel's eyes widened as his narcissistic side wondered if she was just threatened by his gorgeous looks. But no. While Devourer slept soundly, Ryan declared they must keep searching, and Melg eagerly offered to help. Inside the Imperial Castle, voices echoed in the office, saying nothing was there. Ark muttered bitterly, recalling Devor's arrogant face during their encounter, and his mocking question about how to handle the aftermath. He swore he would crush that bastard Devor, for the absolute safety of the Empire. As Ark sat, thinking, a sudden knock on the door broke his concentration. Gazod announced himself, and Ark let him in. Gazod asked if he had uncovered anything, but Ark just requested tea first. Gazod cast a quick spell, making the teapot float and pour automatically before serving the cup right in front of Ark. Ark took a sip, noting that the only genuinely reliable piece of information in the entire book concerned the ancient core. Setting down his cup, he admitted that while he already knew some details, deeper reading only brought confusion. Gazod asked what he meant, prompting Ark to tap the book, highlighting the gatekeeper's identity and the dungeon's true goal. He explained that they could ignore the tentacles since most beasts there lacked clear origins, but other mysteries remained. No matter how hard he searched, there was absolutely zero trace of the other two gatekeepers in any record leaving Ark, pondering how strange it was even accounting for wild variables. While other independent dungeons aggressively expanded their borders, the ancient core remained completely dormant without a single sign of movement. Most importantly, he added Devor's true goal was still a massive mystery. Gazot nodded, urging him to listen to some urgent news first. That was when Ark blinked suddenly, asking why she was there. Gazot rolled her eyes, pointing out his delay before delivering the urgent message. The third eye sent a critical alert because Demon King Mamulia requested a meeting with him right here in Connie Inn. An oppressive silence filled the room. The third eye thanked Ark for agreeing to such a sudden, risky face-to-face. Ark asked about the demons wanting a meeting. The third eye nodded, noting they picked this spot and seemed extremely rushed. He admitted he never expected Ark to accept because of the immense risk. Just then, a cold voice interrupted their conversation. The newcomer mocked that they expected old geezers running humanity, not him. Ark quietly warned Gazot to keep her cool as Mamulia arrived, bringing a giant wolf and her loyal guards. She teased that he was surprisingly young and good-looking. Ark introduced himself as the commander, his gaze turning icy as he noted the message explicitly banned any security detail. He repeated that she was supposed to come completely alone, but Mamulia smirked, pointing out he had brought backup too. The third eye quickly intervened, urging everyone to sit down first, but Ark insisted on getting straight to business. Mamulia laughed, calling him quite impatient before agreeing. She began by mentioning a small human village located past her castle, called Rozoid, home to 400 innocent humans. If he tried any tricks or if their negotiation fell through, that village would be wiped out instantly. Ark frowned, retorting that she was the one looking incredibly suspicious. Gazot raises his hand, casting a spell. With a sharp pop, the teacup shatters instantly. Diver speaks up, saying he will overlook the broken cup this time, but he warns Mamia not to play any more tricks. Mamia chuckles. She calls him quite careful, claiming she was only testing him. She only wanted to test him since he showed no aura or mana, though she admits it is impressive. Diver quickly cuts off her rambling. He demands they get straight to the point. Mamia complies, explaining that a demon king will soon leave Sayat. In an authoritative tone, she gives her order: kill her. Diver remains calm as he questions her. Is she asking him to face an entire demon army? Does she want him as a scapegoat? Or maybe just a sacrificial pawn? Mamia merely shrugs. No, he only needs to eliminate a demon king named Mel. If he can successfully assassinate her before she leaves Kanhi, she promises a massive reward. Mamia then glances toward Three Eyes. She asks if the magic beast that cloaked bastard needs for his live experiments is fine. Diver casually refuses, catching Mamia completely off guard. She never expected such a response and demands to know why. Is the reward not enough? Diver merely exhales a slow breath. He tells her that is not it. Mamia grows tense. If that is not the reason, why refuse, especially since he is a human commander? He must have traveled all this way because he wanted something from them. Diver looks at her calmly, wondering if she is the one in a rush. Diver smiles as he studies her. She has no claws and her bed looks like it was slashed. Her frantic behavior speaks volumes. She acts as if something is hunting her down. A demon king suddenly demanding a private meeting like this is highly suspicious. It is either a trap or a massive crisis. Enraged, Mamia prepares to unleash her power, asking how a mere human dares mock her. But Diver does not flinch. He asks if she thinks he is looking down on her, pointing out that she is the one keeping secrets. She wants them to assassinate a demon king named Mel. Diver's gaze turns ice cold as he asks if that demon king has some serious backing. Mamiya's hand trembles against the table, proving his theory correct. He quietly realizes that his intuition was spot on. Diver immediately stands up to leave. There is absolutely no reason for him to get caught in a demon's civil war. He tells Gazo they are leaving. Gazo obeys immediately. Mamiya frantically calls out for him to wait, stammering that he is right about the backer. Even with her confession, Diver does not turn back. He simply nods coldly, suggesting they pretend this meeting never happened. But her next words stop him right in his tracks before he can open the door. She mentions an ancient monster from the ancient core. As Mamiya emphasizes the name, Diver's eyes flash with a terrifying light in the dark. Mamiya bows her head, speaking softly. She stammers that there is definitely a way to avoid him and eliminate that wretched woman. Hearing this, Diver changes his mind. He agrees to the deal. Mamiya looks up in utter confusion. Diver slowly turns around and declares that he accepts her proposal. His shadowed face carries a sinister grin as he vows to kill Demon King Mili Agria. Meanwhile, a red spider lurks on the ceiling. It is waiting patiently for its prey. Suddenly, Mamiya lets out a confused gasp. She speaks up, pointing out that she never mentioned Meli's last name. She wonders how he could possibly know. She demands to know how he is familiar with Meli. Diver shrugs, asking how he could not know her. After all, she is the Demon King living right next to Raz. He notes that she will soon leave Nag Gate, so they must hurry. Mamiya finds the whole situation incredibly bizarre. Something feels off about this human, especially how he grinned upon hearing the name Diver. There has to be a hidden motive behind his reaction. Shaking off her suspicion, Mamiya warns him that she holds a powerful leverage. She reminds him that they currently hold 400 villagers as hostages. She wants to make her terms absolutely clear. Diver responds with chilling indifference, telling her she can slaughter them all if she likes. Mamiya gasps in utter shock at his cold attitude. He explains that sacrificing themselves for the glory of the Empire is a grand honor. His terrifying smile makes the threat even worse. Meanwhile, the spider on the ceiling creeps closer to its target. Mamiya is horrified, unable to believe a human could be this ruthless. Diver cuts her off, reminding her that since their deal is sealed, she had better prepare his reward exactly as promised. He points out that she promised him demon corpses for his experiments. Conveniently, he has already spotted a perfect specimen nearby. Up on the ceiling, the spider crawls near a strange green tail. Diver's voice drops, calling it a highly suitable subject. The green tail belongs to a reptilian demon lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Realizing this, Mamiya's guards jump into action. They shield their master, telling her to stand back while demanding how a lowly human dares to speak to her like that. Mamiya clenches her fists in pure rage. She fumes over why everyone is testing her patience today, especially a mere human. She screams for her guards to kill them. Diver remains entirely unfazed, a faint smile playing on his lips as the scene shifts. Bright morning light filters through a swaying window curtain. Jine calls out to him with a gentle greeting, wishing him a good morning. Diver lazily glances over from his bed, still half asleep. Jine stands by the window, the soft morning light framing her warm smile. She tells him it is time to wake up. He groans and buries his face in the pillow, begging for 5 more minutes. Jine sighs, reminding him that he said the exact same thing 3 hours ago. He lazily raises his hand, questioning why they even care about the time. Jine gasps in shock. It is time to use that thing. Millie tilts her head, wondering what she means. Is she talking about that mass destruction spell? Jine asks for clarification, but Millie simply raises her staff without a word. The staff begins to glow. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts across the buildings, threatening to burn everyone's eyes out. Devourer screams, "I am awake, stop the spell." He stands frozen, wondering how a demon is casting holy magic. Millie gently pats her staff. This is actually genocide magic. It is not holy at all, just regular magic. Devourer is left speechless. Really, suddenly an incredibly foul stench hits his nose, making his entire face scrunch up in pure disgust. Jine happily presents a bubbling soup emitting a powerful aroma. She invites Lord Devourer to enjoy the breakfast she prepared. A strange green liquid boils violently inside the bowl. Jine calls it grilled goat and steamed veggies, but Devourer stares in horror. Is this even food? Devourer lifts the messy concoction, asking what happened to the actual ingredients in this disaster. Jine just smiles and apologizes, leaving Devourer stammering that it is fine. He has absolutely no idea how to eat this. Rainia chimes in. Lord Patrick replied to the pigeon letter Jine sent after their return from Judeca. Devourer asks what he said. Jine holds out a strange glass fragment that came with the letter. Devourer raises an eyebrow, wondering why they received a mirror. Devourer asks if they are supposed to fix some recording. Melly chimes in, explaining that it is likely a magical communicator. Jine is curious about this magical device while Devourer quietly slides his horrific breakfast under the bed to hide it. Melly explains that channeling mana into the device will activate it. Suddenly, Patrick's skull-like face flickers onto the glass screen. Melly cheers that it is working. A voice from the mirror asks if they can hear him. The three crowd around. Devourer speaks up, pointing out that Patrick's nostrils look absolutely horrifying. Patrick complains, asking why Devourer always picks a fight. Patrick clears his throat and moves on. He mentions hearing about Mealy's active work through Giant's pigeon updates. He decided to get in touch to provide some valuable information, hoping to help them recruit even more monsters. Devourer asks where he even got the magic device, and Patrick casually replies that he borrowed it from a familiar source. Remember the mirror in Ursebet's room? This is a piece of it. Devourer recalls seeing it back then. Devourer is surprised she lent it for free. Patrick chuckles, explaining that she actually demanded a blood sacrifice in exchange. As a Death Knight, Patrick has no blood. He traded Giant's demi-human blood instead to satisfy her dark curiosity. Patrick suddenly panics. Wait, Giant isn't there, right? Giant instantly shoves her face right against the mirror. With a terrifying smile, Giant greets him, leaving Devourer and Mealy totally speechless. Patrick vanishes from the screen in panic. Devourer yells at Patrick to get back on. The Death Knight suddenly reappears, hilariously playing dumb about what just happened. He acts like the connection just dropped and restarts his greeting. Giant is not having it and furiously cuts him off. She warns him that it is too late. Her claws are ready to rip his head off, and Mealy fully agrees. Mealy mutters that he is beyond saving. Patrick quickly clears his throat, shifting back to the main topic while reviewing documents. He agrees that none of the monsters Giant disqualified actually fit their needs, so he prepared a separate list instead. Giant immediately begins sorting through the papers, desperately looking for the secret monster information that Patrick just mentioned. Mealy points to the back of the letter, noticing something pinned to it. Giant pulls it out and reads the sheet. It contains a list of monsters that avoided disqualification. Patrick proudly chuckles, bragging that this list took him quite some time. He explains that while these monsters are unremarkable on their own, their teamwork makes them exceptionally powerful and dangerous. Some can even weaponize the terrain. He chuckles, admitting he has had his eye on them for a very long time. Hearing this, Devourer gets a bit suspicious. He questions if Patrick had planned this before they even thought of recruiting monsters. Patrick freezes up at the sudden accusation, and his image instantly cuts out from the mirror once again. Devourer is absolutely fuming. Mealy gently taps the glass, noting that the connection seems genuinely broken this time, which Giant agrees with. The furious Lord growls that he is not letting that trickster off the hook. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the negotiation. Aethys and the demon lord Mammolia are negotiating. Surrounded by demon corpses, a soldier sneers that demons can never be trusted. He comments on the sheer size of the demon army before asking Aethys if he can finish off a surviving monster. Aethys gives his approval, stating it is finally time to collect his reward. Nearby, Demon King Mammolia is brought to her knees. Two guards hold her down at sword point. Mammolia lifts her blood-stained face, asking the human if he honestly thinks he can get away with this. She warns him that the other demon kings will retaliate if he harms her, but Aethys cuts her off before she can finish. He calmly states that he does not care, but tells Mammolia not to get him wrong since he is actually quite grateful to her. Thanks to you, we finally have the chance to eliminate Diver. Mammolia's eyes go wide at those words, and she bursts out laughing at the thought. Art wonders if there is something funny about it. She sneers and snaps back, asking what is funny, calling his entire plan completely ridiculous. She asks who they think they are to eliminate him. With a look of pure contempt, she assures them that it is completely impossible. They clearly do not understand how terrifying that ancient monster truly is. A mage nearby speaks up, telling Art that she is not worth listening to. The mage thanks Lord Art for the rare materials. Art raises an eyebrow and asks if the plan is actually going to work. Pausing for a moment, the mage turns his head back to promise he will definitely fulfill Art's wish. He plans to create something truly grand. He vows to create the ultimate homunculus. Meanwhile, on the ceiling, a reptile devours a spider. The self-proclaimed hunter has just become the prey. A creation equal to a demon king, the mage boasts. Far away in a desolate desert, massive wings spread wide across the sky. They belong to a massive flying manta ray creature sailing through the clouds. Riding on its back are 3 people and a giant wolf. Riding on top are none other than Diver, Giant, and Mealy. Diver looks annoyed, recalling Bacchich, warning them about facing a worthy opponent. Trust is the most critical bond between a lord and his vassals. Bacchich had advised him that to build true loyalty, he must recruit them personally. Mealy chimed in, reminding him to act like a proper boss. She then points ahead, announcing that they have finally arrived. He nods as they arrive. Their top priority from Bacchich's advice is recruiting the legendary Guardian Golem of Night. Those giant stones will instantly reassemble and heal even after being shattered. It is the perfect monster to guard any dungeon. This is definitely the location Bacchich mentioned. Looking down, they see a massive stone golem lying motionless on the ground. Diver wonders if that is their target. Suddenly, the giant stone creature rumbles to life, its 2 eyes glowing with magic. Giant remembers that the beast has infinite regeneration. As a magical golem, it will keep rebuilding itself as long as its mana core remains intact. Diver casually suggests they just need to find the core stone and rip it out. Jine looks incredibly nervous at his easygoing attitude. She warns him that the beast is no ordinary opponent. The golem stands tall, its colossal body easily matching the size of a mountain. The golem locks onto them and immediately charges. Jine whines about being weak, while Melee warns that the monster looks incredibly powerful. Raising her staff, Melee offers to restrict its movements so he can grab the core before it starts regenerating itself. Diver gently pats Melee's head, thanking her for the ride. He steps forward to finish this, just as a massive stone fist comes crashing down. He dives straight into the air, facing the giant fist head-on. The colossal impact forces him downward at an incredible speed. Melee screams in panic. The impact slams him directly into the mountainside, sending violent shockwaves through the entire valley. From beneath the heavy fist, Diver chuckles and remarks that Bachich really found an interesting pet, leaving the golem utterly confused. A massive explosion shatters the golem's upper half into tiny pieces. Diver simply lies there, having ended the fight with a single casual punch. As giant boulders rain down, Melee watches from above in absolute disbelief. Diver tells her to stop staring and start searching. He urges Mel to locate the magic core. She quickly snaps out of it and complies while Diver complains about his dusty clothes. Diver wonders who their next target is. Meanwhile, on a sun-drenched peninsula, a one-eyed demon gossips with his crew about recent events. He reveals that the mountain golem completely vanished after a massive shockwave. Even the legendary White Wolf of the Highlands was apparently defeated. The other Cyclopes start whispering in panic, wondering if humans did this. They worry they might be the next target on the list. A blue-haired Cyclops grows anxious, but their leader barks at them to shut up, claiming there is no reason to worry just yet. He reassures them that nobody could possibly find their secret dungeon. Just then, a voice mockingly asks if they heard that boast. Diver points out how massive these Cyclopes are. Jine admits she never expected them to be hiding out in a place like this. She notes that Bachich's intel is incredibly accurate. Hearing voices behind them, the startled monsters quickly spin around in shock. The Cyclopes demand to know who they are. Diver calmly states that they came to negotiate, looking for recruits for their dungeon. Before he can even finish, the Cyclopes fly into a rage, realizing these intruders are the ones conquering all the local monsters. They curse, wondering how the invaders tracked them down. The giant leader Cyclops stands up with a menacing look, grabbing his heavy mace. He glares down fiercely at Melee with his weapon drawn, snarling that his tribe will not be defeated so easily. Jine sighs, realizing their peaceful negotiations have failed once again. She calls out to Melee, who simply nods in agreement. The Cyclopes are left absolutely speechless by what happens next. Moving on, the group heads into a dense forest to find more monsters. Sighing deeply, Jine complains that those Cyclopes were disappointingly weak. She recalls how easily they went down after only a few quick slashes. She admits she had no idea they would die so easily. Diver asks who is next on their recruitment list. Melee reveals their next target is a beast named Lasha. Suddenly, a mysterious figure watching from the treetops calls out to them. He remarks that he did not expect to find them here, but he is glad he did. Jine and Melee look up at the stranger. Hanging upside down from a tree, the man mentions hearing that the one-eyed demons over there were defeated, prompting Jine to speak up. Wow, she mutters, rumors sure travel fast. Hearing this, he drops down to the ground, explaining that quick information is exactly how they survive. Staying hidden from humans requires fast information gathering. Realizing what is actually happening, Diver steps in to ask a question. He asks if the man already understands the situation. The man chuckles, of course he does. They want him to work for the dungeon. It turns out this stranger is actually Raza, the very target they have been searching for. Raza is willing to compromise and agree on one condition, calmly pointing toward the figure standing further back. Raza asks if that guy is really Diver. Jine glares in shock. How dare this fool call his lord by name without a shred of fear? Diver calmly confirms his identity. Raza cracks his knuckles in pure excitement, thrilled to finally face a worthy opponent, and demands a match. Raza is dying to see just how powerful an ancient monster truly is. Jine snaps, furious at his disrespectful tone. She tells Diver that he has no reason to accept such a ridiculous request, promising to handle this insolent punk herself. But Diver shrugs it off. Since the guy wants a fight, he might as well give him one. He stands up with a completely bored expression. He tells Raza to show him what he can do. Raza claps his hands together in absolute joy, raising his fists to get into a fighting stance. Ready to strike, Raza dares Diver to come at him with everything he has. Diver just stares back with pure, unbothered disdain. All his power, yeah, right. Later that night, back at the inn, a completely exhausted Diver collapses onto his bed, groaning in sheer fatigue. Running around for 2 full days without a single break has completely drained his energy. He mutters about how exhaustion can literally kill. Trying to do unfamiliar work is a death sentence for humans and monsters alike. Jine walks in holding a bowl of fresh food. She offers Diver some food to help him recharge. He instantly panics, terrified that she might have cooked another one of her toxic meals. The mere thought of eating her cooking makes his stomach turn. Luckily, Jine explains that she did not have time to prepare a homemade meal. Instead, she just bought some takeout from the local city. Hearing this, Diver practically sheds tears of joy and digs right in. He shovels the food down while Jine quietly reviews their recruitment documents nearby, leaving Melly to just stare at him in utter disbelief. Jine notes that their current recruits only consist of the one-eyed demon Golem and Raza, who apparently ascended to heaven. Mouthful Diver mutters about Raza, admitting he did not expect the loudmouth to literally disintegrate after a single snap of his fingers. Jine gives him a thumbs up of pure admiration, adding that even the spider monster sent an apology for turning down their invitation. Still, they did not walk away empty-handed. Jine turns her attention to the floor, gesturing to the massive pile of loot. Scattered across the room are chests filled with valuable weapons, gold, and sparkling emeralds from their latest highly successful sweep of the dungeon. They wiped out the enemy and looted absolutely everything. Melly chimes in, asking if they are actually being serious about all this plunder. She is dying to know what is actually inside those chests, guessing the monsters looted it all from unfortunate human adventurers. Jine admits she is just as curious since she grabbed them in such a hurry that there was no time to inspect the cargo. Diver starts rummaging through the pile looking for magic tools. He wonders if any of these gadgets can break through a basilisk bone. His eyes catch onto something unusual amidst the gold, a glowing bright red flower. He picks it up, highly intrigued. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber packed with bizarre machinery, a sinister mage bows deeply to express his gratitude for a new delivery. The mage praises the incredible test subject he was gifted. Art calmly brushes it off, claiming everything is done to serve the Empire. Still, the mage is ecstatic to receive a specimen in such pristine, undamaged condition, marveling at how absolutely beautiful she looks. Suspended inside a massive glass vat filled with glowing liquid is Mammolia with tubes and wires hooked up all over her body. Art scoffs at the word beautiful, his lips curling into a cold, mysterious smile as he calmly folds his hands behind his back. He agrees but points out that looks do not matter since this initial phase is purely to test the limits of their experiment. The mage assures him they are pushing the limits but warns that extracting the unconscious Mammolia right now poses a severe risk. She is completely out cold, oblivious to the horrific procedures they are performing on her. The mage warns her body will quickly deteriorate. 2 days is more than enough time for his plans. The mage falls silent, carefully considering his next warning about her mental state. He admits he cannot guarantee they can stably suppress her consciousness. Art simply dismisses the concern, stating that details like that are irrelevant. Bowing to his will, the mage agrees to trust his judgment, confident that whatever Art plans to use her for will yield great results. The mage secretly wonders just how far this weapon can go and what dark purpose Art has already chosen to unleash her upon. Back at the inn, Diver examines the glowing red blossom in his palm, asking Melly if this is actually a magic artifact. Melly confirms it but notes it has already been depleted of its main power, leaving only a simple preservation spell active. Jine admires its lasting beauty while Mealy observes Diver closely as he stares at the blossom, clearly lost deep in thought. Jine's words snapped him awake. Suddenly, Diver held her head, telling her to stay still. It left Jine completely flustered and confused. Diver complained that he already told her to stay still. Jine remained clueless, but he just smiled, saying it was perfect. Melly's eyes sparkled, admiring how pretty it looked. Diver had placed a red flower in Jine's hair, and it suited her perfectly. Diver couldn't help but think how hard she always worked. Since they arrived in Kite, she seemed to have changed a little. He got the feeling she wanted something from him, but he had no idea what. Plus, he had never actually bought her a gift. Melly chimed in, praising how pretty she looked. Jine's face instantly lit up, asking if it really looked that good on her. Diver assured her it did, asking if she liked it. He promised to get her something even better later. Jine nodded, genuinely thrilled. She smiled happily, whispering her understanding. He grinned, noting that since their work was finally done, they could finally get some rest. He instantly let his lazy side show. But Jine corrected him. Actually, they still had 2 more places to visit, crushing his spirit. Dejected, he groaned about not wanting to go. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, Quinn was sprawled on a sofa, dying of absolute boredom. She sighed miserably about how incredibly boring it was, thrashing around on the cushions before going limp with absolutely nothing to do. She recalled Art's strict warning. Even if she felt fully recovered, she needed to rest and avoid showing any signs of improvement. This was especially true around the nobles. Quinn knew he was just worried she would be dragged right back to the front lines. But standing up, she realized doing absolutely nothing felt even worse, especially when people out there might be in serious danger. She paced around. At the very least, she wanted to head out and make sure everything in Riaz was still peaceful. Standing on her balcony, she looked down. It was pretty high, but she felt confident she could slip out and return quickly. But just as she prepared to leap, Art suddenly materialized right behind her, coolly asking where she thought she was going. Startled, like a cat caught by its tail, she jumped. Art calmly asked if they could have a quick chat. Annoyed, she snapped that he should at least knock first. Art admitted he had a hunch she would try sneaking out. That was why he came in unannounced. Quinn quickly denied it, claiming she would never sneak out, but he remained skeptical. Flustered, she immediately folded and apologized, admitting she had lied. She then changed the subject to a question she had prepared. She confessed she had been meaning to ask him something for a while. When Art asked what she brought up Gazat, Quinn was deeply worried, explaining she had not been able to speak with Gazat since the incident with his arm. Clenching her fists, she blamed herself for his lost limb. Art comforted her, saying she should not carry the Empire's entire weight alone. While such a selfless mindset was certainly admirable for a hero, he wanted her to keep something very important in mind. He calmly reminded her that every single member of the Black Wolf Knights was fully prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. That list included Gazat, who had only given up an arm for the cause. Quinn looked down sadly as Art continued. Besides, Gazat did not hold any resentment. He was likely worried about her feelings, so she should stop carrying so much guilt. Relieved, Quinn nodded. Art then paused, asking if he could request a favor of her, which immediately piqued her curiosity. He explained it was about the artificial creatures the Empire once researched, noting they recently received some troubling reports from a facility. When Quinn asked what kind of trouble, he revealed that the artificial creatures inside the lab had somehow managed to escape. Fortunately, since the research center was located far from any towns, there had not been any civilian casualties reported yet. Terrified, Quinn insisted they had to warn everyone immediately. But then looking at Art, she realized there was a catch. As Art casually sipped his tea, she understood that this delicate matter had to be resolved in absolute secrecy. Art glanced over, confirming he had to handle it quietly, entrusting the task to as few people as possible. Besides, she could not head to the front lines right now, or the royal family would surely grow highly suspicious. Quinn anxiously asked what he wanted her to do instead. Art revealed he had already briefed the guards at the palace gates. He had set up a teleportation gate at the western entrance and provided the guards with the exact coordinates. She just needed to arrive there within 3 hours. Quinn agreed immediately, rushing off to prepare for the sudden mission. Before she left, Art called out her name. Holding up 3 fingers, he reminded her to arrive exactly 3 hours later. Nodding, she realized she had to move fast. After finishing his tea, Art finally stood up and prepared to leave. But as he reached for the door handle, it swung open. A voice thanked him, causing Art to narrow his eyes. Standing before him was a familiar figure. Greeting him warmly was none other than Pope Duanisi III. Inside the lavish room, Duanisi smiled, asking if he should still address him as Lord Art or perhaps Commander now. Art coolly questioned his presence, asking why a man who served another master was here. Duanisi only offered a mysterious smile. The commander's tongue is as sharp as ever. Duanisi glares coldly at Art, claiming he only wanted to visit. He wanted to visit the Empire's key pillar. But Art cuts him off. Wynn Historia has never met him before. They never met. Art steps forward, speaking on the move. Why come all this way to check on her? Duanisi sighs. He claims he is busy. But would Art believe that he actually came to see him? Duanisi speaks mysteriously, asking for a chat. They stand on a high tower built from rough iron plates. Recalling the moment Duanisi whispered to him, Art stands on the balcony, pondering what kind of suspicious offer this is. Fireworks suddenly fill the sky. Below, the crowd gathers. The citizens cheer for the return of the Silver Deer mercenaries, Diana's team. Watching from above, Art quietly reflects. Sit is a mercenary city where a third of the population belongs to raid teams, and the Honsor is currently hiding inside. Art knows that to take down that ancient monster he needs more information, which means he must take some risks. Suddenly, someone approaches him. It is an old guardian clad in heavy armor with a line of knights marching behind. The guardian reports that all preparations are complete and they await his orders. Art thanks him as Toman, the mage, stands ready. Standing right behind, Toman speaks up as well. They are fully prepared, but he asks how Art plans to locate their target. They must find the Demon King hiding in Sit. A nearby knight feels uneasy hearing this, but Art just speaks. For an ordinary man like him, there are no special tricks. Hearing that the puzzled mage asks what they will do, Art explains that someone else is hunting the Demon King far more desperately than they are, so they will use her. He turns to the old knight Tom and asks how much time remains. Tom answers they have 78 minutes. The hero is coming. Art smiles mysteriously. It is a bit early, but let's start now. Tom quickly obeys. He accepts the order. Meanwhile, Art notes that summoning a Demon King is a power reserved only for other Demon Kings. They will locate Midi very soon, leading them naturally to their target. It is bound to be a highly entertaining show. Inside a lively tavern, beer glasses clink together as patrons loudly shout cheers. In the background, people are busy talking. They are discussing how dangerous the dungeon was today, yet somehow there were 0 casualties. It is an absolute miracle. A muscular man with head scars, Bertus, gets up. A bald guy asks where he is going, and Bertus replies he must head outside. He needs to pee. Stumbling out of the tavern, he leans against a wall, groaning that he might throw up. He feels like he toasted with too many people. Suddenly, a strange noise behind makes Bertus turn around. Bertus assumes the stranger also had too much to drink, walking closer while adjusting his pants to ask if he is okay. But a sickening stench hits his nose, forcing him to cover his face as he notices a creature biting the man's neck. Terrified by the sight, he quickly draws his sword in a panic, wondering how a monster got inside the city. He barely blocks the creature's sudden, vicious attack, gritting his teeth in frustration as he struggles to hold his ground. His sword starts to crack under the pressure, leaving him completely terrified at how incredibly strong this beast actually is. Then his eyes widen, and honestly, this is where it gets terrifying as a horde of pale white monsters emerges. A nearby knight trembles in pure terror, completely unable to comprehend what is unfolding right before his eyes. Just minutes ago, the city was celebrating, and now it is engulfed in flames. This madness is too much to overlook. The other knights keep quiet, but he screams out, claiming that even if this is the Emperor's order, it is wrong. The mage tells him to shut his mouth. The knight knows the Three Eyes experiments are inhumane, but this is a disaster. He never expected their creations to run wild like this right in the city. Sitting calmly behind them, Art speaks up. He casually tells them not to worry, promising the city won't be flattened. The knight glances back at him in disbelief. He demands to know what the commander means just as buildings below start collapsing. The knight gasps, completely shocked. Art gets up. Finally, it is here. A massive monster's foot suddenly crashes through the ruined buildings. Looking at the giant limb with sheer dread, the knight wonders if that beast is also another one of their creations. Through the flames and smoke of the ruined buildings, a horde of grotesque monsters begins to crawl out into the light. Watching debris fly everywhere, the knight screams, pointing out that Art promised the city would not be completely leveled. If they let those beasts run rampant, everyone in Sit will be in grave danger, leaving the citizens with no escape. Noticing Art's cold, calculating gaze, the knight stares in utter disbelief, suddenly realizing that this horrific outcome was planned. Was this devastating disaster part of his plan from the very start? Art merely smiles calmly, calling it a minor sacrifice. But Art thought otherwise. To him, Diver did not want Zeheit leveled, especially since he had not caused any direct, destructive damage. He must have a motive other than slaughter. Based on this, he might even be fighting alongside the artificial creatures. With that thought, Art suddenly chuckled, catching the knight's attention. He continued speaking. Look at that, is not it beautiful? The sacrifice of the Empire's people for the nation's progress. The knight stared back, thinking in sheer terror that this bastard was completely insane. Art's silhouette now looked just like a demon. Deep in the forest, Dewey asked if that was not their inn over there. Melly replied that it probably was. No, Diver panicked from behind. This cannot be happening. The two turned around to look at him. This time he shrieked in absolute despair. My bed, he cried as his shocked voice echoed in the forest. These trees were as massive as the ones in Gaffenia. It was a very ancient forest. Diver yawned, waking up. Now that they had finished recruiting the monsters, he wanted to know if he could finally sleep. Dew smiled warmly. Yes, rest up before returning, Lord Diver. Suddenly, Melly's pet son sensed something. She stroked its head, asking what was wrong. Then a powerful gust of wind blew right toward them. Shielding her face, Melly suddenly noticed something in the distance. A massive fire was raging far away. Melly wondered if that town was where their inn was. Diver looked over. No. Melly and Jine turned to him, calling out to Lord Diver. He grabbed his face and screamed for his bed. Jine smiled, offering her lap for him to sleep on. Hearing this, Melly, standing right next to them, was speechless. Suddenly, she detected an intense demonic aura. She stared toward the burning town. Could it be Mamolia? Diver then spoke up. Some idiot was unleashing way too much magical power over there. Melly asked if Lord Diver felt it too. Diver was confused, asking what she meant. Melly narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists, having made a firm decision. Looking up confidently, she asked if they minded if she went to check out the situation. Meanwhile, Zehet was pure hell. Raging flames consumed the streets as monsters devoured people everywhere. One beast was actively chasing down a terrified citizen. Bertus leaped in, decapitating the monster with his sword. He yelled for the citizen to run, who quickly thanked him. Bertus was exhausted, muttering about how many hideous creatures there were. In the distance, beasts were gnawing on corpses. Suddenly, a swordsman arrived and thanked Bertus, asking if he belonged to a guild. They were from another guild. We are from the U-Suit Red Lion Guild. Bertus recognized them as the famous A-rank guild known for high-tier members. They would be a massive help here. The swordsman mentioned they cleared the immediate area and asked what these monsters were. Bertus introduced himself as a white guild member. Looking at the beasts he just slew, he noted they were artificial. They were completely different from homunculi. Regardless of what they were, that main thing over there seemed the most crucial. The swordsman agreed. Right in the middle of the burning ruins of the city, there was a strange, massive cocoon-like structure. That giant cocoon was their primary objective. The swordsman declared that they absolutely needed to get closer to investigate. Bertus offered to tag along, pointing out that even though he did not look like it, he was an A-rank adventurer. But the knight cut him off, warning that going there meant death. Placing a hand on Bertus's shoulder, he added, "Same goes for me. Listen carefully. Someone is calling out for you." Bertus. Bertus wondered if his hand was shaking, but looking down, he realized he was the one trembling. The knight urged him to protect himself first. Keeping his friends safe was more important right now. He should leave this dangerous mission to the Usut Red Lion Guild. Bertus gave in, entrusting the task to him. The knight smiled, gladly accepting before rushing straight into the fray. Bertus propped his sword against the ground and collapsed. He yelled out his location, signaling to those searching for him. Nearby, two figures stood close to the cocoon monster. One complained about the terrible, ear-splitting ringing noise. They wondered if it was magic. Behind them, a squad of guards stood ready to face the cocoon beast, completely bewildered. They had never witnessed such a creature before. It was clearly the source of all this absolute chaos. Its raw magical power was insane. They could not afford to underestimate it based on its bizarre appearance. Suddenly, magic circles manifested around the cocoon. The frontline fighters screamed for everyone to fall back immediately. A mage explained that it was just a simple mana-tracking reaction, not a defensive measure. Someone asked what it was searching for. To destroy it, they needed to launch a massive coordinated strike right now. Multicolored magic circles quickly surrounded the cocoon. The mages were actively preparing their offensive spells to launch a massive barrage. They unleashed a barrage of fire spells, causing the cocoon monster to shriek as it burned. The mage cheered. "All right, it's working. Don't stop." The cocoon monster just growls without fighting back, but the shield warrior senses something is off. Wait, something is wrong. The attacks aren't actually working. He yells out to stop, but it is too late. The young swordsman charges ahead with full confidence, raising his glowing blade to strike. Die. He slashes at the monster. The monster merely grunts as the strike lands. A massive shockwave erupts, and with a roar, the beast snaps his sword in half. The roar unleashes a brutal shockwave that slams the vanguard and surges toward the mages, triggering a sudden violent explosion. The powerful blast knocks everyone flat on the ground. The shield bearer barely struggles to push himself up, whispering in fear. This isn't something humans can ever defeat. The cocoon monster stands completely unscathed. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes out. "Are you looking for me, Mamolia?" He looks up and sees majestic purple wings. An angel. No, it's Meli. Floating there with those majestic purple wings, she looks down. Mamolia rasps her name while Meli pityingly calls her miserable. "Are you that angry at me?" Mamolia roars in rage. Meli raises her staff to end this forever. A massive black sphere wrapped in dark purple mana forms high-tiered dark annihilation. Rewinding to just a short while ago, Meli was flying high above the burning city streets. She knew that Chudica had already ended a few days ago. After everything that had happened to Mamolia, she had absolutely no reason to stay in the Hit Kingdom anymore. The demonic energy called to her clearly. Darting from rooftop to rooftop, she kept thinking about Mamolia's fate. She flew faster toward the magical source. Back in the present, she stares down at the beast Mamolia has become. Meli looks down, asking if she hates her so much that even after turning into this monster, she still cannot forget. Saying so, she raises her staff as dark mana pools around her. Her cold eyes show absolutely no emotion. "But I won't show you any pity." She prepares her ultimate dark destruction magic. Mamolia takes the blast head-on, screaming. The battered guards look up at Meli in sheer confusion. Is that the Demon King? What are they saying? Did she just defeat that monster? Why would she do that? They feel incredibly lucky that she has no interest in them, knowing they can do absolutely nothing in this situation. So they retreat. Meanwhile, Meli senses something is off despite using her most destructive magic. She narrows her eyes at the burning remains of Mamolia. Could this monster really be defeated so easily? Below, the elite A-rank raiders quickly scramble to escape, but deep inside the giant carcass, something is moving. It looks like something is rising up from deep within that massive carcass, trying to break free. One of the retreating mages suddenly whips his head back, feeling the mana around the monster completely shift. Its mana attribute is completely changing. Meli watches as a pale hand suddenly bursts through the flesh. Disgusted, she watches Mamolia emerge with a grotesque new body clad in white armor with a scorpion tail. The terrified guards scream in horror. What on earth is that? Did someone just crawl out of that corpse? She stands completely still before suddenly unleashing mid-tier invisible dagger magic, instantly taking the head of a guard. Mamolia suddenly appears right where the guards are standing. Panic erupts as they scramble back, but she's already chanting. She casts her detonation magic and a massive explosion swallows the area, reducing every single guard to absolute ash. Meli calls out her name in shock. Mamolia responds with a painful groan, whispering Meli's name with sad, hateful eyes. "My body is melting and burning up. I can feel the cold hands of death drawing closer and closer to me. But before I die, I will take your life." She flashes a sickening grin and shrieks, sending a shockwave out. Sharp stone spikes erupt from the earth, rushing toward Meli. She raises her staff, activating her barrier. Her defensive barrier easily deflects the attack, sending the spikes flying right back at Momolia and triggering a massive shockwave. The dust clears, but Momolia is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, heavy shockwaves of footsteps rush directly toward her. They collide in midair, unleashing a massive sonic boom across the sky as Momolia grips Meli's staff to push her back. She mocks her, shouting that Meli finally looks like a proper demon king as she presses forward relentlessly. Their immense mana explodes upon impact. Watching from afar, the mage asks Art if he is satisfied. Art smiles warmly, replying that he finally understands why the mage was so incredibly confident in this plan. The mage promises that waiting just a little longer will reveal an even more spectacular show. Art is eager, noting that everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, Meli fires another spell. Momolia charges relentlessly, but she is suddenly frozen in place with her feet encased in ice. Momolia's mana was running dangerously low. Her broken, failing body simply would not hold out much longer. Meli resolved that holding the line was her key to victory. But then she suddenly froze. She looked down. 4 blades had stabbed her out of nowhere. Momolia laughed maniacally as Meli groaned. Momolia yanked her close and gripped her throat tightly. She smirked, saying it was going to hurt a bit. Furious, Meli pointed her staff and cast Sifit's Rejection. The massive blast threw her enemy backward. Meli collapsed, completely exhausted. Weakly cursing Momolia, she realized she had absolutely no magic power left. Suddenly, she remembered meeting Lord Diver. Back then, he had trusted her to protect the teleportation gate. Diver had saved her as she fell. Snapping back, she wondered why useless thoughts were filling her head. Blood dripped onto the ground. Looking up, she wondered if this cold sensation was what dying felt like. "Forgive me, Lord Diver," she thought. Her body shrank as her mana vanished, failing before she could even begin his task. Collapsing, she whispered for her father. Nearby, Jine worriedly asked if Meli would survive. Diver calmly assured him that she was incredibly strong, but Jine was still worried about her demonic energy. Diver interrupted. "Don't worry, she might not realize it, but Meli is an exceptional demon queen." He then turned to John. John gave a slight nod. Suddenly, Meli opened her eyes, gasping as a torrent of mana swirled beneath her. Looking down at the raging sea of fire, the cloaked figure noted they had finally captured the demon queen. He watched Meli, deeply curious. Altering her spell combination to deliver high damage had produced some remarkable results. When asked how he achieved this, the cloaked figure explained his research into stealing the enemy's powers. The goal was to successfully extract their strength while avoiding any severe dangerous side effects for the user. After a brief pause, he admitted that this particular method did not care about side effects at all. It simply focused on stripping away their strength. Just look at Mamalia's grotesque and highly unstable new form. He continued, saying her raw power was still massive. The villain agreed, knowing they needed it for the coming conquest. This war was inevitable. They had to measure Diver's strength, while the Crimson City burned like actual hell. The villain noted Diver seemed far too relaxed. This completely puzzled the cloaked figure, who asked why. Did Demon Queen Meli mean nothing to Diver? Everything would end before their reinforcements could even arrive. He needed to collect as much information on Diver as possible before the real brutal battles finally began. While Diver was lost in his thoughts, a voice called out instantly, snapping him back to reality. Storm bowed respectfully, telling him to look over there. The villain glanced over and stared in absolute shock. Swirling around Meli was an overwhelming amount of dark purple magic. Even she was completely stunned by it. It was Lord Diver's magic. Momolia stood frozen, growling like a wild beast as sheer terror gripped her. Diver's massive spectral eyes stared straight down at her with terrifying menace, causing Momolia to scream in panic. Screaming hysterically, she lunged at Meli anyway. She quickly transformed her arm into a razor-sharp, lethal blade. Just as the strike was about to connect, Meli pointed her staff directly at her foe and shouted. Ice Spear. Instantly, blue energy erupted, but right after her triumph, her staff clattered to the ground. Seeing Momolia frozen solid in front of her, Meli was utterly stunned. How was this even possible? She gasped in disbelief. A spell like that could never have caused such damage with her regular strength. Looking at her hands, she remembered she had exhausted every drop of her mana just to push Momolia back. In that state, she should have died of blood loss. Instead, a strange warm power pulsed inside her. She could feel it, but why did Lord Diver's magic still linger so deeply within her body? Even her severe wounds had completely vanished. Had Lord Diver cast some protective spell on her earlier? Momolia still growled weakly from within the ice. Meli told herself she had to confirm her victory first. Raising her staff, she cast Life Detection. The frozen monster could only stammer that Meli was supposed to be dead. It was over. The battle was finally done. But suddenly, Meli felt a wave of nausea and covered her mouth. She realized that utilizing Lord Diver's residual dark magic had dealt a devastating blow before Momolia could strike. Relieved to be alive, she prepared to leave. She needed to return to Lord Diver as quickly as possible. She had so many deep questions about the mysterious lingering power that had just saved her life. After winning this battle, she must return to Lord Devourer as fast as possible. She needs to ask him about that lingering magical power, right inside her own body. But then a sudden noise behind her makes her jump. She whips her head around in panic. She quickly turns her head around but desperately tries to calm her panic, thinking she is just imagining phantom noises from sheer exhaustion. But the threat is real. A hideous, slimy creature crawls right out of Mamolia's mouth as Mel watches in absolute horror. Her face twists in disgust. What is this? Is it wrapping around her body or swallowing Mamolia's entire corpse whole? No, it is actually absorbing her mana. Within seconds, only a white skeleton remains and Mel immediately flees the scene. She quickly sprouts small wings and flies off. Whatever this curse is, she has no obligation to handle it herself. Mamolia is already dead and her own mission is fully complete. She knows absolutely nothing about this new bizarre monster. She decides to distract it with a quick attack first, then use her teleportation magic to escape immediately from here. But before she can fly far, she suddenly coughs up a mouthful of dark blood and collapses heavily to the ground. Her body collapses. No strength remains. This is the brutal price of utilizing such an unfamiliar source of magic. She desperately urges herself to stand up, but the hideous monster is already closing in from right behind her. Giant tentacles lash out, fast. Mel closes her eyes in complete despair, bracing herself for the absolute worst. Right before impact crushes her, someone pulls her up into the air. Opening her eyes slightly, she finally sees her savior. It is Rhine. Though she throws Mel aside rather mercilessly, luckily Zoe rushes over to catch her in the nick of time. Mel instantly recognizes Rhine. Seeing her loyal dog Zoe, she smiles happily as Rhine speaks up with a heavy sigh. Rhine wonders what took her so long, admitting she had no idea Mel was fighting such a hideous beast here. Then Mel realizes their presence means one thing. Yes, the lazy Devourer is also here, yawning quite lazily as usual. He complains that she took so long he almost fell asleep, making Mel cheer with joy at his sudden appearance. Devourer comments that what Rhine did to the monster was alright, but it was not nearly enough to end it. Rhine admits that an unskilled person like her could never use his legendary techniques with full devastating effectiveness, but she knows he can do it. Devourer lazily agrees to step in, but then he suddenly pauses and hesitates. He asks why he feels like that disgusting slimy creature is growing bigger and more hideous by the second. The beast is now monstrously huge. Devourer sighs in annoyance while Rhine quickly volunteers to finish it off immediately. He tells her not to bother. As the giant slime attacks, he steps forward to handle it himself with ease. The slime lunges forward, but Devourer calmly raises his hand and easily catches an incoming massive tentacle with one hand. A devastating shockwave kicks up a violent blinding gale that blows backward, but he remains completely unfazed while the beast struggles. He casually jokes if it wants to shake hands, his eyes suddenly flashing with a terrifying ancient bloodlust. Meanwhile, Rhine calmly sips her tea and offers some to Mel, who looks completely and utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Mel asks where she even got those things, but Rhine claims a perfect maid must always be prepared for anything. While Mel stammers in disbelief, Devourer grips the tentacle tightly, massive veins popping on his arms as he pulls. He pulls hard, dragging the giant monster off balance before slamming it violently directly into the hard ground. The immense pressure crushes its slimy body, breaking it into pieces. A massive shockwave erupts, kicking up thick dust. Thick dust clouds fill the air as he lifts the beast by its tentacle and slams it down once again. Mel asks if this is really fine, but Rhine calmly reassures her with a gentle, confident smile on her face. Since Lord Devourer is personally handling the situation, she believes there is absolutely nothing to worry about at all. Devourer easily rips the monster's tentacles apart, leaving flesh scattered everywhere. He notes how surprisingly sturdy the beast is. He reaches his hand forward, wondering how it will handle his direct magic, and gently touches its main body. Instantly, the beast shrinks. It contracts bizarrely. Devourer pauses suddenly, sensing something is completely off with it. Just like a ticking bomb, the creature suddenly explodes, showering green blood and flesh fragments everywhere in the area. Standing there completely soaked, Devourer clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing he used far too much mana on it. Rhine quickly opens an umbrella to shield herself, complaining about the mess. Mel just stares in absolute disbelief. Looking around the ruined battlefield, Mel admits that beast was incredibly strong, easily surpassing any regular demon king. At least she thought so. Devourer just yawns lazily after obliterating it, complaining about being sleepy after the chore. Rhine quickly warns him not to yawn lest that dirty green slime falls directly into his wide-open mouth. When their dog Zoe runs over happily with a slimy tentacle, Devourer recoils in pure deep disgust at the sight. MJ mentioned that filthy lump used to be Mamolia. He was totally confused. Mamo, who Rhine, however, immediately recognized her. So that cunning woman actually became this thing. He finally put the pieces together. Oh right, I guess I do remember now. MJ explained that when they first encountered Mamolia, her body was already horribly mutated. But then this creature burst out and swallowed her whole. It was like those two things became a single entity, though nothing is certain. Parasitic creatures like this are pretty common, so that is likely the case here. Watching Z tear the creature apart, Dever felt completely disgusted and winced. Meanwhile, she rushed over in a total panic, screaming. Z stopped doing that. Ryan examined the remains of the creature and noticed something off. She softly called out, "Lord Hans, I figured out what this thing is." She explained that it was an artificial creature. Meanwhile, back inside, the city hooded figures stood in absolute shock at their monster's defeat. This is impossible. It was the absolute pinnacle of alchemy. Our latest masterpiece. Under normal circumstances, it should have held out for at least 3 minutes. The mastermind coldly cut them off, telling them there was no need to make excuses, which instantly shut them up. He quietly thought, just as expected. No matter how powerful a beast they created with alchemy, it stood zero chance against that guy Hans. The mastermind then turned around to leave, but he finished it off way too fast. Looks like they did not even need to summon Gin. Time to return to Ras. He called out to the man in the distance, asking if he was okay. The Tower Master stammered, "I am fine," the mastermind flatly declared. Their deal was officially over. The Tower Master gasped in disbelief, shouting at him to wait, demanding answers. "You said these sacrifices were all for the Empire's future. How can you just walk away like this?" he yelled hysterically. Staring down at the raging sea of fire below, he grew even more hysterical. If they stopped now, all those sacrifices would be completely pointless. The mastermind stepped closer and softly asked if it was pointless. He told him to look closely at the city they tried to save. The brave soldiers of Kani Hit risked their lives for this. Then with a chilling smile, he added that this was only half the expected casualties. The Tower Master stood speechless, sinking to his knees in utter despair. Meanwhile, the mastermind calmly walked away. He thought to himself, pointless sacrifices. Oh, they had actually gained quite a lot, didn't they? It was impossible to defeat Honsor using ordinary strength. Plus, there was someone Honsor cared about enough to join the battle personally. He assumed that person was Melee. He smirked to himself. Besides, this disaster would definitely spark a massive war, which is perfect since people will soon beg for the power of their masterpiece. The deaths in Kani Hit would be written off as a tragic clash between humans and monsters. As the ruins burned around them, he figured outsiders would never know. They would never suspect this disaster involved artificial life forms. Absolute madness. Right? Storm looked around the ruined area and spoke up. "Over in that corner is a teleportation portal straight to Ras. I just got in touch with the spy I planted earlier." But Storm suddenly noticed something and stopped the mastermind. He asked, "Lord Storm?" Storm replied quietly, "My lord, I just received word of an intruder at the portal." Right then, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. Storm continued, explaining there was only a single intruder, a monster disguised as a maid. The mastermind instantly remembered. That sword-wielding maid. She was trying to block their escape. This meant she already knew humans were behind this incident. It seemed artificial life forms could recognize their own kind. The mastermind turned around and barked out direct orders. They had to return to the magic tower immediately and build a temporary portal. The mana flow there would be enough to teleport them quite a distance. Right then, a razor-sharp blade lunged forward and the Night Wind rushed to block it. He shouted, "Commander!" But the whip-like blade bent impossibly, wrapping right around his sword and trapping him. It yanked him forward, leaving him struggling to resist. Wind yelled out, "Lord Storm, leave this to me. Please take the commander and go." The mastermind hesitated. "I know your strength and courage, but how can I leave you?" Hearing this, Wind only shouted louder, urging them that time was running out. They had to move immediately. "Please, you must leave now," he pleaded desperately. Storm urged, "Commander, we really have to go." The mastermind hesitated. Wind then made a bold promise, telling him that if he died without permission, he would never hear the end of it. Wind saluted loudly, promising to obey. Then the group hurried away, leaving him alone to face the threat. He showed no fear, calling out, "I heard you slaughtered countless raid team members, did you not?" As someone approached from the distance, he continued, "I have heard quite a lot about you myself. Show yourself." Tiny footsteps drew near. Wind frowned with fierce determination. He declared, "The sword maid is here." It was Rhine. Clambering through the debris and corpses of monsters and men, the mastermind's group rushed toward the magic tower. Storm spoke up, wondering, "Commander, maybe I am just getting too old, but I cannot quite grasp your intention." "Why did you allow Nightwind to act all by himself?" Ark asked. "Does he really look like he is entirely on his own?" Night Storm responded, "Well, I do know that he is not exactly completely by himself." Ark added, "I am sure you are already well aware of Wind's unique combat capabilities." Night Storm, however, now adopted a serious expression and replied, "Indeed, which only makes this harder to understand. We should have left another knight to back him up." Ark countered, "No, that would only serve to distract him." Storm was left completely bewildered upon hearing that. "Why is that?" Ark then explained, "Nightwind is the one who has received the blessing of the spirits." Meanwhile, Wind was desperately running for his life under Rhine's relentless pursuit. Sweeping slashes from her blade shattered everything around them. Wind tumbled hard onto the ground, struggling to find his footing. Ryan loomed in the distance like a predator cornering its prey. Lord Devor ordered me to destroy the portal hubs and eliminate every single suspicious human around here, she declared. Do you understand? Wind snapped back, asking if she was playing cat and mouse just because he was the last survivor. Ryan scoffed, telling him to quit joking. She knew he was only running to buy precious time for the others to escape. Suddenly, she lunged forward, flashing right before Wind to confront him, asking if he thought she was clueless. He panicked slightly, but still managed to block her slash in the nick of time. Within a split second, his steel sword snapped in half. Ryan remarked that he did well for being all alone. But through the reflection of the shattered blade, a smug, an excited grin spread across Wind's face. He yelled out, invoking his ultimate skill. All spirit burst as a blinding green light flared. Ryan backed off cautiously, realizing he was no ordinary warrior. Was he actually gathering mana this whole time? And where was this energy coming from? Suddenly, a massive hand of soil materialized alongside a water spirit with flowing blue hair. Now she stood face to face with two giant power-packed entities. She muttered to herself, questioning if these were summoned spirits. The donkey-headed clay golem immediately charged forward, throwing a heavy fist directly at her. Ryan quickly leaped high into the air to dodge. The water spirit followed up, combining its liquid attacks with the flying debris from the golem's previous strike. The onslaught barraged her, but to Ryan these basic attacks were nothing. It took her only a few seconds to shatter them completely. Another hit immediately followed, but Ryan stood her ground, relentlessly smashing through the heavy boulders with ease. Even the massive stones crumbled before her absolute strength. Wind quickly chanted another spell, Ludica, while Ryan sat on the calm rubble in silence. She looked up as a blinding flare erupted. Suddenly, a terrifying stone storm was raging right toward her, intending to tear her apart. Wind called this the Gale Stone Lock. Ryan stared at the incoming storm and realized it was fueled by an unbelievable amount of mana. He had essentially locked down the entire area with a high-tier spell. Wind smirked with total confidence, declaring this was retribution for looking down on humanity. He told the monster to rot in there. Yet Ryan remained perfectly calm inside the storm, impressed that he could control two high-tier spirits at once. She smiled with deep amusement, praising his talents while her hand gripped her curved sword. Now the scene shifts to the temporary shelter of Kanhi, where an argument suddenly breaks out. Wait, Bakshi has already told you. Is the strike force wrong? Another voice snapped back, asking if she wanted them to just sit there and do nothing when they should at least try to help. The girl retorted, asking what he could do alone. Bakshi replied that he did not know, but he could not stay put. He needed to enter the city and investigate. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks upon spotting three men inside the tent. Seeing them, the girl cried out to the captain, begging him to stop Bakshi since he hadn't fully recovered yet. But Bakshi protested, swearing that he was perfectly fine. Right then, the captain intervened, saying he couldn't let him go. But Bakshi argued back, urging them to listen. He insisted that survivors might still be out there, so they should head to the magic tower and secure the way. With burning passion, the captain roared the name of the Silver Stag Strike Force. He then rallied the crowd, telling everyone to gear up and drive out the beasts that destroyed their beloved city. Hearing this, the girl stammered in shock. Suddenly, a massive presence caught everyone's attention, and someone yelled to look out. There, standing tall on the horizon, was Gum, the legendary guardian of the Kanhi Mountains, arriving with the strike force to save them. A giant earth monster stood before them, and the girl sighed with relief, calling Gum a vital asset. But Bakshi immediately disagreed with her. Completely confused, she asked him why he was acting so worried. Wide-eyed with terror, he gasped that it was impossible. Suddenly, the giant beast raised both of its arms, preparing to smash them. Sensing the danger, Bakshi screamed for everyone to run as a terrifying tremor shook the ground, shaking the very earth and shattering everything in its path. Minutes earlier, inside the burning city, Pak's voice echoed with some rather interesting news. Speaking through the magic mirror, he asked if the creation had simply gone out of control during Devor's work, prompting him to fabricate a convenient cover story. Devor snapped back in total annoyance, asking who the hell they thought he was as he cursed them out. That was when the Patriarch launched into a massive explanation, saying he thought only the Empire's Alchemy Association could create homunculi. Given the sheer scale of the operation, the Empire was definitely up to its neck in this dark business. He theorized that the Demon King must have made contact with the humans, leading to a conflict where humanity somehow came out on top. He asked if Devor knew what humans usually did after defeating a Demon King, explaining that they would typically sever the beast's head. They would then send it directly to the enemy army or hang it up in the Grand Plaza, a story that only made Devor yawn in exhaustion. Complaining about how tedious the lecture was getting, Devor groaned while the Patriarch took a deep breath and continued his speech. While humans claimed it boosted their soldiers' morale, the Patriarch only saw sheer cruelty, prompting a dull reply from Devor. Devourer questioned why they would even bother, but the patriarch noted that unleashing homunculi into the town instead pointed to a deeper conspiracy. This sparked Devourer's curiosity, causing him to recall some old memories as he spoke. He mentioned finding a flying homunculus while searching for Rhine, but noted that this particular creature was far more special than normal. It shouldn't even exist since he had personally destroyed all their research data and raw materials to prevent any future creations. The patriarch suddenly grew incredibly excited, asking if that was really all Devourer thought of this highly suspicious situation. He warned that at this rate the Empire would easily manufacture a homunculus on Rhine's level in just a few short years. And just like that, Devourer is throwing a childish tantrum on the floor because he's too tired to deal with this. He whined about being too tired to search for clues and asked if they could simply wipe out the entire village instead. To Devourer's shock, the patriarch agreed to it, making him sit up and ask if he was serious. The patriarch confirmed it, pointing out that those humans wouldn't just abandon their experiments and were definitely watching from the shadows. This made Devourer ask if they had seen him as well, which the patriarch confirmed since they had already targeted Mel. On top of that, they even dumped their failed trash experiment onto Devourer, proving they had crossed the line. Annoyed, Devourer decided to play along, declaring that they forced his hand and better not regret what came next. The patriarch wore a devious grin, agreeing that if things were truly beyond saving, they should just level the entire town. And that was exactly why the golem appeared, unleashing a brutal onslaught that turned the peaceful town into a living hell. Mel and Zoe listened intently as Devourer announced that their beloved patriarch had finally granted them permission to destroy everything. The announcement made them burst into joyful laughter, and as Devourer looked over at the town, even he had to admire the view. Huge flames swallowed the land while the golem continued its relentless rampage, prompting Devourer to whisper how beautiful it looked. He noted that the humans gathering together made tracking them down much easier, while Mel grumbled at Zoe to stop crowding her. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy caught Devourer's attention, coming from the violent storm that Wind had unleashed. Sensing the magical signatures of two ancient spirits, he wondered if Rhine had finally run into a truly formidable opponent. A dark smile played on his lips, realizing that if a powerful foe was present, the Empire's leaders had to be hiding nearby. Mel assured him that the main gate was completely covered, explaining that she had already shared her vision to monitor it. It turned out she had summoned magical scouting butterflies to watch the area, proudly puffing out her chest with absolute confidence. She declared her body was healed, though Devourer knew the main gate lay in the opposite direction. Letting it slide, since everyone was doing great, he reached out and casually unlatched a massive object. He held up a colossal golden bell, deciding it was time to join the fun and see what would catch his eye first. Looking around, he locked his gaze onto a towering structure in the distance and decided to make that his first target. He hurled the golden bell with absolute force, sending it crashing right through the tower and shattering the structure completely. As heavy debris began to rain down, Storm shielded his commander, while the other soldiers panicked over where the attack came from. Terrified, they screamed, asking if an ancient beast did this before realizing the collapsing tower was heading right for them. They quickly combined their magic to construct a defensive barrier just as the massive tower slammed heavily against their shield. One frantic mage reported to the officer that they needed to pool their mana into the temporary core. He added that because the tower was destroyed, the process would take another 10 minutes to complete. A soldier nervously asked Storm how much longer they had until the golem arrived. About 5 more minutes. Arc calculates that the core destroyed by the maid only damaged the coordinate tracker to Kanahit. It is still active. If Gin runs into Devourer, can she survive? Without the complete revelation book, she cannot defeat him. Disappointment fills him, believing they are completely doomed. But suddenly Storm speaks up, asking his captain if he can do something. Allow him to return to the teleportation point. He promises to bring Gin Historia back. Meanwhile, Wind stands there in shock, frozen, realizing that spirit power is not absolute. He stares at his hand and begins a silent monologue about his limits. He knows that summoning them demands massive amounts of mana and long cooldowns, not to mention the heavy cost required to maintain them in battle. The longer the fight drags on, the worse it gets. Looking at his own Tempest array, he remains confident, believing he still holds the upper hand as long as this swirling magical vortex continues to exist. Even if she breaks through, he can still block her using his earth spirits. Wind is deadly serious about this fight, determined not to forget his true purpose here. He does not want a temporary victory. He stands tall, eyes filled with resolve, refusing to surrender until his mana runs dry. 3 minutes pass. But in a flash, his entire upper body collapses to the ground while his legs remain standing. As Wind's eyes turn bloodshot, he has no idea what just happened. Wait, look at that, a curved sword is flying through the air just like the weapon from his childhood stories. Back when he admired legendary heroes, its name comes from how deceptively small the blade appears when high up, while falling from the sky, growing massive as it drops. It acts like a guillotine. His eyes are now flooded with blood, as he stammers out a final question asking why such a monster exists, but he is already cut in half by the Fangs of Death, one of the 36 masterpieces. Wind lies dying on the ground as his 2 summoned spirits slowly fade away. He struggles to ask how this is even possible, prompting Ryan to explain that her blade and wire can freely extend up to 10 meters, easily slicing through magical barriers. She approaches and looks down on him, whispering, "Spirit protection blessing, right? Since you have been sliced in half, even if a priestess tries to heal you, you likely still will not survive anyway." Decisively, she pulls her sword from the dirt with a deadly look. She wonders aloud why she shouldn't just finish him off right now, when suddenly a voice yells out to the butcher maid. Ryan turns around in annoyance, her eyes glowing brightly. It is Stormin, relieved to see that he successfully stopped her. Since Wynn has the goddess protection, Stormin only needs to buy time. But before he can even finish that thought, he freezes in sheer horror. Ryan has already dealt Wynn a fatal stab. Enraged, Storm grabs his weapon and charges, screaming at the top of his lungs. She coldly mutters she will get more out of him than a corpse, then throws the fangs of death forward. Stormin looks at the tiny blade with contempt, wondering what such a small weapon can do. But talk about a reality check. A massive curved sword appears right in front of him, expanding rapidly as he halts. The massive weapon flies toward him completely unchecked. It slams into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that he barely dodges. Stormin scoffs at her foolish choice to throw her weapon away, completely unaware that the sword is already flying back to strike him from behind. It crashes down, forcing him to block it in agony. Ryan coldly calls out to Memoria. She demands that he start talking immediately or else. As she tightens her grip on the wire, the fangs of death press down with crushing force, leaving Stormin wondering in sheer disbelief if the weapon can actually grow any larger than this. Blood pours from his eyes under the pressure, yet he smiles, saying she focused far too much on an old man. Suddenly, someone rushes Ryan from behind, and a loud shout forces the deadly maid to quickly turn around and check. Confronting the monster, Gin Historia suddenly charges in, unleashing an incredibly powerful fist directly at the deadly maid. The armor on Gin's arm slightly cracks as she stands her ground, breathing heavily. Watching from the floor, the heavily injured Stormin can only marvel at the legendary hero Gin Historia, who managed to push back the monstrous maid with a single blow. Amazingly, Ryan is sent flying back, tearing up a deep trench in the road. Meanwhile, Ark clutches his face in panic, his mind racing with complex thoughts. He knows safety must come first, and luckily the temporary teleportation portal is still operating smoothly. He sits down, thinking that Stormin should easily be able to regroup with Gin and the others. This operation absolutely cannot fail. Even if they recognize the homunculus, the citizens of the Empire will remain clueless for quite some time. But suddenly, his skin crawls as that terrifying feeling of being threatened by Devourer washes over him. He hears the dark voice asking how he will handle the consequences. Suddenly, the mages panic and call out to their commander, asking if he is all right. Ark was actually so terrified he fell backward. He struggles up, asking how long until the portal is active. The mage replies that it will take about 3 minutes. Hearing this, Hart tells them to ignore him and just do their job. Hart bows his head, wondering if he is hallucinating. Damn it, his fear has officially become a living nightmare. Suddenly, a voice rings out, mocking their commander for sitting on the dirty ground. Hart is completely stunned to see her. Gaza calmly explains the situation regarding the Magic Tower's master. Lord Polaris reported that a member of the royal family desperately requested backup, and luckily she was just passing through this area. Coincidence? No way. Hart pieces the puzzle together, wondering what her presence here actually means. She confirms his suspicion. The entire Lofty Knights division is marching in with heavy solid steps, and Gazad announces that they are all gathered. She admits she has no clue if this was part of his plan, but Wynn has tragically died and Stormin is severely injured. Because of that, Wynn is currently fighting off the Mirror Maid. Hart suddenly cuts her off, demanding to know where she got this information. Did she hear that from Stormin? Gazad is clueless, saying they just got the report and rushed right over. He freezes. Pure absolute terror fills his eyes as he begins to panic. Run. He frantically urges them to escape, but Gazad is just confused as to why her commander is so terrified. Hart is pale with sheer terror, desperately repeating the same plea over and over. They need to leave right now. High above, Mel uses her magic. She spots them. After reporting the find, she turns to Dion. Silence. Then a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile creeps across Dion's face as he softly mutters, "Is that so?" Thick smoke still blankets the entire town. Lean pushes herself back up, showing only a few minor scratches on her face. Don't fight. Stormin stammers his warning, but another knight questions why they would run with Gwyn and the army here. They think defeating one monster should be easy. Stormin frowns, growling that this is the commander's direct order, and they cannot afford to hesitate. They finally obey, shouting for Gwyn to fall back, but she refuses, yelling out to ask why she would ever retreat now. She immediately gets back into a fighting stance, completely confident in her skills. She claims she is about to put this monster down. No. Gwyn. The familiar voice makes her freeze. She slowly turns around to confirm who just spoke. She slowly turns around to confirm who it is and recognizes Hart. He steps forward, demanding that they must return immediately. Upset, she protests, arguing that this is the perfect moment to take down the guardian of the ancient core. Hart insists there will be a time, but not today. He says they will deal with it next time, and Gwen reluctantly agrees. Since he ordered it, she is willing to back down. Hart sighs in relief and loudly commands everyone to move toward the portal. Stop. Before they can take a step, a curved sword flies through the air, blocking their path as Lien steps forward. She demands to know who gave them permission to leave. A terrifying icy bloodlust radiates from her as she reminds them that Dion sent her. No one leaves. She glares at them, declaring that escape is impossible. Secretly, Lien analyzes the situation. She figures the black-haired guy is their leader, but taking him down won't be easy. Gwen charges forward to shield them. She tells Gaza to take Hart and run while she holds the maid back. Lien silently admits the blue-haired girl is surprisingly strong. She has faced plenty of A-rank raiders in this dungeon, but never anyone who could match her blow for blow like this. Lien points her sword, declaring she will slaughter the blue-haired girl first. Gwen refuses to back down, telling her to try it. Hart screams in panic. Lien's eyes burn with a chilling demonic rage as she completely loses her patience. She snaps that they chose the hard way. Suddenly, the air fills with a swarm of eerie black butterflies. Gazot looks around in confusion, wondering where they came from before, screaming a warning that it is spellcasting. Then a voice cuts through. What is going on here? The newcomer is none other than Dion, calmly announcing that he came to find Lien. Hart is completely frozen in terror. Dion casually looks around, muttering that the place is surprisingly lively. He completely ignores Hart, who's practically losing his mind from fear. An overwhelming, suffocating aura begins to bleed from Dion. The phantom of his true monstrous form begins to materialize behind him. He greets them, saying they look very familiar. Then he acts like he just remembered. Dion speaks with the casual warmth of an old friend, saying he never expected to meet them again. He points out the blue-haired girl, the red-haired one, and then locks his eyes onto their brave commander. Those words alone are enough to make Hart choke on his breath, triggering a terrifying memory of being asked how he would pay for the consequences. Dion chuckles, remarking how interesting it is that they keep crossing paths in such a massive empire. Meanwhile, Hart thinks to himself, there must be a reason why this monster did not destroy the capital and chose to track them down here instead. Gwen suddenly shouts his name. But Hart has already dropped to his knees, desperately offering his deepest respect, stammering that it is an absolute honor he still remembers them. Me, sir, how have you been? Devourer casually tells him there is no need to bow, but the man still keeps his head low, desperately trying to excuse himself. He claims this incident had nothing to do with them, but Devourer quickly counters by pointing out their location. Since they live in the central city, there is no way they would make this trip for nothing. Still, the demon desperately searches for another excuse. We only came to resolve this annoying issue, he says, promising that if Devourer wants to find the real culprit, they will do everything they can to fully cooperate. Devourer goes quiet, carefully weighing his words, while the demon tries to keep his composure and anxiously awaits his response. Devourer scrutinizes him with a sharp, piercing glare, but then he suddenly turns around to leave, letting out a heavy yawn as he mutters, "Whatever, let's go home, Ryan, I am tired." She nods in agreement, but Devourer suddenly stops in panic, noticing she is actually bleeding. Little did they know the demon is quietly wearing a sinister smirk behind their backs. Covered in sweat, he wonders if his trick actually worked. As his sweat drips onto the dirt, he watches Devourer walk away, his grin growing wider by the second. He genuinely believes he pulled it off. But in a flash, Devourer appears right next to him, asking in a bone-chilling voice what exactly he is laughing at. The terrified demon is completely caught off guard, tumbling backward while stammering. Gin rushes over in a panic, calling out to him, while Devourer coldly glares down at them. He treats them like mere insects, seeing through the act as the demon sweats profusely from sheer terror. Devourer continues in his ominous, threatening tone, asking if they really thought he would let this slide so easily. His words strike like lightning, leaving everyone frozen in absolute shock. Unable to move a single muscle, Gin suddenly snaps and charges forward, screaming out for the demon as she realizes the grave danger he faces. Devourer speaks up, noting that while Rhea Star might owe them a debt, seeing the fresh blood dripping down Ryan's face changes everything. It only makes him more resolved to punish them. He slowly raises his hand, pointing straight ahead like a solemn declaration of war, targeting the demon specifically. The villain looks on as if staring at his own grave, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Suddenly, an arrow flies in, only to be instantly snapped by Devourer's raw magic. A blue-haired archer yells out to Gin, telling her to move now. Startled, Gin quickly spins around and drags the demon out of harm's way. Devourer just watches them escape, looking completely exhausted by their efforts. He lazily asks where they think they are going. Meanwhile, Gaza barks an order to the squad, demanding they protect the duo at all costs. Seeing them charge, Devourer merely clicks his tongue in annoyance before a massive explosion erupts, sending smoke everywhere as he emerges from the dust, complaining about how incredibly annoying they are. Without wasting a second, he unleashes his magic, firing a relentless barrage of spellbound arrows. The demon freezes in absolute panic, realizing he cannot dodge the oncoming attack. But watch closely, the blue-haired archer suddenly rushes in, shielding them from the lethal blows. Blood gushes from his mouth, yet he smirks, telling Gin he was faster this time before Wind collapses onto the cold ground. With his final breath, he asks her to take care of the captain. Witnessing this tragic sacrifice, Gin is completely devastated, her voice trapped in her throat. Seeing the bloody arrows on the ground, she finally lets out a sky-shattering scream of agony. Gritting her teeth in sheer rage, she gets into stance, ready to throw her life away in battle, but a hand suddenly grabs her back, revealing the demon who begs her to stop. Overcome with fury, she snaps, demanding to know why he is holding her back. Once again, he tries to restrain her, but her rage is uncontrollable after seeing Wind die. Meanwhile, Gazot is desperately searching for a way to save his remaining squad. The only way out is to use a teleportation portal, but a suffocating dark mana suddenly starts filling the area. It acts like a toxic gas, making it incredibly hard to breathe. Glancing at her comrades only makes her feel more helpless, as their minds are already slipping under the dark influence. Setting the teleportation coordinates in this state is practically impossible. Realizing they are trapped, Gazot curses, knowing a sacrifice is their only hope. He forces his mouth open and screams out to the shield-bearing warrior Aina. Hearing his name, the massive warrior turns back. Instantly reading Gazot's grim expression, he simply replies that he understands. Meanwhile, Devourer groans in sheer boredom while Aina charges straight ahead, quickly formulating a desperate strategy. He must push back the oppressive mana and buy enough time for the portal to activate. To achieve that, he has to face Devourer head-on. Clearing his mind, he unleashes his ultimate defense technique, the Heartwall form. Gin watches in absolute dread, screaming his name. Aina the warrior charges with explosive momentum, throwing a powerful fist, but in a bloody flash, his entire arm is cleanly severed. Gazot, Gin, and the demon look on in absolute horror. Aina's agonizing scream echoes through the clearing, sending chills down everyone's spines as Rhine's cold voice rings out. She addresses the humans, declaring that she has no idea what they are trying to achieve, but she will never let them succeed. Refusing to stay down, Aina desperately tries to push himself back up to fight, but countless stone spikes erupt from the earth, brutally impaling him. He perishes right before Gin's eyes, her tears spilling over with pure hatred and despair. She lets out a crazed, furious roar while the stunned demon calls out her name as she completely loses all sanity, vowing to slaughter every last one of them. She charges, but the demon pulls her back once more, pleading with her. She struggles, in vain screaming for him to let her go. Closing his eyes, he begs her to stay alive as Devourer slowly approaches them. On this side, they wonder what those beasts are up to. Suddenly, someone raises his shield to defend the two of them. Ark, startled, calls out to Storm. The old man unleashes his power to activate the heart wall, which Honsor finds hard to comprehend, wondering what it is. With a wave, he blasts his magic directly at their barrier. Seeing that it does not crack, Storm is relieved but remains cautious, wondering if they successfully blocked it. Outside, Honsor remarks how tough it is. His face darkens as he decides to get serious. Meanwhile, Storm looks at the beast before him and completely freezes. A colossal frenzied beast materializes in front of them, leaving the old man utterly stunned and confused, wondering what it is. Runes glow inside Honsor's mouth. The onlookers scream out, "Is that magic?" There is so much magic. Gazot panics, praying that the gate will be ready soon, begging them to just hold on a bit longer. She looks at Storm, silently praying for him to make it. Meanwhile, the heavy attacks from Honsor slam harder into the barrier. She recalls that the 36 artifacts were rumored to be created by a god, and capable of holding off even an ancient monster. Earth-shattering blasts of magic rain down furiously, but Storm still fights to resist. Yet the protective circle finally shatters, sending debris raining onto that golden shield as he stares in absolute terror. But then he charges forward, slamming his foot into the ground to build momentum, and in an instant a massive explosion erupts, sending dust everywhere. Ark and Gin shield their eyes, but a faint voice makes Ark open his eyes to see their captain. They both cry out in absolute horror to Storm, who now has a massive hole in his chest. Severely wounded, he still musters his strength to utter his final wish, telling Gin to leave his old body behind and trusting the captain and the Empire's future to her. They scream in agony, begging him not to go. But Storm fades, whispering that it was an honor to sacrifice himself. Slowly, his eyes close, marking the end of his life. Honsor speaks up, mocking them for still being alive. Gin prepares to charge, but Ark stops her once more, desperately warning her that she cannot defeat him. But she no longer cares, and keeps marching forward. None of that matters anymore. Brilliant blue energy erupts from her hands as she declares that she is indeed a true hero. Honsor prepares another deadly strike while Gin tightly clenches her fists, reminding herself that a hero always protects everyone. In the next instant, she recklessly charges into battle against Honsor. Elsewhere, a wooden cart full of magic stones is pushed along. Ryan beams at how sparkly they are, as Honsor responds half-heartedly. Behind them, a massive fire rages into the sky. She notes they did not come for this, but still made a huge profit. He lies back lazily and agrees that indeed it is not a bad haul at all. Honsor picks up a magic stone and says he sent Gum to the village to see how wild it would get, and run wild. The beast did well before running out of mana, so they must recharge it when they return. With that, he tosses the stone away. Ryan looks at him, mentioning how long it took for him to reveal his true form. His hand continues to crush those blue stones, muttering that he cannot keep smashing them. Suddenly, he smiles, noting that when he thinks of the trouble that guy caused him, his eyes instantly fill with murderous intent, wondering if killing them like this is just a waste. The scene shifts to a dense forest where a single blue flower falls onto a dark coffin lid. A small figure stands on the ground staring down at the graves of her fallen comrades, revealing Gin dressed in white with flowers in her hands. Her face is etched with deep sorrow when a voice calls out, asking if she remembers the raid team that fought the ancient core. This time, they only lost 4 members and 1 artifact. The speaker is a member of the Black Tomb Knights named Bazit, who continues, adding that thanks to her, they avoided complete destruction. Hearing this, Gin's eyelids grow heavy. She closes her eyes and stammers that she knows, but another person approaches, commenting on the beautiful flower. She calls out to Gazo, who steps forward, reassuring her that everyone is incredibly grateful. Gin remains completely silent, her face filled with self-blame. Tears well up in her eyes as she thinks that everyone must be blaming her. She remembers her fallen comrades, thinking if only she had arrived a bit sooner. Barris couldn't even speak. She continues to torture her own mind, wishing she were stronger so she could have defeated the maid. Bowing her head in deep grief, she tightly clenches her teeth in raw anger. Remembering Storm's final moments only hardens her resolve as she screams with all her remaining strength that she could have killed Honsor and saved everyone. Crying hysterically and shouting, she is suddenly interrupted by Gazo, who firmly declares that she will indeed defeat him one day. They managed to survive the Honsor. Because of that victory, everyone fought with everything they had. Gazo sat down and held Gin close. Forget the past, Gazo whispers. Gin clings to her tightly, sobbing while still clutching that blue flower. As a single petal falls, the scene shifts to a quiet room where Devourer sits silently in his chair. He wonders how he is still alive. Why on earth did the Honsor choose to spare him? It makes absolutely no sense. That was the perfect moment for the beast to end him. Flashback to when the Honsor prepared to strike. Just as the monster prepared his strike, Gin charged in. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted everywhere. Looking down, the beast clicked his tongue, muttering about teleportation magic. It seemed they actually pulled it off. Gin screamed out for Gazo. The Honsor shifted back to his human form, looking down from above. He looked down at them like insects and laughed. Devourer realized that the ancient monster had been trying to tell him something. Devourer sighs heavily in exhaustion. He wants to investigate, but too many eyes are watching him. Unable to act freely, he could not even attend the funeral of his own fallen subordinates. It is deeply frustrating. He decides to handle the military reports. But as he stands, his vision blurs and goes dark. Panic sets in as his right eye throbs with a burning pain. It feels like it is about to burst. Stumbling toward the mirror, he clutches his face and curses. Believe me, he is not ready for the horror waiting in his reflection. But suddenly, the chilling, murderous gaze of the Honsor flashes right behind him in the dark reflection. Gasping in terror, Devourer crashes backward onto the floor as darkness consumes his sight. By the next morning, things change. Gaza finds Devourer collapse and shakes him, desperately asking if her captain is going to be all right. He stammers her name, wondering how long he was out. Suddenly, a heavy splash of blood hits the floor. Horror washes over Gazo. She screams, ordering a nearby guard to fetch a medical specialist immediately. Devourer clutches his bleeding eye as a dark realization hits him. The Honsor did not spare him out of mercy. He recalls the monster's parting words, telling him he only has about 6 months left. Devourer lets out a grim, twisted laugh. His ruined eye looks completely mutated now. Meanwhile, Gaza looks down at the shattered pieces and sighs. Kneeling beside the floating debris, she quietly asks Devourer if his terrible hallucinations are starting to get much worse. Resting his tired chin on his hand, Devourer claims he is used to the pain and is just glad he can still see people. Dark energy swirls around Gazo as she sweeps the shattered fragments aside with a pretty frustrated gesture. 4 days have slipped by and time is rapidly running out. None of the treatments are showing any signs of working. His symptoms are only deteriorating, and they have not even been able to identify the root cause. Placing a damp cloth over his face, Devourer leans back, realizing that normal medicine cannot cure this strange affliction. Removing the cloth, he slowly exposes the horrific pulsing scars. The Honsor did this to him, and he burns with absolute hatred. There is truly no cure. Since he is backed into a corner, he is left with only one desperate choice. Using his absolute authority, Devourer issues a strict order. No one can find out about his condition. He forbids her from telling anyone, especially Gin. He vows to fulfill his mission before his clock runs out. To achieve this, they must prioritize rebuilding their forces and restoring their shattered military units. Gazo reassures her commander, promising to personally take charge of reorganizing the knights and gathering the elite recruits. She mentions that the scouting teams left weeks ago and should be closing in on the candidates by now. However, a sudden doubt crosses Devourer's mind. He questions where Gin and the rest of the vanguard have vanished to. He demands to know why she did not report this operation to him beforehand. In response, Gazot merely waves her hand. A purple glow radiates from her fingers as she explains that bothering a sick superior was pointless. It would have only caused more trouble. She promises to submit a detailed report once the operation is fully completed. She adds that she needs to leave headquarters for a while. Before Devourer can even question her, she delivers a sudden warning. On her way back, she spotted the person Devourer despises most of all heading directly toward their location. Talk about the worst possible timing. Devourer gasps in shock, demanding to know what she means, but she vanishes into thin air before he can finish. He grumbles, reminding her not to casually cast teleportation magic inside his private office like that. Suddenly, a soft knock echoes from the door. Devourer clears his throat and calls out for them to enter. An old priest steps inside, greeting the captain. He hopes his humble presence can offer some genuine comfort during this dark time. That should ease your worries, the priest claims. Devourer looks at him with utter contempt, asking if he wants to know a secret. Perhaps he has been a priest for too long because his lying is absolutely terrible. His blunt words instantly make the atmosphere much heavier. Devourer continues, pointing out that the priest only came here to get his final answer. With his true motive exposed, the old man has no choice. The priest lets out his deep, raspy voice to admit that he is correct. Devourer turns his back, wondering why it must be them. Why can it not be someone else? The priest then states his true desire, wanting the elite Black Wolf Knights to join them. Having the strongest army of the Empire fight alongside them is as simple as that. Devourer quietly sits down in his chair. The priest explains that religion is currently just a tool to maintain ties with the Holy Empire, keeping them secretly suppressed. They are nothing but an oppressed group in the shadows. He then looks out the window, reflecting deeply on his own path. He complains that sometimes his life is treated as if it is worth no more than a low-ranking noble. Jallo then speaks up. He tells the priest he sounds as if they are actively suppressing his religious doctrines. Even if a god truly exists, the situation will not change. The only true god in this empire is the emperor himself. Hearing this, the priest suddenly bursts into a loud laugh. Sure, that might be true for now, he agrees, turning around to reveal a terrifying grin that could easily freeze anyone. But soon, divine blessings will reach every corner of this mortal land. They will finally break free from this oppression. They will spread their doctrines far and wide, he boasts triumphantly, spreading his arms toward the bright light behind him. His words deeply irritate Devourer. He glares intensely at the priest, muttering that it sounds like he wants to start a holy war. The priest laughs, claiming he is jumping to conclusions. He says he cannot even hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword. He laughs and drops a subtle hint, saying Devourer is currently in the exact same helpless position as him, Captain. Devourer's gaze turns incredibly cold and sharp. The priest turns around to leave, noting the captain seems to be in a bad mood. He decides to take his leave and act as if he has not heard any final answer from him, yet adding a cryptic message. He hopes the captain will eventually follow the will of God, then slams the door shut. Devourer stays behind, thinking deeply. He contemplates the answer. A dark thought crosses his mind, deciding he will deliver his reply in a very different way next time. He then heads over to the rooms, reaching the fourth chamber. Patrick is already there waiting as the little cat girl Mel enters. Suddenly, the ground rumbles as massive roots and plants sprout everywhere. Patrick tells her this is now her designated room. She and her demon dog will be guarding this place. Surprised, Mel asks if it is true, instantly jumping with joy alongside her hound. She happily screams out that she absolutely loves it, turning to squeeze the demon dog's face in pure excitement. She tells her beast that standing near the famous ancient core feels just like a dream, starting to fantasize about the space. They could rebuild the entire castle inside this room, and she wonders how they should decorate it. Patrick smiles, relieved. He is glad she likes it. Devourer asks if he is also happy with the setup, and Patrick eagerly agrees. The trade-off was totally worth it. Patrick compliments him for finding an excellent gatekeeper. Devourer guesses he means Hyjon. Patrick nods, admitting that having just that demon dog guarding the chamber is more than enough for security. Devourer warns him not to look at him since he did not name it. Patrick recalls that Mel was the one who brought it. Devourer confirms that she also named the beast. Patrick cannot help but praise her incredibly keen eye for choosing subordinates, but her naming sense is a complete disaster. Devourer agrees, noting she probably does not even know the dog's true identity. Glancing over, they see Mel playfully forcing the demon dog's mouth open while having a very cheerful conversation with it. She even scolds the hound, demanding to know what it is chewing on and telling it to spit it out immediately. Patrick remarks that it is probably not the right time yet, but she will discover the truth eventually. Just then, Rain walks in. She happily reports to Lord Devourer that she has successfully set up the defensive golem inside the third chamber. The Mana Stone power source is fully charged and hidden deep within the walls, so normal humans will never find it. Devourer gently pats her head, praising her for the amazing work, but reminds her that she worked way too hard. He commends her for finishing the task perfectly, and Ryan quickly bows, thanking Lord Devourer with a bright smile. Patrick watches them with a sullen pout, grumbling that he is sorry to ruin the moment, but has seen this wholesome scene too much. He notes the two of them never change, leaving Ryan to offer only a sheepish, awkward laugh in response. Patrick groans, saying the headache he gets from watching them is always the exact same, and he cannot stand it anymore. He decides to get straight to the point. He and Ryan glare like mortal enemies while Devourer blankly asks what is going on. Patrick begins to explain, but Devourer cuts him off flatly, refusing to step outside if that is what he is going to suggest. No way, I'm not doing that. Because he already knew Patrick's style, the skeleton did not push further. Wait, is that really it? Devourer was stunned. Patrick warned him not to take a single step out of the dungeon, pointing out that too much had happened already. And this time he had even went ahead and destroyed an entire fortress. The skeleton's words sounded like a heavy lecture. His blunt complaints left Devourer completely speechless. To make matters worse, it seemed the other great dungeons had already heard the news. They apparently thought his recent behavior was highly unusual. Devourer just rolled over, asking if they wanted to complain to his face. Patrick confirmed that was indeed the case. Both Devourer and Rinnie stared in disbelief, thinking it was just a joke, but it was real. Patrick quickly updated them on the situation, explaining they had already contacted Lady Tori, and the other lords had plenty to say. The lazy boss felt exhausted just thinking about the trouble. He asked when they would arrive, and Patrick gave a simple answer: today. Everyone froze in shock for a second. Devourer screamed out in disbelief, but then started laughing, choosing to just enjoy his peaceful home. Home really is the absolute best. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out. Rinnie angrily demanded if he even knew what was going on. Devourer lazily guessed if it was year-end cleaning. Furious, Rinnie kicked him hard and yelled that it was nowhere near the end of the year. Watching them from a safe distance, Melju asked if the great dungeon lords gathered often. Patrick, leaning against the wall, shook his head. He turned around to explain that a meeting like the Judecca did not exist here, as Judecca aimed to unify the demon race. But the great dungeons were completely different, varying wildly in their nature and origins from one hallowed hall to another. Melju asked with excitement, meaning this was an unprecedented event and she was about to witness a historic moment unfold right now. Patrick pondered her words, repeating the phrase, historic moment. Then he agreed, admitting he had never heard of such a massive gathering. He realized a summit of dungeon masters was truly unheard of. Patrick quietly reflected, knowing this meant their boss was causing serious trouble. He warned her they should not get too excited. Then he pulled out a piece of paper, pointing to the letter they received. The message on it simply read, proceeding to the ancient core. Patrick noted that the sender did not even ask for permission. They did not bother to state the purpose of their visit. Seeing this, Melju frowned with anger at their absolute lack of respect. Patrick agreed as he angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. He muttered that those people were incredibly rude and out of line. He tossed the wrinkled sheet away with a sharp glare. Melju watched his dramatic reaction in silence, staring at the ruined letter on the ground. She quickly looked away, then suddenly broke the silence to call out to Patrick. Pointing toward the massive screen, she spotted trouble. It showed a potential intruder. Patrick quickly ordered Melju to spread the word, and she immediately nodded, preparing to head out. Jumping onto Honsor, she rode off. Patrick waited until she was gone before quietly muttering that he would go check it out himself. He hesitated for a moment, deep in thought, before falling silent. He kept wondering what those uninvited guests actually wanted from them. Meanwhile, in the vast Great Desert, at the heart of the Kingdom Alliance, a massive trade route stretched across the barren lands. It connected 5 different nations. A merchant caravan was traveling across the dunes when the entire area suddenly began to tremble. The sand shook violently beneath their feet. Out of nowhere, a colossal beast erupted from the ground, causing the terrified traders to scream. They shrieked, demanding to know what the hell was happening as Hexabel emerged from the depths, towering over the entire caravan. Someone cried out in pure terror at the sight. Later that evening, a small vanguard gathered under the cover of the night. Their captain rallied them, yelling to conquer the dungeon and reclaim their territory. He claimed their enemies were just oversized insects. Backed by elite troops handpicked from 5 kingdoms, they confidently marched forward, believing they could drive the creatures away forever. But mutant bugs ambushed them from behind, tearing the elite force apart. A captured soldier screamed, begging someone to save him. Agonizing cries echoed as men fell one by one. The captain stared in horror, completely paralyzed by the devastating defeat. He stammered in shock, wondering how the monsters could suddenly summon an army 10 times larger than their own forces. Forced to watch the slaughter, he whispered that it was a living nightmare. Hexabel stood tall, the mother of all insects. She was the absolute ruler of the desert, bringing despair to the 5 kingdoms. Far away, Patrick charged towards her. He read every movement with absolute precision. Blade drawn and ready, Patrick stood poised to engage the giant beast in battle. Watching Hexabel roar, he guessed the insect swarm had not fully regenerated yet. Just then, a strange voice reached his ears. It sounded like a creepy imitation of human speech. Some insect monsters could mimic the voices of those they had eaten. Patrick paid close attention, realizing something deeper. He suspected the creature was trying to gauge the power of the ancient core. Seeing him stand still, the monster lunged forward to swallow him whole. Patrick reacted instantly, dodging the sudden strike with ease. He knew he had to finish this before the boss arrived. But standing nearby, Devourer watched the clash with an annoyed expression. He grumbled, asking if they were making out or what, while Riney and Melju quickly rushed behind him to keep up. Lord Devourer, wait up! Patrick calls out to Renee and Mel. Panicking, Patrick pushes Devourer back and begs his boss to retreat. He offers to handle this, but Devourer calmly asks why. Spotting Devourer, Hexabel drops her terrifying act, squealing in a high-pitched voice as she calls out to him. Calling him teacher, she respectfully bows to Devourer's level. With a happy smile, she says it has been so long and she is glad he is doing well. Standing casually by, Devourer asks if Hexabel has grown bigger. Blushing, Hexabel replies that a teacher shouldn't say such things to a lady, calling him clumsy. Devourer casually asks how she is doing, mentioning he heard she is getting pretty famous. Hexabel replies in that same squeaky voice. She credits all her success to his teachings. Meanwhile, Patrick is pushed aside, completely lost. Devourer notes in his usual flat tone that she indeed looks very well. Renee and Mel just stand there completely dumbfounded by this lady. Devourer turns to the 3, telling them to come over and greet the ancient core's former gatekeeper. Being introduced, she acts cute and apologizes for the late introduction, presenting herself as Hexabel of the Sand Hell. Watching the group chat so casually, Patrick is about to explode from sheer embarrassment. Hexabel then explains she was the gatekeeper. She used to guard the blue path before his arrival. It turns out his questions about restoring monsters were just about their dungeon's safety. How amusing. She realizes that the only reason the giant creature kept quiet during their tense standoff was because she felt shy. Devourer looks up at the bashful Hexabel. Retracting her massive tentacles, she admits she had no idea what to say. During their first encounter, finally understanding everything, Patrick gets annoyed and demands to know why Devourer never told him. With a blank face, Devourer excuses himself, saying he was simply too lazy and forgot. Patrick quickly tightens up his expression. Even if she is close to the boss, she is now the master of another major dungeon. They cannot afford to lower their guard. Suddenly, Hexabel lunges right into Patrick's face, excitedly declaring that she is actually his absolute biggest fan. Patrick is completely stunned by this. Hexabel instantly transforms into a total fangirl, praising his legendary sword skills. She calls him the strongest death knight and swordsman despite being a skeleton, adding what a huge honor it is to meet him. Hearing this, Patrick instantly drops his defensive stance, turning incredibly warm and welcoming as he tells her to make herself at home. Calling her a fine lady, the skeleton starts hopping around and boasting, asking if everyone heard that another dungeon master is his fan. Renee covers her face in sheer embarrassment. Hexabel then turns her attention to the 2 girls, asking who they are. Renee introduces herself as the current gatekeeper, while Mel hides behind her, stuttering that she is the Demon King but still growing. She even begs not to be eaten. Renee then curiously asks Hexabel if she is indeed the mother of all insects. Since she called herself a lady, Renee asks for clarification. Hexabel proudly confirms she is a woman, making Renee nod in understanding. Suddenly, Renee unleashes a wave of pure jealousy, coldly asking if Hexabel is a woman close to Lord Devourer. Mel adds fuel to the fire, whispering that from her dating experience, the 2 definitely had an improper relationship. Patrick quickly jumps over to cover Mel's mouth, reminding her she has never dated. Renee's eyes turn red with boiling rage. She points out Hexabel is just a bug. Patrick frantically tries to calm Renee down while Mel loudly protests his claims. Mel admits she has 0 experience, but Patrick just drags both of them away to stop the chaotic bickering. Embarrassed, he apologizes for the mess, explaining everyone is just tense because an uninvited guest from another major dungeon arrived. Hexabel gets flustered as well, softly explaining she only came to see her beloved teacher after such a long time. While they try to sort things out, the scene shifts elsewhere, specifically to a hollow inside a massive tree. LAZIEST peers outside, wondering if this is indeed the famous ancient core. She resolves to give them a harsh warning. She wants to make sure that ancient monster causes no more trouble. Meanwhile, in the frozen, snow-covered sand hell of Maga, a white dragon sadly asks their ruler if she is really leaving, staring up at the great Lord LAZIEST. LAZIEST does not answer directly. She only notes that the collision between the great dungeons of Eovos and Devourer was completely unnatural. The incident in Reyes was the same. Slowly walking down the steps, she resolutely declares they cannot leave Devourer unchecked. Back in the present, she stands at the dungeon entrance, steeling her resolve as the proud ruler of the White Mountains. As the strongest dragon, she refuses to be looked down upon. Waiting nearby, young Fafnir spots her and waves excitedly. Fafnir happily jumps up and down, eager to show off her brand new ability to transform into a human form. Wagging her tail, she asks if it looks cool. Azidahaka just offers a dry smile, murmuring that it probably is. Exhausted, she reminds Fafnir she planned to travel alone, but the little dragon rolls around on the floor, begging to tag along. Getting a headache, she instructs Fafnir to address her as boss or master when they are out in public. Fafnir quickly corrects herself, then immediately shifts her attention back to her tail, asking if it looks smaller and cooler now. Yes, master, she quickly corrects herself with a smile before happily asking if her tail looks any smaller. Talk about being silly. Really, Aji reluctantly nodded, muttering that it must be cool. Suddenly, a voice echoed, bringing a kid into this meeting of lords. Are you an underworld lord? Aji didn't hold back, demanding to know how they dared bring such a threatening attitude to a meeting of top bosses. She spun around in surprise. This was the arrogant guy who stood there mocking her and Fafnir. She immediately recognized who he was. He was the Lord of Nikumbo. Although he looked like an ordinary orc, his raw strength alone was enough to make him a true king. Aji couldn't believe they had run into him first. She realized that despite her childish appearance, Fafnir was still an incredibly powerful beast. She was far stronger than any normal dragon. Aji boldly declared she wouldn't listen to him, while Fafnir growled right beside her in agreement. Fafnir echoed that she wouldn't listen either. Kirk merely shrugged and told them that was fine, but warned them to remember the Dragon King. He slowly warned that her allies could die at any moment. Hearing those words, Aji felt a chill, deeply unsettled by his menacing expression. Getting anxious, she strictly told the little girl to stay close to her no matter what, but young Fafnir didn't quite grasp the danger. Fafnir innocently called out to her sister before quickly correcting herself to address her as master. Relieved, Aji finally took a step forward. She told her it was time to move, but seeing Fafnir crawling around on the floor, she scolded the girl to walk on two legs. The little girl pouted but complied. Together, the three of them stepped into the dark cavern. Aji warily scanned the area, finding nothing. She flipped through an old book, highly confused. The text clearly stated that this devilish cave should have been filled with frozen stalactites, but there was absolutely nothing there. Kirk remarked that he had never seen that book before, guessing that everything had probably been swept clean. Aji immediately shut him down, claiming that was impossible. She slammed the book closed and realized something far more sinister was at play. This place was an ancient core, not some low-ranked dungeon where monsters were cleared out unnoticed. It was quite clearly a setup. Realizing they were being tested, she grew furious. Who would dare disrespect the great Azidahaka? She swore she wouldn't let this slide. They ventured deeper into the cave, but Kirk looked around only to find the exact same empty halls, reporting nothing to his lord. Suddenly, they came across a massive, slumbering stone creature. Kirk muttered in surprise, wondering if the golem was actually fast asleep. Fafnir innocently asked if this was also part of their test. Seeing this, Aji grew even more irritated by the sheer audacity of it. Feeling deeply insulted, she let out a fierce roar to wake the creature up, demanding to know how long they planned to toy with her. She warned that if they wanted a fight, she would happily burn this whole dungeon to ashes. Just then, Patrick approached from behind. The skeleton politely asked what they were doing, explaining that he had only come after receiving word from Master Mel. He asked if they were indeed Azidahaka and Kirk, wondering if they had arrived together. Kirk clarified they only met at the entrance. Patrick nodded in understanding, telling them that the other lords were already waiting. He politely gestured for them to finally follow him inside. Aji was quite confused, asking what exactly was supposed to start. Meanwhile, Fafnir stared hungrily at the walking skeleton drooling over his bones. Ignoring the hungry child, Patrick asked about their thoughts. He explained that this was the very first meeting of all the dungeon lords. Aji and her group followed Patrick inside. As they walked, Kirk quietly leaned in and asked what their next move was. Aji speculated that most of the lords had gathered here specifically to escape Devourer's legendary absolute wrath. If that was true, there was only one thing left to do. Even if they had to face the terrifying Devourer, they had to stand together. Aji smirked with absolute confidence, realizing that almost everyone in this room probably had some kind of unfinished business with that monster. She glanced toward Kirk, then shifted her gaze to Hesabel, even though she couldn't quite tell what that guy was actually plotting. Patrick finally led them into the main hall, apologizing to the group for the delay. Aji watched closely, highly anticipating his arrival, but then she suddenly froze, staring blankly ahead. A dark, terrifying figure stepped forward in complete silence, instantly making her tense up. She realized this was the legendary Black Disaster, the absolute strongest lord of hell. She quietly took a seat right next to him. She stared at Dever, completely overwhelmed by his intense aura. Patrick stepped forward, bowing respectfully to his very exhausted boss. Devourer let out a tired grunt. With all the powerful lords now seated around the table, Aji couldn't stop worrying about her safety. She nervously wondered if he might suddenly rip her eyes out, but quickly forced herself to stay calm and represent the dragon race. She reminded herself that she was the mighty leader of dragons. Looking around, she assumed everyone else was just as paralyzed by fear. They all sat in absolute silence under his heavy pressure until Ebeth suddenly spoke up, casually shattering the tense atmosphere. Sipping her wine, Ebeth complained that she only came to hang out, wondering why everyone was acting so quiet and stiff. Aji watched in absolute shock as Ebeth turned to glare at Patrick, blaming him for just sitting there and acting useless. She demanded he start acting like the actual host. Dever grumbled that he had only closed his eyes for a quick nap. Ebeth snapped back, telling him to take better care of his health. Watching their casual banter, Aji felt completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe the master of this ancient dungeon was so close to Dever. Just then, Hesabel timidly chimed in. Nothing left to discuss. I only came to meet my master. Adi is shocked to learn that Habel of the Sand Hell is that monster's disciple. Bet is quite annoyed as he stands up, clearly displeased. Why did I even waste my time coming here? Adi is practically frozen in shock when they suddenly turn toward her. Right, that girl seems to have plenty to say, so let her speak first. Sure, go ahead. Adi is on edge, trembling, telling herself she must speak. Even with Fafnir watching, the little girl is terrified, softly whispering, Master. Finally, she announces she will declare war on the Empire. The entire table falls dead, silent, with nobody responding. Adi is so terrified she is about to cry, quickly stammering that it was not her. Kurak steps in to shield her, explaining that he was the one who sent the message, summoning everyone to the ancient core for support. He quickly gets straight to the point, saying he will focus on the main plan. Once winter ends, Kurak's eyes grow dark resolutely, declaring they will destroy the Empire. Patrick sits silently, showing no reaction whatsoever, while Ryan remains quiet, wanting no part of this. Hesabel seems completely frozen by Kurak's words. Moments later, Bet finally speaks up, asking what he wants and if he needs reinforcements. Kurak denies it, looking at her and stating it is simple. Kurak then turns to Dever with a sharp warning not to interfere in his war. Their intense eye contact makes the heavy atmosphere feel even more suffocating. Hesabel suddenly interrupts, asking if he has any idea how much time is left before winter arrives. Kurak calmly replies that there is only 1 month. Seeing that no one seems to care, he solemnly continues, repeating solemnly that they, the subjects of Nikum, will utterly destroy the Empire. Kurak's powerful voice echoes that within 1 month his declaration of war will spread everywhere. They have completed all preparations, and he proudly reveals that all the warriors of Nikum are ready. His army is only waiting for his command to launch the attack. Now Hesabel speaks in a low voice, saying they cannot win with just a tiny force. How many fighters does Nikum even have? There, 200,000 or 300,000. The Empire has millions of battle-ready soldiers. Kurak does not disagree, claiming this is their only opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos after the fall of Raz and the incident at Nikki, he adds that he has already formed an alliance with an empire sharing their common goal. Adi has never heard of this before, staring at him in complete shock. Patrick also snaps awake at his words. Habel quietly waits, exhaling intense, murderous intent. He is furious that Kurak made an alliance with humans. The other three remain silent as Patrick's anger flares throughout the cavern. The combined bloodlust of Hesabel and Bet sparks deep dread. Devourer suddenly speaks up to warn them, if you want to fight, take it outside. Devourer does not mince words, telling them not to cause trouble in his home. Is he actually? Annoyed by Kurak's attitude, Devourer lowers his voice, asking if they want to fight him. Bet arrogantly scoffs, claiming he has nothing to say to someone who abandoned the pride of their race. They bid their farewells and quickly offer their greetings, before turning to leave. Patrick feels quite uneasy, but standing behind Devourer, he says with relief that everything should end like this. Devourer slumps back in his chair, looking displeased. Seeing this, Patrick asks if he wanted them to leave since they are gone now. Devourer snaps back, telling him not to act like he kicked them out. Patrick calmly notes that Kurak is highly confident, perhaps because he joined a strong empire. Devourer cannot comprehend their reaction, tirely asking why they make a big deal of a common goal. Patrick sighs in pure helplessness. You are probably the only person in this world who could say such a thing, he says. He then adds that now is not the right time. Devourer agrees, at least for now. Meanwhile, Adi and Fafnir are flying through the sky. The little girl calls out to her master innocently, asking what destroying the Empire actually means and if they will really wipe them out. Adi does not hide her true feelings, admitting she also wants to destroy those humans so badly. But she hesitates, noting that bringing down an entire empire is no easy task. Adi then remembers Kurak's warning, vividly echoing in her mind, telling her to always remember the Dragon King. A single moment of distraction could cost her all her comrades. That warning keeps weighing heavily on Adi's mind, making her wonder if it connects to his words. Suddenly, she spots something ahead. To her surprise, the two Hell Lords, Hesabel and Kurak, are standing right there. Adi finds this incredibly strange and quietly watches them. She remembers they had parted ways earlier, silently wondering why they are together again. Meanwhile, in the southeast of the Yab Empire, heavy snow covers the land with a bitter chill wrapping every road. The voices of two humans drift from a tavern asking if she will eat. The other person replies that she has no appetite. Barris looks around and notes they are the only customers, guessing it is, simply because it is so early. He asks Gin how long she plans to stay like this, forcefully stabbing his fork into the meat. He stuffs it into his mouth and chews noisily, telling her that starving herself will not bring her dead comrades back. He knows why. Gazot sent her here. Barris reassures her, explaining that the others went to find Shen's whereabouts. Gin looks toward Barris. He smirks mockingly, asking if she finally got interested now that he mentioned another hero. Barris speculates on what they are, hiding somewhere in the shadows. Gwyn asks eagerly if they can summon them, but he thinks finding them is the real challenge. It would help if they left some contact info to make the search easier. Barris adds that nobody is leaving before finishing dinner. He has to get back to work. Barris stands up, shouting for the owner of the establishment to show himself. Rasmer quickly rushes out of the kitchen, asking Barris what the issue is. Quite directly, Barris demands to know if he has seen a certain target. They are hunting a specific person rumored to be hiding here. He holds up a sketch, asking if anyone looks like this. Rasmer hesitates, claiming he has never seen him. He adds that it is hard to remember the face of every single customer. Barris asks if that is true. Behind his back, Rasmer quietly grips a kitchen knife while Barris slowly draws his blade. Rasmer insists it is true. Barris plays along, then suddenly swings his sword. Yet Rasmer does not flinch and swiftly grabs him. Barris reveals his hand. The old man looks exactly like the target they are hunting. His face matches the sketch. Barris mocks him, asking whether he should call him a humble chef or a legendary hero of the past. Rasmer denies it all. He claims ignorance, but Barris points out he blocked a sword with a simple kitchen knife. There is no hiding it now. Barris explains they need his help. Before he can finish, Rasmer uses the cooking knife to block his blade once again. The chef flatly refuses, easily overpowering Barris with sheer physical strength. Barris complains that he did not even hear the proposal yet. Rasmer points out the royal palace has more than enough chefs. He just wants to enjoy his retirement in peace. He wants them gone. He tells them to leave while things are still friendly. Barris just grins, looking quite menacing. He mentions that Gazot warned he could easily shred him to pieces. Now he knows what to do since Rasmer refused. This makes things much simpler. Barris draws a massive sharp sword while Rasmer desperately tries to claim he is not the guy. Barris unleashes his full power, a terrifying aura soaring around him. He stares ahead, ready to fight the old man. He confidently introduces himself as Barris of the Black Wolf Knights. Rasmer does not seem bothered by the dramatic display at all. He casually introduces himself as Rasmer, the chef, questioning the annoying grinding noise of the steel blade. He is totally unimpressed. Staring at Barris, an idea suddenly sparks. Rasmer instantly charges forward, throwing a heavy punch without a second thought. The single devastating blow is so powerful that it makes the entire building shake. Talk about an absolute beast of a chef. Rasmer rubs his elbow, muttering that it has been a while since he used that much force. He controlled his power well. Fortunately, the walls are still intact. But then he notices something odd. Gwen has already approached them from the side. She grabs Barris, asking if he is all right. Barris looks completely exhausted, begging her to pick him up more gently next time. Rasmer watches in awe, noting that she was quite far away, yet she closed the distance instantly. Her movement is incredible. Meanwhile, Barris warns Gwen to keep her guard up, but she ignores the warning and bows her head with deep respect. She says it is a true honor to meet a legendary hero of the past. She introduces herself as Gwen Historia. Rasmer mocks her, asking why a great hero of the Empire would bother visiting a washed-up old man like him. Gwen stands firm, declaring they have their reasons because the Empire is currently facing a massive, unprecedented crisis. Gwen drops a bombshell that startles him. She asks if he has heard about the sudden death of the Emperor. He sighs, realizing the dark rumors are true. Gwen asks if he will join them, but Rasmer shuts her down with a question. He asks if she knows why he wields a kitchen knife now instead of a sword. Gwen is left completely speechless. Rasmer grips his knife tightly and states it is because they now live in an era of true peace. Rize is wealthier and more prosperous than ever before, a truth he knows too well. Yet the Empire's greed is endless. He criticizes the Empire for constantly sending young people to their deaths in the name of noble dungeon raids. Gwen loses her temper, screaming at him for denying the holy mission of the Empire. but Rasmer just gives her a cold stare. He asks if she plans to arrest him for treason. Her cloak flutters in the wind as she prepares to fight. She says his refusal of their polite offer leaves her with no choice. Instantly, two bizarre weapons manifest in her hands. She confidently declares that she will have to subdue him by force and drag him back to the Empire. Yet Rasmer remains completely calm. As her fist flies toward his face, he simply sighs, muttering about the endless energy of youth. Having missed her target, Gwyn quickly spins around to attack again. Her next strike is incredibly fast and powerful. The devastating blow completely shatters the floor where Rasmer was standing. Still, she charges forward with a chaotic mind. She wonders why none of her attacks can touch him. No matter how hard she tries, Rasmer easily evades every single strike. Frustration takes over as her attacks keep hitting empty air. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watches the clash unfold from a distance. A figure slowly approaches. It turns out Barisic has fully recovered and he is handling Gin as if playing with a mere child. Meanwhile, on the other side, the clash rages on. Yet Rasmer calmly throws with smooth precision until a giant hand suddenly lunges right at his face. Tears are already welling up in Gin's eyes, filled with frustration over her failed plans. Seeing this, Rasmer tells her she seems to be struggling to understand the reason before suddenly drawing a hidden dagger. With a single swift strike, he sends her flying back. And Gin has to listen to his blunt assessment. Her attacks are way too direct. From her fighting style, Rasmer can tell it stems from her straightforward personality. But such a simple approach will only hold her back when she faces equal or stronger opponents. Blushing with sheer embarrassment at being read so easily, Gin feels a sudden surge of determination inside her. She charges forward with absolutely all her might, but then her entire body suddenly freezes right in its tracks. A voice suddenly calls out her name from a nearby coat, startling her. Through that object, a familiar voice speaks. Asking if Master Rasmer is there too, the voice prompts Rasmer to ask who is calling now as Ark begins explaining. Ark introduces himself as the acting commander of the Dungeon Raid Union, but Rasmer immediately cuts him off. Realizing Ark sent these people, Rasmer asks if he plans to persuade him too, but Ark remains completely unfazed. He politely asks Gin to give them some space, stating he has some private matters to discuss with Rasmer. She quickly agrees and leaves, allowing Ark to finally speak with proper respects, starting with a polite apology. He apologizes for reaching out this way due to the circumstances, admitting he truly wished to speak in person. But Rasmer flatly rejects this, stating he has absolutely nothing to discuss with any subordinate of the Emperor. Ark remains perfectly calm, noting that Rasmer clearly still holds deep resentment toward the Empire's high-ranking officials. Then he drops a massive bombshell mentioning that specific past incident, which instantly catches Rasmer off guard. Rasmer realizes this guy is dangerous, asking if he dug into his past, but Ark smoothly brushes it off. Ark calls it basic preparation for a smooth conversation, yet Rasmer has absolutely no desire to discuss it further. He warns Ark that he should know why returning to the Empire is impossible, preparing to cut the connection. But then comes an absolute bombshell. It is not just 6. Honestly, that single revelation completely freezes Rasmer in his tracks. Demanding to know what Ark means, Rasmer listens as Ark slowly lists the names Jacob, Brenda, Anode, Kenneth, and Renhard. This leaves him completely stunned, demanding to know how Ark could possibly know those names before Ark drops another truth. He reveals it was not just 6, but actually 8 people, meaning there are 2 individuals Rasmer never even discovered. Rasmer shakes with pure fury, asking if it is true, and Ark calmly confirms that he even knows their names. Suddenly, the scene shifts over to a large rocky cliff. Having finished eating, Devourer is lazily lying around doing absolutely nothing. Seeing this, Patrick can only sigh, admitting that doing the absolute minimum right now is probably their best bet. He argues that whether they do the work now or later, they still have to exert effort anyway. Patrick agrees with a simple yes, which prompts Devourer to start painting an incredibly bright and lazy future. He explains that working only after an incident occurs usually gets you much better rewards, leaving Patrick completely stunned. Patrick admits he never expected his boss to have such a highly productive mindset, which only makes Devourer boast more. He proudly declares that he prefers enjoying guaranteed happiness in the present over chasing some highly uncertain future. Patrick thinks that makes total sense immediately, cheering up as he requests time off to enjoy his own happiness. Devourer coldly shuts down the idea, telling him to get back to work as he begins laying out their next plan. He suggests starting with repairing the dungeon, calling it self-maintenance since the first and second rooms are currently empty. But Devourer is still looking for excuses, claiming he is already perfect and does not need any maintenance. Annoyed, Patrick asks if Devourer expects him to go check the rooms himself, forcing Devourer to drag himself to inspect. As he walks, Devourer keeps grumbling about that annoying resignation letter, plotting to tear it up when Patrick is not looking. Suddenly, he gets a highly familiar feeling, quickly realizing that he is standing right outside the main food warehouse. Deciding to check inside anyway, Devourer takes a few cautious steps before freezing in shock and calling out to Patrick. Patrick spins around with a surprised look, noting that the boss has returned much earlier than he initially expected. He even asks if Devourer just did a lazy job for show, but Devourer immediately denies it. He claims he simply discovered a major issue much earlier than expected, prompting a highly skeptical Patrick to turn. He asks carefully while looking back at what happened, noting how Lord Devour's presence feels entirely different now. It is about the food warehouse, but his next words plunge the room into a heavy silence. We are completely ruined. Meanwhile, Scorvina is constantly drowning in regret. He bows flat on the ground, begging for forgiveness from Lord Devourer. Sitting nearby, Mel suddenly turns to Patrick and asks if the Monster Merchant Guild came directly because of their food supply issues. Patrick immediately nods. While other dungeons struggle to search for merchant guilds to secure food, the Poison Dungeon is different. It is a symbiotic relationship that goes way beyond being a simple premium customer. They protect the goblins. Hearing this, she gasps in pure shock. Wait, are those goblins actually the elite monster guild? Meanwhile, Devourer watches from across the room and starts demanding answers, a cold glare flashing in his sharp eyes. Where is not? MJ gasps in total shock. He cannot believe Lord Devourer actually remembers a low-level guild member. Patrick explains that Not is incredibly talented for a goblin, which is why the boss took a liking to him. Scorvina then steps forward to explain. A few days ago, there was a sudden raid on supply transports belonging to several merchant guilds, which only fuels Devourer's rage. Not just your guild, but others too, who dared to do this. Terrified, Scorvina finally confesses that the culprits are the orcs. Patrick immediately guesses it must be the Nyambo tribe. Scorvina describes how Not bravely stood his ground, shouting that they could not take Lord Devourer's personal supplies. Not tried his best to stop them, but they refused to listen. Devourer suddenly cuts him off. Did they kill him? Just the thought of it makes cold fury consume Devourer's mind. Scorvina quickly drops to his knees. No, my lord. He was taken alive along with the stolen supplies. Devourer demands to know if that is absolutely true. Scorvina frantically bows his head to the floor, swearing he would never dare lie to his master. He begs Devourer to take his own life but spare his people. However, Devourer only cares about where they went. Scorvina looks up in complete disbelief. Devourer lets out a deep sigh, realizing things are far more complicated than expected. It is crazy that the Nyambo clan actually dared to raid a monster guild just to secure resources for war. Patrick tries to reassure him that they can easily retrieve the stolen food, but the real issue lies elsewhere. Devourer coldly orders Scorvina to lead him straight to the orcs. Patrick immediately asks if he should accompany them. Devourer delivers a bone-chilling response. They must teach anyone a brutal lesson who dares touch their food supply. The scene shifts to a desolate frozen wasteland. The orc chief, stuffing his face, asks about their goblin hostage. If the weakling had just handed over the food quietly, they would not have had to drag him all this way. Another orc mentions the food belongs to the Poison Dungeon, prompting the chief to roar, "Shut up, you cowards. Are you actually scared of some dungeon master?" An orc soldier nervously clarifies they should cooperate rather than steal. They want to avoid a massive war with the dungeons. Another orc gnaws on a bone and scoffs at them. This is war, and being soft will get them killed. They need resources to crush their enemies. The chief tosses a bone aside, declaring that even if they anger the dungeon, as long as Gakko leads them, they have nothing to fear. If they want to fight, they can bring out their ancient core monster. Suddenly, Scorvina calls out. He asks if the chief is ready for the consequences, but the massive orc just sneers at his tiny size. The orcs recognize him as the pathetic goblin who escaped earlier. Scorvina ignores their taunts and demands, "Not safe return." The orcs burst into mocking laughter. Did this weakling really bring a single human mercenary to rescue his friend? Scorvina completely ignores their mockery and screams, demanding to know where his captured comrade is. The chief chuckles, calling for the bearded prisoner to be brought out, amused by the goblin's sheer foolishness. Throwing the bloodied goblin forward, the chief calls it their reward. Scorvina desperately screams, asking if Not can hear him. He demands to know what they did to him, but the dying goblin can only muster a weak whisper. The chief casually shrugs, saying the annoying brat needed to be taught a lesson before throwing him onto the dirt. Not uses his last breath to tell Scorvina to run. As Scorvina cradles him, a spear suddenly flies through the air. It brutally pierces right through Not's chest. Horrified, Scorvina can only watch his friend go limp, screaming in agony. The orc chief laughs it off, saying the weakling was going to die anyway, so they should thank him for it. Scorvina desperately begs Not to wake up, but the chief coldly warns this is the price of defying their tribe. But in a split second, the heads of the nearby orcs roll on the floor. The chief stands frozen in shock. He cannot believe his own eyes. Suddenly, a massive force blasts him high into the air. Enraged, Devourer charges ahead. He demands answers. They shouldn't have done that. Now the thief is finally feeling terrified. He only wanted to teach them a lesson for stealing their food and insulting the ancient core. But Devourer loses his cool, completely unable to hold back his burning rage. He transforms, issuing a deadly threat they should never have touched it right in front of him. Seeing this, the target finally gets the message, but it is already too late. He stutters in panic, asking if this bastard is really an ancient monster. Terrified, the orc leader screams for his mage to teleport him out immediately. He cannot die here. He must survive for the greater cause. But Devourer is not about to let him escape. Teleportation, not a bad trick. The mage foolishly thinks he can slip away with a farewell, but a massive foot stomps down hard, shattering his hopes. He looks over and screams in pure horror. He has just laid eyes on the mangled, broken bodies of his fallen allies. At this point, he can only shriek, telling the mage to teleport him, not drag their leader into this mess. Before he can even finish his sentence, a clean strike cuts him in half. The mage gasps out, "Leader, I can explain." In a flash, the giant blade swings high again. As his head rolls onto the ground, he whispers his final words, confessing it was all his fault. Seeing this brutal display, the orc leader surrenders, blaming his own stupidity for his men's arrogance. He begs to take full responsibility, but pleading at this point will do nothing to quench the fire of Devor's rage. Responsibility. Devourer steps in close, smiling. He likes that word, and it just gave him a brilliant idea. Didn't the leader claim he could topple the entire empire in a single month? Without wasting a second, Devourer issues his demand. Bring 20 times the amount of food they stole. But things get even more absurd when the orc leader hears the deadline. A single month, no, 3 weeks, is plenty. Deep down, the orc leader knows how ridiculous this is. Where on earth is he going to find that much food? Trapped between a rock and a hard place, he decides to gamble. If he refuses, the entire orc race across the continent face absolute extinction. With that dark realization in mind, his eyes light up with desperate resolve. The only option left is to launch an all-out attack on the empire immediately. He speaks slowly, accepting the deal. He swears on his name of Kurak. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious and grand mansion, Razmer looks ahead. He asks if he was the only one summoned. Ark simply replies that he has business with both of them. Sitting across from him is Lord Razum, and the camera slowly pans over to reveal the other guest. It is none other than Damien. To make sense of this, we have to flash back to a warm summer afternoon in the past. How long does he plan on sleeping? A young girl yanks the blanket off, shouting at the bed to wake him up. She reminds him of his promise to go hunting together. Her persistent nagging finally drags him out of his warm bed. Fine, Devourer mutters. Back in the present, he reiterates the 3-week deadline to Kurak and his battered orc army. They are completely broken, a far cry from their former glory. Kurak hesitantly asks what happens if they fail to deliver. Devourer calmly replies that he hates traveling, and besides, he does not even need to get his own hands dirty. Kurak falls silent, contemplating the terrifying threat. Suddenly, Devourer raises his voice with a wicked, playful suggestion. Maybe he should just unleash the black tentacles upon Nikambo. He warns the orc commander to be very careful. The ancient core will devour everything, so he must keep his eyes on it. Prosperity always ends in ruin. The battlefield is already set. Devourer mockingly welcomes him back, calling his return the prelude to a tragic defeat. He taunts him repeatedly, chanting welcomes under the glow of the burning embers. Enraged, Kurak snaps back. He barks that this was never his story. But Devourer asks if he has finally realized what this is truly about. Kurak grinds his teeth in fury, reliving that agonizing memory. Suddenly, one of his officers approaches him. The subordinate bows, deeply addressing the commander. Kurak cuts him off, telling him to skip the formalities. He demands an update on their research. His soldier reports everything is perfect. The ancient legends here are absolutely true. It is about the black tentacles of the ancient core, a devastating force that once nearly wiped out the entire world. Kurak grips his hilt with white knuckles. His subordinate warns him that if those tentacles are unleashed on them, it will completely eradicate the orcs and likely all living things. Kurak quickly cuts him off, commanding him to stop. There is no need to speak further. As he slowly stands, his subordinate states that all the orcs in the region are ready. They await his command. Staring out over his homeland, the general silently resolves that his people will not be pushed around. With a deafening roar, he declares war, ordering his bloodthirsty army to kill. His soldiers instantly erupt into savage cheers. Kirk feels his heart race for the first time in ages, a truly thrilling sensation that reminds him of why he fights. I will finish this mission, Kirk vows before addressing the terrified crowd below to deliver his grand decree. At his command, his demonic minions quickly spring into action, marching forward with terrifying resolve. Spurred on by the roar of his soldiers, Kirk declares their absolute victory as they prepare to level everything in their path. We will crush your empire and build our new kingdom on its ashes. Back at the capital, Devor's calm voice echoes, a war is coming. A war is coming. Razmer demands to know why it is happening so suddenly, but Devourer remains calm. This will be a global conflict and winning won't be easy. A world war, Razmer repeats, completely stunned by the news. He furiously questions the sudden announcement after being summoned alongside another hero. Is this some kind of joke? Because if it is, it's not funny. Do you actually have proof I do? Devourer replies, or at least something close to it. Are you mocking me? Rasmer snaps, but Devourer explains that the Pope himself confirmed it even if he didn't use the exact word war. The Pope warned him twice in private without any guards around that a massive conflict was indeed on the horizon. What, there must be a misunderstanding here, Rasmer mutters in disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. He points out that Devourer can verify his claims. Devourer, who had been quietly standing in the corner, finally speaks up. I use magic to verify it. Devourer confirms, telling Rasmer that the claim is true. Gazat looks on in utter surprise. She stares at Devourer, wondering when he even entered the room since she hadn't sensed a single shred of magic from him. She didn't even see him cast a spell. Unbelievable, Rasmer grunts, still furious. So you want us to play peacekeepers? You want us to stop this war? Of course not, Devourer replies, stating he didn't summon them for such trivial tasks. I love this kingdom, Devourer adds, but before he can finish his sentence, Rasmer completely loses his patience. Rushing forward, Rasmer swings his fist and yells in Devourer's face, unable to stand the casual attitude anymore. I didn't come here to listen to your stupid jokes, Rasmer bellows, but then he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Devourer's face veil slips, revealing a jagged, terrifying scar across his cheek. Rasmer gasps in sudden recognition of the mark. That scar, Rasmer stammers, recognizing him as Devourer. Devourer raises a hand, urging the hero to calm down. I haven't forgotten my promise to you, Devourer says, handing over a sealed letter containing the answers Rasmer seeks. These are the two names you've been searching for. As Rasmer opens the letter, Devourer explains that the details are all inside. You can judge the truth of the situation for yourself, Devourer notes. Rasmer stares at the page, finally realizing his mistake. He bowed his head and whispered an apology for his impatience, but the other man replied that it was fine since he already understood everything. He fully sympathized with his anger. Meanwhile, X, who had been listening impatiently, snapped and demanded they get straight to the point. What did he want them to do? Ak replied that just as he mentioned before, war was about to break out. He believed it was already too late to stop it, so he hoped everyone would stand shoulder to shoulder with the Empire in this global conflict. X noted that the Pope's faction did not seem powerful enough to launch a successful coup. He agreed. Rasmer silently observed that the young man had not made eye contact even once while Ak continued speaking. There was a high chance the Pope had allies, and based on the current situation, the Holy Kingdom was the prime suspect. However, they still lacked solid evidence. Hearing this, Rasmer suggested that if it truly was treason, they could simply assassinate Pope Quang to end it. But he objected, arguing that they still did not know who the Pope's allies were. So that was not the best move. Ak added that if foreign forces were involved, killing him would not stop the war. Fully grasping the gravity of the situation, Cien immediately activated his teleportation magic and made his final statement. He asked if they just needed more firepower before saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Rasmer declared he would never join the Pope. As Cien vanished, Rasmer could not help but ask why that fellow just left so abruptly without a word. It was quite baffling. Ak asked if the two of them did not know each other, and Rasmer shook his head. That guy was a lone wolf who had never shared a single mission with them. Ever since things went back to normal, he had been completely occupied with training that kid Burn. Hearing that name, Ak hesitantly brought up the boy. Rasmer calmly replied that it was fine, reminding him that the kid had already died during the Devourer subjugation mission. It seemed to be his tragic fate. Ak then hesitantly brought up Devourer, asking Rasmer for a personal favor. Rasmer quickly realized what was coming and begged him to stop, but Ak simply refused to back down. He confirmed it was indeed Devourer, requesting Rasmer to train the recruits for the subjugation and humanity's survival. Rasmer crosses his arms at the mention of training hero Historia, saying that even if he does teach her, she would never reach that level anyway. R agrees, admitting he knows very well she can never surpass him. Rasmer is utterly baffled by this. R explains that Historia has to grow stronger, calling it an inevitable natural process. Repeating those words in his head, Rasmer listens as R adds that even if it is impossible, she still must try. Rasmer is stunned by his words. R simply smiles and says it is because he truly loves this kingdom. Gazo slowly speaks up, noting they finally gathered everyone. R replies that regardless of their efforts, war is still coming. Gaza asks if there is really no other way to stop this battle, but R firmly replies that there is not. He says they simply have to win. Gazo then asks why Rasmer handed over that list so easily this time. She wonders if Rasmer will abandon them afterward. R softly answers that they must build trust rather than plotting behind backs. R explains they must build trust instead of plotting. He adds that they cannot let Rasmer search for the truth. If they do not give him the list, Rasmer will hunt down the truth about where he is on his own. They absolutely cannot let that happen. Reaching their destination, R tells Gazo this is far enough and clasps his hands. He begins to pray, asking for good fortune in the upcoming battle, for the future, and for their ultimate survival. R prays for the peace of this kingdom. Watching this, Gazo is impressed, while elsewhere Patrick is deep in thought. Patrick seems to be planning something. Devourer, sensing the heavy atmosphere, asks if there's a problem. Devourer jokes that he has done nothing wrong, so Patrick quickly reassures him before continuing with his thought. Patrick mentions his ears are itching. Sarcastic as always, Devourer points out that skeletons do not actually have ears. Patrick laughs and says it still happens, like someone is talking about him, wondering if his mana is awakening. Devourer asks if he already knows basic magic anyway, but Patrick gets even more excited about the possibility. With glowing eyes, Patrick claims chanting complex spells like Devourer would make him powerful enough to be second in command. Devourer deadpans, asking if he should just crush Patrick's skull right now before any of that actually happens. Meanwhile, in a dark laboratory, a weak, strained voice whispers about envying the total freedom that others possess. Baffled, a doctor asks what the test subject is talking about, while the other researcher dismisses it as a hallucination. They assume it is just hallucinations and continue the test, but the chained figure speaks directly to the homunculus. He asks if the homunculus wants freedom. Annoyed, the doctor grumbles, warning that they cannot let him pass out. Inside Nifrim's mind, a voice warns that freedom is beautiful but dangerous, asking if he still truly desires it. The chained figure proposes a deal, offering to make a trade in exchange for Nifrim's ultimate and total freedom. Back in a room, Nifrim leans heavily against a wall, panting and desperately trying not to throw up. Panicking, Nifrim is consumed by guilt for abandoning his comrades, remembering how he blindly ran forward without looking back. He fled without looking back, but only after devouring them. The memory twists his expression into pure madness. Blood pours from his eyes and mouth in his mind. Weeping, Nifrim repeatedly insists this was never what he wanted. As blood drips, he tells himself anything is acceptable, except cannibalism, trying to justify his survival instinct. He devoured them only to survive the skeleton's torture. These desperate, chaotic thoughts keep racing through his mind. He just wanted to live. Stumbling, Nifrim crashes heavily to the ground, turning his head to see a distant light. Terror paralyzes him, keeping him pinned to the ground. His eyes widen in fear as the glowing light draws closer. The expanding light bears down on Nifrim. He whispers in panic, calling it a forbidden sin that he shouldn't commit. Dragging his broken body up, Nifrim realizes these are all excuses. Yet his instinct tells him to survive. Reason urges him to stop, but the memory of Patrick's glowing eyes and cold words continues to haunt him. The skeleton had questioned if Nifrim could regenerate his severed limbs simply by devouring others to stay alive. Stripped of his humanity, Nifrim lost all sanity as the mocking voice echoed in his head, urging him on. He was pushed to consume the remaining two. Now the morning light marks a harsh return to reality. Nifrim trembles in a dark corner. Kneeling with his face buried in his hands, he weeps like a madman. He begs for forgiveness over and over. Outside his door, a warm bowl of porridge is gently placed by someone. An old woman gently coos, urging him to eat even if he throws it up. Calming down, Nifrim quietly replies that he is fine. He tells her not to worry, hesitantly thanking her for the food before she departs for the fields outside. Eat slowly, she says. But then footsteps thunder outside. The door is kicked wide open. He looks up in confusion as Peso storms inside. Hands on her hips, she yells that it is already afternoon and he has not even finished breakfast. They need to gather herbs before sunset, but then she spots her grandmother. Her voice softens instantly. Wait, she asks, where are you going? Her grandmother looks back. Quiet down, the old woman sighs. She is not deaf and she is heading to the fields. She warns Peso to leave the poor boy alone. Let him eat in peace. Come help instead. Peso pouts, asking about the wild herbs, but the elder snaps that they are just picking weeds. She knows the girl just wants to play in the mountains. Peso feels a pang of guilt. Play, no way. She's bringing back real medicine. But her grandmother sees right through her, calling her out instantly. Stop sneaking away. Get over here and help out right now. Peso is not happy. She turns back one last time, yelling at him to eat faster. Lancelot can only nod, promising to hurry up. Deep in the quiet forest, the young girl hesitantly asks if his memory is still completely blank. She wonders who he really was. You know, she says, you looked incredibly terrifying when grandmother brought you home. Fully armored. You must have been some kind of mercenary. Lancelot replies quietly. He is not sure, but it might have been something similar. She walks ahead, reassuring him that his memories will return. Suddenly, a friendly voice cuts through the trees. Peso, Lancelot, what are you two doing here? She smiles warmly, greeting the passing hunter. Did you catch anything? She asks. The hunter chuckles, credited his great luck lately to the mysterious guardian spirit of the mountain. Guardian spirit, Peso repeats in wonder. He explains that thanks to this unseen protector, the monsters are gone and game is plentiful again. Remember that dangerous troll from last week, the man whispers. He found its dead body. Something had absolutely torn it apart. He has no clue what killed it, but he is betting on the guardian. Hearing this, Peso is practically glowing with excitement. But then the hunter's face turns deadly serious. He warns them never to tell her grandmother a single word about this. Understood, Peso nods quickly, promising to keep the secret. With a parting wave, the man reminds them to head back before dark. As he departs, Peso looks at the darkening sky. Perhaps we should head back too, she tells the quiet warrior beside her. Lancelot pauses, then slowly asks if monsters used to raid their village often. Peso shakes her head. Not usually, she says. They always avoided camping in dangerous zones, and while attacks had decreased lately, now the monsters have completely vanished from the area. He quietly sighs in relief. That is good. Peso looks at him curiously, asking if his mercenary instincts are starting to kick in. He admits he is still not sure what he was, but the cheerful girl pats his shoulder, telling him not to worry. Let us head down. On their way, they see thick plumes of smoke. The villagers are burning patches of forest for farming. Lancelot stares in confusion, prompting a nearby farmer to chuckle. Surprised, he asks, wondering if he has never seen slash and burn agriculture. He nods slightly, asking if they always farm this way and simply relocate once the soil becomes completely dry and barren. The old farmer sighs. It is not the most efficient method, but for poor folks like them, it is the only way to survive. He smiles warmly, asking if Lancelot would consider settling down here for good once his lost memories finally return. Lancelot is stunned. The elder chuckles, explaining that he is already one of them, and it is clear Peso has taken a liking to him. She has a tough personality, though, so he must have his hands full. Lancelot blushes quickly, explaining that she actually helps him a lot. Watching the villagers toil under the fading light, the elder nods. Her high energy is her best trait, but she talks way too much. Speak of the devil, the elder points ahead, laughing. There she is, and she looks like she is calling for you right now. Lancelot bids the old man goodbye and walks over. He repeats the name in his mind, Lancelot. His name in this peaceful village. Ever since he escaped the nightmare of the ancient core, these kind people have treated him like family, leaving him deeply grateful. They never pry into his dark past. They just accept him, even if he can never bring himself to reveal his true identity. Except for the angry girl currently stomping toward him with clenched fists. He sighs, knowing these sweet villagers are too weak. They have no way to defend themselves. A single stray troll could butcher everyone. That is why he slips out every night. He hunts the monsters in the dark, acting as their secret protector. His solitary figure fades into the shadows of the woods. Once their safety is permanently secured, he can finally move on. And after that, he can finally welcome his own death. Suddenly, a sharp snap of a twig breaks the silence. Deep in the brush, Quantum grins. Found you, he whispers. The sky bleeds into dark purple as night falls. Quantum and his savage band of orcs gather in a tight circle. Chief, what are our orders? A subordinate whispers. Do we keep marching? Quantum stays silent, turning to the others to ask their thoughts. One of them points to a massive pile of rotting carcasses, admitting he has never seen such a gruesome slaughter here before. Quantum examines the wounds, murmuring that a single person did this. His subordinate gasps in disbelief. Impossible. No way. He is small, Quantum continues, but he wields a massive two-handed sword. He binds his targets first, then inflicts countless fatal wounds, causing massive bleeding, he added, before delivering a clean finishing blow. Cantor grabbed the head of one corpse and noted it is always just one strike precisely to the weak point. Whoever did this is highly skilled, as every corpse here was hunted this way. He bowed, his head to remind him the Grand Commander ordered them to march without delay. Cantor replied, Of course we march. His voice grew dangerous as he muttered, We are just going to change our direction a little bit. From a corner of the forest overlooking the rising plumes of smoke, Cantor sat there and whispered, I finally found it. Night fell, and the moonlight from above made the forest look more mysterious than ever. Nephrium pulled his cloak tight around him, stepping inside alone. After searching for a long time, he thought more monsters would show up, drawn by the smoke, but none appeared, so he decided to check the opposite side. Once finished, he used a blade to carve a mark on the rock, finishing his patrol. Nephrium thought to himself that over the last few days, monster sightings had surged, far too many to be simply foraging for the winter season. Suddenly, he noticed thick smoke rising in the distance. Talk about a bad omen. Sensing something strange, Nephrium immediately turned back to tell the villagers. A young man asked Smoke. He admitted he was unsure, speculating it might be from the larger village below Moon Mountain. Nephrium asked if there was really a village there, and the youth confirmed, yes, it is 3 times larger, and with all that smoke they might be celebrating. As they kept talking, someone in the group suddenly covered his mouth. Quickly covering for him, the companion explained it was likely nothing, since they always burn stuff. Nephrium thanked them for the update, wishing them good luck on today's hunt. They cheerfully thanked him, saying they were just going out to gather some hunted carcasses. One hunter turned around to tell him that they left the beasts out to let the blood dry, so get ready, Lancelot, because today's treat will be grand. He added that Poe was looking for him and he should go see her. He smiled and agreed, but Nephrium's smile quickly faded, his eyes narrowing as he wondered if it was really nothing to worry about. Back at the village, colorful banners and flags were already hung everywhere, with Nephrium sitting among a group of kids. They surrounded him, admiring his soft, beautiful hair, while Nephrium hesitantly asked if this was his welcoming. Party. Poe giggled with the children, explaining they had been too busy lately, but all the adults had planned a surprise for him, warning him not to leak the secret. She declared it was an order when suddenly, a kid in her lap looked up asking if she and Lancelot were getting married. Poe panicked instantly, standing up in frustration. Lifting the child high, both embarrassed and annoyed, she asked who spread that nonsense. The kid innocently replied that Mom and Aunt said she liked Lancelot and liking someone meant marriage. Poe hastily denied it, claiming it was not like that. But despite her protests, the children giggled, chanting that Lancelot was getting married, so Sister Poe must love him a lot. Poe screamed at the little rascals, but they refused to believe her. Softening her tone, she stammered that he was not bad-looking. Flushing red, she pointed at his face, warning him not to get the wrong idea because she only thought he looked decent. The innocent Nephrim protested that he did not even do anything. Desperate to escape her embarrassment, she changed the subject, wondering why the hunters were taking so long and urging Lancelot to go check on them. Poe opened the door and asked what everyone was staring at. "Oh, you know things are about to get bad." Nephrim's eyes wavered. Poe grabbed his hand nervously, pointing at the heavy smoke billowing from the mountain and wondering what was going on. Nephrim realized yesterday's smoke confirmed his fears. Terrified, the trembling girl gripped his arm, calling out to him. He gently told her to take the children inside before they panicked, and she quickly agreed. Back inside, the kids eagerly asked when their dads would be back. Poe forced a smile, reassuring them that they were just bringing home food and would be home soon. Standing by the door, Nephrim instructed her to stay inside no matter what, while he went to search for them, offering a reassuring smile and promising to return shortly. Nephrim ventured back into the quiet woods alone, eventually stopping in his tracks. Before him lay a fresh pool of blood and scattered hunting gear. He looked up, scanning the surroundings with wide alert. Eyes refused to drop his guard for even a second. Light glinted through the trees, revealing Cantor and his marching legion. The soldiers chatted merrily among themselves, completely unaware that Nephrim was already waiting right in front of them. Once they spotted him, their chaotic screams signaled a brutal clash. Gripping dual blades, Nephrim unleashed his moves. Without a trace of fear, he lunged straight into their midst, madness burning in his eyes. One by one, the soldiers fell, blood painting the snow red. Before Nephrim could catch his breath, a sudden blood-curdling scream echoed through the woods, and Nephrim recognized it instantly. Cursing under his breath, he spun around and sprinted back toward the village, praying he was not. He constantly urged himself to run faster. His legs moved tirelessly through the dense forest, driven by sheer desperation. With frantic steps, he suddenly ground to a halt, his clothes and face already drenched in fresh, bright blood. The remaining soldiers of Kantum stood before him, blocking Nair's path as their leader welcomed the warrior with a sneer. Introducing himself as Kantum of the Great Karim tribe, the brute told him not to worry. Nair coldly demanded to know about the villagers. Ignoring the question, the giant praised his skills, mentioning he had just received news of one of his squads being wiped out. Raising his voice, Nair demanded again to know where the villagers were, but the brute merely ignored him once more. Instead, he challenged him to a duel. Watching the pile of corpses below made Nephrim sigh in frustration, his patience completely wearing thin. For the final time, he growled his question, prompting Kantum to order his men to bring out the captives. Nair watched them closely. Kantum then ordered the rest of the survivors to be brought forward, eager for the duel. The brute promised to release everyone if Nephrim won the fight, but warned him of what would happen if he lost. Seeing all the villagers captured, Nair silently prayed for their safety while tightly gripping his blades, ready to strike. Asking what he was waiting for, Nephrim quickly assumed his combat stance, fiercely declaring that he was ready to fight. Having got what he wanted, the brute smirked and let out a mighty roar, calling this a fight to the death. Kantum raised his massive warhammer, leaping high into the air and smashing it down, tearing the very earth apart. As debris scattered everywhere, Nair remained unfazed, charging straight up the handle of the giant hammer to strike. Shocked that his heavy attack had done absolutely nothing, the giant could only watch as Nair delivered a swift counter-slash. Kantum shrieked in pain, but Nair did not stop lunging forward once more to deliver a decisive, fatal blow. However, the beast blocked the strike with his hammer, shattering Nair's blade into tiny fragments. Yet Nephrim's battle spirit remained unbroken. Holding the broken hilt, he lunged forward with everything he had, driving the remaining shard deep into Kantum's flesh. Moving like lightning, Nephrim kept up his assault, pushing the blade even deeper as the giant failed to retaliate. Kantum stared in absolute horror as Nephrim leaped into the air, aiming his second dagger directly at the beast's head. With wide eyes, the brute braced himself, but once again the weak blade shattered before delivering the killing blow. Mocking him, Kantum sneered that combat required adaptability, and that one must truly know both themselves and their opponent. He added that hit-bottom experiences were what made him grow stronger. Nephrim let his actions do the talking. Stamping his foot hard against the brute's face, he cursed internally about his opponent's tough defense, wishing he had a proper weapon. Grabbing his leg, Khan mocked him, asking if he was really trying to run from a fair duel. With that, he slammed a brutal punch to the chest, sending blood spraying as Nephraim collapsed onto the dirt. Smirking at the pool of blood, the villain claimed this was way more fun than he had originally expected. He was one step closer to his goal. Khan muttered that he would slaughter all humans now. Seeing him in agony, the villagers screamed. Lonnie writhed on the dirt as they cried out for help. Annoyed, Khan ordered his men to kill them quietly since they were only going to be food anyway. The soldiers moved in. Meanwhile, Khan stared at his hands, surprised by the bleeding wounds. He wondered how a trash weapon could deal this much damage, realizing the boy actually had some real talent. Cursing his ruined left hand, Khan grumbled. Nearby, Nephraim groaned in agonizing pain, unable to move. He silently called out to Poe in his troubled mind while she wept bitterly, crying out his name, Lancelot. Suddenly, the space completely shifted, and get this, Sylvia was crying, calling out to Nephraim. She asked how he could sleep so deeply while being used for their horrific lab experiments. Dazed, Nephraim weakly muttered her name. Prisoner number 9 then asked about today's brutal tests. Sylvia joked that his tired face made her crave sweet chocolate, while number 9 wanted some fine wine. Number 30 wished for a hot stew. In the corner, a girl playing with a Rubik's Cube wanted fresh bread with plenty of sweet fruit jam. Next to her, number 11 craved roasted wild boar. He turned to ask Nephraim if he wanted anything, but Sylvia snapped that he had no appetite. Number 11 protested, but Sylvia and Nephraim made a quiet promise that they would eventually all eat together. He smiled warmly, promising to escape this place so they could feast until their bellies literally burst. Back in reality, Nephraim lay tightly bound, mumbling that same promise as the guards marched in. They call out to each other in total shock. He actually survived after taking their giant chief's direct punch. Still not fully awake, Nipper mutters word fragments. Outside, a guard says Lord Kandom has taken a liking to him. Since he is so strong, he will make a perfect sacrifice. Are capital humans as powerful as him? Another soldier scoffs, questioning why they should care when they have Chief Kurak. He is still highly dangerous, though. Fortunately, they chopped his legs off, leaving them lost in the dark forest. Nearby, Patrick runs to tell his boss. He warns that it is finally beginning. Devourer lazily asks what, and Patrick replies that a massive war is coming. Devourer asks if he must read that map while sitting on him, then Patrick looks over the parchment's intel. It comes from many merchants, but things are getting pretty dramatic as the enemy crosses rivers, mountains, and plains. They advance across every terrain. He adds that they are ruthlessly burning down every single human village in their path. Devourer lazily opens his eyes, complaining about how troublesome this whole war is. It is honestly just too annoying. Patrick chimes in with his theory, suggesting it is a strategy to secretly move their forces to attack the capital. They plan to spread out in a massive siege formation. Devourer sighs, noting they chose the most difficult way. Patrick tries to share another detail, but Devourer quickly cuts him off, telling him to stop being so excited. Devourer asks why he is enjoying this so much. Patrick smiles, saying war is much better than watching a fire. Indifferent, Devourer shrugs it off. But then a terrible odor suddenly interrupts his peaceful nap, making him frown. Patrick excitedly explains that MJ made popcorn using magic fire and oil to enjoy while watching the epic show. She said to eat it during exciting events. Devourer blinks, his eyes wide open, completely baffled by this popcorn. Patrick holds up a half-popped corn cob, inviting him to eat, adding that Lady Ertzabet will arrive very soon. Devourer snaps in anger, demanding to know why she is coming to his dungeon since it is his home. The morning sun rises as the night retreats. Imperial guards grumble about having to work so hard for the orcs. Another guard reassures him they will tire out soon, wondering what they even want with human territory in general. He mentions that the extraordinary Holy Knight has arrived, questioning if such an amazing warrior can even be human. Inside, Cart speaks solemnly, dismissing the invaders as mere brainless beasts who cannot stand against their highly trained army. Still, the real issue is the extremely dangerous dungeon boss. Cart vows to hold the line until their reinforcements arrive. Warrior-class reinforcements will soon secure their victory, and Cart angrily declares that he will never allow those orcs inside. He absolutely refuses to let them set their dirty, monstrous feet on his beloved, highly sacred Imperial territory. Staring determinedly into the distance, his eyes focus on the dark cave, where a massive, terrifying, tentacled monster emerges. Covered in fresh blood, Chief Kurak slowly looks up. A mysterious fairy suddenly flutters down before his eyes. She asks if he is the orc, and Kurak growls, demanding to know she is his next challenger. Laughing, the fairy praises his magnificent spirit for standing tall despite the massive difference in their overall magical power. She asks for his name so she can remember it, but Daru's frantic shouting suddenly interrupts his memories. Startled, Kurak asks where they are. Daru notices his strange look and asks if he needs some rest. Kurak replies softly that he is fine, then asks about Kandom. Daru says Kandom will soon join their force, Reports show that Kandam even captured a highly special human specimen as a grand present for their chief. Intrigued, Kurak repeats the words but quickly dismisses it, demanding a report on their main legion's current progress. Daru reports they successfully raided several human villages, harvesting them for food. Kurak orders them to butcher everyone. He demands they divide the meat equally. Daru bows in agreement, and Kurak asks him to call Kadachi over. Kadachi appears instantly, kneeling respectfully. Kurak whispers that he has a highly confidential task for the elite warrior. Kadachi steps closer to obey. Meanwhile, on the Imperial side, Commander Kart sighs with immense relief and gratitude. He expresses his deep thanks to the Holy Knights, promising to personally thank the Church once this war ends. A Holy Knight replies that aiding the Empire directly benefits the Church, making it their sacred duty to help. He officially thanks Kart on behalf of the Pope. Right then, a scout rushes in with an urgent update. The scout reports that the massive orc army completely outnumbers their garrison by several dozen times, looking very grim. Given their absurd numbers, this is definitely their main force. However, the engineering captains remain surprisingly confident. They point out that because the beasts carry very few siege weapons, they cannot easily exploit their massive advantage. Count Kalai lowers his voice, asking if they have enough food. His subordinate confirms they are fully prepared for the winter. There should be plenty to feed the army and the citizens. Kalai then asks how their conscription is coming along. The expeditionary force has assembled in complete silence. Both the soldiers and citizens are furious at the orcs, and morale is sky high. Kalai is pleased, noting they only need to hold out for 1 week. The Red Soil Empire has promised to send their strongest. They must show those orcs what they are truly made of. The subordinate steps forward, asking if they really have to wait. He sneers, looking down at the foolish enemy, claiming they do not even need to wait for a scout report. Do those monsters really think their primitive tools stand a chance against them? Kalai agrees, thinking this battle will be far too easy. The enemy relies heavily on magic, and intelligence says their shamans can defeat the Empire's mages. But Kalai remains completely unbothered. Looking at the trustworthy knights standing before him, Kalai smiles. The Holy Church Knights have joined them to neutralize the enemy's magic. Yet the subordinate cannot shake his anxiety, whispering that something feels incredibly off about this sudden alliance with the Church. Since when does the Holy Church help the Empire? He fears those Holy Knights are far more dangerous than the orcs outside. Kalai quickly cuts him off, explaining gently that their true enemies are the orcs of Nimbo. Doubting their allies only breeds chaos. The subordinate nods, accepting the warning. Just as they speak, a thunderous noise echoes from the distance, shaking the entire area. Something massive is coming. The subordinate yells out in alarm as the heavy ground-shaking footsteps of Kurak echo through the air. Kalai keeps his cool, instantly recognizing the towering figure. That is the infamous lord of the Nikumbo orcs, the mighty Kurak. His subordinate mutters in confusion, noting that rumors claimed Kurak had red hair. Kalai dismisses it, saying hair color does not matter. That overwhelming aura clearly belongs to a great evil dungeon boss. Kalai immediately barks orders for his troops to assemble. The orcs are on the move. Kalai yells out, ordering the archers into position and the mages to prepare their spells. Shields are raised high with the sole purpose of protecting Kalai. But then a soldier hesitantly calls out to him in confusion. Something is seriously wrong. Only a single figure walks ahead beside Kurak. Kalai wonders if this is some kind of spell. Kurak exhales white steam, his booming voice echoing across the field. He asks the humans if they are terrified of his presence. Kalai painfully clutches his head, realizing the monster is using voice amplification magic. The soldiers stumble, completely disoriented by the sound. Kurak sneers mockingly, praising their fighting spirit before declaring that absolutely nothing can stop his army from marching forward. The orc leader growls, asking if they honestly believe they can hold their ground or stop his unstoppable forces here. Raising a hand, Kurak mocks humanity for refusing to wake up from their foolish delusions, sealing their own ultimate doom. As the human soldiers struggle to recover, the orc lord unleashes another terrifying threat upon the trembling Imperial army. He vows to slaughter every single one of them within half a day, breaking their foolish fantasies once and for all. The Imperial soldiers gasp in anger, cursing the arrogant orc. They yell back that he is the one dreaming. Only Kalai senses the true danger, realizing this is no empty boast. The orc lord is deadly serious about his threat. Kalai racks his brain, wondering what he could have possibly missed. What secret weapon is the orc lord waiting for? Snapping back to reality, Kalai screams at his men to stay on high alert, warning them of a hidden trap. But before the warning can leave his lips, a sharp spear brutally pierces right through his chest, spraying hot blood. The treacherous knight standing behind him sneers, saying the Pope was right about Kalai being too brilliant to be left alive. Kalai struggles to turn around, coughing up blood as he curses the Holy Church traitors for betraying the Empire. The knight twists the spear deeper, making Kalai gasp in agony. Desperate, Kalai screams for his men to stop the teleportation spell. The enemy is trying to teleport the orc army directly inside the castle walls, but the knight whispers that it is too late. The holy war has officially begun. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the captive Nim watches ants carry food to their nest. The orc guard mocks him, pointing out how humans kill each other but refuse to eat the meat of their own. He throws a piece of raw meat at the bloody captive, ordering Nim to eat so he can be presented alive. Nim glares back with pure hatred, making the guard growl. The guard is furious because Nim is losing him a bet. The guard loses his patience, shouting at Nim to eat the raw flesh. But the boy flatly refuses to touch it. Staring at the bloody raw meat on the cold floor, Nim resolves to die rather than consume something so vile. The raw flesh looks absolutely nauseating. Losing his temper, the massive orc guard storms into the cell and grabs Nim. Lifting the boy up by his throat, the guard snarls. Nim desperately struggles, begging the beast to let him go. But the guard merely sneers, forcefully shoving the raw bloody meat directly into Nim's face to force him to feed. Even as Nephraim begs him to stop, the guard forces the human flesh into his mouth, finally getting exactly what he wanted. He turns his back, telling him to eat up or die, warning that he will do it again next time. Then the soldier walks away. He leaves Nephraim collapsed on the cold ground in a pathetic state, completely unaware that in the very next second, Nephraim is right behind him. Terrified, the soldier stammers, wondering how this is even possible, before Nephraim swiftly ends his life in a shower of blood, shocking the watching doctors. The experiment is a massive success, leaving the doctors ecstatic while Nephraim looks over his newly regenerated body as they celebrate their crowning achievement. They ask if the regeneration is perfect and if anything feels wrong, but Nephraim himself is absolutely stunned by what just happened. He marvels at his severed arm regenerating in an instant, while the scientists celebrate the completion of their ultimate research. With these results, they can now mass-produce unstoppable, invincible soldiers, but even as they cheer, Nephraim remains completely silent. He is lost in thought, remembering the agonizing torment of his past when his captors brutally forced him to eat. They beat him, demanding to know why he made them resort to such violence during those horrific power-activating experiments. The researchers realized he had to consume flesh to trigger his healing factor, knowing it was the only way to awaken his true monstrous potential. He had to feed on that terrible meat, enduring endless days of absolute darkness, constantly questioning why it had to be this way. Back in the present, Nephraim slaughters a giant orc in the blink of an eye, shocking the rest of the horde into labeling him their primary target. The orcs watch in horror as the crazy human cuts off his own leg, completely baffled by how he stands perfectly intact. They swear they crushed his limbs to dust, yet a new leg grows back instantly, but suddenly Nephraim's body begins to violently twitch. Then he vanishes like a ghost, reappearing right in front of a giant orc to grab it by the throat before anyone can react. He slams the beast's head into the dirt with bone-crushing force, using the momentum to launch himself high into the air above the remaining horde. The furious monsters scream for the filthy human to die, surrounding him with raised weapons as they prepare to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, a strange light erupts from Nephraim as he swings his massive blade, effortlessly slicing through the entire squad before they can even blink. Within seconds, the entire vanguard is wiped out, leaving a lone survivor scanning the bloody battlefield in absolute disbelief. As the monster frantically searches for Nephraim, a heavy blade plunges down from the sky, pinning its head directly to the dirt. Standing atop the mountain of slaughtered orcs like a true demon, Nephraim lets out a cold sigh, watched by their terrified leader. His face is completely drenched in dark blood, and honestly, the way he ignores those deep blade wounds makes him look downright terrifying. The commander realizes this creature is immortal because no mere human could survive this, sending a wave of panic through the Cantum clan. Shaking with fear, the captain screams for his spellcasters to open fire, desperate to avoid losing any more men before their leader arrives. The magic squad prepares their devastating spells, but as they focus their energy, Nephraim suddenly begins to stumble. Damn it, the power-up is wearing off and his vision is fading fast, but his burning desire for revenge keeps him upright. Meanwhile, the enemy commanders frantically whisper to each other, confirming that all the other human captives have already been sent to the front lines. Overhearing that his fellow human villagers are being marched to the main slaughterhouse, Nephraim's pale expression quickly darkens with pure horror. Realizing the remaining captives are in grave danger, his eyes widen as a terrifying warning from his past echoes in his mind. Flashback to the laboratory where a young Nephraim is strapped to a cold operating table, dreading the dark chemicals they are about to inject. The chief researcher warned him never to consume the flesh of another demi-human, explaining that the side effects are completely unpredictable. He told Nephraim that his unique self-repair ability only triggers properly when reacting to species sharing a similar origin. The scientist's voice grew chillingly dark, warning that consuming the meat of a different demi-human species wouldn't heal him. Instead, it would trigger a total physical collapse, and though he might survive the initial shock, he would face endless agony. Flashback ends as the researcher promises he will beg for death, while in the present, the orc squad orders their mages to fire. The enemy spellcasters release a barrage of massive fireballs directly at Nephraim, engulfing the entire area in a violent explosion. Believing the threat is finally eliminated, the commander orders his remaining troops to move out quickly to reinforce their main division. But then a soldier gasps in sheer terror, pointing at the center of the raging inferno where a dark silhouette still stands tall. They scream that the monster is truly immortal, unable to comprehend how anyone could survive such intense heat. Nephrim slowly steps out of the flames, clenching his fist as he remembers the scientist's grim warning about not dying immediately. With a blank expression, he pulls a massive blade straight out of his own chest, completely unfazed by the horrific damage. Desperate to survive, the panicked orcs screech to kill him at all costs before he can reach their main army. Suddenly, a soldier points a trembling finger forward, crying out in absolute horror that the crazy human is actually eating. The Kantam clan commander watches in pure terror as Nephrim begins devouring the flesh of their fallen comrades, transforming into a monster. He devours them, the corpses of his prey. The remaining orcs charge in a frenzy, launching their final attack. They scream to kill him. He is only human. But Niprim's body starts to move, his eyes flashing with determination. Lean is coming, he promises Fessel. Suddenly, the entire space around them begins to rumble and shake violently. The orcs charge like a tempest. But something feels wrong. They are the Kantam clan, the strongest warriors of all, yet they fall. One by one, they are slaughtered. The orc leader starts to tremble, realizing they are losing. No one can survive his attack. Not against Niprim's overwhelming power. Just a single human, and he is destroying them. A warrior collapses in despair. He watches the battlefield in terror. Niprim has wiped them out in an instant. He is slaughtering them like cattle. Niprim grips his sword. He slowly walks forward, still devouring their flesh. He eats the raw meat straight from his blade. The last Kantam orc shakes with fear, begging for mercy. The orc begs to negotiate. He offers to call his chief. But Niprim just keeps walking, ignoring his words. He stops. But he does not care. With a cold gaze, he raises his blade to execute the beast. Silence. The battlefield is quiet. Niprim kneels in the freezing white snow, sitting there in deep, solemn thought. Now he understands what they meant by transit humans. He sees the truth now, they are just a food source. Guilt crushes him. Niprim apologizes to everyone. He feels terrible that he could not save any of them. He wishes he had died instead. He should have been the only victim. Deep agony tears his soul apart. He can only weep and beg for forgiveness. Suddenly, a very weak, dying voice calls out to Fessel. A dying girl whispers from inside the transport cage. Meanwhile, a young Melju, 17th descendant of Asmodeus, is introduced. As a child, she is playing with her pet. The narrator jokes that she is staring at handsome guys. She looks completely listless. Yet she boasts that she was once a powerful demon lord with many followers. While everyone else runs around working, Melju sits there feeling totally drained of energy and motivation. Will she ever regain her glory? Her mind wanders. Then out of nowhere, her mood swings into rage. She yells at her pet. She complains about its reactions, asking if it finds her to be incredibly annoying lately. She aggressively squeezes the poor creature, leaving Patrick standing nearby utterly speechless. He asks what on earth she is doing. Melju sighs. She asks him if having so many outsiders inside their dungeon is really a good idea. Patrick replies that he dislikes it too, but they are not enemies, so they would not cause trouble. The stuffy atmosphere makes them both sigh. She admits that she sometimes forgets this place is a dungeon. Patrick says it is the master's problem, not hers. But Melju still grumbles, so Patrick quickly bonks her head. She rubs her sore head, snapping that she was actually amazed that he easily got a mythical-grade magic tool. He asks if that was what she meant. He yawns, admitting he is bored enough to watch the war. He asks for magic tools to watch the war. She retorts that he is incredibly mean after beating her up. Melju suddenly breaks into a cold sweat as she recalls a certain terrifying opponent from her painful, brutal training. Patrick mentions finding useful items in Ertzebet's collection, which actually makes her feel a whole lot better. She had just stopped him from stealing the magical crystal ball of Abkurides, the second strongest demon lord. Suddenly, a voice echoes. The boss of Chait Castle, Ertzebet, has finally made her grand entrance. Ertzebet tells Melju she did not need to come here, as her own subordinates could easily carry everything. Melju forces a polite greeting, though she is not happy to see Ertzebet. The vampire lord smiles very warmly. Ertzebet greets her, but then she suddenly stares at Melju and licks her lips in a creepy way. This leaves Melju completely bewildered. Before she can react, Patrick says something that leaves her even more shocked. He tells Melju that he is very proud of her. She asks why, as Ertzebet's sinister expression worsens. Ertzebet drools over Melju's beautiful skin, prompting a panicked Melju to beg Patrick for help immediately. Patrick coldly replies that they must show hospitality since Ertzebet is here. Melju completely loses her patience. She demands that Patrick look her in the eyes and explain why he is acting so strangely toward her. She begs Patrick to say something, but suddenly Ertzebet scoops her up, commenting on her beautiful high-grade skin. With a creepy grin, Ertzebet remarks that her blood must taste just as exquisite, declaring she is taking her as agreed. Melju screams for Patrick, but the Death Knight turns his back, focused only on delivering the mirror to Lord Devourer. Everything else is in room 4, right? I plan to stay here for at least a few days, so that should be fine. He simply responds with nonchalance, leaving Mel completely heartbroken by those harsh words. Still, it smells incredibly delicious. Spec carries her off despite her desperate cries. I really hope the upcoming days we spend together will be a blast. It will be so much fun. Meanwhile, Mel keeps shouting curses at him, calling him a shameless skull who stole her popcorn, and wishing for the devils to take him. Patrick silently watches them leave. By the way, you need to stay near that mirror to activate it, so I will head over there after having a taste. May the devils take you and ruin your life. Patrick wants to help but is completely powerless, asking them not to look at him that way because he is sad too. The space suddenly fills with mountains of popcorn stacked incredibly high. What is this? Beatrice asks as Patrick explains its origin. It is called popcorn. Devourer made a whole bunch of it, saying it is for snacking while watching things. Anyway, where is your crystal? Suddenly, Deavor's 2 feet pop out of the giant popcorn pile. Here it is, I can tell you everything you went through. Patrick coldly questions the other two, asking what she is even doing here. She replies that she only came because Patrick asked. He asks why she is not protecting her own dungeon. Just then, 2 bats bring over a chair for her. Beatrice finds it hilarious, claiming the dungeon should protect her instead. That sounds like total nonsense, but maybe she has a point. She sits proudly on her chair, suggesting they put that aside to talk. She asks if Devourer ultimately chose to just watch. Devourer shares his view, stating that the Empire's people have been annoying him lately with their raids. Since he dislikes Kurak too, he realized letting them fight each other is much better for him. Beatrice then aggressively questions him about his recent actions. She mentions hearing about the deadline he set for handling the Merchant Guild's raid, asking what he was thinking back then. He retorts, asking if she still knows nothing. He fully believes his actions were correct, simply finding it more fun that way. She wonders if that is truly his only reason. Right in the middle of their talk, Devoreur's body begins to shift and transform. He turns back into his human form, admitting he is curious to see how far Kurak can actually go. Beatrice ponders this deeply. Sitting on his chair, he asks Patrick where Ryan is, learning she went to comfort Melg. Beatrice is left wondering why. She admits she has no clue what he is planning, feeling quite annoyed. Did he make a fuss about food just for fun? Does he genuinely have no interest in any of this? Suddenly, Devourer and Patrick switch topics back to the popcorn. They agree it tastes pretty good except for the weird smell. Suddenly, the magic mirror begins to glow, catching their immediate attention. Devourer watches closely to see how well he performs, wondering if this is all a calculated move. What exactly is he planning? She wonders what Lord Honsor is preparing, sitting in silence with him. Her mind is racing, but she decides to let it go. Thinking too much only brings a headache. Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure shock as something begins to appear inside the mirror. Meanwhile, a panicked soldier runs frantically into a room to deliver an urgent report about a highly critical situation. The frantic soldier screams out to Commander Belstein, reporting in utter desperation that their defenses have completely fallen. The commander of the Black Wolf Knight Order was just discussing tactics, yet he remains surprisingly calm despite the terrible news. He asks if it is true, noting that it has barely been 5 hours since the battle first began. At this rate, the enemies will reach Riaz very soon. He anxiously asks what their next move should be. During this critical moment, a heavily armored man appears. It is Captain Katz, leader of the elite Red Dragon Strike Force. Katz steps forward, volunteering to lead the charge. However, Ark immediately disagrees, stating he cannot allow such a thing. He clearly explains his reasoning, stating that the current battle situation is looking extremely bleak for them. It is not about doubting Katz's skills, but with their current numbers, they would only be buying a little time. Even though they are just orcs, they belong to a powerful evil dungeon, and losing the Red Dragon team would be devastating. Suddenly, one of Katz's loyal soldiers speaks up in anger, warning the officer to be very careful with his words. Katz quickly orders his soldier to step back, apologizing for the rudeness. He then approaches Ark, calmly standing tall before him. Standing before Edelberg Giston, he boldly replies that even if the officer doubts him, he still believes in him. Katz's highly confident words shock everyone in the room, assuring him that everything will go exactly as planned. His eyes burn with pure determination, stating he must go. Hearing this, Ark freezes completely, knowing his planned future is at stake. The commander coldly replies, accusing him of bringing up old memories again. A subordinate nearby senses something is off. The subordinate calls out to his captain. After hearing Katz's resolve, Ark finally gives in with a firm nod. He officially grants the Dragon Slayer Captain Katz permission to deploy the Red Dragon Strike Force, bringing a bright smile to Katz's face. R was satisfied with Gazot's words, noting that is the true spirit. He then led his army onto the battlefield. It was time for the Neck Knights to join the fight. They readily obeyed his command. But as soon as Gazot left, R felt his mind filling with deep anxiety, tightly gripping his staff while wishing him a safe return. Meanwhile, back at R's mansion, Gazet appeared as if he had just finished bathing, leaving a trail of water droplets on the floor. Stepping out damp from the bathroom, R sank into a chair with an exhausted sigh, staring up at the ceiling in deep contemplation. Pelston is not a fortress that can be easily taken in half a day just by outnumbering them. He must have already begun making his move. R's dark, hollow eyes stared blankly ahead, completely devoid of any life, as he muttered to himself about the Pope's impending actions. He was almost worried the Pope wouldn't make his move. Deep darkness completely surrounded the room without even a single ray of light breaking through. The stage was set so perfectly, giving him a rare shred of hope he had never felt before in his entire life, a spark of hope. It was a true blessing that the Pope chose betrayal all for the sake of power. Suddenly, R's body began to undergo a sinister transformation, dark veins creeping across his skin as his eyes turned a terrifying crimson. Why are we still alive, and does anyone else know? His eyes grew increasingly bloodthirsty. Why is he still standing completely idle? Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared outside, announcing himself as an officer from the Magic Society. The door is open. Enter, R commanded immediately, questioning the man about the progress of their plans. Is everything ready? The mage from the Magic Society nodded, explaining that he had come to escort him so they could depart. The man led R to a shadowy, hidden location. You can remove your hood here. No one in this place will be hostile toward you. Take a look around. It was a massive, dimly lit laboratory filled with rows of eerie containment pods holding poor test subjects. Just as you requested, we have successfully mass-produced them. R was highly satisfied with the results of this horrific project, calling it absolute perfection. The mage thanked him and began explaining their next steps. By the way, what should we do with the rat we captured from the Pope's faction? We have extracted all the necessary information from him. Do you need anything else? R replied that he might find a use for him. They had been using live humans as test subjects. His original form was completely gone, but he was once known as the Pope's right-hand man. I offer him to you as a gift. Make good use of him. The mage smirked deviously, saying he bet R already knew exactly what to do, with him adding that he simply enjoyed a bit of drama. This news pleased R greatly, as it meant all their cards were finally set. Every single piece was ready to draw out the Pope's hidden trump card. R fell into deep thought, knowing this was all to defeat the Pope's 36th masterpiece. These experiments were their only way to counter Devourer and stop the legendary threat once and for all. To forge the perfect weapon for Gwyn, they had to melt down the 36th masterpiece. Suddenly, R's body began to fail him. Countless people in the Empire would die because of this war, and he was the one who planned it all. He collapsed to the floor. I am definitely going to the deepest pits of hell for this, he thought, coughing up blood violently. The panicked mage promised to fetch painkillers. Please endure it, sir. A monster like me needs to disappear. R's face filled with complete despair. What this world needs is not a monster. A necessary evil. What does that even mean? What the world truly needs is his eyes grew entirely lifeless, staring into nothingness. His vision slowly faded, but a tiny bright light still lingered. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Gwyn felt a strange chill. She felt R's voice calling out to her. Gwyn and Rasmer were currently training late into the night. If you called me out just to train, at least pay attention, Rasmer barked. But Gwyn insisted she felt as if R was calling out to her. He scoffed at her nonsense, asking if she truly believed R had the lung capacity to shout loud enough to reach them here. He told her to focus, so Gwyn shook it off and went back to training. You realize you haven't landed a single hit yet, right, hero? With that, her intense night training session resumed. Meanwhile, deep inside the absolute nightmare dungeon of Devourer, Yvette was absolutely furious. Her terrifying bloodlust completely suffocated the air, making it hard to breathe. How could anyone possibly stay calm after seeing that? Patrick stepped in to advise Devourer, suggesting that the boss should probably act a little angry in this situation as well. Devourer agreed, but his attempt to calm Yvette down failed completely, showing no real promise of resolving her massive rage. He pointed out that they had indeed allied with humans, but she had assumed it was with a hostile nation or some mercenaries. That idiot completely threw away all pride of a monster. He argued that shaking hands with a human religious cult was too much promising. True, he mentioned making an alliance with humans, but I thought it would be with a hostile nation or some mercenaries. That idiot threw away all the pride of a monster. He argued that shaking hands with a religious cult went way past the limit. After all, are they not just humans? Elsewhere, at the Great Frost Dungeon, Margar Aji Dehaka just returned to his territory. Welcome back, Lord. All of us are waiting for you. How did the meeting go? It was fine. Devourer won't act, but instead, they announced a brand new problem, leaving a terrified Nephraim to ask what they meant by that. This is no minor issue. Addie's expression turned ice-cold because Hesibel had already sided with Kirk. Over in Gat's camp, Renmei suddenly asked, Captain, there is something I must ask. Gat replied, what is it? Just speak. She began digging into his history, specifically his connection. What exactly is your relationship with Commander Riviston? Gat casually answered, well, it is just a normal connection. The Red Dragon squad is heading to the front lines, but we grew up as childhood friends if you want to think of it that way. That answer left her stunned. We simply grew up in the same village, nothing more. Suddenly, a warning sign appeared just up ahead. A steep cliff lay right in front of them. He ordered the squad to detour while he prepared to dive straight down. We will meet there. The squad split up as ordered, riding at maximum speed to flank the area. Nikki, leading the Red Dragon force, pushed onward. Gat, however, leapt off his horse and threw himself right over the cliff. Below, the enemy forces were heavily armed, protected by sharp iron spikes. Marinos barked at a guard. What is that heavy rumbling from behind? The orcs are supposed to be out in front, but someone had breached their perimeter. It all happened in a flash, and right there, Gat materialized before their very eyes. He was standing on the road leading to Rias. Could he be a messenger from the capital? His brutal appearance looked barely human. Terrified, the guards began bickering. What nonsense is this? He is obviously a human. What else could he possibly be? If you saw him yourself, you would understand. And honestly, the sight is pure nightmare fuel. The towering shadow of Gat loomed over them. He did not look like a regular human at all. Realizing who it was, Marinos barked a sudden order. Everyone stand down, he is not our enemy. At that moment, a heavy realization hit them as they recognized that legendary figure, Gat the Dragon Slayer. Seeing Gat, Marinos dropped to his knees in sheer relief, whispering that they were saved. He never expected him to arrive. Gat was a living legend from the Red Dragon subjugation force. Pulling out his binoculars, Gat scanned the horizon. The orcs were heavily equipped. Is that their main force? Marinos nodded. Yes, they managed to capture Fort Sten in a mere 5 hours and are charging here now. Gat immediately began planning. Since the enemy moved with insane speed, many of the local citizens did not even have time to evacuate. We barely managed to throw together a temporary barricade. Adapting this quickly is a miracle in itself, but more importantly, observing their movements from this high vantage point raises serious doubts. Gat could see the massive structural gap between both armies. It does not matter how many troops they have. A massive army does not just blindly resort to a siege. Right, a siege is completely different from a standard assault. Taking a fortress in 5 hours without any siege weapons is hard to believe. Besides, Fort Sten is the primary shield of the Empire, and its fall changes everything. Right, Gat silently weighed the dark possibilities. This was impossibly fast. There is no way a proud lord like Kai would simply surrender. He was a deeply loyal man, ready to die defending his land and the Empire. Gat's heavy silence left Marinos feeling completely uneasy and confused. Could they have used high-level magic to obliterate the walls instantly? Gat shook his head. No, the greatest and only real threat of Nick is Grand Chieftain Kurak. He had never heard of Kurak using magic before. His thoughts drifted back to those dark demons. Could they know something they are keeping hidden from us? He finally spoke up, issuing a sharp command. It does not matter because I already have a defensive plan. Defense, not a retreat, Marinos asked, his voice tightening with panic. Lord Marinos, forgive my bluntness, but we are completely out of time. The expression on Gat's face grew darker and more menacing than ever before. If you have no intention of standing and fighting, then hand over complete military command to me. He headed back to the barracks to deliver his orders to the men. Tonight we launch a preemptive strike. The soldiers grinned, eager for battle. Now that is what I am talking about. Waiting around is not how a subjugation force handles things. But what are the details of this strike? Gat laid out the exact tactical route they would take. We will deploy a small stealth unit to incinerate their camp and immediately pull back. Hastening their supplies will destroy their morale, though it might also provoke them into a premature charge. This operation is absolutely critical. We must focus solely on burning the barracks to buy enough time for reinforcements to arrive from the capital. Next, they selected the strike team. Counting myself, we have exactly 7 fighters. We must execute this mission with the absolute bare minimum. Count me in then. I am coming along too, Renmei spoke up from the side. But their security will be incredibly tight. Well, we have no intention of sneaking around from behind anyway. What if they actually spot us while we are setting the fires? Gat effortlessly snapped a piece of firewood in half. Simple. His expression turned deathly cold as he vowed to slaughter every orc in their way before heading back. Night began to fall. Beasts. They breed all kinds of monsters. They are a chaotic horde, not an organized state, meaning their ranks are filled with wild elements. Renmei handed Gat a folded sheet of paper. This is a detailed blueprint of their encampment. But right in the middle of this tense moment, she suddenly brought up a totally random question, catching Gat completely off guard. They had scouted the area earlier with their closest allies, but the beasts blocked their path, keeping the map from being fully complete. As they spoke, she playfully asked what the captain was like as a kid, catching him completely off guard. Kat broke into a nervous sweat as she teased him about the rumors going around that he and the commander were childhood friends. He tried to downplay it with a shrug, saying he was just a regular kid compared to that absolute monster Ark. She noted how close they must have been, noticing a rare, peaceful look on Kat's face. He explained that while he was always chasing dreams, Ark was the one who stayed grounded in harsh reality. Even now, Ark remained that way, and talking about him brought a genuine warmth to Kat's usually stern face. He declared his duty to keep chasing those dreams his earnestness, making Renmei turn away in slight embarrassment. She agreed, but then immediately followed up by asking if that was the reason he was so incredibly dense. He sputtered in confusion, trying to defend himself when a soldier suddenly arrived to interrupt their conversation with an urgent report. Before they were interrupted, she was playfully suggesting he face reality by getting married, leaving him completely flustered. Marino hurried over, calling out to Kat to introduce a guest who had just arrived at the camp. It turned out an A-rank subjugation force was nearby, prompting Kat and Ren to focus on the newcomer. The young leader stepped forward, explaining they had gathered their courage to offer whatever help they could. The white-haired youth introduced himself as their leader, showing deep respect and eager to serve under Kat's command. As night fell and battle neared, Kat couldn't shake a growing sense of unease about the whole situation. The eerie quiet of the camp felt wrong, casting a heavy shadow over his battle-hardened features. His expression hardened as he thought of Ark, knowing his friend would have easily devised a perfect plan here. A memory flashed back of a young Ark, warning him that mindless action is entirely different from strategic planning. Back then, a ragged young Cat had questioned if simply taking action wasn't enough on its own. Ark had smiled, telling him that mapping out a plan was exactly what he was there to handle. Suddenly, a voice shattered his trip down memory lane, calling out for Cat from just outside his tent. It was the white-haired subjugation leader, though Cat was in no mood to deal with guests right now. Cat told him he was resting, but the young man ignored the dismissal and kept talking anyway. He casually mentioned the rumors of Cat's pre-battle meditation routines, claiming he hadn't meant to eavesdrop earlier. Cat stayed silent, but his guard went up as the man admitted to overhearing his private conversation. The intruder wanted to discuss the midnight raid on Chenqing's camp, claiming he had an idea to share. Cat flatly rejected him, stating that since only his own men were deploying, they had nothing to discuss. The captain sneered with sudden contempt, muttering that a successful raid would actually put him in a difficult spot. In a flash, an assassin lunged from the shadows behind Cat, whispering for him to quietly drop dead. But Cat just burst into deep laughter, completely unnerving the conspirators as the strike failed to scratch him. The assassin gasped, certain the blade had pierced him, but Cat had anticipated a traitor from the very start. His past training had sharpened his reflexes, making him far more calculating than they could have ever guessed. Standing tall, Cat stared down the treasonous captain, feeling the lingering spirit of his old friend's wisdom. He resolved to keep planning for the future. He envisioned throwing a cold question back at his enemies. His face contorted with absolute rage as he demanded to know exactly who they thought they were crossing. Suddenly, a massive blaze erupted from Cat's tent, throwing the entire camp into a wild state of panic. Through the raging flames, Cat walked out completely unbothered, hoisting the traitorous captain into the air by his throat. Cat casually admitted to starting the fire himself, tossing aside the battered traitor who lay defeated on the ground. He noted that the other assassin was likely already reduced to ash inside, prompting a sudden change in plans. Warning his troops that more of these holy knights might be lurking nearby, he ordered a complete purge. He commanded Pavin, Ragna, Hoi, Samani, and Leisu to head straight to the Lord's manor without delay. They were to eliminate any opposition and locate him as Cat tossed them a heavy silver token. If questioned, they were to display the emblem as proof, leaving the soldiers wondering what to do next. The dragon badge proved the Lord was compromised, meaning it was time to extract the truth through interrogation. Where are they? No holding back during the interrogation. Search thoroughly and find the location of the traitors. Cat is currently absolutely furious. What comes next? We wipe out every single one of those traitors. They actually have skills equivalent to an A-rank subjugation team, so do not let your guard down. The soldiers receive their final orders and prepare to depart. No. Get going. Understood, sir. As the 5 soldiers set off on their mission, Ren speaks up, asking if the raid is cancelled. Does that mean the orc raid is cancelled? The captain replies that the mission is still on. It continues, but only he and Ren will handle it. Ren is more than willing. The rest of the men must scour the territory to find and watch any suspicious individuals. The remaining soldiers question this decision, calling it far too hasty. They plead with the captain to at least keep the raid team together. But Cat is completely set on his plan. Those holy knights are colluding with the orcs. Their raid plan has likely already been leaked. If they want to survive, they absolutely need to strike first. Talk about a high-stakes rush job. He'll be back in 30 minutes victorious. Cat and Ren depart as the soldiers wish them luck. Dark night falls over the barren hills. Deep in orc territory, Cat and Ren keep a close eye on the camp. With very few guards around, this looks like an easy job. Ren asks her captain how many they can take down from this distance. Assessing the field, Cat devises a strategy to use mid-tier magic. He notes the orc mage likely has enough power to resist mid-tier spells. To get the job done, they need to move closer to unleash high-tier magic. Just then, Ren notices something strange on Cat's body and calls out to her captain. She asks if he is injured, telling him there is no point in hiding it, but to him it is absolutely nothing. He shrugs it off as a simple scratch. Ren sighs, saying it looks much worse than a scratch, feeling completely helpless against his stubbornness. She complains that he is all brawn and no brains. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupts, drawing the immediate attention of the orcs. Red lightning crackles across the dark sky. The orcs panic, shouting about an incoming enemy spell and realizing they are under heavy attack. The orcs target the hill, aiming for the caster. Ren continues channeling her magic, realizing their position was exposed almost instantly. Once the spell is fully charged, she unleashes it. The orcs charge forward wildly, trying to block the incoming magic. They scream to kill the human mage, but Cat suddenly steps in front of them, shielding Ren as she continues her incantation. Look at that proud smile on her face. Since she's fully protected, Ren can now unleash her true magic. Here comes something big. A fiery red blast erupts, blowing the orcs away. The sheer force of her spell is massive, warping the very air around them. The surrounding space glows with intense heat. The enemy appears wiped out. Ren celebrates the success, urging them to make their retreat, but Cat tells her to go on ahead. Ren looks at him in utter shock. She asks what on earth he is saying. His expression turns incredibly grim. He commands her to return and take charge of the troops, stating he cannot leave just yet. Suddenly, a massive bizarre figure emerges from the shadows. It is the gatekeeper. Cat calmly draws his blade, ready for a fight. He declares that defeating this beast is worth far more than 1,000 low-level orcs. This reckless move makes Ren absolutely furious. She reminds him that he is injured and facing the primal core gatekeeper. Despite her frantic warnings, Cat remains completely stubborn. He is determined to fight. She grips his cloak tightly in desperation, pleading with him to stop before it is too late. She warns that his death would mean the end of everything. Cat simply smiles and gently tells her not to worry. He promises victory. Seeing his resolve, Ren refuses to leave and decides to stand by his side. They will win together. He urges her to retreat, mentioning he might have to use his secret trump card, but Ren refuses to abandon him. She vows she won't let him use that dangerous power. They just need to win without it. Cat finally gives in. Realizing he cannot change her mind, they charge. The massive orc gatekeeper lunges first, forcing them to fight with everything they have. Meanwhile, Devourer watches the entire battle unfold through a magical mirror. He comments that the red-clad human is actually pretty decent. Patrick nods in agreement, but Mel, still harboring an old grudge, asks if this human really seems that experienced to him. He must be quite skilled. Mel snaps back, telling the traitorous skeleton to shut up. They continue watching the magic mirror. They note that Cat is a famous dragon slayer from the Empire. They also praise the female human spellcaster for her skills, but Ryan suddenly appears, dismissing the magic talk. She is deeply touched by the emotional scene between the two humans. She gushes that despite being lowly humans, they clearly understand true romance. A man and woman relying on each other in times of hardship, letting love blossom. She turns to Devourer, asking what he thinks, but he remains completely silent. Her sudden terrifying glare makes Devourer break out in a cold sweat. She demands an answer, asking if love isn't beautiful. Love blooming on the battlefield is deep and passionate. Devourer quickly apologizes, but Ryan snaps that she should be the one apologizing. Devourer desperately looks to his companions for help, but they just ignore him. He sighs, thinking he is completely sick of popcorn. Orc soldiers scream in panic as the camp catches fire. Is this a curse, or are they using high-level magic? Amidst the chaos, the center of the camp remains strangely silent. Daru can tell that things are going sideways fast. He mutters anxiously just as the commander predicted they actually showed up here. The old man can barely believe it. Staring outside, he never expected things to play out so perfectly. Daru turns to Kirk with a serious expression. He asks what they should do now, but Kirk calmly asks if all preparations are ready. Daru respectfully confirms. He followed every instruction without hesitation. Kirk then loudly commands his men that it is time to move out. Melfin sighs, admitting she cannot wrap her head around this. Standing beside her, Pitch confusedly asks what she means. She explains that if their surprise attack was so effective, wouldn't it be smarter to retreat right after? Staying behind to fight seems foolish. Pitch nods, agreeing with her logic, but notes that the human must have a plan. Patrick solemnly chimes in, explaining that Hanbin must have witnessed the terrifying true power of the monsters on the battlefield. He probably realized they couldn't stop this massive army from advancing with their current strength alone. From the very start, this was a numbers game. Pure and simple, the side with more soldiers wins. But the monsters built fortresses beforehand so their incoming reinforcements could have a place to rest up. Since they are resting, they probably deployed near humans, just to spread pure terror among the locals. Their overwhelming numbers alone should make humans surrender, which is why Hanbin stayed behind to defeat the gatekeeper. He wants to boost their fading morale and strike a heavy blow to delay the main monster assault. Delaying them by even a single day is a win. Hearing this sharp analysis, Melfin genuinely praises his intellect. He looks like a brainless musclehead, but he is surprisingly smart. Hearing her compliment, Patrick instantly objects. Pitch coldly points out that staying to fight is noble for a warrior, but absolutely foolish for a commander. Abandoning the post is simply unreasonable. Melfin innocently asks what he means, and Peach grumbles in annoyance. That human underestimates the threat, and a commander leaving his base is never a good idea, right, Master? Snow lazily defends herself, claiming she was never sleeping anyway, which leaves Patrick completely and utterly speechless. Meanwhile, on the burning battlefield, a giant greatsword radiating intense killing intent is thrust deep into the dry earth. Captain Case casually slashes down an orc soldier, blocking his path without breaking a single sweat. Looking at the absolute chaos around them, Cass asks Renmei if she is okay, and she weakly responds. Her mana is almost completely drained from fighting the gatekeeper. Case quickly asks if she can still heal. Once those flames die out, they will swarm them in droves. They must hold them off and retreat fast. Renmei agrees without a single second of hesitation, and Case seriously tells her to get ready. Both of them immediately turn their gaze toward the vast empty space stretching out ahead of them. Facing this bizarre sight, Renmei asks in confusion why there is absolutely nothing waiting for them. She thought they would go wild after their leader died. Suddenly, Case turns around, realizing something terrible. He screams out that the main base is under attack, realizing the enemy struck while they were away fighting. The outpost had no commander left. Renmei curses, furious that the enemy used the gatekeeper as bait. No time to waste. In a mere blink of an eye, they teleport straight back to their outpost. Case and Renmei land on the ground, and his eyes instantly widen in absolute horror. Innocent citizens and soldiers lie dead everywhere, staining the ruined land red. Suddenly, orcs growl at their arrival. They spot the human and order everyone to kill him. Watching these cruel monsters gloat, Case gnashes his teeth. Boiling with pure, unbridled rage, Case violently slashes them to pieces, cursing the goddamn monsters to hell. He tells Renmei to keep up as she watches her captain lose control, desperately trying to calm him. She begs him to stay calm, but her heart sinks as she realizes he is losing his mind. The crushing guilt is eating him alive, and he is already heavily weakened from his previous battle. Ignoring her pleas, Case barks out orders for her to take the knights and citizens and retreat immediately. She anxiously asks about his safety, but Case gently reassures her that he will be absolutely fine. He points out that she can save more lives as the vice captain, leaving Renmei with a heavy burden. Gritting her teeth, she leaps away while shouting that she will never forgive him if he dares to die. Surrounded by enemies all on his own, he boldly declares, "Listen up, you filthy monsters, because I cannot die. So you will be the ones dying in my place." After wiping out the orcs, he immediately rushes to the Lord's castle. Losing all of his usual calm, Cade impatiently hurries inside. He stares in absolute panic at the communicator. Damn it, only one captain's signal is left active. Did they die fighting those monsters before reaching this place? Cade grows deeply suspicious, thinking to himself that something is terribly wrong. Was there a mistake in their night raid? He skeptically recalls the earlier moments. Could it be that from the very beginning they were walked into a trap? He quickly shakes off the bad thoughts. No, the monsters just coordinated too well, and he must take full responsibility. Within just a few seconds, he arrives at the location. Instead of knocking, Cade decisively kicks the door wide open. He calls out, asking if any captain is still alive. Right then, the Holy Knight greets him with a smug smile. He arrogantly boasts, mocking that Cade is a bit too late since one survivor was breathing just moments ago. They kindly snapped his neck for us, and the Holy Knight promises to do the exact same thing to Cade. Seeing his comrades murdered right before his eyes, Cade roars in pure rage, glaring at the bastard. The Holy Knight does not look scared at all. Instead, he marvels at what he has only heard of in rumors. He eagerly asks if that is the legendary red dragon armor before enthusiastically shedding his own gear. He wants to test out that armor, eagerly stepping forward to show off one of the 36 masterpieces of the Holy Temple. The arrogant knight loudly challenges him to see which armor is stronger. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the chaotic streets. There, the Red Dragon squad is urgently evacuating citizens, telling everyone to keep running and never look back. The soldiers bravely step forward to form a solid shield wall, shouting in unison to hold the line. They vow to maintain their formation until every single citizen has safely escaped from the danger zone. They must protect the escape route at all costs. Just as the orcs draw near, the commander barks out orders. He orders them to hold the line and maintain the formation. Seeing the massive wave of incoming orcs, a soldier panics. He yells that they are completely outnumbered, but the captain steadily encourages him to grit his teeth and endure. Watching his forces dwindle, the captain grows deeply worried about how strong and overwhelming these monsters are. At this rate, they will all be wiped out. He desperately wishes their captain were there to save them. Just as those words leave his mouth, a slender yet incredibly powerful hand suddenly materializes from the sky. A streak of highly destructive magic crashes straight down from above, slamming directly into the enemy ranks. Rem sweeps her hand, unleashing the full force of her dragon lightning and turning the battlefield to ash. The captain looks up in absolute shock at this raw power, overjoyed to see her safe and sound. He cheers for the vice captain, but without wasting any time, she seriously orders him to prepare for teleportation. She plans to teleport as many citizens as possible, instructing the Red Dragon forces of Yaria to reform. They must prepare to retreat while firmly holding the rear guard. Receiving their orders, the soldiers salute in unison. At that exact moment, Rem suddenly stares into the distance, noticing a massive explosion coming from the Lord's castle. She frowns silently, praying for Cade to hang in there until she can make it to his side. Inside the castle, the extreme heat from their clash shatters every single glass window into a million pieces. Cade steps out wrapped in blazing fire. Witnessing this incredible transformation, the Holy Knight can only smirk in admiration. He casually walks closer, asking if Cade has actually managed to transform into a real dragon. He complains about the intense heat, making it hard to think, looking down on Cade with pure contempt. He boasts that Cade's power is still nothing compared to the Holy Temple's masterpiece since he hasn't been hit yet. The knight cockily asks if Cade is still holding back, wanting to test his strength just a bit more. Without saying a word, Cade channels his energy, cracking the floor and unleashing torrents of molten lava. He skillfully whips his massive tail around, striking with such extreme speed that the knight cannot even react. Cade easily wraps his tail tightly around the Holy Knight's body, completely catching him off guard. The shocked knight looks up, but Cade gives him no time to think, throwing a devastating punch. The shockwave is so intense that the surrounding stone and air literally melt into liquid. Cade calmly lifts his opponent high into the air, but the arrogant knight just laughs mockingly at him. Was that attack meant to melt rather than destroy? Completely unfazed, the knight mockingly taunted him. Melting obstacles was not enough, and he demanding his opponent go even wilder from now on. Without saying a single word, Gad clasped his hands and raised them high, preparing to strike him hard. He slammed a devastating and absolutely fatal blow straight into the Holy Knight's stomach, launching him far back. The knight plunged deep into the dark, bottomless abyss, but Gad's tail quickly caught his ankle in time. He violently thrashed the Holy Knight around from side to side before gathering massive power in his palms. With a powerful throw, he hurled him down straight into the boiling deep pool of lava. The knight sank deeper. Seizing this perfect golden chance, Gad looked up to focus his energy. Within a few short seconds, a massive and glowing fireball began to take shape high above him. Without a single moment of hesitation, Gad unleashed the destructive spell at the Holy Knight. Seeing the massive fireball fall, the knight stared in sheer terror before a violent explosion erupted. Exhausted from that massive effort, Gad panted heavily as he landed softly back on the ground. He tried to reassure himself, glad he ended the fight just before his mighty dragon form wore off. Maintaining that form any longer was far too risky, so he decided to finally deactivate the skill. But watch closely, Gad flinched as the Holy Knight stood completely unharmed in the lava. He mockingly praised the performance, admitting he had to try a little to survive it. Yet the blast failed to leave even a single scratch as he slowly stepped out completely unscathed. Smirking, the knight mockingly asked if that was really all the tricks Gad had left for him. "Let's end this now, Gad," the knight taunted. Meanwhile, Renmei panicked outside the castle walls. She wept in deep despair, begging him to say something. Nearby, Rackham cursed aloud in frustration. He wished his mana was not completely depleted. Suddenly, she glanced at the thick back wall. From inside the main hall, Gad's body was blasted right through the stone wall, crashing outside. Renmei gasped in absolute horror as the heavily injured captain weakly ordered her to run away. She refused, wanting to treat his wounds, but Gad weakly waved his hand to stop her now. He urges her, "Do not waste your mana. I told you to get out of here right now. Get going." Renmei sobs, desperately asking why he is saying this. Seeing this tragic scene, the Holy Knight sneers with sadistic delight. "Good grief, by now you really should have died at least 6 times already." He steps forward with a mocking grin. "What was it called again? Ah, right. Is this that pathetic thing they call an unyielding spirit? Seriously impressive." Ignoring the mockery, Cass pats the girl on the shoulder, solemnly ordering her to stay out of the fight and leave. This is an absolute order to get out of here immediately. Renmei hesitates, tears in her eyes as she asks about Cass. He gently tells her to find the commander and report the battle situation to Ab. There's absolutely no time to waste. Hearing this, the Holy Knight mocks them with fake admiration. "Oh, my such touching companionship, why am I suddenly so deeply moved?" Cass grits his teeth in rage. "Those traitors are nothing but the Pope's loyal dogs, the entire damn group of them. Anyone claiming to be a Holy Knight is our enemy. You must deliver this message, Renmei. You will lay the groundwork for our counterattack." Refusing to abandon him, she immediately casts her healing magic on him anyway. She stammers as she shows her fierce determination. She promises to keep moving forward no matter what. Cass can only offer a helpless smile, wishing she would save her mana. Right then, the Holy Knight speaks up with a smug grin. By the way, could you deliver a message for me too? He calmly admits he cannot chase down a teleporting mage. This must be the will of the heavens. So while he is feeling generous, he would be highly grateful if she carried his message. He is completely serious about this. They actually plan to contact La directly once Fen falls. But those stupid goblins went and ruined everything, destroying all the communication gear. What a hopeless, brainless race they are. Do not agree with that. Regardless, the Pope has a warning for your commander. The heavens will deliver swift judgment upon all of you very soon. And for a personal touch, the arrogant Holy Knight makes a final declaration. He cannot wait to witness their hero's strength. Without a second of hesitation, Cass waves his hand to urge her to leave immediately. Just get out of here, Rime. He reflects on his own path. Action has always been his true drive. By taking action, all doubts simply fade away. He silently promises himself that he will fight until the absolute end, gathering a massive surge of power in his palm. So from now on, you have to think for me as well. As soon as he pinned him to the ground, he eagerly praised him, calling it brilliant and absolutely fantastic. The Holy Knight smiles and challenges him, demanding to see every last bit of that unyielding will. Cat grunts in response, bracing himself. He barks an order, telling him they are leaving together. The Holy Knight smirks. Meanwhile, absolute chaos sweeps through every single corner of the city. With the city in ruins, the mage resolutely shouts a binding spell. Instantly, countless vines surge from the earth, tightly trapping the nearby orcs. And traps the orcs. Assessing the situation, he grits his teeth and vows that since people are still trapped, he will protect them with everything. He will guard this land even if it means sacrificing his own life. Suddenly, a violent tremor rattles the ground, startling the mage. Feeling the intense shockwave that just swept past, he gasps in horror, recognizing it immediately as the captain's legendary dragon roar. Meanwhile, a frantic subordinate reports to Ak at the mansion. Hearing the news, his expression instantly twists, pales with sheer dread. Back on the burning battlefield amid swirling ash and smoke, the mage runs over in a panic, calling out to the captain. What the hell happened to your arm? He asks, frantically casting a spell. Damn it, why is his healing magic not working at all? He keeps trying, but the healing magic fails. Cat speaks up in a low, calm voice, asking him to report on the battle situation. The mage bitterly reports everything. The territory has fallen. 53 citizens are still trapped along with 14 members of the expedition team. The citizens are too terrified to move, and the remaining soldiers are doing their best to hide and protect them. Hearing this, the captain quickly tries to think of an escape route, asking if there is any safe way to get everyone out. The mage hesitates, explaining that the shortest route is the North Gate Bridge, but the orcs have already taken it. Cat ignores his injuries. He determinedly stands up, declaring there is still a chance. The mage frantically tries to stop him, warning his battered body cannot take it. Cat smiles bitterly, blaming himself. He says this is all his responsibility, so he has to be the one to go. The mage immediately protests, asking why Cat must carry this heavy burden alone when it should be the fault of all of them. But Cat accepts his predetermined fate with complete calm. He looks at him, asking if he already knows the truth. Cat tells him he was already beyond saving anyway. With that, he proudly walks forward, completely filled with courage. He wants to use his remaining life to serve until his very last breath. Meanwhile, at a refuge camp far away from the war zone, crowds of desperate people frantically push their way inside. Seeing Ren-M sitting completely motionless in a quiet corner, the medical team quickly calls for backup. She bites her lip as tears stream down her face. Back on the battlefield, the Red Dragon squad shouts defiantly, baiting the orcs to bring it on and swearing to take down at least 10 of them. A fierce orc steps forward, declaring he will handle this himself. Facing this terrifying powerhouse, the soldiers feel the pressure. They nervously try to encourage one another, noting the massive size of the beast, but they know they have absolutely no other choice. Protecting the citizens until the very end is their duty. Suddenly, the orc lunges forward with terrifying speed, but before it can strike, Cat appears out of nowhere, grabbing the beast by its head and slamming it down instantly. He smashes the monster's face straight into the solid stone. Witnessing this unbelievable display of raw strength, the squad stands stunned. They cry out in shock, asking about his arm. Cat remains silent, simply looking up at the mage hovering in the sky. Without a single moment of hesitation, he boldly announces to the remaining citizens that he, the Dragon Slayer, will save them. He promises they will get out of here alive. He reminds them of their courage and pride as true citizens of the Empire. He asks them to trust him one last time and stand up, promising to clear a path if they follow his lead. Hearing his familiar voice, the squad behind the gate is deeply moved. Without any hesitation, they slowly begin to open the gates. Once the gates open, Cat sternly tells his squad to cheer up. He proudly rallies the Red Dragon expedition team. He passionately orders them to prioritize the safety of the citizens and follow him, swearing to clear a path at all costs. They salute and respond in unison. Not wanting to waste another single second, Cat strongly urges everyone to move out immediately. Let us go. Meanwhile, Rain M tearfully retells the story, leaving Ak completely stunned and speechless in the silence. He can only watch in complete helplessness. Meanwhile, the fleeing citizens desperately urge each other to keep moving as fast as possible. They guide each other forward, hoping that crossing the nearby bridge will finally bring them to safety and freedom. But as soon as they spot the orcs waiting for them, sheer terror takes over, and they realize they are trapped. The monsters sneer in utter disdain, mocking the pathetic humans who actually thought they could escape. Cat watches them closely. Seeing the citizens reach safety, Cat finally breathes a sigh of relief. The squad reports that everyone has successfully crossed. They urge him to cross with them, but Cat firmly orders them to go ahead, leaving the soldiers completely confused. Cat calmly insists, telling them he must destroy the bridge. He orders them to escort their people to absolute safety. Upon hearing his final decision, they flatly refuse to leave him behind to escape on their own. But he sternly warned them, declaring it an order to get moving. They honestly confessed how much they cherished fighting by his side. For Gath, it was a true honor. With those parting words, he swung his fist, striking the stone bridge with a force that shattered it. The Red Dragon squad let out a gut-wrenching cry, yelling for their captain, but gritted their teeth to promise they would protect the refugees. They swore they would see him alive again. Now that the escape path was entirely cut off, Gath turned to his enemies with a low growl. Glaring at the oncoming monsters, he swore that not a single one of those bastards would ever get past him. The orcs sneered at him, mockingly asking if he was joking and wondering what a single human could possibly do. Recognizing his strength, they decided to curse him into unconsciousness so they could keep chasing the refugees. Gath noticed their casting circle. Gath burst into a mocking laugh, asking if that was their grand plan. But suddenly Kurak yelled for them to halt, and the magic faded. Every single spell dissolved instantly, leaving Gath completely stunned. A moment later, the Beastman commander slowly stepped out from the shadows. Gath kept his cold gaze fixed on him as Kurak approached, demanding to know the name of the brave warrior standing before him. Gath proudly declared himself as Gath, the Dragon Slayer. Nodding in genuine respect, Kurak promised to keep that name engraved in his memory. Meanwhile, Ren stumbled toward Ark, clutching his shoulder as she sobbed in deep grief. Ark tried his best to maintain his composure, but right as he masked his sadness, a sudden droplet of blood splattered. Gath stood perfectly still, his eyes filled with quiet, unshakable resolve. Kurak had already driven his massive axe straight into the warrior's chest. Seeing the horrific sight, Ren collapsed to the ground, entirely devastated. The nearby orcs broke into wild, celebratory laughter, cheering that their commander had finally put the formidable human down for good. They eagerly prepared to charge, but Kurak cut them off, ordering the squad to maneuver and strike the escaping humans from the flanks. When the confused orcs hesitated, Kurak barked a stern warning not to make him repeat himself. He then turned to issue another directive. Daru bowed respectfully, accepting the command. Kurak then instructed his men to bury Gath with honor, acknowledging him as a truly brave warrior. Meanwhile, back in the mansion, the grand hall was in complete disarray. Broken furniture and shattered household items cluttered the cold floor. Ark sat completely motionless in a dark corner, staring blankly ahead. He hung his head in silence as an oppressive atmosphere filled the room. In the stifling quiet, he muttered about his past, recalling the deep, dark cave where his consciousness had first flickered to life. He had evolved simply to preserve an identity that was never meant to exist. But to them, he was nothing more than livestock. A creature bred solely to be consumed by something far more powerful. His only purpose was to accept that cruel, predetermined fate. But just as he resigned himself to his despair, a massive earthquake violently rattled the cavern, shattering the oppressive silence. A terrifying lava monster emerged from the sand, baring its razor-sharp teeth. But before it could strike, a strange figure intervened. Devourer materialized right before them, playfully teasing the beast about its messy eating habits and asking if it enjoyed chewing on sand. He grimaced, pointing out that the lava creature looked unappetizing. Sighing, Devourer remarked that since it was the monster's final meal, he would not judge. The mysterious intruder seemed physically weaker than the towering predator, yet even a lowly creature like Ark could sense the truth. The second their eyes met, Ark realized he was staring at a living legend, a being of absolute terrifying power. Without even a hint of resistance, the predator simply exploded into dust. Ark wondered if a lowly meal like himself could dare dream of more. Before departing, Devourer bluntly told him that he had no interest in his philosophical questions, suggesting he find the answers himself. But since he needed a few gatekeepers for his dungeon, Devourer offered to let the creature tag along if it wanted. Gazing at that magnificent back, the tiny worm silently vowed to become just like him, one day, hoping that moment would come soon. Back in the present, Patrick sternly advised his lazy boss to watch his portions while MJ let out a tired, dramatic sigh. She warned that he might actually evolve into a pig if he kept stuffing his face, though Ryan giggled, saying she liked him regardless. Patrick kept scolding him, pointing out how ridiculous it was to inhale every edible thing in sight. The popcorn was already gone. Witnessing the sheer speed of his consumption was honestly mind-blowing, though Devourer suddenly turned pale and clutched his stomach. Groaning with bloated cheeks, Devourer whined about feeling sick, prompting Patrick to threaten to dig him up if he dared eat another bite. He dared Patrick to try, lazily complaining that things were still incredibly boring and that he desperately needed some dessert to cleanse his palate. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan happily offered to whip up a balanced meal, pointing out that surviving on popcorn alone was highly unhealthy. Devourer immediately shut down the idea with a terrified look. Nearby, Spet smirked, pointing out that things were finally getting interesting. She noted with a grin that the real combatants seemed ready to take things seriously from this point onward. Spet objectively observed that the Wind Extermination War was finally kicking off, promising plenty of action and entertainment ahead. Even after the death of the Red Dragon, nothing had truly changed, though that particular human did look rather impressive. Patrick nods in agreement, admitting that Carter did pretty well, though there are still plenty of flaws in his fighting. Skeptically, he asks what his name is, and Patrick thoughtfully replies that it is Red Dragon. Mel then speaks up with curiosity. Mel admits she is curious about something, prompting a confused Patrick to ask what it is. She then shares her theory about the orcs. They love a full-scale battle on wide-open plains. Yet, from what she can see, it was actually the humans who chose this battlefield. She does not understand why they would choose a plain, wondering if they have lost their will to fight. MJ then points at the map. She sharply analyzes the situation, asking if this is the None plain, since humans usually prefer higher, more defensible ground. Flat ground gives the human forces absolutely no advantage in a fight, making this choice seem incredibly reckless. Patrick praises her sharp assessment, agreeing that the humans have no defensive advantage. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, explaining that even with a massive disadvantage, this is a must-defend spot. Only 2 routes lead directly to the Empire's heart. Patrick outlines the strategic routes, the first being the standard path straight through, which features 6 heavy defensive walls. However, those walls will barely slow Kurak down at all. When Mel asks about the second route, Patrick points out the active teleportation gate near the None plain, explaining that it links directly to the 3rd defensive wall. Hearing this, Bed sighs, exposing the underlying conspiracy. That foolish fat noble gave Kurak a strict deadline, which is why Kurak is specifically targeting that teleportation gate. Skeptical MJ wonders why the humans do not just destroy the portal. Wouldn't defending from behind the safety of the main wall be much safer? Mel chuckles, noting that the young Demon King is smart. But right now, the humans simply cannot do that. Patrick solemnly adds that destroying the gate requires defeating the Holy Knights first. Hearing this, she admits it makes perfect sense. Patrick then declares that this is why he calls this clash the War of Doom. The Orc Horde must finish this within the 3-week deadline. Humanity, on the other hand, is forced to win the battle, while keeping that gate safe. With absolutely nowhere left to run, one side must be completely wiped out here. MJ finds this setup hard to grasp, wondering if the humans are just too weak. Patrick pauses, suggesting the outcome might not be so one-sided. He asks Kobatori to zoom in on the battlefield, prompting Bed to happily activate her magic to reveal the close-up view. Bed playfully tells her to look closely. Patrick then points out that MJ already knows how a single powerful individual can completely turn the tide of a war. Spotting something on the screen, MJ clicks her tongue, while Patrick suddenly gasps in shock. He recognizes a legendary figure, wondering if the humans actually had a secret backup plan all along. Wait, look at this. Patrick urgently asks Kobatori to zoom in on the center of the magic mirror. As the image clears, Patrick is stunned to see a familiar face, wondering why he is there. Flashing back to a few days earlier, Gwyn excitedly runs up to greet Ark, who warmly asks how her training is going. Gwyn grumbles that she is practically dying. She complains that the old master holds nothing back, though she admits it is effective. Rasmer sighs at being called an old man, but moving past the banter, Ark gently asks Rasmer if they can talk in private, and the veteran master immediately agrees. Once they are alone, Rasmer delivers some grim news, revealing that Lord Carter has officially fallen in battle. Ark is stunned, asking if Kurak or a mere gatekeeper did it, firmly believing Carter was too strong for a common guard. Rasmer nods in agreement, stating that while Carter fought Kurak last, the final blow actually came from a holy knight. Processing this shocking piece of information, Ark realizes that the Pope's faction has finally decided to make their move. Now it is absolutely certain. Rasmer solemnly adds that Carter could not even scratch the Holy Knight during their clash, which is extremely concerning. Carter was legendary for his immense destructive power, so failing to bypass their defenses is a massive problem. Ark sighs and nods, agreeing that under normal circumstances, Carter's sheer offense should have easily pierced through. Rasmer gasps in sudden realization, asking if it was the 36 breaths. Ark whispers back, confirming his suspicion. Rubbing his temples, Rasmer asks if it is finally time for a hero to step in. Ark expectantly asks him to join, but Rasmer bluntly refuses, stating he has no desire to get dragged into the temporary commander's messy schemes. Accepting the rejection, Ark sighs, prompting Rasmer to notice his appearance and ask if his face is a magic disguise. Ark admits it is saying it would be troublesome if Gwyn found out before quickly asking how her progress is going. Hesitating, Rasmer confesses he is at a loss for words, comparing her to Bern Heisen and even himself as prodigies. Even Bern Heisen needed a week just to handle a blade, 2 months to mimic lessons, and half a year for complete control. It took him a whole year to forge his own unique style, but Gwyn is a completely different kind of monster. After only a few days of training, starting from being unable to land a single hit, she is already advancing rapidly. During that quick exchange of blows, I naturally landed more hits, but my special training gear could no longer function. It failed to unleash shockwaves. Had I used real weapons, I would have fallen. R listened with deep gratitude. He sincerely thanked the senior for training her. Rasmer calmly replied that she had not mastered her own style, so the training continues. But then Rasmer asked with clear suspicion if R was sending her off immediately. R firmly declared his resolve. It was time to prepare for battle now that the enemies had shown themselves. He knew the Pope's faction would go all out this time. Right before leaving, R left some careful instructions. He urged Rasmer to coordinate with Gin for preparation. Then Rasmer thoughtfully asked if he would be okay. R paused, asking what he meant. Rasmer worriedly explained his concern might look like unwanted interference in his plans. Expanding the war to eliminate the Pope, seizing the holy artifact, and defeating Devourer was indeed a grand goal, but it would be incredibly brutal. Rasmer warned that 10,000 citizens had already died in R's complex game, and that death toll would only multiply. R fell silent. Rasmer then anxiously asked what would happen next. Once Gin discovered the truth, would R be able to handle it? R coldly assured him he would face it. He would face it alone. Cut to the royal court, where Prince Vago arrogantly stepped forward with questions. He demanded to know how R would take responsibility. After all, the temporary commander had not secured a single victory. Did it not prove his incompetence? Vago angrily barked, asking how many noble elites had perished under his watch. How would R resolve this crisis? Had they not already sacrificed too many talented individuals for nothing? Vago sneered, declaring that the Empire would never forgive him. But R remained entirely unbothered, even letting out a chuckle. He lightly laughed in his face. Infuriated by his mocking attitude, Vago bitterly demanded to know what was so funny. Sensing the dangerous tension, the surrounding ministers quickly stepped in, pleading with the prince to calm down. But as R turned to walk away, Vago screamed in fury, demanding to know where he thought he was going. He threatened to strip R of his temporary command immediately, aggressively throwing more insults at his face. Was he truly so desperate for such a petty title? Vago spat, calling him nothing but low-class street scum. R coldly challenged him to go ahead and try. This silent rebellion absolutely terrified the surrounding nobles. They gasped in horror at his disrespect toward royalty. But R calmly continued walking out of the hall. He calmly told him to bear the consequences, leaving the furious prince screaming for the royal scoundrel to stop. Vago felt deeply humiliated. Transitioning to a private chamber, the exhausted emperor let out a heavy sigh. He somberly mentioned the bad news from the war. R knelt before him, honestly taking all the blame. He made no excuses for his failures, but the emperor gently replied that war was always chaotic and meaningless. Only the final outcome mattered. Placing a gentle hand on R's shoulder, the ruler asked a crucial question. He looked into his eyes, placing his trust in him, and asked if R could deliver their victory. R confidently vowed that he would. The emperor patted him, advising him to ignore his foolish second son. R bowed, deeply grateful that his monarch would show such personal care for his state of mind. Pleased with his absolute loyalty, the emperor directly ordered him to go and bring back results. Back in his private room, R bitterly muttered that his complex strategy had indeed cost 10,000 human lives. He collapsed onto his couch, venting his frustration. But his thoughts quickly drifted back to the emperor's heavy hand. He had immediately sensed the dark truth. The ruler was physically ruined and mentally breaking down far too rapidly. He could barely think logically anymore. R silently calculated that they had less than 6 months left. The deterioration was spreading way too fast. R helplessly clutched his face, cursing his lack of foresight. He tried to hold on to his sanity. First physical collapse and now auditory hallucinations. What was next? He felt an unsettling sensation crawling beneath his skin, as if something was slowly invading his body. It felt as if he was slowly morphing into a completely different creature. Suddenly, a creepy noise echoed. He gasped, spinning around in sheer panic. But the dark room was empty. Was he losing it? Right then, Gazo materialized, nagging him about having to clean up after his messes all the time. R offered a sheepish welcome, but she maintained her serious expression, urging him that time was running out. They had to prepare quickly, as the others were already gathering. R calmly agreed, hiding his dark condition. Normally, Gazo asks in confusion, but the church has made no moves yet. R calmly analyzes, suggesting maybe they do not plan to act during this phase. The Pope wants to overthrow the royals and seize absolute power, so they cannot waste forces in battle. But their predictable moves make things quite annoying, making it far too easy to counterattack. Deputy Leader Rennie's claims about luring the Holy Knight were just empty words. She confidently declares that even if the enemy is an incredibly powerful masterpiece, they would still struggle to face both of our heroes now. Woon alone is enough to overwhelm them. But Gazet hesitates, questioning the commander about a certain list. R calmly answers that it lists those who must leave the Anwen Plains battlefield. Realizing the truth, she grows suspicious. Indeed, R firmly orders, they must also lose this battle no matter what. Gazet accepts the plan, asking if he is researching the ancient core again. R dejectedly admits he has found nothing useful yet before shifting the conversation to the Blade Maid Rhine and what they currently know of her. She is definitely a second-generation homunculus. But since all data was wiped, they cannot investigate her further. As for Patrick, a skeleton that incredibly strong must have records somewhere, but with 10,000 men sharing that name, identifying him is nearly impossible. Tracking him down is virtually impossible. Hearing this, Gazot suddenly gasps, remembering she has heard that name somewhere before. Indeed, back when she unraveled a highly powerful spell and thoroughly studied its magic properties, a legendary name suddenly appeared before her very eyes. She speaks of the legendary founding hero Patricio Rand Swiper, whom she once prayed to at his tomb. Suggesting that though it sounds like complete blasphemy to the Empire, he might be Patrick himself. R, however, finds this highly unlikely since Patricio's tomb has remained completely untouched and unexcavated since the day the Empire was founded. A sharp pain racks R's body. Gazo gently hands him a potion, telling him that it is time for her to step in. R stares at her in complete confusion, but she sadly urges him to resign from his current position as acting commander immediately. She begs him to hand over the heavy responsibility and rest, warning that his broken body has finally reached its absolute limit right now. However, R immediately declines thanking her but refusing. Gazo, feeling hurt, asks if he simply does not trust her. He calmly explains that she knows that is not the reason, because in the end he must settle this battle with his own hands. I must end it, he firmly declares. If the enemy is indeed Egan and must die to prevent the Archdevil from rising, then Wuin must act. Meanwhile, back at the assembly, R solemnly addresses the busy crowd gathered here, expressing his gratitude while reminding them that throughout history humanity has constantly struggled against adversity, while building nations in the pursuit of absolute freedom. Despite countless failures, they eventually succeeded in establish this grand empire. But just as he speaks, R suddenly chokes on his words. The crowd gasps in panic, calling out for R. They anxiously ask their commander if he is all right. Grotesque monsters manifest deep in his mind, sparking terror. He desperately tries to resist the mental corruption, opening his eyes wide as he begs for it to stop, but strength fails him. As R collapses, the onlookers scream. In his fading consciousness, he remembers a past talk with Wuin about the existence of such a deadly threat. Back then, she firmly asserted that the creature must die. Strangely at peace, offering a faint smile. He looks up at her beautiful face, silently pleading for her to keep her solemn promise, no matter what. Meanwhile, Vago questions the others, demanding to know if their target is royalty. Another soldier mocks the situation, finding it hilarious that a cowardly royal has actually shown up on the battlefield. Melju's eyes widen, wondering if this royal is actually their leader. Patrick remains highly cautious, skeptical about this so-called leader, who supposedly holds the highest rank among humans. He deeply ponders, doubting whether this royal truly commands. Staring into the distance, Patrick senses that something is off. Their presence in this battle was fully expected, but the timing is wrong. Looking at the map, the capital is safe, and no general mobilization has been ordered. Deploying troops here just to boost morale seems highly unusual. With no real commander in sight, suddenly Patrick freezes. He turns to confront Devourer, asking if his boss secretly sabotaged the human command system behind their backs, flops on the floor, dramatically asking why he is always the prime suspect. Speak the truth, because if you lie to me, I will be absolutely furious. He looks exhausted and deeply embarrassed. Pix presses for answers, demanding to know what he actually did. Swo just collapses onto the floor, completely drained and defeated. He mumbles that he probably did something but has zero memory of it. Meanwhile, Gin stands before a massive double door. Her face darkens with intense gravity as she questions her companion. Garrett, you knew about this all along, did you not? Garrett stammers in panic, but Gin unleashes a heavy wave of magical pressure, demanding a direct answer. Did you know? Sweating profusely, Garrett clenches her fist in resignation. She casts her gaze downward, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Under the crushing weight of the interrogation, she finally confesses that she knew. This drives Gin into a furious rage. Why was it only you? She screams in anger. Behind her, the rest of the group quickly look away, avoiding eye contact. Nobody dares to meet her gaze. But then Gin freezes as a horrifying realization washes over her face. This cannot be. She turns to face the others, realizing she was the only one kept in the dark. She looks directly at Rasmer. Even the old man knew about this. Everyone did. Gin bows her head, completely devastated and deeply wounded by their secrecy. Talk about a painful betrayal. They completely shut her out. Her furious scream echoes loudly, shaking the entire building. Why? She slams her fist into the wooden floor, shattering the boards as deep cracks spread across the room. Weeping in frustration, she demands to know why they did not trust her. If everyone knew, someone should have stopped him. Someone should have prevented things from getting this bad. Tears stream down her face as she grits her teeth in agony. She begs for at least someone to give her an excuse. Rasmer steps forward, dropping to one knee beside her. He gently grabs her tense wrists, telling her to calm down because he never taught her to break things when angry. With tears streaming down her face, her lips tremble as she struggles to speak, completely shattered by the betrayal. Why was she left completely in the dark until everything fell apart? Rasmer grimaces, utterly speechless and unable to answer. Devourer steps forward, his expression cold and analytical as he delivers the harsh truth. The commander simply did not want her knowing. He explains calmly that Rebiston ordered this to remain a secret. It was a truth they had to hide from her. Completely broken, she hangs her head to hide her tears, demanding to know the reason. Devourer pulls his hood up. Looking at her with sharp clinical eyes, he admits he does not know the reason, but they are at war. They simply do not have the luxury of standing around arguing. Hearing this cold dose of reality, Rasmer is visibly startled. She looks back in disapproval at that overly cold behavior, biting her lip in quiet frustration. Her eyes brim with tears. They look at each other, clearly hiding something, while the faces of all three of them go dark. It is a gloomy, distant, and suffocating atmosphere. Garrett looks straight ahead with a cold, lifeless expression radiating a tense, dark energy. He is Edelbria's Grey Biston, commander of the Black Wolf Knights, and the second most powerful figure in the Empire right after the Emperor. This master tactician always plans several steps ahead. Absolutely no knight or citizen would ever dare to question his incredible tactical abilities. Even the Emperor trusts him above all others in the Imperial Court. His commands are always carried out without a single word of protest. Still, Garrett's eyes grow sharp and filled with deep suspicion. He cannot help but wonder if this is truly the correct path forward. Why did the commander hide his conditions solely from Yuan? Of course, she would blame herself, but surely he could have explained. He could have given her a way to move forward. Why hide a secret that is bound to be exposed? Letting doubt fester is incredibly dangerous. Allowing simple doubt to mutate into toxic suspicion is a very dangerous game. She reaches out toward the doorknob, hoping for answers. Suddenly, Garrett's white-gloved hand reaches down and grabs the handle. Desperate to uncover his secrets, she steps quietly into the room. A messy desk covered in open logs and ledgers could finally expose the truth. Meanwhile, two command flags flutter under a starry night. Barisik stands with a serious look, grumbling to himself, acting as the supreme commander when the real chief is missing. How absurd. Sermon tells him to cut the nonsense. Barisik stands there with his arms crossed, projecting an aura of absolute resolve and authority. He reminds everyone they must simply obey the commander's final orders. Sermon nods, listening to the stern warning with absolute seriousness. Understood, young Master Sermon. Sermon's expression grows heavy with determination as his mind drifts back to thoughts of his older brother. He silently promises his brother to stand by the commander until the very end. Just then, an unexpected guest approaches them with a proposal. The visitor asks the Black Wolf Knights if they trust him. Sermon turns in surprise, asking why His Highness came completely unescorted. Vago tilts his head, looking at Sermon with a calm, confident smile. He admits that they naturally have no reason to trust him. He practically defines himself as their enemy. However, his attitude is fair and honorable, revealing the mindset of a true leader. He explains that although he opposes letting one man hold absolute command, they simply cannot maintain their combat formation like this. Sermon still acknowledges him, promising that one day they will face each other fair and square. But first, they must win. Sermon crosses his arms firmly, brows furrowed and lips pressed thin, showing just how seriously he takes this battle. Calling himself a simple, foolish soldier, Sermon claims the prince's words are hard to understand, which only makes Vago flash a subtle, proud smile. Vago declares he needs to earn merit through this war, causing Sermon to raise his eyebrows, his gaze hardening at the words. He speaks frankly, pointing out that since they share a common enemy in the orcs, they should at least unite for this battle. Even if their paths differ, they must fight together now. Vago then asks a question that is both a request and a challenge. He asks if they can cover his back using smooth, carefully crafted words to draw them in and secure their support. Vago admits he originally planned to dump the grunt work on Sermon's squad while keeping all the glory for himself. Hearing this, Sermon looks back, his expression signaling that he is finally starting to accept this unexpected offer of cooperation. Look at this barren, frozen terrain. Vago tells him to check out the sheer massive size of the enemy army. He admits that chasing personal glory now would put the entire empire at risk, adding that despite his dislike, he respects their strength. His realistic offer is blunt and fair, noting they can easily point their swords at each other once this war is over. But for now, he wants to trust them with his back, appealing directly to their shared duty as citizens of the Empire. He speaks not as a prince addressing a Black Wolf knight, but as one patriot to another, stirring up their national pride. Sorman sees right through the proposal, understanding that on the chaotic battlefield there is simply no room left for petty politics. Vago offers a half-joking sigh of genuine admiration, calling it a real shame he cannot permanently command someone so wise. He looks directly at Sorman, waiting with absolute seriousness for a final decision on whether they will join forces. Any lingering doubt melts away as Sorman's tense face softens, replaced by a deep sense of relief and quiet determination. He asks how he could possibly refuse, promising to lay down his life for the cause. Meanwhile, on a cluttered desk, surrounded by sealed secret documents, Gazot stares blankly. Honestly, who could have ever seen this horrific twist coming? Cold sweat pours down her face. Her lips tremble in disbelief as she struggles to process the shocking truth. She silently asks herself how anyone could commit such acts. Elsewhere, massive heavy feet are moving at a rapid pace. Passing a giant scaled skeleton lying cold on the ground, Kadi takes full advantage of the silence to push forward. Moving with intense urgency, he rushes forward to deliver a crucial update from the rapidly developing battlefield. The human forces are already on the move, and the troops are anxiously awaiting their supreme commander's next move. With other leaders already positioned at the front lines, Daru growls a cold, brief command to his subordinate. Telling him to return to the front, Daru looks up at his mysterious commander with a deeply solemn expression. Noting the war has finally begun, Kirk responds with quiet satisfaction, asking in a low, dangerous tone about the hero. Daru confirms the hero's arrival with bloodthirsty excitement, reporting that the target has boldly taken up a position in mid-air. Kirk immediately identifies him with total composure, recognizing the figure in the sky as Xian, humanity's most powerful mage. Daru resolves to eliminate the mage himself, warning that letting a threat like Xian roam free would cause devastating casualties. But Kirk remains highly rational, quickly reminding Daru that he has his own mission and cannot afford to get bogged down here. Showing the calculated coldness of a master strategist, he insists that everything must play out exactly according to their grand plan. Meanwhile, on the active battlefield, rows of heavy iron boots stomp against the frozen ground with rhythmic, terrifying force. Massive waves of human infantry move forward, their polished silver armor gleaming brilliantly under the pale winter sky. Ahead of them, the heavy armored vanguard cavalry sits atop their massive war horses, staring across the endless sheet of white snow. The two massive armies swarm the field like colonies of ants, slowly locking into their final combat formations. On the opposing side, massive green-skinned orcs prepare for the clash, hefting crude weapons that carry devastating power. Their massive heavy feet crush the thick snow with every stride as the gray-skinned warriors form an imposing wall of muscle. They stand shoulder to shoulder, creating an impenetrable wall of flesh as violent winds whip across the chaotic battlefield. With a deafening roar, the orcs charge forward, shaking the earth just as the human cavalry begins to gallop at full speed. The order is given to charge, leading to a brutal, bloody collision between armored human cavalry and the charging orc horde. The pure white snow quickly stains red, turning into a horrific mud pit of blood as hundreds of soldiers clash. Suddenly, a human commander raises his weapon, frantically signaling the front lines to execute an immediate full retreat. A muscular orc warrior stares in complete shock toward the human army as Xian, high above, raises his glowing staff. The staff channels a giant glowing magic circle. He maximizes his mana, unleashing a grand, devastating spell in the middle of a chaotic, multicolored energy field filled with sanctification, 1,000 spikes consuming flames, blinding screams, heavy steps in the swamp landslides, and deathly mist. An orc looks up at the abnormally shifting sky, letting out a strange cry of complete confusion as he wonders what is happening. Devor's cold, highly focused gaze shows the sheer dominating presence of a legendary figure, unleashing a terrifying magical explosion of brilliant gold. Vago struggles to hold the reins as his horse panics and neighs wildly, his face frozen in shock. He wonders if this is truly the power of a hero. In the pitch-black sky, surrounded by the fiery red glow of burning flames, faint magical lights begin to flicker. Human soldiers stand ready on the battlefield, cavalry on horseback surrounded by infantry holding long spears as a massive fireball plunges from the night sky like a meteor. He stands in absolute shock, eyes wide as surprise turns to fear. What on earth is this? A colossal burning rocky mass with deep dark craters is hurtling straight down from the sky. Devor looks incredibly small, holding his meteor staff. His eyes are wide with shock, showing extreme panic and tension. Nearby, a young child looks up at the glowing sky in pure excitement, calling out to his mother to look at the star. Before he can finish, a massive beam of light tears through space, sending sharp debris flying everywhere, through the thick red smoke. Vago waves his hand, ordering his troops to get down as Devor fights with them. Paris asks Sturman with a serious look, wondering if leaving everything to Devor would just end this entire war. The veteran leader hesitates, finding himself shaken. Even a seasoned commander like Sturman is starting to waver. He wanted to tell Paris not to speak nonsense, but Sturman falls silent, feeling both deeply grateful and overwhelmed. Looking back, he admits he is starting to agree. He breaks into a cold sweat, speechless at the sight. The plain of Anon is about to turn into a deep ravine. He stares thoughtfully into the distance. Devour's mana is not infinite, Sturman explains, adding that if the orc army were so easily wiped out, they wouldn't be called the forces of the ancient dungeon. He observes they've actually grown more bloodthirsty. The loss of soldiers only triggers the savage, bloodthirsty nature of the orc race, making them even more violent. Sturman shoulders his massive hammer like a true general, proudly declaring it is time to join the battle. It is time to hunt. Violent explosions and non-stop tremors rumble from afar, showing the terrifying scale of the battle. The deafening noise immediately catches the attention of the frontline soldiers, wondering if the enemy is approaching. Aware of the dangerous wave of orcs coming their way, the commander orders the entire army to hold formation. The frontline braces themselves, tensing every muscle as they prepare to take the direct impact of the rush. But suddenly, the thundering, ground-shaking footsteps of tens of thousands of bloodthirsty orcs rushing forward go completely and utterly silent. The noise stops completely. Out of the smoke steps a giant bizarre foot of deep blood-red color covered in rough skin and sharp claws. The soldiers look up together in sheer terror, their eyes wide as they see what is coming. What on earth is that? Devour's face turns deadly serious, his brow furrowing as a single bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. The ancient dungeon is truly on another level. Who would have thought Kirk would be commanding a beast like this? It has 4 glowing green eyes, a blunt nose, and a gaping mouth filled with sharp fangs. This is the legendary Manticore, one of the 9 sacred beasts. Meanwhile, Devour lies lazily resting his head. He complains about how ugly the beast is, while the others discuss how useful it would be to have. It could easily guard multiple rooms, though. Devour still thinks it is just plain ugly with those 4 eyes. Patrick looks up at an old scroll explaining that while there are many sacred beasts across the land, this Manticore is one of the strongest calamities, one of the 9 split among the seas, sky, and land. In fact, that very Manticore has wiped out dozens of elite A-rank extermination squads in the past. Devour just half closes his tired eyes outright, refusing to bring such an incredibly ugly beast into his dungeon. MJ gently pats his head to comfort him, saying he is still cute. Spec glances over with annoyance. Meanwhile, Devour just lies there lazily opening his eyes to look back as Spet wonders what is happening. She wonders if someone else has appeared outside, but Devour clearly does not want to be disturbed. He grumbles for them to get lost while Spet angrily demands that the annoying intruders leave immediately. Outside, the quiet forest under the dark night glows with a mysterious blue light as sharp eyes watch from the shadows. A radiant purple glow exudes a cold, solemn, and utterly calm vibe. They say Azidahaka has arrived. Adi's face flushes red, showing her bashful, embarrassed, and slightly timid state. Extremely shy, she asks Lord Devour if he really plans to talk in that position. Mel watches Devour's posture and looks annoyed at the lazy guy. Seriously. She expresses total helplessness and annoyance, but still seriously tries to correct him. Boss, please sit up straight, properly. But he just shows his usual lazy, stubborn, and careless attitude, asking what the big deal is since this is his house where he's most comfortable. Devour just stays sprawled out lazily on the floor, which only makes her even more annoyed. He looks totally drained and bothered by her sudden visit, asking why on earth she is there. If it's a favor, he won't do it, so she should just spit it out. Addie's expression stiffens, with tension trying to take charge of the conversation. She tells him she is not here for a favor, but has something important to share. Last time she visited, she witnessed something highly suspicious and felt she should warn him. Devour sits up, finally hooked. He asks her what kind of suspicious thing she is talking about. Adi looks right at him with dead serious, unwavering eyes, calmly revealing that Kurak has been secretly meeting Hesabel. Devour rests his chin, looking nostalgic, wondering if Hesabel is already old enough for that. He remembers her being so tiny. Instead of panicking or getting angry, he stays completely relaxed and calm, remembering how she used to easily devour intruders. He notes her taste is pretty unique, but his casual words shock Adi. Ryan suddenly chimes in excitedly, telling Lord Devour that she is also at the perfect age for dating. She asks what he thinks, leaving Lord Devour completely stunned. Grinning with pure excitement, she squeezes her hands together in front of her chest. Since love is wonderful, Devour panics frantically, waving his hands to calm things down. He tells Ryan to hold on. Nearby, Patrick gasps with a yell, his eye sockets igniting with a menacing blue flame. Patrick demands to know if she is bringing that topic up again. Though annoyed by this drama, Devour refocuses on the matter. He asks why the meeting between those two is so important. Adi doesn't back down, keeping her focus perfectly sharp. With wide eyes, she points out how highly suspicious it is that they met privately right after Kurak declared war. Devour's golden eye flashes like a predator on the hunt, making it hard not to suspect Hesabel's hidden motives too. Patrick ponders the situation, nodding in agreement. If those two met right after, then it definitely looks highly suspicious. Devourer speaks decisively, ordering Patrick to take action. Hearing this, Patrick's eyes flare as he locks into absolute focus. He immediately accepts the order, saying, "Yes, boss." Devourer props up his knee with an arrogant, powerful posture. His eyes glow with a chilling intensity as he looks down coldly, ordering everyone to leave the room immediately, except Patrick. With his face shrouded in darkness, Devourer's sharp golden eyes gleam with a wild, dangerous instinct. He commands him to let no one else in. Patrick bows deeply in absolute obedience, acknowledging the order. Now the room shifts into heavy, gloomy shadows. Adi sits huddled on the ground, trembling with overwhelming anxiety. Something has completely changed. She wonders why the air feels so oppressive, keeping her head low as she panics. She feels totally lost, constantly questioning if she made a massive mistake or did something terribly wrong. Suddenly, someone steps closer to address her. Adi's purple eyes widen in shock as cold sweat drips down her face, her breath catching. Devourer looks down with a cold, overbearing pressure, demanding to know what Jezebel is up to. Adi quickly snaps back up, standing tall to face his overwhelming aura. Glaring straight at him, cold sweat runs down her face. Her sharp claws twitch as she realizes her fatal mistake. She was totally wrong to think Devourer wasn't involved. By walking in here, she has stepped straight into enemy territory. Meanwhile, Devourer's expression remains utterly cold. His sharp eyes glow with a ruthless light as he demands to know what Jezebel did. Adi panics, realizing she has no clue how deep this conspiracy goes, fearing they might eliminate her as the sole witness. Her eyes turn bloodshot, glowing like a reptile. As the proud Azida Haka of Magara, Adi ignites her fierce fighting spirit. She refuses to be pushed around or defeated easily. But Devourer just stands there, staring blankly at her sudden burst of energy with a completely bewildered look. He has no idea what she is talking about, staring at the mess in speechless disbelief. Suddenly, Adi transforms into a terrifying dragon and lunges at him, leaving Devourer asking what she is doing. A massive dark energy and bright purple rings erupt around her, but her eyes show pure terror. Panic and dread consume Adi as she finally realizes the true crushing scale of the pressure facing her. Heavy pressure. What is this? Is there some unseen threat hiding in the darkness? Her jaw drops, exposing sharp, trembling teeth as terror takes over. She is paralyzed with fear. That is when Devourer speaks up. He asserts his absolute authority, generating a suffocating atmosphere as he demands answers. Under his crushing gaze, Ajita Haka immediately loses her confidence. She wonders if she can even win as glowing reptilian eyes stare directly down at her. Bolts of raw energy crackle wildly around them. However, Ajita Haka refuses to cower, stubbornly clinging to her immense dragon pride. As the master of tackle, she knows victory is unlikely, yet blazing beams of light and dark energy erupt from her massive dragon body. Her magic lights up the pitch-black void, determined not to go down easily. Yet Devourer stands right in the center of her storm. Completely enveloped by crackling lightning, he shows no fear, looking incredibly bored. His deep eyes are half closed as he tilts his head. His tired face displays a mix of exhaustion and absolute boredom. Her dark dragon pupils contract as a vibrant purple glow floods her eyes. It is finally happening. Her massive hand, tipped with sharp black claws, begins to move forward in agonizingly slow motion. Eerie purple lightning wraps around her colossal dragon form, radiating immense power. Yet Devourer simply raises his hand to his head. He lazily scratches his messy hair. With heavy dark circles under his dead eyes, he scratches his neck and sighs out a tired complaint. He asks if she can stop doing that because she is being too noisy. He wants her to answer his question about Jezebel. He asks what she is plotting. In stark contrast to her previous terrifying presence, Ajita Haka stands completely frozen, her eyes wide with shock. She is totally dazed. Scratching his head, Devourer sighs and asks why she has been ignoring his questions, wondering if she's clueless too. He lets out a massive exhausted yawn, his tired voice dripping with annoyance. Then he casually adds one more warning. Devourer calmly tells her to stop wrecking his house. Shocked, she immediately dampens her power while Patrick steps forward and bows deeply. He offers a formal and highly respectful apology on his master's behalf. This sudden politeness leaves Ajita Haka feeling flustered. She tries to explain that she had also misunderstood, but Patrick is brutally honest, stating that this mess is entirely Devourer's fault. He tells her that the boss was only showing off for no reason. Annoyed, Devourer objects, asking why Patrick is blaming him for everything. Patrick fires back with a stern glare, reminding his boss that he needs to apologize properly. Hearing this, Devourer slumps back. He cowers in his chair, hands on his knees, and bows deeply with an awkward, sweaty face while muttering a quick apology. Patrick immediately approves, saying that is much better. Meanwhile, Devourer's heavy dark circles stand out as he weakly tries to save face. He grumbles that he only got tense because Patrick was speaking so aggressively. Unimpressed, his loyal butler begins lecturing him yet again. He passionately reminds Devourer that he always acts out and wrecks things whenever he feels stressed. Just thinking about those past events makes the butler look completely serious. Reclaiming some pride, Devourer mutters an apology for everything, his face covered in nervous sweat. He asks if Patrick really has to keep bringing up his embarrassing weak points. However, Patrick does not care at all. He fires back, asking if weak points even matter when the room has been completely destroyed. Watching them, Ajitahaka feels utterly drained. She is exhausted, just watching a supreme overlord get endlessly roasted by his own butler. She wonders if Patrick ever stops. He really does not let things slide for a single second. She cannot comprehend this place. Suddenly, someone speaks up to shift focus. They discuss whether they can actually trust the strange relationship between those two. The crowd whispers, trying to make sense of it. Since the statement was made under a lie-detecting spell, some call it a coward's excuse. Others wonder if using it on oneself works. Devourer analyzes the situation based on their positions and mutual benefits, deciding it is probably best to just trust him for now. People with too much to lose rarely risk lying. Patrick looks thoughtful, his sharp analytical mind carefully processing every detail. He displays his incredible analytical prowess, pointing out that Ajitahaka's testimony directly contradicts Hesabel's suspicious behavior during the council. Their stories do not match up. This implies she was putting on a calculated performance from the start to deceive them all. Patrick tilts his head, his tired eyes still flashing with keen focus. Meanwhile, the suspect claims to have no knowledge of this. He remains unaware of any secret discussions. However, if they spoke with Kirk, it likely involves the details of the ongoing war. Looking directly at Devourer, he asks if the boss has any insight on Hesabel since they know very little about her. Devourer rubs his temples as a headache sets in. He calls out to Patrick, who replies immediately without a single shred of hesitation. Ready for action, Patrick stands and orders the soldiers to draw their swords. Suddenly, a spiky, green-skinned beast bares its fangs. The creature savagely tears into a human soldier before stomping forward, crushing everything in its path under its heavy, massive feet. Towering, muscular orcs, wielding massive clubs and axes, charge down like a raging storm. Watching them advance, Vago grits his teeth. Cold sweat pours down his face as his eyes widen with a mixture of rage and helplessness, feeling completely overwhelmed by panic. He wonders how on earth the enemy managed to summon such an army of beasts. Just then, a panicked soldier reports the situation. Sermon insists that Vago must retreat immediately. Vago, however, responds with a highly sarcastic and mocking look on his face. He shouts in a panic, trying to coordinate the defense. "What is the spear hero doing?" a soldier quickly replies in a rush. He believes the hero is recovering his mana after draining it completely on that ultimate spell. It is going to take quite some time. To fully recover, they turn to look at the massive beast looming ahead. A powerful lion-like body covered in bright orange fur, and a thick ash-gray mane framing its neck. Out of all the monsters here, that manticore is the real nightmare. Vago stares at it. Sweating profusely, his face is a mix of bitter defeat and absolute rage. He grinds his teeth so hard that his jaw muscles bulge. They are nothing but brainless beasts. Are we, the Imperial Army, just going to sit here and overthink our strategy? Meanwhile, Kirk breaks the silence. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, how bad are our losses? Daru steps up immediately, eager to report on the current state of the war. Just as the commander expected, he casually picks up a blue stone from the table, ready to reveal a harsh, brutal truth. Aside from the troops we threw out as bait to distract the spear hero, our casualties are almost non-existent. Kirk calmly analyzes the enemy's fatal mistake. He did not expect that keeping their beast units hidden until now would make such a massive difference. They must have placed way too much faith in their overwhelming military power. They did not even bother to prepare for this. He slightly tilts his head with a sharp, calculating glint in his eyes, reasoning that there must be a cause for their actions. He demands to know if it has been confirmed yet. Daru answers with absolute certainty, his tone submissive yet highly precise. It seems they have just entered the battlefield. Kirk presses down hard on the blue tactical stone sitting on the wooden table. He commands them to prepare for the next phase. All chieftains must now listen closely to the orders of their great leader. Kirk slams his hand onto the war table, placing down a glowing red gem that hints at a completely different strategy. Kirk delivers his final decisive command, telling them to go right ahead and absolutely tear the battlefield apart. Excited cheers erupt from the soldiers. It is the Barris expedition team. Barris has arrived. Sturman radiates an oppressive aura. Heavy pressure fills the air. The heavily armored royal knights listen intently. From this moment on, we operate under the expedition command. Follow the orders of our expedition commander to the letter. The soldiers roar in agreement, shouting their respects to the man. Barris is lying face down in the deep snow. Yet he remains completely calm, holding on to an arrogant, unshakable confidence. They acknowledge him respectfully. Looking closely, Sturman remains cautious and skeptical, demanding confirmation. He needs to be absolutely sure. Are you absolutely certain that beast is a manticore? Meanwhile, the colossal beast itself roars in a violent, bloodthirsty frenzy. Barris responds, telling the commander that he knows his style well. Covered in bloody scratches, his face looks completely wild and unhinged. With a wide grin, he reminds them that he always fights alone. Sturman watches his manic behavior closely before making a choice. It seems you have already started, Sturman notes, promising to clear the others out of his way. Hearing this, Barris growls in response. Fired up and ready to fight to the death, Barris declares he won't hold back anymore. He swings his massive broadsword, drawing a powerful air-cleaving arc. The head of a gray-skinned, bulging-eyed orc is instantly sliced clean off its shoulders. Dark blood sprays everywhere. The lifeless body of the orc falls to the ground, staining the snow, a deep crimson. The manticore lets out a ferocious, savage roar. Undeterred, Barris faces the beast head-on and raises his sword once again. He commands the weapon to drink it all and rise up. Shards of debris are blown back, suspended in the air. The manticore shrieks as a giant web of glowing red slashes tears into its flesh, carving deep wounds across its face. Sturman watches from a distance as dust and debris explode around them. Rumis backs away defensively, her face etched with worry. Is this really going to be okay? Even for Barris, facing that manticore alone seems reckless. Sturman reassures her calmly. Don't worry, Rumis. Once that masterwork is fully activated, trying to step in will only get us in his way. Sturman warns, his eyes glowing with a sharp red light. Masterwork item number 36, Bloody Mary, is extremely dangerous. Once active, it launches a massive area of effect attack that strikes friend and foe alike. He continues, leaving her stunned. As cold sweat drips down her cheek, he notes that the weapon, even targeting its own user, is a major flaw. But Barris actually thrives on that madness. Even if it leaves him severely injured after every battle, he simply doesn't care. Rumis turns to him, showing her genuine concern. By the way, are you all right, sir? Sturman replies with a calm, reassuring nod. Thanking her, he calmly assures her that he is fine. She stands tall, proud of her own strength, and declares her place. I am also a member of the Red Dragon Nikia expedition team. Sturman gazes out, placing his full trust in them. Very well, he apologizes if his concern was unneeded. If possible, he wishes to leave the rest of the fight to them. He admits, noting how overwhelming their numbers are. Still, Rumis confidently assesses the enemy, dismissing them as a mere rabble. Ultimately, they are nothing but a disorganized rabble. In the past, we only struggled because we lacked proper command and manpower. Salman asserts his current advantage as the pressure builds. But things are different now. Almost the entire elite Imperial Expeditionary Force is here. They are all gathered. His gaze does not waver for a second, radiating an overwhelming pressure focused entirely on what lies ahead. A purple-gray beast streaks through the sky at blinding speed. Salman warns them not to charge in blindly, reminding them that their only duty is to defend, not destroy. A quiet "yes, I understand" follows. A heavy silence envelopes them, waiting for the storm to break. A sudden, deafening rumble shatters the quiet. Since the beast appeared, nothing had moved, making this sudden shockwave catch everyone completely off guard. A violent explosion tears through the battlefield, filling the screen with smoke. Amidst the swirling dust and absolute chaos, Grumis looks on in shock. What is this, an ambush? Salman furrows his brow, deep lines of anger etching into his face. This is no time to relax. This is no time to relax. These bastards are led by a muscular monster of a man with dark skin and long, wild hair. His expression is fierce, showing off sharp fangs. Salman realizes their main force has come to find them and instantly barks a loud command. All forces prepare for battle and form up. Grumis freezes as a sudden, desperate voice echoes from somewhere behind her. Are you okay? Vice Captain Grumis' eyes widen, her pupils trembling with a tension so thick you can see the blood vessels. She tells them to quickly fall back. Standing before them is a massive, towering beast of an enemy, staring down with cold malice. He wears the Red Dragon Mantico armor, radiating an absolute peak of bloodlust, raw fury, and untamed savagery. The battlefield lies in ruins. Crushed rocks and debris litter the desolate ground. Barris slowly emerges from the thick, swirling smoke, his body battered and bruised. Red blood and deep scratches cover his face. Damn it, he grunts. What are you planning here? Kirk just smiles with pure arrogance. The enemy leader radiates sheer confidence and a burning desire for blood. He sneers, saying he's just waiting for his turn to fight. He is insanely provocative, admitting he is curious how an ordinary human who is not even a legendary hero can be this strong. He promises that as long as his opponent does not run, he will not even give him a single second to breathe. Barris clutches his head, groaning in sheer frustration. He glares back with a dark warning: if you die here, this war is over. Do you understand? Kirk just smirks, releasing an oppressive, chilling aura. He calmly tells Barris not to worry because that is not happening. Barris responds with a wide, manic grin, showing off his pearly white teeth. Fine, then he says, let us settle this right now. Bring it on, you bastard. Meanwhile, a wounded soldier lies slumped on the cold snow, his forehead bleeding as his eyes stare up in shock. He slowly pushes himself up, looking around in complete confusion. "What happened?" he mutters. "Did I pass out? I definitely took a hit." He clutches his throbbing head, trying to process the chaos. His helmet is long gone, but somehow he is still breathing. Suddenly, fleeing soldiers stampede from behind, knocking him straight back down. "Hey, what are you still doing here?" one of them yells. Soldiers are carrying their bleeding comrades, screaming that a retreat order has been issued. "If you do not want to die, start running." The castle drawbridge is lowered in a desperate rush to let the stampede of terrified soldiers inside. Once safe, they can regroup. Vago gallops past on horseback, bellowing orders at the fleeing troops. "Get inside now," he roars. "We need to reform our lines. Do not panic. As long as the prince is with us, we will be safe." But cold sweat drips down his face anyway. Staring into the distance, he steels himself. Things did not go according to plan, but they absolutely cannot afford to lose more men. On these flat plains, they are sitting ducks. But if they can fall back and defend the castle, there is still hope. Brilliant flashes of colorful magic and lightning illuminate the horizon. Is that the expedition force over there? Vago wonders, his forehead dripping with anxiety. He stares ahead, deeply worried. They insisted on acting independently, and now he can only pray for someone's safety. A soldier suddenly reports that the army has successfully entered the city and urges him to get inside. Vago quickly agrees. Suddenly, a devastating strike rains down from the sky, tearing through the castle. A blinding white column of magic explodes with terrifying power. Covered in cuts and dust, Vago can only stare in sheer horror as the smoke clears to reveal a monstrous new threat. A massive hulking orc aggressively steps forward. "What is this?" Vago gasps as the beast asks if he is the human commander. Ryan half opens his eyes, looking completely bored and indifferent. Everyone was caught off guard by this anticlimactic turn of events, feeling deeply disappointed. It is over, just like that. Devourer, with his messy hair, looks on with a cynical expression. Is that really all they had? He stays realistic, knowing this war is far from over. There are still plenty of humans left, he points out. Do they really think killing one commander ends everything? Bee rolls her eyes, tossing out a sharp, sarcastic remark. She admitted she thought that creature was mute anyway. Sluggish and exhausted, she groans that talking to him makes her feel absolutely disgusted. She bids them goodnight, leaving her communication mirror open. Meanwhile, he keeps his careless attitude, telling the others they should just go home. He feels like taking a walk. Ryan and Bee snap their heads back in absolute shock. Devourer just looks on, completely bewildered. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Bee's shock quickly morphs into worry, asking if he ate something rotten. "So, my lord, how long have you been awake today? Are you losing your mind? You probably ate too much popcorn and should rest." His face is totally blank. Damn it. He just stares in one direction, calmly projecting a quiet, confident, and highly dangerous vibe. "It is nothing. I just want to visit Liadi or maybe the Ennun Plains." "Wondering about Kurak?" he asks. He replies softly, something like that. Just then, Patrick speaks up, saying she is ready, looking completely caught off guard. Shocked by the current turn of events, Bed blurts out, asking if this is more than just a simple walk. Bed stands nearby, urging him to get moving, as Devourer mentions they might need that interesting sword. He edges closer. He leans in and whispers, asking if the boss will bring the shadow of darkness. Devourer just glances back calmly. "No need, since I am going there myself," he replies. She watches them stand around, asking what they are waiting for. He scratches, his head stammering that it is nothing. Suddenly, Devourer's eyes turn sharp and filled with murderous intent, whispering that he wants to talk with Hesabel for a bit. Bed's face turns deadly serious, giving a knowing look and asking his plan. "Does the boss need backup?" "No need," he answers calmly, already having a plan in mind. He decides to ride, thinking it should fly pretty well. Hearing this, Addie gapes in shock while the dark sky turns blood red. The bloody war rages on. Daru narrows his eyes, staring ahead in deep thought as Kirk offers his sincere respect. He admits his admiration, thanking them for the gathering and noting that humanity actually possesses some pretty impressive talents. The elder agrees as long as he is pleased. Daru then turns to Barris, asking what to do with the corpse. Should they hold a burial like Kurt's and return the weapon to the chief? That is too much trouble, so just return both. He asks if they are sure, since that weapon is an absolute masterpiece. Kirk turns away, claiming that if they knew they took it, human morale would utterly collapse. But he argues it does not matter, since masterpieces cannot threaten them. His pensive, serious face shows he knows their morale is already pretty low anyway. Meanwhile, the weapons continue to clash violently. White lights explode as debris flies across the blood-soaked battlefield. Soman grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into his weapon arm. Furious as he is, he must admit that strike was not bad for a damn orc. Kantung ducks low, leaning on his axe with pure ecstatic excitement, praising the human for such a great fight. It has been ages since he faced a warrior this strong and skilled. Meanwhile, Sturman's wrinkled face shows absolutely no fear, as he remains confident in his own abilities, believing that while the enemy is strong, he is not unbeatable. Suddenly, his eyes go wide and his gaze freezes as the battlefield erupts with continuous violent surges of energy. Kantong asks with a hint of disappointment, wondering if the other humans are distracting him from their duel. Soman bluntly fires back that an animal like him would never understand, but the beast just warns his enemy. He tells him to pay close attention because right now things are changing. Kantong's eyes turn sharp and deadly. Staring at him with intense malice, he warns that no one has his back anymore. Soman just mocks him calmly. He calls it a pretty cheap provocation, but the beast insists he is only speaking the absolute truth. Kantong points. Now look at that. Kantong simply points toward the far distance, telling him to gaze at the ultimate proof. Hanging on the wall is Prince Vago's severed head. Since their prince was captured, the battle is already lost. Loud frantic cries echo as the soldiers charge in waves at the orcs, desperate to avenge their fallen prince. The orcs block their retreat, taunting them and asking if they will really run when the enemy is right ahead. But terrified, the soldiers scream that they cannot possibly win against such a monster, urging everyone to run. They desperately cry out for the count. Daru glares at them with pure disgust, calling them pathetic creatures. As a collapsed soldier looks up in horror, Daru raises his massive weapon ready to strike him down. But out of nowhere, Gin suddenly appears, easily stopping the giant blade with his bare hand. Soman clenches his fist in pure satisfaction. As a furious Daru lunges forward, Soman mutters that it has been quite a while since he had a real fight, wondering how he will do. His eyes burn with absolute determination to win. But first, a quick warm-up is needed. Razmir, his face covered in blood, winces at a sudden, desperate cry. Thank goodness, she screams, looking back just before the massive beast swallows her whole, begging him to hurry. Razmir clenches his fists in despair, forced to watch the poor girl get torn apart after her final warning. He grits his teeth as his expression darkens, hearing someone desperately begging him to spare their life. Raising his hands in panic, the man begs, claiming he was only following orders, while a corpse lies behind. With bodies piled along the hallway, the man barely lets out a cry before Razmir swings his sword down. He screams that he was only following orders. Elsewhere, Razmir stands with a cold, indifferent expression as curses rain down upon him, calling him a bastard. The so-called hero could do such a thing. Coughing up blood in sheer agony, the victim screams, asking how he of all people dared. With a sharp flash in his eyes, Razmir drives his blade straight down, completely ignoring the desperate, agonizing screams. It was truly insolent. As an old man, he calmly hears a familiar voice calling out to him. He remembers a young, smiling Bern Heisen, raising a practiced sword and shouting. Then a grown-up Bern Heisen raising his hand to block a strike, calling out the same word. In his head, he sees a memory of Bern Heisen putting on his armor and turning to say, "Master." Razmir smiles faintly, lifting his gaze to see the young man smiling, raising a fist in farewell. He tells his master that he is heading off. Nearby on the table rests a beautifully prepared plate of beef. Finally, Razmir looks down, his fingers tightening around the edge of the table as he speaks. He tells Bern Heisen to go. Meanwhile, in another room, Gin raises a clenched fist, angrily demanding to know why she cannot join them. A cold voice informs her that it is Princess Rebecca's direct order. The hero Gin must stay behind and focus on defending the imperial capital. Furiously, she snaps back, asking if she should not be out there slaughtering the monsters to protect it. Another official calmly replies that he understands, but her mere presence at LAZIEST is what they truly need right now. They explain that her staying will reassure the citizens. Gritting her teeth, Gin looks up at the three knights standing before her, shouting about what kind of nonsense logic that is while everyone else is risking their lives out there. He gently reassures her, asking if the warriors on the field are not the absolute strongest elites of the empire who deserve her trust. Gin raises her fist, arguing back that she does trust them, but that is not the issue. She belongs on the front lines. Suddenly, Razmir reaches over and firmly presses Gin's head down, calling her a brat. He lifts her up as she frantically struggles to break free, yelling at the old man to let her go. Razmir simply bids them good luck and patting her head to quiet her down. He points out she is blaming the wrong person, making her look up and demand who else she should blame. Razmir calmly explains that there is a deeper reason behind all of this. Back in the present, chaos erupts around them with loud shouts. Panicking guards and servants yell for the intruder to stand back, demanding to know what is happening as panic spreads. They scream at him for daring to point a filthy blade at the princess, but Razmir ignores them, calmly placing his sword directly against Princess Rebecca's neck. He mockingly greets her, driving her into a furious rage at his absolute audacity. The spoiled princess shrieks that she will have his head displayed on the city gates. Standing nearby, the crown prince snaps at her to shut her mouth. Shocked, Rebecca looks at her brother, who is scowling deeply as he steps forward to intervene. He apologizes for his foolish sister, but then demands to know when this legendary figure returned to the capital without warning. The crown prince glares intensely at the old man, addressing him directly as the legendary hero Lord Razmir Loner. Rasmer tilts his head with an amused look, noting how long it has been since they last met during the Demon King's subjugation. The crowd gasps, whispering in disbelief. They wonder how Rasmer, the legendary hero of the previous generation, could look so run down. Ignoring their whispers, Rasmer looks at the Crown Prince and suggests skipping formalities given the urgency of the situation. He states that he has only one request. The entire room gasps in shock as he demands they immediately deploy Gin Historia to the Annam Plains. He looks around the room stating that he understands the nobles' desperate situation. However, their selfish intentions are far too obvious. Trying to chain down the hero with weak excuses is simply pathetic. The Crown Prince scowls as Rasmer lays out the brutal truth. They are only keeping Gin close as a glorified bodyguard waiting to escort the high-ranking cowards if they need to flee. Rebecca glares at him, absolutely seething with rage. But the old hero is not done. He demands to know what kind of fool would divide their forces in such a desperate hour. He remarks that if this foolish plan came from the royal family, then the empire is doomed. Rebecca snaps, screaming at the guards, demanding to know why they are just standing there instead of saving her. The nervous soldiers quickly raise their weapons, shouting at the old hero to step away from the princess immediately. Suddenly, a loud command echoes through the hall, ordering Gin Historia to subdue the former hero immediately. Gin looks completely conflicted, hesitantly calling out to him. Rasmer simply smiles, calling her kid, which makes her eyes widen in surprise. He urges her not to let herself be chained down by the Empire, then turns his gaze to the soldiers behind. He asks if they truly think he would hesitate to strike down royals just because he is retired. In this crisis, the Crown Prince frowns and quickly commands his guards to drop their weapons, leaving the soldiers completely stunned. Head down, his entire face sank into the shadows. "We will grant your demand. Just release the princess first." Then out on the battlefield, excited cheers erupt. It is Gwyn. The hero, Gwyn, has arrived. What a miracle. Is that really the hero? Rasmer turns toward her, blocking a giant spiked mace with one hand as he yells, "Gwyn! Gwyn!" Hearing this, she shoots him an annoyed look. Is that supposed to be a joke? How lame. The opposing giant orc is sweating, thinking in sheer shock. What is this? What kind of monster is this brat? He stares at Gwyn's effortless stance. Gwyn pondering. He used all his strength to pull, yet she didn't budge. She completely ignored him just to chat. Is he a joke? The orc's eyes turn bloodshot as he lets out a thunderous roar. Hearing the noise, Gwyn raises her fist. She leaps into the air and throws a heavy punch, yelling in disgust about how noisy he is. Then she lands gracefully. Rasmer looks over and grumbles that her style looks nothing like what he taught her. Gwyn furiously raises both of her fists. What, we are going to wipe them all out anyway. Gwyn stomps her foot hard on the ground, urging everyone forward. There is no time to waste, let's move. She dashes at full speed toward the fortress, yelling not to fall behind. Keep up, old man. Rasmer looks up and sighs, muttering about how she has absolutely no respect for her master. He turns to a nearby soldier, asking if they have seen any of those so-called holy knights out on the battlefield. The soldier bows his head nervously, stuttering that everything was too chaotic to see. Rasmer walks forward, saying he understands. He orders them to guard the fortress instead. The confused soldier asks what he plans to do. Rasmer glances back. What else? We have to win this war. Nearby, a holy knight watches the retreating backs of Rasmer and Gwyn. He mutters that this was never part of the plan. A hero leaping into battle to prevent useless sacrifice is quite something. Maybe a hero really is just a hero. Standing tall, he looks over, noting that their arrival changes nothing. The final outcome is already written in stone. Besides, the Holy Emperor explicitly ordered them not to engage those two. The knight turns to leave, whispering that he will return to the Pope. Suddenly, he freezes and looks up at the sky. He lets out a confused hum, staring intently at the clouds, unsure of what he just saw up there. Meanwhile, Patrick respectfully reports to his boss that they have finally arrived. He looks up at his leader. Devourer stands on the back of Adi in his massive dragon form. Meanwhile, Gwyn drives her fist directly into an orc's gut. She effortlessly takes him down. Another orc turns his head in absolute disbelief, screaming that she did it in a single strike. Rasmer quickly closes the distance, asking if this is really the time to be distracted. The startled orc looks up in panic. He is already standing right in front of him. Rasmer swings his blade, slashing the orc open as fresh blood sprays. He clicks his tongue in dissatisfaction, muttering that the cut was too shallow. Suddenly, a massive hammer flies straight at him. Did he just throw his weapon away? The wounded orc clutches his chest, curses, and turns to run. Gwyn immediately chases him. Hey, where are you going? Stop right there, Rasmer shouts to stop her, warning her not to pursue him any further. Standing on the blood-stained snow, he reminds her that there is still plenty of work left for them to finish here. Somewhere else, Patrick looks down from above and chuckles, noting that things are finally getting interesting. Standing on Adi's back, he watches the battle unfold. Is that the famous Iron Fist? He has seen plenty of heroes, but none quite like this. With that kind of power, isn't he the absolute strongest among humans? Devourer sits nearby, listening to him ramble. He warns him to be careful not to fall off. That guy is indeed pretty strong. What was his name again? Patrick gapes. He frowns, unsure of the hero's identity, and shrugs. He thinks that might be his actual name. Adi turns his massive head. He asks them if the appearance of the human hero means that Kurik has already lost this fight. Patrick quickly replies that it is highly unlikely. No matter how strong he is, he cannot take on an entire army alone. In fact, he might not even win a direct one-on-one duel with Kurik. Looking down, Patrick firmly believes victory is theirs. The orcs will definitely win. Still, it is hard to wrap your head around just how deep Kurik's hatred for humanity goes. Even Erebos did not go all out like this. Devourer raises his eyebrows, demanding to know what Patrick actually means by that. What is there to explain? He brought his entire army of Nilkumbul just to slaughter humans. That is true, is it not? But Devourer immediately objects, shaking his head. He does not think that is the case. Kurik does not hate humans that much. Far from it. Meanwhile, massive black wings flap as a giant bird takes flight. Kurik sits with his arms crossed on its back. He angrily curses those useless trash. They boasted about blocking the hero from joining the fight, and yet look at them now. Daru immediately asks for his next orders. Commander, what is the plan? If we push forward, regardless of casualties, we can still win. He can still take the city. Glancing at the communication device, he demands to know how many troops are left as Daru's voice crackles back. Around 100,000. Daru notes that while Razmir's reinforcements help, the complete absence of their leaders is absolutely fatal. Facing the heroes now means absolute annihilation, especially against that dangerous swordsman leading the charge. Staring at the warrior's distant silhouette, Daru recalls wanting to face him alone once they finally captured the stronghold. Even with a late arrival, that man quickly mastered the battlefield. What a brilliant tactician. Meanwhile, Kirk rides high on a giant eagle, shouting out a command. Daru quickly acknowledges before steering his beast away to order a full retreat. Below, Gin stares at Chuterman's lifeless body on the cold ground, barely holding back her tears as she whispers an apology. Bowing her head, she blames herself, wishing she had arrived just a moment sooner. Nearby, Razmir surveys the fallen bodies. The casualties are devastating. Everyone severely underestimated Kirk. Taking down the orc chieftain was indeed a massive victory. But with things this chaotic, the fall of LAZIEST is only a matter of time. Suddenly, a heavily bleeding soldier approaches. He asks if the hero has arrived. Razmir immediately turns, demanding to know who this injured man is. Clutching a set of crimson armor, the man introduces himself as Kaban, the Red Dragon, slaying squad's vice-captain. Razmir gasps in shock. Recognizing the armor, Razmir watches as Kaban kneels, explaining it belonged to his captain before the orcs stole it. Razmir places a hand on his shoulder, urgently asking where Vice-Captain Rennie is. Kaban grits his teeth in pure agony. Forcing out the words he remembers, screaming frantically in the middle of a blazing fire, trying to stop her. He remembers begging Renmei to stay back, but she kept struggling, desperately trying to reclaim something from the orc. Demanding the monster return it, she lunged toward the glowing mana stone, screaming that the treasure did not belong to him. Kaban chased after her, only to watch a massive blue explosion erupt before his eyes, screaming out in utter despair. Back in reality, Razmir grits his teeth and realizes she chose self-destruction. Kaban bows his head, confirming the tragic truth. Clutching the armor to his chest, Kaban explains that these remnants are all that remain of his fallen leaders. He begs Razmir to inherit it, prompting the hero to look him in the eyes and solemnly accept the sacred duty. Suddenly, a loud shout about the Holy Knights startles Razmir. Gin stands up, her body surging with powerful energy. She recalls Renmei mentioning that the Holy Knights had joined forces with the monsters to betray them. The warriors who blocked their path earlier were definitely Holy Knights, meaning they must still be lurking on this battlefield. Razmir frowns deeply, admitting that in this absolute chaos, finding their exact location is going to be incredibly difficult. But Gin immediately stomps her foot onto the ground, sending massive ripples of sensory energy expanding outward. Turning her head, she confidently announces she has located them. High in the clouds, Patrick watches with a grim expression. He notes that the humans are retreating. Devourer quietly asks if they are heading toward the city center. Looking through his magic lens, Patrick observes the retreating orcs, realizing they no longer see any benefit in staying. It seems they plan to completely destroy the center of the region before pulling back to their main capital. Hearing this, Devourer lets out a lazy yawn, realizing the conflict will soon shift away from humans versus orcs. Patrick agrees. Standing on Adi's massive back, Devourer gazes down at the unfolding chaos, ready for what comes next. The war between the Imperial Army and the Holy Order is about to erupt. He asks Patrick what he thinks will happen. Patrick stares down, admitting he cannot be entirely certain, though the grim situation points to only one inevitable outcome. Devourer falls completely silent for a long moment before uttering the grim truth. The Empire is facing total destruction. Leaning back, Devourer lets out a heavy sigh, noting how troublesome this is unless something rises to replace the Empire. Patrick calls out to his boss, still confused about what Hesabel is actually plotting behind the scenes. He suspects Devourer has already figured out her grand plan, asking him directly if his guess is correct. Devourer looks up at the sky, giving a casual nod, which immediately causes Patrick to shout in pure excitement. He knew his boss intervened for a reason, his voice echoing loudly through the quiet open sky. Patrick's expression suddenly darkens as he sternly reminds his master to keep the promise made between them. Glancing back, Devourer tells him that is exactly why he is heading out, urging him to stop looking so terrifyingly angry. Looking down from the heights, Patrick asks what the next move is. After a brief pause, Devourer admits his ignorance. He confesses he has no clue where Hesabel is, suggesting they head toward Liad first. As Adi breaks into a cold sweat. Shivering with dread, the beast flies on. Later that night, a dark echoing voice declares that the wait is finally over. He looks toward the woman opposite him, introducing the Vice Commander Lord Garrote and Nelia while excitedly spreading both his hands. He asks. The entire artificial unit is fully prepared for deployment, and he awaits the order to proceed or not. Daru holds the communication device with both hands, listening to the voice. Did you order a retreat? Kirk, leaning back in his chair, replies as the commander. I am only ordering my own legion. Do you have a problem with that? The other end of the line asks back, wondering if it is a complaint or simply clarifying intentions as partners sharing the same fate. If you had kept marching, you could have wiped out the Imperial army, so why did you hold back? He holds out his glass for a refill, casually pointing out if that was not exactly what they wanted. The other end stammers in confusion. What do you mean? Kirk squeezes his wine glass calmly, explaining that they might have retreated, but the Imperial army has dissolved and they will surely return to Liade. When those survivors return there, he tilts his head back to finish his drink, adding that human emotions are easy to predict. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, the voice of Kirk echoes. Let me ask you this, what have you done? Pope Euronisia sits in his chair, bathed in the dawnlight, listening to every single interrogation from Kirk. Our forces fulfilled their role and even secured a victory. But during that time, what did you do? Because you broke your promise and failed to keep the heroes in Liade. Many of my brave soldiers had to die. The outstanding leaders who should be leading their tribes have now all fallen down. He continuously raises his voice to interrogate, stating his grief is so deep he could vent all of it on him. So what did you do? Answer me. Pope Euronisia clicks his tongue, saying he has absolutely no words to defend himself. He looks up and explains those heroes displayed strength that was far beyond their calculations. Kirk immediately interrupts. That is your problem, since you could not keep even a single promise. His voice drops low, exclaiming, even so, Kirk, am still willing to give you one more chance. Euronisia is so furious that veins bulge on his face, asking, what do you mean by a chance? In his heart he thinks with contempt, how dare this lowly beast say anything? He is startled and shocked when he hears Kirk explain, when the defeated Imperial army returns to Liade, chaos will surely erupt. Now it is your turn to collapse the Empire from within. On the other side, Daru firmly grasps the communication device in his hands. Kirk holds his glass of wine motionless, waiting for Euronisia's response. Suddenly he opens his mouth and bursts into a wild, arrogant laugh. Kirk's laughter quickly echoes throughout the area. Tilting his head back, he sips his wine, hearing Euronisia's voice in his ear, apologizing as he didn't expect him to have such a plan. His voice cannot hide his growing curiosity as he asks what exactly it is that Kirk wants. Kirk casts a side glance to destroy the heroes and divide the Empire according to their covenant. Euronisia clasps both hands together, smiling at the transmission device. Very well, I accept your request. The corner of his mouth curls up as he adds, but shouldn't they maintain a strong and lasting friendship even after the entire Empire falls? Perhaps they should build some trust between them. Kirk looks at the blue wine swirling in his glass, remaining silent, with no reply. On the other side, Euronisia narrows his eyes, speaking, we have clearly heard your wishes, so, until we meet in Liade next time, that is all. In the main hall, Daru reports that the connection is cut. Commander Kirk squeezes his wine glass, asking how the funerals of the chieftains are being conducted. Daru's voice replies, each tribe has carried out the rituals with utmost reverence. The elder bows respectfully upon hearing the commander's orders. Tell the families of the deceased that I will personally compensate them and let them know I will reorganize the forces of the tribes whose chieftains were ruthlessly slain. Kirk calls out. Elder Daru looks up and replies in agreement. Yes, Commander. He closes his eyes and raises his chin, blaming his own incompetence for the loss of so many tribal leaders. Daru immediately denies it, saying, no, it is absolutely not your fault. Inside the grand hall, Kirk looks forward solemnly. This is the final step. Let us march to Liade. The elder and the others shout in unison. We shall obey your command, Commander. Inside the grand hall, a voice exclaims in admiration as expected of a hero. Gin clenches his fist and strikes towards the source of the voice. The holy knight leaps back to dodge. Incredible. It is clear he is completely unharmed, yet it feels like he is in pain. He lifts his eyes, revealing a crimson pupil, adding that he is no threat to him at all. Rasmus stands beside him, looking over to ask if that is his resolve. The Holy Knight bows his head and says, coldly, calling it a masterpiece. Sounds quite irritating to him. This is a sacred relic, a supreme sacred relic. He spreads his arms, shouting. Even with two great heroes standing before him, the Holy Knight boasts that no one can leave a single scratch on his armor. As long as he stands guard, they will never get near, but Gin simply stomps her foot hard to build momentum. Charging forward with blinding speed, she lunges in and delivers a massive punch that completely shatters his balance. His feet slide back uncontrollably, and Gin immediately presses her advantage, sweeping his legs to knock him down. He falls, and though Gin suddenly feels a wave of intense dizziness, she refuses to let him escape. She closes the distance and raises her fist, leaving the terrified knight wondering why no one warned him. A blinding blue light erupts from her fist, unleashing a powerful energy that shatters the ground into pieces. Gin's eyes widen as doubts flood her mind, wondering if her allies hid the truth out of distrust. Her heavy fist slams into his golden shield, bitterly questioning if she even deserves to be called a hero. Blown back by the impact, she looks up with a desperate need for answers, watching the knight raise his shield. Why did they keep secrets? Gin watches in silence as he raises his massive sword, preparing to strike her. She had only wanted total honesty from those around her. Leaping high, she narrowly avoids his lethal counterattack. Determined to be a reliable hero that everyone can depend on, she lands gracefully back on the ground. She clenches her fist and charges forward, moving with such explosive speed that she leaves only an afterimage. Vowing to become a true hero today, Gin drives her fist straight toward his massive shield once more. The Holy Knight smirks, confident in his defense, but his smile quickly vanishes as absolute disbelief fills his eyes. Gin gets no rest and immediately rains down a relentless barrage of heavy punches on the struggling knight. He blocks desperately, yet her raw power still breaks through his guard, completely shattering his sense of reality. He struggles to absorb the heavy impacts, but her fists relentlessly slam into both sides of his face anyway. Shocked, he realizes her blows are piercing right through his sacred relic, leaving him in absolute disbelief. Gin gathers a massive surge of energy into her fist, preparing to deliver a devastating and final strike. His face twists in agony as her fist slams straight into his gut, while Rasmer watches silently from the sidelines. Seeing her easily defeat the knight, he wonders if an old warrior like him even deserves his former title. Meanwhile, Gazot stands before a raging sea of flames, watching in horror as the city burns at midnight. He wonders if this was the commander's actual plan, while the masked subordinate asks if he already knew. Knowing a plan is one thing, Gazot shouts, but seeing this brutal reality with his own eyes is entirely different. Staring into the fire, he mutters that the acting leader would simply call this a necessary sacrifice. Hearing the agonizing screams echo, he questions if these innocent dying citizens are truly just acceptable losses. Gazot stands frozen on the spot, deeply worried about how Gin will react to this horrific scene. Suddenly, another masked scout arrives with urgent news reporting that the orc army has breached the second wall. Surprised by their incredible speed, Gazot asks if they are heading straight toward the Imperial Palace. The soldier confirms that Kurak is leading their entire military force from the front line, heading straight for them. The subordinate urges him to decide immediately, just as a familiar voice calls out to him from the distance. Shion approaches from the distance, announcing that everything is ready, and Gazot quickly looks up to greet him. Gazot asks if the gear is set, and Shion nods, having received it already from Gin and Rasmer. They will arrive shortly. Shion is slightly taken aback when Gazot suddenly praises his incredible strength. She looks away, muttering that she was prepared to obey any command, no matter how extreme. She desperately wanted to believe that whatever he did, regardless of the brutal consequences, was ultimately for the good of the Empire. Her head drops as her face sinks into shadow, unable to find comfort even after witnessing this chaotic tragedy. Gazot watches in confusion as Shion calmly declares that this is precisely why it must be done. A blue light begins to glow around his legs as he calmly accepts their heavy and dark responsibility. Since they caused this chaos, they must take full responsibility and accept whatever harsh punishment awaits them. Gazot nods silently to show he understands, and Shion quickly turns around, departing to complete his final and crucial mission. Whispering the word punishment, Gazot bows his head while the female commander calmly prepares her next move. Once Shion completes his mission, carry out the plan she orders as her subordinate bows to obey. Understood, I will get things ready. Devourer looks up at the night sky, wondering if they have arrived in LAZIEST. Resting on his hands, he asks in sheer amazement. Taking a carriage would have taken about 2 months, so you are incredibly fast. Patrick, standing right behind them, poses the question. This is nothing. Didn't the boss also reach Lady Mel's castle in under half a day? At that moment, Adi, drenched in sweat, turns her head to look at the 2 riders on her back, silently cursing them for treating her like a mere beast of burden. She screams in absolute frustration, telling Devourer to take off his damn cloak immediately. But Devourer gently shakes off that annoying memory and protests. He insists it was just an accident, and he already apologized to Mel for dropping it. Patrick frowns quietly, explaining that it was not just a mere mistake but a total failure. He watches Devourer turn, his head to glare gloomily at him, wondering why he's getting such a dark look. Devourer's eyes narrow as he begins to calculate. If he just pushes Patrick off, he won't have to listen to any more nagging, but doing that might cause a severe backlash. Sighing in defeat, Devourer decides to let it go. Observing this reaction, Patrick silently remarks that his master is just overthinking things again. You are exhausting yourself with useless thoughts again. He then looks ahead and asks what Devourer plans to do next. Hesabel has not shown up yet. Even if she is around, she must be deep underground. The key players will never show themselves so easily. Adi looks down and suggests going down, but points out there are still too many people around. Devourer immediately stops her, telling her to just hover around a bit longer. He rests his chin on his hand, adding, "It will take a few more hours." A golden light flashes in his eyes as he looks down, knowing Hesabel is quite cunning. Deep inside the cathedral, a voice calls out to His Holiness. He turns around to hear that the orc horde has breached the second wall. The soldiers are defending the ramparts with everything they have, but with flying beasts dominating the sky, it seems they are struggling heavily. Uranesia offers a gentle smile, praising his brother for a job well done. The Imperial Baron also smiles, raising his hand to assure him that servants will be waiting downstairs so he can rest. Coughing slightly, the brother offers his thanks. Uranesia glances over, reminding him that he does not need to worry about such trivial matters. The Baron looks ahead with a smile, claiming it is vital to win over the entire clergy of the order. Everyone here is destined to lead the empire. Hearing this, the old man replies that a blessing worthy of such dedication will surely be granted to the Baron. Right after that, a servant enters and loudly reports to the Pope that the esteemed Holy Knight has finally returned. Uranesia immediately announces he will personally welcome him. Inside the grand hall, amidst the rumors, his voice echoes. He welcomes the knight, stating he has been waiting for him. The followers applaud as the Holy Knight gives his response. Addressing him as Your Holiness, Uranesia embraces him warmly, expressing deep gratitude for his immense efforts. After that, the old man grabs the knight's shoulders with concern, asking why he looks so troubled and if something went wrong. The knight bows his head in self-reproach, explaining that while defending the core, they ended up clashing with Gin Historia. He admits they lost many brothers in that battle. Uranesia gasps in utter shock, claiming he completely understands. He embraces the knight again, comforting him. He says it is fine and that he is just glad his brother returned safely. His survival after facing that dangerous heretic must mean something. But at that moment, the knight opens his eyes and quietly whispers that all the heroes have been dealt with. He asks if Uranesia can hear the marching of the massive orc army. Uranesia narrows his eyes with a satisfied smile, praising his immense dedication to their grand righteous cause. Turning to the followers below, he announces that all their brothers have finally gathered before the holy war officially begins. With the orcs advancing so rapidly, they must speed up their plans. The knight's role will become even more crucial. He tells him to go prepare, but suddenly the knight's next chilling words make Uranesia freeze in his tracks. The knight asks if this is really everyone, looking around to see if anyone else is coming. Uranesia falls backward in shock. Gasping for his brother, the Pope suddenly realizes something is terribly wrong. His eyes widen in panic as he demands to know his identity. A blue light flashes from above, stripping away the disguise to reveal Sean's true face looking down. Sean assumes everyone is present. Uranesia screams in terror, realizing he is looking at the legendary hero Sean Suzuki. He demands to know how Sean got there, asking if the High Command was the one who sent him. Sean quickly denies it, mentioning he heard the acting commander went unconscious. Cold sweat pours down Uranesia's face as he mutters, if the tracker Gazzo caught on to them. Standing up abruptly, he tries to persuade Sean, saying he does not know why Sean came, but the Empire is doomed. He urges Sean to join their holy order instead. But without a single shred of hesitation, Sean coldly declines. He floats up into the air as intense power begins to manifest. Magic lights flash as he declares that this is the end for everyone. Uranesia gasps, her mouth hanging open, staring at the blinding light above, frozen in place. Along with Cian's voice, a massive explosion instantly engulfs the entire square. The masked bike mule looks into the distance with suspicion, acting deputy commander. What is that? Garrett looks at the blue light flashing on the communicator and explains that it is the Pope's pendant, which the acting commander had secretly stolen beforehand. His breath has stopped, making the warrior ask if Cian is the one who acted. She steps forward and confirms it. Garrett walks ahead with a serious expression, saying that now is the time to end this war immediately. Up in the sky, Patrick looks back at his boss. Devourer stands up, letting out a heavy sigh. Honestly, his entire body rapidly shifts into his boss monster form. Cian really did it. He actually acted. Devourer tilts his head, wondering aloud why humans never seem to understand anything. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Gwen widens her eyes in disbelief and screams Geralt, what the hell is going on? His voice crackles back, I am sorry, my lady, I plan to tell you one day. Geralt purses his lips and speaks softly, I cannot hide it anymore. This is the truth they have kept hidden. Gwen looks up, watching a colossal creature descend from high above, landing right in front of her. In a corner, Harris reaches out and grabs a switch, pulling it down with all his might. Harris looks at the test subjects breaking out of the glass pods and shouts, it is finally done, everything is unleashed. Now, show me the results of your research. He watches them charge forward, screaming, Children of Chaos. Suddenly, a massive, heavy axe chops violently at an incoming tentacle, spraying purple blood. A child of chaos opens its maw and lunges straight ahead. Kirk remains completely calm, swinging his weapon to slice through the enemy. Just as his axe slaughters one beast, the remaining monsters charge at him all at once. Purple blood continuously splatters and pools onto the ground. Kirk turns around, staring at their corpses scattered on the floor and wondering what these things are. A round-faced orc shouts they have no intelligence nor any purpose. Yet, are they actually living entities? They just attack everything they lay eyes on. Daru approaches from the side, asking out of concern what the commander plans to do now. Their army's losses are heavy, but they can still push forward. Kirk looks up at the Children of Chaos, who are attacking the other orcs, and mutters, we had no intel on the Empire. Having such a force, could this be their doing? Daru urges him with a dead serious expression, I do not know, but you need to make a decision right now. Hearing this, he slowly closes his eyes. Suddenly, the words of Devourer echo deep inside Kirk's mind, remembering how he promised to give them 3 weeks. Recalling this, he throws his head back and lets out a series of roars. The surrounding orcs hear it, turning to look at their leader. Kirk collapses to his knees, screaming toward the heavens. His deafening cry echoes across the entire battlefield. Outside, the ground begins to swell and rupture. Even the Children of Chaos flying above are startled, watching the earth burst open. Hazebel erupts from the ground, rising to her full height. Massive boulders cascade down from her body, completely crushing the surrounding buildings. Witnessing this colossal sight, the Children of Chaos turn their gaze toward Hazebel, who writhes and violently thrashes against the structures. Kirk stands tall, eyes flashing a deep crimson light as he declares there will be no retreat. Today, the Empire falls. In the middle of the city, Hazebel's colossal body continuously expands, swallowing everything. Harris stares in pure disbelief, screaming that it cannot be the underworld Mother Hazebel. Is that another worm from the abyssal cave? I have never heard of such creatures joining a campaign like this. Rasmer notes, looking back with a frown. Everything unfolding right now is completely beyond expectations. Hey kid, where are you going? Gwen grips her weapon tightly, looking back at Geralt and saying she will return shortly. Geralt calls after her in worry. Gwen does not look back, simply stating that when all of this is finally over, she wipes away her tears, adding a quiet plea for him to tell her everything when this ends. In the end, Geralt can only watch her walk away, agreeing to her request. Rasmer walks up to Gwen, sighing that he might fall sick today. Gwen glances at him and yells, you did not have to follow me, old man. He keeps his eyes locked ahead and speaks, watching my disciple go through this once was more than enough. I will accompany you to the very end of this story. She looks ahead and thanks him warmly, then Gwen quickly dashes forward, urging him that it is time to move. A massive boom suddenly echoes across the night sky. Patrick stands on Addie's back and asks, what should I do now, boss? She looks back as Devourer turns to give his orders. Patrick, you handle the rest of the affairs here. He looks over and asks, by the rest, do you mean Kirk? If so, what will you be doing, boss? He takes a step. Getting off his back, he notes that they will definitely need to have a talk with Habelo. Meanwhile, Bick cannot help but ask, what about the homunculi? Should they do something too? He watches Devourer drop from mid-air, shouting to his boss while Bick lets out a heavy sigh. She asks Ida to lower her voice, turning to wonder if it is truly safe to just send Devourer off like that. He carelessly replies that if their boss could die so easily from falling from a terrifying height like this, then he would not have faced so many headaches. Suddenly, someone calls out, looking through the rain toward where she stands. Shouting in the rain, they warn Geralt that while the orcs, Kurak, and the homunculi are manageable, everything changes if Habelo gets involved. A terrifying entity like that, appearing out of nowhere right now, changes the game. But she remains calm, turning back to reply. She reassures them that they have Gin and Lord Rasmer on their side, no matter how strong the bosses in the Abyss Cave are. But suddenly, Geralt freezes, his eyes widening in complete shock. Hearing her shout, the other person asks with concern. They ask what is wrong while Geralt turns and clutches his arm, wondering why his injured limb is suddenly reacting. This has never happened before. Why now of all times? Could it really be that he is already on his way? She looks up, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. Geralt drops to his knees on the wet ground, staring at the sky. He mutters that he is coming. Outside the castle, heavy rain pours down as someone slowly steps out of an empty room. With bandages dropping to the floor, he whispers Devor's name, biting his lip so hard it bleeds as he calls out. He saw him outside. Meanwhile, Devor descends from the rainy sky as purple blood drips from the chaotic creatures. Kurak swings his massive weapon, tearing through a horde of chaos spawns, but the remaining creatures keep charging forward. They strip the weapon from his hands while another group leaps onto him, piling their bodies on top of Kurak. His face darkens as he tightly grips his sword, bracing his legs against the ground to stop his backward slide. Standing his ground, he exerts his strength and takes a massive heavy step forward to push the monsters back. Kurak kicks his leg high, throwing off the chaos spawns, pinning him down as the others bare their teeth. Stomping his foot down, he glares at the growling beasts with a grim expression, ready for round 2. But suddenly, Kurak freezes. He looks up, feeling a pair of majestic golden eyes staring directly down at him. Standing amidst the blood and bodies of the slain chaos spawns, Kurak knits his brows in absolute horror. Suddenly, sharp spikes of dark energy begin erupting violently from the ground all across the city, shockwaves spreading. The remaining chaos spawns look on in sheer terror as the dark spikes pierce right through their allies. Habello gapes in shock, watching the massive black spikes and writhing dark tentacles rise from the shattered ground. Kurak stands completely frozen, tightly clutching his weapon as Devor descends in his true boss form. Landing directly in their midst, his golden eyes gleam with majesty as he commands all of them to halt. Elsewhere, Geralt turns and commands the homunculi, warning Harris not to pick a fight with Devor. Harris replies anxiously that those orders were given long ago, but the creatures are completely out of control. She shouts out in panic as the drooling chaos spawns screech and lunges directly at Devor. Standing completely still amidst their savage roars, he watches the monsters charge at him with bared fangs. Glistening golden eyes lock onto the incoming horde as he sighs. They really do not listen, do they? Instantly, a massive wave of dark energy erupts from his body, violently slamming straight into the charging beasts. Their bodies swell up rapidly right before their eyes. He simply looks down, completely ignoring the beasts. They explode into a red mist of blood as he mutters that it is fine. Up on the wall, Garrett grabs Harris. He prepares to pull him away while below a glowing sphere of magic begins condensing in Devor's palm. She frantically drags him to escape, but Devor has already fully charged up his devastating spell. Believing that fewer survivors are better, he unleashes the blast. Before Garrett can take a step, he freezes in sheer horror. The magic beam obliterates the fortress wall. As the thick dust settles, only ashes remain of the ramparts. Coughing in the rising soot, Devor looks down and grumbles about how annoying and dusty human magic can be. He looks up with a slight frown as Kurak steps forward from behind, calling out his name. He demands to know why he came, insisting that his prior arrangement is still very much active. Devor coldly responds that he did not come for that, warning that he will deal with him later. But he refuses to back down, demanding to know his true goal since he previously forbade interfering in the Empire's war. Devor scoffs at those words, narrowing his eyes as he stares directly at the bastard. Hesabel is currently at your feet, and yet you pretend to have no idea where to go. Is that supposed to be a crime? He looks up with a sincere expression and says that if it is because he was not informed about the alliance with Hesabel, he will compensate and apologize. Yet interfering in a war for such a petty reason, Devor glares at Kurak and reminds him that an alliance with Hesabel is never unconditional. In fact, the deal was to step in if things became too dangerous. He narrows his eyes, staring intently at the man in exchange for Hesabel. At that moment, Kurak recalls Devor's warning about secretly bringing that item from Riem. Do not let me catch you. Consider yourself warned. Resting his chin in his hand, Devor tilts his head. The hidden thing has been found, so I came. Does that make sense to you? Yet Kurak has no excuses and merely stutters in fear. Devor does not let him finish, stating that, since he does not understand, he will count to 5. Explain it. 1. Hearing this, Kurak panics and screams to wait. And hold on. Devor's voice keeps going. 2, 3. Kurak frantically tries to explain the story. Still, Devor has no intention of stopping. 5. He unleashes a massive tentacle to smash Kurak, telling him to get lost. The commander is thrown far away, smashing into the ground as dust rises. Devor turns to Hesabel, saying she can talk now, but she must speak carefully. He spared her only because she belongs to someone else. He looks straight at Hesabel and warns her that if she plays tricks, he will not hesitate to kill her. He means in an extremely painful way. Hesabel opens her mouth, telling her master to look. Devor looks up as Hesabel asks what he has discovered. Meanwhile, inside the smoking ruins, Kurak slowly pushes a heavy boulder aside, completely unable to believe that he is still alive. Did Devor really spare him? What could he be plotting? Suddenly, the metallic sound of a weapon echoes ahead. Kurak looks up as a casual voice greets him from the opposite direction, welcoming him back. Patrick smiles and says it is nice to meet him again. He points to the heavy weapon on his shoulder, reminding Kurak that he left his hammer behind. Kurak silently wipes blood from his lips, as Patrick adds that he will return it since he simply picked it up after Kurak dropped it. Looking at Patrick, the truth hits Kurak like a truck. Devourer did not spare him out of mercy. Rather, he just wanted Patrick to do it. Patrick grins warmly and admits that he originally had no intention of interfering in Kurak's plans at all. But seeing how anxious the beastman was, he decided to go this far to ease his worries. Patrick continues, stating that while he does not know about his boss, he personally has no sympathy for Kurak. The defeated commander snaps at the Death Knight, telling him he talks too much. Patrick sighs, closing his eyes. He points out that among the rules of Death Knights, there is nothing forbidding them from being chatty. Adi asks with curiosity if that is really true. Patrick laughs heartily, resting his hand on his hip, and explains he prefers chatting before a fight. He lowers his head, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. After all, once the battle ends, he can no longer talk to his opponent. Patrick places a hand on his chest. He jokes about rambling again and asks if Kurak has any final words. Kurak raises his spear with both hands. He swings his weapon to the side, declaring that he has plenty to say once he beats him down. Patrick raises his massive blade in response, agreeing they should start. Just then, a stray rock tumbles down from the rubble. Amidst the falling debris, a voice echoes, asking if they should begin now. Kurak raises his axe and asks him to wait as he has one quick question. Patrick casually tells him to go ahead. The commander calmly questions how a mere gatekeeper of Tegon hopes to defeat him. The leader of the Neo-Legion, calling it a foolish strategy. Patrick simply points his weapon forward. He explains that he always thought Tegon's boss was not a big deal, but now he appreciates him. This battle is not some grand plan, but merely a random spur-of-the-moment idea from his lazy master. Kurak sneers, stating he has lived over 200 years. As undead, Patrick is far weaker than Erebos. Patrick raises his blade and counters that he has never tested his limits against Erebos. Besides, he knows Kurak has also been serving under his master for over 200 years. He spins his sword with ease. Patrick grits his teeth, his voice ice cold. He spent 150 years in a dungeon tirelessly training. He strikes relentlessly. Suddenly, his blade slashes forward as he leaps up to strike down, only to be blocked by Kurak raising his axe. Sword and axe grind together, throwing off bright sparks as the heavy impact pushes them back a massive distance. Instantly, both fighters raise their weapons again, ready to clash. They swing directly at each other, clashing head-on as a shower of bright sparks flies out in all directions. The sharp blade grinds hard against Kurak's massive axe, releasing a pale yellow glow. Patrick and his opponent pull back their weapons, eyeing each other with extreme caution as Patrick's eyes flare with a cold blue light. Kurak glares back, raising his axe high. He swings from behind to catch Patrick off guard, but the Death Knight blocks it instantly. Patrick tilts his head, glancing back at Kurak standing right behind him. Nearby, Adi closes her eyes, frowning as she waits for this intense duel to end. Looking over, she realizes their weapons are moving faster than the speed of sound, with both fighters perfectly matched in speed. Without the thunderous sounds of their clashes, it would look like a simple practice session. Adi observes Kurak's deadly serious expression, wondering how someone with this kind of raw power can even exist. If Nicole's power comes from Kurak as a single individual, truly enough to be called a Tegagon, Kurak looks at Patrick, lost in thought. How can a mere Death Knight fight on equal terms with the Tegagon boss? Kurak blocks another heavy blow, wondering if this monster is really just a gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Patrick grips his hilt with absolute maximum force, swinging his sword down in a ferocious strike that slams heavily against the axe, forcing Kurak back. Suddenly, part of his axe cracks and falls off. Patrick immediately points his blade straight at Kurak's throat, but the boss barely manages to block the sharp tip using the shaft of his axe. Patrick casually spins his sword in hand, stepping back to build momentum before launching a wide horizontal sweep. He lunges forward, closing the distance instantly. His relentless attacks force Kurak to retreat step after step. Kurak has no choice. Panicking, he raises his shield to survive the onslaught. Kurak narrows his eyes, focusing intensely on his opponent. He raises his axe horizontally, watching Patrick's approach. He has to admit, even if he hates it, that Patrick's skill level matches his own. He watches the Death Knight charge toward him. In a high-stakes duel where a single slip-up means instant death, Kurak takes a step forward, bracing himself on his toes. Adi looks at their trading blows in awe, feeling the weight of each clash. It is like they are putting on a lethal, beautiful show. Following a rapid flurry of thrusts, Kurak swings his heavy axe for a wide swipe, but Patrick effortlessly blocks it. Kurak's brow furrows in sheer disbelief. With a completely calm face, Patrick launches a precise, lightning-fast thrust directly at him. Kurak ducks down quickly, trying to create some distance as he analyzes the attack. What is this Death Knight aiming for? Is he targeting the axe's groove? Does he think this weapon will break so easily? No. A terrifying possibility crosses Kurak's mind. What if that weapon belongs to the legendary hero who supposedly died in the primal core? If so, this axe could definitely shatter. He looks up as Patrick brings his sword down. But in a split-second move, Kurak relaxes his grip, catching Patrick's sword hilt with one hand while preparing to retaliate with his other fist. He claims he predicted this exact outcome. Patrick turns his head in surprise, quickly delivering a snap kick to Kurak's stomach. Kurak catches Patrick's skeletal foot in a flash and with incredible strength hurls him through the air, sending him crashing through a row of stone houses. Kurak stares at the thick dust cloud, coughing up fresh blood. He cannot remember how many decades it has been since he was last injured this badly. Struggling to keep his balance, he stumbles for a moment before raising a hand to declare that he, Kurak, admits even the gatekeeper of the primal core possesses impressive skill. He looks down, brushing his fingers over the captured sword, saying it is a shame, but victory belongs to him. Patrick can't win. But Kurak's face instantly turns pale as a silhouette emerges from the dust. Patrick calmly walks out of the rubble, asking if Kurak is looking for this. His cool voice leaves Kurak frozen in shock. Patrick holds up the red axe, commenting that it is a surprisingly good weapon. He adds that it is incredibly sturdy, and despite his attempts to shatter the groove, it remains completely intact. Kurak stares at him, utterly dumbfounded. How could a warrior of this caliber be just a simple gatekeeper? His eyes widen as he recalls the split-second exchange when Patrick countered him and snatched the axe off the ground. He steps up, asking if they are in the middle of a battle. Instantly, Patrick swings his sword straight at him. "I will charge in without hesitation," Lord Kureb screams in complete disbelief, his mouth wide open. "Oh no," the mercenary raises his sword, warily scanning the lifeless bodies on the ground. He grits his teeth, roaring in sheer frustration. There is zero info on this monster. Hearing a slithering sound on the ground, the mercenary screams out to show itself. Holding his sword out, he warily scans his surroundings and curses. "Are you hiding underground? Damn it." The mercenary feels the wind rush past and quickly shifts his gaze. "Come out and face me. I am not dying alone." Darting his eyes the other way, he shouts, "I am taking you down with me." Suddenly, behind the mercenary, a massive shadow rapidly closes in. Drenched in sweat, he looks up as Hesabel opens her giant jaws to devour him. Crimson blood pours endlessly from the mercenary. Hesabel continues to devour his lifeless body. Thinking she is so happy to finally be recognized as a truly great existence, she looks at the swords, helmets, and weapons piled up in a corner. A deep sense of satisfaction spreads through every cell of her body from that alone. Protecting the land he rules. For him, Hesabel feels that figure sitting on her back and reflects. Those decades spent with him were filled with gratitude. But then she is suddenly stunned to hear his voice call out, "I think that thing should be destroyed." Hesabel stares at Devor's calm face, whispering to herself, just a single word from him, even if accidental, was enough. Then she tears through the ground and leaves. A great kingdom completely vanishes in just half a day. Hesabel remembers that vast, flattened wasteland where only she remained. She stares at Devor's terrifying boss form, questioning his actions. Why was it truly for that reason? Hesabel still cannot take her eyes off him, wondering why he created a dungeon with such power. For what purpose? Why? Not just kill them all. Was it even a living thing before? Why lie at the bottom of this dungeon? Why am I here? What am I trying to do? Why is this happening? Alone in that dark abyss, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Overwhelmed, Hesabel did not realize she was driven mad by this pure terror. She remembers facing those 3 pairs of glowing yellow eyes, radiating brilliant yellow light. In the end, Hesabel left the dungeon and entered a wasteland consumed by fear. She left her master and created her own dungeon, the Sand Hell. She recalls everything that happened as she speaks. She ruled the vast desert surrounding 5 kingdoms. Though countless humans attacked, she only grew stronger and stronger. Her voice continues the tale. Later, from a place known as the Empire, they named her dungeon Tegon. And when humans attacked her, Hesabel thought of the flaming flag, crying out that she had seen it in Castia. She cannot help but recall that hero. A battle against a human once called the Holy Dragon, now a hero. And in the very end, Hesabel defeated the hero after a grueling and incredibly exhausting battle. Looking at the shattered stone debris, she cries out that she has seen it. Hesabel stares blankly ahead, deep inside the kingdom buried under human ruins. She saw it, the thing she forgot, the thing she should have forgotten. Pure fear. She stares at the massive red stone before her. Hesabel looks toward it, calling out something that does not belong to this world, just like her master. She feels the crimson energy radiating from it, a domain she could never hope to comprehend. Neither she nor any of her children could ever understand that object. She recalls it thoughtfully, knowing its mere presence was enough to drive her children mad. Overcoming her fear, she buried it deep in a place only she knew. In the darkness, flames continuously consume those flags. Hesabel thinks back to that scene. Decades passed, and despite countless battles against the 5 kingdoms, No hero ever appeared in the Castia kingdom again. Back to the present, Hesabel's voice speaks. At first, she thought it was a coincidence, but then she became certain. She looks at Devourer questioning. The period when the hero who always existed since Castia's founding stopped appearing was when she took that mirror from the altar. Master, do you remember the Tegon meeting when she said she was busy? He tilts his head back, calmly listening to Hesabel. At that time, she was indeed busy, Master, as she spent so much time proving that the mirror was linked to the hero. She begins trying to recall everything, stating that as expected, it was no coincidence. There are things like that, mirror, and then she thought further. Hesabel's voice continues to narrate, wondering who had gifted that item to humans. Looking down from above, she says, Master, do you know? She is not good with words, so she cannot explain clearly. She does not understand that mirror, but after thousands of experiments, she has reached a conclusion. Hesabel lets out a painful cry, crimson blood. Energy keeps pouring out. Devourer just bows his head, staying silent. She opens her mouth wide, coughing up fresh blood in extreme panic. She screams out as Hesabel lets the blood spill from her lips. She cries out that the mirror has already begun to devour her. She yells hysterically that it's forcing her to understand. Finally, she realizes there is a reason she couldn't comprehend it, because it simply doesn't belong to this world. Blood flows freely alongside Hesabel's frantic screams. For someone born into this world, it is impossible to understand. She looks at Devourer and confesses she wants it. She wants to understand more. Even more than that. That is why the Empire, Hesabel's trembling voice rings out. The Empire has 3 great heroes, right? And among them is that blue-haired hero. Rasmer and Gin catch up from afar, hearing her shouting. He is different from any other hero she has ever faced, making her believe the Empire holds something special. She stares ahead, crying out that this special force must have birthed a hero who completely surpasses all others. She wants it. She wants to know and understand more. Covered in blood, she screams that she wants to become just like her master. Coated in red, Hesabel crazily declares she believes this is her ultimate chance. Devourer clasps his hands behind his back and praises her, calling her quite clever. She looks up, stating that is why she wants to ask him, as her curiosity has piqued. Hesabel stares directly at him, asking what exactly he is planning, while Devourer's lips curve into a slight smirk. Hesabel spreads her arms wide, keeping her eyes locked on him. What exactly did her master prepare? Devourer's smirk widens even further, his unblinking eyes fixed on her as he hears this. Really? Hearing that, she freezes in her tracks, completely still. His eyes flash with light in the dark, his smile showing absolute sincerity as he tells Hesabel how smart she is. Nearby, the relentless sounds of a fierce battle echo through the air. Patrick and Kurek continue their brutal clash, neither side gaining the upper hand. The shockwaves of pure energy unleashed by their past clash tear through the surrounding city buildings. Meanwhile, Addie sits quietly in her spot, silently observing the intense fight. At this rate, she fears the entire empire will lie in ruins before the duel even concludes. Even the mere aftershocks feel incredibly violent, like frozen wind blades from White Mountain. Suddenly, Addie gasps, her eyes widening in pure shock as she looks behind her, wondering what is happening. She stares intently in that direction. Is it Hesabel? No, this feels like... Patrick's voice echoes, asking why he is acting like some mastermind behind the scenes. Devourer leans back, resting his legs on a nearby rock, muttering the phrase. Patrick nods, confirming that the mastermind types always pull the strings from the shadows. Devourer tilts his head back, staring up at the vast sky as he listens to Patrick explain how they watch everything, without ever stepping in. Patrick's eyes gleam, comparing it to nobles watching actors on a stage who have no idea. They are just following a pre-written script. Unless they realize the truth, they remain completely oblivious to what goes on backstage, even though everything on stage comes from behind that very curtain. Patrick reflects deeply on this theatrical analogy. He muses that it fits. Devourer smiles as he recalls the memory, thinking that being a backstage mastermind is a great metaphor. He really likes Patrick's concept, yet behind those masterminds lies a pitch-black stage that absolutely no one is allowed to see. Those basking in the bright spotlight remain clueless about the backstage reality, though occasionally a curious soul will still emerge. Behind that crimson curtain lit up by the stage lights, it is incredibly rare for anyone to seek what lies beyond. That hidden space is nothing but pure darkness, devoid of any light. Feeling amused, Devourer lets out a slight chuckle. How many fools actually tried to peek behind the curtain? Devourer smiles, shifting his gaze directly back toward Hesabel, and estimates that there are about 100 per century. The most recent one was Erebos, who briefly suspected the truth. He watches her shocked expression, noting that while Erebos only had doubts, she is the first to take action. Hesabel's tense question makes him smirk as she asks what he is doing. Devourer tilts his head up in response. He asks if this is truly all she managed to uncover. Hesabel immediately nods, confirming that she has reached her limit. Yes, she tells him. Hezebel looks straight into his eyes, stating she needs to confirm her theories before taking her next step. Devourer contemplates this for a moment. He looks down at the ground, asking if her assumptions are even worth this massive gamble. Even if she is completely correct, why would someone as intelligent as her take such an insanely risky bet? His glowing eyes flash with a brilliant gold light of pure curiosity. Devourer takes a step forward, asking what she plans to do next. Since they shared the same dungeon for decades, she should easily anticipate his move. He steps closer, looking right at her. Hezebel gasps in shock, her eyes wide with fear. Devourer locks his gaze onto hers, pressing for an answer. He questions her confidence, asking if she truly has a solid plan. Hearing this, Hezebel slowly raises her hand. She replies that defeating her master is the only way she can stand here, even if the empire is completely destroyed. Is it a hassle for you, teacher? Right after a pair of green and white wings flutter gently in the air as Hezebel looks. She watches the two giant insects landing behind Devourer, asking if it is not highly important to him. After all, he came here in person. He silently casts a glance at the two massive insects behind him, and Devourer narrows his eyes, questioning if she plans to hold the entire empire hostage. She looks back at those insects, confirming it. Yes, normally it is impossible, but in this absolute chaos, slaughtering humans is nothing. Plus, being near the royal palace makes everything much easier. Hezebel continues with a dead serious face, noting she has released her children. Everywhere, healthy young children, and not just in this single spot. Furthermore, she sweeps her gaze across the entire area once. She believes she already knows where the Empire's strange artifact is located. Hezebel looks at Devourer, thinking they could easily kill her the moment she leaves this place. Her children, the larvae who share a mental link with her. She can feel her veins pulsing as she contemplates, knowing even if this body dies, she can still reincarnate. Then she calmly asks, "So, what does the teacher plan to do?" Suddenly, Hezebel's eyes widen in sheer shock, filled with complete disbelief. She looks at the pitch-black, ink-like sky above in absolute horror, wondering when it got so dark. Right after Devourer slowly lowers the hand he was using to hold his head. On Hezebel's face, visible veins begin to bulge outward under immense tension. She stares at his bizarrely smiling face in pure terror, unable to comprehend why he is laughing. Stunned, Hezebel remains completely frozen, unable to move from her spot. Why? As a dark energy blast slices past, she cannot help but shout out, demanding to know why. That black beam of energy shoots straight ahead, obliterating everything in its path, leaving a massive crater stretching beside her as she lets out a confused cry. Meanwhile, Devourer maintains his stance with his hand raised, unleashing that energy. He calls out that she got everything right except for one thing: the target of that blast was aimed directly at the royal palace. Hezebel gasps, her eyes widening. Something is wrong. She thought the royal family was indispensable to Hans. Devourer slips his hand back into his pocket, asking what she is doing since she also unlocked him right. He casually raises his head, adding that she also turned him into Nidosit's tool. Devourer's lips curl up into a smirk, saying that at least he can swing his arm. Hearing this, Hezebel cannot help but frown deeply, biting her lip. She lowers her head, letting out a series of frantic non-stop shrieks. Her entire face contorts as she roars at Devourer. Behind them, Devourer again is gathering massive power to charge forward, and he feels the energy fluctuating behind him. He turns around with a questioning grunt as a massive blue energy crackles loudly, sweeping violently across the entire fortress. A massive cloud of dust and smoke billows over the city, slowly beginning to clear. Nearby, Patrick carries his axe on his shoulder, swearing as he looks over. He closes his eyes, sighing that the boss did it again, leaving him to clean up this entire mess. Kirk stares over, stammering, asking if that is Hans. Patrick's voice confirms it, calling him the boss, though he is just showing off. He then glances over and shouts that if this continues, they will get caught in the blast and die. Kirk, with a grim face, raises his sword, pointing it straight ahead, declaring it is time to end this. He and Patrick both pivot toward each other, rapidly gathering their energy. Instantly, both of them raise their weapons and charge, clashing head-on with each other. Kirk watches an orc collapse to the ground, thinking that while orcs are weak, it is not because individual strength is lacking. He looks at the corpses scattered on the ground, realizing a race's greatness is not solely determined by individual power, and that orcs are slowly being weeded out by time. Kirk stares at the silent bodies in deep reflection because they never truly develop. Daru gently reaches down to close the fallen orc's eyes, noting that using a short lifespan as an excuse compared to rapidly evolving humans is pointless. Their lifespan is not that short, nor is it a matter of low intelligence. Holding his staff tightly, the elder kneels beside the corpse, reflecting that orcs do not learn, so they must start constantly. Daru stands completely still, knowing that learning is their only path to survival. High up in the sky, Kirk and Patrick continue their relentless duel, reminding him that they must learn from humans. He watches Patrick raise his giant axe atop a massive boulder, realizing they must unite the scattered orc tribes from all over to build a proper nation. A blast of energy grazes Patrick's face, forcing him to tilt his head left, narrowly dodging another incoming wave of attacks. Kirk swings his blade forward, clashing directly against the axe Patrick holds, thinking they must walk side by side with humanity. Knocked backward by the heavy impact, his mind continues to race, believing this is the only answer for the survival of the orcs. Kirk crashes heavily onto the ground, thinking that unfortunately the Empire would never accept such a thing. Just as Patrick prepared to swing, Kurak suddenly appeared right behind him. Sensing the threat, Patrick quickly turned to face him. Kurak raised his giant blade and charged straight ahead, unleashing a relentless barrage of crisscrossing sword strikes. His eyebrows furrowed tightly in sheer fury. To think their genuine desire to learn and adapt was met with nothing but pure hatred. All they ever received was hostility, with outsiders calling their hard-earned nation nothing but a wretched monster den. Patrick raised his weapon and looked over, wondering how the average lifespan of an orc is only about 30 years. Yet Lord Kurak here has lived for over 200 years, right? His eyes flared with a brilliant, blinding blue light. From the very first moment Patrick had wanted to fight this legend, he stared ahead, calling out to Kurak. Could Kurak have actually done it? He felt the massive energy coming from the orc, surpassing the absolute limits of his race. Suddenly, Kurak gasped in shock as Patrick lunged forward with his blade. A golden energy instantly erupted, blasting him away. The weapons from both of their hands flew out and plunged straight into the ground. Patrick rushed forward immediately. Patrick snatched up the sword while Kurak grabbed the axe. The orc chief doubled over, letting out a painful groan. Kurak stared at the fresh blood on his palm, dripping from his deep chest wound, cursing his own careless mistake. Talk about a painful realization. Kurak stared at Patrick's severed skeletal arm, knowing he had made a major mistake. He forgot that Patrick was a skeleton, a monster who felt no pain or fatigue. Cold sweat drenched Kurak's forehead. Panting heavily, he realized he had lost too much blood. Was he really the only one running out of time? Meanwhile, Patrick just watched him with total indifference. Kurak slammed his heavy axe into the dirt and spoke up. He hated using this power, but he refused to die here. Gritting his teeth, his fists began to glow red. Calling upon his great ancestors to grant him strength, Kurak prepared his final stand. Patrick simply stood there waiting. Kurak's white hair suddenly flared into a brilliant crimson. Grabbing his heavy axe, he hoisted it high into the air. He apologized for making Patrick wait, but the skeleton only smiled, raising his sword and saying it was perfectly fine. Never in his dreams did he imagine this fight would be so entertaining. He was genuinely impressed by Kurak. Instantly, Patrick leaped high into the air with his blade. Kurak also raised his heavy weapon, ready to intercept him. Seeing the skeleton raise his sword to block, the orc chief excitedly slammed his weapon down with absolute fury. The devastating impact shattered the ground beneath them. First strike. Patrick quickly leaped and spun through the air to evade. Dodging gracefully in midair, Patrick watched as Kurak swung his axe toward his waist, roaring out second strike. The shockwave erupted outwards, obliterating everything in sight. Seeing Patrick buried in the rubble, Kurak prepared another fierce blow. But Patrick rose from the dust, raising his blade to block. Kurak charged and hoisting his massive axe once again. Roaring out third strike, Kurak clashed with Patrick as both warriors swung with everything they had, flashing past each other. Patrick's grip on his blade finally slipped. The massive kinetic explosion blasted both fighters backward with overwhelming force. And talk about desperation, Kurak crashed hard into the rocks, his mind screaming that he absolutely couldn't lose. He refused to lose. Desperate, Kurak turned and fled, driven by his desire for the survival of his race. Sprinting to escape the relentless skeletal knight chasing behind, he knew this was their only real path to survival. It was his sole path. But when Kurak looked back, Patrick had stopped leaving him, chanting those desperate words. Staring at the terrifying skeletal knight holding a blade right in front of him, he whispered that it belonged to them. With a fierce growl, Kurak charged straight at Patrick, crying out his final desperate plea for their survival. But the fight was over. Kurak leaned on his axe and fell to his knees, submitting as blood pooled around him. Covered in deep wounds, the old orc realized his strength was failing. He had lost far too much blood. His inherited powers were rapidly fading, and he could no longer fight. Exhausted, he quietly admitted his defeat. Patrick looked down at his opponent and casually replied that he had simply gotten lucky in this clash. Kurak scoffed, calling his acting terrible. Hearing that blunt remark, Patrick could only glance back at him. Using his weapon as a crutch, Kurak asked what the skeleton planned to do next from here on out. Patrick shrugged, telling him to ask the boss instead. Kurak let out a heavy sigh, uttering a single word, orcs. He demanded to know what they would do with the surviving orcs, though Patrick had no interest in them. Patrick admitted his boss didn't care about minor details like that before suddenly steering the conversation elsewhere. He apologized for bringing it up, but then casually revealed a rather harsh truth about Kirk's kind. He taunts that Kirk probably only feels guilty for secretly holding hands with Hezebel. Hearing this, Kirk plunges into absolute silence. Meanwhile, Patrick keeps talking, complaining that he always has to clean up the mess. He really thought this time his boss would be more considerate, but he was dead wrong. Patrick raises his sword, resting the sharp blade right against Kirk's neck as his tone suddenly shifts to something terrifying. He says he is going to chop Kirk's head off right now and display it for the entire orc tribe to see. He gleefully describes how they will scatter in pure terror once they lay eyes on it, admitting that just imagining the chaos makes him laugh. Seeing that unruly crowd run for their lives would be hilarious. Hearing this, Kirk does not panic, he simply closes his eyes and accepts his fate, saying he understands. Kirk surrenders. But Patrick pulls his sword back, noting that even if he spares them, their fate remains entirely in his boss's hands. Looking down at his own blood-stained hands, Kirk feels incredibly pathetic. He clenches his fist, wondering if Devourer really holds that much power over them. Can Devourer truly decide the fate of an entire race on a whim like that? Maybe Hezebel was right about him after all. Kirk looks up, asking with a hint of shame if he can raise one last question. Patrick shrugs, saying he should have asked much sooner. Kirk grows quiet, muttering that losers have no right to speak anyway. Besides, he is already dying, so why waste his breath now? Seeing his opponent sink into such a dark, gloomy state, Patrick immediately speaks up to break the depressing silence. He tells Kirk to cheer up because he was only joking. After all, Kirk is a rare, talented opponent who deserves some respect. Patrick invites him to ask whatever he wants. Kirk thanks him, quietly amused by being called a great opponent by the infamous Count. Patrick admits he is highly curious about what Kirk wants to know. Kirk warns him that this is going to be a tough one. That warning only makes Patrick more eager. Kirk explains that Hezebel traded her very life just to satisfy her own curiosity. Kirk never wanted to put his own questions above the survival of his clan, but staring death in the face changes a man. He now feels an overwhelming urge to get answers. Patrick listens like an amused spectator, noting how deeply Kirk is reflecting. Patrick jokes that Kirk sounds like an ancient sage who has lived 200 years. Kirk ignores the jab and continues his tale. He recalls asking himself a vital question back when Hezebel offered help. The scene shifts to the snowy peaks of the Magara Range. Hidden deep in those white mountains lies a perfect natural fortress, keeping Battery safe and completely out of human sight. Similarly, Kirk's Nakambo tribe chose easily defensible land. In fact, most Tegagon leaders made the exact same strategic choice. Patrick listens intently as Kirk explains how everyone settled in highly defensible regions to ward off sudden human raids. But the location of the ancient core makes absolutely no sense. Why would it be placed right next to human territory? Patrick counters that the Empire has only existed for a century and a half, while the ancient core predates it entirely. He points out that his boss did not settle near humans. Rather, humanity expanded their borders and moved toward him. Kirk frowns, arguing that even before Haston was founded, humans had already built settlements right next to the Gravania forest. Patrick cuts to the chase, summarizing that Kirk is simply confused about why the ancient core is situated in such a vulnerable spot. Kirk shakes his head, revealing that this is only scratching the surface of his real deeper question. Meanwhile, Aji spots them from a distance. Whispering that she finally found them, she sprints over, check out how fast she moves. Back at the ruins, Kirk mentions that Hezebel told him the real secret behind the core's location. She claimed that Devourer is guarding something hidden right at the edge of the ancient core. Patrick calmly confirms this. Kirk wonders why Devourer didn't just wipe out the annoying humans to make his life easier. Meanwhile, Aji navigates the ruins. She looks around at the countless bodies scattered everywhere. Kirk points out that while other leaders view Devourer as lazy, something is off. If Devourer truly hates effort, wouldn't annihilating his pests be much easier than constantly dealing with their endless hunting attempts? Humans have spent centuries trying to hunt Devourer down, yet he has allowed them to coexist alongside him throughout history. This is exactly why Hezebel believed the true secret lies with humanity itself. Only Kirk's voice echoes in the quiet ruins. He concludes that Devourer does not spare humans out of laziness. There is a much deeper hidden reason keeping his hand. Patrick seems to agree with this theory. Finally, Kirk delivers his ultimate question: what exactly is his boss trying to hide? Patrick's expression instantly hardens into a terrifyingly cold stare. He flatly refuses, saying he absolutely cannot answer that. The sudden shift in pressure and pure bloodlust catches Kirk completely off guard. Patrick quickly regains his calm, cold composure. He admits Kirk's deduction is quite impressive and not entirely wrong, but warns him to be content with his silence. Some things are kept secret for a very good reason. Kirk smiles weakly, noting that Patrick sounds like he knows absolutely everything. Patrick agrees, explaining that Hezebel only grew suspicious because their boss never shared his secrets with her. But his position is different. He stands by his master because he knows every single secret, and his actions now are guided by that absolute truth. Patrick leans his head back against the stone behind him. "Don't you think so?" he asks, wondering if there are other questions. "No, that is all." Kurak replies, while Patrick studies his face. Even now, the warrior is clearly holding on to deep, heavy regrets. His hand slowly tightens around his weapon. He has one regret. Still, Kurak drags his foot out of the deep pool of blood. He appreciates the chance to die on his own terms. Kurak refuses to face a cold, slow end. Meanwhile, Patrick just stands listening. So unless you give me a straight answer, he says, I will leave my curiosity right here. Patrick listens with perfect calm silence. Kurak slowly lifts his massive axe. His hands are trembling. My only real regret is that my power ran out so early, he mutters. He points his heavy axe straight at Patrick and sighs. But Patrick simply looks at him and calmly tells him that it is enough. You cannot suddenly summon strength you do not have, Patrick notes. But even in this broken state, Kurak refuses to accept his defeat. He insists that nothing is impossible. Thanks to you, I have rested enough. The dying warrior stands tall, filled with a sudden determination. For one last strike, his aura begins to flare up again. If you truly respect me as an opponent, then show me your best. He locks his axe into a firm attack stance, issuing a final challenge. Show me everything you have got, he demands with pride. Patrick narrows his eyes, quietly studying the resilience of his dying foe. Very well, he says, reaching inside his dark, heavy cloak. He draws a completely different weapon. Kurak frowns deeply as he watches, realizing that Patrick possesses another sword to finish this deadly clash. Patrick takes a moment to explain, I do not really like this one. It is a bit different from my master's crafted blade. Using this weapon feels almost like cheating since it requires absolutely no hard training or real swordsmanship to wield. It is too easy. To put it simply, this power does not actually belong to me. Across from him, Kurak unleashes his final desperate surge of aura. No problem, he says, just hit me with everything. In an instant, the two warriors charge forward at absolutely blinding lethal speed. Their feet sweep past each other as they strike. In a flash, Patrick lands a devastating fatal blow right through Kurak's chest. Kurak freezes in place, utterly confused. He looks down at the blade, asking what exactly this strange sword was meant to destroy. Patrick remains silent for a brief moment before coldly replying that nobody knows. With that, Kurak collapses right beside his heavy axe. Elsewhere, the quiet is shattered by a heated argument. Stop it, Gin, wait. Just stop. Razmir desperately lunges forward to hold her back. He slides right in front of Gin Historia to block her path. Her face grows dark with rage as she demands he move. Get out of the way, old man. But Razmir stands his ground firmly, insisting that he cannot let her go any further. If your only opponent was Hesibel, it would be different. But that is not the issue. Nobody can defeat Devourer right now. Razmir speaks with a heavy, grim tone. Refusing to listen, Gin immediately shouts back, asking how he can know without trying. Because of that bastard, I lost Geralt, my grandfather, and so many of my comrades. I cannot just let him walk away. Razmir tries his best to convince her. Do not let your emotions control you. Yes, the loss of your comrades was incredibly tragic, but you have to let it go. Gin scowls deeply, her entire body trembling as she desperately tries to suppress her rising anger. Why should I do that, she demands. I am a hero. A hero who is supposed to protect this very empire. Razmir remains completely unshaken. Coldly, he tells her that she is just an ordinary person bound by heavy, invisible chains. Chains, she whispers in disbelief. Do not stop thinking for yourself, Gin. Before trying to be a hero, think about your own life. Are your actions truly protecting the empire, he asks. Or are you just acting on some twisted sense of justice you made up? Hearing Razmir's harsh words, Gin freezes in complete shock. Her face turns pale and darkens as the cold truth sinks in. Her voice drops, becoming incredibly low and slow. Are you saying, she whispers before Razmir urges her to look around. Stop closing your eyes, he pleads. But inside her head, ghostly whispering voices from the dark void begin echoing louder and louder. Listen carefully, Gin. You are the hero of the empire. Your very life belongs to the empire. Down below, dead bodies lie scattered. The corpses of soldiers cover the ground. Up above, Razmir stands tall, demanding to know what it is she actually wants to protect. Suddenly, a horrific scream from Hesibel echoes from the distance, forcing both of them to look back in sheer disbelief. Razmir is stunned. What is this, he mutters. A civil war? Is Devourer actually attacking Hesibel? Why would he do that? He looks back and forth anxiously. Damn it, what on earth is happening, Gin? We need more time to talk. Listen to me. But inside her fractured mind, the voices only grow louder. I am a hero. I must protect the empire and its citizens. Back in reality, Razmir desperately calls out to her. Hey kid, are you alright? He looks at her, deeply worried about her mind. He realizes he needs to knock her out quickly and drag her away from this madness. Razmir raises his hand to strike. I am sorry, he whispers. It is not that I do not understand your pain, but I cannot let you die here. He prepares to strike her on the back of the neck. In that final second, Gin's eyes stretch wide with pure terror. A booming voice echoes in his head. After some time passes, Rasmer finally wakes up and slowly sits up, his mind filled with confusion. He wonders if he was knocked unconscious and who could have done this. But as his mind clears, Rasmer suddenly remembers Gin. He looks around, but Gin is already gone. Meanwhile, over on Devor's side, a completely exhausted Hesabel looks on. She stammers out with difficulty, staring down and wondering how the Empire's hero could possibly be this terrifyingly powerful. Standing right in front of Hesabel is Gin. She realizes her predictions about the Empire were correct quickly, looking toward the distant fortress. She watches the Imperial fortress, sensing something even stronger there. High above, Gin stands on a massive boulder, looking down at her opponent. Down below, Devor lies there gasping for air under Gin's intense gaze as she boldly declares she will defeat him today. But Devor remains incredibly calm. With closed eyes, he simply asks the green-haired girl what her name is, making her scream in anger. She gathers massive energy for her next strike and screams her name, Gin Historia, promising to destroy him right then and there. She charges forward at the speed of light, ready to slam her fist into Devor while proudly declaring herself the Empire's true hero. He slowly sits up and asks if that is her real name, his indifferent eyes turning cold and serious as he speaks. Devor admits he has no desire to hold back anymore while Gin unleashes a mighty roar and prepares to shatter everything. But his tail suddenly wraps tightly around Gin, completely shutting down her attack as he looks her dead in the eyes. He tells her this is the third time she has faced him and survived, noting that very few attackers ever make it out alive. He calmly explains this as his terrifying tentacles move at a blistering pace, striking without a single trace of hesitation. The sudden attack instantly ends Hesabel as Devor warns her not to even dream of trying to escape from him. She desperately struggles for breath while calling his name, but he only responds by saying he is entirely sick of this. He growls that the Empire and all of them have pushed him too far, his eyes glowing with an absolute murderous intent. Devor commands them to disappear along with their empire, while Gin frantically struggles within the tight grip of his tentacles. She scoffs at his threat and yells that as long as she lives, she will never let that happen. But her struggles are completely futile, and Devor casually hurls her away, telling her to just die as the ground shatters. Looking at the absolute destruction before them, Hobble looks up and asks if he is truly certain about doing this. When he asks what she means, she replies that wiping out the Empire will bring the wrath of the entire human race. He jokingly asks if they will come to demand compensation, causing Hobble to raise her eyebrows at his sheer indifference. Devor assures her that humanity will not go extinct calmly, noting that he knows this because he has wiped them out before. Stunned by his words, Hobble listens as Devor offers her a small piece of history from 1,000 years ago. Back then, a similar tragedy unfolded when someone wielded the relic of Mitris and pointed a blade right at his face. Things spiraled completely out of control after that, forcing him to take drastic measures when humanity uncovered the ultimate secret. With no other choice, he cleansed the entire world, slaughtering every single living soul who laid eyes on the truth. Humans and monsters alike were erased from existence, leaving behind a silence he had never experienced in his life. The soil itself rotted under the weight of countless decaying corpses, and the few remaining survivors slowly withered away. Yet somehow, new life forms managed to cling to survival, and millions of aimless wandering spirits began to emerge. Those lost souls eventually coalesced into the 7 great phantoms, paving the way for the rise of actual demons. Hundreds of years later, humanity returned only to continuously hunt and kill each other in an endless bloody cycle. But get this, no matter how many times they were slaughtered, they kept returning under a strange divine blessing. They possess an incredibly resilient strength, leaving Hesabel completely bewildered as she tries to make sense of his story. He simply smiles at her confusion nonchalantly, suggesting that they should just wipe everything clean and wait once more. Panicking, Hesabel opens her eyes wide and silently commands her swarms to escape the Empire as quickly as possible. She desperately urges her children to flee, but Devor casually raises his hand, signaling the end of her efforts. He tells her that fleeing is utterly useless, but tells her to let them run as far as they can anyway. With a flick of his wrist, debris levitates into the air as he promises to bury them along with their grudges. Left speechless, she watches in shock as Ark slowly crawls into view, catching Devor completely off guard with his condition. Ark gasps heavily for air, prompting Devor to realize who he is as blood splatters across the floor. Ark takes several uneven stumbling steps forward, a dazed look in his eyes that he has never shown before. He suddenly crashes right into Cien, standing ahead before weakly looking up and speaking with absolute deep respect. "My duty is complete, Lord R." R immediately recognized the voice as Cien. R had left absolutely no trace, and yet you still found me, R said. Cien calmly replied that he simply predicted his path and followed him. Even so, R was genuinely surprised. He admitted he thought Cien had no care for the Empire, never expecting him to go this far. Then Cien added that he was only carrying out the final requests of Yuan and Rashmer. Hearing that, R grew curious, asking where Yuan was now. Cien revealed she was safe with Rashmer, adding that he had already set up escape magic, so they could retreat immediately if anything happened, meaning R did not need to worry as the entire royal family had already evacuated, leaving R as the only one left in the palace. Cyan had come to escort him, on behalf of the knights urging him to make his exit. R then realized that Kurak must have successfully retreated as planned. Deducing Devourer was also there, Cyan was stunned. He had not even mentioned Devourer yet. Had R predicted every single scenario? Or was there something else? Suspicion gripped Cyan, making him wonder who R truly was. But right at that moment, R spoke up, asking if he could request a favor. Cyan readily agreed, telling his lord to command him. But seeing that R shook his head, clarifying it was a plea rather than a command, he softly begged Cyan to teleport him to where Devourer was. Cyan warned in a low voice that R would die there, but R insisted that did not matter. Even so, Cyan kept pleading, arguing that the Empire still needed its leader. In response, R only stared back in silence, whispering Cyan's name. Looking at R's limp, blood-stained hands and knowing his hearing was almost completely gone, Cyan had to make a choice. Cyan finally conceded and agreed. The scene then shifted to a battlefield where countless corpses littered the bloody ground. A voice suddenly echoed, claiming it was all for the Empire. Yet R knew that was nothing but a hollow excuse, a convenient excuse to legitimize the horrific sacrifice of those he had sent straight to their graves. And yet, even so, for the sake of the Empire, he had dedicated his entire being. Sacrificing his own life was not enough, as R had dragged countless others down to the grave. The resulting waves of hatred and resentment were only natural. Even so, eyes still watched his every move. Whatever those stares meant, R was ready to accept them. His position, power were meant to bear that heavy burden. He was built to live this way. Now he issued his final command. Let all hatred guide R directly to his ultimate ruin. But before his legs gave out, Devourer sensed someone approaching. Was it an enemy? Had someone already made a move? Meanwhile, R kept whispering to himself, begging for the end. In his fading vision, only Devourer stood ahead, ready to grant him peace. That was the deserved punishment for his crimes. He prayed that his demise would allow the Empire to endure forever, even as invisible hands weighed heavily on his weary shoulders. Just as R was about to collapse, a figure reached out. Gazab caught him in a supportive, protective embrace. This gesture deeply shocked the fallen commander. Yet Gazot remained silent, offering nothing but a gentle, reassuring smile. R's eyes were filled with pure exhaustion and despair. Standing ahead, Devourer made no move, quietly observing the two. R thought to himself that he had seen Devourer's true nature, prompting a deep, unvoiced question about their true connection. Then he softly uttered a single word, "Why?" Meanwhile, in another location, an aggressive voice barked out a threat. He gave them 3 minutes to vanish, warning that they would end up just like their mutilated captain if they refused. But his threat was met with chaotic screams of pure panic. Hearing their terror, Patrick could only scoff in disgust. He mocked them for losing all will to fight over such a trivial display. Finally, Patrick delivered his harsh conclusion. It was a truly pathetic sight. Ajita Haka pointed out that the entire legion relied solely on one individual. With Kurak dead, their chaotic collapse made perfect sense. Patrick merely grinned, asking if that was true. But as she concluded that the Nilkambal tribe was officially finished, Patrick noticed something unusual. He spoke up immediately, disagreeing with her quick assumption. Staring intensely at the crowd before him, Patrick pointed out that he spotted someone with real leadership potential. He believed the orcs would survive after all. He then asked Ajita Haka if she was curious about the truth. Ajita Haka shot him a contemptuous look, asking who he took her for. She coldly stated that as the Dragon Lord, she prioritized the prosperity of Margar over personal curiosity. Patrick smiled, praising her highly exemplary leadership. He joked that he wished his own boss would learn from her. Lowering her voice, she asked if everything was finally cleaned up. Patrick confirmed her suspicion, suggesting that it was indeed time for them to make their exit. Ajita Haka curiously asked where they were heading. After a brief pause, Patrick requested that she first take him out of Rise as quickly as possible. Watching them depart, Habel grumbled, demanding to know what took them so long. What a total pain. Just thinking about getting yelled at later makes his mood plummet. On the other side, Devourer suddenly performs a series of familiar movements and his body rapidly transforms into a brand new shape. A massive wave of power surges forward, momentarily freezing the entire area. Staring straight into those bloodthirsty eyes, Habel cannot help but gasp out in shock. Suddenly, she lets out an agonizing screech. Her face, previously filled with cold bloodlust, contorts in absolute pain. The horrific screams finally stop after a long moment, allowing her to slowly look up and speak. "Devourer, I Habel believe you are a creature that should not exist in this world." Hearing this, Devourer just stares silently at her without replying. Striking back, he coldly responds, "I know, which is why I am doing this." Nearby, the locals start wondering what that strange noise is. After listening closely, they guess it might be a flute. A moment later, they ask if there is a festival going on. But with Devourer's massive destructive force, their lives are instantly cut short. The sturdy houses suffer the exact same fate, reduced to absolute rubble in a single split second. The ground beneath them turns into a black hole, pulling everything inside. This terrifying phenomenon rages on, and only starts to settle after a very long time. Meanwhile, Patrick seems to sense that something is off. "We are doomed," he sighs heavily. "Lord M, did you know? We are completely finished." Patrick repeats it again. "We are really doomed." This leaves Mel utterly helpless. "I do not even know how many times you said that already," but Patrick still refuses to stop. "But we are seriously doomed," he insists. Hearing this, Devourer snaps. "Shut up, you bastard. Stop babbling about being doomed and just explain." Ryan decides to step in next. First off, the imperial capital that stood strong for 150 years is completely wiped off the map. Now everyone is demanding an explanation. Devourer asks what she means by everyone, and she cheerfully explains that first, Lord Bathy sent a very long message. On top of that, the monster merchant groups and smaller dungeons are panicking. Patrick cuts in, pointing out that the humans are also in absolute chaos, and the sheer volume of incoming reports is enough to give him a massive headache. And they keep piling up. In just 4 days, Devourer has become even more famous, gaining a massive reputation on both sides. Devourer scoffs, "Wasn't that already part of our plan anyway?" "What are they saying?" Mel asks if Devourer wasn't already highly famous. Patrick replies that yes, he was indeed famous, but the issue is that his reputation has taken a completely different turn now. Patrick pauses. Before continuing, he went from an ancient monster warily watching the master of the oldest relic. Lowering his voice, he says his image has changed into a crazy monster that can lose its mind at any second. This shift leaves Mel totally confused. But Patrick, isn't a terrifying reputation actually a good thing for us monsters? Patrick is left completely speechless. Seeing his hesitation, Devourer immediately gloats. This kid is totally quiet. Since he cannot argue back, serves him right. After weighing his thoughts, Patrick finally turns around and says, regardless, the current situation is out of hand. The human power structure has shifted the capital. Riz has fallen, though the empire itself isn't fully destroyed yet. But what terrifies humanity is the question of why on earth that ancient monster suddenly unleashed such immense wrath. Even in this crisis, solid information about the catastrophe remains extremely scarce. No one even knows if the emperor, the most crucial figure in the entire empire, managed to survive. Breaking the heavy silence, a calm voice cuts through. The emperor is still alive. Devourer calmly deduces that the artifact which should be here has vanished. Right, the bastard probably retrieved it and fled long ago. Patrick then asks, what should we do now? Boss, should we go after him? But Devourer coolly rejects the idea. No, just let him go. He then adds, if those humans want to rebuild things on their own, it only works in our favor. Recalling those words, Patrick silently reflects that the emperor is hiding his survival because he doesn't know how long the boss's threat will loom. After all, the emperor is no fool, and this chaos is making other nations highly anxious, engraving one undeniable truth into everyone's mind. The disaster that swallowed the entire empire as a chilling reminder that the same terror could strike them at any moment. Devourer has truly cast a shadow of absolute dread over humanity. Noticing their stares, Devourer asks, what is wrong? Patrick replies solemnly, boss, I cannot predict how those humans will act next. If they united, they would be predictable. But it seems every single nation has its own separate agenda. He adds that while some just want to avoid disaster, others are already plotting their next move. They believe everyone must unite to take down the final boss, the root of all terror. That's when Patrick hesitantly chimes in. But seeing him beat around the bush, Devourer loses patience and demands to know what the bottom line is. Patrick raises his voice. He reveals that they are completely doomed, forcing a sharp curse from Devourer. But then Patrick remembers something else. Lord Ajdahaka left a message. Devourer asks what that dragon said, noting that his help made their recent trip go pretty smoothly. Patrick relays the message, stating the dragon offered his help whenever needed. Hearing this, Devourer starts to evaluate the situation. He thinks keeping a friendly alliance isn't a bad idea, and Patrick eagerly nods, agreeing that the dragon seems peaceful. There is no intention of opposing them, but Patrick quickly adds that the dragon made one very strange request. He promised to come if called, but begged Devourer to try his best not to call. This leaves the boss completely baffled. Patrick kindly explains, suggesting it means feel free to call, but also please do not call at all. The explanation only makes things worse. Devourer wonders if Patrick and the dragon somehow managed to crack their skulls together. Then a sudden realization hits him. He worries they might have been accidentally struck by his own powerful magic. If so, it's totally his fault. He tries to analyze the memory, recalling that he made sure everyone was at a safe distance. Did the residual blast waves still catch them? The thought makes Devourer's head spin. If he really did blast his own men, they will throw a massive fit, and Patrick will submit his resignation letter again. In the end, he decides to just focus on dinner. Rini chimes in announcing she received a private message from the Merchant Guild. Devor's eyes instantly light up like stars. He eagerly asks if they are sending food, and Rini happily confirms that they did bring up the supplies. Apparently, the major merchant guilds have been making backroom deals with the Empire's corrupt nobles, sending a massive long-winded letter. They detailed all their massive losses, basically begging the boss to show a little mercy and spare them. Devor has absolutely no idea what they want. Patrick interrupts, reminding the boss that they desperately need to recruit new talent. Patrick starts listing potential recruits, starting with the Neo tribe and the powerful entities from the Sand Hell. They also have Lord Irebus's faction. With 3 major vacancies opening up so quickly, they need to take action. As Patrick finishes his thought, Mel excitedly raises her hand, announcing that she has some big news of her own. She declares they have a new family member, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in another region, a leader sighs heavily. He tells his daughter that he sent the letter and begs her not to cause any trouble as their entire tribe's future relies on her. She laughs it off, telling the old man he is worrying over nothing since this lady is on the job. Her sister quickly cuts in. She dryly points out that her sister's presence is exactly why their father is so anxious, instantly sparking a massive argument. The older sister snaps, threatening to throw down right there. The younger one calmly asks if she is truly prepared for that. She warns her that her pretty face might get ruined before they even depart. Their father just sighs, asking if the arrangements are complete. His assistant confirms they received a friendly response from the ancient core, so everything should go smoothly. The leader still can't shake his anxiety, knowing that the 2 strongest warriors of their Yaksha tribe are heading out. As direct descendants of Kubera, they carry immense power, but they are also incredibly reckless and hot-headed. He sighs in defeat, completely speechless before dreading the endless lecturing he will have to endure from the higher-ups. His assistant quietly agrees. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a snowy field where several small graves have been carefully constructed. Their creator respectfully clasps his hands, offering a silent prayer to the departed before preparing to take his leave. Nim casts one last sorrowful look at the graves. Turning around, he gently asks Nephraim if they are ready to depart. Nephraim gazes at the silent girl nearby, calling out to her. Pel hesitantly asks if he will be all right on this journey. He gives her a warm, reassuring smile, promising that he is absolutely fine before gently taking her hand. He promises to protect her and stay by her side no matter what. Elsewhere, nestled between 2 steep mountain ridges, lies a small town. Commonly feared as the Monster Fortress, this hidden settlement is bustling with shady black market deals between various beast species. Creatures wander back and forth through the narrow streets, like casual shoppers, keeping the local economy surprisingly active. A goblin contentedly puffs on his skull pipe, watching the crowd. Suddenly, a dwarf approaches to introduce himself. He is Scovina, an assistant for the Leprone Merchant Guild. He glances back mentally, preparing for his crucial task. His objective is to gather as many powerful beasts as possible, but one of the monsters grows extremely impatient. They complain about wasting time in such a place, worrying that Lord Devor might execute them if they delay. They insist on following Lion's lead, prompting Scovina to recall receiving this direct assignment from Devor 2 weeks prior. Sitting on the cargo crates, Devor tells him that he wants his help, leaving Scovina completely confused about what kind of help he means. With a brief reply, Devor states that Ryan will explain, who then steps up to say they have 2 specific requests, starting with the first one. They will provide the necessary information to bring the sisters here, while Patrick chimes in to say he will take over, explaining the second request. He wants Scovina to gather monsters to populate their dungeon, a request that Devor immediately backs up with a final decisive point. As they can see, the entire dungeon is empty right from room 1, and while they want to collect them, they lack the time. Winter is coming fast. Hearing this, Scovina falls deep into thought, knowing that winter has already arrived, but Devor must mean something more. A true winter is incredibly harsh, causing both humans and monsters to significantly cut down on their daily activities outside. Scovina tries to piece the situation together clearly, realizing humans will focus on securing food supplies rather than going out to hunt monsters. Monsters will also avoid clashing with humans during this quiet season, but this silence presents a major problem that Scovina must quickly address. Finding monsters becomes much harder once winter hits. Meanwhile, Devor casually chews on a piece of candy and calmly tells him they cannot delay. Scovina respectfully agrees, understanding that spring will bring a completely different threat, turning the quiet season into a time of open warfare. Humans will launch massive hunting campaigns, and if they cannot recruit enough monsters now, even Lord Devor might face some serious trouble. Patrick looks at him and points out that if humans invade during the spring, while the dungeon is empty, it will be disastrous. Showing the boss an empty cave would be highly embarrassing, so Scovina nods in agreement, finally grasping the true gravity of the situation. Promising to do his absolute best, Scovina begins to ask about the deadline and conditions, only for Devor to quickly cut him off. He demands it be done by early winter, shocking Scovina, who realizes that since winter is already here, he must act immediately. When asked about the required numbers, Devor hesitates briefly before giving a simple directive to gather as many monsters as possible. In the present, Scovina reflects on those words, remembering their final demand to bring the monsters back, no matter what the cost. He recalls his grueling journey starting with a powerful Balrog he managed to recruit just as the beast was about to burn to death. Then came Basilisk, the king of logic recruited after 3 intense days of debate followed by endless hardships to locate the elusive Simtindo. He was nearly killed by a Hydra while searching for Glacia and now completely exhausted. Scovina collapses onto the cold ground in despair. Having endured 2 weeks of absolute hell, he bursts into tears of pure relief, realizing he has finally accomplished his impossible task. Now only this final area remains as Scovina looks up at the sky preparing to recruit the legendary and elusive Yaksha sisters. Spotting him from inside, the older sister, Ya, calls out in surprise while the younger sister, Cha, tells her to head down to greet their guest. Stepping inside, Scovina politely introduces himself as an assistant from the Leprechaun Merchant Guild, prompting a quick, casual response from the sister. She invites him to come inside and chat, and as he politely complies, Scovina notices the feet of the Yaksha sisters and wonders. They look incredibly human, even taking off their footwear before entering. Realizing how little is known about them, he decides to follow suit. After carefully removing his shoes and taking off his hat, he politely asks for their forgiveness as he prepares to introduce himself properly. Ya quickly interrupts, telling him not to worry before playfully pointing outside and asking a much more pressing question about the monsters. She wonders if all the monsters gathered outside are heading toward the primordial core, to which Scovina calmly confirms that they are. Swinging her legs playfully, she admits she is highly impressed while Scovina watches them and wonders if they are actually sisters. Their personalities are complete opposites, with the younger sister Cha gently whispering about how frivolous the entire situation seems to her. Looking them over, Scovina quietly questions their power since neither of them looks particularly strong, though he notices their unusual tattoos. He wonders if their matching markings mean something, but Cha quickly warns him that staring at them too much is a bad idea. Ya excitedly asks if this is his first time seeing a Yaksha, explaining that these markings disrupt the mana flow of anyone watching. Cha adds that weaker individuals might even faint if they stare too long, making Scovina realize just how dangerous these sisters truly are. Praising the older sister for her wisdom, Scovina is quickly corrected as Cha smiles gently and reveals that she is actually the younger one. Leaping down, Ya proudly claims her title as the big sister, laughing off a common misunderstanding which leaves Scovina completely shocked. He wonders if they are adoptive sisters, but Ya cheerfully corrects him, confirming they are blood relatives, prompting an immediate apology from him. Ya casually waves it off, admitting they get that a lot and do not mind before taking a seat and getting down to business. Slapping the ground, she shifts the conversation to the primordial core, asking Scovina about the kind of person Lord Devourer truly is. She is incredibly curious about their master, leaving Scovina looking completely bewildered by her sudden and direct line of questioning. Ignoring his confusion, she eagerly presses him for details, asking what the ultimate being and his powerful gatekeepers are like in person. She knows he must have seen them all, and since they are planning to enter the dungeon anyway, she figures there is no harm in asking. She is absolutely dying to know what to expect once they finally make their way inside, treating it as a casual conversation starter. What started as a basic inquiry suddenly turns dark. She demands immediate answers right now, her voice dripping with sheer terrifying malice. Scovina shivers. That gaze is not simple curiosity. It is the look of someone driven by a dangerous competitive urge. A person with eyes like that could easily cross the line at any moment. He hesitates, completely unsure of what to do. She grows increasingly impatient, demanding he speak. Suddenly, a chaotic shout breaks out right outside, shattering the tense silence. An angry voice yells outside, asking if that makes any sense. The noisy ruckus instantly breaks her train of thought. Is a brawl starting? Just then, a quiet voice from the doorway politely asks if Scovina is currently inside the room. The core transaction officer apologizes for the interruption, stating that the situation outside has become extremely urgent. Scovina asks if he is indeed the officer in charge of managing the ancient core's official transactions. The anxious officer gets straight to the point, assuring him they had no intention to spy, but rumors are spreading everywhere. Wondering what they are, Scovina listens as the officer explains that a mob is causing massive chaos all over town. They claim they are joining the core. Confused, Scovina wonders aloud who these people actually are. As the officer hesitates, Yaksha suddenly lifts Scovina right off the ground, guessing who the culprits might be. She suspects they are just northern punks, while Scovina confirms they had absolutely no plans to recruit anyone else. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the officer sighs in relief. They just wanted to make absolutely sure of the situation. Yaksha nods in agreement. Perfect timing, especially since the curse is coming. She asks her sister if those guys are strong. Her sister replies that they cannot know without a fight, which immediately gets Yaksha fired up and ready for action. Turning to Scovina, she asks if they are allowed to punish those fools for daring to misuse their noble name. Scovina is taken aback, but she just beams a bright, innocent smile at him, forcing him to sigh in defeat. He warns them not to cause massive destruction. Nodding quickly, Yaksha immediately leaps right off the edge of the cliff. Dashing away, she promises to return quickly. Nearby, the sound of screams echoes as the troublemakers curse their horrible luck. They did not expect anyone to head toward the ancient core, and with Lepron involved, causing trouble could ruin everything. They decide to wait until the others leave. Suddenly, a long-necked monster blocks Yaksha's path and demands to know her identity. The monster demands to know who she is blocking, but Yaksha casually asks if they have been bragging about working there. The Ice Warrior boastfully confirms it, claiming they are indeed about to become an official part of the ancient core. He grumbles that traveling this far has made him annoyed enough to slaughter a few monsters to blow off steam. Yaksha tells him to stop lying, which immediately triggers an incredibly hostile and angry reaction from the entire gang of thugs. Ignoring their insults entirely, Yaksha calmly points out that she has a feeling they are both thinking the exact same thing. As they scream curses, she happily reveals that she has been looking forward to killing a few fools herself today. And just like that, the fight is on. The surrounding crowd goes wild, wondering if these guys actually represent the core. Spectators watch in shock, wondering if this random girl is really bold enough to pick a fight with the core's crew. The ice giant demands to know who she thinks they are, prompting her to mockingly ask if they are just pathetic losers. Furious, the giant charges forward, screaming in absolute rage about how she dared disrespect their master, Lord N. The ground shatters and dust fills the air as Yaksha scoffs at their ridiculous claim of working for the ancient core. Emerging unscathed from the thick cloud, she smugly smiles and continues to mock them as a bunch of pathetic fools. Nearby, a tiny forest mouse freezes in its tracks, startled by the massive commotion echoing from further up the mountain. It quickly scrambles up onto the head of a green-haired old man who is quietly observing the entire area from afar. Together, they look down from the hillside at a moving carriage, while elsewhere Patrick reviews a newly compiled recruit registry. He asks if this is the official recruitment list, and Scovina nods, noting the total of 291. Scovina expresses his deep gratitude before Patrick asks about the current location of the monster recruits they managed to gather. Since they cannot enter the elven forest without permission, the monsters are hiding nearby, which Patrick agrees was smart. He warns that if the hot-tempered elves got angry, the monsters would have been instantly vaporized, making it a wise decision. Patrick then asks about the total number of goblin employees, prompting Scovina to quickly run the numbers in his head. The total comes to 1,320, making Patrick frown thoughtfully as he calculates their impressive roster of powerful beasts. He praises Scovina for carefully calculating the guild's total combat power, calling the accomplishment an incredibly impressive and strategic feat. Patrick promises to reward his hard work handsomely, leaving Scovina absolutely thrilled with how well things are turning out. He thinks it is perfect, smiling as he clutches the hat in his hands. They have passed the test and this gathering request. To gather all these monsters must have been a test. Scovina continues to drown in his own wild speculations. After losing the favor of Lord Devourer, their Leprechaun guild was reduced to running mere errands. But with this new request, they might finally win back his trust. Beside him, Patrick is busy writing with a slightly hesitant look on his face. The clerk carefully reviews the figures on the paper with a hesitant expression before handing the finalized document over to Scovina. "Here is your pay," Patrick says. Scovina reaches out with both hands to receive the document, his mind spinning with endless thoughts. Everything seems perfectly fine at first, but as soon as he sees what Patrick wrote down, his jaw drops in utter disbelief. Stuttering in pure shock, Scovina says there must be a huge misunderstanding. Patrick just tilts his head in complete confusion, asking what mistake he means. Scovina clenches his teeth, his fingers tightly gripping the list. "No, this can't be right." Scovina almost jumps out of his skin, stammering that this budget is way too high. Patrick still doesn't get the problem. With this ridiculous amount of gold, they could buy 50 castles, gather every single monster on Earth, and throw a massive party. This budget is absolutely insane. Scovina tells him he should consult Lord Devourer first before they finalize any of the official paperwork. Patrick simply sighs and explains that the boss doesn't care about the budget. As long as it is not empty, he won't give it a single thought, meaning they have absolutely nothing to worry about in the grand scheme of things. Then he gives a strict reminder to treat all their future orders as the absolute highest priority from now on. He flashes a pleasant smile, asking if they understand. Scovina quietly realizes he has fallen right into a clever trap. Shifting their entire focus would crush the guild's overall reputation. Seeing the old man freeze up without giving an answer, Patrick asks again with a chilling expression, demanding if they got it. Scovina starts sweating, stammering his reply. He starts to say that no matter how they look at it, he is already stamping the list, shaking hands with Patrick. This is simply too much gold to walk away from. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark cavern, a loud voice echoes out. The group is told they can enter. The older Yaksha's sister stands with her arms crossed, looking at the entrance. They are standing right in front of a pitch-black passage known as the Primordial Core, a legendary dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a massive red foot stomps down near the entrance. A heavy voice comments that this place is surprisingly spacious. A fiery banrock from the depths of hell appears sporting a massive body covered in sharp spikes. It growls in excitement, declaring that this place is absolutely perfect for him. From behind, a heavy, slithering sound echoes across the cold stone floor. A voice snaps that if he handles it, the cavern will be flooded with lava. A giant frost worm approaches them. The massive ice beast claims a frozen field would suit the primordial core best. Immediately, the two powerhouses begin to clash. Banrock yells back, arguing that extreme heat is far superior, while the ice worm insists that freezing cold is the way. The Yaka sisters stand by casually watching the drama unfold. The older sister whispers to her sibling, asking if they look strong. The younger sister sighs, telling her to behave and read the room, but Banrock is simply not backing down at all. He barks at the ice worm, asking if it wants to fight, while the beast fires back, calling him half-cooked cow. The older sister gives a sly grin, pointing out that certain individuals seem much stronger than the loud mouths boasting over there. Other monsters are scouting the area, whispering that the primordial core does not look particularly impressive at first glance. The younger sister observes the crowd, admitting they seem genuinely powerful. The older sister turns with sparkling eyes, wanting to fight. Before she can even suggest it, the younger sister shuts her down. She turns away, pouting like a child. The nearby monsters start whispering, wondering if those two belong to the infamous Yaka clan. Their overwhelming aura is definitely no joke. One of Biyun's allies doubts they could win a fight against them, asking for Biyun's opinion on the matter. He sighs, admitting they have too little information on the Ya. His companion quickly points out that they easily crushed their opponents earlier. Biyun remains skeptical, arguing that it is too early to tell. After all, they could easily be the first to die. Nearby, the older Yacha sister mutters that she can hear every word. The younger sister tells her not to blame them, explaining that every monster gathered here is a legendary beast that once ruled an entire region with absolute terror. They have all gathered here to challenge the ultimate dungeon, and she warns that underestimating them would be a fatal mistake. The older sister simply scoffs at her warning, repeating that empty vessels always make the loudest noise in the room. The younger sibling sighs, reminding her that they should not judge others by their own ridiculous standards. Yet, the older sister is still curious. She excitedly asks if her sister really doesn't feel it, wondering if anyone here is actually stronger than them. Wait, is anyone going to notice the figure walking up? Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, "Welcome everyone." Sister Ye instantly freezes in place. Her brother is just as shocked. Even Banrock and Jaemun halt, turning their eyes toward the source of the voice. He tells them he knows they are all eager to fight, but asks them to hold off for now. Slowly, the armored figure steps forward. He states he will not make them line up, knowing they each came to the ancient core with their own goals. A headless suit of armor slowly steps into the light. In a room where everyone is locked in their own scheming thoughts, his voice grabs everyone's undivided attention. He announces he is moving to a spot where he can easily see every single loader. One of them, the gatekeeper of the deepest parts of the ancient core, finally reaches the peak. He mutters that he can now see everyone clearly, praising them for surviving the grueling journey here. A heavy absolute silence suddenly falls over the crowd, as his mere presence makes their bodies tremble from his sheer overwhelming power. This imposing figure is none other than Death Knight Patrick. He casually asks why everyone is so incredibly tense. With a soft chuckle, he apologizes for making them travel such a massive distance, promising that the boss will arrive shortly. Patrick looks around, adding that they will assign rooms next, since the boss absolutely hates noise, so nobody should start any fights. Scanning the crowd to gauge their reactions, Patrick casually sits down flat on the floor, feeling completely relaxed. He tells them that talking is totally fine since they still have a bit of time to kill. Inside, he is secretly relieved that he managed to set the right mood. Now, if only the boss would show up and act like a proper dungeon master. After a long wait, Devourer finally drags himself in, looking completely exhausted as he apologizes, being late. Actually, he is incredibly late, muttering about how modern kids hate waiting around. Hearing this, Patrick looks completely fed up, exhausted, grabbing him by his collar in disbelief. He sighs, realizing it was his mistake to let Riney bring the lazy boss here. Besides, how did Devourer even recruit Riney in the first place? Riney quickly speaks up, claiming Lord Devourer wanted to stay with her forever. Patrick snaps in frustration, grabbing him again as he loses his cool. Turning to Melju, he frantically whispers to her to translate his words. Melju leans in and quietly tells their master that Patrick wants to know if he can say something. Devourer merely grumbles back, asking if they really only want one sentence. With a heavy sigh, he finally stands up straight. Ready to address the crowd, Devourer looks down at the gathered monsters. He calmly raises his index finger to deliver his ultimate decision. He tells them all to start slaughtering each other right now, leaving Patrick utterly speechless as agony-filled screams suddenly echo through the hall. Outside the chaos, Rinny impatiently tells her opponent to stop wasting time screaming and focus on healing up instead. On the cold floor, a severed arm lies twitching. Its fingers are still trembling as Rinny's cold voice rings out again. The homunculus remarks that if losing a single arm makes her opponent panic this badly, they will never survive a real battle. Terrified, Melju remains quiet as Reini continues to scold her for being too slow, pointing out that in a true fight, regeneration speed must be far quicker. Reini launches another verbal attack, reminding Melju that she had already warned her about this. Melju had been warned that she would only find regret, yet she insisted on this challenge anyway. Reini stands proudly, looming over her exhausted opponent, asking if she is finally ready to give up. Despite being completely drained, Melju refuses to yield. Answering with a blunt no, Melju picks up her severed arm to reattach it. Grabbing her weapon once more, she calmly tells Reini to keep going. Reini has no objections, drawing her arsenal of weapons while giving her opponent one final stern warning. Reini warns her that she will not hold back during the next round, so she had better fight with everything she has. Hearing this, Patrick frantically rushes over, screaming for everyone to stop. He desperately tries to defuse the chaotic, tense situation, telling them to put their weapons down and completely ignore the boss's ridiculous orders. But Devourer is totally unfazed by this. Knowing things are spiraling, Patrick aggressively shakes the lazy boss, pleading with him to change his mind while practically spinning his head. He demands to know what the boss is thinking, but Devourer just mumbles back that he only did what was asked of him. Patrick nearly loses it, pointing out that one sentence should not mean ordering a mass slaughter. Yet Devourer blankly argues that this is always the most efficient way to weed out the weak. He plans to make the sole survivor the new manager, causing Patrick to protest, instantly asking if he seriously only wants a single recruit. Finding it too bothersome, Devourer decides to change his orders slightly, telling everyone to fight but just try not to kill each other. Fed up, Patrick tells the boss that he will handle it. Devourer eagerly agrees, happy to dump the work on him. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Dullahan is sent flying through the air, unable to believe his pathetic defeat. He crashes hard onto the ground, his fighting spirit completely shattered by the devastating blow. As Dullahan, the legendary terror of the South who was once personally recruited by the mighty Lord Erebos, he can hardly comprehend. Lying motionless on the floor, he stares blankly, wondering how someone of his unmatched stature could have been beaten so utterly and humiliatingly. To this absolute extreme, Aka could only stare at Ryan, seething with rage over how a mere maid could be so strong. Could this really be the power of an ancient center guardian? Ryan looked down on him with pure contempt, muttering that her mood right now was quite bad. She had hoped the Yasha sisters would be there instead. Mocking them, she asked what they planned to do now since they were already disqualified anyway. Dullahan quickly rejected the idea, snapping back that she should stop joking about them being eliminated like that. He scrambled to his feet, desperately trying to cling to some logic, arguing they still had time. Outside, Yasha's sisters watched with utter boredom, calling the whole scene ridiculous. The younger sister asked her sibling if this was really how a test was supposed to go, blaming Dullahan for spouting nonsense and causing this entire mess. Look at them, not even human, just a bunch of low-level monsters daring to challenge the legendary guardians of the ancient center. Inside, after a few exhausting matches, Patrick sighed and told everyone to just ignore their boss's orders this time. Since it was late, they needed to assign rooms. The two sisters questioned if they were really doing that now. The Death Knight Patrick stood reading the list, announcing the managers for rooms 1 and 2, but suddenly someone yelled out to stop. Wait. Rager demanded to know if there was no actual test, wondering if things were just ending like this. Patrick immediately snapped back, furious, asking what they took him for. He declared that their evaluation was completed long ago, as he had already seen through all of their power, meaning he had no intention of wasting time on useless tasks. The older Yasha's sister just laughed out loud, watching them argue, while her sibling softly scolded her to stop laughing like that. But she insisted it was just too hilarious. Meanwhile, the group of monsters listening grew outraged, demanding to know if they had to just accept this. Patrick bluntly told them that the guys over there were already disqualified, so there was no need to shout. Indignant, they asked what he meant by eliminated, demanding if he considered them weak. Patrick sighed, deciding not to sugarcoat it, calling them extremely weak. He addressed Rager directly, asking if he actually believed he was a master among this entire gathered crowd. The older Yasha sister burst out laughing all over again, forcing her sibling to quietly nudge her. From the crowd, Hukaaa spoke up with a question of his own. Patrick dryly invited the fierce warrior to speak, and Hukaaa assumed that Patrick being willing to answer meant he had passed, though he quickly added that he completely disagreed with Patrick's assessment. He argued that true strength could only be determined in a real fight, assuming Patrick as a martial artist would understand that. Patrick listened attentively, admitting he understood a little. Gaining some confidence, Hukaaka quickly pressed on with his second question, arguing that while they needed room managers and mid-level monsters to work, he had not traveled all this way just to accept some lowly managerial title. He claimed he came here specifically to become an official guardian of the ancient center itself. Patrick did not look pleased at all. He explained that the ancient center was the greatest dungeon built to protect ancient Devourer. so the guardian positions must be held by the absolute strongest. He immediately cast a spell to show everyone, making the Yasha sisters lean forward in anticipation. Patrick continued, stating that he would be the one deciding the tournament format in the most fair way possible. Since they would be defending the dungeon, he argued that testing their defensive capabilities was the most logical approach. He then turned to Melju, asking for her assistance. The demon lord stepped forward, raising her staff high into the air. She chanted the high-tier spell Ideal World. Watching Melju, the younger sister marveled at how incredibly wondrous magic could be. Once inside the space, the rules of the test automatically imprinted onto everyone's minds, requiring them to hold off their opponents for 15 minutes. The rules were incredibly simple. The older sister asked if they would be split into 3 groups, and her sibling nodded in agreement. It would likely be the Death Knight Patrick, the Sword Maid Rhine, and the Demon King Melju. Hearing this, one monster smiled excitedly. He muttered that facing Melju would be ideal. The younger Yasha sister agreed, noting she seemed like the easiest opponent among the 3. Word was she had only joined the ancient center recently, but her sister disagreed, sensing a hidden power beneath that gentle appearance. A monster pointed out that someone was approaching, and you just know they were not ready for who stepped out next. The heavy footsteps did not sound like that young girl at all. The younger sister curiously asked her sibling if it was Patrick. Her sister confirmed she saw him too, whispering that this match was going to be brutal. The figure finally stepped forward. It was Devourer, lazily scratching his head. He casually reminded them that he was also a member of this ancient dungeon too. A monster roared in anger, cursing Dullahan's big mouth for putting them in this terrible position. Yet some were ready to fight anyway. He urged everyone to work together, but a more logical beast snapped back, asking what cooperation would even solve against this guy. If they had faced Patrick or Rhine, they would not have stood a single chance anyway, so rushing in now was suicide. But Rager confidently spoke up, telling them that would not happen. He claimed they were actually incredibly lucky compared to the others. The others looked at him, completely confused. Rager grinned, telling them they had just hit the jackpot. High above, Melju looked down at the crowd, waiting for the match to begin. She quietly recalled her previous battle with Rhine, remembering how she had to keep moving. Doing this will only cause mental trauma to build up over time. A wound like that might never truly heal. Back then, Rinny asked her why she felt the need to push herself so hard. Melg simply looked down, answering hesitantly. As for her reason, she slowly muttered the words. Back in reality, Melg stepped forward, her voice suddenly echoing, with a challenging tone. That was right, she did not hesitate, proudly staring them down, ready to confront the monsters. I am your opponent, Melg growled. Her reason was crystal clear, she was simply too tired of it all. Patrick then took the initiative, politely announcing the start of the game and establishing the rules. They were incredibly simple, and the monsters listened intently to her voice. Consider the core members of the primordial core as the raid team. This test will end if that group is successfully stopped. The majestic Melg struck a deal with them, telling them they only needed to hold out for 15 minutes. One beast was instantly dissatisfied upon hearing the rules, calling it completely unfair. Melg continued, declaring it decided, calling out to all the monsters. She even gave a friendly reminder to the candidates to do their best. Devourer then asked in a serious tone if everyone understood. Now shall we begin? The monsters held their heads in despair, knowing this was going to be tough. One of them yelled out to wait. Please calm down and wait a moment. Lord Devourer, even if this is just a test, how could we ever dare to strike your noble body? Devourer asked if the beast was talking about him. The smooth-talking monster quickly replied, saying they were incredibly grateful that he personally graced them with his presence for this trial. However, when facing a supreme being like him, even if they were famous magical beasts, it would still be impossible. Devourer immediately cut him off, pointing out that they were all supposed to be big shots around here. The monster grew terrified, admitting he genuinely wondered if this test was even possible to complete, addressing him respectfully. Devourer maintained his playful attitude, but then cast aside his carefree look and sternly said that holding back would actually insult them more. The monsters dared not argue back, lowering themselves to flatter him and agreeing that his point was indeed correct. Meanwhile, the younger Yaksha's sister softly called out to her sister. On the other side, Devourer was still teasing the crowd of beasts. He told them their words made some sense, so if they could make him freeze for even 1 second, they would be hired instantly. If they could sting him a little, they would become guards. If they caused him pain, they would get managerial positions. And if they somehow defeated him, he would hand over the entire primordial core. The beasts were already planning their retreat. How could they ever defeat him? But if it was just 1 second, maybe they stood a chance. Then Devourer added that he would fight back. Talk about a brutal reality check. They knew that in just 1 second they could all be completely wiped out. They scrambled for ideas, wondering what to do with only 7 minutes left. Devourer had absolutely no intention of wasting his energy. He stood by watching the monsters plan among themselves. One beast continued to flatter him, asking how they could dare offend his noble body. He politely suggested that Devourer should just relax for the remaining time. Suddenly, a blue orb flew rapidly toward Devourer from afar. The older Yaksha sisters spoke up tactfully, calling it a small gift they had happened to find on their way here. Devourer caught the blue orb, examining it briefly before giving his approval. He spoke with satisfaction, saying it would do. He admitted he had hoped at least the two of them would take action like this. Intrigued, he asked what their names were. The sisters replied that they once had names but threw them away upon coming here. Devourer was slightly surprised by their response. Asking what he should call them instead, Patrick chimed in to remind him that their race had a name that was hard to pronounce and remember. Devourer pondered, suggesting he give them a new name that was easier to say, wondering what he should call them. Seeing right through them, he told them to just go ahead with whatever scheme they were planning to pull. Both sisters agreed not to hold back anymore, and the younger one boldly spoke up, declaring that this test was unfair from the start. She argued everything was definitely part of Lord Devourer's plan, meaning the candidates never stood a single chance of winning. Ouch, she is completely crushing their spirits here, pointing out that everyone else was likely facing the same grim fate. She firmly insisted to Devourer that all the other teams were in the exact same boat before pointing out their critical flaw. With such a timid lineup and defeatist mindset, it was practically impossible for the beasts to unleash their full potential. Even in favorable conditions, getting completely wiped out by overwhelmingly superior opponents was just a natural outcome. She bluntly stated that forcing a ragtag group like this to stop the Primordial Core's guardians, who could easily wipe out entire raid parties, was totally unrealistic. Hearing this, her older sister grew extremely worried, shouting at her to think carefully before speaking. She desperately wanted to warn her sister to choose her words wisely. Devourer calmly replied that since they felt so cheated, he would reveal the actual truth. He admitted this entire setup was not his idea but was actually planned by Patrick. The sister assumed he did this to teach them a valuable lesson, praising his foresight. But Devourer made it clear. He drew up a plan and told Patrick to follow it. But a mistake is still a mistake, and yet he went ahead and interfered anyway. Patrick scrambles to make excuses. Devourer sharply cuts him off, warning him not to ignore his words. Devourer does not deny anything. In fact, he admits they are absolutely correct. But then right here, Devourer's face suddenly darkens as he asks what they want now. The monsters are absolutely terrified, cursing those foolish girls. Crying tears of terror, they know that daring to question someone of his stature could easily cost every single one of them their lives. Devourer understands their fear and tries to calm them down. There is no need to be so tense after traveling all this way. Waving his hand to signal them closer, Devourer casually says that this might actually turn out to be pretty fun, encouraging them to step up. Go ahead and try attacking me, he tells them calmly. Then he turns his gaze directly toward the Yaksha sisters, noting their fierce attitude. He sees zero fear in them, only burning, fighting spirit boiling deep in their eyes. Seeing them release their intense fighting aura actually gets him pretty excited. The sisters exchange surprised glances, silently discussing their next move. Finally, the older sister lets out a wild, savage laugh while her younger sibling licks her lips, preparing to strike with absolute ruthlessness. Crimson bloodlust explodes from them both as they prepare to wage absolute war with everything they have. Dropping his casual demeanor, Devourer stands tall and exposes their true motives, saying they had planned to do this from the very beginning anyway. He proudly flicks his coat, telling them to show him what they can do, while Patrick watches the battle unfold from inside the building. Grimacing in disgust, Patrick mutters that they are all a bunch of useless trash, and Ryan quickly chimes in to agree with his assessment. Ryan's recruits fail completely, but Devourer casually sprawls on the floor, mentioning they still have 2 candidates left. Ryan gasps in shock while Patrick remembers those Yaksha fighters heading toward the boss. He slowly remarks that those 2 are actually pretty interesting. Devourer suggests they might make good managers, instantly triggering Ryan's jealousy, as she claims she is now highly curious about them as well. Patrick grumbles in disagreement, arguing that if they had been matched properly, they would have been eliminated a very long time ago. Pouring oil on the fire, Devourer admits he actually planned to appoint them as managers anyway. Hearing this, Ryan practically fumes with rage. She strongly protests, demanding to fight them herself, while Devourer calmly asks if Mel is the only candidate remaining in the test. Patrick confirms with a worried tone that only Mel is still pushing through. Devourer sighs deeply, reflecting on what a massive loss this is. Although their numbers are small, that group holds some of the strongest fighters, leaving him wondering if Mel is in any real danger. Patrick suddenly explodes with terrifying bloodlust, growling that if anything happens to her, he will personally rip those bastards to shreds. Still, a heavy sense of unease lingers, making him regret letting her participate. But Ryan quickly speaks up to reassure him. She promises everything will be fine, placing absolute trust in Mel, and insisting that there is no way she would ever fail. She is entirely confident that such a disaster is impossible. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Rhaegar looks around in pure paralyzing terror. Confused and struggling to comprehend, he wonders how this is happening since Demon King Mel was supposed to be the absolute weakest one. She was supposed to be the weakest in the Primal Center. Rhaegar's eyes go wide as he realizes he completely miscalculated this opponent. Looking up in utter disbelief, he shivers, wondering if this insane, overwhelming pressure is truly the power of a primal center manager. Mel's presence completely crushes the surrounding area. She stands as a true ruler among the fiercely competitive and formidable demon species. Demons are naturally superior to average monsters born with an instinct to serve elite individuals recognized as the supreme demon kings. These rulers use absolute power to dominate others, their immense strength, making them incredibly arrogant and heavily isolated from the rest. Shunned and rejected by other monster tribes, one particular demon king, rumored to be the absolute weakest, joined the primal center. Hearing those rumors, every low-level beast started to believe they could achieve the exact same thing, sparking a massive wave of ambition. Having prepared extensively, Rager was eager to turn this golden opportunity into reality, his mind racing with wild dreams of victory. If he can just take down this demon king, he will easily earn a spot inside the primal center. Meanwhile, Mel looks down. Scanning the gathered beasts, she easily reads their desperate thoughts, tightening her grip on her weapon as she issues a cold warning. "I know exactly what you are plotting," she tells them. Suddenly, one of the monsters steps forward, loudly asking for permission to speak. Mel narrows her eyes in suspicion, but the monster boldly demands to know if killing their opponent guarantees a spot as a gatekeeper. Mel calmly confirms his theory. Pausing for a brief moment, she decides to clarify the rules for the rest of the horde. Since she is only a manager and not a gatekeeper, she cannot guarantee they will secure that specific role if they win. However, if they actually manage to kill her, they can at least take over her position as a manager. Hearing this, another beast sneers. Mocking her without a shred of respect, the arrogant creature scoffs, claiming that taking over her manager role sounds like a total breeze. He speaks arrogantly, showing zero respect as he mockingly questions whether they can truly trust someone who is merely a manager. "That is a bit disheartening," Mel replies calmly, explaining that because she cannot compare to Lord Ryan or Lord Patrick, she is only just a substitute. She adds that every beast here is either A rank or titled with individual power that easily eclipses an ordinary demon lord army. Mel warns them that the only demon lord capable of fighting these monsters single-handedly is the supreme demon lord Yuba. Even so, she cannot help but worry, knowing that if even Lord Yuba faced all of them at once, victory would be uncertain. The monsters, burning with fierce energy, ask if they are supposed to fight her from this moment on. Floating in the air, Mel confirms it, but one of them notices something strange and asks why she is just standing there. He demands to know why she has made zero preparations. Mel pauses, repeating the word preparation before looking down at them. She tilts her head and asks if they mean chanting. Dragon grows suspicious and highly alert, questioning her role. As a demon lord, how can she face them alone without an army or even preparing a single spell unless it is a trick? Is she trying to delay the fight, or is there another reason? Mel hesitates, trying to find the right words. She innocently points out that in real combat she would prepare, but this is just a test, right? Hearing this, a beast cheers. He laughs, thrilled that she actually came completely unprepared, calling her incredibly reckless as he prepares for a test. Narrowing its eyes, the beast anticipates an easy victory. It suddenly lunges forward, launching a strike to seize Mel. "Die," it roars. Instantly, the other monsters swarm in a frenzy, screaming that her head belongs to them. They fight each other to be the one who claims the ultimate prize. Mel swiftly dodges, immediately activating mid-tier magic. As she conjures her fang arrows, another beast watches the chaotic brawl, sighing in relief that he did not trust cooperation. He sneers, thinking whoever strikes the final blow gets to rule the ancient center. He silently plots his move. Idiots, there is no rule stating a single kill guarantees passing. The limit is 15 minutes and more tests might follow. His top priority is conserving energy. Secretly forming a magic sphere, he smirks, thinking he is the only one playing smart. To him, a mage battle is entirely predictable, especially when dealing with basic mid-tier coordinate distortion magic. He deeply looks down on Mel. Demon lords like her always fight by the textbook, making their movements easy to read. Preparing to ambush her, he expects her to use a barrier to block physical attacks since she is not chanting. He bides his time, watching as she unleashes her fang arrows, expecting her to teleport away to buy chanting time. The beast thinks he has completely dissected her strategy. If so, the best counter is to disrupt her teleportation spell. Brimming with pride, he utterly dismisses her threat level, thinking this demon lord is nothing but a total joke. But watch what happens next. A massive blast rocks the grounds, and just like that, the other monsters are wiped out. Left dazed, one beast stammers out in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how this happened so fast. There was no chanting, no warning at all. Seizing the chaos, Mel dashes forward with her staff to finish them. The scheming monster trembles, horrified that she did not even use magic but relied entirely on raw physical speed. His eyes widen as his theory crumbles. Aren't demon lords supposed to be arrogant glass cannons hiding behind their armies? The remaining beasts charge forward, roaring in frustration, but she is like grease, dodging every single strike with effortless grace. Their predictions were dead wrong. Before they can adapt, Mel leaps high into the air, her small frame radiating resolve. Unaware, he has already targeted the scheming beast panics as a sudden chill-inducing sense of danger washes over him. He desperately tries to hide, but Mel instantly shatters his coordinate distortion magic with a single powerful kick. Shocked that she bypassed his distortion, he refuses to back down, claiming his spell casting speed is still superior. Mel charges again, launching a massive magic sphere that engulfs him instantly, melting him down before he can even blink. How could she strike faster than his pre-cast spell? He wonders, utterly overwhelmed by her absurd combat calculations. No escape. His final thought is pure terror before another massive blast tears through the sky. The remaining monsters watch in disbelief as Rusaka is instantly defeated, finally realizing she needs no army to crush them. Talk about an absolute powerhouse. Mel easily dismantles every single tactic, but then a blinding flash of light erupts. It blocks everyone's vision, including Mel's, leaving her momentarily off balance as thousands of swords rain down on her. For a split second, Mel falters, staring at the approaching blades and wondering if they are indeed magic swords. She barely dodges the strike, shocking her foes who wonder how she avoided a remote hidden body sword technique. Mel looks at the persistent monsters, acknowledging that their skills are top tier, forcing her to reconsider her approach. Defeating them all seems impossible. Just then, a monster shrieks that she is exhausted and time is running out. Taking down Melj is going to take some real planning. Relying on raw strength alone will just make her teleport away. The monsters crash right into each other in their haste. Damn it, she teleported again. Where is she? A fast one spots her. She is right in the center. Get back, let my dragon breath handle this. He opens his massive jaws, forming a fiery red sphere. The flame shoots straight at Melja. Her mind suddenly drifts back to her training days with Ryan, hearing her voice echoing clearly. You are not helpless at all, Ryan had smiled. I think I finally understand why Lord Devourer brought you back with him. You actually possess incredible talent, Ryan continued with tough love. Honestly, you should have quit early on. I really expected you to. I thought you would hate me by now, blindly firing off spells in raw anger, she added. But in the end you did not. You did not break. You are light years ahead of being helpless. On top of that, you possess an absolutely terrifying raw talent. The others probably knew it already, but I realized it back at Glade. Even with that dangerous power, you did not break. You did not die or go mad. You mastered it yourself. Rhina cheered her on, telling her to unleash that power now. She knew Melja had been training in secret every single day. Gradually, those lingering memories began to fade from her mind. After all, Ryan could always feel Lord Devourer's presence anywhere. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts directly from Melja. The sheer brilliance leaves the beasts completely dazed. This is nothing like the weak rumors. Melja gets lost in her thoughts. Why did she ever doubt herself and turn a blind eye? The monsters stare in awe, totally forgetting their actual mission. Memories of her younger, terrified self clinging to Devourer's sleeve flash by fueling her with an immense surge of motivation. Finding her courage, she knows the Demon King chosen by Lord Devourer could never be weak. That truth anchors her heart. It serves as a constant reminder. Seeing her overwhelming power, the hostile beasts finally decide to throw in the towel. They sit down in unison, admitting defeat against an unreachable peak. Right on cue, the hourglass empties, signaling time is up. The Yaksha sisters are completely battered. The older one stares blankly at the battlefield while her disheveled sister looks utterly pitiful. Still, they are much luckier than the 291 other monsters who got utterly eliminated. Patrick begins to clap. Acknowledging their hard work, he steps forward cheerfully to check in on everyone, asking if they all enjoyed his assessment. Did they have fun with the appraisal, and do they finally understand the weight of his high standards now? The monsters grumble, annoyed by this smooth-talking host. Another beast mutters bitterly that they understand it perfectly well now. Ignoring their bitter complaints, Patrick cheerfully announces the results. The Yaksha sisters are chosen to guard the boss room. The two sisters look incredibly dejected, whispering to each other why they feel so thoroughly depressed despite actually passing. Patrick then turns to the rest of the surviving crowd. Clearing his throat, he acknowledges that everyone tried their best. But after a dramatic pause, he delivers the bad news. Everyone else failed and can go home. He then addresses the sisters. Since they are the only ones who passed, they must follow him. The sisters nod as the failed monsters watch them leave. The monsters exchange utterly bewildered glances, feeling completely hollow. Nearby, Devourer lets out a massive yawn before heading into the dark. They lead the Yaksha sisters deep into the murky pitch-black dungeon. The air is thick, damp, and completely suffocating. While the veterans walk comfortably through the familiar corridors, the newcomers gaze around in awe at the sheer scale of the place. They wonder if all dungeons are this massive. Lazily yawning, Devourer asks Patrick if he can finally go take a nap. Patrick bows, respectfully reassuring him that his work is done and that he will handle the rest of the business. Melja notes that Devourer has been unusually active lately. Deeply touched, Devourer praises her, saying she is the only one who truly understands him. Before walking off, Devourer turns back to lock eyes with Patrick in absolute silence. Patrick braces himself for some profound final advice. Instead, Devourer instantly shifts back into his fluffy dog form, telling him that the rest is officially his problem. Melja is totally speechless. Wishing him a good rest, Melja finally lets her guard down. Suddenly, she feels a wave of nausea, realizing she completely overexerted herself. Ryan asks if it is a side effect. Sitting flat on the dirt, Melji explains that sparring with Ryan built up her tolerance. Patrick praises her growth warmly, noting how much stronger she has become. Nearby, the Yaksha sisters stare with wide, disbelieving eyes. Right on cue, Hansti comes running toward Melja. She happily cheers, apologizing to her loyal beast for making him wait. She hops onto his back, asking if he guarded her room properly. Hansti simply nods, getting ready to say his goodbyes. Melja bids them farewell, heading off to rest. Patrick bows, telling her to recover well after such a grueling day. The older Yaksha sister watches them with absolute terror, whispering to her sister about the terrifying nature of that white beast. They both realize that the creature is actually a high-level gatekeeper. Patrick chuckles, claiming he has never heard of such a gatekeeper. He explains that the beast is merely the #1 summon under Melji's command, leaving the two sisters completely dumbfounded. The Demon King, he adds, as long as you do not intend to harm Lady Melju, you have nothing to worry about. Perhaps your senses are just too sharp, which is why you reacted so sensitively. The older sister wonders how could a low-ranking demon soldier radiate such a hair-raising pressure the moment he appears. Is Patrick really just smoothing things over? Does he actually like Mel? Then he asks, how do you two feel about this? They both seem completely dazed, but it is time to snap out of it. They quickly compose their spirits. Ryan remains highly wary of the two sisters. Suddenly, the older one asks if Lord Devourer was still holding back his true power. Patrick answers instantly, of course he was. Even though I did not witness it directly, since both of you and the dungeon are unharmed, he definitely did not use his full power. She nods, understanding that makes perfect sense. Patrick quietly calculates. Excellent, he thinks. The Yaksha are a race captivated by raw power, so that was a highly satisfying answer. The younger sister tilts her head, wondering, Lord Patrick are my sister, and I really the only ones being recruited? Patrick answers on instinct, no, absolutely not. He begins to complain that the dungeon is facing a severe monster shortage. Aside from those who gave up or refused to obey, he intends to hire everyone. That is why he asked to bring in as many as possible. She asks him in shock, but what about the test? Patrick responds bluntly that was just a necessary show to warn them not to act up later. He explains that since they are all notorious monsters from their respective areas, taming them definitely requires a proper show of dominance. Patrick does not forget to add another stern warning. However, I will still screen them carefully with ability tests, fitness checks, one-on-one mock battles, and so on. She asks further, did the previous test not already prove our strength? What do you mean by mock battles? Is that meant for the highly aggressive ones? Patrick notes sarcastically that those hot-headed troublemakers still refuse to fully submit. She nods along, understanding the situation. He adds that because of this, he returned here to begin the screening process. The sisters reply with a polite yes. Patrick leaves. The younger sister's face is completely sullen, making her older sister laugh and tease her. Look at your face, she softly reminds her sister to stop laughing. Suddenly, the Yaksha sisters feel a cold shiver run down their spines from behind them. Ryan has been trailing them quietly, and with narrowed eyes, she commands in a low voice, you two follow me. Terrified out of their minds, they quietly follow Ryan into a place darker and quieter than the dungeon itself, with only cost, their footsteps echoing. Both sisters simultaneously feel a terrifying pressure, causing them to stammer in fear. They stare at the back of Ryan, who walks ahead in absolute silence as dread creeps in and makes it incredibly hard for them to even breathe. It has been several minutes without a single word from her, yet this suffocating tension persists. They feel incredibly anxious and uncomfortable, as her hostility radiates so intensely it practically stings their skin. Is she trying to intimidate the newcomers? What is this vibe? Sharing the same thought, they resent Ryan for putting such immense pressure on them just by walking ahead. What on earth is going on? The older sister screams inwardly, wishing she could say something, when Ryan suddenly speaks up to introduce herself properly. She repeats her name, introducing herself as the gatekeeper Ryan. Relieved, both sisters say they know her very well already, and it is an honor to speak with her. Quickly regaining their composure, they greet her as the Yaksha sisters. Ryan lowers her gaze, quietly evaluating them both. This younger one is only a rank B threat with average looks and still just a kid who is nowhere near being Ryan's rival, so there is no need to worry. But what about the older sister? Ryan shifts her gaze to the other sister, and her eyes suddenly go wide. Ryan immediately senses an extreme threat level. Like a breeding ground of pure evil, shocked she had not noticed such a fierce and dangerous presence before. Staring, she stammers that this is far too dangerous and must not be allowed to exist. Ryan's eyes well up with tears as fear takes hold, worrying that Lord Devourer might abandon her. Can Rhine even defeat this monstrosity? Please answer me, Lord Devourer. A tragic scenario plays out in Rhine's head, begging him not to leave her behind. Furious, she vows to punish this sneaky thief. One day, Rhine barks out aggressively, "You monstrous evil! Wait, you are the older sister, right?" The girl timidly replies that she is actually the younger sister. Rhine is shocked to hear she is younger, as the older sister confirms it, and Rhine asks for their names. The younger sister replies they do not have names, having cast them aside when they arrived here. Rhine then proudly asserts her position as the true official partner. How could she not even know the age of her rival? Is she losing her status? As Lord Devoreur's fiancée, Rhine collapses in sadness, unable to take it anymore. The younger sister stammers in utter confusion, as Rhine suddenly looks up, saying that her beloved Lord Devourer can name them later, leaving the terrified Yaksha sisters completely speechless at her scary expression. Rhine instructs them that they will become administrators, and any reports to Lord Devourer must always go through gatekeeper Rhine first. She warns them never to act independently or try to meet her darling directly. She glared to warn the two siblings, asking if they understood. Both mumbled a quiet yes. Turning to leave, she suddenly paused to give some last-minute advice. She told them to watch how they dress, especially the younger sister. The girl quietly agreed as Rhine started walking again, urging them to keep moving. As they moved, the younger sister looked down, wondering if her outfit was that weird. The older sister quickly understood, letting out a devious grin, sensing that things were about to get extremely wild. Meanwhile, Devourer was just sprawled lazily across the floor, completely taking it easy in the town where the season's first snow had painted the rooftops white. Soldiers gathered around the bulletin board, whispering about a new posting. A voice suddenly cut through, declaring he would take the job. The receptionist routinely accepted it and asked the client to present their registration card to verify their rank. Tossing the card onto the table, a powerful, heroic young man stepped forward and introduced himself as over at a nearby tavern. Whispers filled the air. One mercenary insisted that he had already told them, but another hunter quickly fired back, demanding to know what he meant, arguing that they had more than enough time. The crowd kept gossiping. They wondered if it was another group of fools or perhaps the ruins of Niek Kambo. Someone complained about the troublesome monsters never resting even in winter. They speculated whether that guy had already fled the area. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the chatter, asking if anyone had heard the latest news. A hunter was ambushed just last night. The man at the bulletin board announced that dangerous beasts had completely raided the nearby pastures. It looked like C-rank dungeon monsters were on the loose. Everyone was warned to prepare their gear, especially their heavy winter equipment. One veteran hunter mentioned that people calling themselves the church had been showing up a lot lately, creating a highly unsettling vibe. Another chimed in, wondering if the strange giant beasts lurking in the nearby mines would be migrating north anytime soon. The Aka's guild was demanding gold coins, leaving them wondering where they could even find that kind of money nowadays. Mid-discussion, slow, steady footsteps echoed. Lancel stepped forward coldly, ordering them to move out of his way. The man quickly stepped aside, muttering an apology. As Lancel walked past, the tavern's gossip immediately shifted toward him. Whispers filled the room to be careful around him because honestly, the last guy who challenged him got absolutely wrecked. A seasoned veteran gave a quiet warning, advising them that they would be perfectly safe as long as they did not provoke him. No can do. The receptionist awkwardly told Lancel that they simply could not accept his request. Why? Because he was just a proxy. The receptionist quietly admitted that his status definitely played a part. She gently explained that a proxy using someone else's rank to take quests was technically a form of illegal substitution. The rules were only relaxed because the suppression forces, desperate for combat power, chose to look the other way. Lancel listened quietly as she continued, noting that C-rank or lower requests were usually fine since the risk was minimal. However, since most proxies lacked officially verified abilities, the association simply could not allow them to handle high-risk B-rank missions. She smiled warmly, instantly clearing the tense air between them as she looked at him. Of course, that official rule did not apply to a legendary hunter like Lancel, as the receptionist quietly pointed out. He had secretly wiped out numerous B-rank threats before, and the association fully trusted his incredible skills. Handing him a document, she assured him he could handle it easily, though a unique problem surrounded this particular quest. Lancel asked what the catch was, and she revealed that this undead extermination had caught the eye of the cult. A nearby assistant carrying a stack of books chimed in, explaining how those fanatics suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They exclusively took quests involving corpses dressing up in strange robes, which is why everyone called them the cult. Rumors said any thugs who dared to cross them vanished without a single trace. They claimed to come from Haston, but they radiated a terrible dark energy. Lancel muttered the name, prompting the receptionist to ask if he knew it. He hesitantly admitted he had only visited once, but she quickly urged him to think twice about taking the job. Lancel shook his head in disagreement, pointing out that winter meant fewer quests and he desperately needed the gold. The receptionist tried to dissuade him, warning that taking the job meant a guaranteed clash with the dark cult. He shrugged it off, stating that operating alone meant he was solely responsible. But wait, a creepy voice suddenly cut him off. A stranger asked if there was an undead hunting quest available. Lancel turned, wanting to get a clear look at them. The receptionist confirmed the quest. Lancel glared in suspicion, immediately picking up on a sickening smell. He realized they reeked of rotting corpses. Behind the desk, several red notice papers were still pinned to the bulletin board. The receptionist gathered the papers and handed them over, noting that this was all the available intel they had on hand. She mentioned a discount for members of the suppression forces, but the sinister cultists immediately dismissed the offer. They tossed a heavy pouch of gold coins onto the counter, paying in full as the receptionist politely thanked them. As they turned and walked away one by one, Nifram couldn't help but notice a child that young among them. He silently reflected, wondering if the kid was the same age as Poe from the cult. Nifram left, opened the door, and stepped into another reception room. The Akasha Guild staff quickly recognized him, greeting him as Lord Lancel. The receptionist smiled and said he hoped they would meet again. Nifram ignored the friendly gesture. He coldly replied, "Cut the nonsense, I came here for information." The receptionist then asked what he wanted to order, but Nifram impatiently replied, "I am not drinking, just give me the information." The receptionist shook his head, insisting that was against the rules. He smiled and explained in their shop every single customer had to order at least one drink, as it was the law. Nifram reluctantly ordered wine. The receptionist smiled and noted down the order. Before long, they finally got down to business. The receptionist asked with curiosity information on the ruined demon dungeon. Nifram confirmed he was heading there tomorrow, so he needed actionable intelligence right away. The receptionist sighed, calling it bad luck, because they did not have any information on that dungeon. Talk about a complete dead end. Nifram was highly skeptical, calling it strange since they claimed to have information on everything in the world. He pointed out that was the signature slogan of the Akashic Guild, after all. The receptionist admitted that was true, but explained they were merchants who made a living selling profit-yielding data, and information on the ruined demon dungeon simply brought no profit. It was not that they lacked the data, but they deemed it entirely unnecessary. Nifram asked skeptically, "Is that so?" The receptionist laughed out loud, saying they did have records on the behavior of those ruined demons. Nifram demanded, "Then just give me that instead." Tapping 2 fingers on the table, the receptionist asked for 60 silver coins, bringing up Nifram's private inquiry from last time. Nifram told him to wait a moment as he pulled out his silver coins. Meanwhile, the receptionist warned him this information required strict secrecy. He was referring to the cure for blindness caused by the specialized brain paralysis drug Nifram had asked about. The tragic conclusion was that no cure existed. He added that the severe eyeball damage came from overdosing on that paralysis drug. Once the pupils turn gray-white, the eye completely loses all function. The eyeball remains intact, but since it cannot function, even advanced healing magic is completely useless. Nifram listened in quiet silence, his expression growing deeply thoughtful. The receptionist continued, "For example, you know Garros Anilia, a warrior from the Blue Wolf Knights of Edelbrez, right? He was never able to regain the arm he lost in battle, proving that even the top healers cannot restore what has been completely lost. That meant even the absolute best healers in the entire empire could do nothing once the biological function of an organ was completely gone." Hearing this, Nifram realized it was exactly as he had expected. Healing magic was not an all-powerful godlike force after all. It could only repair damage, never recreate. Even if the physical eyeball remained, restoring sight required regenerating all the delicate nerves. The receptionist finally asked, "The result might be different with an eye transplant, but the human body is never that simple, right?" Nifram gave a cold, flat nod. Yeah, it really was not that simple. Deep down, he sighed at the harsh truth. This damn Imperial Magic Society had its limits. The receptionist remained quiet for a moment, not offering any reply to that. Instead, he tossed a bag of silver back on the table. "Here is 40 silver coins. That was fine wine you wasted." Nifram coldly replied, "I do not drink, especially in front of an information broker who profits off everyone else's secrets." He turned around, preparing to leave. But wait, the conversation was far from over. Suddenly, Nifram stopped in his tracks. He said there was one more thing. The receptionist happily replied, "Lord Lancel, you can ask as many times as you like." Nifram got straight to the point. "I heard the Black Calamity recently struck R. What is the current situation over there?" The receptionist gasped, "That is no joke. Are you actually planning to go there?" Nifram remained silent, waiting for his answer. Sensing the tension, the receptionist quickly waved his hands, telling him not to be on guard, explaining their guild had already received information from an investigator who just returned yesterday. Since it would be released publicly soon anyway, they would not charge any extra fees. The receptionist continued, suggesting Nifram just pay him 40 silver coins instead. Nifram asked with a frown, "Are you trying to take back the exact change you just gave me?" The receptionist narrowed his eyes, pretending to calculate, and suggested keeping 35 silver coins, leaving 5 silver coins to buy snacks for Poe. Hearing the little girl's name, Nifram snapped. He slammed the broker onto the ground in absolute rage and growled, "That is not a name you are allowed to know." The broker quickly apologized but pointed out that Nifram had severely underestimated the guild's reach. Pinned helplessly to the floor, the broker choked out with difficulty that their Akashic guild possessed files on literally everyone on the face of the earth. Nifram was far from satisfied with that excuse, refusing to accept the cheap apology. With Nifram still burning with fury, the terrified broker quickly spoke up, asking for a chance to make things right. "If I offended you, I sincerely apologize," the receptionist says in fear, explaining that he had no idea the name was so important. As an apology, he offers free information about Rees, but warns Nephrim that if he is planning to head there now, he should forget it. It is better to give up, but Nephrim ignores the warning and sets off anyway, stopping at a local bakery as he goes. Warm, sweet aromas fill the air with the smoke, though he silently feels that darkness has already swallowed this entire land. Just then, the clerk hands him his bread, and Nephrim remembers how refugees fleeing from Rise described the horrific scene. When the kindly shopkeeper smiles warmly and slips an extra bag of peanuts into his order, Nephrim is caught off guard. His thoughts keep racing, recalling that even elite scouts could not reach the center, but he still appreciates the baker's kind gesture. Nephrim offers a genuine bright smile free of any wariness, and the baker watches him leave with a warm, satisfied look. They say Rise has become completely uninhabitable, and as Nephrim walks away, he wonders if the magical society has vanished too. No, he reassures himself there must be other branches left because those resilient bastards would never fall that quickly. Stepping inside a quiet building, Nephrim vows that he will never give up and will find a way to cure her no matter what. Reaching her room, he gently opens the door and softly asks Peso if she has been waiting long for him to return. He silently hardens his resolve to cure her no matter what before calling out to Peso, who greets him with a sweet smile. She welcomes him back, and as Nephrim vows to live only for her, he tells Peso that a kind man gave them plenty of food. He urges her to eat while deep in a dark forest lit by flickering campfires, a mysterious cult begins to gather. One of the followers respectfully asks Bishop Rosalina if they should return later since she is currently busy with a sacred ritual. Rosalina tells them it is fine and asks about the newcomer whose village was completely wiped out by the undead. He explains that after hearing their doctrines, the survivors desperately followed them, including a skeletal, starving man begging for help. The poor soul cries out that every day is absolute hell and begs for salvation, prompting Rosalina to smile and nod. Rosalina declares that suffering is not their path, as they only require pure wrath to fuel the congregation. Back at the house as night falls, Nephrim holds a piece of bread and gently coaxes Peso to open her mouth. Peso obediently takes a soft bite, and when he asks how it tastes, she happily beams and says it is amazing. She asks how his day went, but Nephrim gently tells her to finish eating slowly before they talk. Peso insists on knowing, so Nephrim casually explains that he just walked around the village looking for any available quests. When he asks about her day, Peso sadly pouts, wondering if she has somehow gained a little bit of weight. Nephrim quickly reassures her that since she is already so slender, carrying a little extra weight actually makes her look gorgeous. Peso huffs, complaining that he was supposed to say she did not look heavy at all, leaving Nephrim sweating nervously. He weakly stammers that she looks absolutely perfect, but Peso just giggles, telling him to keep feeding her anyway. He happily complies and feeds her, but Peso suddenly raises her hand, calling Nephrim and making him ask what she needs. She complains that she feels hot and uncomfortable from sweating so much, expressing her desire to take a bath instead. He indulgently agrees to run a bath, but while inside, Peso calls out to Nephrim with a soft, quiet question. She asks if staying by her side is tiring, but Nephrim immediately denies it, insisting that is never the case. Still skeptical, Peso points out that she has been a burden for over a month, so he must feel exhausted. Nephrim firmly reiterates that he does not feel tired at all, but Peso still hesitates with lingering doubts. Before she can protest, Nephrim cuts her off warmly, reminding her of everything since the very day they first met. He recalls her playful complaints in the village and all her mischievous teasing, cherishing every single little memory of her. Holding her tiny hands gently, Nephrim looks at her with absolute adoration, speaking to her from the bottom of his heart. He promises she has never been a burden, while Peso silently wishes she could hear his sweet voice just once more. Sensing her strange mood, Nephrim asks if she is feeling unwell, but Peso simply reaches out and cups his face. Remembering his expressions, Peso begins to cry softly, sobbing that she always feels like he is looking right at her. She begs him to stop staring, and though he silently longs to keep looking, Nephrim simply nods and quietly agrees. As deep night blankets their cozy room, Peso lies under the warm amber light and softly calls out his name. She asks if tomorrow's quest is dangerous, and Nephrim reassures her that it is just a simple, easy task. He promises to return quickly, but Peso calls out to Nephrim again, tears silently streaming down her face. Begging for some peace of mind, Nephrim pulls her close, gently swearing that he will always protect her. "I will stay by your side," The next morning it was time for Niprim to carry out his mission facing a pitch-black cave. No one knew what dangers lurked inside. Suddenly, a horde of bloodthirsty undead rushed out, but before they could even touch a single hair of Niprim, their heads were already rolling on the ground. He fearlessly charged straight into the horde. The monsters howled and swarmed in endless numbers. Yet Niprim delivered clean, decisive blows, dropping them one by one. Dust and debris filled the chaotic air. The monsters brandished weapons, but no matter how strong or numerous they were absolutely no match for his relentless slashes. Fueled by raw determination, Niprim vowed to slaughter every last one. Every single strike was a lethal blow, leaving them no time to scream. Their bodies shattered into tiny broken fragments. Niprim did not stop. Only when the final monster fell did he finally let out a long, quiet sigh of relief. The gatekeeper sneered, praising Niprim for making it this far alone, but declared that no one would pass his post. Niprim scoffed in response. He had honestly expected this place to be the final layer of the deep dungeon. Then he smirked, asking if there was actually a gatekeeper here. Meanwhile, Bishop Rosalina was watching the scene in utter shock. Her eyes widened as she urged her squad to stay alert and keep their defensive formation tight. However, her subordinate hesitantly reported that the entire undead horde had already been wiped out. It seems someone had beaten them to it. The young bishop could not believe her ears. She demanded to know how this was possible without any news of a large subjugation raid operating nearby. After all, the reports claimed only a single low-ranking mercenary had taken the job. Her subordinate respectfully confirmed that was indeed the case, leaving the entire squad completely baffled by the situation. This was an A-rank dungeon. There was no logical way an ordinary, nameless mercenary could single-handedly sweep this entire zone. He had even slain high-ranking monsters, creatures that would normally push an elite A-rank squad to their absolute limits. Rosalina muttered that the reality on the ground was far different from the brief details provided by the guild office. Fearing the lone mercenary was in grave danger, she ordered her team to charge inside immediately to provide backup. She reasoned that no matter how strong he seemed, he was still just an unregistered mercenary fighting without official backing. Clearing the weaker undead was one thing, but taking down high-ranking entities single-handedly should have been completely impossible. Rosalina felt a deep wave of pity, wondering why anyone would foolishly risk their life just for a meager payout. Terrified of witnessing another tragic death right before her eyes, she was suddenly interrupted by a shouting scout. Pointing ahead, the soldier urged the bishop to look. Rosalina gasped in shock, recognizing the fallen gatekeeper on the floor. Since such a powerful guard was actually stationed here, this dungeon had clearly surpassed an A-rank classification a long time ago. She wondered how such a terrifying creature could be defeated and why its slayer was working as a lowly mercenary. Her subordinate asked for orders, pointing out that their current squad stood absolutely no chance against the actual dungeon boss. Trying to save the lone mercenary would likely result in their entire squad being completely wiped out by the beast. But of course, Rosalina calmly ordered them to push forward anyway. You have to respect her absolute determination here. She believed she had finally found the unchained legendary power she had spent so much of her life searching for. An extraordinary energy capable of wiping out the undead. She realized this person was the key to her final wish. Her eyes burned with pure determination. Up ahead, she saw Erebos, the undead king, collapsing before a lone figure. The tiny warrior was about to deliver the final fatal stab to the monster. But as the dust settled, only a massive shadow remained. Watching from afar, members of the evil cult muttered in disbelief, while Niprim stood arrogantly atop, his colossal trophy, growling at them to drop their weapons and scram if they wanted to steal his hard-earned loot. Blood dripped down his face, and his terrifying aura flared as he threatened to end their lives right then and there. A deep voice echoed from the shadows, whispering that they had finally found the spot. Another cultist then spoke up. He confirmed they would hold future meetings here, asking if everyone remembered the route. Pitch chimed in next. The staffing plan was running smoothly, and all they needed now was the arrival of the big boss. Suddenly, Hook asked in surprise where the strange noise was coming from, while Yun noted that it sounded pretty cute. Patrick finally realized what was happening, explaining that the big boss had arrived there in a deep, dormant sleep. The sluggish big boss mumbled, asking if his presence was truly necessary. Patrick snapped back, calling it a completely useless question. Apologizing softly, the big boss finally shook off his sleepiness and announced they would begin the official meeting. Patrick muttered quietly to himself, noting that the lazy leader didn't radiate even a single shred of threatening energy. Ryan stands nearby, squinting with pure admiration and loving every form he takes. Patrick chimes in, asking if maybe the boss should use his polymorphism skill to transform into a human for convenience, but he flatly refuses. Too much trouble and small sizes make clothes tight, plus the transformation spell occasionally glitches out. Patrick bluntly fires back that the clothes are tight because the boss gained weight. But weight can. He actually still feel that Devourer casually replies that of course he can. It is squeezing his body right now. Patrick refuses to let it go, asking if he clings tight and pokes that fat layer with sharp armor, will the boss finally transform? Devourer softly sighs, saying he gets it. Then propping one leg up on a chair, he remarks with a completely relaxed attitude that this place finally feels like a real dungeon. Patrick agrees, handing over a list of the chosen demonic residents. Holding the paper, the boss looks it over and asks if they basically accepted everyone save for a few rare exceptions. Patrick explains that their current situation does not exactly give them the luxury of being overly picky with their choices. Patrick adds that he is now going to hand over specific responsibilities to the designated managers for each territory. He barks out orders, starting with the two Yaksha sisters running room number 2. The zone they are taking over is mostly filled with gentle-natured beasts. Patrick trusts them to manage both the monsters and the space of room number 2. Next up is room number 1, assigned to Basilisk. Patrick tells him that maintaining strict discipline and order is the top priority here. Unlike the second room, room number 1 is going to be packed with extremely wild, strong-willed troublemakers. At this point, Patrick cannot help but warn the team that some of these guys will definitely try to escape or rebel. Although backup plans are ready as the direct manager on the floor, Basilisk must handle whatever unexpected chaos pops up. Basilisk squints his eyes, asking in a deep voice if he is expected to use raw muscle to settle disputes. Patrick nods exactly. Go right ahead and teach those punks a painful lesson they will never forget. He adds that if Basilisk is confident it won't ruin the general atmosphere, eliminating them entirely is also on the table. Patrick even flatters the old monster, stating that compared to anyone else in room number 1, Basilisk's power is absolutely overwhelming. Wearing a totally blank face, Basilisk mutters that such high praise makes him feel quite humbled, but he will do his best. Patrick then calls out the next name, announcing the manager for room number 3, the warrior Huck Aka. Answering with a sharp yes, Huck Aka stands ready. Patrick instructs him to cooperate closely with the golem to guard room 3. Even though it is a golem, it has its own distinct personality, so try to get along. Huck Aka obediently complies. Watching from the side, Devourer suddenly asks why Huck Aka looks so incredibly stressed. What did Patrick even do to him? Patrick plays dumb, claiming he only ran a few tiny tests, but Devourer keeps pushing, asking if the golem alone would have been plenty. Is he demoting the poor guy? Hearing this, Huck Aka gasps in shock, wondering if he is demoted. Devourer honestly admits that if it were up to him, he would have put Huck Aka in room 1 since he is stronger than old Basilisk. Feeling quite hurt by the comparison, Basilisk looks down silently while Patrick calmly explains the real reason. Since Huck Aka is an undead creature, his image overlaps too much with Devour's. Patrick laughs it off as a joke, that he actually considered that before but changed his mind after some trials. Devourer frowns, asking what kind of trials. Patrick explains he needs someone tough enough to buy time for the golem to regenerate. Huck Aka survived those harsh tests, multiple times making him an irreplaceable candidate. Patrick even remarks that the guy can sometimes act more ruthless than him. Blushing and trembling, Huck Aka squeaks out his gratitude. Patrick then suddenly remembers something about the next room, but Melon quickly cuts in, asking if her room gets any guardian beasts as well. Patrick suggests she go take a look herself to find out. Surprised, she asks if that is true, and Patrick tells her he is counting on her to manage them. Excitedly, Melon salutes and promises he can leave it all to her. With everyone's duties assigned, Devourer stands up, declaring the meeting over and making his exit. Patrick quickly blocks him, asking where exactly the boss thinks he is going. Ryan just chuckles at him, and Patrick turns dead serious. And trust me, he means business, stating that the most crucial part of the meeting starts now. A massive map is laid out, marked with dark spots. Patrick reveals that reports from the Le Prawn Merchant Guild show the human faction is making major military moves. Devourer acts completely unbothered, asking why it even matters since they never actually follow through, unlike the golem. Annoyed, Patrick snaps back, telling the boss to just shut up and listen. He explains that this time massive troop deployments are happening inside the Empire, spearheaded by the two Grand Dukes. Anon and H. Patrick keeps rolling through the details, noting the territories of Viscount Calanus Chi and the So Trading Center. Even the regions of Viscount Ava and Connelly are seeing massive troop buildups across these 7 key strategic points. Here, his voice softens as he shares his theory. Judging by their massive stockpiles of food and heavy military gear, their ultimate target is definitely an expedition. Ryan speaks up, asking if there is really no news about them targeting the archaic core. Right, he confirms it. Still deploying conquest forces across 7 different fronts in the dead of this freezing winter is extremely suspicious. On top of that, during this briefing, Patrick suddenly emphasizes the unexpected involvement of the Beastman nation of Liam. Liam is a formidable force, extremely dangerous. Ryan suddenly senses something is wrong. She looks at his worried face, thinking of Lord Devourer. Patrick continues speaking, emphasizing that caution right now is absolutely necessary. She then chimes in saying she has actually visited that region, who turned out to be a fascinating people. Melju joins in saying she has heard of the Beastman's sanctuary a few times, knowing it as the land of Beastmen, but she does not truly understand what kind of place Liam actually is. Patrick suddenly asks how old Melju is. Striking a sensitive nerve, she snaps in fury, yelling that he must never ask a lady her age. He pays absolutely no mind to her anger, calmly asking if she was born right after the Empire was first founded. She begrudgingly admits that yes, she first appeared in this world roughly 10 years after the Empire was established. Doing some quick math, Patrick notes that since the Empire has stood for 150 years, she must be around 140 years old. Melju snaps back, telling him to stop doing reverse math like that. He then explains that in reality, the Empire was founded just 1 month after Liam was born. Patrick tries to make it easier for everyone to grasp, saying that explaining the details would take too long, but the histories of these two nations are deeply intertwined. Since Melju was not born at that time, it is completely natural she would not know. He adds that this history is also closely tied to himself. Patrick points out that Liam has always been extremely isolationist, yet there are rumors they are sending envoys to meet with humans. Ryan is stunned. This is truly serious. Melju asks if the situation is really that critical, and he quickly answers that it is. From what he knows, Liam has never even had a concept of diplomacy or sending envoys. Since they, having never interacted with any outside forces, this delegation must have been formed in extreme urgency. On top of that, their relationship with the Empire has been incredibly hostile since the very beginning. Liam taking the initiative to mobilize troops is completely unprecedented. Patrick warns in a serious tone that it is still unclear if they want peace with the Empire, but for now, they must keep observing. Looking at his list, he adds that they should move to the final issue. The Divine Tortoise is embarking on its journey south. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a tiny army marches. They move slowly with extreme caution. Scovina is currently riding comfortably inside a carriage, holding an urgent letter addressed to the esteemed leader of the Valor Merchant Guild. I am Scovina, writing to you once again in urgency as I carry out a mission from the Archaic Corps. Scovina continues, stating that the request consists of 2 parts, beginning with scouting out the current state of the Liam Beastmen. Regarding this task, he believes there is no need to deploy more manpower. However, he urgently begs for reinforcement, aid for the remaining task. As he reflects on his writing, Scovina falls deep into thought, outlining the mission, investigating the calamitous entity. The northern natives call it a copra, while on the eastern continent it is known as the Divine Tortoise or Xuanwu, a colossal winged turtle-like creature soaring through the sky with a massive body stretching half a kilometer. Its existence makes it both a supernatural marvel and a mobile biological boss-class dungeon feared by all. It carries the title of the Northern Calamity. He explains in detail that this beast usually resides in the snowy northern skies all year round, and since it does not actively attack humans or monsters, it rarely causes much concern. However, there is one specific season when this grand lady will migrate from north to south. The letter continues as he writes that while the creature itself can endure temperatures of -50 degrees, its eggs cannot. That is why it must, migrating to the warm south to preserve its lineage, a phenomenon widely known as the Southern Tortoise Migration. Scovina continues, explaining that the core issue lies in the journey itself. This entity moving south is practically a walking natural disaster. As his mind visualizes the monster's devastating power, he writes that its destructive force will completely sweep away everything along its path, sparing neither humans nor monsters. He adds to the letter, addressing why a simple investigation requires so many men, introducing one crucial detail to ease his worries. For this second task, Scovina boldly proposes that the giant tortoise's route and resting spots are of vital importance. They must map out every single possible scenario regarding the historical pathways, leaving absolutely zero room for failure. They must study past egg counts and biological traits, including nesting times, potential locations, and so on. This is a direct order from Lord Devourer himself. Concluding the letter, he writes that he deeply hopes Valor will deploy maximum forces for this operation. After reviewing his words, Scovina sighs. He wishes this were just a normal scouting mission, but his mind is racing with endless questions. Why would Lord Devourer make such a crazy request, and what could possibly drive him to be so determined? She admits she is only a guide, but mentions that Lord Devourer recently earned a terrifying new title. Scovina acknowledges he has heard of it, but Aina clarifies he is now known as the destroyer of 3 massive ancient evils. She wonders if his current investigation is driven by that exact same goal, hoping her dark suspicion is wrong. Scovina admits that is his absolute biggest fear, staring out into the distance with a deeply troubled expression. The power balance of the demon realm is already in complete chaos, and losing another entity would spark total disaster. He cannot even begin to imagine the fallout. He urges her to just focus on completing their assigned mission. She obediently agrees. But right then the entire convoy suddenly loses its bearings and descends into utter madness. Scovina yells in shock. A terrified Aina clings to him, but even he has absolutely no clue what is happening. Are they walking into an ambush? The vanguard soldiers scream at the rest of the team to lock down their formation. They guard the rear with maximum caution, demanding the intruder identify themselves as the dust clears to reveal a blue-haired girl. She asks them if they belong to the Lei Prawn merchant group, keeping her voice completely calm despite the tension. Lausa bluntly demands their cooperation, stating her business is directly tied to the investigation of the Beastman Nation. Scovina is stunned that someone tracked them all the way here, but she does not leave him questioning for long. Introducing herself as Lausa, the Holy Fire of Liam, she waits as Scovina demands to know her true intentions. He asks if she truly believes she can handle the devastating consequences of offending the powerful Le Prawn merchant group. Lausa coldly confirms she can. She advises them that cooperating is the smartest choice they can make right now. She points her sword directly at Scovina calmly, adding that they do not have to become enemies just yet. Meanwhile, things get crazy in the dungeon. Patrick is losing his mind, begging his master to stop talking nonsense. Devourer just covers his ears and eyes. He acts like a child, claiming he cannot hear a single word. He snaps back, demanding to know if Devourer thinks hiding will solve anything, then asks why Scovina was summoned. The shouting is so incredibly loud that Ryan has to cover her ears while Patrick is practically breathing fire. He asks in utter disbelief how their lord could mobilize an entire army just to steal some calamitous eggs. Devourer weakly defends his actions. He claims they taste amazing before remembering Patrick has no sense of taste. Patrick shivers with rage. He asks sarcastically if they are really risking everything just for a delicious little snack. Patrick feels his brain about to melt, screaming that Devourer only saw an opportunity when the giant turtle moved. He calls himself a complete fool for actually hoping that his master was finally thinking about the bigger picture. This is completely unacceptable. He wonders if he's the only one who actually cares about their future. Watching this blow up, the nearby sisters whisper that they should probably slip away before they get caught too. Patrick is still furious. He shouts that while the Empire is currently in a state of complete disarray, that turtles safely migrated south. They should have harvested those eggs to strengthen their own monster army instead. Instead of thinking ahead to secure their power, his lord is only focusing on filling his own stomach. Patrick slams his fists onto the floor. He lists off how his lord wants them boiled, roasted, or steamed. He curses his master under his breath, furious that a legendary beast egg is being treated as a snack. Ryan can only giggle at the chaos, suggesting they should focus on finding the best way to cook them. Standing nearby, Mel pats Patrick on the shoulder in sympathy, which deeply touches him as he calls her his savior. Devourer casually ignores the drama, asking Patrick to search for magic that can fully restore someone's lost taste. He promises Patrick that once he tastes it, he will understand. But Patrick sighs, saying that is not the issue. A sudden commotion interrupts their bickering as a voice echoes, asking if he is indeed the legendary figure. A massive crowd of beast warriors is bowing before him, declaring they have traveled to volunteer for his army. Mel looks on in utter confusion, wondering if this grand recruitment was actually prearranged by Patrick behind the scenes. She quietly wonders if Devourer's leaky mana attracted them, feeling like their dungeon is becoming a magnet for weirdos. The recruits begin introducing themselves one by one, with an old warrior named Yoon declaring it a true honor. He pledges his remaining years to fight under the Demon King's banner, ready to lay down his life. King, and enjoy this life. I will dedicate all my strength to not waste my final years serving you, Lord Demon King. Serving you. Melju waved her hand in absolute boredom, saying she clearly understood their loyalty before suddenly gasping in surprise. She asked if even he was here voluntarily, noting that room number 4 seemed a bit too small for his massive size. The giant warrior quickly explained that to avoid blocking the Demon King's path, he would only stay giant during actual battle. Otherwise, he would use transformation magic. Surprised that he knew magic, Melju agreed, telling him to do as he pleased. Another warrior stepped forward, presenting a special gift they had prepared to show their deep gratitude to the Demon King. Melju stared wide-eyed as the warrior revealed it was a grand throne custom-made, since they did not know her exact taste. They had gathered opinions from everyone to craft a masterpiece worthy of her immense power and glorious name. Tears welled up in her eyes as they hailed her, leaving her utterly speechless. Smiling, Melju told them they did well. She stood up, thanked them for their devotion, and proudly sat on her new throne, boldly addressing the entire room. She declared that she, Melju de Limp Agria, would become a lord worthy of their absolute loyalty starting today. She would officially grant titles to every single warrior, and they would immediately begin carrying out their newly assigned duties. They all bowed in obedience. However, Melju quickly added that there was still one crucial task they needed to complete first. This was in direct order from Devourer himself. The warriors gasped in shock, completely unable to believe what they were hearing. Melju wondered what kind of crazy stunt Devourer was pulling this time, as she ordered them to plunder other dungeons. Meanwhile, check this out: over in Ryan's prison cell, a single red bed sat completely isolated in the middle of the empty room. The elder sister Yaksha smiled and thanked Ryan. In return, Ryan noted that the clean outfit actually suited her quite well. Ryan admitted she was surprised to see her borrow clothes, but Yaksha reminded her that she had advised her to dress better. Ryan praised her proactive attitude. Yaksha explained that the Yaksha tribe usually exposed their tattoos to intimidate rivals in battle. She never imagined she would ever wear such modest clothing, as her people usually stayed uncovered to assert dominance. Ryan understood her point but curiously asked if wearing overly revealing outfits ever caused issues during actual combat. Yaksha flushed and told her not to say such inappropriate things before teasingly adding that they could just strip if needed. Ryan gave up arguing and sighed, telling her to just adjust the clothes however she liked, which made Yaksha smile. Yaksha thanked her, promising to do her best as a maid, which left Ryan questioning what maid role she was talking about. Once finished, Ryan carefully checked her food, supplies, gear, and weapons, making sure everything was in perfect working order. Pulling on her boots, Ryan excitedly noted it had been ages since her last joint mission with Devourer. She knew a dark secret that only she and the experienced Patrick were aware of regarding their master. Whenever Devourer actually resolved to do some work, he would immediately fall into a state of total mindless lethargy. She grumbled that, in his own words, just the mere thought of future labor completely drained all of his energy. In this pathetic state, Devourer would lie flat on the floor like a lifeless corpse, unable to move at all. His pupils would dilate and his gaze would turn entirely blank. Ryan knew his bizarre habits all too well. Even if Patrick kicked him, screamed at him, or dragged him by the collar, Devourer would refuse to wake up. He would stay locked in his golden bubble of laziness. Realizing what this meant, Ryan grew incredibly excited. No matter what she did to him right now, Devourer would just sit there completely helplessly and take it. With 2 whole hours left before work, this precious time belonged entirely to Ryan. Her eyes turned into giant pink hearts. She knew that if she pushed her luck too far, he would instinctively fight back, but she did not care. Just a little affection would make her completely happy. Too many rivals had been hovering around him lately anyway. She needed to secure her spot and monopolize his attention before anyone else could steal him away. Gently calling out to him, she was suddenly interrupted by Icha, who softly told her to keep it down. Ryan's romantic fantasies shattered instantly. Furious, she snapped at her, demanding to know what that annoying woman was actually doing there. The Yaksha's sister innocently explained she only came in to ask him a few questions before they set off. Seeing him lying there so uncomfortably, she decided to take care of him like a proper professional maid would. Ryan shook with absolute rage, shouting that looking after the master was her job and telling her to leave. She tried to calm herself down, repeating that she had to keep her sanity. Icha simply nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Ryan noticed something incredibly strange about Yaksha's new maid outfit. She yelled at her to wait, asking why the skirt was so short. She looks back with a casual shrug and asks if they mean her hair. She explains she cut it short herself to make traveling a whole lot easier. Ryan completely snaps right then and there. She quickly turns away, bidding them a cold farewell until the mission officially kicks off. With only Devourer and Ryan left, she feels absolutely certain that Ryan has already resolved to eliminate this toxic nuisance during their upcoming assignment. Following a long, deep slumber, Devourer finally wakes up and looks around. Meanwhile, the massive Calamitas continues its relentless march down south. The creature is so incredibly massive that it can be spotted easily from miles away. Devourer watches it, speaking in a low, serious voice. He explains that once they reach the designated spot, the LAZIEST merchant group will brief everyone on the mission details based on their assigned formations. The pursuit squad will coordinate directly with the merchants while the rest search for the eggs. He then asks if they are ready to roll. The soldiers shout back in unison, ready to go. Just then, Aicha comes over to call Ryan away, leaving Devourer watching them with a puzzled expression. He calls out to Ryan, but she suddenly bursts into tears. Devourer stands there completely clueless, wondering how on earth things ended up like this. She keeps sobbing and calling his name, sending Devourer into a total panic as he desperately tries to figure out why she is crying. Patrick chimes in, telling her he is putting all his faith in her. She confidently tells him to put his trust in this empress. While she keeps whining, a hesitant voice whispers from the shadows, desperately wondering what kind of madness is unfolding right now. Someone quickly guesses if this thing belongs to Calamitas. They urge the others to hurry up and report the news immediately to Demon King Robias. Deep in the dark, torches flicker around a massive central bonfire. Devourer steps forward and coldly issues a warning before they take action. Sitting regally on his throne, he rests his chin on his hand and demands they keep 2 crucial rules in mind before moving. The first rule is about clashing with humans. He points out that none of them are strangers to fighting mankind, which is pretty obvious. He can tell just by looking at them. He goes on to explain that while some humans are easy targets, others will bring massive trouble. Fighting the weak ones is perfectly fine, but they must be extremely careful. Devourer warns them to especially avoid a specific group of soldiers. He tells them to steer clear of humans wearing uniforms displaying the flag or crest of a specific lord. Those forces are trouble. They will swarm in like angry hornets seeking absolute revenge. The lead demon nods, calling them a beehive and promising to keep that in mind. Devourer chuckles, finding the nickname pretty amusing. The demon then asks if they should take this as a sign to keep things quiet. Devourer sighs, nodding with a tired expression. He clarifies that he is not telling them to actively run away from every single fight. They are free to act as they see fit, but they better not cause any major mess that requires someone else to clean up after them. His eyes narrow with a cold, calculating look. He slowly adds that if the humans keep pushing, they have full permission to crush them. Hearing this, the demons let out wild, bloodthirsty cheers. Devourer raises a hand to quiet them down before delivering his final warning. He warns them to absolutely stay away from the giant turtle because provoking that monster will only lead to a complete disaster. Besides, they stand zero chance of winning anyway. He points toward Rhine, noting that unless she is involved, it is a losing battle. He coldly warns the crowd that if they do not want to be flattened into paste, they must never provoke it. He explains that unlike normal turtles, Calamitas lays eggs 3 separate times, meaning it has 3 different nesting grounds. The beast is heading south strictly to lay those eggs before returning to the north, and it will constantly check on them. If even a single egg gets damaged, the creature will fly into a massive rage, unleashing an absolute catastrophe upon the world. Devourer stands up and stretches his limbs, admitting he does not care what gets destroyed, but getting caught would be quite annoying. That is why they will wait to make their move until after the massive beast has completely cleared out of its nest. He organizes them into separate squads and asks if everyone has already received the full details of the plan from Rhine. A brave demon steps forward to ask about Patrick, prompting Devourer to explain that Patrick is currently busy guarding the dungeon. The demon nods in relief while Devourer turns to Rhine with a slight frown, asking what is wrong with those guys. He tells her he is counting on her, adding that she should wake him up as soon as the Lepron group arrives. She shyly agrees, and Devourer formally announces to the troops that Rhine will be taking full charge of their operations from now on. Rhine steps forward to immediately organize the squads, detailing the exact plan for recovering the valuable Calamitas eggs. She orders Demon King Mel's scout team and the main army to begin searching for the primary nesting grounds. The relay team will follow closely behind the vanguard, ensuring all updates are instantly sent back to the standby forces. Dunlahan's reserve unit will handle any unexpected trouble, while the IH's sisters track the giant beast along its southern route. While Devourer is busy managing his forces, it turns out Demon King Rabias has already made his own move. He laughs triumphantly, declaring that fortune is smiling upon him now that he finally has a legendary egg in his grasp. He recalls how Gamagen from the north consumed just 1 egg and instantly gained an unbelievably terrifying amount of power. To become a legend, if just 1 egg makes him this strong, what if he devoured the entire batch? The more he thinks, the more ecstatic he feels, thinking he can finally become the Demon King and surpass Ostaricus and Yuba. The subordinates of Rabiat's subordinate asks if they should go and help, but the Lord answers that he has no interest in starting a war with humans right now. Still drunk on his imaginary victory, Rabiat arrogantly declares that these are the eggs of Calamitas. With them, everything will fall into his hands, whether Ostaricus declares war on humans or not. That is none of his concern. His subordinate eagerly agrees, praising him as expected of the great Demon King. Demon King Robiat, actually Demon Lord Robiat. Madness flickers in his eyes as a heavy bloodlust fills the room. He wonders aloud if he should execute Ostaricus to set an example, recalling all the humiliation he once endured. He plans to side with the humans and show the old demon lords his true power. Suddenly, a scout rushes in with urgent news. Robiat casually asks what is wrong, joking about whether they broke one of the eggs. The soldier stammers that another demon king has arrived instead, throwing Robiat off guard as he ponders the news. Could it be Ostaricus? No, his subordinates would never refer to Ostaricus as just some other demon king. Robiat asks where the intruder is, and when told they are waiting outside, he laughs and sweeps his cloak. He decides to go out himself and see which pathetic demon lord dares to demand a meeting with him. Outside, Melg stands tall, glaring as Robiat steps out and asks who she is. She immediately snaps back at his impudence. Robiat can clearly feel her massive demon lord aura, yet he wonders how she could be completely ignorant of him. In fact, her face looks strangely familiar to him. Melg speaks up, reminding him that since she came to him, it is only polite that she introduces herself first. She declares that she is the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Melg Limpagnia. Robiat freezes as cold sweat pours down his face, asking if she is indeed from the ancient core. Annoyed, she asks why he keeps questioning her when she has already confirmed her identity. Panic begins to set in. He screams in disbelief, mentally racing as he recalls that Lord Devourer personally invited this legendary figure to join them. But since the ancient core is incredibly far away, he desperately tries to convince himself that this cannot be her. Melg calls him a highly suspicious demon king, prompting Robiat to demand that she prove her legendary identity first. Irritated, Melg swears by her demon blood that she is indeed the 17th descendant of Asmodeus and the 4th administrator. Since the blood oath would immediately strike down any liar, there is absolutely no room left for him to doubt. Completely losing her patience, Meld flatly states that she has no intentions of wasting any more time with him. She demands that he hand over the eggs immediately on Lord Devore's orders, leaving Robiat absolutely devastated inside. Robiat stammers out Lord Devore's name in shock while silently screaming that those precious eggs belong to him alone. Meld reiterates that Lord Devore wants the Calamida's eggs, demanding to know exactly how many are stored inside. Robiat notes that she came completely alone despite her grand backing, and a dark murderous urge begins to take hold. He hesitates, realizing that if he crosses the ancient core, he will end up annihilated just like the Tegan clan. Forcing a polite smile, he agrees to hand over the eggs if Lord Devore truly desires them. But then, he suggests that giving them up so easily is boring, proposing a small wager fitting for fellow demon kings. Mel grows impatient, asking why fun is necessary for a simple task and pointing out she does not even know him. He apologizes for the late introduction, identifying himself as Robiat, the ninth descendant of Belfo, which mildly surprises her. She recognizes him as a mere fragment of Ostaricus. Undeterred, Robiat reiterates that he is not refusing her demand. He simply wants a contest where he gets to keep a single egg if his team emerges victorious in battle. He suggests a 3-on-3 duel, plotting to easily win since she did not bring a proper demon army along. He gloats silently, thinking that since he cannot execute her, he will gladly slaughter her pathetic squad instead. Suddenly, Ryan's demon servant arrives and frantically asks if she is alright, only for Meld to reassure them. She casually explains that she simply teleported ahead. The servant mentions that her massive army was supposed to accompany her. Meld smiles, noting their perfect timing since Robiat just proposed a 3-on-3 duel for one of the eggs. Her general asks if they truly need to play along with this, wondering why they do not just wipe them out. They confidently offer to eradicate his entire force in just 10 minutes, but Meld hesitates, worried the eggs might break. Hearing this, Robiat turns pale with absolute terror, quickly stammering that his entire proposal was just a joke. A battle between underlings is not fitting for true leaders. She demands to know what he wants from her, and Robiat just sneers. He replies that since she knows magic, they should settle it with a magic duel. If she is truly a demon lord, she needs spine. Sensing the trap, her demon subordinate steps up, urging her that she does not need to step in and fight this guy. But Ryan refuses, bringing in lackeys to fight her battles would completely ruin the pride of a proper demon king. Robiat smirks, thrilled that his bait worked. He keeps pushing, claiming it is just a friendly magic sparring match, not a death struggle. But Ryan shuts him down. She points out he made Lord Devore wait too long, so taking his head is only fitting. Robiat gasps in sheer shock. Then Zay softly speaks up, bidding him a cold final farewell as the trap springs shut. Thanks to Demon King Mel's scouts and army, all 9 of the giant Calamida's eggs have finally been successfully gathered. Ye is surprised at how fast they pulled it off, truly a demon king worthy of Lord Devore's praise. Her sister bids her good luck as she prepares to head back, teasing that her little sister needs to work hard too. She agrees, though she admits she is totally clueless on how to deal with the humans who seem to have endless numbers. As flags flutter, her sister gestures toward the horizon and asks if this is the exact spot chosen for the nest. The younger one confirms it, pointing out the area has unusually high heat even for their territory. It is the perfect nesting ground for the giant turtle, but leaving these eggs here unsupervised would spell disaster for their land. That is why they were summoned here. The older sister, worried about their next move, asks what they should do now. The younger sister replies they will have to clash with the humans, the exact scenario Lord Devore warned them about. The older sister suggests waiting, hoping the giant turtle will just lay its eggs and leave immediately. Her sister agrees. They decide to watch and wait, hoping they still have time as a heavy silence falls over the entire area. Suddenly, she blinks her eyes open, yawning as she asks her companion how long she has been asleep. About 3 hours, comes the reply. She stretches, noting it was barely a nap, and asks if there is any news. Reports say the giant turtle is still a day away. She scans the horizon, asking if the Lepron merchants are still missing. They should have arrived with supplies by now, but there is still no sign of them. Meanwhile, the humans are unusually quiet. It seems the humans are trying to steer the beast away. She steps forward, doubting the massive creature will turn back easily. She sighs, muttering that avoiding the humans is going to be incredibly difficult now. This is turning into a massive headache. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind sweeps over them, forcing her to narrow her eyes in irritation. The wind is too strong. She grits her teeth, cursing under her breath because they just lost a whole day. Her companion looks over, deeply concerned. If the Lepron Merchant Guild were here, they would have solid facts instead of rumors. She whispers that it might arrive early. She snaps out of it and yells to her crew that it is time to move. Clashing metal and chaotic shouts erupt. Orders ring out through the ranks, urging everyone to brace for battle and hold their defensive line at all costs. A soldier shouts in panic Calamidas is moving way too fast and will charge straight into their home territory. He orders a full retreat, Others gasp in shock, asking if they are really abandoning their primary line of defense. With that speed, holding it is completely hopeless. The front line has collapsed and the human commander screams to fall back. They must protect the territory at any cost. Watching the chaos unfold, she mutters to herself as the humans mobilize. How is a beast that massive moving with such insane speed? On the table, their tactical ambush map is slowly taking shape. The older sister looks on, her eyes widening in pure disbelief as she watches the human army attempt the impossible. Do they honestly think they can drive off a giant turtle with such a tiny force? A beast warrior suddenly breaks her thoughts. He notes they must have a hidden trump card. Calamitas is highly agitated, driving its massive speed. She spins around, startled. He explains the beast is terrified for its eggs. If they are in danger, it will move to find a safer nesting spot. She looks up, realizing the giant turtle is far more sensitive than its rugged shell suggests. She whispers her concerns. If the humans actually succeed in chasing it away, that means they will have to fight them for the eggs. He nods. The beast warrior warns her that charging in there is like kicking a hornet's nest. He asks if they should follow orders. She cuts him off, reminding him that Lord Devor's goal is the eggs. Her gaze turns dark and completely focused. He ordered them to secure them, but if they get cornered, losing them is fine. She draws her weapon and charges. The soldiers exchange confused glances, wondering if Lord Devor really said that. Endless questions race through the warrior's mind. Giving up so easily if blocked does not sound like him at all. Then a quiet voice whispers right beside him. Actually, that doesn't seem to be the case at all. She turns to ask him, they sound pretty similar, right? Demonic beast warrior. He answers, we just need to run after them first. Then a panicked voice screams out, Commander, what is that? Suddenly, someone yells monster. She warns them to get lost, telling those humans to leave their territory and run if they want to live. Hearing this, they wonder in disbelief, damn it, is she a subordinate of Calamitas? Right at that moment, the voice of the human commander rings out, ordering his men to surround them. Do not let them escape. You are the ones who must leave. You damn monsters, this is our sacred territory. He warns them that if they don't want to be destroyed, they must run. She looks at him helplessly. Oh boy, she gave them a chance, but they blew it. Suddenly, everything spins completely out of control, leaving the human army totally unprepared. What is that? The monster knight is here, she calls out. Sister, you've finally grown taller, haven't you? She snaps back angrily, do you want to die? But then she hears her tell her to hurry up and get down. Having to look up at her sister makes her neck hurt. She adds, let's settle this quickly. The human soldiers are still shouting, calling them dirty monsters, while everything around them feels strangely frozen. A chaotic jumble of noises fills the air. Right in the middle of the battle, they stop and turn around in utter shock. She also spots something highly unusual and can't hide her sheer surprise. What on earth is that? She immediately screams out, for everyone to hear. Get down now. Thick clouds of dust and smoke begin to rise rapidly, swallowing the battlefield. Everything plunges into total chaos. The situation is looking incredibly bleak right now. She watches the ground shake violently, feeling completely helpless. What on earth is happening? Her sister stares at the destruction ahead and sighs that's a natural disaster. At the same time, she asks if her sister is all right. She quickly replies, I'm fine. But what about you? She says she's fine, but the others aren't. She bluntly replies, if they die from this, they have no place in the heart of the ancient land. Their excited voices chime in. Are all the humans dead? This is awesome. This is absolutely crazy. We are eating dirt here. She asks in a panic, did you see my sword? That's my precious demon sword. Her sister casually points out the human fortress is completely smashed. She clears her throat. We'll worry about that later. Look over there. Her sister turns to look where she's pointing and scolds her. Oh boy, sister, be serious for a second. She rubs her eyes to double check and confirms it really is an egg. Her sister squats down, noting how fast it managed to crush the eggs. She gets incredibly excited. Who cares about that? This is awesome. Snatching it means a massive promotion and plenty of praise. Right. After she turns, grab the egg and let's get out. Her sister stops her. Wait, we have to let the turtle leave first. Suddenly, they both flinch at the sight before them. The human army roars out, target hit, keep firing. We must defend our territory, reload right now. She watches in disbelief. Are these fools crazy? How could those useless attacks even work? Meanwhile, her sister suddenly panics and screams, sister, the egg. She hears the warning and immediately whips her head around. Right away, absolute shock washes over her face. Hearing the loud blast, Calamitas finally turns around to look. Its glaring eyes send her into a spiral of panic. Hey, why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. Calamitas' glare grows increasingly filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. She yells back, please calm down for a second. Damn it. Realizing its dangerous intentions, she screams out in absolute frustration. I told you it wasn't me. Suddenly, everything around them completely turns upside down. As the situation quickly spirals out of control, her voice rings out, immediately report this situation to Lord Devor. New orders might be on the way. Meanwhile, Clark is running frantically, thinking to himself, how far have I run? My lungs feel like they are about to explode. He falls into complete despair. As a magic beast accustomed to flat plains, traveling through such treacherous rocky terrain is simply too much for his body. Damn it, his vision is starting to blur. Clark tries to force himself to stay focused. We finally made it to the heart of the ancient land as planned. We're almost there, just a little bit further. Just as that thought crosses his mind, he gasps out in pure shock. Clark's vision suddenly spins and he slides a long way across the cold snow. He mumbles under his breath, "Damn it, I made a mistake." Right at that moment, an unexpected voice breaks the silence. "You are definitely our ally from room number 2, right?" Huck AA asks politely. "Do you need a hand, Itcha?" The Yaksha tribe is legendary for their insatiable curiosity. That overwhelming inquisitiveness is both their greatest strength and their ultimate weakness, but what truly sets them apart from everyone else is their absolute obsession with raw power. They live to clash with the strongest warriors, treating their battle scars as honorable medals. Because of this wild lifestyle, what is their average life expectancy? Her sister probably knows way more about that. In short, the life of a Yaksha is absolutely spectacular. Seriously, how many people ever get to live like that? Who gets the glory of fighting an ancient monster twice? On top of that, one of those battles was against Master Devourer himself. She springs into action thinking she has absolutely no regrets left in this life. But then she screams, "Damn it," she screams, "there is no way I have no regrets." Charging forward with fiery determination, she yells that she does not want to die yet. She insists that she did not break that egg, cursing the damn turtle. But right after those words, a piercing sound suddenly echoes everywhere. The surrounding space twists into absolute chaos. Her younger sister cannot hide, her panic crying out to her sister. The older sister yells back with a shaky voice, telling her she should have run long ago. The younger sister snaps back. How could she run in this mess? If she had not blocked that blow, her sister would be dead. Frustrated, she wonders what on earth is happening, and an explanation immediately echoes in her ear. She was just blown away by the shockwave. Shaking it off, she realizes they have a brief moment to breathe and must secure the egg. She tells her sister that she will distract the giant turtle and lure it away while her sister must guard the egg and find an escape route to signal her. The younger sister quickly agrees, but the older sister firmly warns her again to remember, once she has the egg, she must retreat immediately. She promises she will find a way to escape, asking if she understands. Her sister rolls her eyes, telling her not to worry and to keep playing the fool while she focuses on her job. She then asks how she plans to draw its attention. The older sister lowers her voice, admitting ordinary attacks will not work. The turtle will just ignore them. Determined, she channels all her strength into her arms and lifts a massive tree trunk right up. She has to land a heavy blow to make it count. Suddenly, Calamitas lets out a deafening roar, its massive eyes scanning the area before locking onto the scene right in front of it. In an instant, Calamitas hears her shouting loudly. She smirks right at the beast, mocking it, asking if it is looking for her. Without hesitation, she launches her direct attack on Calamitas, yelling that she is right here. The giant tree trunk flies straight toward its target as she quietly whispers. Calling this creature terrifying, she instantly activates her power Yaksha first form. With a loud shout of Rune Strike, she proclaims that she already told it she was right here. In a split second, a deafening explosion shakes the entire battlefield, making her marvel at how a giant turtle can spin so fast. Cursing under her breath, she quickly unleashes her Yaksha third form. But at that exact moment, Calamitas suddenly floats up into the air. Frustrated, she complains that this is completely unfair. How can something so massive move with such insane speed? She has to admit that the creature was originally born to fly. But with her own feet glued to the ground, she struggles to move her heavy body, her mind refusing to accept defeat. She bitterly grumbles about failing so miserably on their very first mission. Everything before her eyes seems completely decided from the start. Then a shaky voice cuts through. She calls her sister a foolish girl, raising her voice to ask why she did not just take the egg and run. Her sister retorts, asking when she ever listened to her, yelling at her to escape instead. Completely exhausted, she desperately begs her sister to stop because she will die. But the younger sister ignores the warning completely. Instead of running, she unleashes her power to strike back, her painful screams echoing through the chaotic sky. A blinding flash of light erupts across the pitch-black sky, forcing Calamitas to let out a pained shriek as it takes damage. The massive body of the turtle is thrown backward. Her sister shouts out, urging her to run because the beast will counterattack soon. Furious, she asks what she is talking about since her sister just knocked it down. She adds that the monster must be too panicked to retaliate immediately, but her younger sister stares at the beast and warns her that is not the case. Calamitas is definitely not just a physical attacker. She explains that before meeting up, she had already confirmed with the flying monsters how the natural markings were arranged on its shell. She quietens down, staring at the patterns that were once masked by the surrounding environment. Those strange designs make her pupils contract in shock. Seeing the massive flow of energy, she realizes with absolute horror that Calamides is actually capable of casting high-level magic. Meanwhile, Devourer looks up at the sky easily, guessing what is unfolding in the distance. He slowly sits up, reminding himself that he warned them to be extremely careful. Even though it looks like a turtle, it is a terrifying ancient beast. He wonders if he should head over there himself, questioning if he will make it in time. Even if Ryan runs at full speed, there is still a massive distance to cover. Suddenly, Ajitahaka's voice interrupts his thoughts. The beast claims they might still make it in time, bowing deeply. It offers to personally prove why it holds its dread title of the Archevil. Meanwhile, a sudden realization flashes through her mind. She must not provoke the giant turtle. It finally hits her why the creature is so dangerous, wondering why on earth she thought it was only a close-range fighter. She then points out that she was only paying attention to the eggs, cautiously warning her that their opponent is actually that crazy turtle. Right at that moment, a stray rock suddenly flies in out of nowhere, catching Calamides completely off guard as massive clouds of smoke and dust begin to billow up violently. The beast quickly braces itself against the ground to stay upright while she wipes away a tear and tells her to look. Before she can even finish, a sudden torch of blinding light charges straight toward Calamides, quickly overwhelming the beast. With its sheer force, her sister completely freezes in utter disbelief, wondering what on earth that thing could possibly be. Before the two of them, the entire battlefield is turned upside down and cloaked in thick smoke. She quickly asks about the state of the eggs. Her sister takes a quick look and replies that except for one crushed by humans and another shattered in the battle, the rest are intact. She tells her sister to focus on the eggs first and let her carry them, but her sister hesitates, thinking that might not be wise. Analyzing the situation, she explains that the beast does not seem to wander beyond a certain distance from its nest. Just a moment ago, they both saw how risky it was, and pulling it too far away could trigger some completely unpredictable consequences. She protests, but insists it is still their absolute best shot. Her sister hesitates, but before she can finish her thought, she suddenly cuts in and points. The second egg broke, yet the beast did not even react, meaning it is so blinded by rage it has no idea what is shattered. It is definitely a risk worth taking, so she suggests she distract the monster once more, but her sister suddenly interrupts her. Asking if she has ever actually listened to her, she snaps in frustration at the stubborn girl, who finally gives in and suggests trying a new approach this time. Meanwhile, Calamides lets out a deafening roar as she yells out that she is not dead yet. She mockingly throws a taunt, asking the beast if it even understands human speech, blaming it for leaving her bruised all over. Demanding to know how this big idiot plans to make up for it, she laughs at its huge size and completely useless attacks. She dares the monster to try and catch her if it can. Suddenly, her sister's voice echoes back, revealing the real plan. She figures that after unleashing such a massive attack, the beast will not be able to charge up another one right away. Believing her sister is the culprit, the monster will definitely lock its eyes on her, though she quickly plays along with the trap. Mocking the beast for being way slower than before, she remarks that it cannot hit a thing. Her sister reminds her to only draw its attention. She admits dodging a couple of times is fine, but keeping it up forever is way out of her league. She silently recalls their conversation. Just once or twice is enough to buy time by grabbing its attention as much as possible. Then at the perfect moment, she can use a talisman to fake her death and escape. But what about her sister's own safety? She refuses to be saved at such a high cost. Confidently, her sister tells her not to worry since she values her life too. All she needs to do is play her part while she plans to knock Calamides unconscious. A Yaksha's soul container is born with them. They must continuously refine this vessel to survive. The size of these containers varies wildly from person to person, determining their limits. Their total energy capacity directly corresponds to that size, and drawing out this power is the core of their spiritual cultivation. Flowing like a mountain spring or rushing down like a highland waterfall, they pour out their concentrated essence during battle. Both sisters were blessed with incredible capacity and pure essence from birth, earning them the title of Kubera's legendary descendants. These prodigies were meant to lead the Yaksha clan, but she secretly realized she could never compete with her sister's absolute monstrous container. Its gargantuan size was completely beyond comprehension. To her, her sister was the true master of the mountains and forests. She was a Yaksha among Yakshas, standing far above the rest. Behold the mesmerizing dance of the drifting powerful waves. Behold the dancer shrouded in the tide. She is the ultimate Yaksha. Smiling brightly, she celebrates their apparent success. At the same time, she knows her sister has poured every ounce of energy from her container into this final devastating strike. Surely even Calamides cannot survive this. Yet, what can a simple wave do to a mountain that refuses to budge? That crazy beast unleashes its true power, and absolutely nothing can stop it. The entire area is quickly engulfed in chaos. A blinding sheet of crackling lightning covers the field. Seriously, how can they survive this as their confidence is crushed? It cannot be. Even in this desperate situation, her sister forces a reassuring smile back at her as the world stands still. All hope is completely extinguished in an instant. Her sister softly whispers that she has done enough and can rest now. Just as she is pulled back, Ryan tells her to stay perfectly still while she uses her cables to drag her out. Ryan urges her to leave everything to Lord Devourer, but a massive, thunderous explosion suddenly echoes across the entire battlefield. The two immediately look down in surprise. He lazily remarks that he could practically take a nap in a place like this. Ryan quickly stops and calls out to Lord Devourer, rushing over to ask if he is all right. He quickly gets up. He assures her he is fine and asks about the other two, prompting her to apologize deeply for their careless mistake. Two of their precious eggs were damaged, one by the humans and one by Calaminus's outburst, he asks. He asks if any other monsters died, and she honestly replies that it is hard to confirm. Devourer apologizes, admitting it is entirely his fault for putting them through this ordeal, and tells them to seek safety. She freezes, but he simply motions for Ryan to lead them away to safety, leaving her desperately asking questions. She asks what his plan is, as Ryan quickly obeys and Devourer slowly begins to step forward. Standing directly in front of Calaminus, Devourer mutters that he never intended for things to go this far. He sincerely apologizes for causing this mess, but then he quickly moves to bring it to a decisive end. Instantly, absolute darkness swallows the entire area as Bed complains about the sheer ridiculous absurdity of the situation. She snaps at him, demanding to know if she is just another monster under his command in this dungeon. She demands to know if he even realizes how shocked her people were by his sudden warlike intrusion. Scowling, Bed asks if he expects her to heal them or if he is just begging to die. Her sharp voice echoes through the toxic dungeon chamber, but Devourer faces her with absolute cold indifference. He offers Ryan's blood as payment, and Bed immediately changes her tune, demanding he bring it over. She claims she can still save them if they are breathing, warning him to keep the blood safe. After a quick acknowledgement, Bed looks over and asks if this injured girl is their only patient. She wonders what the girl did to end up like this, and Devourer notes Mel already healed the other. Devourer then asks if this dirty floor is really where they should lay the patient down to rest. Bed points out he brought her to a blood-harvesting room before commenting on the young Demon King. She turns and asks what he did to him, leaving Devourer confused as she mentions tasting his blood. She calls it foul and rotten, reminding Devourer of a time Elsu was furious and Patrick struggled. Bed asks what he did to a young child, and Devourer admits he had to care for her personally. She stares at Devourer with deep suspicion, demanding to know why he did not heal her himself. Devourer is stumped, explaining that Mel handles healing magic, but this particular child does not possess it. Bed laughs triumphantly, teasing him for finally realizing he is being messed with, noting his rare progress. She adds that he is incredibly lazy, but she will help only because he asked her in person. She would have chased his minions away immediately, prompting Devourer to thank her while silently craving her castle food. Bed breaks his train of thought, pointing out that he still has not answered her original question. Looking closer, she asks how the child became a walking corpse, noting her heavily damaged state. Her limbs are ruined, her organs are failing, and her hands are completely shattered from the intense battle. Bed notes any healing was just a temporary band-aid as Devourer quietly explains that she fought the giant turtle. Bed rolls her eyes, asking if the girl actually killed it, which immediately sends Devourer into deep silence. And just like that, the memories of that chaotic battle flood back, showing the overwhelming energy everywhere. Someone warns that the beast is casting spells faster, but Ryan confidently claims it is not a problem. Suddenly, a blinding flash of pure light erupts right before them, completely engulfing Devourer's entire body. Beams of destructive energy seep through every gap around him, yet Devourer remains standing tall and completely unfazed. A massive blast of energy erupts from Calaminus's maw, leaving the onlookers completely horrified by its force. Realizing the beast had been holding back before, they urgently decide to retreat and protect Lady Ryan. One of them asks if they should go back, since Lord Devourer is currently fighting all alone. Ryan bluntly points out that leaving him alone is best, since they would only get in his way. Meanwhile, Devourer calmly braces himself to take the hits, muttering that he will take 3 hits in total. He calmly counts 2 blows to pay for the broken eggs and 1 more as a final apology. He goads the beast to bring it on, and a massive cloud of dust immediately swallows the battlefield. As Calaminus charges, Bed suddenly cuts off Devourer's retelling of the story to ask a burning question. She scowls, asking if he actually killed Calaminus and if he is truly okay after taking those hits. He admits he just feels a bit sore and cold, but she orders him to stop talking nonsense. No way. Devourer denies it instantly. He claims he took the other 2 hits. After hesitating, he remembers that he simply grabbed the thing. He reluctantly admits he threw the beast north. She groans in complete disbelief. That must be traumatizing, he mutters with a lazy shrug. Besides, it can fly. He figures it will be fine. Devourer pauses, then mentions the recent rumors calling him the T-Gon Hunter. Elizabeth is quite surprised. Has that rumor reached your ears too? Who told you? He simply replies, Patrick. She nods in understanding. I knew he would say that. Devourer sits down and asks how long the treatment will take. Elizabeth looks at him. At least a few days. So just go home. Devourer immediately refuses, saying he is staying right here to eat snacks. She groans, realizing what a selfish jerk he is. It is frustrating to think he actually cared about the girl. Elizabeth turns to look at her, surprised. How long has it been since they last met? She wonders why he is personally asking her to treat this kid. Filled with curiosity, Elizabeth directly asks if the girl is really that important. He quietly mumbles, not really. Devourer explains that it is his fault, and besides, the dungeon administrators are not easily replaced. Without her, he could never have secured those eggs. Elizabeth raises an eyebrow, surprised that he actually cares about his subordinates. She asks why he cannot show a bit of that care to her poor Riney. Devourer just sighs and relaxes his shoulders. Why bring that up? Whatever. He gets straight to the point and asks if she can cure the girl. Elizabeth shrugs, admitting she is not sure. She won't know until she tries to do it herself. Anyone else would have already declared this treatment completely impossible before even attempting it. Elizabeth narrows her eyes and confidently declares that she is different. Devourer lets out a quiet sigh of relief, glad to hear it. She frowns and asks what he would have done otherwise. Would he have just abandoned the girl? Hearing this, his gaze suddenly darkens. His eyes grow intensely deep for a moment. Elizabeth smirks, admitting she can never tell if he is actually kind or just completely heartless. Devourer suddenly remembers another matter. She asks what it is, and he inquires if she has any way to contact the Lefolcum Guild. Meanwhile, faint rays of light begin to creep into a pitch-black abyss. The beams pierce through the dark, illuminating the entire space. An eerie silence hangs over the empty space. Then out of nowhere, a strange, calm voice breaks the stillness. She warmly welcomes them, introducing herself as Carolina. After a brief pause, she formally announces the arrival of the Queen of Liam. Scovina's voice suddenly cuts in, asking how much further they still have to travel. Roshisa quickly replies that they are almost there. He then asks about Anna the Junior, who was traveling with him. She reassures him that Anna is safe with the escort right behind them. Scovina demands to know where they are headed after 5 long days of traveling. Roshisa calmly replies that he will find out very soon. He silently worries, knowing that Devareur's assignments always end in disaster. The lazy lord has probably raided the merchant caravan by now. If he goes back to explain, will there even be a caravan left, or rather, will he even be allowed to return alive? She warns Scovina not to think about escaping. He calmly replies that he has no such intention, adding that he has no clue where they are. The thick, blinding fog makes it impossible to see anything besides his guide. Yet Roshisa walks ahead with absolute confidence and familiarity. He clearly knows this hidden path. Scovina realizes that this guide would never do anything unless there was a clear benefit in it. Just when things seem quiet, boom, a beastman guard commands them to stop, declaring that the path ahead is strictly off-limits. They must state their identity and purpose. Beastman guards, just as expected, Roshisa calmly reaches into her coat, assuring them she has no hostile intent. She slowly retrieves an item to prove her identity, signaling the guards to stay relaxed. She exchanges a quick knowing look with them. She holds up the sacred fire token, a rank equivalent to a knight commander. The guards freeze. They recognize it immediately. Roshisa smiles, confirming they got the message. With a nod of respect, the beastman guard steps aside and bids them enter. As they step through, Roshisa proudly welcomes him to Liam, the fabled beastman kingdom. Merchants and monsters alike call this place a sanctuary. They call it the secret garden. Scovina silently observes the breathtaking scenery. Outside, the world is locked in the dead of winter. Yet inside it feels like warm spring. Is this some kind of barrier magic? He feels like he stepped straight into a fairy tale. The atmosphere is so peaceful it makes him feel almost dizzy. It is strangely reminiscent of the legendary elf village. But while elves live in raw nature, this place feels like a perfectly crafted artificial forest. Every single tree feels placed with care. Scovina breaks his silence, asking where they are heading. Roshisa simply answers that they are going to the heart of Liam. He worries about Anna, but Roshisa quickly reassures him. The distance is just a bit far, but she is safe and on her way. There is no need to worry. Scovina falls silent. He has heard rumors that this nation is quite backward compared to the rest of the world. But looking around, he realizes it is not backwardness. They are deliberately choosing not to develop. For distances requiring a carriage, they simply run, which is honestly faster. Scovina notes that with their beastly strength, carrying heavy loads by hand is easy. Hansaloping vehicles is completely pointless to them. Since they produce and distribute everything internally, there is absolutely no need for trade. Scovina looks at the passing scenery, feeling a cold wave of hostility from the locals who are clearly not used to strangers. Actually, it seems she simply cannot believe her own eyes. It is a strange, vague sensation with no trace of malice or goodwill. Scovina keeps wondering what this bizarre sensation is. Her mind feels completely foggy, likely due to the tense carriage atmosphere. Right at this exact moment, a voice cuts through her swirling thoughts. "We are almost there, please step down." Hearing this, Scovina slowly steps onto the solid ground. LAZIEST tells her that shoes are strictly forbidden inside, so please take them off. She frees his shoes. Scovina looks at the action of the person next to her and cannot help but wonder if they are serious. Removing her shoes, she recalls the Yaksha sisters always walk barefoot, wondering if beastmen share that custom. Oh well, she might as well comply. But as that thought crosses her mind, Scovina suddenly slips. She is quickly caught and supported by a beastman, leaving her completely stunned. Shortly after, the two of them finally reach their destination. Seeing them, Carolina speaks up, thanking LAZIEST for his hard work on the journey. With a calm demeanor, she introduces herself and extends a formal greeting, addressing her as a little guest. I am the Queen of Reborn. Scovina silently notes that black hair is highly unusual, bearing a striking resemblance to Lord Devour's color. She starts to grow deeply suspicious. Is this woman really the mastermind who ordered her kidnapping? Talk about an awkward meeting. Understanding the cue, she speaks up, stating her name but clarifying that she is a captive, not some sort of guest. At the same time, her mind races with dark thoughts, feeling an ominous premonition about this empress, even if it was just a passing shadow. But she certainly felt it. The queen lowers her voice, saying she should introduce herself first, noting how discourteous she has been. Scovina's throat goes completely dry. The intense aura is gone now, but she is absolutely certain of what she just felt. She begs forgiveness for her rudeness, suspecting that dangerous aura felt exactly like Lord Devour's. Then the queen continues to speak. Answering Scovina directly, she admits she was the one who ordered her forced arrival, so she should stop hating Lord LAZIEST. She replies that regardless of the terms, a kidnapping is still a kidnapping, and she has absolutely no intention of being a guest. Carolina sighs but reiterates her intention to treat her as a guest with no plans of harm, calling her forced invitation an unavoidable necessity. She apologizes sincerely for it, adding that the proof of her goodwill is that despite Scovina's sharp attitude, her head is still on her shoulders. Scovina silently fires back, thinking that the queen is completely using the phrase unavoidable necessity in the wrong way. Behind them, LAZIEST chimes in, insisting that it truly was an unavoidable situation. If they look at the sequence of events, the Leopard Merchant Guild was actually the one who started all of this. LAZIEST fixes his gaze on her, explaining that, once they realized the guild was spying on Reborn, they had no choice but to take this extreme measure. Scovina carefully analyzes the expression on the queen's face, realizing she will not tolerate another drop of disrespect despite keeping a highly polite composure. Carolina suddenly calls out to LAZIEST, who flinches and immediately apologizes. The queen lets out a soft, tired sigh before resuming the conversation. With no other choice, Carolina commands everyone else to leave the room, and they quickly obey. Scovina silently wonders if those guards were the sacred flames. She was always proud of her aura detection, yet 3 other powerful entities were hiding right under her nose. Carolina asks if she feels more comfortable talking now. Scovina lowers her voice, warning the queen that she should watch her step. Carolina frowns, demanding to know what she means. Scovina explains that she is backed by the primordial core. While her Leopard Merchant Guild may not be directly favored by Lord Devour, they maintain a highly profitable relationship, making him deeply invested in their safety. She continues, noting that Reborn is a beautiful country, and its queen is equally stunning. She expresses her hope that such beauty won't completely vanish over a foolish temporary mistake. Carolina cuts in, asking if it even matters as long as they aren't caught. She is confident LAZIEST left absolutely no traces. Scovina frowns in shock, but Carolina quickly adds that since the Empire is currently in utter chaos, perhaps they could leverage it. She proposes a scenario where they conveniently found Scovina's group heavily injured from a human attack and kindly nurtured them back to health. She asks how that sounds. Scovina scoffs coldly, asking if she truly believes she would play along with such a blatant lie. But before she can finish her sentence, the queen cuts in, mentioning a small village northeast of the monster merchant territory. She brings up Scovina's parents, her younger brother, and even her dear friend who is about to take the Merchant Guild entry exam. Carolina's true ruthless nature finally begins to show. She reminds her that she has precious things to protect, making Scovina feel utterly powerless. How could she possibly possess such highly classified information? Is this her real terrifying face? The queen simply chuckles, assuring her she has no immediate plans of harm, calling it a mere threat to keep the conversation productive. She then mentions Reborn. They have received sacred oracles for generations. Hearing this, Scovina is completely bewildered, repeating the word oracle. Carolina confirms it. Indeed, it is a prophecy stating the black cloud will eventually destroy this world. Carolina adds that the black fog was initially suspected to be a mere plague, but after the sudden disappearance of the Empire's Riz capital, she knew for sure. She lowers her voice, the black cloud and the oracle. Scovina hesitantly asks if she means Master Devour, then demands to know what she wants. What do you want from me? He asks. Carolina simply curls her lips, demanding information. She adds that she wants everything on Devour. She wants every detail on Devour, staring him down. For Reborn, they seek peace. If this black cloud really is Devourer, they must prepare. Scovina speaks up as the advisor in charge of the ancient Axis. He firmly assures her that if her side does not act first, the master will absolutely never strike Riem. But Carolina simply tilts her head unimpressed by such a brief and simple answer. She demands every shred of intelligence held by the Leprechaun Merchant Guild. Scovina falls silent, weighing the threat in front of him. He tells her to purchase it through normal channels. Of course, buying secrets about the ancient Axis would immediately draw unwanted attention. Carolina offers a soft smile. Exactly, she says, and to prevent that gossip, is that not why she brought him here like this? Silence immediately blankets the room as her threat hangs in the air. Scovina rests his chin in his hand, seeing right through her. So she wants him to side with ancient Riem, he notes. Carolina chuckles. After all, this is to save the world from doom. If they prove the Black Cloud is not Devourer, or if there is a way to avoid a fight, they will take it. At that point, they would only need to keep everything a secret. Scovina scratches his head, thanking her for valuing a greedy merchant. He mocks himself as someone who only chases gold. But Carolina counters, insisting Scovina is not humble and offers a handsome reward. She promises to pay him as a merchant deserves, but Scovina flatly declines, saying he already received an absolute fortune recently. He received enough gold to build a massive fortress with plenty left over. He taps his foot on the floorboards, looking right at her. He admits he truly is a lowly creature with no manners. Staring straight at the Empress, he delivers his ultimate answer. At that moment, a memory of Devourer flashes through Scovina's mind. He remembers asking why humans raise a certain finger when transactions fail. Devourer had explained that when humans are frustrated and want to swear but cannot find the words, they use their hands to scream. To Scovina, Devourer is like a father, and he was the one who avenged his family. He looks up with a defiant smirk. Did she expect him to betray his greatest business partner? He flips her off. Go to hell, and honestly, his loyalty is top tier. He would rather die than betray his trust. Carolina can only watch in disbelief as the entire area begins to shake violently. Seeing his defiance, Carolina softly sighs in disappointment. Suddenly, the area quakes and hot-headed orcs prepare to charge forward. Angry orc warriors growl, ready to tear the insolent merchant apart, but their leader Kandum immediately commands them to hold their ground. Kandum quickly stops his men, warning them not to provoke the enemy any further. But the warriors hesitate, unwilling to back down. They protest, but the chief sees the harsh reality. They have completely misjudged their opponent. Around them, orc warriors fall one by one. He watches helplessly as his people are slaughtered. He regrets not stopping them the moment that monster claimed to be a sacred flame. Desperate to preserve his remaining forces, Kandum recalls the terrifying strength of Riem's sacred flames. Getting involved with them only brings ruin. He remembers his commander's warning to avoid them at all costs. Anta, having slaughtered dozens of orcs, leisurely approaches the survivors. Do you want to talk now, or do I need to prove myself further? Anta asks, calmly stepping over the corpses. He stands ready for their reply. Shaking with terror, Kandum asks if he really is the sacred flame of Riem. The killer calmly introduces himself as Anta. Terrified, but trying to keep his composure, Kandum identifies himself as the chief of the Kirim tribe. He demands to know why Anta suddenly invaded their territory. Anta brings up the past, back when Nick Cambo marched on the capital. When Nick Cambo marched into the capital, Kandum had to cautiously plan his next move. Anta's face warps into a crazed smile as he speaks of that day. It was right when Devourer assaulted the Empire. He demands to know the perspective of the survivors who witnessed the chaos firsthand. Kandum feels a cold shiver run down his spine. He remembers his commander's stark warning to his tribe to stay far away from these monsters no matter what happens. Kirk had once warned them about the 6 sacred flames, pointing out 2 terrifying names, the snake and the black goat. He had described them as highly lethal targets that must never be crossed under any circumstances. But now it is far too late. Overcome with immense regret, Kandum remembers his commander's warning as a terrifying pressure completely paralyzes his body. If someone who isn't even the snake or the goat is this insanely strong, how terrifying are those 2 legends? Meanwhile, Risa watches the battle with an amused smile as a colossal centipede suddenly rises up from behind. The beast is eager for a fight, unable to shake its growing irritation. It faces the massive army with unshakable arrogance. The giant centipede instantly deduces the enemy's identity. It asks its mother if this is the black goat of Riem she warned about. It calmly analyzes the threat before them. Her mother had mentioned that the sacred flames possess an absurdly broken power called a blessing. Its mother once explained that these warriors carry a cheat-like power known as a blessing, making any battle with them highly disadvantageous. The beast orders the entire legion to fall back. Instantly, they prepare a private area for her. She graciously accepts, but the beast quickly loses patience, demanding she state her purpose. Prisa calmly answers. She asks if they want to get straight to the point. Their mother is gone. With no will to fight, other kingdoms are waiting to seize their desert. They cannot waste their forces. Prisa laughs with amusement, praising their sharp instincts. Indeed, even long-lived insects grow wiser than humans, and she appreciates how quickly they get to business. Can they recount everything that happened on the day the capital fell and they lost their mother? Meanwhile, in a mansion ablaze with bright torches, a manic roar of laughter echoes. Bernard is called a complete madman, yet he remains incredibly calm. Talk about nerves of steel. How dare a mere beastman barge in? Duke Anson excitedly barks orders, mocking his target. Bernard simply shrugs off the threat casually, questioning his logic. People usually think of land animals, but since he is a hawk, do birds even count? Who is superior? Neither can decide. Anson simply bursts into a wild roar of laughter. Daring to address him so casually, Duke Anson stands proudly behind his guard. He laughs at the absurdity of anyone challenging the Empire's most powerful duke. Such suicidal madness is new to him. Knowing his identity, he addresses him as Bernard, the sacred flame of Ling. The duke is proud of his army. Are you confident you can defeat them all? Bernard casually shrugs. Absolutely impossible. He agrees that no one is strong enough, demanding to know why Bernard entered alone. Without even blinking, Bernard calmly says he has enough confidence to pierce the duke's neck right here. Anson reacts with shock. A hole. He mocks the threat with a dramatic gasp. He notes that it's a first, yet Anson simply laughs, thoroughly enjoying the thrill. To the duke, Bernard's bold words are easily enough to earn a swift death penalty. Even the archers are getting tired of this exchange, wondering if there was ever a beastman quite this insane. Duke Anson continues rambling. He had to be crazy to reach this high position. Bernard calmly remarks that he isn't a fan. This instantly turns Duke Anson's face cold. The Duke cold-heartedly offers some advice, warning Bernard to prepare much better the next time he meets a human. After all, the Empire's citizens absolutely despise beastmen, a deep-seated hatred that is practically genetic. Bernard surprisingly responds with a very polite bow, calmly thanking the Duke for his warning. The Duke returns to his playful tone, ordering a private room for their honored guest. He threatens severe punishment for any mistakes before they walk down the quiet corridor. As they walk down the quiet, empty corridor, Duke Anson drops his playful act, questioning him seriously. He asks if Bernard's sudden arrival during conquest preparations is a coincidence. Bernard remains silent. His silence speaks volumes. But the Duke already suspects it. Anson always expected Liam to make a move, and Bernard doesn't bother hiding it. He praises the Duke's wisdom, guessing the Duke sees this crisis as a massive opportunity. Intrigued by the sudden change, Duke Anson eagerly asks what kind of opportunity he is referring to. Bernard senses the political landscape, noting that with the Empire collapsing, it's time for action. The Duke could seize supreme power, marching his army directly to the Primordial Center. Anson doesn't hesitate, confirming they intend to completely conquer the Primordial Center. This won't be some minor expedition, as the Duke asserts his absolute resolve to take total control. He plans to mobilize a massive army to tear down the Primordial Center forever. Bernard laughs, asking if he plans to fight the monster that easily destroyed Riz capital. With a calculating gaze, the Duke retorts that the monster is just a convenient excuse. It is a political move with immense benefits, allowing him to win over the people. Bernard speaks up. He asks if Arn has never actually thought about defeating Devourer. Arn only gives him a cold stare. Interpret it however you want, he says, but you're not getting a straight answer. Suddenly, Bernard throws out some bait. What if he could destroy Devourer? What would Arn think of that? The older man freezes. Arn slowly frowns. He calls Bernard a total madman, but admits he really likes him. Bernard just smiles, thanking him for the compliment. He bluntly proposes a massive alliance. Sure, humans and beastmen have actively fought for over 150 years, but with a common enemy, shaking hands makes perfect sense. Arn has to seriously admit that the guy is right. He realizes something. There's an even bigger lunatic out there crazy enough to bring a madman to a madman. Bernard's eyes gleam with joy. Doesn't Aaron just love crazy people? Aaron smiles, completely satisfied. Time to start the negotiation. He loves them to the point of absolute madness. He agrees to hear whatever crazy plan Bernard has. Meanwhile, in a crowded hall far away, Rhyme looks absolutely miserable. The others standing around her are just as stunned. They are left completely speechless. MJ nervously shrinks into a corner, terrified by the awful gift they just received. Swo can only let out a heavy, thoughtful sigh. Patrick, on the other hand, is so furious he looks ready to explode. Then a dark memory of war suddenly rushes back. His very first memory begins with a foul, sickening stench. It became a constant in his daily life. Since that dark day, the stench has completely erased his parents' faces. Every other memory simply faded away. Yet amidst all that blur, the distinct scent of a sword remained clear. It carried that same sickening odor. He realized his life had always been bound to the copper stench of blood. Patrick was forever tied to the rust of cold steel and the endless slaughter of soldiers on the battlefield. One second, they are celebrating a glorious triumph, and the next they are cut down before they can even blink. Countless ordinary mortals fall while the survivors blindly rush straight toward their demise, ended by a single incredibly precise blade. That was the brutal, bloody chaos of war. Ever since Patrick was just a young boy, he had to struggle there. There was barely any time to breathe. An enemy charges straight at Patrick, who raises his shield to block the strike. He swings his sword. However, a corpse on the muddy ground makes the enemy stumble. In that split second, Patrick strikes. He delivers a clean horizontal slash through the opponent, but more fools keep rushing in to meet their end. He is hit directly on the head and collapses. Patrick targets another assassin charging right toward the king. While he clears the threat, the king handles his own. Finally, the battle is over, and the king laughs proudly, heading over to celebrate. Surrounded by cheering soldiers, Patrick stares down at his bloody sword, catching his young face reflected in the steel. Years fly by, and he is soon knighted. The emperor is crowned to the thunderous cheers of his people. His loyal brothers in arms stand proudly by his side. Suddenly, the old memory shifts to his beautiful wedding day. Patrick takes his bride by the hand, anticipating a lifetime of happiness. But in the blink of an eye, tragedy strikes. He is still holding her hand, but the piece is shattered. She struggles to stand, blood pooling behind her. Their beloved kingdom has fallen under attack. Gritting his teeth, Patrick grabs his sword, and together they charge forward. The beastmen are insanely strong and arrive in overwhelming numbers. But Patrick does not back down for a second. He easily finds their weak points and cuts them down. Rushing through their ranks, he tears their entire formation apart. Every step he takes brings absolute ruin, spraying hot blood across the battlefield. The sheer force he displays is terrifying. Every single strike decapitates his enemies with brutal precision. No beastman can escape his wrath, falling one by one. They tumble to the ground before they can even react. Beast heads are rolling on the ground at a terrifying speed. Patrick watches the final beastman collapse beneath his blades. His signature dual swords are drenched in blood once again. The reflection in the steel shows a face that is utterly exhausted yet still burning with a terrifying bloodlust. But, back in the present, his flesh has long decayed. Patrick raises his greatsword, his empty sockets burning with resolve. He spins, swinging his blade with a force that seems 100 times more devastating than in his past life. He mutters to himself, genuinely surprised that they are meeting like this. Patrick feels a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. Anything really can happen. He never expected they would cross paths like this again. Slipping the massive sword onto his back, he marches straight toward the active battlefield, burning with intense determination. He quietly mutters, "Let's go right now." Scovina refuses to back down even while pinned by two beastmen, warning them that they have made a terrible mistake. Forced onto the ground, he calmly analyzes their move, telling them they shouldn't have captured him just to confirm his identity. Of mine. And do not dream that taking the things I hold dear as hostages will force me to cooperate. Scovina was extremely confident in her assertion that Che Castle would never leave a trace behind. How foolish. Leprechauns possess a very unique skill, which is a highly specialized tracking method that only a leprechaun can leave behind and trace. He even dared to declare that both this arrogant empress and her entire dungeon are already completely covered in his traces. But Empress Carolina merely smiles as she listens. Scovina lies defeated desperately, hoping Lord Devourer will track them down. She mocks them, telling them to make all the excuses they want, since Lord Devourer will not care about their excuses. It is a ridiculous truth. The history of beastmen is just war and slavery. He flashes a mockingly bitter smile, a mocking laugh from the bottom of his heart, congratulating them on returning to slavery. Regrettably, the Empress cannot witness that scene with her own eyes. Scovina confidently hurls insults, wanting to see if they will still be smiling brightly like they are now. Empress Carolina leisurely tilts her head down, completely unfazed by the threat. But then Carolina flashes a terrifyingly creepy smile, stating she is not nearly as foolish as they think. Meanwhile, Patrick walks alone down a quiet hallway when a familiar voice suddenly calls out. Ryan approaches him with a gentle greeting. She asks if he is heading to see Lord Devourer, wondering where the armed skeleton knight is off to. He casually confirms, saying he is indeed heading to see the boss and asking where he is. She tells him he is inside. Patrick curiously asks if they are seeing off Lord Valor. Ryan nods, explaining that since it is his first visit, he does not know the way. He asks if they got permission. Right then, Valor appears, tips his hat, and greets him warmly. He received orders from Lord Devourer granting permission and offers his deepest apologies once again for the recent incident. Patrick quickly bows in return, saying their boss took the liberty of dragging him there. Valor politely replies, dismissing it. He insists on discussing the trade compensation, but Patrick protests, saying the merchant guild surely suffered the most. Valor firmly takes responsibility, insisting the loss was due to their trade failure and they must bear the consequences. He tells them not to worry and promises to quickly assign a new representative to replace Scovina very soon. Patrick is visibly pleased by this, expressing his complete confidence that Valor will handle the new arrangement perfectly. He bids them farewell, heading straight to see the boss. Ryan wishes him a safe trip, but then suddenly calls him back. Patrick stops and waits without thinking much of it. She simply offers a warm, polite word of warning. Telling him not to push himself too hard, he scratches his bony head in a rather awkward manner. Patrick promises to keep that in mind as he resumes his walk. Valor, however, wonders where he is heading. Ryan sharply guesses he is heading to Riem. Hearing that name, Valor flinches, questioning why he would go there. She points out the obvious reason they dared to touch them. Ryan connects the clues and asserts that Scovina was clearly a beast belonging to Lord Devourer. Those crazy beastmen picked a fight with a boss, and she adds that the wooden box belongs to Riem. Valor is still deeply confused, unable to understand the situation. Valor wonders why Patrick needs to go in person. Ryan quietly recalls the past, noting that Patrick has his own personal reasons. She quickly changes the subject, urging him to leave since the Merchant Guild must be extremely busy right now. Valor nods in agreement. He frowns slightly in deep thought, realizing things are about to get a lot busier. They will be swamped whether for Scovina's sake or anyone else. Meanwhile, Patrick heads straight to the boss's chamber. The massive throne is completely empty, but Patrick knows exactly where to go, stepping into the dark shadows behind it. Darkness shrouds the room when a cold, familiar voice suddenly orders him to stop threatening action if he advances. Patrick freezes in his tracks. He barely gets the word boss out before Devourer immediately cuts him off short. He flatly refuses, but Patrick urges him to at least listen. Devourer stubbornly repeats that he will not do it. He refuses to even turn around, saying Scovina's death is unfortunate, but he has no desire to go to Riem. Patrick tries to interject, begging him to listen first, but Devourer cuts him off again, claiming he is the boss. He complains about the endless dungeon work, making him tired. Yet Patrick remains stubborn, bringing up Scovina's case again. Devourer literally covers his ears, shouting that he is not listening and will not do a single thing. He refuses to cooperate, but Patrick bows respectfully and requests to take full personal charge of this matter. He logically explains that because the current situation is highly critical, he will personally handle the entire operation. Only then does the boss finally turn around, saying that would be wonderful. Patrick confidently assures him that he will. Everything was finally getting back on track. So Patrick only made one simple request: to just leave this matter alone and avoid taking any action. Patrick seemed completely resolute. He reminded Devourer to keep his promise, though Devourer's absolute boredom was clearly showing on his face. Devourer remarked on how sharp Patrick was. Honestly, the Skeleton Knight knew his boss inside out, predicting every single move he was about to make. He waved his hand and walked off without looking back, grumbling to just handle it cleanly so he could finally get some sleep. But Patrick had one final request, asking for an official order. Hearing this, Devourer let out a long, heavy sigh of utter exhaustion. Stopping in his tracks, the lazy boss turned around. He coldly gave the official command, granting Patrick permission to handle the situation. With that permission, the knight knelt down to accept the mission. His glowing blue eyes flared up like twin fires, ready for action. Patrick quickly made his way to the town. Despite the late hour, LAZIEST was already there waiting to welcome the esteemed knight. Concealing his identity under a heavy helmet, Patrick praised her, noting that she had turned into quite an excellent lord. She humbly credited all her success to him. But then Patrick curiously pointed toward a row of severed heads hanging nearby. LAZIEST calmly explained they were traitors who abandoned their duties and fled right after her brother passed away. Patrick chuckled, calling it a pretty decent choice for decoration. Privately, he was impressed by her chilling composure. Surviving a face-to-face meeting with Devourer with her sanity mostly intact was a massive achievement. LAZIEST remained perfectly polite. She thanked him for the compliment as Patrick got straight to business, listing a few urgent tasks he needed completed. LAZIEST stood ready, promising to prepare everything. Patrick then laid out his requests clearly, starting with the lack of a teleport gate. He instructed her to write a recommendation letter to Lord Farrington's in the neighboring territory to access theirs. The gate needed to be fully functional within 2 days. Patrick silently calculated the travel times and distances. The portal was broken, but traveling by carriage all the way to Liam was far too slow. Repairing it was the only option. LAZIEST asked for the destination, and Patrick quickly answered that it was Rel, urging her to hurry. He stressed that time was running out. Next, he ordered her to arrange a meeting with another lord tomorrow. LAZIEST knit her brows in confusion, wondering which other lord Patrick wanted to meet on such short notice. Before long, Patrick had caught wind of suspicious movements lately, particularly involving the Grand Duchies of Annan and H. He wanted a meeting with any local lord close to Duke Annan. Hearing that name, LAZIEST frowned even deeper. Duke Annan came from the most prestigious family in the Empire, famously known as the Mad Demon of Annan. With the imperial capital gone, the Duke's territory had officially become the largest region left in the land. Patrick needed solid intel on the area, quickly putting together why Liam had sent their envoys there in the first place. Since the capital had vanished, they were scouting the area to assess the new landscape and gather crucial information. Piecing the clues together, Patrick figured Liam wouldn't just focus on one spot but would send envoys to multiple regions. They likely reached San Hel and Neocampo too, leaving Patrick to wonder where the humans would send their own envoys. He pressed Lanevi Utak to get him the list of nobles visiting Anan and the Duke's exact schedule no matter what. Lanevi Utak bowed, promising to send out messengers immediately. Just as she turned to leave, Patrick remembered one final task. She stopped in her tracks waiting. Patrick's intentions were clear as he asked her to prepare a specific box. It needed to be just the right size to hold a human head. Meanwhile, deep in the night, Bernard was resting. A strange noise from outside suddenly woke him. Bernard quietly opened the window and peered into the darkness. Suddenly, an arrow zipped past his head, but he dodged it just in time, staring coldly at the weapon lodged in the wall. He sneered at those trash humans mockingly, thinking they couldn't even manage to behave themselves for a single 3 days. His sharp blue eyes traced the arrow's flight path, narrowing as he glared toward a distant hill. Locking his eyes onto the target, Bernard admitted the shooter had pretty decent skills, immediately stepping up onto the windowsill. He fully unfurled his massive beastman wings, preparing to glide down as he muttered a chilling warning. Looking down from above, Bernard warned the shooter not to regret firing first, his voice dripping with pure disgust. He thought humans might have changed over the past 150 years, but they remained utterly pathetic. Patrick cut him off with a blunt provocation, telling him to stop talking and just bring it on. Bernard glared back furiously. Baring his sharp claws, Bernard promised him an agonizing death. Up above, Rosalina looked down and let out a tired sigh. Her gaze drifted down to the shoes covered in crushed flower petals on the floor, asking with pure exhaustion if she was seriously doing this again. She began following the trail of scattered petals, wondering what kind of scheme was being cooked up today as her bare feet stepped forward. LAZIEST takes slow, measured steps down the path. Suddenly, a sweet, playful voice calls out from just ahead of her. Walking down a path covered in flowers, who knew she could be this naive? Pim loudly cheers, praising her for finding Bim, a twin flower of Liam. LAZIEST confronts her, asking what game she is playing today. In response, Pim playfully blurts out a made-up game named Evildoers Meeting on a Wooden Bridge. LAZIEST immediately corrects her, saying it is enemies meeting on a narrow bridge. The girl just shrugs, claiming they are basically the same. Pim frowns, staring down at her own palm. Not even close. LAZIEST helplessly explains that since they are a snake and a mouse, from the mouse's perspective, she must be the bad guy. Pim suddenly cheers, calling her a villainous snake woman as she sits down to rest on a nearby rock. LAZIEST sighs, telling Pim to stop joking around and remember that she is actually a twin flower of Liam. She asks Pim to stop calling her a snake woman because it sounds crude, but the stubborn little girl refuses to listen to her. She claims she has nothing to hear from an evil snake woman, playfully running around LAZIEST and teasing her for resting after an easy mission. She mocks her, asking what the queen said, and mimics a snake's hissing. Pim's constant whining makes the veins on LAZIEST's forehead twitch with annoyance. LAZIEST snaps. She grabs her dual blades and chases after Pim, telling her she needs to actually listen when others speak. But Pim is not scared at all. She runs away laughing. The snake woman is mad. She cheers. This is too fun. Hendrico angrily yells at them to stand still, calling them fools. He also reprimands Lai, noting that Anta and Prisa are away on a mission in a distant region of the Empire. Bernard just left too, and Hendrico warns LAZIEST that finishing her mission is no excuse to slack off. LAZIEST quickly tries to defend herself. It wasn't me, Hendrico. Pim started this whole mess first. Pim, currently wrapped tightly in her tail, complains that she's the only one without a job, so she has nothing else to do. LAZIEST points right at her, snapping that her boredom is no reason to bother others. She then asks Hendrico why he only scolds her. Hendrico defends the little girl, explaining that Pim always acts this way because she deeply missed LAZIEST while she was away. Startled, Pim blushes and yells at Hendrico to keep that a secret. But Hendrico completely ignores her protests and continues his lecture. He reminds LAZIEST that despite the constant bickering, they are family, so she should act like a big sister and tolerate her a bit. Finally giving in, LAZIEST asks the young girl to stop calling her a snake woman since she knows how much she hates it. The mischievous girl just sticks her tongue out, asking if she should just call her snake instead. Just then, Hendrico remembers something important. He asks how the queen plans to handle that slick-tongued guy from the guild, who was apparently even more annoying than Pim. LAZIEST guesses he was probably thrown in prison since she saw guards rushing in. Hendrico is completely stunned. She explains that the guards stormed in the moment she left the palace, adding that the guy did not seem cooperative at all. Hendrico feeds a small bird resting on his shoulder. It looks like they might have to fight that Devourer guy now. But Pim is much more optimistic, pointing out that their queen will easily win no matter what kind of ancient monster they face. She enthusiastically adds that LAZIEST has her own masterpiece, though the older sister definitely looks pretty stressed about this. She asks if Pim forgot how the imperial capital completely vanished, warning her that this monster is definitely no walk in the park. Still, the young girl confidently looks her sister in the eyes, insisting that they are bound to win either way. She believes their oracle guarantees victory, but Hendriko warns that there is always a risk, which is why twin flowers like them exist. He notes that there are plenty of powerful foes in the primordial core. Curiously, Pim asks if they are stronger than that hero. She means the mage Lochesa fought last year. Lochesa carefully clarifies if she is talking about the hero damned Xian. The girl fondly remembers how her sister totally crushed Xian, confidently claiming that if she could beat him, nothing else should be a problem. She thinks they can just wipe everyone out. But being overconfident is highly dangerous even if she is not entirely wrong. Even though she is not entirely wrong, his expression hardens as he reveals that the queen plans to handle this opponent personally. He explains that unless the demi-human slayer from the war 150 years ago is still alive, they have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield, Patrick unleashes a rapid torrent of arrows directly at his incoming opponent. Bernard dashes through the air, dodging every single projectile with ease, while mocking Patrick for having such incredibly clumsy archery skills. He dives straight down from the sky, telling the human to open his mouth again as he spreads his wings wide. He unleashes a devastating flying sky strike. A shocked Patrick suddenly realizes those sharp talons have already grabbed his shoulder. Bernard yells with fury, promising to carry him high into the sky and drop him to his doom. But before he can, a powerful force suddenly slams him backward, forcing him to grit his teeth as he realizes his opponent's true ability. It is teleportation magic, meaning this guy is actually a mage. Bernard snaps, asking if he really thinks he can escape that easily. He leaps back into the air, knowing teleportation magic always leaves a trace behind at the destination point. Bernard boasts he can spot a tiny insect on the ground from high up, making escape useless as glass shards rain down from above. Sensing the danger, Bernard instantly spins around his eyes, turning bloodshot at a scent he wildly lay, charges right toward Patrick. But his opponent just sighs in annoyance, complaining that Bernard is way too loud and talks too much. Enraged, Bernard demands to know where he got that blood and who it belongs to, since no beastman has left Riam in over a century, meaning no one could be hurt. Patrick stays silent as Bernard loses control, demanding where he got it. Glancing at the shattered vial on the ground, Bernard confirms the blood belongs to his own kind. But Patrick still refuses to speak. Bernard fiercely orders him to answer, but when his opponent remains dead silent, Bernard frowns. Realizing Patrick won't confess willingly, Bernard conjures a sword of sharp feathers to see if losing a limb opens his mouth. But before he can strike, a strange object suddenly appears, catching the beastman completely off guard. A glowing magic circle forms beneath him, shooting out a flurry of swirling paper strips that dance through the air. The enchanted sheets tightly bind Bernard, followed instantly by a massive blast that completely swallows the entire battlefield. Standing amid the smoke, Patrick mocks him, saying if Bernard recognized the provocation, he should have known it was a trap. He asks if that tiny bird brain of his can only process so much before summoning a high-grade magic scroll. This scroll was worth every penny, Patrick notes, as it grants him high-tier spellcasting, leaving a bound Bernard demanding answers. Forced to his knees in front of the shattered vial, the beastman demands whose blood was spilled, but Patrick simply counter-interrogates. He points out that he has no obligation to speak. In fact, he has been keeping this blood for quite some time. He always knew it would come in handy, knowing how deeply beastmen care for their own, making it the perfect bait. Bound tightly by the magical seals, Bernard grinds his teeth in fury, his murderous gaze locking onto Patrick as he realizes something. He declares that Patrick is no ordinary human. Smirking, Patrick commends him for catching on so quickly before offering to introduce himself. He wonders if his name will ring a bell, while Bernard silently prepares to rip his way out of these bindings. Telling the skeleton to come closer so he can tear the spell apart, Bernard is suddenly shocked by what Patrick does next. Patrick pulls off his metallic mask, revealing his true face and introducing himself, which leaves Bernard utterly stunned. The beastman sneers, calling him a mere dog of the primordial core, but Patrick fires right back without missing a beat. He calls Bernard a runaway bird from Liam. Bernard's mind begins racing as he tries to connect the pieces. He wonders if the Duke is colluding with the primordial core, or if Fran Lesa completely messed up the mission. Glaring at the skeleton, Bernard asks why he is even here. Patrick casually waves a slip of paper, looking quite amused. He remarks on how quickly the Birdman regained his composure, questioning if he truly doesn't know. Bernard admits he doesn't. Patrick casts a low-level lie detection spell, muttering that it's a coward's excuse while watching the paper slowly dissolve in his palm. Since the color remains unchanged, it proves the beastman is telling the truth. Yet Patrick still avoids giving him a straight answer. He claims to be genuinely surprised by his ignorance, but since Bernard doesn't know, Patrick decides to change his line of questioning. Bernard snaps back, asking why he should answer. Patrick just chuckles and snaps his fingers, releasing him. He agrees it's only fair to be polite. The magical paper instantly unravels, freeing Bernard from his painful bindings. He offers to negotiate, warning Bernard not to make any sudden moves. But before Patrick can even finish his sentence, Burnett takes off, leaping high into the air. He refuses to play along with Patrick's games or listen to any of his rules. Soaring into the sky, Burnett demands to know how Patrick found him. Patrick shrugs, claiming it was just a lucky guess. But secretly, Patrick recalls a crucial piece of information that Duke Allen has already allied himself with a powerful force. He adds that humans are terribly talkative before casually tossing a wooden chest onto the ground. Burnett looks at it in confusion. It takes him a moment to recognize the box belonging to Merchant Joe. How on earth did this end up in Patrick's hands? Reading his thoughts, Patrick explains that the severed head of a merchant who traded with their dungeon was delivered inside it. Burnett's face immediately pales. Wait, what? A severed human head inside that exact box. Patrick calmly confirms it, adding that the merchant was actually quite capable, leaving Burnett's mind swirling with countless questions. That's impossible. The man was alive when Burnett left. He wonders if Luleza lost her cool, though even she wouldn't act without orders. It would require a direct decree from the Empress. But why would she order such a thing, even authorizing covert operations? He suddenly remembers Carolina, realizing that this is nothing short of an open declaration of war. But why? Wouldn't that render their entire mission pointless? They were so certain that the cloud— is that blackbird actually Devourer? If so, why were we kept in the dark? Patrick studies Burnett's shifting expression. After a silent moment, Burnett asks if he figured something out. Patrick flatly denies it, but the paper in his hand turns deep red. Crimson light bursts right before his eyes. Patrick mutters about his opponent being a total bird brain, unaware of the feather closing in. It stops less than 1 millimeter from his eye before a massive explosion erupts, tearing the quiet night to shreds. Burnett hovers above. Looking down, he mocks Patrick. Even with a clue, what could he possibly do? Burnett was planning to kill him anyway. But a confident laugh echoes from the thick dust. As the smoke clears, Patrick stands there completely unfazed. A massive sword rests in his grip as he says he was thinking the exact same thing, catching Burnett completely off guard. Where did that giant blade even come from? Patrick admits he hates using it, drawing a finger across his neck in a silent threat. He promises to end this in a single swing. Kicking up dry leaves, Patrick charges forward with blinding speed. Massive explosions bomb the ground behind him, but his unwavering gaze remains locked ahead as he runs. Moving like a blur, he leaves only a faint trail. Burnett watches from above, trying to predict Patrick's next move. He wonders if Patrick really thinks he can hide in the woods, summoning dozens of glowing feathers around him. He warns his opponent never to underestimate the vision of a bird diving down to give chase with a massive burst of speed. The feathers transform into deadly projectiles raining down on the forest floor like a barrage of heavy gunfire. Patrick vaults off the floating debris left from the earlier blast, his body twisting mid-air like a jagged lightning bolt. Blitzing through the sky, he closes the distance in a fraction of a second, leaving Burnett completely stunned. How could he jump using floating debris? Patrick swings a massive strike, but Burnett barely manages to slip away. He mocks Patrick. A mere sword user can never hope to touch a winged warrior in the open sky. Burnett stomps directly onto Patrick's head to force him down, but Patrick prepares to unleash his specialized sword technique. Burnett hesitates as Patrick begins chanting a sword art, falling backward into a sudden, deliberate free fall. Patrick swings his blade into a massive crescent-shaped iron slash, leaving Burnett staring in absolute disbelief. He can't believe Patrick counterattacked instantly without any footing, realizing this is the terrifying power of the Gatekeeper. Facing the protector of the primordial core, Burnett backs off, deeply shaken by the monstrous sword aura radiating before him. It has been ages since he felt such pressure. One wrong move and that blade will slice him clean in half. Burnett loops high into the clouds to keep his distance, a cautious maneuver that only makes Patrick sigh in annoyance. He asks if Burnett plans to fight without getting close, complaining about how annoying avian beastmen are to deal with. Burnett stays out of reach, completely terrified of the blade. Patrick watches him soar away, knowing the bird won't flee just yet. Even with escape scrolls handy, Burnett is far too angry to run. Patrick eyes the floating feathers, wondering if they ever end. He jokingly wishes the beastman would shoot until he goes bald and crashes. With a tired sigh, Patrick crouches down. Grumbling about how annoying this is, Patrick quickly forms a plan and decides to just go for it. Green light glows through the thick trees as Burnett binds his feathers together with high-level magic. He unleashes a devastating rain of feathers onto the woods below, carefully keeping track of two major threats. He must watch out for Patrick's magic scrolls and his terrifying sword aura, noting that the blade's range has limits. Its reach is only about 5 meters, meaning even if Patrick jumps off the floating debris again, he cannot reach this high. Safe at this distance, Burnett recalls getting trapped by the magical paper earlier, wondering what other scrolls Patrick might have. If the Gatekeeper can fly or teleport, his aerial advantage is gone, but without those tricks, victory is guaranteed. Convinced he holds the upper hand, Burnett screams a mocking challenge down into the quiet forest below. He demands to know how long Patrick plans to hide, only for a blinding light to suddenly flash before his eyes. A colossal crescent of energy slices through the dark canopy, leaving Bernard completely frozen in pure terror. He cannot believe the massive scale of the attack, realizing Patrick was holding back his true strength all along. Dodging the relentless slashes, Bernard curses this monstrous power as thick dust and green smoke fill the air. He screams that this power far exceeds normal limits, utterly overwhelmed as the brilliant green energy surges. Patrick moves like an afterimage, exploiting a massive opening to instantly appear directly behind the panicked bird. Bernard spins around in utter disbelief, stuttering as he realizes Patrick is using his own sword aura as propulsion. Patrick readies his final crushing blow. Bernard grimaces, admitting that if the goal was to terrify him, it worked. Look at that, a skull. But Bernard is only slightly surprised. Countless tiny feathers launch outward, scattering right before Patrick's eyes. Bernard shifts to an arrogant tone, declaring that in the air he still holds the absolute advantage. Those feathers suddenly transform into glowing blue ribbons. Patrick only now realizes that he is their target, barely having enough time to gasp as the blue ribbons rush forward. They wrap around his giant sword, tightening around it like heavy iron chains. Bernard calls out his polymorphic binding spell. He summons another wave of sharp feathers. Even if those sword slashes are incredibly powerful, they are completely useless if Patrick cannot swing his sword. Bernard merges them together, shaping a sharp drill aimed straight at Patrick. Declaring this the end, Bernard unleashes his destructive blazing twin spell, shouting from the feather vortex. He screams, "Die, Patrick!" His hand slowly slips from the giant sword hilt. Suddenly, a strange shock waves from right behind Bernard. Fresh blood splatters through the air, sending a sudden wave of shock through him. Patrick is already behind him. A second blade completely severs part of Bernard's wing. The beastman is absolutely stunned. Another sword exists. Where on earth did he pull that from? Having lost part of his wing, Bernard plummets from the sky. He must have hidden it. No way Bernard missed it. Did Patrick actually hide it in the forest? He helplessly watches Patrick close the distance. At this rate, he cannot stay airborne, and he cannot let him swing that giant sword again. As Patrick readies another strike, Bernard looks down at his claws, cursing silently in his heart. It is fine. He can still fly. He quickly cooks up a seemingly perfect plan to keep his enemy from swinging that blade. He will dive down, smash him into the ground, and escape. Glancing down toward the bushes, he knows he cannot keep fighting in this state. Suddenly, Patrick does the unthinkable and tosses his sword right past Bernard's face, realizing he threw his weapon away. Patrick silently laughs, calling him a total bird-brained idiot. Patrick unleashes a special spell, a weight-increasing magic scroll that instantly shoots out and tightly grabs both of Bernard's legs. Patrick mockingly asks if seeing a second sword made him completely forget about all other potential risks. A true warrior must always stay vigilant. Your careless attitude gave Patrick his golden opportunity. While he wanted to surprise Bernard, that was only the beginning. Bernard curses under his breath as Patrick lets out a cold chuckle. Arrogantly looking down, he confirms that Bernard really is a bird brain. Both plunge downward like a bolt of crimson lightning, crashing into the forest and shaking the trees. Coughing up dust, Bernard demands to know what Patrick is doing. He yells for him to just end it. Patrick looks a bit awkward, stating he still has questions to ask. Bernard scoffs, asking why he would ever talk. Clicking his tongue at the stubborn prisoner, Patrick lifts a wooden barrel into his hands. Even if he stays silent, Patrick will find his answers. He aims the barrel at Bernard, promising to stuff his head inside and ship it back to Ream, exactly like what happened before. Bernard glares in silence. Patrick continues babbling, stating that death is inevitable. The only question left is how painful it will be based on his attitude. Bernard snorts coldly, dismissing the empty threats. Patrick expected as much, so he decides to make a deal instead. It is a mutual exchange. Bernard must have plenty of questions himself, and Patrick believes getting answers before dying is much better than being a clueless ghost. Generously, he offers to let the Birdman ask his questions first. Taking the bait, Bernard demands to know if this entire confrontation went exactly according to his opponent's plan. Patrick is slightly amused by his curiosity. He confirms it, explaining that since Bernard is a beastman, he naturally holds an aerial advantage. Patrick drew his focus using a simple bow, showing off cheap magic scrolls to distract him, and tricked him into focusing heavily on the forest by pretending it was a crucial tactical position. He reveals that he hid his second sword right there in the forest, and the trap worked perfectly. Now that it is Patrick's turn to ask, he demands to know what the beastmen are plotting behind the scenes. Bernard shuts his eyes tight, telling him it is none of his business. Patrick simply grins in response. This confirms they are indeed plotting something. While Patrick was unsure when examining the magic earlier, he now has all the proof he needs. Bernard finally realizes that he has been played like a fiddle from the very start. He demands to know Patrick's true identity, but Patrick casually shuts him down, ending the deal right there. Bernard realizes he has been completely scammed, but Patrick suddenly surprises him with a generous parting gift. Since Bernard indirectly provided the perfect answer, Patrick happily decides to reward him with the long-awaited truth. He promises to answer his question, asking Bernard to wipe that sour look off his face as he delivers his request. He wants a head with the most agonizing expression possible to terrify other beastmen. "Hey, Bird Brain, how old are you?" Bernard looks skeptical, asking if that is really necessary for an answer. Patrick assures him that it absolutely is. If Bernard wants his answers, he has to talk first. Patrick notes that the beastman looks surprisingly young for his age. At that age, he must have lived through the Liberation War. Bernard still has no idea what Patrick is getting at. How could that even be related? Patrick presses on, asking if those two swords jog any memories. Bernard grinds his teeth. What is he trying to say? Patrick gently cuts him off with a chilling title, the Beastman Slayer. Bernard is stunned. He refuses to accept the truth, stubbornly demanding proof, claiming Patrick is just playing a cruel joke on him. Patrick calmly rattles off names like Jeremiah's Pelopi and Vandovino. He mentions there are plenty more he cannot quite recall. The truth hits Bernard with a wave of pure fury. He recognizes those twin blades and curses Patrick in sheer rage. Remembering a legendary name, he makes a wild, desperate threat. He swears to kill Patrick no matter what it takes. Bernard's eyes flare with a blazing fiery red. Patrick just grips his sword tighter, mockingly suggesting they pose for a quick photo. 1, 2, and click. With a swift, lethal swing, Patrick decapitates Bernard. The head rolls across the cold ground. Patrick examines Bernard's final terrified expression, praising the results. He is thoroughly satisfied with his new masterpiece. It is exactly the look of sheer agony he wanted. The next morning breaks bright and clear over Duke Anson's territory. Whispers and rumors are already spreading like wildfire. Locals wonder if anyone has heard about what happened near the forest last night. Word has it some monster went wild, but luckily, there was no real damage. People are left wondering what kind of beast it was. Meanwhile, a curious little boy tugs at his mother's sleeve, pointing at a massive giant walking by. That giant is none other than Patrick. Carrying a large piece of paper, he casually strolls right past the whispering crowd without a care in the world. The locals assume it was just some hungry beast wandering down to fight for territory. Besides, Duke Anson already handled the situation. Everyone can go back to their daily lives. Patrick thinks of Duke Anson, noting that the citizens seem completely unbothered by last night's clash. It works out perfectly. The authorities are likely keeping things quiet to avoid causing panic over the Beastman issue. Patrick recalls the moment his summoned beast dragged Bernard's lower body away. The decapitated head is safely hidden in a box. With his summon handling the rest of the corpse, there is absolutely zero chance of anyone finding a single trace. He finally has some time to catch his breath. Patrick blends into the bustling crowd, deeply enjoying this brief moment of peace. Things are going exactly as planned. After all the headaches his boss has been giving him lately, this feels like a healing getaway. A wooden sign catches his eye. He realizes that getting hands-on every once in a while is not such a bad idea. He stares at the building, recognizing it as the local workshop. It is every bit as massive as the ones in the capital. Patrick pushes the door open, calling out. A polite employee instantly greets him, welcoming him to the Heaven Workshop. Patrick asks to purchase magic scrolls in bulk, but the request makes the young clerk's eyes go wide in shock. The employee just stares, mouth agape. Surprised by the strange reaction, Patrick asks if they are open for business. The clerk snaps out of his daze, stammering about the magic scrolls. Patrick quietly wishes he could use transformation magic to look normal. Ever since taking over this massive body, he has forgotten how tiny normal humans really are. The flustered clerk quickly apologizes. The employee explains that Patrick's giant stature simply threw him off. Patrick secretly laughs, knowing people are somewhat used to giants. Thanks to people like the Gadolong, towering individuals are not entirely unheard of in these parts. Nobody questions it too much. It makes things incredibly convenient when people just judge others purely on their outward appearance without looking deeper. The seller bows his head politely, explaining that a bulk purchase requires paperwork that only the manager can handle. The magic equipment section is still closed, so he offers to fetch the manager. He asks if Patrick minds waiting for a moment. He invites Patrick to rest downstairs or head upstairs to check out their selection of high-quality weapons while he waits. Patrick declines the offer, opting to wait downstairs instead. He sinks into a wide armchair to relax. It is quite unusual for floors in the same shop to have different hours. Patrick decides to organize his thoughts during the wait. Memories of binding Bernard with magic scrolls flash through his mind. First of all, magic remains incredibly effective against beastmen. Even after 100 years, his test run proves that magic scrolls are still just as useful as they used to be. He needs to stockpile a large supply to make his future battles go much smoother. As he ponders, his thoughts drift to the Son Hoa faction. With the bird brain dead, 5 members still remain active. Patrick looks over at his companion, who is happily devouring a sweet treat. That bird brain was far weaker than expected. What about the others? He needs to fight one or two more to gauge their real power. Her messy eating leaves him completely speechless. Food spills everywhere as a piece of candy rolls right down her lap. Patrick speaks up in a quiet voice, gently telling her, "Excuse me, you are spilling everything." Pilo flusters, blindly searching around and asking where she dropped it, but her hand accidentally squashes the candy. The squished candy stains the seat. Patrick calls out to the staff, asking the employee to bring something over to clean up the mess. Pilo panics, immediately offering a flurry of apologies. Feeling incredibly guilty, she explains that she is sorry, but she cannot see. The employee smiles, assuring her it is fine. Pello worries it might have splashed on the night, but Patrick gently tells her it did not. The staff member informs them that the manager will arrive in about 10 minutes, politely asking the knight to wait just a bit longer. Pilo breathes a sigh of relief. Patrick strikes up a conversation, asking if her teammates are currently upstairs, leaving her momentarily dazed. She nods, explaining they are picking out gear for their journey. Since the second floor displays dangerous swords and spears, she stayed behind. Patrick remarks that she has some highly considerate companions. Pello agrees, admitting that they really do look out for her. She admits they can be a bit silly sometimes, but they are genuinely good. Smiling, she plays with her braids, calling herself a total burden, yet they still care for her. Patrick is taken aback, wondering if she has feelings for him. When did he last feel that way? He wonders when he last felt that kind of warmth. Patrick notices the bandages tightly wrapping half of her face and asks what happened. Pello shyly explains that she was once attacked by orcs. Hearing this, Patrick instantly freezes. Orcs? Does she mean the pack from Nico? Clutching her skirt tightly, she admits she is not sure. Patrick presses for details, asking when it happened as Pello counts on her fingers. As she counts, Patrick calculates that only one major orc migration happened recently. It must have been the horde from Nico Cambo. He deduces that this journey is likely for revenge. Pello immediately disputes this, explaining she does not want him getting hurt for vengeance. Patrick playfully teases her, pointing out that she does not look old enough to marry. Pello instantly blushes, realizing she spoke too soon. She quickly backtracks, claiming it was just a slip of the tongue. Behind his mask, Patrick's mood turns incredibly somber. He looks at this disabled girl who cannot survive without the help of others, and a dark thought suddenly crosses his mind. A life like that must be filled with endless misery. If everything is just constant suffering, what is even the point of living? Patrick clenches his fist quietly, muttering that she is very wise. Confused, Pello asks what he means, but he quickly brushes it off. Analyzing the situation, Nico Cambo has already fallen anyway. If this journey is indeed for revenge, it would be entirely meaningless by now. Pilo speaks up, sharing that he promised to help her see the light again. Everything suddenly clicks for Patrick. That is their true goal. She nods, explaining that he is searching for a legendary artifact called the Eye of Lambi. The unfamiliar name leaves Patrick quite puzzled. Realizing how absurd this is, he remembers it as one of the 36 masterpieces. Privately, Patrick has to question her companion's sanity. He mentally takes back his earlier praise of her wisdom. Patrick speaks up to caution her, warning that such an item is extremely rare. Warning her that it is not easily found, Patrick asks if her companion is exceptionally skilled. Pello nods, agreeing with total confidence. She proudly declares that he is incredibly strong. Patrick is amazed, asking if he is a swordsman, seeing the absolute trust in her eyes. Pilo quietly confirms it. Patrick praises him, noting that only someone truly formidable would dare search for such a legendary masterpiece. He is impressed to find such individuals still exist within the Empire. Patrick casually inquires if they have already decided on their next destination. Though he cannot challenge this swordsman directly, he still wants to see the face of someone so bold. But Pello suddenly tenses up. She clearly hesitates to share their plans. Patrick quickly assures her that he is only curious, harboring absolutely no ill intentions at all. He claims to have no interest in the relic anyway. Privately, he wonders if they are heading northwest and if he should inform someone. But the blind girl quickly shatters his assumption with her next words, admitting she does not really know much about their route. She has only heard that they will be heading south. Patrick is taken aback, realizing the implications of this sudden southward journey. He quickly deduces that going south means entering the dangerous great forest of Candia. Offering a polite wish, he hopes they succeed. Yet Patrick cannot help but worry. He has no idea how strong her companion truly is, but their information seems incredibly flawed. Their search is based on false rumors. On screen, a brief glimpse of the legendary Eye of Lamb appears, one of 36 masterpieces. An artifact like that could easily restore a person's sight. However, Patrick is deeply unsettled by its current highly secure location. The artifact's current location is the real issue. Suddenly, a chaotic past memory flashes back in Patrick's mind, bringing old voices with it. The relic sits on a gilded shelf amidst loud, angry shouting. A voice barks at a kid, demanding to know if he wants to die. Svet brandishes a blade, chasing Devourer over stolen snacks. Devourer stubbornly argues that since the food is already in his mouth, it belongs to him. Infuriated, she threatens to drain him dry. Snapping back to reality, Patrick pulls his thoughts together and focuses on the present situation. The masterpiece is currently being used as a simple nightlight by Lady Bat in her castle. His mind continues to wander over the absurdity. He mutters aloud about what a shame it is. Peso looks confused, but Patrick quickly waves it off as nothing, though he cannot help but look back. Back at himself, we literally use eternal ice just to freeze food, you damn boss. Suddenly, from the staircase right behind them, hurried footsteps echo, sounding like someone is heading down. The sharp little girl catches the sound and figures they must be on their way. Down now, so they should say hello. Right then, the manager runs over in a frantic rush, apologizing profusely for making the guests wait so long, asking if he needs a massive bulk of spell scrolls before guiding them. He bows humbly before Han, asking if he has been waiting long, for a really long time, offering his deepest apologies. Meanwhile, Patrick walks away with a bit of regret, having wanted to at least see the man's face behind. He leaves her with a final parting word: if they get the chance in the future, they will meet again. Just then, the manager's guiding voice echoes out, telling them to follow this way. The little girl nods her goodbye, and the moment he is gone, another man approaches, asking Peso if she had to wait long. She softly answers that she did not, explaining a kind knight kept her company. The man immediately gets curious, asking who it was so he could at least thank him. But Peso shakes her head quickly, saying he seemed busy, and asks if he bought everything, yet calling out his name, Nephrium. The man just lets out a helpless smile, muttering that even though he said they did not need any of it, this is getting pretty troublesome. She immediately scolds him for grumbling, pointing out that they are good, cheerful people who always smile. And besides, his old clothes are starting to smell, so he needs to change into something new right now. Thankfully, he obediently agrees to do it, praising her beautiful smile while promising to wash his new gear properly. Soon after, Rosalina steps up to voice her deep concerns. No matter how strong he actually is, his current gear will not be enough for the brutal road ahead. Yet Nephrium does not seem worried at all, shaken calmly, stating a contract is a contract and he is sticking to it. To put it simply, he makes one thing very clear: finding the Eye of Lambi and restoring sight to little Peso is their absolute top priority. Hearing this, Rosalina nods to confirm her end of the deal, fulfill his side of the bargain once that is done. Nephrium just scratches his head with a tired sigh, complaining about her constant nagging before his eyes suddenly goes sharp and cold, instantly focusing on hunting down the undead. He only has one goal: to kill the undead king Erovos himself. Meanwhile, down in the underground magic workshop, Patrick calmly announces that he will be taking absolutely everything in the room, sending the manager into a total state of panic. Meanwhile, at the Leperton Merchant Guild headquarters, a heavy, grieving voice echoes from deep within. Valor clenches his fists tightly in deep sorrow, questioning whether he even has the right to grieve when he was the one who sent his subordinate straight to his death. Old memories of Scovina flash through his mind, recalling the day he appointed him to take sole charge of the ancient Pratic Corps, warning him that absolutely no mistakes could be made. Back then, Scovina had confidently promised to do his absolute best, to never bring shame to his master's name. Now Valor can only wonder if he has any right to mourn this tragic loss, as Scovina's last words keep wringing his head, promising he would be right back. Valor hangs his head in pure regret, burying his face in his hand. He whispers an apology to Scovina, but his eyes suddenly snap open with a fierce, unwavering determination. Even if he cannot mourn, he will have his vengeance. Nearby, the boss of the Mountain Dream Guild puffs on his cigars, asking if Old Man Valor is actually holding up. Of the Desert Oasis Guild also chimes in, asking why he suddenly gathered them all for this emergency meeting. Then the female leader of the Pelotari Sea Guild guesses that a massive business deal must be on the table. Beside her, the excited Knoll Goblin Guild Master loudly demands a round of drinks to celebrate, but Old Man Valor slams his fist down, cutting them off with the cold news that Scovina is dead. Gasp in pure shock, demanding to know what the hell happened. It has barely been a season since their last member died, so what did Valor do? One guild leader even grumbles that he should have recruited Scovina to his own side. None of them can believe the news, instantly arguing that a peaceful guy like Scovina would never make enemies, let alone a reckless mistake. But Valor cuts through their disbelief, explaining that Scovina died while dealing with the ancient Pratic Corps. This only fuels the anger of the Mountain Dream Guild Master, who warns him that this matter cannot be swept under the rug with a simple meeting. They cannot possibly have offended Lord Devourer himself. This is far too massive for a standard guild assembly to handle. Valor just narrows his eyes, pointing out that they are still as cowardly as ever. He reassures them that Lord Devourer was never crossed. Instead, he drops a bombshell, revealing that Scovina was actually brutally murdered by the Lum tribe. This shocking revelation sends waves of panic through the room as they ask if the beastmen have actually made their move. The Oasis Guild leader hesitantly speaks up, questioning if the real reason they are all gathered here today is for some kind of bloody revenge. Valor simply bursts out laughing, calling the idea of revenge completely ridiculous, claiming he would never waste time on such petty matters. But deep down, his mind is consumed by the exact opposite. Revenge is precisely what he wants. He slowly pulls out a mysterious, glowing red orb, telling them to feast their eyes on it. Inside, his anger boils, vowing to never forgive those filthy beastmen. The orb projects a massive hologram, showing a vast vault stuffed to the brim with glittering gold as he announces this is his entire wealth. But the real motive is kept locked deep within his soul, harboring the pure agony and burning rage over what they did to Scovina. He glares straight ahead with a piercing look. Who are we? Aren't we merchants? And not just ordinary ones. Ordinary merchants, we are the leaders. Running the massive trade coalitions, Legion spreads his arms wide and shouts, out! Remember how those beastmen used to be sold as slaves for absolute fortune? The demand for them was once massive, stretching from coliseums and circuses to biological experiments. This is a massive business deal, a giant opportunity that Scovina created for us. If there are any losses, Legend stealing, his resolve silently promises himself in his heart they will sell every single one of them. I will pay out of my own pocket to cover it. I will carve a brutal chapter of slavery into place, the very blood of these beastmen. The leader of the Mountain Dream Merchant Guild sees the massive challenge ahead, but how can they face Riem? Valor immediately answers, have you guys forgotten already? Scovina was attacked by Riem while she was handling the primordial core there. So Lord Devourer has already made his move. He silently thinks, I will make all those beastmen pay dearly for what they have done. The Desert Oasis Merchant Guild leader and the Goblin Knoll ask in shock, is that really true? What if we join in as well? Valor keeps repeating that name in his head, Scovina. Then he frantically declares, we are merchants and this is a business deal. Zack's thoughts are solid as a rock. I will avenge this deep grudge for you. Meanwhile, a lone wooden cabin sits isolated deep inside the dense mountainous forest. A wolfman sniffs the air repeatedly. There is a suspicious scent. And that sound, no normal beast in this silver forest would ever howl like that. The female beastman standing nearby guesses that maybe the imperial humans released something again, and are trying to force their way through at all costs. After all, without directions, they would get trapped in the foggy maze. She adds they probably sent beasts to scout, knowing that walking in themselves would mean certain death. The female beastman then asks her partner, since it keeps howling, should they just go take it out. But the wolfman hesitates, admitting he also wants to, but what Capson said yesterday worries him. He recalls the moment Capson was sobbing while describing the encounter. I saw it clearly, a massive looming shadow in the distance. I locked eyes with something so freezing it nearly froze my entire body. The female beastman dismisses Capson as a natural coward, but the wolfman reasons that if they connect all the pieces, whatever they released isn't just some ordinary beast, it's a real monster. The female beastman also agrees, saying it makes sense since it looks like an attack force rather than a scout. They both agree that if it is a monster, the two of them can't handle it alone, so they must guard closely. Suddenly, a voice calls from below. Hey, are the guards up there? Guard duty is cancelled, follow me. A powerful gorilla beastman stands with folded arms. From now on, we are going to eliminate the monster making those bizarre noises. This critical mission is an order directly from Lord Henry, the Holy Torch, so give it your all. As the beast horde gathers, they are finally going to hunt it down. Meanwhile, the two guards can't stop whispering among themselves, wondering what kind of creature it could be. Given its massive size, it's probably a magical beast. Could it be a golem? Do golems even howl? Don't they usually just make rattling sounds? The wolfman grumbles in disgust, muttering that whatever it is, it smells absolutely putrid. The female beastman immediately snaps back. Isn't that just because you are from the canine tribe and have an oversensitive nose? He snaps back that she is from the canine tribe too, just like him. She argues back, but then both suddenly realize something is wrong. But my nose isn't as sharp as yours. Wait, where did everyone go? They instantly slide into defensive stances. Damn it, what is this? Did we lose them already? Impossible, they were right here just a second ago and now a whole group has vanished. The female beastman urges him, quick, use your nose and sniff them out. He begins to panic, replying that he is trying, but the smell is too overwhelming to tell anything apart. She curses in absolute fury. Damn it, what kind of monstrosity did those wretched humans release? But she quickly notices her companion has also been swallowed by the dense mist. Where did he go? What the hell is going on here? Wide-eyed and furious, the female beastman shouts out in defiance, damn it, bring it on. You are just a monster. I do not know what kind of tricks you are pulling, but I will not stand here and die. She screams out, bring it on. The female beastman is completely unaware of a cold hand silently creeping up behind her. I am here. Whipping her head around in terror, she hears a devastating sound echoing from the depths of the dark forest. An area enclosed by thick trees appears. Even though they say Riem is an isolated country, that does not mean they completely cut off all contact with the outside world. They still gradually trade with various demi-human tribes and other factions to keep up with global events and purchase necessary supplies from afar, such as from the main continent. Word is that cargo shipments once arrived in Riam bringing glowing eyes that fixated on someone's earring which gleams with a faint golden light. The leader of the sheep specialist, Kamichi, stumbles back in pure terror. What is this? Their agreement said nothing about this scenario. Patrick mocks him, noting how sweet those honorifics sound. Yesterday he acted so superior, but now he finally knows his place. He begs, saying he failed to recognize him yesterday, and begs forgiveness. His entire body keeps shaking in non-stop waves of terror. Kamachi asks what this horrible scene is, and Patrick casually shrugs. Behind them hang countless slaughtered beastmen corpses. They are strung up in a brutal display. Patrick smiles, asking if this is what people call torture, though he prefers butchering. He nods, demanding to know if Kamachi brought what he requested yesterday. Kamachi grits his teeth, trying to keep his composure. He asks if Patrick means Liam's map, but is instantly cut off. Patrick knows he wants to back out of the deal. Reputation means absolutely nothing to him. Nearby, a barely breathing beastman gasps out a final desperate threat. The beastman growls that he will kill him. Patrick turns around, telling him to shut up while he is talking before swiftly ending him. With the witness dead, Kamachi hesitates. Since Patrick already knows, he suggests they make this quick and cancel the transaction entirely. Patrick's eyes morph into eerie spirals as his voice drops to a chilling whisper. Yes, he mutters, it really is a pity. But it does not matter. He anticipated this move the moment he proposed the trade. Having lived so long, he has learned many hobbies. Torture just happens to be his absolute favorite specialty. Kamachi falls to his knees, desperately begging for mercy while Patrick puts on an act. He asks if Kamachi wants a live demonstration. Right on cue, an ear-splitting shriek of pure agony rips through the damp room. Patrick grins like a psychopath, calling the scream beautiful. He boasts that he knows exactly where to cut to cause the worst pain. Kamachi collapses, completely weeping and begging for his life. It turns out Patrick has already broken their other associate. The previous guy sang like a bird, spilling secrets he was not even fully sure of just to make the horrific pain stop. But those details need to be verified, which is exactly why he forced Kamachi to come here in the first place. He steps closer, placing a heavy hand on Kamachi's head. The terrified merchant is already sobbing hysterically, his eyes completely bloodshot. Patrick coldly orders him to call in all his guards. He has no intention of letting a single soul leave this place alive. Even if they run, he will hunt them down. Leaning in, Patrick issues a chilling threat in a low, quiet whisper. He demands Liam's map and the shortest path leading directly to the secret hiding place of the elusive Queen's forces. Speak up. He orders him to confess immediately. Meanwhile, a massive guarding bear yawns sleepily in the distance. After a massive yawn, the beast suddenly flinches in surprise. It blinks, looking down at the ground right beneath its paws. Joe's wooden box has mysteriously appeared there. The bear tilts its head, completely baffled. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, deep beneath the great white tree of Jagrel, strange echoing cries ring out from a nearby temple. Carolina whispers to her god. She lies completely still on the cold stone floor, her long black hair sprawling like waves. She prays, asking if her actions are righteous. Her chest heaves as she gasps for air, tilting her head back before letting out a deeply unsettling, wicked laugh. She whispers how incredibly happy she is. Suddenly, a blinding beam of golden light strikes down from above, piercing her eyes. Carolina shrieks at the sudden intensity. Sitting up slowly, she mutters that she finally understands, a creepy smile spreading across her face. Lost in her own world, she fails to notice Henrio approaching. He bows deeply, apologizing for his sudden intrusion without proper court etiquette. He warns her that some highly urgent critical news has just reached the palace, begging her forgiveness for interrupting her prayers. Her glowing golden eyes snap wide open before fading back to their normal shade. She coldly demands to know what happened. A heavy aura of pure pressure radiates from her, making Henrio tense up as he gently places a cloth-covered item onto the table. He whispers that this package was just delivered. Carolina stares at it coldly, asking what it is while cold sweat beads on Henrio's forehead. The parcel belongs to the emissary sent to the Anon territory. Slowly pulling back the blue cloth, he reveals a gruesome sight. It is the severed head of Elder Burnat from the High Council. Carolina merely glances at it, asking if Prisa has arrived yet. Lochesa bows deeply, reporting that she is on her way. But Carolina has absolutely no patience left to spare. There is no time to waste, so she orders them to begin, immediately turning to consult the Sacred Flame Council. Henrio strokes his short beard, murmuring that it is incredibly difficult to guess the enemy's true intentions here. Another council member slams his fists down, furious. He snaps that there is no mystery, this is obviously the work of humans. He points at the head, noting that the gentle elder had never looked so terrified in his entire life. Burnat was a peaceful beastman renowned for his extreme kindness, yet he died with his eyes wide open in pure horror. The gruesome image of the elder's final moments hangs heavy in the room. The speaker yells that no one else could do this. He is absolutely convinced humans are behind this, and he does not care about their motives since Burnett died on their soil. When he starts getting too heated, Carolina quickly steps in to warn him. He immediately lowers his voice, realizing his mistake. Apologizing to the queen, Lochesa asks if she can examine the head. With her approval, she steps forward to investigate closely. Obtaining Carolina's permission, she lifts Elder Bernard's head. Examining the wound, she notes the clean cut was made in a single strike. Pym quickly agrees, noting that the heavy head seemed to be sent flying from his neck by one swift, overwhelming strike. He stands there, utterly shocked. Could Elder Bernard really have been slain with a single blow? It seems completely impossible. Perhaps he was ambushed and restrained by multiple enemies. But since Bernard can fly, Lochesa quickly dismisses that theory. Humans could never successfully surround someone like Bernard. Shooting him out of the sky would be even more of an impossibility. The young girl agrees, adding that the enemy would need an entire dragon battalion to accomplish such a ridiculous feat. He pauses, suggesting it might have been a sneaky ambush instead. Unlike him, Pym remains completely relaxed, dismissing the idea entirely. Everyone knows Bernard had lightning-fast reflexes. Recreating the scene of his demise, she explains that even an ambush fails to explain this. Severing his head with one blow is a completely different story. Besides, even if caught off guard, he would never look this terrified. Bernard would never die, leaving such a horrified expression. Suddenly, Lochesa notices something unusual and addresses the queen. She reports to Carolina that there appears to be a strange piece of paper stuffed inside Bernard's mouth. Pym mischievously climbs up to take a look. Carolina raises her hand, commanding them to investigate if it is an enemy message. Receiving the command, Lochesa carefully extracts the paper. Unbeknownst to them, the parchment holds a powerful crimson seal inside. Brilliant red sword energy erupts the moment she opens it, rapidly expanding in all directions. Pym screams in sheer panic. Hendergo and Anta brace themselves defensively. From her throne above, Carolina calmly watches the chaotic scene unfold. The violent shockwaves finally begin to settle, and the fading crimson energy uses its last embers to burn the paper away. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the room. Hendergo and Anta leap forward to shield the queen, shouting in alarm. Lochesa blames herself for the oversight, pleading for forgiveness since she never suspected the message would be a trap. They frantically ask if the spreading fire is magical and scramble to find a way to put it out. Everyone backs away as the raging flames threaten to reach the world tree. Suddenly, a massive fireball forms directly overhead, on fire. Then she snaps her fingers down, releasing a massive wave of flames that puts out the magical blaze below. Only then does she finally speak, asking what the fuss is about. Brisa respectfully bows to greet her lord. Brisa bows to her ruler, the supreme queen of saintesses, chosen by Dugro and guide of all living things. Apologizing for her delay, she smiles faintly. But this only prompts Pym to angrily demand some real answers. How can she smile right now? Is she completely clueless? Yet Brisa remains calm, simply asking if Bernat is dead. She already knows, which only makes the young girl glare harder, demanding to know how she can smile when a comrade fell. Even the queen was just in danger. Do you want to die? But Brisa just keeps on smiling calmly. She tells the girl to paint a masterpiece before talking big, completely leaving Pym speechless and utterly defeated. Pym sputters in absolute rage, but Queen Carolina cuts her off. Brisa quickly bows to apologize to her ruler. Expressing deep regret over the loss of their guardian, she insists that she meant no disrespect to the crown. Begging for forgiveness, she listens as Queen Carolina gently asks the real question, why she returned so late. She explains in detail that on her journey back she stumbled upon a massive undead army and stayed to investigate. She spent time trying to get much closer to Erebos, which is what delayed her journey. Hendry is visibly shocked to hear that name, wondering if Erebos really returned after his defeat by Devourer. Queen Carolina points out that the undead resurrecting is no surprise, but she still demands to know the outcome. Brisa reports that the army was moving in a highly unusual way, seemingly cloaked in deep shadow. She had only observed them from a distance, keeping her actual face-to-face encounter with Erebos a complete secret. Recalling how she looked right into his eyes before slipping away, she watches as Hendry frowns in deep thought. He praises her cautious decision, noting that no matter how special her blessings are, Erebos remains a magic powerhouse. Facing him head-on is highly dangerous. Queen Carolina readily agrees, relieved that her subordinate has returned safely. She adds that there are far more pressing matters at hand than just news of the undead army. Brisa thanks her and suggests they get straight to the point, looking down at Bernat's completely incinerated skull. With only a charred skeleton remaining, she questions why the enemy would send his severed head to their doorstep. Why would the enemy issue such a blatant provocation? Her face instantly darkens with deep meaning. Brisa speaks up, asking if Her Majesty has any clues. A wicked smile creeps onto Carolina's lips. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a gloomy dark forest, where Patrick speaks up. The Embers apparently have no idea that Scovina's head was sent away. I bet the queen acted alone. Another man standing right beside him shrugs and replies, At this point, does that detail even matter anymore? Patrick shares his thoughts on the matter. Personally, I just hope they are as absolutely furious as we are. Patrick chuckles, joking that it would make things much more fun. The man next to him is Valor, who bursts out laughing. I agree, Valor says, before suddenly wondering. So they still don't truly understand what's happening, do they? Patrick sighs heavily, admitting that it is highly possible. Since one of their own is dead, they will surely fly into a rage. Though we don't know if their rage will reach our desired level. Valor suddenly clenches his fist so tight that his veins bulge, offering a fake laugh as a reply. He glares menacingly, vowing to throw the entire world into complete chaos. Meanwhile, Prisa questions if they found anything. Hendry snaps back, demanding to know what kind of nonsense she is babbling about. What does Bernat's head being sent here have to do with anything? Carolina smiles and says she has absolutely no clues, questioning why she would think that. Prisa's tone shifts, pointing out that both the cause and outcome are already obvious. Pym suddenly complains, asking why she always uses that tone and telling her to stop dodging the question with another question. Reminiscing on the incident, Prisa shares her thoughts. Anyone looking at this can see it as a highly calculated, clear provocation. It is as if the culprit is saying, "Go ahead and get mad, I am only playing around." She then deduces that it carries many hidden messages for Her Majesty, while Loxus, highly suspicious of her intentions, speaks up. "What on earth are you talking about?" Loxus snaps back. "We would never play such foolish games of challenge." She replies without hesitation, agreeing that they definitely have not, which is precisely why she finds the whole situation so baffling. Her eyes brim with mystery. Killing is one thing, but delivering this severed head is a direct challenge to everyone, especially Her Majesty. Carolina offers a chilling, elegant smile, claiming she wishes she could think of someone, but she has absolutely no clues. Prisa hesitates, asking if that is truly the case, while another knight nearby speaks up, addressing the queen directly with a question. "Your Majesty, if this is indeed a challenge, should we send out a search party to uncover the enemy's identity?" The queen answers decisively with no hesitation, stating that such an action is completely unnecessary for them right now. Carolina adds that anyone bold enough to pull such a reckless stunt will surely show themselves sooner or later. She warns everyone to restrain themselves, advising against acting on their own before they can anticipate the enemy's next move. Everyone replies in unison, obeying Her Majesty's order. Carolina then opens her arms wide, announcing their great cause is right before them. She closes her eyes, placing both hands over her chest, declaring the time to trust each other and shatter the dark night is coming. The knight also closes his eyes in deep silence, listening intently for the sake of bringing peace to Lee Henryo. Listening closely, they all seek the ultimate tranquility of a world that has always been inherently fractured and deeply imperfect. Both Loxus and Pym remain highly focused on this, knowing they must unite to successfully overcome this current crisis. Prisa stands unusually quiet amidst the crowd, telling herself not to falter and to march forward with absolute determination. Her face darkens, her eyes glaring menacingly. Through this tragic death, she wants to question those who are still alive. A fierce image of Erebos flashes. "What do you truly believe in?" Carolina grows annoyed, noting that Prisa speaks as if doubting her. She declares that, as the leader of their 30 factions, she does not want their bond to crack due to suspicion. Carolina lowers her voice, saying that if she has any doubts, she expects her to speak up openly as an ember. "If you have any questions, I hope you speak up as an ember." She immediately kneels down to offer an explanation. "I would never dare to harbor such disrespectful thoughts, Your Majesty. If my behavior caused a misunderstanding, then please show mercy and forgive me." The queen coldly responds, "Is that so?" Prisa's eyes turn sad as she adds, "Your Majesty, I only ask because I am worried about Joe's safety." Carolina's face is ice cold as she asks what is wrong. Prisa explains that on her way to this very meeting, she smelled a strange, foul odor coming from Joe, and furthermore, she felt a highly unusual, ominous aura radiating directly from Her Majesty. She then expresses her concerns, fearing that something filthy has touched the sacred tree, and Her Majesty was also negatively affected by that incident. Carolina coldly replies, "I will order a thorough investigation." Prisa bows deeply, saying that she feels extremely ashamed to trouble Her Majesty with such trivial matters. Then she adds, "In that case, I beg to take my leave." She requests to leave to report on her mission. She walks away. Carolina silently stands there and watches her go, her eyes looking as mysterious as a demon. Elsewhere, Patrick wears a thoroughly confused expression, wondering what kind of bizarre name that is. Devourer simply replies, he only knows what others call them. He then asks Patrick if upon closer inspection they are actually two completely different auras. Since Patrick cannot distinguish them, they must look completely identical to him, right? Startled, Patrick asks if it is some sort of deity. Devourer responds to him in a very calm, steady manner, stating that even if it is not a god, if people worship it, it will eventually become one anyway. Patrick curses internally, calling his boss an idiot. Devourer continues, saying he does not really know either. Patrick begins to doubt him, accusing Devourer of being too lazy to explain it to him. Devourer pops up. He loudly argues back that he has no idea how to explain it properly, even if he wanted to. Patrick grumbles. He asks if Devourer plans to be a fool forever. Tired, Devourer rubs his face and tries to warn him. Devourer warns him to stop. This dangerous research will drive him completely insane. Even if it is Patrick, the tragic outcome will be the same. He then asks if Patrick truly knows what he would do alone. Patrick refuses to back down. He asks if Devourer still has Rhine. Devourer quickly highlights the massive difference. Rhine is completely different from him. The only person who can touch this shadow and survive completely unharmed is likely Patrick. He stands up abruptly, saying that even if it does appear, it is only a tiny fraction of its true form. He warns Patrick never to foolishly stare at it. Its shape actually exists, but is completely invisible to the naked eye. In short, do not waste energy searching for it. Patrick then wonders what they should do if they run into it. If they accidentally cross paths, how should they handle it? Returning to reality, Patrick is quite surprised. Valor has moved much faster than anyone could have ever predicted. Patrick asks how many days it took him to travel here. Valor calmly replies that it only took 1 day. This unbelievable speed shocks Patrick even more. How was such a godlike feat even possible? Valor calmly explains that he simply used his vast wealth to buy time. Fast transportation is incredibly common in this world. After hearing from Lady Rhine about Patrick's arrival, Valor guessed he would be staying around this silver forest. At the same time, news from the Glom Merchant Guild arrived, bringing up a name that Patrick did not expect. Patrick asks if he means the Nom Merchant Guild. Half of Valor's face sinks into the darkness as he confirms it. He explains that the vice leader of that guild, whom Patrick personally dealt with, made a claim about Patrick. Apparently, they claim Patrick tarnished their guild's honor and are demanding revenge. Patrick questions the old man closely. Since their merchant guild leader is already dead, Patrick asks how Valor ended up settling the entire situation. Valor replies that he is currently teaching them a harsh lesson to make those fools open their eyes. Patrick suddenly bows, expressing his deep gratitude to the old man for cleaning up his messy battlefield so perfectly. Valor awkwardly waves his hands, saying it is no big deal. He adds that he has also established a network with the ancient center, which will surely be incredibly useful for them in any kind of future emergency. Kneeling to show his deep sincerity, Valor begs Patrick not to look at this old man as a burden. He pleads to be allowed to help, but Patrick calmly responds, telling him that such words actually hurt his feelings. Patrick admits that in his entire life he has never witnessed anything quite as strange and impressive as this. Valor bursts out laughing, admitting that he poured an absolutely massive amount of gold into making it happen. His expression suddenly turns dead serious, locking his cold eyes onto Patrick as he asks what the next step is. Patrick asks what Valor would prefer, prompting the old man to step forward and request that Patrick share his plan. Valor promises to do whatever it takes to support him. Patrick hesitates, admitting he already provoked their enemies first. Since he does not plan to sit back and do nothing, he asks Valor to handle his end of the plan. Doing everything alone is too much, so he asks Valor to handle that side. Valor pulls down his hat, smiling. Valor gives a sinister smile, saying he understands. Suddenly, a beastman sentry shouts that someone is there, raising his weapon. The beastman rushes forward, looking like a prime specimen, reminding the intruders of high-quality wild beasts raised in nature. The beastmen shout for them to identify themselves and launch an attack, warning that this is the territory of the beast, tribe of liver. Patrick shows absolutely no fear at the blades held to his neck, casually noting their weapons look valuable. That is quite a pile of money, let us see. Even after being lightly stabbed and bleeding, he just calmly praises the well-designed razor-sharp blade. They jump back in absolute shock, screaming at him to stop whatever he is doing, since they already warned him to stand completely still right there. Valor just laughs out loud with pure amusement, asking if this is perhaps their very first time dealing with a real merchant on the field. He tells them to either kill him quickly or stop wasting their breath with those utterly empty threats while they just stand there doing absolutely nothing. Tightening his grip on his cane, he delivers a calm warning in a flat tone. Once a merchant decides to go all out, they are prepared. They always carry countless recovery potions, making their life force more stubborn and resilient than any average person can ever imagine. A soldier pauses in utter bewilderment, suddenly wondering if this man right here is actually a member of the famous Leprechaun Merchant Group. The other guard is just as puzzled, questioning why anyone from the Leprechaun Merchant Group would ever travel all the way out to this remote area. Becoming highly cautious, the guard suggests they might need to fetch the general immediately to handle this bizarre situation before things get completely out of hand. Valor casually tosses an empty potion bottle aside, saying there is absolutely no need to call anyone, his sheer composure leaving both guards completely stunned. They ask if he is blind to the current situation, demanding to know why a merchant from the Leprechaun Guild traveled all this way, warning him that even as a merchant illegally infiltrating this border should at least teach him a proper lesson about what true fear feels like. Valor just responds with a mysterious smile, casually asking the guards if they have ever heard of a certain famous old proverb. The guards mock him, asking what stupid proverb he is talking about and wondering if this old man has completely lost his mind. Suddenly, they freeze as a terrifying anomaly occurs, while Valor cackles like a madman, shouting that with enough money, you can buy anything. Even a legendary dragon can be bought out entirely as a massive hippo beast suddenly blows a loud horn signal. The two guards frantically call for their defenses, ordering everyone into battle positions while looking around in absolute panic at the sudden threat. Confused by what is happening, they watch in horror as a massive dragon descends from above, surrounded by raging chaotic lightning bolts. Valor stands completely unfazed beside the blinding light, muttering that he sincerely hopes she enjoys this special performance, Scovina. He watches the dragon unleash a deafening roar, noting that this is the grand spectacle he paid an incredibly high price to secure. Tears silently stream down his face as he dedicates this tragic funeral song solely to her, while the dragon's massive claws crush the forest. The dragon pauses for a brief moment, releasing its overwhelming, suffocating aura, surely sending the terrified targets below into sheer chaotic panic. It speaks out, stating that per their agreement it will run absolutely wild here, but wonders what his actual plan is. Morrigan calmly replies that at his core he is simply a merchant, so the rest can be left entirely to the mercenaries to handle. Asking about his claim of belonging to the Minotaur tribe, the dragon lowers its voice and admits it has always wondered about something. It asks what makes his kind any different from regular beastmen, prompting the old merchant to clarify his unique heritage. He explains that unlike beastmen who evolved from humans, he is a demi-human descended from the bloodline of magical beasts. Feeling enlightened by his explanation, the dragon looks around at the surrounding landscape with a growing sense of deep unease. It mentions that this place feels strangely suffocating, prompting Morrigan to ask if it is simply because of the thick fog. The dragon refutes his guess, warning that they will soon realize there is a creepy presence originating from somewhere much deeper. It feels like a violent swirling vortex is quietly swallowing the sky, leaving a slimy, bone-chilling sensation of being watched. Sensing that someone is constantly staring at them from the shadows, the dragon begins flapping its wings to gain some momentum. Declaring that it refuses to stay any longer, the beast takes off into the sky to handle its own affairs. Meanwhile, the local residents fall into utter chaos, screaming in terror while desperately trying to snap each other back to reality. They yell out, demanding to know if any soldiers are still conscious, cursing the sudden, impossible appearance of a massive dragon. A commander orders his troops to ready their weapons, shouting that they cannot let beastmen fall easily to a dragon's mere pressure. Suddenly, a soldier screams for the defense captain to move just as the dragon appears right behind them with immense force. Valor watches from high above, looking down at the absolute destruction and cannot help but offer his praise. It is truly worth every single penny, while the guards stare in disbelief at their ruined 150-year-old wall. They cannot believe a legendary wall of Liam has collapsed, realizing the leprechaun dwarf is the mastermind behind it all. Valor arrogantly asks what they plan to do about it, prompting them to threaten him to stop this madness or die. He smugly reminds them that he already warned them earlier if they want his life they should just get on with it. A guard boldly calls him insolent and prepares to strike, but before he can even finish his sentence, something happens. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots down from above, piercing straight through his partner's neck and dropping him instantly to the ground. Another figure steps up, taking out the guard and asking Valor if their deal stands. Are they intact? He confidently replies, of course they are. They are Lyra men from the Hunter mercenary group, and one of them reminds him of the deal, 10 silver coins for every head, completely unchanged. Let us begin this hunt for the beastmen. Valor sharply notices the trembling blade hanging right above his head. The surviving guard raises his weapon, ready to strike, screaming for him to die. Suddenly, something huge erupts from the ground right beneath him. Mantis bursts out to block the blow. Keep dreaming. Valor marvels, asking if he was hiding underground this whole time. He replies, if you die, it is going to be a huge pain. You must survive to pay off your debt to me. Mantis asks if they are finally starting for real. Valor confirms, absolutely, go wild as much as you want. He is surprised he did not expect the old man to hire a dragon. Valor then begins to introduce them in detail, telling them that besides you, I hired other forces, so feel free to compete. First is the sneaky mercenary group of the Goblin tribe. Next is the Karazhan mercenary group of the Kobold tribe. Then comes the Thunder Mountain mercenary group of the Cha tribe, and finally the Golem. A dragon roars fiercely as WN lands and demands answers. Old man Valor, what are you planning to do next? Valor replies as if he holds all the cards. Just keep moving deeper inside. I want to purge half of the beastmen. If there are too many, their value will drop drastically. Valor adds that leaving them alive will only lead to chaos anyway, like right now. Plus, the cost of managing and feeding them is extremely expensive. WN listens intensely, admitting his logic makes sense. Valor looks at the burning forest. Just capturing the beast men huddled together is enough to meet the target, and for now I only plan to release a small amount to the market. WVN turns to the old man Valor. Valor asks what is on his mind. The old man shows a hint of fear, saying that in war, taking the leader's head should be enough. Is doing this too extreme? Valor fires back, asking how this is extreme. Wvin hesitates, asking if most of them are not just innocent beastmen. Voices echo from the sea of fire. They are running away, capture them alive now. That is already the 20th life. Valor only responds coldly. Indeed, this old Valor is about to turn into a real piece of garbage. Wvin listens blankly to his monologue. Scovina is no different. Valor's face shows deep hatred, stating that Scovina is after all just an innocent child. Wvin hesitates. Old man, watching the magic dragon attack with full force, you are really going all out now. Valor stands majestically on his cane. It has been a long time since he joined the battle, so he must make it count. 2. Weapons clash violently. Lyriman laughs and prays, asking if this is what beastmen are made of. They fight pretty well. The beastman warns him to back off, saying there is absolutely no reason for them to slaughter each other. Lyriman growls back that they are professional mercenaries. Do you even know how much your heads are worth? They fire back, asking if it is all for money. What the beastmen do is no different from humans. He strikes, saying he does not care how they change things to suit themselves. They are all blown back. Lyriman rushes forward greedily, claiming yet another life. Suddenly, a punch out of nowhere smashes straight into Lyriman's face, shattering his teeth. The massive angry Gallietta appears, demanding how they dare cause trouble in this place. In the Liam's sanctuary, they are shocked to see the commander. The beastmen rejoice, shouting that help has arrived. Galli roars out a declaration, telling the enemy leader to listen closely. I am Galli of the 3rd, seat of the Red 10 Woods and commander of the Palace Defense Force. Step forward and state your purpose. Immediately. Wvin is not too pleased with Gallietta's sudden entrance, noting that Beastman seems worth a lot. What is the plan now? Old man Valor contemplates for a moment, seeing that even the dragon looks wary of him. He is definitely a formidable expert. In situations like this, he can only place his trust in the dragon's instinct. To find the leader, Gallietta points directly upward, shouting for the coward who is hiding to show himself. You are the leader, right? Hiding is useless, so get out here. Valor remains cold and utterly fearless. Your gaze is just as sharp as that fierce voice of yours. You are right, I am the mastermind. Gallietta bellows, refusing to waste words. He does not even ask them to withdraw their troops. Instead, they must immediately explain this sudden raid and surrender quickly. He threatens them to comply if they want to live. Otherwise, they will all be slaughtered. Valor quickly seeks a confrontation, asking if they can land a bit lower. After all, if you want to talk, you should at least accommodate the person you are speaking to. Galli scoffs at the start of negotiations. None of this is interesting to him, so he asks if there are any other conditions. He raises his voice in warning. They had better consider their options very carefully and not get the delusion that simply bringing a single dragon can threaten this entire territory. Offended by the insult, the beast bares its teeth and growls in fury. Calling them filthy beasts, Yakta tightens his fists into a hard ball. Their legs once bore heavy iron chains. Their bodies were broken and battered, yet they still stood resiliently against humanity. 115 long years have passed in this state. Now they are free from those shackles and old wounds. Do these humans really think they have what it takes to actually win? Valor notices the frantic noises around them. It seems total chaos is breaking out in the back. Have they already started reorganizing their formations? He never expected the beastmen to have such highly disciplined tactics. Valor wonders how in the world Patrick plans to tear through this massive defensive line all by himself. In his imagination, Patrick probably has a simple answer: just slaughter every single one of them and be done with it. Valor chuckles, certain that is exactly what the man would say. He lets out a highly mischievous smile. None of Galli's words are worth listening to. Valor tells him he can either make an offer or a threat, then looks down with absolute contempt. The young brat Galli is losing his patience too, claiming he already gave him a fair chance. A panicked scream echoes, telling Valor to get back. Instantly, the dragon breathes out its devastating ultimate move, Dragon Breath. Galli charges head-on into the dragon's attack, ready to take the blow. Meanwhile, Wvin deduces that if this guy is only the 3rd seat of the Red 10 Wood, then there must be at least 2 more monsters just as powerful. There is no holding back now, old man. Valor immediately contacts their ally, asking Morrigan if he can hear him, telling him to report that the time has come. The old Minotaur is surprised it is happening so fast, but Valor is decisive. Hesitating now will ruin everything, so he is counting on him. Morrigan acknowledges it. Suddenly, a panicked shout startles the old man. Out of nowhere, beastmen appear right before Valor. They are poised and fully prepared to end him right then and there. The flying mount is slashed twice on its wings, shrieking in agonizing pain. Wvin sees Valor tumbling down from the sky. He screams out in panic, cursing as they both completely lose their balance and go plummeting toward the hard ground below. Muscular beastmen close in on them. As long as the Red 10 Wood stands, they are warned that there is no escape. The beastman promises to take his head and utterly crush their allies' morale. He shows absolutely no mercy, ready to strike. Instantly, he swings his weapon, telling the nameless beast to die. Valor can only look back in desperation when suddenly, a magical hand tears through the wind and firmly grabs the giant beast. Talk about a dramatic entrance. The other beastmen are left completely stunned. Through the thick rising smoke, Ostaricus' voice echoes. He wonders if traveling at full speed still left him a bit late. Cold sweat pours down the beastmen's faces. Terrified, they demand to know who he is and tell him to state his name. Ostaricus steps forward slowly. He tells them they are acting way too proud, but he has nothing to hide anyway. He formally introduces himself as Ostaricus, the Demon King. His glowing green eyes lock onto the enemy, ready for a fight. The Kars and mercenaries smirk at each other, asking if these monsters carried any money. They ask how many the others got. The Learman group is highly curious, wondering if the beastmen's hides can sell for a good price. Honestly, nobody really knows. This is their first time seeing such creatures. They look ahead in awe as more keep coming. Just how many of them are there? Patrick watches the chaotic scene from a high vantage point. Honestly, seeing this many mercenaries gather is pretty wild. It is quite a spectacle. This must be an absolute nightmare for the beastmen since they are not a regular army. They have no idea how to handle it. Just as they fight off one faction, another wave of mercenaries arrives. Patrick watches, the dragon hovering in the air. Dragons are truly magnificent creatures, and Ada Haka is undeniably impressive. If only they could lock him in a dungeon, but that seems impossible. Patrick sighs, thinking even a dragon egg would probably just get eaten. He keeps observing the fierce battle below. It seems the enemy is only now beginning to mount a real counterattack. Beastmen are truly the most stubborn creatures on Earth. No matter how many are brutally slaughtered in this mad frenzy, they refuse to just lie down and die. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes behind him, warning Valor to fall back. Patrick witnesses the brutal clash between the massive dragon and galley. Now things are finally getting serious. As for Valor, he notices the old merchant's miserable state after the beastman's surprise attack. That looks incredibly dangerous. Nearby W screams out for the old man. Patrick realizes he cannot just stand on the sidelines and watch anymore. He glances behind him, where a swirling magical vortex completely blocks his vision. Amidst the chaos, Ostaricus asks him if he is all right. Wyver stands there completely stunned. Lord Ostaricus. The Demon King extends his finger, casting healing magic to mend his wounds. You must not allow yourself to die or get hurt, so do not charge so recklessly into the front lines. Valor feels his wounds heal as he stands. Thank you, Lord Ostaricus. Wyver holds his head, muttering that at this rate he is going to die young. The old man. He replies, no need for thanks. You do not need to bow to me, just pass on a message to Melnia, the future demon empress, that the helper was not the army of Demon King Yua, but my very own legion. With that, he clenches his fist and Ostaricus releases a burst of magical power toward the beastmen who are on guard. He adds that under his power, the beastmen find themselves completely paralyzed, unable to move. Their bodies are bound. What is this magic? With a simple flick of two fingers, Ostaricus unleashes an attack and sweeps his hand to the right. One by one, the beastmen scream in agony. He reminds them to make sure to emphasize that the foolish Yuo was utterly useless here. Above them, the entire sky is painted a deep, horrifying crimson with blood. Ostaricus turns to leave, saying that is enough. Valor bows respectfully in obedience, wondering if anyone would dare defy him. Could Demon King Yua, the living embodiment of pure evil, really be a true devil standing on equal footing with him? Suddenly, Patrick lands right beside them. Lord Valor, I never expected you to actually recruit Demon Kings to fight here. He gasps in surprise, Lord Patrick. He asks curiously, how did you pull that off? Demon Kings rarely interfere with worldly affairs. After all, Valor explains awkwardly, I managed to contact him through an acquaintance, though it was quite a struggle. I never expected him to personally show up like this. Hearing their conversation, Ostaricus can only stare in disbelief and freeze in place. Valor suddenly asks, by the way, why are you here? I thought you already set off for Jal. Patrick scratches his head sheepishly, admitting that since it was such a rare sight, he just had to sneak a peek. You all went through so much trouble to draw their attention, yet here I am slacking off. I am truly ashamed. Valor quickly replies, it is fine, Lord Patrick. I only asked because I was worried something unexpected might have happened. The massive shift in Patrick's attitude leaves Ostaricus completely speechless. He hesitates, then speaks up, saying he will not waste any more time, and will leave immediately. Valor politely offers to summon a wyvern for him to ride so he can travel faster. He is pleasantly surprised. Really, thank you so much. Ostaricus then speaks up, asking if he is the ancient guardian, the Death Knight Patrick. Patrick lifts his mask to reveal his face, greeting him. Since I do not use mana, it must have been hard for you to recognize me. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ostaricus. He quickly covers his face again. Due to some circumstances, I must hide my identity. Please forgive me. Osterica stands dazed, replying that he never expected him to be here in person. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continues to rage on right in front of them. Wipe them all out. Follow Lord Ostericus. Patrick asks curiously if that is the Demon King's army. Ostericus confirms it. Patrick watches them and praises their strength, noting that even though Valor has enough troops, having the Demon King's forces join the fight will greatly reduce their own casualties. It is truly amazing. Hearing this, Valor remains completely silent. Patrick adds that this support means a lot to their forces. Valor raises his head in surprise, stammering, "Yes." Patrick gently reassures him, saying it is much better than just standing by. You do not need to blame yourself for what happened to Scovina. Patrick pauses, pointing ahead. Look over there. Watching the battle, he declares that their revenge is only just beginning. A voice calls out from above, "Lord Patrick, I have brought the wyvern." The wyvern rider lands smoothly, explaining that this beast is the absolute fastest. You should ride it directly to your destination. Patrick hesitates. Thank you. But he raises a question, what if the Holy Ones arrive? How will you handle them? Patrick warns that ordinary beastmen are one thing, but the Holy One is on a completely different level. They will definitely show up. Valor knows this all too well. Yes, that is highly likely. He smiles, radiating absolute unshakable confidence in his own survival. I have a solid grasp on his power now, so please leave with peace of mind. I might not be a tactical genius, but I am incredibly confident in my ability to stay alive. His eyes quickly fill with fierce determination. Even if I cannot defeat the Holy One, clearing the path and taking out as many enemies as possible for you is still worth it. Patrick stays silent, offering no further words. He simply turns around and prepares to set off his figure, fading into the distance. Ostericus finally speaks up, saying he only kept quiet out of respect for Patrick, but did Valor actually think he would lose? Valor hesitates, admitting that while it might offend him, he honestly cannot say for sure. He continues, explaining that he has gathered all the necessary intel to understand exactly what kind of monster the Holy One is and how powerful he truly is. We had to gather the dragons, Sir Astaricus, and countless other mercenary groups. Valor continued, despite all of that. Those things, his merchant's intuition was still screaming in his head. He firmly insisted that this place was extremely dangerous. Astaricus asked, a merchant's intuition is not to be taken lightly. Knowing that, why did you still let Patrick go? Valor revealed his motive. Even if he laid down his life here as long as Lord Patrick could assassinate the Empress, his goal would be achieved. Astaricus stood there utterly puzzled. I really cannot understand you, he said. Is this how a merchant calculates profit and loss? Valor replied that it absolutely was. Astaricus waved his hand, claiming he had to correct one thing. Both you and I, he confidently declared, will survive and leave Liam. Patrick on this side was making a quick exit. Recalling that moment, he understood it better than anyone. He knew those eyes all too well, the gaze of a martyr who cared absolutely nothing about death. He let out a breath and chuckled. How troublesome, Patrick thought in sheer helplessness. Back on the battlefield, Valor tightly held onto his hat as he put it on. Had his intuition failed him this time, Valor judged the situation. It was just too overwhelming. He reasoned and wondered there was still no sign of any Manhwa anywhere. Perhaps Lord Patrick had already attacked, but if so, there was no trace of battle here. Valor felt a wave of hesitation. He told himself to stop overthinking and just keep pushing forward. Prisa hovered in the air, asking if they were all still safe and sound. Hearing her, Valor flinched and looked up. From above, she softly added that behaving rudely on someone else's land was uncalled for. Down below, they stumbled. Wait, is that an earthquake? The ground and the very air began to shake violently. Prisa crossed her arms with a dark expression, declaring that from here on they were not allowed to pass. Valor gritted his teeth in panic. Of all the Manhwa, why did they have the bad luck of running into her? His bad hunches were truly never wrong. He already knew her identity, the black goat whose strength supposedly matched the Empire's greatest warrior. Valor watched her furious figure up above and thought. Prisa watched the explosion unfold beneath her feet and smiled. With a flick of her finger, she began to manipulate the surrounding energy. What an impressive aura she had. The magic power gathered in one spot under her control as she called out. Suddenly, another magical presence rushed toward them. Prisa went on high alert instantly, turning her gaze toward this incoming force that lunged directly at her, but she blocked it in a split second. Astaricus was the one controlling that spell from below. Earth Spear, he silently commanded. Valor, it is me. She does not know yet that you are a key figure on our side. Take this chance to slip away quietly and let me handle her. Valor understood the plan immediately through telepathy. He quickly agreed, knowing he would only get in the way if he stayed. But suddenly his eyes widened, and he froze as fresh blood splattered. Prisa had struck with terrifying speed. Did you actually think I would just turn a blind eye and let you escape? She continuously targeted him, causing Captain Valor to let out a curse. That damn beastman was relentless. A spear of ice shot straight toward him, but in an instant it shattered into a million pieces. Patrick stood there in a majestic pose. But I have done some recalculations. Letting Lord Valor lose his life here does not seem like a very profitable transaction. He glanced up, warning the black goat that he would deal with her first, before moving on. Priestess smirked, asking if he actually had the skills to back up those words.